Jiang Chen has crossed over to a world where spiritual energy has revived, and he has obtained a universal synthesis platform. From now on, everything in the world is in his hands. Ordinary mineral water can be synthesized into spiritual spring, a fruit knife sold at a street stall can be synthesized into a spiritual weapon, and a few bird eggs picked up from a tree can be synthesized into divine beasts. One day, Jiang Chen appeared at a gathering, surrounded by big shots. Bystander A, who is that man? Why does he dress like he's wearing 30 yuan worth of street vendor goods? Bystander B, are you sure? That scruffy bird on their head is a divine beast, and the fruit knife hidden in their pocket is a magical artifact. That outfit can withstand 10 buildings in the Demon City. Bystander A? Spring City. Jiang Chen lay in a shabby rental room, his expression somewhat dazed. A few minutes ago, he was rampaging through the game heavens, seizing the only divine treasure chest from several major factions. Before he could even react, he found himself in the body of a high school student who shared his name. This world is roughly similar to Earth. The only difference is that 300 years ago, the world of heavens descended, and a massive influx of spiritual energy entered, officially ushering Earth into the era of spiritual revival. And this descending world of the heavens is extremely similar to the online game that Jiang Chen played. I don't know if it's just a simple coincidence. At that moment, a familiar system prompt sounded in Jiang Chen's mind. Detected a divine-level treasure chest. Would you like to open it? Jiang Chen quickly sat up. A divine-level treasure chest? Could it be the divine-level treasure chest he was thinking of? He actually brought this thing with him? The items in the game have become real. Damn, I'm rich. Jiang Chen immediately chose to open it. The god-level treasure chest has been opened. Congratulations on obtaining the Universal Synthesis Platform and Infinite Inventory. Universal Synthesis Table, capable of synthesizing all things in the world, including but not limited to ordinary items, materials, weapons, armor, potions, techniques, ultimate skills, and creatures, etc. Infinite Inventory, can hold any item without any limit. Truly worthy of the rewards from a divine-level treasure chest, it's amazing. After reading the reward introduction, Jiang Chen felt extremely excited. The two things that emerged can be said to complement each other, especially the Universal Synthesis Table, which can synthesize everything in the world. The range of things it encompasses is vast. Although it does not directly enhance his strength, the potential is limitless. It is more valuable than directly giving him a pile of divine equipment and skills. Jiang Chen couldn't wait to test the effects of the synthesis table, so he pulled out a box of stored mineral water from under the bed. He took out 2 bottles of mineral water and added them to the synthesis table. Do you want to synthesize ordinary mineral water? Synthesize. A flash of white light appeared from the synthesis platform, followed by a system prompt. Ordinary mineral water has been synthesized. Congratulations on obtaining a first-grade spiritual spring. In Jiang Chen's hand was a glass bottle filled with spiritual spring, about the same size as a mineral water bottle. At the same time, Jiang Chen felt that some of the spiritual power within him had diminished. It seems that using the Universal Synthesis Platform still consumes spiritual power, but ordinary mineral water can be synthesized into a spiritual spring. This is no longer just 1 + 1 being greater than 2. It's directly multiplied by several times. As expected from a reward obtained from a divine-level treasure chest, it truly did not disappoint him. Let's continue synthesizing. Jiang Chen combined the remaining mineral water into a first-grade spiritual spring, then placed the first-grade spiritual spring into the synthesis table. Do you want to synthesize the first-grade spiritual spring? Synthesize. The first-grade spiritual spring has been synthesized. Congratulations on obtaining the second-grade spiritual spring. Jiang Chen continues to add. Do you want to synthesize the second-grade spiritual spring? Synthesize. The second-grade spiritual spring has been synthesized. Congratulations on obtaining the third-grade spiritual spring. Looking at the 3 neatly arranged crystal bottles on the table, Jiang Chen couldn't help but smile. Third-grade spiritual spring. This thing is worth 10,000 a bottle on the market. In front of him were just 3 that couldn't be used. Now his spiritual power had run out, and he could no longer continue synthesizing. But in just over 10 minutes, he earned 30,000. The materials used were still readily available mineral water. This money is too easy to make. However, there is a problem here. The higher the level of the synthesized item, the more spiritual power it will consume. If his total spiritual power is 100, but synthesizing an item requires 110, then all he could do was stare blankly. It seems that to synthesize higher-level items, one must improve their own strength. Jiang Chen put the spiritual spring into his inventory, preparing to go out and exchange it for cash. There was no way around it, he was too poor. This month's living expenses have only 200 yuan left. Next week, there will be an outdoor test at school, and I also have to pay for meals. I will really be eating dirt then. After changing into a clean set of clothes, Jiang Chen walked out of the room. The place he lived in was the cheapest residential area in the outer city. There are numerous old buildings, ruins visible everywhere, and some makeshift houses built from steel frames and wooden boards. The outer city is not like the inner city, which has defensive barriers for protection, although the city defense forces patrol around the clock. Every so often, one or two beastly creatures manage to slip through and wreak havoc in the outer city. Everyone is quite experienced in seeking refuge, and there haven't been many casualties. However, the number of damaged buildings and roads is gradually increasing. The speed of repairs cannot keep up with the speed of damage. Over time, it has turned into the situation we see today. 20 minutes later, Jiang Chen arrived in front of a silver building. Just as he was about to enter, he ran into a few acquaintances at the door. "Jiang Chen, what are you doing here?" A short-haired girl stepped forward, glaring at Jiang Chen with hostility, and said, "You're not following See You again, are you?" Behind the short-haired girl stood a girl in a white dress, who had a certain beauty about her, the kind that made boys want to protect her. In the past, Jiang Chen was also infatuated to the point of madness, acting as a devoted admirer for a long time. Zhao Siyu, seeing how handsome he was, tacitly approved of his behavior. However, recently a wealthy young man at school began pursuing Zhao Siyu. Without a second thought, she distanced herself from Jiang Chen and publicly claimed that he was the one constantly pestering her. As a result, it spread from person to person. Before long, Jiang Chen became a pervert who liked to stalk beautiful girls. He was even called to the teacher's office for a lecture, which further solidified the accusation of him harassing Zhao Siyu. Originally, because he was good-looking, he barely had a few friends in class. After this incident, I was completely isolated. It's simply too tragic. However, Jiang Chen had no interest in the original owner's experiences at all. Today he was in a good mood and didn't feel like arguing with these people. "Excuse me, I'm in a hurry." "Hey, what's with your attitude?" The short-haired girl was instantly furious when she saw Jiang Chen not even glance at her. In the past, Jiang Chen always spoke to Zhao Siyu with kind words in order to pursue her. How could he dare to speak to her like this now? "Jia, don't argue with him." Zhao Siyu tugged at Jiang Jia's sleeve and said softly, "We're all classmates. Let's just forget about the past." Looking at Zhao Siyu's hypocritical face, Jiang Chen let out a sneer. What kind of taste did the original owner have to be interested in such a woman? He wouldn't even want it if I gave it to him. Avoiding those few people, Jiang Chen strode into the silver building. Watching Jiang Chen's departing figure, Jiang Jia pouted, "What's with the attitude? He's just a broke loser. His monthly rent is even less than what young Master Wang spends to treat us to a meal." Zhao Siyu smiled faintly, offering no further comment. "Let's go in too." Jiang Chen followed the signs and took the elevator to the 8th floor, then casually found a counter. "Welcome to the Spirit Martial Hall. How can I assist you?" the staff politely inquired. "I want to sell these 3 bottles of Spirit Spring." Jiang Chen placed the prepared Spirit Springs on the counter. "Do you need consignment services, or would you like to sell directly?" Is there a difference?" Jiang Chen was slightly taken aback. This was his first time at the Spirit Martial Hall, and he had no experience at all. He only knew that things could be bought and sold here, and it was not only a global chain but even had branches in various worlds. In short, it was really impressive. "Direct sales, our Lingwu Hall will purchase at 70% of the market price. For consignment, we will charge a 5% service fee. Once the goods are sold, the payment will automatically be transferred to your account," the staff explained with a smile. "Then let's go with consignment," Jiang Chen said without a second thought. Spiritual Spring is mainly used for alchemy, weapon forging, and making high-end dishes. The demand is very high, so there's no worry about not being able to sell. "Please wait a moment, we need to verify your goods first." The staff took the 3 bottles of Spirit Spring and handed them over to a verifier behind them. In less than a minute, the verification results came out. "Sir, your goods are fine." The staff handed a card to Jiang Chen. "This is your consignment receipt. If you decide not to sell, you can use this receipt to retrieve your goods, but the service fee is non-refundable." Jiang Chen took the consignment receipt and left his bank account number, completing the consignment process. The entire process took less than 3 minutes. No wonder this merchant can open chain stores across the realms. Their service and efficiency are absolutely impeccable. After leaving the 8th floor, Jiang Chen wandered around other floors. The Spirit Martial Hall is essentially a large shopping mall, but specifically for warriors and spirit masters. Common materials, weapons, armor, techniques, and medicines can all be bought here. If you can't buy it, you can try your luck at the auction on the top floor. Looking at the dazzling array of goods around him and thinking about the outdoor test at school next week, Jiang Chen felt it was necessary to do some preparation. Half an hour later, Jiang Chen appeared at a small shop next to the Spirit Martial Hall. It was boldly written, 2 yuan for the whole venue. "Boss, do you have any fruit knives for sale? Jiang Chen asked as he walked into the store. Yes. An old man holding a fan pointed to the corner. There are plenty over there, choose whichever style you like. Jiang Chen walked over and saw that there really were all kinds of styles available. Foldable, with a plastic shell, a lone soldier. Jiang Chen casually picked 100, then went to the boss. Pack all of these for me. The old man immediately became enthusiastic when he saw a big customer had arrived. $200, pay me first. Jiang Chen returned to his place carrying a large bag of fruit knives. His spiritual power wouldn't recover until tomorrow, and these fruit knives could only be synthesized tomorrow as well. Let's figure out what to do about dinner first. What to eat is always a century-old dilemma. Now he has 3 choices in front of him: braised pork rib noodles, mushroom stewed chicken noodles, sauerkraut beef noodles. I've made up my mind, I'm going to eat today. Jiang Chen hadn't finished his sentence when a sudden knock on the door interrupted him. Who could be looking for me at this hour? It can't be someone here to collect the rent, can it? Jiang Chen scratched his head and walked over to open the door, only to find a metallic figure standing outside. Sir, you have a package. The figure pulled a box from its own body and handed it to Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen took the package and glanced at the sender's information. Jiang Yingxue. Oh right, I have an older sister. Jiang Chen suddenly remembered. The original owner lost both parents at a young age and relied on her sister for companionship. Jiang Yingxue had exceptional talent and was admitted to a prestigious university in Magic City. The cost of living in the Magic City is already high, and practicing usually requires a lot of money, not to mention having to support my younger brother who is in high school. Being the eldest sister is quite a tough job. Jiang Chen signed for the package and then carried the box back to his room. Upon opening the box, he saw a bottle of elixir, 10 spirit pearls, and a note. Jiang Chen picked up the note and opened it. Shayan, you are about to take the college entrance examination, and I don't have much to give you. This bottle of yellow jade elixir and 10 spirit pearls, I hope they can help you. What an absolutely wonderful sister. Jiang Chen felt an overwhelming fondness for this sister he had yet to meet. Whatever is lacking, send it to him. Now that I have spiritual power, I also have the elixirs to enhance my strength. Let's process it with the synthesis table. Maybe we can obtain a higher grade elixir. It seems I won't be able to relax tonight. Jiang Chen took out a spirit pearl. After absorbing it all, it would almost perfectly replenish more than half of his spiritual energy. Then move the fruit knife bought from the 2 yuan store over. Let's get to work. Jiang Chen added the fruit knife to the synthesis table. Do you want to synthesize a regular fruit knife? Synthesize. Regular fruit knife has been synthesized. Congratulations on obtaining a steel fruit knife. Jiang Chen continued to place the steel fruit knife into the synthesis table according to the method for synthesizing mineral water. Steel fruit knife synthesized. Congratulations on obtaining the fine steel fruit knife. Fine steel fruit knife synthesized. Congratulations on obtaining the refined iron fruit knife. Refined iron fruit knife synthesized. Congratulations on obtaining the mysterious iron fruit knife. After using up 4 spirit pearls, he synthesized 96 fruit knives, and what lay before him in the end were 6 dark iron fruit knives. Dark iron weapons can easily sell for tens of thousands. However, they don't look very appealing. No matter how good the materials are, they can't change the style of the fruit knife. But it doesn't matter, as long as they are useful. Jiang Chen glanced at the remaining 6 spirit beads. He decided to use one more to synthesize a dark iron fruit knife, which was about the limit of his current spiritual power. The rest must be saved for Huang Yudan. The first 2 times were for synthesizing ordinary items, and he was very much looking forward to what Huang Yudan could synthesize. Do you want to synthesize the dark iron fruit knife? Synthesize. The dark iron fruit knife has been synthesized. Congratulations on obtaining the black iron fruit knife. This time, Jiang Chen specifically replenished his spiritual power. Even though he could synthesize a black iron fruit knife, it still drained all of his spiritual power. A black iron weapon should be able to easily slay even a first-tier monster. Looking at the brand new fruit knife in his hand, Jiang Chen revealed a satisfied smile. Unfortunately, it's too short. With his current strength, sneaking in a backstab is still feasible. As for facing head-on, let's forget about that. Jiang Chen stored all the synthesized weapons in his inventory, then took out the yellow jade pill from the delivery box. The yellow jade pill is a common type of elixir that can unblock meridians and enhance the speed of spiritual energy absorption. It doesn't show significant effects in a short time, but it is affordable. Affordable means it's a good thing for Jiang Chen. A 2 yuan fruit knife can help him forge black iron weapons. He doesn't even look at those expensive ones. Jiang Chen replenished his spiritual energy and prepared to synthesize 2 yellow jade pills to see the effects. He opened the bottle, and a faint medicinal fragrance wafted out. Just the scent alone could refresh the mind and even restore a bit of spiritual energy. This was a pill made from spiritual plants, fundamentally different from the ordinary pills made from common herbs outside. Jiang Chen poured out 2 yellow jade pills and placed them in the synthesis platform. Would you like to synthesize a first-grade yellow jade pill? Yes. First-grade yellow jade pill synthesized. Congratulations on obtaining a second-grade yellow jade pill, advanced version. What do you mean there's an advanced version? Jiang Chen glanced at the pill still in the synthesis platform. Second-grade yellow jade pill, advanced version can wash tendons and marrow, significantly enhancing physical constitution. After reading the pill's description, Jiang Chen was stunned. Washing tendons and marrow? Enhancing physical constitution? This was no longer an upgrade, it was a completely different variety. The yellow jade pill could reach a maximum of 9 grades. With each grade increase, the efficacy would significantly improve. However, generally speaking, the effects wouldn't vary too much. Currently, only one type of pill could achieve washing tendons and marrow, and that was the washing marrow pill. The washing marrow pill was extremely rare, and ordinary people had no purchasing channels. It was a treasure rarely seen even at auctions. Now, a yellow jade pill had the effect of a washing marrow pill while also significantly enhancing physical constitution. This was beyond Jiang Chen's imagination. However, he had also consumed most of his spiritual energy. With his current spiritual energy limit, it was clearly impossible to continue synthesizing second-grade yellow jade pills. Jiang Chen could only synthesize the remaining 8 pills. This also used up all his spiritual pearls. As a result, he obtained 5 advanced second-grade yellow jade pills. From the outside, the advanced second-grade yellow jade pills looked almost identical to the first-grade ones, except for a few faint silver-blue patterns on the surface. In addition, there was a refreshing fragrance that was not only pleasant but also intoxicating. Let's try the effect first. Jiang Chen took one pill and tossed it into his mouth. The pill melted instantly, tasting sweet, like eating candy, but 100 times more delicious than ordinary candy. Soon, his body began to heat up. At the same time, a painful yet exhilarating sensation spread from his body to his limbs, and his pores started to secrete a small amount of black dirt. This process lasted about 5 minutes. Now, Jiang Chen looked as if he had just finished a mud mask, covered in dirt from head to toe. Yet his eyes were bright and spirited. Jiang Chen shook off the sweat clinging to his hair. He now felt filled with power, and his body felt several degrees lighter. Most importantly, his spiritual energy limit had also increased. If before, absorbing a spiritual pearl could restore most of his spiritual energy, now absorbing one would probably only restore half at most. The increase was astonishing. It took Jiang Chen 18 years to raise his spiritual energy limit to its previous level, and although he hadn't consumed any spiritual pills or tonics, he had never slacked off in training. Now, with just one pill, he had completed years of cultivation progress. It felt like a dream. However, Jiang Chen was very clear that an ordinary second-grade yellow jade pill definitely wouldn't have such effects. The reason the washing marrow pill was precious was that its effect of washing tendons and marrow could improve a person's constitution, thereby enhancing their cultivation talent. Jiang Chen's cultivation talent was only second tier, a level that was common on the streets. At a normal pace, he should become a first-tier warrior by the time he graduated from university. But now, after taking the advanced yellow jade pill, even if his cultivation talent hadn't reached third tier, it should be infinitely close to it. A cultivation talent exceeding third tier was already a rare find. After graduating from university, his cultivation might even reach third tier, allowing him to choose any job he wanted. As for the worlds of the heavens, not everyone can go there. Strength, opportunity, background, all are essential. Many people can only stay on Earth for their entire lives, sadly working as laborers. This is also the fate of most ordinary people. Jiang Chen felt that his body could still endure and decided to consume the remaining 4 yellow jade pills. Once the pills were gone, he could refine more. Without money, he could sell spiritual springs or sell mysterious iron weapons. With the universal synthesis platform, he never worried about money. The most important thing right now was to improve his strength. The next day, Jiang Chen stepped out feeling refreshed. He took the bus to school. As soon as he entered the school gate, he received a message from the spiritual marshal. Hall. Congratulations, Mr. Zhang, all the items you consigned have been sold. After deducting a 5% handling fee, you have 28,500 yuan remaining, which will be automatically transferred to your bank account shortly. Please check your account. Just as this message came through, the bank notification arrived. Your account has received a transfer of 28,500 yuan, current balance 28,500.03 yuan. Looking at the balance in his account, Jiang Chen felt very good. With money in hand, he felt at ease. After the outdoor test was over, he could start a new round of synthesis. After consuming 5 advanced second-grade yellow jade pills, his spiritual power limit had skyrocketed. Even synthesizing third-grade yellow jade pills would likely not be a big problem. However, he had no pills on hand and couldn't try. He could only wait until he got back to deal with it. Relying on his memory, Jiang Chen found class 6 of the 3rd year. He discovered a large crowd gathered at the classroom door, blocking the hallway completely. I thought we could form teams freely, but it turns out the teacher arranged it in advance. How boring. Why didn't the school notify us in advance? I had already chosen my teammates. I heard it's because they were afraid that strong students would band together, which would be unfair for group scores, so they changed the team formation at the last minute. This arrangement isn't a problem. If the best cultivators in the class were grouped together, what would be the point of the test? Just declare them the winners. Wait, Jiang Chen is actually in the same team as the school beauty Su Mengran? No way. This kind of trash is worthy? I'd do better than him. Hearing his name mentioned, Jiang Chen also leaned over to take a look. He saw a list posted at the classroom door, showing the group assignments for this outdoor test. Coincidentally, he was grouped with the school beauty Su Mengran. Recently, due to the incident with Zhao Xiu, his reputation had not been good. Naturally, many people were unhappy about him being in the same group as Su Mengran. However, Jiang Chen was quite satisfied with this grouping. Su Mengran had tested positive for an ice-type spiritual vein last semester, and was likely to become a spiritual master in the future. Her talent was far beyond the ordinary, at a 6th rank, with limitless potential. Even before the college entrance examination had started, many prestigious schools had already extended olive branches to Su Mengran. Such a strong teammate could ensure he scored high in the test. The class bell rang, and the students blocked at the door reluctantly returned to the classroom. Jiang Chen was finally free from standing outside as punishment. At this time, it was supposed to be self-study time. However, everyone knew there was an outdoor test today, and with the group arrangements just released, they all gathered in small groups to discuss, unable to settle down at all. Just then, the school broadcast suddenly sounded. Attention all faculty and students, the outdoor test is tentatively set for the soul disconnecting forest on the outskirts of the city. Please confirm your team situation and prepare at least 2 days' worth of supplies. We will depart in half an hour. The content of the test had been hinted at by the teacher in the class group last week, so everyone had prepared in advance. Jiang Chen had brought a change of clothes and 2 days' worth of dry food. It was said that those who ranked high in this test would be rewarded with spirit pearls and elixirs. Jiang Chen didn't care much about the elixirs, but the spirit pearls were extremely useful to him. As long as he had spirit pearls, he could continuously synthesize items. They were worth much more than elixirs. After all, the elixirs given by the school were at most of the 1st grade. But now he could casually synthesize 2nd or 3rd grade elixirs, so he naturally looked down on ordinary 1st grade elixirs. Jiang Chen, Su School Beauty is calling us over to gather, said a bespectacled chubby boy as he walked over and tapped Jiang Chen's desk. Oh. Jiang Chen nodded and got up to walk towards Su Mengran's seat. He saw that several people had already gathered around a spot by the window. Su Mengran was sitting in the middle, talking to a girl with delicate features and a perfect figure. Her ice element spiritual vein gave her slightly curled long hair and eyes of faint icy blue hue, making her look like a fairy who had wandered into the mortal world, completely different from those around her. Now that Jiang Chen is here, we should be all set, said the girl sitting next to Su Mengran. Su Mengran raised her eyes and glanced at Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen also looked back generously. After all, who doesn't love looking at a beautiful girl? She was much prettier than Zhao Xiu. Su Mengran's face turned red, and she quickly averted her gaze. Let me briefly explain the arrangements for this test. Su Mengran cleared her throat and said, Mengran, we will definitely listen to you. You are the strongest and have the most say. The chubby boy who had just run an errand immediately flattered her. The location for this outdoor test is the soul disconnecting forest, which is famous for its various poisonous insects, snakes, and ants, so everyone must bring insect repellent. If you don't have any, you can come to me, I have some extra. Before Su Mengran could finish, Jiang Chen immediately interjected, I don't have any. The chubby boy shot Jiang Chen a disdainful look. How shameless to want a woman's things. Su Mengran just smiled and took out a porcelain bottle from her backpack. This is insect repellent powder, very effective against poisonous creatures. I only bought one extra. Thanks. Jiang Chen accepted the insect repellent powder without hesitation. Upon hearing it was insect repellent powder and not ordinary insect repellent, the chubby boy immediately regretted it. Ordinary insect repellent costs dozens of dollars a bottle and can be found in any grocery store. But insect repellent powder is worth thousands. This is a completely different concept. If he had known, he should have said he didn't have any too. What? Does face matter when compared to insect repellent powder worth thousands? Su Mengran continued, unless something unexpected happens, this outdoor test will still be based on the spoils to determine the results. The spoils include various materials, but the majority will still come from the number of beasts and monsters hunted, so everyone should also prepare weapons in advance. The teacher should have mentioned this in the group. I specifically went to the Spirit Martial Hall this weekend to choose a fine steel weapon. Killing ordinary beasts will definitely be a piece of cake. Another boy in the group took out a short sword from his backpack and performed a few sword flourishes on the spot, looking quite impressive. Little Fatty quickly took a long knife off his back, his face full of pride as he said, "This is a fine iron weapon. I bought it last year, and it has never seen blood before. Finally, I have a chance this time. I also have a fine iron weapon." The girl sitting next to Su Mengran looked at Jiang Chen. "What about you? You didn't bring any insect repellent, but you must have brought a weapon." Everyone present was a high school student, and most came from ordinary families. Weapons worth thousands or tens of thousands were basically the average standard. But what Jiang Chen had in his hand was a black iron weapon, 2 grades higher than fine iron weapons, and he was worried that taking it out like this would be too ostentatious. "You really didn't bring a weapon, did you?" The girl frowned. Jiang Chen sighed helplessly and took out a black iron fruit knife from his pocket. "This is my weapon. Taking down a few monster beasts is definitely not a problem." Jiang Chen slapped the black iron fruit knife on the table, giving a cool self-introduction. Looking at the fruit knife on the table, everyone was dumbfounded, including Su Mengran. Is this person really not joking? "Jiang Chen, are you kidding us?" Little Fatty's voice instantly rose. "What can this broken fruit knife do? You think you can take down a few monster beasts? It might fall apart before you even encounter one." "Don't worry, the quality of my weapon is definitely fine," Jiang Chen assured. Although the style of the black iron fruit knife was no different from when he bought it for $2, after being modified at the synthesis station, its quality could definitely match the grade of a black iron weapon. "Is this a quality issue?" Little Fatty stared wide-eyed. They were on the same team. If Jiang Chen's weapon was so pathetic, wouldn't it drag their team down? As long as the quality is fine, that's all that matters. "We can't just look at the surface. This fruit knife is made of black iron," Jiang Chen said earnestly. "Black iron?" Little Fatty almost choked on his saliva. "Can you make your lies any more ridiculous?" Not far away, Zhao Siyu also noticed the commotion. Seeing that Jiang Chen only brought a fruit knife and dared to participate in the outdoor test, a hint of disdain flashed in her eyes. Luckily, she had cut her losses in time. This guy's behavior was becoming increasingly outrageous. Thinking about how she had been ambiguous with such a person, Zhao Siyu felt a wave of discomfort. At that time, it was her own narrow vision that made her think there could be a future with Jiang Chen. But without money, what future could they talk about? In this day and age, being handsome doesn't put food on the table. Even in a relationship, one can't even afford a date. Zhang Jieja was nearby, mocking, "I've heard for a long time that Jiang Chen's family conditions are poor, but this is too exaggerated." Zhao Siyu pursed her lips. "Don't mention him in front of me again." She didn't want to have any connection with Jiang Chen anymore. Even hearing his name made her uncomfortable all over. "Got it." Zhang Jieja stuck out her tongue. Soon, it was time to depart. Dozens of buses set off from Chun City No. 9 Middle School, heading towards the direction of the Soul Disconnecting Forest. Once out of the city, various signs of battle could be seen. A large number of city defense troops patrolled nearby, ensuring that any demon beasts that appeared could be eliminated at the first opportunity. This was the first line of defense for the outer city. If this line was breached, the outer city would fall. "Jiang Chen, I'll say it in advance, if we encounter danger, I won't care about your life or death. Also, remember to stay away from Su Xiaohua. If I find out you have any funny ideas, I'll definitely beat you until you can't find your teeth." The chubby boy had been chattering nonstop since getting on the bus. Jiang Chen automatically tuned out the surrounding noise and turned to look out the window. He initially wanted to enjoy the scenery but noticed a black light shooting up into the sky from the dense forest in the distance. Jiang Chen instantly perked up. That was, in the direction of the soul-disconnecting forest? He had seen such light pillars many times while playing the online game Heavens. They only appeared when a treasure was born. It was quite rare to see one in a small place like the soul-disconnecting forest. Jiang Chen noted the location and decided to find an opportunity to check it out. If he could casually obtain something good and then process it with the universal synthesis platform, it would be a huge profit. 2 hours later, the bus convoy stopped in an open area outside the soul-disconnecting forest. As soon as they got off the bus, they could see a beast bone several hundred meters long, half buried at the entrance of the forest. Many students were seeing the outside world for the first time, and their faces were filled with wonder at everything around them. Especially that beast bone. The visual impact was so shocking that many rushed over to take a look. What kind of demon beast is this? Its size is too enormous. I didn't feel anything looking at pictures online, but seeing the real thing, I can hardly breathe. If this demon beast were still alive, wouldn't Chun City be finished? It might be taller than the city walls when it stands up. How could the city defense troops possibly hold it off? The demon beasts near Chun City don't exceed level 3. How could such a giant appear? Why think so much? This demon beast has been dead for at least 1,000 years. If it wasn't preserved properly, all the spiritual energy would have long since dissipated. Otherwise, do you think with your little cultivation you could get close to a corpse of this level? Just the residual spiritual pressure left from its life would be enough to make you unable to stand. While everyone was discussing fervently, Jiang Chen moved to a corner and touched the beast bone. This was a good thing. Although the spiritual energy had dissipated, it could still be refined into a high-quality material for crafting. But with such a large piece, would it fit in his inventory? Just as Jiang Chen was about to try, a system prompt suddenly rang in his mind. The inventory cannot accept living things or items with an owner. Wait? Living things? Items with an owner? Just lying around. In the wilderness, it didn't look like it had an owner at all. But if it were a living thing, it was nothing but bones now. How could it still be considered alive? Forget it, better to keep my distance. Everything in front of me might just be a deceptive appearance. The system's prompt would never be wrong. At this moment, the teachers from each class began to count the students. Soon it was Jiang Chen's team's turn. Su Mengran, Jiang Chen, Wang Xiaoming, Gao Yang. Su Li. The homeroom teacher read from the list. Jiang Chen returned to the crowd and stood next to Su Mengran. The other 3 members also returned one after another. Is everyone here? The homeroom teacher took out 5 wristbands and handed them to Jiang Chen and the others. Put these wristbands on. They will help you locate relatively safe areas in the soul-disconnecting forest. If the indicator light on them turns red, it means you have left a safe area and must return quickly. As he said this, the homeroom teacher's expression suddenly became serious. Although the school teachers will do their utmost to ensure your safety, if you enter a dangerous area, you are responsible for your own life and death. Do you all understand? Understood. Jiang Chen and the others nodded. You can set off now. The test ends tomorrow evening at 6 o'clock, so remember to come back on time. The homeroom teacher waved his hand and continued reading the next group of names. Jiang Chen and the 5 arrived at the edge of the soul-severing forest. What direction do you all think we should enter the soul-severing forest from? Let's all share our opinions. Su Mengran stopped and turned to look at everyone. Is there any difference? Su Li blinked her big eyes, looking confused. Of course there is a difference. Going through the middle is closest to the interior of the soul-severing forest, where various resources are relatively abundant. The sides will definitely be worse, Su Mengran said. Then we should definitely go through the middle. Wang Xiaoming said quickly. Going through the middle might not be good. Gao Yang frowned and said, I just took a look, and many teams have gone to the middle, including those top students from Class 1. The top students from Class 1 all had the strength of first-tier warriors. Even though Su Mengran was in their team, if they encountered these few people, it was hard to say they wouldn't suffer losses. After all, spiritual masters develop slowly and are considered late bloomers. Right now, Su Mengran was likely not their match. I think Gao's point makes sense, and the right path is easier to walk, with many teams going there, so we should go left. Jiang Chen also expressed his opinion. As for the right path being easier and many teams going there, he made that up. He wanted to go left purely because of that black light pillar. Originally, they could have gone through the middle with a detour. But the system's prompt earlier made him feel uneasy. It was better to stay away from that skeleton. Jiang Chen, I didn't expect you to observe so carefully. Noticing all these details, Su Li looked at Jiang Chen in surprise. Hee hee, you're overpraising me. Jiang Chen chuckled awkwardly. Then let's enter from the left side. Su Mengran spoke up at the right moment, agreeing with Jiang Chen's suggestion. The soul-severing forest got its name because this forest is filled with towering trees that are nearly 100 meters high, blocking out the sun and rarely seeing daylight. As soon as they entered, they could feel a wave of cold air hitting them. After walking a short distance into the forest, the surrounding light dimmed. The occasional sounds of insects and birds added to the eerie atmosphere. Do you know that? Every year, many people die in the soul-severing forest, and many even have their bones never found? Wang Xiaoming suddenly said in a low voice. Fatty, can you not talk about such topics? It's already scary enough. Su Li rubbed her arms, her little face pale. Just trying to lighten the mood. If you all don't talk, isn't that even scarier? Wang Xiaoming chuckled, and just as he finished speaking, he suddenly jumped up. My God, something just grabbed my foot. The atmosphere was already eerie, and Wang Xiaoming's loud shout startled even Jiang Chen. This guy was right next to him, nearly deafening him. Fatty, can you not scare people on purpose? We haven't even encountered any monsters yet, and I'm going to die from your scares. Su Li covered her heaving chest, glaring angrily at Wang Xiaoming. No, I'm serious. Something just grabbed my foot, it was icy and rough. Wang Xiaoming described abstractly, his features scrunched up. In the wild, anything can happen, everyone be cautious. Su Mengran said, her brows slightly furrowed as she drew her sword from her waist. Seeing this, Gao Yang and Su Li quickly took out their weapons, nervously scanning their surroundings. Jiang Chen shook his head helplessly and bent down to pull a vine from the dead leaves on the ground. This is what grabbed Wang Xiaopang just now. It looks like a blood-sucking vine, but it's long dead. If it were alive, Wang Xiaopang would have been dragged away already. How could he still be here shouting? Su Mengran used her sword to sift through the leaves on the ground and indeed found nothing else. I was too nervous and misjudged the situation. Su Mengran's cheeks flushed slightly. She thought her strength was decent, but she didn't expect to be less experienced than Jiang Chen in the wild. It was so embarrassing. Being cautious is never wrong. There are dead blood-sucking vines here, and we can't rule out the possibility of live ones nearby, Jiang Chen said, tossing aside the vine in his hand. His experience in survival in the wild was entirely due to the years spent playing the online game Gods. After all, Gods is a holographic game, and many of the common knowledge in it applies here as well. Moreover, the two worlds are so similar that even the levels of martial artists and spirit masters are exactly the same as in the game, not to mention other aspects. Wang Xiaopang? Who's Wang Xiaopang? Wang Xiaoming was stunned for a moment before reacting. Jiang Chen, what are you calling me? Who gave you the right to nickname people? Humph, as if you're not fat. Su Li had a big issue with Wang Xiaoming and seized the opportunity to scold him. How timid are you? Just a dead vine scared you like this, and you keep talking about Jiang Chen. He's way stronger than you. How is he stronger than me? I have over 300 kilograms of strength in one hand, and Jiang Chen's last test was less than 200 kilograms. If danger really comes, won't it still depend on me? Wang Xiaoming retorted defiantly. Hearing this, Jiang Chen raised an eyebrow. He was indeed curious about how much strength he had in one hand now. After taking 5 advanced second-grade yellow jade pills, his one-hand strength should be at least over 1,000 kilograms. That was a conservative estimate. However, when he returned this time, he planned to synthesize third-grade yellow jade pills, and at that time, reaching 2,000 kilograms in one hand would definitely be no problem, and even 3,000 kilograms wasn't impossible. Stop arguing, let's hurry up. There are already quite a few teams coming this way, Su Mengran said, not wanting to waste time on such trivial matters, and turned to walk quickly into the depths of the jungle. Su Li glared at Wang Xiaoming and hurriedly followed. Along the way, Su Mengran casually picked a few mushrooms and some herbs. All of these could count for points when they returned. The school wasn't worried about anyone cheating. With today's technology, it could easily detect the time these herbs were collected. If it was before the start of this test, it naturally wouldn't be counted in the scores. Gao Yang also played to his strengths, finding several pieces of rock crystal from the crevices of stones. This was one of the mainstream alloy materials on the market and was quite valuable. I caught a rabbit, can this count for points? Wang Xiaoming suddenly ran over holding a plump rabbit. It might not count for points, but it can definitely be a bonus meal tonight, Jiang Chen said, stroking his chin and evaluating seriously. You can't have any of it for the bonus meal. Wang Xiaoming snorted coldly, hanging the rabbit on his backpack. Just then, a sharp scream from Su Li suddenly echoed not far away. Jiang Chen and the others heard the commotion and immediately ran over. They saw Su Li being dragged up a large tree by numerous vines, while Su Mengran was struggling below, using her long sword to slash at the endless vines surrounding them. Wang Xiaoming and Gao Yang had never encountered such a scene and were completely dumbfounded. What are you standing there for? Go help! Jiang Chen pulled out a black iron fruit knife from his pocket and rushed forward without a second thought. If Suli was taken away by the blood-sucking vines, she would probably be done for before the teacher even arrived. Wang Xiaoming and Gao Yang quickly reacted and took out their weapons to help. With the addition of Jiang Chen and the others, the situation immediately improved. Su Mengran seized the opportunity and rescued Suli from the blood-sucking vines. These things are endless, we need to retreat. After Jiang Chen said this, he turned and ran. As for whether the others followed, he couldn't care less. Staying here to tangle with the blood-sucking vines would only exhaust their physical and spiritual energy, ultimately becoming nourishment for the vines. Unless they had a fire-type spiritual master, they could still fight these blood-sucking vines. Otherwise, with their strength, no matter how many they were, they would just be sending themselves to their doom. After running several hundred meters, the blood-sucking vines finally stopped pursuing them. That scared me to death, I thought I was done for, Suli said, her face still pale with fear, tears glistening on her cheeks, looking pitiful. Ah, my weapon was taken by the blood-sucking vines, Gao Yang sighed dejectedly. The test had just begun, and he had already lost his weapon. With such a long time left, he could only deal with ordinary beasts barehanded. Originally, their team already had Jiang Chen who was just tagging along, and now there was another one like him. There was no hope of getting a good ranking. You lost your weapon while trying to save me, I'll buy you a new one after we get out, Suli said understandingly. She remembered that Gao Yang used a fine steel weapon, which she could still afford to replace, costing a few thousand. Forget it, let's talk about it after we get out. Gao Yang was completely disheartened, just hoping he wouldn't drag the team down too much, so at least their score wouldn't look too bad. Classmate Gao, I have some extra weapons here, why don't I lend you one? Jiang Chen used his backpack as cover and took out a mysterious iron fruit knife from his inventory, handing it to Gao Yang. That works. Gao Yang accepted the fruit knife without refusal. He had seen Jiang Chen cut through many blood-sucking vines earlier, so having a weapon, even if it was just a fruit knife, would at least help in similar situations. Jiang Chen, what kind of habit is this? Going out with so many fruit knives in your backpack, Wang Xiaoming said, looking speechless. One for cutting monsters, one for slicing meat, one for peeling fruit, each has its own purpose. Otherwise, the food will taste mixed, and that wouldn't be good, Jiang Chen replied half-jokingly. Su Mengran looked at Jiang Chen with confusion. Wang Xiaoming and Gao Yang were too nervous and might not have carefully observed the hardness of the blood-sucking vines. But she was very clear. If it were just an ordinary fruit knife, it would definitely not be able to cut through the blood-sucking vines. Su Mengran was curious but did not ask directly. Everyone has their own secrets. Not disturbing others is the most basic courtesy. Let's find a place to rest, everyone is tired. Su Mengran turned her gaze to the other three. I agree, Wang Xiaoming shook his arms. I've been chopping blood-sucking vines for half a day, my hands are sore. When I was looking for rock crystals earlier, I found a small pond up ahead, the view is open there, and there shouldn't be any blood-sucking vines around, Gao Yang said. Okay, Su Mengran nodded slightly, let's head over there. Jiang Chen and the others walked a short distance and quickly found the pond Gao Yang mentioned. The area nearby was mostly shallow water, with not many plants, but they could see traces of animal activity. Everyone eat something, and then let's continue on our way. Su Mengran also noticed this and immediately understood that they couldn't stay here for long. Although they needed to hunt wild beasts or monsters to gain points, that was only under the premise of ensuring safety. She had observed that there were at least 7 or 8 types of animal footprints near the pond. If there were powerful monsters inside, they would be in danger. Suli and the others were completely unaware of this and each found a place to rest. Jiang Chen also found a rock to sit on, then took out some food and drinking water from his backpack. Perhaps because he had taken the Huanyu Dan, he didn't feel very hungry and just ate a little. Taking advantage of the fact that no one was around, Jiang Chen opened his item bar to take a look. Inside, besides 3 black iron fruit knives, there were also 18 purple-red vines. These were collected when he saved Suli earlier. Blood-sucking vines have strong vitality. Even if they are separated from the main body, they can still take root and survive elsewhere. He had a premonition that processing this thing with the synthesis table would definitely yield unexpected results. With that thought, Jiang Chen directly opened the synthesis table. The item bar in the universal synthesis table had no physical form, only he could see them. Therefore, he could synthesize items at any time. However, he still needed to provide some cover when taking things out of the item bar. Would you like to synthesize a first-level blood-sucking vine? Synthesize. First level blood-sucking vine synthesized, congratulations on obtaining a second level blood-sucking vine, tamed version. Jiang Chen's heart stirred. Tamed version, could this thing recognize a master? Jiang Chen looked at the description. Second level blood-sucking vine, tamed version can recognize a master by blood. A tamed blood-sucking vine can be controlled by thought, attack methods, strangulation, blood-sucking. It can actually be used as a weapon. Jiang Chen immediately became interested. The blood-sucking vine did not have its own consciousness. It was reasonable that it needed thought to control its actions after being separated from the main body. Moreover, the blood-sucking vine still belonged to the plant category, so storing it in the item bar was completely fine. When encountering enemies, taking it out from the item bar would not only catch them off guard, but others would definitely not expect that the blood-sucking vine was being controlled by a person. This was simply the best tool for causing trouble. However, Jiang Chen planned to synthesize the remaining blood-sucking vines after returning. He had already used up 1/3 of his spiritual power, and continuing to synthesize would deplete it further, making it difficult to participate in the field test. Besides, if the first level blood-sucking vine was so fierce, the second level blood-sucking vine should be sufficient. Jiang Chen cut his finger to recognize the second level blood-sucking vine as his master. With a thought, the blood-sucking vine sprang out from the item bar and burrowed into the ground. The blood-sucking vine traveled underground, reaching about 50 meters before hitting its limit. Jiang Chen was very clear that this was not the limit of the blood-sucking vine's attack range, but rather the limit of his mental power. As long as his mental power increased, the blood-sucking vine's attack range would also expand. At this moment, Jiang Chen sensed a venomous snake slowly crawling on the ground through the blood-sucking vine. He immediately controlled the vine to attack the snake. Before the snake could react, it was tightly wrapped by the vine, and the sharp thorns pierced its skin, beginning to drain its bodily fluids. In just a few seconds, the snake had turned into a stiff, dried-up carcass. Jiang Chen remembered that when he first put away the blood-sucking vine, it didn't have thorns. Its attack method was simply to wrap around its prey, strangling it to death before the main body enjoyed the meal. But after leveling up, the blood-sucking vine had gained the ability to suck blood, and its power was extraordinarily strong. It seemed that if he had the chance, he needed to gather more blood-sucking vines for synthesis. Such a useful weapon made him look forward to its power after reaching full level. After resting for about 10 minutes, Jiang Chen and the others continued on their way. Wang Xiaoming was complaining endlessly. Who could understand the feelings of a fat person? He hadn't even warmed his seat yet. Hey, it seems like there are people ahead, Su Li suddenly said. It's Lu Chang and Zhao Xiu. Gao Yang said, and everyone in the team couldn't help but look at Jiang Chen. After all, the gossip about Jiang Chen and Zhao Xiu had spread throughout the school not long ago. Many people thought Jiang Chen was a pervert and isolated him. But after spending half a day together, they found that the rumors didn't seem so reliable. Although it was true that Jiang Chen was poor, bringing only a few fruit knives for such an important outdoor test, it was really not fair to label him as a pervert. They had Su Mengran, such a beautiful girl, in their team. Jiang Chen hadn't even looked at Su Mengran more than a few times. Even Wang Xiaoming was more attentive than Jiang Chen. So Zhao Xiu's claims were completely unfounded. Why is everyone looking at me? Jiang Chen said, puzzled. He hadn't put away the blood-sucking vine and had already noticed that there were people ahead. It seemed they were besieging a wild boar. The wild boar was just an ordinary beast, but since the revival of spiritual energy, even ordinary beasts had extraordinary strength. Lu Chang and the others, who had never had any combat experience, were struggling to surround a wild boar with 5 people. Zhao Xiu, who usually liked to dress up like a fairy, was also covered in dirt at this moment. She had been knocked down several times by the wild boar due to her slow reaction, and her snow-white dress was now covered in leaves and mud, looking like she had come from a refugee camp. Move faster, someone is coming. Don't let our hard work go to waste. For others to pick up the scraps. Lu Chang urged when he spotted Jiang Chen and the others not far away. Upon hearing this, the others dared not slack off any longer. Finally, with their combined efforts, the wild boar fell to the ground, covered in wounds. Lu Chan walked over to cut off the wild boar's tail, preparing to take it back as a trophy. At this moment, Zhao Xiu realized that the newcomers were actually Jiang Chen's team. She looked at her disheveled self and then at Su Mengran standing next to Jiang Chen, and a sense of inferiority arose within her. How could there be such a beautiful girl in the world, especially standing so close to Jiang Chen? Didn't she feel that Jiang Chen was exuding an air of poverty? After obtaining the spoils, Lu Chang immediately changed his expression and walked over to Su Mengran with a smile. Su school beauty, what a coincidence. How did your team fare? We only found some materials, Su Mengran replied with a faint smile. She seemed amiable to everyone, yet her true emotions were hard to read. There's no rush, the test has just started for less than half a day. We were just lucky to encounter a lone wild boar, so we should at least secure the minimum reward. Lu Chang said, though his eyes betrayed his concealed pride. Su Mengran was the most skilled in their class, rumored to be just half a step away from becoming a first-tier spirit master, and could break through at any moment. Despite her strong abilities, they had only managed to gather some materials, clearly hindered by a few members of the team. For instance, there was Jiang Chen, whose cultivation talent was only second-rate, and he had come to the field test with nothing but a fruit knife as a useless teammate. Who could carry the weight with such a burden? It was just Su Mengran's bad luck. However, considering this, Class 6 of the third year should currently have the highest score. That wild boar they had just encountered was quite powerful, possibly nearing the level of a demon beast. Of course, Lu Chang had never seen a real demon beast, he was just imagining it. Being able to outshine the school beauty made him feel naturally proud. Speaking in front of Su Mengran gave him confidence. TCH, you think you can get the minimum reward just by killing a wild boar? You guys are underestimating the field test. We just encountered a blood-sucking vine. Wang Xiaoming scoffed. He couldn't stand Lu Chang's arrogant demeanor. If they struggled so much with a wild boar, what would happen if they encountered a blood-sucking vine? Wouldn't they be wiped out? Wang Xiaoming, what nonsense are you talking? Everyone knows how terrifying blood-sucking vines are. If you really encountered one, would you still be here talking to us? Someone from Lu Chang's team immediately mocked. Exactly, you say. You encountered a blood-sucking vine, but where is it? How come we don't see you bringing out any spoils? Another person chimed in. They had just dealt with a large wild boar, and now they were all puffed up with pride. Seeing Wang Xiaoming trying to show off naturally annoyed them. Believe it or not, Wang Xiaoming said. Too lazy to explain to them. At that moment, the situation was critical. Who had the leisure to care about spoils? Moreover, blood-sucking vines were incredibly resilient. Even if he had the chance, he wouldn't dare carry one around. In any case, having seen Lu Chang and their team's level, Wang Xiaoming was quite confident in his own team. Compared to these guys, even Jiang Chen seemed much more likable. Indeed, people are often judged by comparison. We still have to continue on our journey, so we won't chat for long. I wish you all good results. Su Mengran clearly didn't want to waste time with them, greeted them, and turned to leave. Jiang Chen and the others followed suit. The school beauty is still as aloof as ever, someone sighed as they watched Su Mengran's departing figure. She has the right to be aloof, but the school beauty is still very polite to people. Every time I talk to her, it feels quite nice, another person said. Zhao Siyu bit her lip, feeling quite unhappy. She realized that for such a long time, Jiang Chen hadn't even glanced her way. Did he not say he liked her before? Now that there was a prettier school beauty by his side, he wouldn't even spare her a glance? Men are all big pigs. Wow, what happened to this wild boar? Suddenly, someone let out a scream. Everyone turned to look and found that the once plump wild boar's corpse had somehow turned into a dried corpse, looking particularly terrifying. Oh my God, could it really be a blood-sucking vine? Zhao Siyu said, her face filled with terror. It's only been such a short time, and this wild boar has been drained. Like this, it's too scary, right? The key is that it's so close to us. Could it attack us at any moment? Seeing this scene, Lu Chang's team was instantly thrown into chaos. They now understood that Wang Xiaoming wasn't just talking big earlier. There really are blood-sucking vines nearby. We need to hurry and leave, we can't stay here any longer. Lu Chang swallowed hard, unable to hide his panic. If they really encountered the blood-sucking vines, even seeking help from nearby teachers might be too late. The blood-sucking vines can cling to tree trunks and also move underground. Their attack range is not small. They must leave immediately. The farther away, the better. However, Lu Chang and the others did not know that the reason this wild boar had turned out like this was entirely the work of Jiang Chen. The blood-sucking vines do exist, and they are even of the second tier, but they are controlled by humans. Jiang Chen just wanted to play a little prank, and had no intention of using the blood-sucking vines to attack his classmates. If he really wanted to make a move, no one present would be able to escape. Lu Chang is such a cocky brat, he just killed a wild boar, and look at him, he's so proud, his tail is almost up in the sky. He really should experience the terror of the blood-sucking vines. Wang Xiaoming was furious, expressing his dissatisfaction all the way. It's just that Su Mengran has a good temper. If it were him with an ice-type spirit vein, he would definitely make those guys understand why the flowers are so red and why summer is so cool. Why Bother with him? We have men Gran in our team, one can match 10 of them, competing with them lowers our level. Su Li snorted lightly, but why can't we encounter fierce beasts like wild boars or tigers? Just 2 would be fine for us to practice. Don't rush, we haven't even reached the depths of the soul-disconnecting forest yet. Su Men Gran said to comfort them. That's true, if we really encounter wild boars or tigers, we wouldn't be afraid, Su Li said cheerfully. But soon, Su Li regretted it. Because instead of encountering wild boars or tigers, they came across a pack of wolves. Looking at the giant wolves in front of them, each 2 meters tall, Su Li's pupils trembled. Can she take back what she just said? She just wanted to practice with 1 or 2 beasts. But not this many. Jiang Chen, who hadn't taken the test seriously from the beginning, also became serious. Actually, as long as they weren't demon beasts, he could easily take them down one by one. But the sheer number was overwhelming, and there were 3 teammates around him who were almost scared to death. As for Su Mengran, she remained calm throughout. Jiang Chen knew she had strength, so he didn't bother with her. Don't be nervous, these are all ordinary beasts, not necessarily that strong, now just do as I say. While Jiang Chen was explaining to Su Li and the others, 2 wolves had already charged at them. Su Mengran drew her long sword, infused it with spiritual power, and suddenly swung it forward. One of the wolves was instantly split in half, visible ice flowers splattering out, leaving a trace of chill in the hot air. Su Li and the others were dumbfounded. Is this the power of an ice-type spirit master? Jiang Chen was also amazed by Su Mengran's display. From what he understood, Su Mengran was not yet a first-tier spirit master, but the sword energy she casually unleashed had such great power that it was truly unimaginable. It should be noted that spirit masters are different from martial artists. Martial artists focus on physical strength, while spirit masters excel in spiritual power attacks. Therefore, before a spirit master has fully developed, their combat power is not as strong as that of a martial artist. However, the strength Su Mengran displayed was even greater than that of martial artists at the same level. This was quite absurd. Remember what I just said. As another giant wolf charged at them, Jiang Chen threw out this line and pulled out a black iron fruit knife to help. He had not learned any martial arts techniques, but he had taken basic combat courses at school, and that knowledge was ingrained in his mind. Holding the fruit knife, Jiang Chen aimed at the nearest giant wolf and rushed forward, cutting off its right front leg. The black iron weapon could easily slay even a first-tier monster beast, let alone an ordinary wild animal. Even if its bones were hard, a single strike would be like cutting through tofu. The giant wolf, losing its balance, fell headfirst to the ground, landing in a rather undignified manner. Jiang Chen seized the opportunity to leap onto the giant wolf's back, aiming the fruit knife at its skull and stabbing down fiercely. Bang! The giant wolf, having just managed to rise halfway, crashed heavily back to the ground. It could no longer get up. Watching this scene, Su Li and the others were dumbfounded. They had originally thought Jiang Chen was the weakest link in the team. Little did they know, the fool was actually themselves. From the moment he struck to the moment he killed a giant wolf, Jiang Chen took less than 20 seconds. Although his speed was not as fast as Su Mengran's, the entire process was smooth and fluid, with clean and sharp movements that were impressively stylish. Could it be that these giant wolves were not as formidable as they had imagined? With this thought, Su Li and the others quickly regained their confidence. Let's do as Jiang Chen said, each of us take responsibility for one direction. Gao Yang snapped back to reality and reminded Su Li and Wang Xiaoming. What Jiang Chen had explained earlier was actually a tactic they often used with teammates when playing games. In situations with many small monsters, having one person responsible for one direction not only prevents missing any monsters but also guards against sneak attacks from behind. It was a method that anyone with a brain could come up with. However, for Gao Yang and the others, who lacked practical combat experience, it was certainly not something they could think of right away. Moreover, Jiang Chen had just demonstrated his skills in front of them. As a result, the credibility of what he had said increased by 70%. Even Wang Xiaoming obediently followed suit. Though referred to as a wolf pack, there were only a little over 10 in total. Jiang Chen and Su Mengran, as the main combat forces, had already dealt with the vast majority. Only 2 had been missed and were charging towards Gao Yang and the other 3 behind them. Here they come. Gao Yang was on high alert. His weapon had been snatched away by a blood-sucking vine, and now he only had a fruit knife borrowed from Jiang Chen. Fortunately, he was skilled with daggers and short swords, so the fruit knife was manageable for him. Initially, he was worried about the sharpness of the fruit knife, but seeing Jiang Chen had already taken down several giant wolves, he figured sharpness was not a concern. Finally, the first giant wolf charged in front of them. Gao Yang imitated Jiang Chen, first swinging the knife to injure the giant wolf's front leg before attacking its back. The process was fine, but the effectiveness of each step was much less. As a result, the giant wolf was only severely injured but not life-threatening. Su Li and Wang Xiaoming were dealing with another one. Compared to Gao Yang, they were not as fortunate. As they fought, they complained. Damn, is this wolf made of iron? I've slashed it several times and barely broke the skin. Stab its eyes, you fatso. Your weapon is so long, stab its eyes. Gao Yang heard the noise behind him and turned around, only to find Su Li and Wang Xiaoming working together, leaving only a few small wounds on the giant wolf. Their fine iron weapons struck the giant wolf as if they were chopping at a block of iron, unable to make any impact at all. What's going on? Gao Yang was completely confused. He had never struggled this much with a fruit knife. Was the defense of this giant wolf really that strong? He felt like the thing he had just chopped was completely different from what Su Li and the others were dealing with. The gap was just too big. Look at Su Mengran and Jiang Chen, weren't they chopping with ease? However, Gao Yang quickly snapped out of his daze and rushed over to help. After a tremendous effort, they finally dealt with the two giant wolves. Wang Xiaoming was almost exhausted. He sat down on the ground, drenched in sweat, and looked at Gao Yang. How much is your one-handed strength? It feels like your attack power is way stronger than mine. My one-handed strength is still over 300 kilograms, just like the last test. Gao Yang replied, baffled. That's about the same as mine. Wang Xiaoming said, puzzled. But how come chopping that giant wolf felt as easy as cutting a watermelon for you? Didn't you think its skin was thick? I was just about to ask, why was it so hard for you to chop that thing? Gao Yang also looked confused. At that moment, Jiang Chen and Su Mengran finished their side as well. As he walked over, he heard the conversation between Wang Xiaoming and Gao Yang. Jiang Chen opened his backpack, took a sip of mineral water, and then approached Gao Yang, saying, Didn't I tell you? This fruit knife is made of mysterious iron. Everyone present was filled with questions. You said this fruit knife is made of mysterious iron? Gao Yang doubted he had heard wrong and asked again. Yeah. Jiang Chen nodded. Wang Xiaoping said you chopped the monster like it was a watermelon. Didn't you notice it yourself? Gao Yang felt completely lost. He had always wondered why everyone's feedback on the giant wolf's defense was so different, and after all this time, it turned out it wasn't a problem with the people or the wolf. It was a problem with the weapon. Because what Jiang Chen gave him was just an ordinary fruit knife, he had never thought about the weapon in this way. After all, who would use mysterious iron to make a fruit knife? Damn! And didn't they say Jiang Chen's family was not well off? But carrying a few mysterious iron weapons around, is that something an ordinary person could do? Jiang Chen, do you have any extra fruit knives? Can you lend me one? Wang Xiaoming got up from the ground, his eyes sparkling as he approached Jiang Chen. That was a mysterious iron weapon. A slightly inferior one cost several tens of thousands, and a better one costs 6 figures. This was not something an ordinary family could afford. He also wanted to experience the thrill of chopping and enjoy the fun of slicing. What's wrong with a fruit knife? As long as it's made of mysterious iron, a fruit knife can be very impressive. Sure. Jiang Chen used his backpack as cover, took out a mysterious iron fruit knife from his inventory, and tossed it to Wang Xiaoming, saying, Lend it for a day, $500, remember to pay me back later. $500, why don't you just go rob someone? Wang Xiaoming glared. Then give it back to me. Jiang Chen extended his hand. Forget it, 500 it is. After Wang Xiaoming got the dark iron fruit knife, he couldn't put it down. Its weight was substantial, far beyond that of an ordinary fruit knife. Su Li looked at the dark iron weapons in Gao Yang and Wang Xiaoming's hands, feeling envious. Just think about it, $500 for rent a day. Renting it for 2 days during the field test would be totally worth it. But Jiang Chen said he only brought one for chopping monsters, one for cutting meat, and one for peeling fruit. That meant there was none for her. Jiang Chen, what were you thinking? Why bring so many dark iron fruit knives? Su Li couldn't contain her curiosity and asked. Well, Jiang Chen stroked his chin and said seriously, don't you think this style is very misleading? The enemy would never expect that a fruit knife you casually pull out from your bag would be a dark iron weapon, right? Gao Yang was speechless again. It wasn't just the enemy who wouldn't expect it, even he had been fooled. If Jiang Chen hadn't told him, he probably wouldn't have realized that the fruit knife in his hand was actually a dark iron weapon until the test was over. Jiang Chen, you actually have a bit of a brain. This idea is quite reliable. If it were me, I definitely wouldn't be wary of a fruit knife. Wang Xiaoming gave Jiang Chen a thumbs up. right? I think this idea is pretty good too. Jiang Chen suddenly changed the subject, so, what do you think? Interested? How about I sell you this fruit knife for 50,000? He remembered that Wang Xiaoming's family was doing alright, so buying a weapon worth several tens of thousands shouldn't be a problem. The key was that the dark iron fruit knife didn't look very good, taking it out wouldn't be impressive and might even invite ridicule. Now that he had someone who was easily fooled, how could he let this opportunity slip away? 50,000? Hearing this price, Wang Xiaoming was indeed tempted. He knew that the fine iron weapon in his hand had cost him 20,000. Now it was still in good condition, and if he sold it in the second-hand market, he should be able to recover about 80 to 90%. Then he could add a little over 30,000. And own a dark iron weapon with such a good disguise as a fruit knife. It was simply too cost-effective. Alright, Wang Xiaoming thought for a moment and decisively said, I'll have my dad transfer the money to you when we get back. Gao Yang looked at the fruit knife in his hand and felt a bit tempted too. He was already good at using short weapons, but the 50,000 price was far beyond his budget. He decided to wait until he had the means to get a new weapon. After collecting the spoils from the giant wolf, Jiang Chen and the others continued deeper into the soul-breaking forest. In the next few hours, they encountered a hyena, a jungle python, and a leopard. With dark iron weapons in hand, Wang Xiaoming and Gao Yang were highly enthusiastic about fighting. They charged at any creature they saw and hacked away without much difficulty. This further solidified Wang Xiaoming's determination to buy the dark iron fruit knife. This fruit knife is so useful. Dark iron weapons are indeed different. Wang Xiaoming swung the weapon in his hand, growing more satisfied with each moment. Dark iron weapons could even injure first-tier demon beasts. How could ordinary wild animals withstand that? Lu Chang and the others were so arrogant. After hunting a wild boar, I wonder if they would drop their jaws if they knew we already had 15 prey, Suli said mischievously. Originally, she, with her fine iron weapon, should have been the main combat force in the team. But now, she had become the main battlefield for Wang Xiaoming and Gao Yang. Even Su Mengran hadn't had anything to do for a long time and could only pick mushrooms and herbs out of boredom, making it seem like they were on a picnic in the soul-breaking forest. As for Jiang Chen, he had been quietly observing the team's position. Fortunately, it wasn't too far off from where he wanted to go. At this speed, he could sneak out tonight while everyone was asleep. To check the situation at the location of the daytime light pillar. If a secret treasure really did appear, it would be worth the trip. The sky gradually darkened. Jiang Chen and the others found a slightly elevated hill and prepared to spend the night there. For dinner tonight, does everyone want rabbit meat, wolf meat, dog meat, snake meat, or leopard meat? Wang Xiaoming laid out 5 different types of ingredients in front of everyone. He had specially collected these, intending to enjoy the fun of cooking outdoors. However, it seemed no one was interested. I'll eat dry rations. Jiang Chen raised the scallion-flavored biscuits in his hand. He didn't want to eat meat that had been sitting out for 5 or 6 hours in the heat. I brought a self-heating hot pot. Suli happily took a packaged box out of her backpack. I have fasting pills, Su Mengran said. Wang Xiaoming, I want to ask, do you usually cook? Gao Yang suddenly asked. I don't cook. Wang Xiaoming was taken aback, but I've seen it on TV. When they go on outdoor adventures, they just catch some wild game and roast it over a fire, and it's good to eat, right? You know that's acting, Gao Yang shrugged. Also, just a friendly reminder, without professional tools and seasonings, ordinary wild animals won't taste good. After all, this isn't monster meat. Forget it, if you guys aren't eating, I'll eat by myself. Wang Xiaoming was determined, grabbing the rabbit and running off to start a fire. The result was predictable. Half an hour later, Wang Xiaoming ended up with a lump of charcoal. In the end, he could only miserably gnaw on his dry rations. I found a lot of these big leaves. If we use more, it should be quite comfortable to sleep on. Suli dragged several banana-like leaves to the sleeping area. Su Mengran was sprinkling insect repellent around the campsite. Everyone remember to sprinkle more insect repellent. Many poisonous insects like to come out at night, and it would be troublesome if you get bitten, Su Mengran reminded everyone after using up her own repellent. Watching everyone prepare to rest, Jiang Chen felt unusually excited. The distance to the location of the black light pillar was no more than 3 kilometers. A round trip would only take an hour. That was completely enough. He didn't know how long it had been, but Jiang Chen heard Wang Xiaoming snoring beside him. Glancing over, all 4 of them were asleep. He immediately flipped over and sat up, then quietly left the campsite. Just as Jiang Chen left, Su Mengran suddenly opened her eyes. She slightly raised her hand, and a butterfly made of frost landed on her fingertip. Did you find it? Su Mengran squinted her eyes, her expression completely different from usual. This time, I must have it. Jiang Chen let the blood-sucking vine clear the way, successfully avoiding several dangers. Finally, he arrived near the black light pillar without incident. The light pillar only appeared for a few seconds, so Jiang Chen only knew its approximate location. However, every time a secret treasure emerged, the surrounding energy fluctuations were very intense, and careful searching would surely reveal clues. For such physical labor, Jiang Chen naturally did not need to do it himself. The blood-sucking vine was much more sensitive to energy than humans. He only needed to control the blood-sucking vine to expand the search radius slowly from his position, and he would eventually find the location where the black light pillar appeared during the day. Sure enough, after the blood-sucking vine wandered around for a while, it quickly discovered a tree hole that led to another world. It was a naturally formed cave. In the middle of the cave, a mass of black energy was condensing, which was clearly the source of the light pillar from earlier. Jiang Chen retracted the blood-sucking vine and prepared to go down to take a look himself. Inside the tree hole, the space was very narrow. By pushing aside the dead branches and leaves on the surface, he could see a slanted passage leading downwards. Knowing there was no danger below, Jiang Chen bent down and entered. Following the passage down, it wasn't long before he arrived at the cave. This cave was filled with a large number of luminous stones, so there was no need to worry about lighting. Jiang Chen turned off his flashlight and put it away, then walked towards the mass of black energy in the center of the cave. It really is a secret treasure. Looking at the scene before him, Jiang Chen was even more certain that this world was connected to the online game All Heavens he played. Even the scene of the secret treasure's emergence was exactly the same. Most other things probably existed as well. Thinking of the terrifying bosses in the All Heavens world, Jiang Chen couldn't help but shiver. If he remembered correctly, the entrance to the All Heavens world was continuously connected to Earth, right? If those bosses came to Earth, even one of them could cause catastrophic destruction. It wasn't an exaggeration, it was true destruction. Forget it. These weren't things he should be thinking about right now. He should focus on improving his strength and then go to the All Heavens world. That was what he should be doing. Jiang Chen was very experienced in opening secret treasures, but this black secret treasure was the first he had seen. To be safe, he controlled the blood-sucking vine to enter the energy mass and rolled out the contents inside. It was a pure black box, intricately carved with mysterious patterns, reflecting a faint metallic sheen under the glow of the luminous stones. In fact, secret treasures were just the treasure chests often mentioned in their game. What could be opened depended entirely on luck. But inside, it was definitely all good stuff. It wouldn't give you a pile of junk. This was also what made secret treasures attractive. Take a chance, and a bicycle could turn into a motorcycle. Who knows, he might even get a divine weapon from the secret treasure. Jiang Chen seemed to regain the excitement he felt the first time he opened a secret treasure, rubbing his hands together and saying, "Give me 2 martial arts techniques, that's exactly what I need right now." But just as he was about to open the treasure chest, a beam of ice blue sword energy suddenly descended from the sky. Jiang Chen reacted quickly, hugging the treasure chest and stepping back. The ice blue sword energy struck the ground, instantly sending stones flying and leaving a half-meter deep pit. This familiar move, this familiar color. Jiang Chen turned to look and saw Su Mengran standing at the entrance of the cave, frost and snow swirling around her body, her hair dancing in the wind, beautiful beyond mortal comparison. Most importantly, the powerful spiritual pressure emanating from her was far beyond that of a high school senior. This girl had been hiding her strength all along. "Put down the box in your hands," Su Mengran said frostily, looking at Jiang Chen. "Why should I listen to you? You're not my wife." Jiang Chen raised an eyebrow. "You." Su Mengran's face flushed, her eyes filled with anger. "Don't be so glib. This secret treasure was discovered by me first, and you must hand it over. If you discovered it first, why is it in my hands? This thing is unowned, understand?" Jiang Chen patted the box in his hands. "But now it's mine. So you're not willing to part with it? Then don't blame me for being rude." Su Mengran's gaze sharpened, and the frost and snow swirling around her body all converged towards the long sword in her hand. In an instant, the temperature in the entire cave dropped significantly. However, before she could make a move, a purplish-red vine suddenly shot up from the ground, agilely wrapping around her calf. Su Mengran was taken aback. How could there be blood-sucking vines in a place like this? She hurriedly swung her sword, trying to cut the vine, but only left a few shallow wounds on it. How is this possible? Su Mengran was stunned. She was using an alloy weapon, how could she not even cut through a blood-sucking vine? "I didn't expect the school beauty Su to enjoy a little bondage play. Well, I won't keep you company, you can have fun. Jiang Chen waved his hand and quickly made his escape with the treasure chest. Jiang Chen! Hearing the shout from behind, Jiang Chen shivered. He hadn't realized that Su Mengran had quite the temper. She usually seemed so gentle. Turns out it was all an act. Women are truly terrifying. Jiang Chen emerged from the tree hole, just about to leave when he saw several dark figures approaching. Could they also be after the treasure? Thinking of Su Mengran still trapped below, he immediately retracted the blood-sucking vine and stored the treasure chest in his inventory. He would leave these guys for Su Mengran. Let her vent her anger, consider it a few punching bags for her. Inside the cave, Su Mengran had just freed herself from the vine's entanglement when she heard footsteps coming from the passage. These persistent guys. Su Mengran felt a bit irritated but knew she couldn't hide. The tree hole was the only exit. If she went out now, she would run straight into those guys. It was better to stay here and at least have more space to move when the fight broke out. Miss, it really is you. A young man walked out from the passage, followed by two men in black. What do you want? Su Mengran asked in a low voice. Miss, you know, according to the markings, a treasure has recently appeared here. The young man said flatly, so please hand over the treasure. It's the Su family's property, and you have no right to keep it for yourself. Hearing this, Su Mengran was instantly furious. The treasure is not in my hands, it was gone when I arrived. There is no one else here. The young man obviously didn't believe Su Mengran's words. This was not the first time Su Mengran had seized family resources. The family had already issued a death order. If Su Mengran didn't repent, they could directly cripple her and take her back. I'll say it again, the treasure is not in my hands. Su Mengran's tone turned completely cold. Although for so many years, she had been secretly working against the Su family, she never expected that one day she would end up taking the blame for someone else. Su Mengran felt a surge of anger at the thought of Jiang Chen. Not only did he steal her treasure, but he also dared to call her his wife. How shameless! The young man sensed that Su Mengran was unusually irritable. Today, he had seen her a few times before, and she had always been cold and aloof. But today, every word she spoke was laced with anger. Could it be that the treasure had already been opened, but nothing good had come out of it? That would be troublesome. If that were the case, he would have to tie Su Mengran up and take her back to report. Miss, we don't want to waste time. Just hand over the treasure and we'll leave. Immediately, the young man took a deep breath and repeated. Can't you understand human language? Su Mengran retorted, her ice-blue eyes devoid of warmth. Miss, if you don't cooperate, we'll have to take action. Just as the young man finished speaking, he saw a small, translucent staff suddenly appear in Su Mengran's left hand. She raised the staff high and calmly said, I seal. Jiang Chen had already walked a distance and was almost at the camp when a sudden chill swept over him from behind. He turned back, sensing something. To his surprise, he saw that it was snowing in the direction where the treasure had appeared. No way! Jiang Chen instantly thought this must be Su Mengran's doing. Goodness! She could even change the weather. What kind of power was that? Or did Su Mengran have some incredible equipment? Regardless of which, Jiang Chen felt a bit uneasy. He could guarantee that Su Mengran would definitely come after him later. Should he just give her half of what was in the treasure chest? No way! Jiang Chen immediately dismissed that thought. He had found the treasure first, it made no sense to share it with Su Mengran. She wasn't even his wife. Besides, that girl looked like she was wealthy. Why should he, a poor guy, consider the feelings of a rich person? Shouldn't Su Mengran be generous and let him have the stuff? Thinking this, Jiang Chen quickened his pace back. With others around, Su Mengran would definitely find it inconvenient to act. Once he returned to Spring City, where fighting was prohibited, he would be safe. Upon returning to the camp, Jiang Chen found that Wang Xiaoming and the others were already awake. They stared at Jiang Chen for a moment. Su Li was the first to react, running up and asking, Where did you and Mengran go? I woke up and found you both missing. I thought you were taken away by a monster. Oh, Jiang Chen casually made up a reason. I'm a light sleeper, so I went out for a walk when I couldn't sleep. It's the middle of the night, and you're walking in the soul-disrupting forest? Su Li's eyes widened, utterly speechless at Jiang Chen. If you hadn't come back, we would have almost asked the nearby teachers for help. Asking for help from the teachers would mean giving up on the test. All the loot they had collected would be for nothing. You're overreacting. I really just went for a walk. I didn't encounter a single rabbit on the way, let alone any danger, Jiang Chen explained helplessly. What about Mengran? Did you see her? Su Li continued to ask. No, Jiang Chen shook his head decisively. Su Li? Don't worry too much. Jiang Chen is back safe and sound, and Mengran is so strong, she'll be fine. Gao Yang came over to comfort her. Exactly, Jiang Chen wholeheartedly agreed with Gao Yang. Su Mengran was not just strong, he even suspected she was already a spirit master. As for her level, it was hard to say. In any case, in the soul-disrupting forest, no one could be her opponent. Of course, this was limited to humans. Let's wait another half hour. If Mengran doesn't come back in half an hour, we'll go look for her, Su Li suggested. Half an hour should be enough time for her to return, Jiang Chen estimated. This time, Jiang Chen was pretty close to guessing right. Su Mengran returned to the camp just in time for half an hour. She looked a bit tired, and her breath was somewhat unsteady. Su Li and the others immediately surrounded her. Mengran, are you okay? Su Li asked with concern. What could possibly be wrong with me? Su Mengran smiled faintly. It's so late, where have you been? I was worried. Sick about you. Su Li looked Su Mengran up and down, and seeing that she had no injuries, the heavy stone in her heart finally fell. Su Mengran paused, her gaze suddenly landing on Jiang Chen. You should ask Jiang Chen. Upon hearing this, Su Li and the others turned to look at Jiang Chen in unison. Ha? Jiang Chen looked completely baffled. Why are you asking me? I'm tired. I'm going to sleep first. After throwing the question to Jiang Chen, Su Mengran directly returned to her spot and lay down, as if everything around her had nothing to do with her. Leaving Jiang Chen alone, feeling disheveled in the wind. Damn, this girl is setting him up. Su Li and the others exchanged glances, then rushed to Jiang Chen's side. You little brat, honestly tell us what you did. With the school beauty. Wang Xiaoming glared at Jiang Chen fiercely. Yeah, be honest. Su Li echoed. Well, it's better to clarify things, Gao Yang nodded in agreement. Jiang Chen's mouth twitched. Don't listen to her, it's not what you think. What do you mean it's not what we think? Su Li stepped forward, her face full of gossip. Tell us the truth, did you secretly go on a date? With Mengran? No, absolutely not. Jiang Chen denied it emphatically. Not to mention they didn't even have a date. Even if they were really that kind of relationship, Su Mengran had just met him and would have wanted to chop him in half with a sword, which would be more appropriately described as attempting to harm her husband. Jiang Chen, I didn't expect you to be this kind of person. Mengran even had us ask you, and you still won't admit it. You're such a scumbag. Su Li looked at Jiang Chen with disappointment. Yeah, scumbag. Wang Xiaopang nodded vigorously. We're almost graduating. From high school, there's nothing wrong with admitting to being in a relationship, and it's not like there are outsiders here. Gao Yang said earnestly. You all just think I have something with Su Mengran, right? Jiang Chen saw that he couldn't explain himself, so he decided to just go for it. Fine, then I'll just tell the truth. Before Jiang Chen could finish, Su Mengran suddenly turned over and sat up. Don't say it. Su Mengran glared at Jiang Chen. See, she doesn't want me to say it. Jiang Chen spread his hands. Seeing this, Su Li and the others were even more convinced that Su Mengran and Jiang Chen had an unspeakable relationship, but they just weren't ready to go public yet. Thinking about how his goddess was being deceived by Jiang Chen, Wang Xiaoming was almost in tears. Bro, try to take it easy. Gao Yang patted Wang Xiaoming on the shoulder. Don't worry, I won't say anything. Su Li raised her hand to assure them. Jiang Chen. Su Mengran. Su Mengran was only worried that Jiang Chen would accidentally reveal the secret treasure, not knowing that Su Li and the others were so good at making assumptions. The key was that it was impossible to explain clearly now. Forget it, let's sleep. Su Mengran completely gave up. Who cares what others think? Anyway, she wouldn't stay in Spring City for long. Once she got to university, who would still know who? Alright, everyone disperse, we have a test tomorrow. Jiang Chen waved his hand, sending Su Li and the others away. He still had important matters to attend to. With everyone gathered here, it wasn't convenient for him to take action. Su Li and the others reluctantly left. The surroundings finally quieted down. Jiang Chen opened the synthesis table. Although he had used some spiritual power during the day to synthesize the blood-sucking vine and deal with the wolf pack, he had mostly recovered by now since Wang Xiaoming and Gao Yang had been working in the afternoon. For him, having full spiritual power without using it was a waste. Moreover, since he was being watched by Su Mengran, improving his strength was definitely a priority. Jiang Chen now had two choices. One was to continue synthesizing the fruit knife, and the other was to continue synthesizing the blood-sucking vine. He wasn't sure what other weapons could be synthesized from the black iron fruit knife, but he knew that continuing to synthesize the blood-sucking vine would likely yield a third-tier blood-sucking vine. Based on his observations, the second-tier blood-sucking vine already had the defensive power of a second-tier monster, making it practically invulnerable. The third-tier blood-sucking vine would correspond to a third-tier monster. Although its attack methods were limited to strangulation and blood-sucking, the blood-sucking vine's powerful camouflage ability often allowed it to exert effects greater than its own strength. After a moment of consideration, Jiang Chen made up his mind. He took out 2 blood-sucking vines from his inventory and added them directly to the synthesis table. After synthesizing a first-tier blood-sucking vine, he continued to add the second-tier blood-sucking vine to the synthesis table. Do you want to synthesize a second-tier blood-sucking vine? Synthesize. Second-tier blood-sucking vine synthesized. Congratulations on obtaining a third-tier blood-sucking vine tamed version. Jiang Chen eagerly glanced at the attributes of the third-tier blood-sucking vine. Third-tier blood-sucking vine, tamed version has recognized its master. The tamed blood-sucking vine can be controlled by thought attack methods. Strangulation, blood-sucking, mild toxicity. A new attack method? Jiang Chen's eyes lit up. Mild toxicity means it can poison enemies but not kill them. It could be quite convenient to use in certain situations. For example, it would work well against Su Mengran. He just didn't know what the poisoning effect would be, so he could find an opportunity to test it tomorrow. The next day came in the blink of an eye. Jiang Chen hadn't slept much all night but was still full of energy. Su Mengran, on the other hand, had dark circles under her eyes and looked a bit spiritless, though it didn't really affect her looks, she just appeared a bit downcast. The test ends at 6 in the evening. Let's take a stroll nearby and prepare to head back. Su Mengran said to Jiang Chen and the others. The secret treasure was gone. And there was no point in going deeper into the soul. This location was already quite dangerous. We can take another route back, maybe we'll discover something else. Su Li immediately suggested. I have no objections, whatever works, Wang Xiaoming said with a mouthful of bread, his words unclear. Then let's have breakfast first, and we'll set off in 10 minutes. After saying that, Su Mengran glanced over to the corner. Jiang Chen was sitting there drinking water. Feeling Su Mengran's gaze, he sighed helplessly. This was already the 5th time Su Mengran had looked at him that morning. If someone didn't know better, they might think the campus belle Su was secretly in love with him. But he knew very well that Su Mengran was definitely thinking about how to deal with him. This little girl, usually gentle and soft, actually had a lot on her mind. Anyone who was deceived by her appearance would definitely end up being sold out and still help count the money. As for Su Mengran's behavior, it appeared to Su Li and the others more like a young couple having a quarrel. Jiang Chen had been inactive, which made Su Li anxious to death. Finally, unable to bear it any longer, she secretly ran to Jiang Chen's side and asked in a low voice, "Did you argue with Mang Ran yesterday?" Argue? Jiang Chen thought for a moment, not really. They just had a fight. Didn't you notice that Mang Ran was angry? Su Li looked at Jiang Chen with exasperation. I know. Jiang Chen nodded. Su Mang Ran's displeasure was practically written on her face, who could miss it? However, watching the treasure being snatched away would make anyone gloomy for a few days. That's normal. He was different, he had found the treasure and was in a great mood. Once he got back, he had to find a place to celebrate. Life is meant to be enjoyed. Then why don't you hurry up and comfort Mang Ran? Girls need to be pampered. If you do nothing, she'll just get angrier, Su Li said in a tone of someone with experience, not realizing she was also an 18-year-old single dog. Not going to. Whether she gets angry or not, I'm in a pretty good mood anyway, Jiang Chen said, resting his hands behind his head and crossing his legs. Su Li was utterly stunned by Jiang Chen's words. How could someone like him have a girlfriend? Or does Su Mang Ran actually like this kind of person? I'm not talking to you anymore, I'm going to deal with some important life matters, Jiang Chen said, picking up his backpack and walking towards a nearby grove. Su Li. Jiang Chen found a place to relieve himself, then took out the third-tier blood-sucking vine from his inventory. Go, catch that rabbit for me. Upon receiving the command, the blood-sucking vine immediately slithered along the ground. The rabbits in the soul-disrupting forest were all agile and fast, but they had no resistance against the attack of the third-tier blood-sucking vine. Moments later, the blood-sucking vine dragged a poison rabbit back to Jiang Chen. Since Jiang Chen wanted to study the toxicity of the blood-sucking vine, he didn't let it drain the rabbit completely, he just used its thorns to pierce the skin and injected a small amount of toxin. Jiang Chen squatted down and turned the rabbit over. He discovered that the rabbit was still conscious, just completely stiff, as if it had been frozen in place. Could the toxin of the blood-sucking vine have a narcotic effect? Jiang Chen stroked his chin. If he were to fight, wouldn't it be invincible to hit the enemy with this? So Su Mengran better not provoke him. Otherwise, he wouldn't mind giving Su Mengran a taste of it too, letting her experience the effects of the anesthetic. After about 2 minutes, the rabbit's body gradually recovered, then it kicked its legs and struggled a few times before running away. Jiang Chen dusted off his hands and returned to the camp. But he saw Su Mengran and the others hiding behind a large rock, sneaking around like thieves. What are you guys doing? Jiang Chen asked in confusion. Shoo! Su Mengran turned around and made a shushing gesture. Jiang Chen sensed something was up and immediately walked over quietly. He saw that beneath the small hill, a creature several stories high was slowly moving its plump body. This monster is hard to describe in words. It is entirely made up of large chunks of flesh covered in tumor-like eyes. As it moves forward, dozens of eyes continuously rotate. Just a single glance can make one feel nauseous. Su Li and the others have already turned pale with fear. Su Mengran also has a serious expression. After a long time, when the monster finally leaves, Jiang Chen and the others come out from behind the stone. I swear, in my entire life, I've never seen such a disgusting thing. It's simply inhumane. Wang Xiaoming wipes the cold sweat from his forehead, speaking as if he has survived a disaster. Aren't we still in the safe zone? How could such a monster appear? Su Li's words are somewhat unsteady, her hands trembling, clearly shaken. That thing didn't seem like a beast, it looked more like a monster I once saw in a book, Gao Yang frowns and says. Monster? Wang Xiaoming's eyes widen. Aren't those only found in the worlds of the heavens? It is indeed a monster, Su Mengran confirms Gao Yang's speculation. The end of the soul-severing forest is the Sunset Mountain Range, which is adjacent to the entrance of the worlds of the heavens. It's possible that a monster escaped from the worlds of the heavens and wandered all the way from the Sunset Mountain Range to the soul-severing forest. My God, if it really is a monster from the worlds of the heavens, then we are in big trouble. Wang Xiaoming gasps. He never expected that on his first outdoor test, instead of encountering a beast, they would come across a creature from the worlds of the heavens. Although the worlds of the heavens have descended for hundreds of years, it is still too distant for ordinary people. Moreover, what appeared before them is a monster, something rarely mentioned online. We should report this to the nearby teachers, otherwise this outdoor test might cost a lot of lives. Su Mengran's expression is not good. Just as the treasure is about to appear, even monsters from the worlds of the heavens have shown up. Is this really just a coincidence? The black treasure is already an exception. The Su family is not clear about what is inside, so they treated it as an ordinary treasure site. But Su Mengran had seen related information in an ancient book. The black treasure represents evil, fear, and exchange. As long as one obtains the black treasure, they can gain endless power. This is also why she came to study in a small place like Spring City. After 2 years of lurking, she has been waiting for this day. She needs the things inside the black treasure to help her reclaim everything that belongs to her. Thinking of this, Su Mengran glances at Jiang Chen. As it happens, Jiang Chen is also looking at her. Do you want to pull off a big score? Jiang Chen suddenly speaks. What do you mean? Su Mengran is taken aback. I know how to kill that thing, how about we split the loot? Jiang Chen's reaction is completely different from Su Li and the others. The moment he saw the monster, it was as if he saw piles of silver. This type of monster is called Baoshan, which specializes in collecting various heavenly materials and treasures. Whenever there are heavenly materials and treasures, it is sure to appear. So, despite its disgusting appearance, as long as you cut it open, you can obtain all kinds of materials. When he played the online game Worlds of the Heavens, he spent half a month camping for this type of monster to respawn. The materials for his first spiritual weapon were also dropped by this kind of monster. At that time, many wealthy players approached him, wanting to buy the spiritual weapon he had, but he refused them all. If it weren't for that spiritual weapon, he wouldn't have developed so smoothly afterward. In the end, he could even compete with multiple forces. In fact, Baoshan's level is not high. In the Worlds of the Heavens online game, it is considered a welfare monster, roughly corresponding to the level of a 4th-tier beast in this world. But he still couldn't defeat it. Otherwise, how could I possibly pull others into the group? I don't want to. Su Mengran snorted lightly. She only wanted to retrieve the treasure chest she had guarded for 2 years. She wasn't interested in anything else. Moreover, that thing looked so disgusting. Why bother putting in the effort to kill it? How about this, you help me kill that monster, and all the loot will be mine. As for the treasure chest, I'll let you pick one item. Jiang Chen knew Su Mengran was still thinking about the treasure chest, so he lowered his voice immediately. The treasure mountain was full of moisture moving slowly, and ice-type spiritual power could restrain it completely. If Su Mengran was willing to help him, the battle could be resolved in 5 minutes. Let me pick one? Su Mengran immediately became unhappy. That's clearly my treasure chest. Treasures are unowned items, whoever grabs them gets them, and it currently belongs to me. Do you have any objections? Jiang Chen remained relatively calm, though his tone wasn't as pleasant. He wouldn't give in to her just because Su Mengran was pretty. If you want something, you have to pay the corresponding price. Isn't that how it should be? Just like he needed Su Mengran's help, so he used the items in the treasure chest as a trade. He wouldn't take advantage of others. But if others wanted to take advantage of him, that was out of the question. Fine, but you have to let me pick first. Su Mengran hesitated for a moment but decided to agree. There was no way around it. She had been observing Jiang Chen for a while and was certain the treasure chest was not with him. Once they returned to Spring City with the team, she would have no way to deal with Jiang Chen. By agreeing now, she at least had a chance to see the treasure chest. Okay. Jiang Chen raised an eyebrow. This wasn't a game where you could see attributes directly. Even he had to put items into the synthesis table to see the specific descriptions. If Su Mengran could really pick the best items, it would only mean she was lucky. Jiang Chen and Su Mengran left Su Li and the others behind, heading to notify the nearby teachers. In reality, they were chasing after the direction of the treasure mountain. Before long, they saw the fat body sitting on a patch of herbs, stuffing things into its mouth with a puffing sound. How do you think we should kill this thing? Su Mengran placed her hand on the weapon at her waist. She could roughly sense the aura of the monster in front of her. Although it looked terrifying, it wasn't to the point of being unmanageable. Use that move you did yesterday? Jiang Chen turned to look at Su Mengran. I don't know what you're talking about. Su Mengran pursed her lips. Alright then, just do your thing. This monster is afraid of ice-type spiritual power, just use your spiritual power to hit it. Seeing that he couldn't get anything out of Su Mengran, Jiang Chen lost interest in asking further. As soon as Jiang Chen's words fell, Su Mengran had already charged out. When she was about 4 or 5 meters away from the monster, she drew her long sword from her waist and drew a circle in the air, instantly forming a tornado mixed with frost. Jiang Chen recognized at a glance that this was a spiritual technique, and a high-level one at that. This girl was hiding her skills pretty well. In the next few minutes, it was basically Su Mengran's battlefield alone. Bao Shan's body was heavy, and its only means of attack was to jump up and crush the enemy with its weight. Su Mengran, however, was as agile as a butterfly. Especially every time she dodged the monster's attacks, her little waist twisted as if it were about to break. If this were to... Jiang Chen immediately interrupted his own thoughts. If he kept thinking, he wouldn't be able to stop. Not appropriate, not appropriate. Amidst the shaking of the ground, Bao Shan finally fell to the ground. Just after dealing with the monster, Su Mengran angrily approached Jiang Chen. Is this what you call cooperation? She had never seen a man make a woman do all the work while he sat by and slacked off. I never said I would do anything. Jiang Chen retorted confidently, besides, I provided you with ideas. I use my brain, you use your strength, that's also a form of cooperation. Su Mengran was utterly speechless at Jiang Chen. How could he say such things and still have the audacity? She was originally an ice-type spirit vein. Even without Jiang Chen's reminder, her spiritual power attribute was right there. Could this really be credited to Jiang Chen? The corpse is right there, you can handle it yourself. Su Mengran said irritably. Wait for me a moment. Jiang Chen took out a black iron fruit knife and approached Bao Shan's corpse. The frozen Bao Shan was already shattered into pieces. He rummaged inside for a moment and quickly dug out a large crystal. Inside the crystal was a black bead, and as he pried open the crystal with the knife handle, a rich fragrance immediately wafted out. Upon smelling this fragrance, Su Mengran couldn't help but be moved. What is this? Su Mengran couldn't help but step forward to ask. Medicine. Core. Jiang Chen was quite satisfied with this harvest. This Bao Shan clearly had a fondness for various herbs, which is why it formed a medicine core inside. The medicine core couldn't be taken directly. But if you scrape off a bit of powder and add it to a pill, it could increase the pill's potency by more than 10 times. Although he wasn't a pharmacist, he had a universal synthesis platform. Items processed with the synthesis platform would have their attributes significantly enhanced, and adding the medicine core in, he couldn't imagine what ordinary pills would turn into. You seem to know quite a bit. Su Mengran was just curious, she wouldn't be interested in materials dug out from that ugly thing. Let's go back and find Gao Yang and the others. Jiang Chen put away the medicine core and stood up. What about the treasure chest? Where did you hide it? Aren't we taking it back together? Su Mengran had always thought Jiang Chen had hidden the treasure chest in the wild. If they didn't find it now, when would they? Don't worry, I won't ditch you, Jiang Chen wasn't that foolish. Right now, it was just him and Su Mengran. Taking out the treasure chest was completely a gamble on whether Su Mengran would act. He didn't need to take that risk. Fine, you better not lie to me. Su Mengran warned Jiang Chen with a glance. She had deliberately shown her strength earlier to let Jiang Chen know how formidable she was. If this guy dared to deceive her, she wouldn't mind using force to snatch the treasure chest. Jiang Chen and Su Mengran returned to the camp, and Gao Yang and the others immediately surrounded them. How was it, Mengran? Did you find the teacher? Su Li asked anxiously. We didn't find the teacher, but we discovered that the monster has already gone deep into the soul-severing forest. As long as the students participating in the outdoor test don't exceed the safety range, there shouldn't be any problems. This was the story Su Mengran had discussed with Jiang Chen beforehand. They couldn't say that the monster had already been killed by them, otherwise Su Li would probably think they were out of their minds. That's great. Su Li breathed a sigh of relief, then let's hurry back. The test ends at 6 tonight. If we wait any longer, we might miss it. Su Mengran nodded. On the way back, they encountered quite a few teams. The vast majority of them looked extremely disheveled. After spending more than a day in the wild, many students were as dirty as street beggars. In contrast, Jiang Chen and his group, with their bags full of spoils, looked clean and refreshed. Of course, this did not include Wang Xiaoming. His physique had nothing to do with being fresh. It seems we should at least be in the top 3 of our grade, Wang Xiaoming said cheerfully. Once we reach the assembly point, we'll know our ranking for sure, Gao Yang said, glancing at the dark iron fruit knife in his hand. Such a good weapon was about to be returned, and he felt a bit reluctant at the thought. At that moment, Su Li suddenly ran over. I just heard a teen from the next class say that Zhao Siyu's team actually encountered a monster and even killed it. Su Li said incredulously. Is it Lu Chang's team? Wang Xiaoming laughed. That's the biggest joke I've heard this year. They can't even handle a wild boar, and they killed a monster? I heard. There are spoils, so it can't be fake, right? Su Li was also unwilling to believe it, but if Lu Chang could really produce spoils, then their team would definitely be first. Maybe they just found a dead monster's body and picked up a bargain. If it had been dead for many days, the teacher wouldn't let it pass. Wang Xiaoming still refused to believe that Lu Chang's team could kill a monster. These days, people don't even bother to draft their lies. They had seen the magical creatures of the myriad worlds today, and they didn't go around showing off to anyone. Jiang Chen remained quite calm. Originally, he participated in the outdoor test just to try to get a good ranking and obtain some spirit pearls. As a result, he had so many unexpected gains: blood-sucking vines, secret treasures, and medicinal cores. Especially the secret treasures and medicinal cores, just one of them could stir up a bloody storm. Don't be fooled by the surface calm of this world. When it comes to competing for resources, it's a real fight with real weapons. When Jiang Chen and the others arrived at the assembly point, it was still early. With only a few teams submitting their spoils, they found the testing point for Class 6 of the 3rd year and walked over. Teacher, these are our spoils. Su Mengran took the lead in placing her backpack on the table at the testing point. Looks like you had a good harvest, the homeroom teacher said with a smile, then opened the backpack and began to check the spoils one by one with the instrument. Adult giant back wolves, so many of them. Did you encounter a wolf pack? The homeroom teacher looked at Jiang Chen and the others in surprise. We encountered more than just a wolf pack, we also met a big guy, Wang Xiaoming said proudly. Oh? What big guy? The homeroom teacher became interested. The magical creatures of the myriad worlds. As soon as Wang Xiaoming finished speaking, a burst of laughter came from the side. Wang Xiaoming, you really are full of hot air, making up nonsense. Jiang Chen turned around and saw Lu Chang and Zhao Siyu coming from the direction of the broken soul forest. They all looked disheveled, as if they had rolled in the mud. But their spirits were high, and the dirt on their faces couldn't hide their excited expressions. One might think they had won the lottery. Who's bragging now? Seeing Lu Chang, Wang Xiaoming scoffed, I heard you guys killed a monster. Why not show us the spoils? You think I'm like you? I never talk big. Lu Chang stepped forward, holding his backpack, and opened the zipper. Suddenly, a strong smell of blood and a powerful spiritual pressure emanated from it. Jiang Chen raised an eyebrow. This aura felt somewhat familiar. Wang Xiaoming's expression also changed. Could it be that he was about to be slapped in the face? No way. How could Lu Chang and his group have the strength to kill a monster? Seeing Wang Xiaoming's expression, Lu Chang smirked and then dumped the contents of his backpack. It was a murky eyeball, as big as a watermelon, covered in slime, looking extremely nauseating. Jiang Chen sighed helplessly. He had guessed correctly. These guys were really too unaware of their own limitations. Even he wouldn't dare to bring this thing back, considering the chaos it would cause. Lu Chang and the others, however, treated it as their own trophy. They hadn't even considered whether their strength matched such spoils. Noticing the commotion, students from other classes gathered around. Wow, what an amazing spiritual pressure. This must be a monster. It looks like it just died not long ago, should be fine. I've heard that Lu Chang's team killed a monster, but I didn't expect it to be this big. Just looking at this eyeball, the body must be at least 7 or 8 meters tall. Ew, so disgusting. Didn't they say monster meat is delicious? Who could eat something that looks like this? Ugh, I think I'm going to vomit. This monster must be really powerful. Lu Chang and his team are incredible. However, Su Li and the others noticed something was off. Don't you think this thing looks a bit familiar? Su Li whispered. Damn, isn't this the eye of that demon creature? Wang Xiaoming couldn't help but curse. Indeed, Gao Yang nodded. Idiot. Even Su Mengran couldn't help but curse. Hearing the various gasps around them, Lu Chang and the others were almost floating with joy. Teacher, this is our trophy, please check it, Lu Chang said with excitement. He had heard that the first place in this test would be rewarded with over 100 spiritual beads and a bottle of Qingyu Dan, worth at least 6 figures. For ordinary high school students, this was definitely a fortune. Lu Chang had already planned how to spend this money on the way back. The homeroom teacher said nothing. He put on a new pair of gloves, his expression serious, and placed the eyeball from the table into the testing device. As a third-tier martial artist, he could tell at first glance that this trophy was abnormal. That strange aura definitely wasn't something a normal monster should have. Moreover, just from that suffocating spiritual pressure, it indicated that this monster's strength might be much greater than his own. How could this possibly be something ordinary high school students could handle? Of course, he hoped he was overthinking it. Faking trophies could lead to school disciplinary action. At this critical point before graduation, such an incident could even directly affect their college entrance exam results. A few minutes later, the test results came out. Looking at the various parameters displayed on the screen, the homeroom teacher's face darkened. Is this really your trophy? The homeroom teacher asked, looking up. Teacher, how could we dare to deceive you? When we encountered that monster, it was already severely injured. Even so, we exerted a lot of effort to kill it. Although we may have taken some shortcuts, luck is also a part of strength, and the school hasn't stated that we can't hunt injured monsters, right? Zhao Xiyu stepped forward and said. She had always maintained the image of a good girl and had a good impression with the teacher. No one might believe Lu Chang's words, but when it came from Zhao Xiyu, the effect was completely different. However, after hearing Zhao Xiyu's explanation, the homeroom teacher's expression did not improve. Then do you remember what this monster looked like? Well, Zhao Xiyu thought for a moment and said, its size was really too big. If I'm not mistaken, it should be a flesh worm? Of course, it could also be something else, I can't describe it well. When they saw the monster, it had already been dismembered into several pieces. Besides a worm, she really couldn't think of anything that could grow to such a state. Wang Xiaoming, go call the principal and the other teachers over, the homeroom teacher suddenly said. Upon hearing this, Zhao Xiyu and the others' expressions changed. Why did even the principal have to be called over? Even if their trophy was wrong, it shouldn't have escalated to this level. Teacher, what I said is true. When we encountered that monster, it was already on the verge of death. We just went up and gave it a few more stabs, Zhao Xiyu explained in a panic. Exactly. We didn't say anything false. Teacher, you must believe us. Lu Chang also looked anxious. But no matter how they explained, the homeroom teacher remained unmoved and signaled Wang Xiaoming again with his eyes. Teacher, I'm going now. Wang Xiaoming reacted and immediately ran off cheerfully. Letting these brats be arrogant, isn't this retribution coming? They dared to treat the monsters of the world as their trophies, they really thought they were something special. Saying it out loud, they wouldn't be afraid of being laughed at. Zhao Xiyu's face turned pale. Why did it turn out like this? What went wrong? They had rehearsed their lines several times on the way, there was no reason for them to slip up. Lu Chang returned to Zhao Xiyu's side with a gloomy face, complaining in a low voice, it's all your fault for coming up with a bad idea. Now look, the principal is here, how can we hide it? The teacher didn't say we cheated, why are you taking the blame on yourself? As long as we don't Admit it, we should be fine. Zhao Siyu comforted herself. Can't you see? This isn't just about cheating. Lu Chang was left with nothing but regret. He had been bewitched to believe this woman's nonsense. When I suggested it, didn't you all agree? Now you're blaming me? Zhao Siyu also got angry, wanting to push all the blame onto her. No way that would happen. Then what do you suggest we do? Lu Chang asked hopelessly. Still the same, just don't admit it. I think the teacher hasn't discovered that we cheated. Rather, the problem lies with the monster itself. Zhao Siyu pondered slightly. It can only be that way, Lu Chang said solemnly. The students watching the commotion were all confused. What's going on? Why did they call the principal? Could Zhao Siyu and the others have faked it? It's hard to say. Teacher Zhou actually called the principal and the accompanying teachers over. If it was just faking the spoils, it wouldn't have escalated to this extent. I said, besides Su Mengran, who in class 6 could possibly kill a monster? They probably just imagined how terrifying the monster's strength really is. But Zhao Siyu looks quite innocent. She doesn't seem like someone who would lie. Whether it's true or not, we'll find out soon. Before long, Wang Xiaoming brought the principal and the accompanying teachers over. The homeroom teacher called them aside to discuss for a moment, then returned to Jiang Chen and the others. Mengran, Wang Xiaoming just said you encountered a monster. Is that true? The homeroom teacher asked Su Mengran. Yes. Su Mengran nodded. What did the monster you saw look like? The homeroom teacher continued to repeat the question he had asked Zhao Siyu earlier. It was about 20 meters tall, with a large body, narrow at the top and wide at the bottom, and it had no less than 30 pairs of eyes, a pair of tentacles that seemed to be for feeding, and a big mouth about 2 to 3 meters wide. That's all I know for now. Su Mengran answered very professionally. After hearing Su Mengran's description, the students' faces changed. What kind of thing could grow like that? And 20 meters tall? That's way too high. Equivalent to a 7 or 8-story building. Zhao Siyu and the others looked even more ashen. Because the monster Su Mengran described was exactly the pile of shredded meat they had found, even described more completely and in detail. Monsters are creatures that only appear in the worlds of the heavens. Yet they had brought it back as their spoils. No wonder the teacher didn't believe them at all and kept asking what the monster looked like. This joke had gone too far. After the homeroom teacher finished questioning Su Mengran, he turned to an old man beside him and said, Principal, it completely matches the characteristics of a low-level monster, and the instruments have detected the presence of demonic energy. What is its strength? The old man asked. At least level 4, the homeroom teacher thought for a moment and replied. Hearing this, Zhao Siyu felt like she could barely stand. Level 4. They had actually brought back a level 4 monster and insisted they had killed it. Saying that made even she feel it was absurd. The key was that so many people were watching. Zhao Siyu wished she could dig a hole and hide in it. After making such a big joke, how would she face others at school in the future? This matter is serious. Report it to the inner city when you return and have them send someone to handle it, the old man said. Yes, the homeroom teacher replied. By the way, the old man looked at Zhao Siyu and the others. Their scores will all be recalculated. The rest will be discussed when we return. After saying that, the old man left with the other teachers from different classes. The homeroom teacher, with a cold face, marked red crosses on Zhao Siyu and the others' report cards. All 0 points. Around 7 o'clock in the evening, all the teams returned safely. Only a small number of people were seriously injured, and a few were left with lifelong disabilities. There's no helping it. This is reality. When you choose to take the college entrance examination, outdoor testing is unavoidable. If before high school, students could grow slowly like flowers in a greenhouse in a safe environment, once they enter university, it's like stepping onto a battlefield. Outdoor training is directly one of the required courses. Not to mention losing arms or legs, death is a common occurrence. This outdoor test before the college entrance examination also serves to help everyone adapt in advance. If you can't accept it, you might as well consider other paths early on. After the spoils were counted, each class returned to their respective buses. Jiang Chen found a seat by the window and sat down. Before he could catch his breath, Su Mengran followed closely and sat down beside him. From now on, don't think about leaving my sight, Su Mengran said, leaning against the chair. Do as you like, Jiang Chen replied. Taking a bottle of water from his backpack, opening it, and taking a sip. Is there any more? Give me a bottle. Su Mengran turned her head to look at Jiang Chen. There isn't any left. Jiang Chen handed over the mineral water he was holding. Do you want the one I've already drunk? Take it away, I don't want it. Su Mengran turned her head back. Then forget it. Jiang Chen took another couple of sips and was just about to put the water back in his backpack, when a pair of fair little hands suddenly reached out in front of him, accompanied by a pleasant floral scent. "Give me your phone number," Su Mengran said, holding the latest tomato phone, her expression somewhat unnatural. This was her first time actively asking a boy for his phone number. However, to prevent Jiang Chen from running away, it was necessary to leave a phone number. "Wait a moment, let me find it." Jiang Chen rummaged through his backpack for a long time and finally found the brick phone he bought for $200. After fiddling with it for a while to turn it on, he found his number in the contacts. "This one, you enter it yourself." Jiang Chen pointed to a string of numbers on the screen. "Do you have a brain? You can't even remember your own phone number." Su Mengran had no choice but to enter Jiang Chen's number into her contacts herself, and after confirming that she could dial it, she put the phone away. "You don't have anything to do with me now, I'm going to sleep. Wake me up when we arrive." Seeing the interaction between the two, Su Li and the others were already used to it, but the other students in class 6 of the third year looked as if they had seen a ghost. When did the school beauty get so close to Jiang Chen? They hadn't said a word on the way here, and now Su Mengran had taken the initiative to sit next to Jiang Chen. The two were exchanging words, making the boys in the class envious to death. It was known that Su Mengran was famously aloof. She was polite to people but always kept her distance. The only one who could be considered close to her was probably Su Li. Even so, their relationship was limited to that of classmates. Someone had inquired about Su Mengran's information from Su Li. Su Li had no idea, not even knowing Su Mengran's private number. Yet, this aloof and mysterious goddess not only took the initiative to sit next to Jiang Chen today but also actively spoke to him and asked for his contact information. Was the sun rising from the west, or did the goddess want to fall in love? This was ridiculous. Zhao Xiyu was even more furious, her teeth itching. Jiang Chen, this poor guy, actually found a new girlfriend, and she was so much prettier than herself. Was there something wrong? Just look at what Jiang Chen was wearing. It was clearly cheap stuff from a street stall. At this age, he was still using an old phone. Didn't Su Mengran think that having such a boyfriend would be embarrassing? This was definitely not her problem. It was Su Mengran who was blind. Under Su Mengran's watchful eye and the attention of everyone in the car, Jiang Chen safely returned to Chun City. By this time, it was already 9 o'clock in the evening. The teacher announced that the outdoor test was officially over, and the rankings would be announced tomorrow morning. At the same time, a new prize was added, leaving everyone eager to find out what it was. However, there was little interest in this new prize. Many students were exhausted, and only a few teams could secure a ranking. Now they just wanted to hurry back, wash up, and sleep. Jiang Chen also wanted to slip away but was called back by Su Mengran. "Don't leave yet, wait a moment, I'll treat you to a late-night snack." Without waiting for Jiang Chen's response, Su Mengran continued, "No refusals. If someone is treating me to a meal, why would I refuse?" Jiang Chen raised his eyebrows, "But I must say, I won't eat anything cheap. I want to go to Baixian Tower. Jiang Chen chose the most expensive restaurant in Chun City. The key point was that this restaurant was in the inner city. The security in the inner city was not the same as in the outer city. At the slightest disturbance, the security forces could arrive immediately. Su Mengran certainly wouldn't dare to act recklessly. "Sure, I've already had the driver wait outside, let's go." Su Mengran was only focused on getting the items from the treasure chest. A mere meal cost was nothing to her. Moreover, Baixian Tower had good privacy, and many influential figures liked to discuss matters there. Opening the treasure chest there would also provide assurance for both parties. Mengran, how stingy. We came back together, and you only treat Jiang Chen to a late-night snack. Su Li pouted beside them, fuming. Exactly, Wang Xiaoming and Gao Yang chimed in. "I'll treat you tomorrow, today I have something to discuss privately with Jiang Chen," Su Mengran said. Su Li's gossip spirit ignited instantly. Could it be that Su Mengran was planning to confess today? How brave. This was the first time she had seen a girl so proactive in love. No wonder she had admired her in silence for 2 years. Thinking of this, Su Li immediately clenched her fist to cheer Su Mengran on. "Go for it. No matter what decision you make, I support you, but you must pay attention to safety." Su Mengran? She was just going out to eat. What safety was there to pay attention to? Baixian Tower was in the inner city. Who would dare to act recklessly there? Seeing that Su Mengran seemed not to understand her meaning, Su Li leaned in and whispered, "I mean, make sure to take safety precautions." Su Mengran's cheeks flushed. "What nonsense are you talking about? I'm ignoring you." After saying that, she pulled Jiang Chen and quickly walked towards the school gate. At the back gate of number 9 high school, a black imperial car was parked there. The Imperial car was the most famous luxury car brand in this world, with the cheapest series starting at 7 figures. To purchase one, certain qualifications were required. When Jiang Chen got into the car with Su Mengran, he immediately felt surrounded by wealth. The seat cushions made of beast skin, the high-grade alloy body, and the starry sky ceiling inlaid with various colored gems. Is this the world of the rich? To Baixian Tower, Su Mengran said after putting down her backpack. Yes, miss, the middle-aged man in the driver's seat replied respectfully. With such good conditions at home, why do you come to the outer city for school? Jiang Chen felt that Su Mengran must have a screw loose. He had always known that Su Mengran's family was well off, but this was too outrageous, completely out of place with the outer city. I like it, I want to. Su Mengran huffed lightly. Alright then. Jiang Chen was just asking casually. He knew Su Mengran had many secrets, but he had secrets of his own. As long as they didn't interfere with each other, it was fine. Half an hour later, the car smoothly drove into the inner city. Compared to the outer city, the inner city's environment was more akin to the city Jiang Chen lived in during his past life. Tall buildings, bustling traffic, a scene of prosperity. However, the inner city was also very small, with only a few 100,000 people living there. Just pulling one out and placing it in the outer city would already be at the level of a super rich person. Not long after, the car stopped in front of an ancient-style restaurant. Miss, we've arrived at the 8 Immortals restaurant, the driver said as he turned back. You don't need to wait for me, I'll take a car back later, Su Mengran told the driver, then opened the car door and stepped out. Jiang Chen, on the other hand, took the treasure chest out of his inventory and stuffed it into his backpack before getting out of the car. Although this world also had storage bags and storage rings, those were luxuries only high-level martial artists could afford. Not to mention spending money, even spirit stones couldn't buy them. In this situation, he certainly couldn't expose the existence of his inventory, it was necessary to cover it with his backpack. Jiang Chen followed Su Mengran into the 8 Immortals restaurant, and the two of them requested a small private room on the top floor. After sitting down, Su Mengran casually ordered a few signature dishes from the restaurant. Once the waiter left, she set the room to do not disturb mode and then looked at Jiang Chen. Take out the stuff, I don't want to hear any more excuses. What's the rush? I'm not someone who lacks integrity. Jiang Chen opened his backpack and, with some effort, took out the treasure chest. There was no way around it, the chest was simply too large, taking up almost half the space in the backpack. His breakfast had been squished flat. Seeing this scene, Su Mengran was also a bit puzzled. She had always been curious about where Jiang Chen would put the treasure chest. She had naturally observed his backpack several times, and it clearly only contained 2 pieces of clothing and some food. So how did this treasure chest appear out of nowhere? It couldn't be that Jiang Chen had a spatial storage device, could it? However, Su Mengran didn't think too much about it. Her attention was quickly drawn to the treasure chest. I haven't touched the treasure chest, you can check it. Jiang Chen pushed the chest forward, making a gesture of invitation. No need, just open it now. Su Mengran was not new to receiving secret treasure chests, she could tell at a glance whether it had been opened before, so there was no need to waste time on such matters. She just wanted to know what was inside the chest. Ladies first, Jiang Chen said generously. It was also his first time seeing a black secret treasure chest, so it was fine to let Su Mengran open it. If it turned out to be a trap chest, he could still help Su Mengran call the emergency center. After all, they were classmates, and he certainly wouldn't stand by and do nothing. But it was uncertain whether Su Mengran would do the same. This girl would definitely be hoping for him to suddenly drop dead. So it was more appropriate for Su Mengran to handle this uncertain situation. You said it. Su Mengran took the treasure chest without any hesitation and pressed the switch. With a soft click, the lid of the treasure chest slowly opened. Immediately, a golden light shone, and 3 items floated out, quietly hovering above the chest. These 3 items are a scroll, a token, and a pill. From their appearance, one cannot discern their specific functions, but at least one can tell what type they belong to. Time is short, you choose first. Jiang Chen said as a purplish-red vine silently crept in through the window from behind. This was the 3rd-tier blood-sucking vine he had released in advance. If Su Mengran tried to go back on her word, he would take immediate action and reclaim everything from the treasure chest. Within a 5-meter range, he could put anything into his inventory at any time. At that point, Su Mengran wouldn't be able to take anything at all. Let me think, Su Mengran said, her expression somewhat conflicted. What would be more helpful to her? The pill was uncertain whether it was temporary or permanent, so she couldn't take the risk. The scroll was likely some kind of martial arts technique or spell, and it could also be a recipe for alchemy or crafting that was of higher value. But what she needed more was something that could directly enhance her strength. No matter how valuable it was, it wouldn't be of much use to her. That left only the token. This style was likely equipment or a pass to enter some place. The randomness was high, but it contained more possibilities. After much contemplation, Su Mengran finally decided, I want the token in the middle. Alright. Jiang Chen reached out to take the token and checked its attributes with the synthesis table. Soul of Death token seals the soul of a certain powerful being, can summon it to assist in battle. Each use weakens the soul until it completely dissipates. After reading the description, Jiang Chen breathed a sigh of relief. This item wasn't very useful to him. Compared to an item with limited uses, he would prefer to invest resources in nurturing the blood-sucking vine. It was obedient and effective. He didn't even have to worry about its basic needs. Was there a more worry-free helper than this? Here you go, but once you take it, you can't go back on your word. Jiang Chen handed over the token. No need for your reminder. Su Mengran took the token and directly put it into her backpack. The transaction was thus completed. Jiang Chen was quite satisfied with this outcome. Losing a Soul of Death token in exchange for a pill core was still a profit for him. After obtaining their respective items, Su Mengran went to the front desk to settle the bill. And then hurriedly left. Jiang Chen, after eating and drinking his fill, took a taxi back to his rented room. Since he had already paid, he might as well enjoy it. After taking a shower, Jiang Chen took out all his gains from the inventory. The blood-sucking vine, the pill core, and the scroll and pill obtained from the treasure chest. Jiang Chen placed the scroll and pill into the synthesis table one by one to check their attributes. Blood Sea Purgatory Map. After use, it can trap enemies in an illusion of the Blood Sea Purgatory. The effect depends on the user's mental strength. Divine Vein Pill, dark version. After consumption, randomly gains a type of divine vein. After reading the descriptions, Jiang Chen's breathing quickened. Divine Vein Pill? He couldn't have read it wrong. Such a thing actually existed? Divine veins were a cultivation physique even more advanced than spiritual veins. In his previous life, while playing the online game Heavens, there were no more than 3 players in the entire server who possessed divine veins. They were all renowned powerhouses on the leaderboard. Jiang Chen had once had the fortune to PK with a divine vein player. The opponent could use any attribute of spiritual techniques, and their power was doubled, which was simply outrageous. Yet in this world, he had not heard of the term divine vein so far. Perhaps it existed, but people simply didn't know about it. However, what did the dark version mean? The description didn't clarify. As for the Blood Sea Purgatory Map, it was considered a relatively rare illusion-type treasure. Although it was also precious, compared to the Divine Vein Pill, it was simply not worth mentioning. Jiang Chen placed the Divine Vein Pill separately into the synthesis table. A pill with such an outrageous attribute, he wondered what effect it would have when combined with the pill core. But after thinking it over, Jiang Chen still didn't dare to take that risk. The Divine Pulse Pill and the Medicinal Core are both too precious. Losing either one would make it very difficult for him to find a substitute. He should try something else first. Mainly, the Divine Pulse Pill has a dark attribute, and even if he were to synthesize something better, he wouldn't dare to take it lightly. So, this matter cannot be rushed. Jiang Chen rummaged through his pile of things and finally took out a black iron fruit knife and a common blood-sucking vine. What kind of effect would result from synthesizing these two completely different items? Let's just do it. Jiang Chen added the black iron fruit knife and the ordinary blood-sucking vine to the synthesis table at the same time. Do you want to synthesize black iron fruit knife plus first-tier blood-sucking vine? Jiang Chen's eyes lit up. Indeed, there was hope. Synthesize. Black iron fruit knife plus first-tier blood-sucking vine has been synthesized. Congratulations on obtaining the bloodthirsty fruit knife. Bloodthirsty fruit knife? What a bizarre name. Jiang Chen couldn't help but complain, then took a look at its attributes. Bloodthirsty fruit knife, an extraordinary fruit knife forged from black iron, extremely sharp, and after adding the blood-sucking vine, it also has a bleeding effect, doubling its power. How could the introduction be even more bizarre? However, it was proven that two different items could indeed be synthesized. Moreover, they retained their respective characteristics. Once he received the rewards for the outdoor test tomorrow, he could conduct more tests then. The next day, Jiang Chen arrived at school early. The rankings for the outdoor test had been announced. They had secured first place in Class 6 of the third year and third place in the entire grade. The top 2 spots were completely taken by Class 1. After all, they had several martial artists, and 2 of them happened to be in the same team. They not only hunted a large number of ferocious beasts but also took down a first-tier monster. The first place was indeed well-deserved. Of course, this was under the premise that Su Mengran and Jiang Chen had both held back. Otherwise, just that. Fourth-tier monster could have wiped out everyone's scores. Jiang Chen, have you heard? The new reward for this outdoor test is actually the qualification to enter the 37th secret realm. We, being third, can get 2 spots. Wang Xiaoming suddenly ran up to Jiang Chen, his face full of excitement. 37th secret realm? Jiang Chen was slightly taken aback. A high school in the outer city like theirs could actually get a secret realm spot? The sun must be rising from the west. The secret realms on Earth were all opened up by powerful beings from the myriad worlds. They occasionally throw in some cultivation resources to help humanity on Earth improve their strength. Just thinking about the preciousness of the items sent from the myriad worlds is enough to understand how rare they are. Naturally, not everyone can enter. Currently, there are 108 secret realm entrances on Earth, each controlled by major factions. Chun City can obtain dozens of spots each year. But with just the inner city schools, there aren't enough spots to go around, let alone for the outer city. Just then, a well-dressed boy walked over. Jiang Chen, Wang Xiaoming, name your price. I will buy the secret realm spots you have at a high price. Seeing the newcomer, Wang Xiaoming widened his eyes. Damn, this is going to be trouble. He quickly looked at Jiang Chen, only to find that Jiang Chen had no reaction. This guy is Wang Peng, Zhao Siyu's new boyfriend. Wang Xiaoming leaned closer to Jiang Chen and whispered. Oh, Jiang Chen suddenly understood. What do you think we should do? Should we wait for Mengran to come before we talk? Wang Xiaoming asked. The quota is ours to share. What are we selling? Let him get lost. Jiang Chen raised his eyebrows, not hiding his voice at all. Jiang Chen, say that again if you dare. Upon hearing this, Wang Peng immediately exploded. I said get lost. Jiang Chen repeated. He was usually easy to talk to, but that depended on who he was dealing with. Although he had no direct grievances with Wang Peng, the original owner had been humiliated by Wang Peng when he broke up with Zhao Siyu. Just for that reason, he couldn't give Wang Peng a good face. A nouveau riche with a bit of money at home was not worth his attention. Jiang Chen, are you looking for death? Do you think I can't do anything to you just because we're in the city? Wang Peng was furious that Jiang Chen actually dared to tell him to get lost. Even the few geniuses in their class had to be polite to him. How dare a guy from the slums talk to him like that? You're so noisy. Jiang Chen dug in his ears. I'm sitting right here. What do you want to do to me? Hurry up. Fine. Wang Peng gritted his teeth and said, if you have the ability, never leave the city for the rest of your life, otherwise, just wait and see how I deal with you. I'll be waiting, Jiang Chen shrugged. Humph. Wang Peng snorted coldly, I don't have time to waste with you. As you said, the secret realm quota isn't just yours, whether to sell or not isn't up to you alone. Wang Peng directly took out a check and slapped it on the table. 5 million, I'll buy 1 quota from you. You can each take 1 million and enjoy yourselves for the next 10 years. 5 million? This time, even Wang Xiaoming was stunned. Among a bunch of high school students, anyone who could take out tens of thousands was already considered wealthy. After all, they were in the outer city, and most people came from ordinary families. But Wang Peng could directly take out a check for 5 million just to buy a quota for a secret realm. That's quite generous. So, what do you think? You have no reason to refuse this price, right? Wang Peng looked at Jiang Chen smugly. With this money, you can move out of that shabby rental. Otherwise, you'll still be that poor loser, and when you find a girlfriend in the future, you won't even have money for a hotel. I'd be embarrassed for you. You don't need to worry about that. I don't know if they'll sell or not, but I won't sell, Jiang Chen said nonchalantly. As long as he wanted, he could get as many 5 millions as he wanted. Not to mention the divine pulse pills and the blood sea hell map he could get from treasure chests. Just the blood-sucking binds he could tame. He could easily synthesize a few second-tier ones to sell, and there would be plenty of people fighting to pay high prices for them. There were also advanced yellow jade pills, which had similar effects to the marrow cleansing pills. Selling one for 1 million wouldn't be too much, right? If he didn't want to attract too much attention right now, making money was a matter of minutes. Jiang Chen, think it over. This is 5 million, money you could never earn in your lifetime. Don't miss this great opportunity to get rich just to save face. I don't have much time to waste on this, so I'll give you one more chance to answer. Wang Peng thought Jiang Chen was just putting on a brave face and became even more arrogant in his words. Not selling, Jiang Chen still only gave Wang Peng 2 words. I won't sell either. What's so great about having a bit of money? You can't even speak properly. Who would want to sell to you? Wang Xiaoming also figured it out. This was a quota for the secret realm, and they weren't worried about finding a buyer. Now, They held the initiative, so why should they care about others' expressions? Wang Peng didn't expect that not only Jiang Chen refused, but even Wang Xiaoming didn't plan to sell either, nearly making his nose crooked. With anger. You guys. Just wait and see. Wang Peng pointed at Jiang Chen and Wang Xiaoming, leaving with a huff after making his threat. Just wait and see. Wang Xiaoming scoffed, looking at Jiang Chen and said, How? Do you want to handle this quota? Use it ourselves or sell it? Let's sell it at market price. There are 5 of us, and we can't split 2 quotas anyway, but I'll only sell my share for spirit pearls. Jiang Chen wasn't very interested in the secret realm quota. The 108 secret realms released by the world were mostly open to high school and college students. Why? Because the things inside only attract high school and college students. Real high-level martial artists or spirit masters wouldn't even look at them. Since there wasn't anything of high quality, why waste energy and time? It would be better to exchange it for spirit pearls or spirit stones, which would definitely enhance him more. The real good stuff had to be found in the wild. For example, treasures, or some secret realms and ruins that naturally formed when the world descended. Those were the places worth taking risks for, full of potential. He really didn't care for artificially created ones. Suddenly, a cool female voice rang out, I want both of these quotas. Jiang Chen turned around to see Su Mengran, dressed in a school uniform, walking towards them from the classroom door. Mengran, you want both quotas? Wang Xiaoming exclaimed in surprise. Yes, I'll buy them at the latest market price of 7 million. 2 quotas would be 14 million and it can be settled in spirit stones or cash, Su Mengran said. Damn, 7 million? Wang Peng just wanted to buy them for 5 million, acting like we were taking advantage of him. Good thing we didn't sell to him. Wang Xiaoming said with relief. I've already asked Su Li and Gao Yang, now it just depends on your opinions. After saying that, Su Mengran glanced at Jiang Chen. That's fine, I only want spirit stones and spirit pearls anyway, Jiang Chen immediately stated. Then I'll take cash. Spirit stones and spirit pearls aren't easy to circulate and I won't have the chance to use them, Wang Xiaoming thought for a moment and said. Cash and spirit stones/pearls are completely different currency systems. One is the circulating currency of Earth, while the other is the circulating currency of the world. Even if an ordinary family gets spirit stones, they mostly use them as collectibles. They only exchange them for cash in emergencies. Only Jiang Chen was crazy enough to want to use them all to replenish his spiritual energy. Su Mengran took out a small wooden box from her backpack. When she opened it, she saw it was filled to the brim with milky white crystals. Upon seeing this, Wang Xiaoming couldn't help but swallow hard. Good heavens, how many spirit stones could this be? Could the school beauty really be this wealthy? After taking out my share, each person gets 2,800,000, which is equivalent to 28 low-grade spirit stones, Su Mengran said as she grabbed a small handful of spirit stones from the box and placed them in front of Jiang Chen. Count them. Thanks. Jiang Chen calmly collected the spirit stones. He had already witnessed Su Mengran's wealth yesterday, and considering she had directly bought a secret realm entry worth over 10 million, it was no surprise she could produce so many spirit stones. The wealth gap in this world was indeed exaggerated. Afterwards, Su Mengran transferred Wang Xiaoming's 2,800,000. Looking at the sudden influx of money in his account, Wang Xiaoming felt as if he were dreaming. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 7 digits, huh? I'm rich. Wang Xiaoming counted the balance on his bank card back end. Fourth, his chubby face blooming with joy. By the way, I still owe you 50,000, Wang Xiaoming suddenly remembered and immediately transferred the money for the weapon to Jiang Chen. Now, Jiang Chen's bank card balance was close to 80,000. Little fatty, how about I sell you some good stuff later? Interested? Seeing Wang Xiaoming had money, Jiang Chen immediately had an idea. He considered Wang Xiaoming a brother. When a brother had money, he definitely wanted to help share the burden. What good stuff? Wang Xiaoming asked curiously. I don't have any goods on hand right now, but I'll bring some for you to see tomorrow. I guarantee you'll be satisfied. Jiang Chen decided to go shopping at the Spirit Martial Hall after school today. He now had spirit stones in cash. Tonight, he could definitely pull an all-nighter. Alright, as long as the stuff is good, I'll definitely buy. Wang Xiaoming immediately agreed. Many students nearby were watching the transaction between Su Mengran and Jiang Chen. Who would have thought that just one outdoor test would completely widen the gap between everyone? That was a reward worth millions. Even if it was divided among everyone, it would still amount to several 100,000 each. If they had known that the reward for the outdoor test included an entry to the 37th secret realm, they would have definitely prepared thoroughly. But now, it was too late to regret. Zhao Siyu was even more frustrated. Their team should have been able to take first place. Who knew they would have such bad luck and stumble upon a monster's corpse? Now the whole team was blaming her, and Wang Peng was not very keen on talking to her anymore. After returning home yesterday, she hadn't received a single call. Today, when Wang Peng came to class 6 of the 3rd year, he didn't say a word to her. Was the wealthy boyfriend she had finally found going to end like this? Zhao Siyu felt a bit unwilling. Her gaze fell on Jiang Chen. Now Jiang Chen could be considered successful. He hadn't even graduated from high school and already had assets worth millions. With good results in the outdoor test, getting into a good university should be a sure thing. Should she give Jiang Chen another chance? Compared to a rich young master like Wang Peng, it was much easier to get along with someone from a poor family like Jiang Chen. At least he was obedient and wouldn't give her a hard time. Now that he had money, he wouldn't be as stingy as before. With this thought, Zhao Siyu made a decision in her heart. After the class bell rang, the homeroom teacher of class 6 of the 3rd year walked into the classroom on time, carrying a large bag of gift boxes. Inside were clearly the spirit pearls and elixirs as rewards for this outdoor test. The class teacher looked in a good mood. He placed the gift box on the podium and then looked at everyone, saying, "I believe you all know the results of this outdoor test. Our class has 2 teams in the top 10, and one of them even made it to the top 3. This achievement is already outstanding for our class 6. The facts also prove that even without being in the top class, even without exceptional cultivation talent, there is still a possibility of a comeback in the end. So everyone should never give up hope at any time." After listening to the teacher's speech, the students in the class were also stirred up. However, those who were a bit more rational knew that such toxic positivity shouldn't be taken seriously. Either you have money, or you have talent. If you have neither, how can you make a comeback? The rewards for the top 3 in this outdoor test are 100 spirit pearls, 5 bottles of Qingyu Dan, and 2 spots in the 37th secret realm. The rewards for the top 10 are 50 spirit pearls and 5 Qingyu Dan. The teams that placed can come up to receive your rewards now, the teacher said with a smile. Jiang Chen went up to receive his share of the reward, which amounted to 20 spirit pearls and 1 bottle of Qingyu Dan. The 2 spots in the secret realm were all given to Su Mengran. After the rewards were distributed, the teacher continued, "The outdoor test has come to a close, but the school has arranged a physical fitness test today. Everyone prepare yourselves. We will gather at the training ground in 10 minutes. As soon as these words were spoken, the class became lively. Another physical fitness test? No way, isn't that just being ruthlessly crushed by class 1? It's been 3 months, and my one-handed strength has only increased by 10 kilograms. What's the difference whether I take the test or not? My improvement is quite obvious. To prepare for the college entrance examination, my family got me a bottle of Qi and Blood Dan. Qi and Blood Dan? That stuff is more expensive than Qingyu Dan. Your family is really generous." Upon hearing this, Jiang Chen couldn't help but feel a bit excited. A one-handed strength of 5,000 kilograms would be considered the standard for a first-tier warrior. His current one-handed strength should be no less than 2,000 kilograms. Before the college entrance examination, he had a chance to push for a breakthrough in the warrior realm. After today's test, he would probably know how many pills he still needed to prepare. 10 minutes later, over 1,000 students gathered at the school training ground. Each class had only one strength testing device. It would take about 2 hours to test everyone's results. Before it was his turn, Jiang Chen casually found a place to sit down. He was about to use the synthesis platform to check the effects of Qingyu Dan when Zhao Siyu slowly walked up to him. "Jiang Chen, I have something to tell you," Zhao Siyu said, tugging at her clothes. Looking shy. "Oh, go ahead," Jiang Chen replied lightly. "I thought about it carefully and decided to give you another chance. Haven't you always wanted to be my boyfriend? Let's date after graduation." Zhao Siyu mustered her courage to say what was on her mind. As for why it was after graduation, she still had to see Jiang Chen's college entrance examination results before deciding whether to really be with him. If Jiang Chen didn't perform well, she would have to think it over. "What did you say?" Jiang Chen was taken aback, doubting whether he had heard correctly. "I said, I've decided to give you another chance." Zhao Siyu thought Jiang Chen couldn't believe such good fortune could fall on him, so she repeated what she had just said. "Excuse me, are you still half asleep?" Jiang Chen finally understood Zhao Siyu's meaning. She clearly hadn't gotten a good response from Wang Peng, so she came to him for help. Did he look like a pushover? Was she giving him another chance? Did Zhao Siyu misunderstand that statement? I'm very awake right now. Zhao Siyu hurried to express her feelings, completely missing the sarcasm in Jiang Chen's words. Before, it was Wang Peng who forced me to do that. I didn't mean to slander you. After leaving you, I realized I had already fallen for you, so I'm willing to give you another chance. As long as you're still willing to treat me well, I agree to date you. No. Jiang Chen quickly said, you mustn't. Give me a chance. I'm very grateful that you let me go. A good girl like you definitely deserves someone better. How could I possibly be worthy of you? What do you mean? Zhao Siyu's face turned pale. The literal meaning. If you don't understand, I suggest you go back and retake elementary school Chinese. Jiang Chen didn't understand the concept of cherishing a delicate flower, nor did he like dealing with hypocritical people. He had already shown great restraint by not directly telling this woman to get lost. Jiang Chen, how could you have changed like this? Zhao Siyu's eyes were filled with disbelief. She had never thought that if she turned back, Jiang Chen would reject her. Jiang Chen had clearly said before that he would wait for her no matter how long it took. Even when she was with Wang Peng, Jiang Chen still brought her breakfast every day and cared for her. How could such a big change happen in just a few days? Did Jiang Chen really start dating Su Mengran? You can't really think you can win over Su Mengran, can you? Zhao Siyu bit her lip, unwilling to give up. I heard Wang Peng say that Su Mengran is the daughter of a big family from the capital. With your background, there's no future for you too. Jiang Chen pointed to his forehead. Are you really normal? He increasingly felt that Zhao Siyu might be a bit mentally ill. After talking for so long, she even dragged Su Mengran into it. When did he ever pursue Su Mengran? How come he didn't even know? Don't doubt me. Wang Peng's family has some connections. Ordinary people don't know these things. I'm advising you for your own good, Zhao Siyu said earnestly. The reason she was willing to say so much to Jiang Chen was that she believed he still liked her. As for Su Mengran, Jiang Chen had only spent a few short days with her. At most, it was just infatuation or novelty. How could that compare to their hundreds of days of feelings? Jiang Chen took a deep breath. Was he not clear enough, or was Zhao Siyu just unable to understand human language? The original owner was blind, but he wasn't. Who would want to take on such a burden? They must have had their eyes smeared with shit. Jiang Chen. Just as Jiang Chen was about to explode, the homeroom teacher suddenly called his name. Here. Jiang Chen felt like he had been granted a reprieve and sprinted over at full speed. Since everyone was still in line, Jiang Chen didn't waste time. He arrived in front of the strength testing machine and directly punched the target with all his might. With a loud bang, the target shook violently, and the numbers on the display began to soar. At 500 plus. Wow, Jiang Chen is a bit fierce. Did he take some supplements? It should be double compared to last time. I'm really envious. At 1000 plus. Wait, is this machine broken? At 2000 plus. If Jiang Chen's one-handed strength can reach 2000 kilograms, I'll perform a handstand and defecate. At 3000 plus, no one was talking anymore. Finally, the value on the display stopped at 3250. The homeroom teacher was also a bit stunned. He tried it himself to confirm there was no problem before waving Jiang Chen over. Come on, test it again. Jiang Chen was equally surprised by the result. He thought his one-handed strength was at most 2000 kilograms, but who knew? It had actually broken through 3000. The effect of the upgraded second-grade Huanyu Dan was a bit too powerful, wasn't it? Of course, it could also be that the instrument was malfunctioning. So let's test it again. Jiang Chen stood in front of the strength testing device once more, adjusted his breathing, clenched his right fist, mobilized all his spiritual energy, then focused his gaze and suddenly swung his fist at the target. Bang! A sound like air exploding rang out. Everyone saw something seemingly fly out. The strength testing device shook violently, and the numbers on the display jumped continuously. 500 plus 1000 plus 2000 plus 3000 plus finally, it stopped at 3365. At that moment, the scene fell into silence. After a while, someone finally reacted. This time, surely the instrument isn't malfunctioning again, right? The target was blown away. How much strength does that take? My god, over 3000 kilograms. Is Jiang Chen trying to reach the sky? Did Jiang Chen eat a 9th grade Qi blood Dan? It's been a few months since the last test, and his one-handed strength jumped directly by 3000 kilograms. Do you think 9th grade pills are cabbages? At most, a 5th grade Qi blood Dan could achieve this effect, and even for a 5th grade Qi blood Dan, there's nowhere to buy it in Spring City. I heard Jiang Chen has a sister who got into Magic City University. In such a big city, she might really have a way to get a 5th grade Qi blood Dan. Hearing the discussions around him, Jiang Chen felt a mix of amusement and helplessness. He had been struggling to find a reason to brush it off, but unexpectedly, they had already arranged everything for him. Having a sister who got into Magic City University saved him a lot of trouble. Jiang Chen, what exactly is your one-handed strength situation? The homeroom teacher stepped forward and asked. I'm not really sure. Either. Jiang Chen scratched his head. A while ago, my sister sent back some pills, and after taking them, I felt my strength increased quite quickly, but I didn't expect it to be over 3,000 kilograms. What he said was indeed true. He had eaten the Huangyu Dan sent back by Jiang Yingxue, but it had been processed with a synthesis platform. He really hadn't expected his one-handed strength to reach over 3,000 kilograms. He originally thought 2,000 kilograms was the limit. It seems that wanting to become a first-tier martial artist before the college entrance examination shouldn't be a big problem now. Your sister is Jiang Yingxue, right? I have some impression of her, I heard. She has a 5th-grade cultivation talent and got into a national key university, Magic City University, with one of the top 3 scores from the outer city. The homeroom teacher patted Jiang Chen's shoulder. You have a good sister, she must have put in a lot of effort for your college entrance examination, so you can't let her down. I will work hard, Jiang Chen nodded. Seeing this scene, some were amazed, some were envious, and some were jealous. Especially Zhao Xiyu, who was practically regretting it to death. If she had known Jiang Chen's sister was doing so well, why would she have gotten together with Wang Peng? Although Wang Peng was wealthy, he was actually quite stingy. During the time she spent with Wang Peng, aside from receiving a lot of envious glances and going to a few high-end restaurants, she hadn't gained anything else. Now that the two had fallen out, did she have any other options besides coming to find Jiang Chen? The class teacher encouraged Jiang Chen a few times and then called the others over for testing. When Jiang Chen walked out of the crowd, Zhao Siren immediately wanted to approach him, but another figure cut in. Jiang Chen, are you interested in the 37th secret realm? Su Mengran said as she approached Jiang Chen. Ha? Jiang Chen looked at Su Mengran in confusion. You mean the 37th secret realm? That's right. Su Mengran nodded. The 37th secret realm is rich in various medicinal materials. I heard that last month, a batch of new supplies was released from the heavenly world, and now I need a reliable teammate. Are you sure you want to find me? Jiang Chen was taken aback. Su Mengran had just bought the secret realm quota from him, and now she wanted to invite him to the secret realm together. Wasn't that letting him get something for nothing? Such good fortune was rare. It seemed she saw through Jiang Chen's thoughts, as Su Mengran explained. Of course. There are conditions. The items at the end of the secret realm must belong to me, and we will split the items along the way. Then forget it, I'm not very interested in this kind of secret realm. Just as Jiang Chen was about to refuse, he heard Su Mengran continue. After the job is done, I'll give you a martial skill. Deal. Jiang Chen immediately changed his mind without hesitation. He was currently in need of a suitable martial skill. With a martial skill, his strength would at least double. The key was that this kind of thing was hard to buy with money. Even after entering university, there was only one chance to choose a martial skill. So anyone capable would try their best to get into a key university. Because in good universities, the collection of martial skills and spiritual techniques was much richer than in ordinary schools. Moreover, Jiang Chen had a universal synthesis platform, so he wouldn't mind having more of these things. Even the most ordinary martial skills could be turned into high-grade goods in his hands. But I have a prerequisite: you must become a martial artist before the college entrance examination. The reason Su Mengran sought Jiang Chen was entirely because he knew some of her secrets. After entering the secret realm, if they encountered special situations, she wouldn't need to worry about hiding her strength. Plus, Jiang Chen had obtained 2 items from the black treasure chest, so he definitely wouldn't lack trump cards, but good equipment also required matching strength. Now that Jiang Chen had spiritual stones, it wouldn't be difficult for him to spend money to elevate himself to the martial artist realm before the college entrance examination. She didn't want to bring a half-baked person in and drag her down. Okay. Jiang Chen agreed. Without Su Mengran saying it, he already had this plan. He still valued his college entrance examination results. Then it's settled. Su Mengran opened her phone to confirm the information. The secret realm opens on August 20th, in Magic City. I'll contact you in advance. All right. Jiang Chen nodded. Just then, a few top students from Class 1 suddenly walked over. Su Mengran, it seems you have 2 quotas for the 37th secret realm. Do you want to join our team? We happen to be short 2 people. The leading boy directly ignored Jiang Chen and spoke to Su Mengran. In the secret realm, a small team of 5 was allowed to act together. In this kind of environment, being alone or having an insufficient number of people was actually very disadvantageous. So the vast majority of people would choose to join a team before entering the secret realm. I've already teamed up with Jiang Chen, Su Mengran said. Jiang Chen? Yang Hongchen frowned and asked, who is Jiang Chen? Isn't he that handsome guy next to her? A girl beside Yang Hongchen said, the gossip protagonist who caused a stir recently. I heard that a few months ago, he could only lift a little over 200 kilograms with one hand, and just now he tested over 3,000 kilograms, pretty impressive. Over 3,000 kilograms? Yang Hongchen sneered and looked back at Su Mengran, saying, you chose a teammate who isn't even a martial artist. Isn't that underestimating the level of competition in the secret realm too much? For class 6 of the third year, having a student who weighs over 3,000 kilograms with one hand is already a rare occurrence. But in class 1, more than a third of the students can almost reach this level. He never regarded these mediocre individuals with any importance. I don't need you to teach me. Su Mengran's tone turned cold. How about this? I can let both of you join my team, but the things obtained in the secret realm will have to be distributed by me. Yang Hongchen valued Su Mengran's strength, although the development of a spiritual master was slow in the early stages. Su Mengran could break through to a first-tier spiritual master at any time, becoming a significant asset to the team. It is no exaggeration to say that a powerful spiritual master could even take on 10 opponents alone. Therefore, when the quota for the secret realm was announced, he had already reserved a spot for Su Mengran to win over a strong teammate. He was willing to take a step back. Did I say I wanted to team up with you? Su Mengran frowned slightly. This person had been talking to himself for a long time. She had never agreed to team up, had she? Yang Hongchen's expression froze for a moment. After a while, he took a deep breath and said, are you sure you want to refuse me? I never had any intention of looking for other teammates, so how could I refuse? Su Mengran said lightly. Alright, Yang Hongchen chuckled, then I want to see how far you can go in the secret realm with this useless person. You will regret your decision today. After saying that, Yang Hongchen shot a fierce glare and then left with his group. Jiang Chen was inexplicably scolded and felt a bit speechless. Did they really think he had no temper? If they encountered each other in the secret realm, he would definitely teach that brat a lesson about being a person. He was a good person overall, but he held grudges. After school, Suli organized everyone at the school gate for a simple dinner. By the time Jiang Chen arrived at the Spirit Martial Hall, it was almost 9 o'clock. He directly found a sales assistant and handed over his pre-prepared shopping list. About 10 minutes later, the sales assistant brought all the items packed from the storage room to Jiang Chen. Sir, here are the 2 bottles of yellow jade pills, 1 bottle of chi blood pills, and 4 pairs of spirit wind boots, totaling 110,000. The yellow jade pill costs 1,000 each, so 2 bottles are 20,000. The chi blood pill is more expensive than both the yellow jade and green jade pills, costing 5,000 each, so 1 bottle is 50,000. The spirit wind boots are made from the skin of a wind-type demon beast, priced at 10,000. Wearing them gives the illusion of gliding on the wind, making one's body feel a bit lighter. But just a bit. For those with low strength, the effect is minimal, while those with high strength look down on such low-level equipment. However, this kind of useless item was just to Jiang Chen's liking. Can I settle with spirit stones and spirit pearls? Jiang Chen asked the sales assistant. Of course, the sales assistant replied. With a smile. The ratio of low-grade spirit stones to spirit pearls is 1:10, and the ratio of spirit pearls to dragon coins is 1:10,000, but very few people are willing to exchange spirit pearls and spirit stones for cash and dragon coins. After all, on Earth, the universal currency is still the cash of various countries. Spirit pearls and spirit stones are considered scarce resources. Being able to pay with spirit pearls, the Spirit Martial Hall is naturally happy to oblige. Then let's settle with spirit pearls. Jiang Chen originally planned to buy items worth 80,000, but with the additional 20 spirit pearls from the outdoor testing rewards, he didn't need to be frugal. He left some cash on hand, intending to change his accommodation later. Although he shouldn't stay in Spring City for too long, there was no need to squeeze himself into that small rental room. Even staying in a budget hotel would be more comfortable than living in a wooden house. After using 11 spirit pearls, Jiang Chen returned to the rental room with a pile of items. After a quick wash, he took out the Qingyu Dan and Qishue Dan. Before synthesizing, he definitely wanted to see the original effects of the pills. Both types of pills are meant to enhance physical constitution, but the Qishue Dan has a more intense effect. The exact difference was not clearly explained by the seller. This would have to rely on the identification function of the synthesis platform. Zhang Chen added both types of pills into the synthesis platform and checked their attribute descriptions. First grade Qingyu Dan solidifies the foundation and cultivates. The essence enhances physical constitution, requires long-term use to see results. First grade Qishua Dan can significantly enhance physical constitution in a short time, has certain damage to the body, cannot be taken continuously. After reading the descriptions, Zhang Chen had a rough idea. The Qingyu Dan and Huanyu Dan are quite similar, both having slow effects that require long-term use. One is for external enhancement, the other for internal. They excel in having no side effects and are also cheaper. Huanyu Dan costs 1,000 each, while Qingyu Dan costs 2,000 each. However, the Qishua Dan costs 5,000 each. Although it has significant short-term effects, it does have some damage to the body. This should be used in emergencies like during exams or job hunting. If there were no side effects, it would be a good pill. After taking out the pills, Zhang Chen used the synthesis platform to identify the Lingfang boots. Lingfang boots, made from the skin of the Lingfang snake, has a lightning effect, better for wind-type spirit masters. Ordinary warriors need a longer time to adapt. Functional equipment like this does not have a grade, the quality of the items is apparent. Zhang Chen is not a wind-type spirit master and does not have that much time to adapt. He bought the Lingfang boots mainly to see if he could synthesize better attributes. Then let's synthesize the Lingfang boots first. Zhang Chen added another pair of Lingfang boots into the platform, and the system immediately prompted. Do you want to synthesize Lingfang boots? Synthesize. Lingfang boots have been synthesized. Congratulations on obtaining the Jifeng boots. Jifeng boots, made from unknown materials, wearing them can increase movement speed by 20%. Indeed. It works. Zhang Chen's eyes lit up. He felt that the lightning function of the Lingfang boots had some similarities to the speed boots in games. He didn't expect to actually synthesize them. People buy Lingfang boots mainly to be more agile, but being agile is not as direct as increasing movement speed. Especially when facing opponents of equal strength, having a higher movement speed puts one in a position of advantage. Even if one's weapon is inferior, armor is inferior, and martial skills are inferior, one can still run away. As long as the Green Mountains remain, one need not worry about firewood. Survival is also a strategy. Zhang Chen synthesized the remaining 2 pairs of Lingfang boots, then took out 2 spirit pearls to fully restore his spirit power and continued to add the Jifeng boots into the platform. Do you want to synthesize Jifeng boots? Synthesize. The Gale boots have been synthesized. Congratulations on obtaining the Wind boots. Wind boots, made from unknown materials. Wearing them can increase movement speed by 50%. If the external wind force exceeds level 3, the wind effect will be triggered, allowing movement speed to stack with the wind force. Is this even possible? After reading the attributes of the wind boots, Zhang Chen was taken aback. It turned out to be equipment that could produce special effects in specific environments. If there was a wind element spirit master nearby, wouldn't that mean taking off right from the spot? Moreover, even without the wind force bonus, wearing them could still increase movement speed by 50%, which is more than double the attributes of the Gale boots. The only downside is that the style is not very casual. Wearing them out would be too eye-catching. It would be great if the synthesis platform could customize styles. But these are minor issues. Most equipment has its own style. The most important thing is still the attributes. Synthesizing a decent piece of equipment put Zhang Chen in a very good mood. It's time to upgrade my weapons too. Zhang Chen stored the wind boots in his inventory, then took out 2 dark iron fruit knives and the bloodthirsty fruit knife he had synthesized from the blood-sucking vine earlier. They all had the same style, and if one didn't look closely, it was impossible to tell the difference. Zhang Chen had never considered using these fruit knives as his main weapon. But for ambushes and intimidation, they were definitely the first choice. So he would definitely continue to synthesize. After all, the materials weren't expensive, he could buy a whole bunch at the 2-yuan store. Now, he just needed to see if the bleeding effect added by the blood-sucking vine could be preserved after synthesizing the different fruit knives. Zhang Chen first synthesized the 2 dark iron fruit knives into a black iron fruit knife, then added the black iron fruit knife and the bloodthirsty fruit knife into the universal synthesis platform. Would you like to synthesize the black iron fruit knife plus bloodthirsty fruit knife? Synthesize. Black iron fruit knife plus bloodthirsty fruit knife has been synthesized. Congratulations on obtaining an F-grade alloy fruit knife. F-grade alloy fruit knife, although it is just an ordinary fruit knife. It is forged from top-grade F-grade alloy, indestructible, and comes with a bleeding effect. F-grade alloy? Zhang Chen was not surprised by this result at all. Among the refining materials, only alloys could surpass the black iron level. Moreover, the bleeding effect was preserved. The universal synthesis platform had never let him down. Now he had 3 third-tier blood-sucking binds and 13 ordinary blood-sucking binds, which he could keep for further synthesis. With the F-grade alloy fruit knife, this was also a material that could be easily obtained. The materials for the wind boots were slightly more expensive, but it was all trivial. He wasn't short on money right now. He had everything for ambushes in hand and on his feet. Now he just needed a good piece of armor. Jiang Chen hadn't yet decided what materials to look for in that regard. If it was just for selling, he could synthesize anything he wanted. But for personal use, he still needed to find easily obtainable materials. Jiang Chen also stored the F-grade alloy fruit knife. Next was the part he was most looking forward to, the pill synthesis. In terms of weapons and equipment, he could roughly guess the direction of synthesis. Only with the pills was he truly uncertain. Jiang Chen placed 2 bottles of yellow jade pills, 1 bottle of green jade pills, and 1 bottle of chi blood pills on the table. He had already synthesized the yellow jade pills before, so he didn't have much expectation. Therefore, he decided to start with the green jade pills and chi blood pills. I'll choose you. Jiang Chen picked up the green jade pill, opened the bottle, and poured out 2. The taste of the green jade pill was lighter than that of the yellow jade pill, with a texture somewhat like jade, but it lacked the transparency of real jade. However, as long as it wasn't mentioned, wearing it as a necklace wouldn't feel out of place. He added the green jade pill to the synthesis table. Would you like to synthesize a first-grade green jade pill? Synthesize. First-grade green jade pill synthesized. Congratulations on obtaining a second-grade green jade pill, advanced version. Seeing the words advanced version, Jiang Chen was already used to it. He then checked the attributes. Second-grade green jade pill, advanced version strengthens the foundation and enhances vitality, significantly boosting physical constitution, with no usage restrictions. Jiang Chen looked a bit puzzled. Significantly enhancing physical constitution, and with no usage restrictions, shouldn't this be a strengthened version of the chi blood pill? If the chi blood pill also had similar attributes, then the effects of the 2 pills would overlap somewhat. He would definitely have to make choices when selecting pills later. But how it would turn out, he would know once he finished synthesizing. Would you like to synthesize a first-grade chi blood pill? Synthesize. First-grade chi blood pill synthesized. Congratulations on obtaining a second-grade chi blood pill, advanced version. Second-grade chi blood pill, advanced version can enhance strength 3-fold within an hour, and in certain aspects it will be more enduring, helping you regain your former vigor. After reading the description of the second-grade chi blood pill, Jiang Chen was left with a head full of question marks. Is this the same thing as the first-grade chi blood pill? And what does more enduring, regaining former vigor even mean? No, he can't just eat this casually. Although enhancing strength 3-fold is very tempting, it feels like there might be some strange side effects. The outcome is now clear. The green jade pill can be kept for his own use, while the chi blood pill should be sold. Perhaps there will be someone with special needs who would appreciate this mutated chi blood pill. He is strong and energetic. He won't rely on such things to improve himself. In the following time, Jiang Chen synthesized all the yellow jade pills, green jade pills, and chi blood pills into second-grade ones. Then, he synthesized 1 of each type into a third-grade pill. This was the limit of his current spiritual power. However, the final synthesized third-grade pills did not exhibit any new effects. Third-grade yellow jade pill, advanced version can wash tendons and marrow, significantly enhancing physical constitution. Third-grade green jade pill, advanced version strengthens the foundation and enhances vitality, significantly boosting physical constitution, with no usage restrictions. Third-grade chi blood pill, advanced version can enhance strength 5-fold within an hour, and in certain aspects it will be more enduring, helping you regain your former vigor. Although there were no surprises, it wasn't unexpected either. For ordinary pills, from 1st to 9th grade, the effects wouldn't vary too much. But with each grade increase, the efficacy would be vastly different. The synthesized advanced versions naturally followed this rule. Jiang Chen took out the third-grade yellow jade pill and the third-grade green jade pill separately. Today, he would try these 2. The next day, Jiang Chen arrived at school. Su Mengran immediately noticed the difference in him compared to yesterday. You are already a martial artist? Su Mengran sat down opposite Jiang Chen and asked in a lowered voice. As her chosen teammate, she was quite concerned about Jiang Chen's strength. It was already a foregone conclusion that Jiang Chen would break through to become a martial artist before the college entrance examination. She knew that Jiang Chen had a sister in the Magic City, and now that he had spiritual stones, it wouldn't be a big problem to obtain cultivation materials. But she didn't expect that she had just mentioned it yesterday, and today Jiang Chen had directly achieved his goal. This speed is a bit too fast, isn't it? To become a martial artist, one must not only meet certain physical requirements but also overcome a difficult bottleneck. This requires a significant amount of elixirs and time to break through. Given sufficient resources, a month is barely enough. But how long has it been for Jiang Chen? Just yesterday, his one-handed strength was only over 3,000 kilograms, and in just one night, he reached the minimum requirement of 5,000 kilograms and successfully broke through the bottleneck. It's not like one can consume elixirs like candy and achieve such speed. Moreover, the elixirs that show quick effects on the market cannot be taken in large quantities in a short time. Even the 5th grade blood chi pill is no exception. I should be a martial artist now, right? Jiang Chen said uncertainly. He had only taken a 3rd grade yellow jade pill yesterday and felt like he was on a rocket, directly soaring into the realm of martial artists. Bottlenecks? They simply didn't exist. And this was just the beginning. Later, he took 4 more 3rd grade yellow jade pills and 2 3rd grade green jade pills. Now, he wasn't even sure to what extent his cultivation had reached. However, it seemed that taking too many elixirs at once had diminished the effects of both the 3rd grade yellow jade pill and the 3rd grade green jade pill. Taking more later might yield less than half the previous effects. You broke through to martial artist, didn't you have a bottleneck? Su Mengran blinked, her face full of curiosity. Maybe I was just lucky last night and had an epiphany in my dreams. Jiang Chen thought for a moment and said. Su Mengran was speechless. Such words might fool a child, but even they might not believe it. At that moment, Wang Xiaoming also came over. Jiang Chen, why do I feel like you look especially handsome today? A lot of girls in class are looking at you, Wang Xiaoming said with a hint of jealousy. Not everyone has Su Mengran's keen eye. Everyone noticed some subtle changes in Jiang Chen but couldn't pinpoint exactly what had changed. But the impression that he had become more handsome was unanimous. Wasn't I handsome before? Jiang Chen raised an eyebrow. You were handsome before too. Wang Xiaoming squeezed in next to him. What about the good stuff you mentioned yesterday? Did your sister give you any leftover 5th grade blood chi pills? Not really, Jiang Chen paused and continued, but I have one that's similar. I don't know the name of the elixir, but its effects are quite good. I just tried it yesterday. Let me see, Wang Xiaoming urged eagerly. Jiang Chen took out a glass bottle from his backpack, revealing a pill that had a jade-like quality, resembling a green jade pill but with an extremely translucent color and streaks of green on it. This was the leftover from the 10 green jade pills he had from yesterday, just enough to synthesize another 2nd grade pill. Jiang Chen had brought it along for Wang Xiaoming. This pill looks a bit like a green jade pill, but it's much more visually appealing. Why does it have patterns on it? Wang Xiaoming stared at the glass bottle in Jiang Chen's hand. This should be a Dan pattern, which only appears on extremely rare Dan pills, Su Mengran, who was quite knowledgeable, explained to Jiang Chen. Dan pattern? Although Wang Xiaoming didn't understand, since Su Mengran had spoken, he believed it without question. Jiang Chen, quickly tell me, what exactly does this Dan pill do, and how much are you planning to sell it for? Wang Xiaoming asked eagerly. It just enhances physical strength, with no side effects. As for the price, I'm not sure yet. How about you try it first, and then we can discuss the price? Jiang Chen himself had never taken the 2nd grade Qingyu Dan, so he wasn't clear on the specific effects. However, judging from the effects of the 3rd grade Qingyu Dan, it was definitely much better than the 3rd grade Huanyu Dan in terms of enhancing physical strength. The upgraded Huanyu Dan could enhance physical strength, but that was entirely due to the accompanying effects of washing the tendons and marrow. The Qingyu Dan, on the other hand, was specifically targeted at physical strength. Each specialty has its own focus, so the effects are certainly different from the Huanyu Dan. Are you really willing to let me try it first? Wang Xiaoming was immediately moved upon hearing this. Jiang Chen wasn't worried that he would eat it and then refuse to pay. This was a complete show of trust in him. Of course, Jiang Chen said with a smile. Then I won't be polite, Wang Xiaoming said as he took the Dan pill, opened the bottle, and directly poured the pill into his mouth. The taste is not bad, Wang Xiaoming smacked his lips, seemingly savoring the delicious moment. The next second, his cheeks suddenly flushed, and the fat on his body couldn't hide the bulging veins. Damn, that's a bit intense. Sweat beads quickly appeared on Wang Xiaoming's forehead, and the muscles in his arms trembled slightly, as if he were enduring great pain. Jiang Chen knew this was a sign of rapid power increase in a short time. Looking at Wang Xiaoming like this, his strength had at least increased by over 800 kilograms. After a while, Wang Xiaoming finally let out a breath, wiped the sweat from his face, and said, "Not gonna lie, it feels pretty good, way better than taking a chi and blood dan." "How does it feel?" Jiang Chen asked leisurely. Wang Xiaoming clenched his fist, his eyes full of excitement. "Wow, I feel like my one-handed strength has at least doubled. I need to find a training facility to test it out when I get home. 500,000, remember to transfer the money." Jiang Chen directly quoted a price. "So expensive?" Wang Xiaoming widened his eyes. Just a moment ago, he thought Jiang Chen was generous for letting him try it first, but now he wondered if he was trying to force a sale. The testing equipment from yesterday's school hasn't been taken down yet. Just tell the teacher, and you can test it to see if this money is worth it. Jiang Chen was absolutely confident in the effects of his Dan pill. However, for a high school student, this price was indeed beyond imagination. That's why he was willing to let Wang Xiaoming try it first, otherwise, the Dan pill would definitely not sell. "Alright, I'll pay you after I test it," Wang Xiaoming said as he dashed out of the classroom. Jiang Chen turned around and found Su Mengran staring at him. "What's wrong? Do you think I'm handsome today?" Jiang Chen raised an eyebrow and joked. "Shameless." Su Mengran couldn't help but roll her eyes at Jiang Chen. She felt that Jiang Chen was even more mysterious than she had imagined. The Dan pill Jiang Chen gave to Wang Xiaoming was definitely not available on the market, one could only try their luck at an auction. But Jiang Chen was also a martial artist, good Dan pills were not enough for his own use, so why would he sell them? Unless he had extras. Wang Xiaoming had really struck gold this time. A few minutes later, Wang Xiaoming burst back into the classroom. "Bro, from now on, you're my bro. I just tested it, and my one-handed strength actually increased by nearly 1,000 kilograms. I never dreamed that a single Dan pill could have such a great effect." Wang Xiaoming's features were so distorted with excitement that he couldn't find the words to describe his current feelings. "Is 500,000 worth it?" Jiang Chen said with a smile. "It's worth it, worth it, worth it. I'll transfer the money to you right now." Wang Xiaoming quickly took out his phone and transferred 500,000 to Jiang Chen, then asked, "Do you still have that kind of pill from earlier? I want to buy a few more." With the college entrance examination approaching, where could he find such effective pills? If he could get a few more, his single-arm strength might reach 3,000 kilograms. Wouldn't it be better to get into a key university than to keep a few million in hand? In this day and age, as long as you have the strength, isn't it easy to make money? I do have some, but I must remind you that the first pill has the best effect, the effects will gradually decrease with subsequent doses. It's definitely impossible to take a few and directly reach 5,000 kilograms, Jiang Chen clarified. The drawbacks to Wang Xiaoming in advance to avoid any accusations of selling fake pills later. "I understand that, all pills are like this," Wang Xiaoming replied immediately. "Alright, I'll bring them to you tomorrow." After that, Jiang Chen added, "You can also recommend them to Gao Yang and Su Li, aren't they quite well off right now?" "No problem, leave it to me," Wang Xiaoming patted his chest. Jiang Chen only planned to do business with acquaintances for now. If he were to sell them at the Lingwu Hall, the appraisers wouldn't recognize these pills, and it would be hard to explain. After all, the pills processed by the synthesis platform, while still bearing the same name as before, had the words advanced version attached, and their effects were worlds apart from the original. For example, the advanced version of the Huanyu Dan looks less different from the ordinary Huanyu Dan than the Qingyu Dan does. If he told someone that this Huanyu Dan had the function of a Shisui Dan, they would probably think he was crazy. However, he didn't plan to sell the Huanyu Dan either. Such pills that could directly change one's cultivation physique were better kept for personal use. Selling other things could still make money. In the afternoon, Su Li and Gao Yang both came to order a few second-grade Qingyu Dan. Wang Xiaoming also ordered 3. In the evening, it was clear he would have to make another trip to the Lingwu Hall. After school, Jiang Chen first found a hotel near the school to check in. He decided to temporarily stay there before the college entrance examination. After all, there wasn't much in the rental room, besides a few sets of clean clothes. He had already stored them in his item column, and the other daily necessities were optional. Replacing everything with new ones wouldn't cost much. Then, Jiang Chen took a taxi to the Lingwu Hall. He directly bought 10 bottles of Huanyu Dan and 10 bottles of Qingyu Dan. This would be enough for him to synthesize for a while. "Sir, your spending at our Lingwu Hall this month has exceeded 300,000, reaching the minimum requirement to participate in the auction. There will be an auction on the top floor of our Lingwu Hall at 7 o'clock tonight. If you're interested, you can go directly," the sales assistant suddenly reminded Jiang Chen after packing up the pills. An auction? Upon hearing this, Jiang Chen's mind stirred. Although Lingwu Hall sold a wide variety of goods, the truly good items could only be seen at the auction. This was well known to everyone. However, he had always heard that entry to Lingwu Hall's auction had certain restrictions. He didn't expect that spending more money would automatically trigger it. He thought Lingwu Hall would specifically send invitations to the wealthy. A minimum spending of 300,000 wasn't too high of a requirement. Since he had nothing better to do, he might as well go take a look. With this thought, Jiang Chen put away his things and took the elevator to the top floor. On the top floor of Lingwu Hall, besides the auction venue at the back, there was also a huge outdoor platform. A resting area was set up here, where guests could eat, drink tea, have snacks, and even enjoy barbecues before the auction started. Of course, the costs were not low. Jiang Chen happened to have not eaten dinner. He found a spot to sit down, ordered 2 bottles of beer and 20 skewers of grilled meat. Just for this little bit, he spent 2,000 yuan. Although the grilled meat was made from top-quality spirit sheep, it was definitely not cost-effective. With 2,000 yuan, he could buy enough to grill a whole bunch. However, Jiang Chen wasn't short on money right now. Enjoying a wealthy person's lifestyle wasn't bad at all. At that moment, a fragrant breeze wafted by, and suddenly a girl in a tight leather skirt appeared in his line of sight. "Handsome, all the other spots are full, can I sit across from you?" A fair arm rested on Jiang Chen's table, and a lazy yet slightly seductive voice rang out. Jiang Chen looked up and saw a girl dressed lightly, holding a phone stand while standing across from him. She looked to be in her early 20s, with exquisite makeup. Although she wasn't as beautiful as Su Mengran, she could definitely score above 9 out of 10. "Make yourself at home." Jiang Chen glanced at the girl and continued focusing on his skewers. "Thank you, handsome." Su Qing sat down at the spot across from Jiang Chen and waved at the phone screen. "Hey, everyone. I've arrived, you can all see, this is the top floor of Lingwu Hall in Spring City. I heard there's a special item at today's auction, and to bring you all to see it, I spent a fortune, just went downstairs to buy 300,000 worth of goods." Hearing this, Jiang Chen roughly guessed the girl's profession. She was likely a popular online streamer. The live streaming industry was quite developed in this world. However, the requirements were also quite high. Just singing and dancing wouldn't cut it here. To gain popularity, one needed corresponding skills. Jiang Chen could sense that the girl across from him was also a martial artist. In a small place like Spring City, martial artists weren't common, especially someone so young. "Handsome, are you here to attend the auction too?" Su Qing said a few words to her audience in the live stream. Her gaze couldn't help but shift back to Jiang Chen. There was no helping it, this little handsome guy was too good-looking. She couldn't resist wanting to look at him a bit more. "Not here to attend the auction, am I supposed to come just for dinner?" Jiang Chen replied while skewering the meat. "Right, the stuff in the resting area of Lingwu Hall is notoriously expensive." Su Qing rested her chin on her hand and continued asking, "Handsome, are you still in high school?" "Yeah," Jiang Chen nodded. "You're so impressive, coming to a place like this at such a young age. I heard there are all sorts of strange items at the auction, and if you don't have a good eye, it's easy to get scammed." Su Qing continued to find topics to talk about. "I'm just here to take a look, not necessarily to buy," Jiang Chen replied. Seeing Su Qing chatting away with Jiang Chen, the audience in the livestream became displeased. "Xiao Kaihong, that's not fair, bringing us to see the auction and then chatting with the handsome guy. Is he really that handsome? Let us see." Jiang Chen was dressed quite simply among the crowd of wealthy individuals. The t-shirt he wore seemed to be a cheap $20 purchase from last year, visibly low in quality. However, the staff at Lingwu Hall were exceptionally courteous, treating every guest with respect. After verifying Jiang Chen's identity, they handed him a number tag. With this number tag, each person could have their own private room. Jiang Chen had already seen several rich men entering with female companions. These people, aside from showing off, certainly had no good intentions. To be honest, Jiang Chen didn't envy them at all. Although he didn't have a girl by his side, he was handsome and not balding. Just based on that, he had already outshone 90% of the people present. Jiang Chen casually put one hand in his pants pocket and strolled around the auction venue for a while before finally locating his private room according to the number tag. The room was not large, containing only a sofa, a small square table, and a wine cabinet. The small table was adorned with free fruit snacks, and the wine cabinet was stocked with drinks at various price points, available for purchase via card or QR code, catering to all kinds of guests. Opposite the sofa was a panoramic floor-to-ceiling window, fitted with one-way glass. This provided the best view for guests while also protecting their privacy. Jiang Chen sat down on the sofa, casually peeled a banana, and began to eat while waiting for the auction to start. As the clock struck 7, a middle-aged man in a suit stepped onto the stage. He adjusted his bow tie and then smiled broadly as he spoke. Welcome everyone to the Lingwu Hall auction. As per tradition, we will auction 10 items today, including 3 types of elixirs, 2 weapons, a set of armor, 2 books of martial arts, and 2 categories of special items. We will not disappoint your expectations. As the host finished speaking, 10 elegantly dressed women in kipayos walked onto the stage, each carrying a tray covered with a red cloth. The trays concealed the auction items, allowing only a glimpse of their general shapes without revealing the specifics. However, before each auction, Lingwu Hall would release some tantalizing rumors to attract attendees. For instance, it was said that today there was an item rumored to have come from the celestial realm. Many prominent figures from the inner city, and even people from other cities, had come to join the excitement. But everyone understood the merchant's tactics. Items claimed to be from the celestial realm should indeed exist, as Lingwu Hall wouldn't dare to engage in false advertising. However, it was unlikely to be anything particularly valuable, otherwise, it would have been prioritized for auction in a big city. Even so, many people still wanted to try their luck. Zhang Chen even spotted several streamers like Su Chung among the crowd. After the opening remarks, the auction officially began. The host approached the first tray, lifted the red cloth, revealing an intricately carved wooden box containing a blood-red elixir. The first item for auction today is a third-grade blood transformation pill, specifically designed for internal injuries. As long as the heart meridian is unharmed, any other internal injuries can be instantly healed. This elixir is crafted by Master Qin Ji, ensuring both efficacy and quality. Friends in need should not miss this opportunity. After giving everyone a few seconds to react, the host continued, the starting bid for this third-grade blood transformation pill is 800,000, with each bid increasing by no less than 1%. You may now place your bids. As the host's words fell, many private rooms began to light up one after another. 900,000. 1 million. 1,200,000. 1,500,000. 1,000,008. In the end, the third-grade blood transformation pill was sold for 2,300,000. Zhang Chen couldn't help but marvel at how many wealthy people there were in this world. A third-grade blood transformation pill could fetch over 2 million. Wouldn't his synthesized advanced version of the third-grade yellow jade pill be worth over 5 million? The next 2 pills were auctioned off for a high price of 1,600,000 and 1,900,000 respectively. Including the weapons and armor that followed, Zhang Chen wasn't very interested. There was no doubt that what he could synthesize himself would be better than what he could buy. Anything that could make it to the auction would not come cheap. However, he was curious about those 2 martial arts manuals and 2 special items to see if there was anything he needed. If martial skills and spiritual techniques were a means of releasing spiritual power, then the manuals were a means of enhancing spiritual power. Schools usually only taught the most basic breathing techniques. But if one learned the manuals, the cultivation speed would be completely different. The next auction item is a manual suitable for women's cultivation, called Qinglian Gong. After practicing it, not only can it increase the speed of spiritual power absorption, but there will also be a fragrance of lotus emanating from the body. This auction item is a rare treasure, starting at 8 million, and each bid must not be lower than 1%. Everyone can start bidding now. Hearing the price announced by the host, Zhang Chen's eyelid twitched. Although he had mentally prepared himself, he hadn't expected the price of the manual to be this high. With a starting price of 8 million, wouldn't the final transaction price be over 10 million? Fortunately, it was a manual for women, so it wouldn't be of much use to him. He hoped the next manual would be cheaper. Perhaps because the items were too expensive, the number of bidders this time was noticeably fewer than before. However, most of the bidders were women. Zhang Chen even heard a familiar voice. 18 million. Su Qing sat on the sofa, unwilling to back down as she called out another price, then glanced at her phone screen. I must get this Qinglian Gong today. I encountered a similar one at the auction in the capital before, and as everyone knows, I bid 30 million but ultimately gave up. I was so angry that I didn't eat for 2 days after returning home. I can't miss it again today. The viewers in the live stream urged her. Little Rainbow, you need to stay calm. Last month you just bought a weapon for 50 million. If you get this manual today, you'll go bankrupt. Exactly, while Qinglian Gong is very suitable for women's cultivation, the price is indeed too high. Making money isn't easy. Have you forgotten the days of eating instant noodles last month? Little Rainbow. Let's look at something else. What if there are better items later? Su Qing glanced at the barrage in the live stream and said, Firmly, no one can persuade me today. Even if I have to eat dirt for the next 6 months, I will get the Qinglian Gong. At this point, the bidding for Qinglian Gong had reached 20 million. Su Qing gritted her teeth and directly called out a price. 25 million. Now, the entire auction hall fell silent. In a place like Spring City, there were indeed very few who could spend over 20 million on a manual. The host waited 10 seconds and, seeing no one else bidding, began to count down to drop the hammer. Congratulations to the lady in room 72 for successfully bidding Qinglian Gong at the price of 25 million. The host announced loudly. The staff behind brought the item to Su Qing, while the host continued to auction the next item. The next auction item is a bit special. The host pulled away the red cloth on the tray, revealing several pieces of tattered beast skin paper. This is a damaged manual, and according to our appraisers, this manual is very likely to have reached level 6. Hearing the term level 6, the atmosphere on site couldn't help but become lively. Level 6 techniques were already hard to come by, let alone the fact that they were level 6 techniques. Even if they were incomplete, as long as there were a few usable fragments, they would still be worth it. However, when the camera focused on the item and zoomed in on the details, the atmosphere instantly cooled down again. It was just 2 tattered pieces of beast skin paper. The writing on them was not only blurred but also had many incoherent parts. Taking this technique back would, at most, serve as a collectible. Who would dare to practice according to it? It would be easy to go astray. But Jiang Chen was excited. What a good find! He loved this kind of junk because the starting bid couldn't be too high. Even if he couldn't piece together a complete technique in the end, he could still use other lower-level techniques to continue synthesizing. There would always be some useful parts that could be preserved. Seeing the low mood on site, the host felt a bit helpless. These 2 pages of technique fragments were likely to go unsold. Due to the incompleteness of the technique, we have set a starting bid at only 2 million. For those interested, it would be nice to take it home as a collectible. You may start bidding now. Hearing this starting price, Jiang Chen quickly checked his bank balance. He had sold a second-grade Qingyu Dan today, earning 500,000. Additionally, Su Li and Gao Yang had each reserved 2 Qingyu Dan from him, and Wang Xiaoming had reserved 3. The money had already been transferred to his account. After deducting the 300,000 he spent on the pills earlier, he still had over 370,000 left. He could afford it. 2 million. Jiang Chen bid directly. Mr. in room 117 bids 2 million. Is there a higher bid? The host's tone instantly became enthusiastic. He no longer had to worry about it going unsold, as he could make quite a bit from 2 million. Seemingly afraid Jiang Chen would back out, the host only paused for 5 seconds this time. If no one else is bidding, I will start the countdown now. 3, 2, 1. Let us congratulate Mr. in room 117 for successfully bidding 2 million for the pages of the level 6 technique. Jiang Chen didn't expect to buy it at the base price. But thinking about it, it made sense. It was a steal for him, but for other buyers, spending millions on 2 pieces of torn paper that were neither usable nor impressive was completely pointless. Even if someone who wasn't short on cash bought it for collection, they would still have to choose something of value. There were so many good things, why buy 2 pieces of torn paper? In room 72, Su Qing also recognized Jiang Chen's voice. This kid, he can't really think he can buy a level 6 technique for 2 million, can he? Su Qing sighed. She should have let Jiang Chen follow her so she could at least remind him. She had a pretty good impression of this younger brother. The staff delivered the technique pages to Jiang Chen's room. After paying the full amount on the spot, Jiang Chen finally got his hands on his items. At this point, the host had already moved on to auction the next item. It was a formation plate with a starting bid of 800,000. Jiang Chen wasn't interested, so he began to study the 2 pieces of beast skin paper in his hands. He needed to confirm whether these 2 pages of technique fragments truly reached level 6 standards. After all, the appraiser didn't know what a complete technique looked like. If the appraisal was wrong, he would be at a huge loss. But the probability of that happening at the Spirit Martial Hall was still low. Jiang Chen opened the synthesis platform and placed one of the beast skin pages inside. The details became immediately clear. Fragmented level 6 technique, specific content unknown, effects unknown. As long as it's level 6, that's fine. Jiang Chen didn't hesitate and directly added the other piece of beast skin paper into the synthesis platform as well. The system immediately popped up a prompt. Do you want to synthesize the fragmented level 6 technique? Synthesize. The fragmented level 6 technique has been synthesized. Congratulations, you have obtained Wandering Technique. The Universal Technique, a level 3 cultivation method that can triple the speed of spiritual energy. Absorption after training. Why has it downgraded? Jiang Chen felt a bit disappointed. And it had dropped by 3 levels. It seemed that the incompleteness of the technique had a significant impact on the final product. Jiang Chen held the brand new Universal Technique in his hands. The material of this technique was no longer beast skin paper, but rather a cheap product mass-printed. Like those available on the market, possibly made from materials even inferior to the textbooks provided by the school. Wait. Mass printing? Suddenly, a spark of inspiration flashed in Jiang Chen's mind. With the complete content of the technique, he could easily mass print it and continue synthesizing. If that works, what's a level 6 technique? He would eventually be able to create a level 9 one. With this thought, the gloom in Jiang Chen's heart was instantly swept away. He put away the technique and looked up at the display stand. The previous array disc had already been sold for 3 million. Next up was the highlight item of today's auction. As everyone knows, our Spirit Martial Hall has recently received a special item. After analysis by more than a dozen senior appraisers, it has been confirmed to be from the world of all heavens. The host approached the last auction item and lifted the red cloth with a flourish. A gasp of amazement arose from the crowd upon seeing what was inside. Heavens, what is this? It's so beautiful. It looks like a fish, but it's really stunning. I wonder if it can be tamed. Creatures from the world of all heavens are rare. If there's a market for it, buying it could yield several times the profit. The host was very pleased with the audience's reaction and said with a smile, as you can see, this should be a water-type spirit beast, gentle in nature, and taming it should be no problem. If a contract can be successfully established, it can even assist in battle. Nowadays, there are many demon beasts that can be contracted, but species from the world of all heavens are not something you can find just anywhere. With the host's introduction, the atmosphere in the venue became even more heated. Everyone could imagine the effect of owning a spirit beast from the world of all heavens. The longing for the world of all heavens had seeped into every aspect of life. Anything associated with the world of all heavens could fetch several times its price, even if it were just a cabbage. Not to mention a spirit beast with taming potential. While everyone was discussing fervently, Jiang Chen rubbed his eyes, doubting whether he was seeing correctly. This couldn't be an illusion, could it? If it really was that thing, wouldn't it be a huge deal? On the exhibition stand, there was a small water tank only half a meter high. Inside, a palm-sized blue fish was quietly suspended in the center of the tank. Its dorsal fin and tail were extremely long, swaying like soft ribbons with the water's ripples, emitting a faint blue light that cast a cool tone over the entire stand. From the outside, it was indeed an exceptionally beautiful little fish. With its high appearance, coupled with its origin from the celestial realms, it had a gentle temperament and could be tamed. All these elements combined meant its price would not be cheap. However, after careful confirmation, Jiang Chen felt a chill in his heart. Information about this creature surfaced in his mind. It was a siren, also known as Misfortune. One of the major bosses banned from the seas and the celestial realms. It wasn't anything special. Wherever it appeared, disaster would follow. And don't be fooled by its small size. This was its mimicry. It was just here to act cute, and someone really thought it could be tamed? Who knew who was so malicious to bring this thing out for auction? Either they truly didn't understand, or they had ill intentions. Forget it, he should retreat early. He had a feeling that the Lingwu Hall building was about to meet its end in the next second. Jiang Chen silently wished the people present good luck, then quietly left the auction house. It wasn't that he didn't want to warn others, the key was that even if he did, no one would believe him. Everyone should just fend for themselves. Jiang Chen took the elevator to the first floor, and as soon as he stepped out, the ground suddenly shook violently. Dust began to fall from the ceiling, and the floor showed fine cracks. No way? It came so quickly? Jiang Chen dared not think too much and rushed out of the Lingwu Hall at the fastest speed. Just as he ran about 10 meters out of the Lingwu Hall, a thunderous roar erupted behind him, and a black snake thicker than a barrel emerged from the ground. Following that, 2, 3, 4. In just a few seconds, 7 black snakes had burrowed up from the ground. Their targets seemed to be the top of the Lingwu Hall building. After emerging, they began to climb up the building, leaving destruction in their wake. But that wasn't all. At the same time these black snakes appeared, a large shadow gathered above the Lingwu Hall. Upon closer inspection, it turned out to be countless mutated flying ants. These flying ants were common in the soul severing forest, each the size of a bull, appearing in swarms with immense destructive power. The Lingwu Hall was located in the most prosperous area of the outer city. This scene truly frightened many people. Passers-by who were slightly farther away began to take out their phones to take pictures. However, Jiang Qin didn't look back and ran towards the inner city. Right now, everyone hadn't reacted yet, and there were no restrictions on passage to the inner city. If chaos broke out in the outer city, the inner city would definitely be the safest place. After running a distance, Jiang Qin hailed a taxi and gave an address in the inner city. Oh, what happened to the Lingwu Hall in the outer city to cause such a commotion? The taxi driver asked curiously. While driving, glancing at the rearview mirror, he only saw several massive black snakes twisting the Lingwu Hall like a twisted donut, and above the Lingwu Hall, large shadows were gathering. Big brother, don't look anymore, hurry to the inner city while we can still get in, Jiang Qin kindly reminded. Hissed the driver gasped, instantly realizing, with so many beasts running into the outer city, something big is about to happen. Thinking of this, the driver pressed the accelerator. The inner city and outer city were both circular, with entrances and exits in all 8 directions. If they went straight through, it wouldn't take much time at all. As they approached the inner city, the driver suddenly turned back and said, "My wife and kids live just ahead, is it okay for them to get in the car and enter the inner city together?" The driver was merely politely seeking Jiang Qin's opinion. At this moment, he could easily abandon Jiang Qin and take his wife and child into the inner city. Although doing business requires integrity, that is under the premise of ensuring one's own interests. Compared to a stranger, one's family is undoubtedly more important. Of course, no problem. After saying that, Jiang Qin also took out his phone and sent a text message to Wang Xiaoming and the others. He hadn't forgotten that Wang Xiaoming and the others had asked him to reserve the Qingyu Dan. Now that the money had been spent, there was no way to get a refund. Reminding them was just doing a good deed in proving that he hadn't run away. When the time comes, they would have to rely on fate to meet in the inner city. The driver had already notified his wife and child in advance. When they arrived at the community building, they got in and left without wasting much time. However, when they reached the entrance of the inner city, they found that the passage into the city was already lined with a long queue. Whenever there was chaos in the outer city, similar scenes would always appear. The inner city also allowed people from the outer city to enter for refuge, but they had to pay a 5-figure tax every day. Only a very few could afford that. Moreover, it wasn't just during special times, even normally, people from the outer city couldn't casually stay overnight in the inner city. Without an inner city residence permit, every breath of inner city air cost money. This was the reality. However, Jiang Qin was very clear that this time the situation was quite special. The name of the sea demon of misfortune was not just for show. As long as it was in Spring City, disasters would continue to descend. Now it was a beast attacking the city, and who knew what would come next? Once they entered, they might not be able to come out for 10 days or half a month. By then, many people would likely go bankrupt. At this moment, the auction hall on the top floor of Lingwu Hall was already in chaos. The little fish in the water tank on the display stand had long since disappeared. The staff were contacting rescue teams while trying to calm the guests' emotions. Everyone, please remain calm. There are 7 earth dragons outside Lingwu Hall, along with a swarm of mutated flying ants covering an area of over 2 kilometers. But everyone can rest assured, we have set up an inner city level defense formation in the auction hall. As long as everyone stays calmly in the auction hall, we can guarantee your safety. However, despite what the staff said, many people were still shouting to go outside. Among those present were many big shots from other places. With their influence, they could call for help at any time. But if they were trapped here, it would be equivalent to handing over the initiative to Lingwu Hall. Relying solely on the defense formation was not reassuring at all. In the midst of the chaos, Su Qing held up her phone stand, hiding in a corner, her face full of despair. This was the consequence of loving to join the excitement. After watching so much commotion, there would always be 1 or 2 unexpected incidents. But it was precisely this that created the live broadcast effect. Now her live stream's rewards were going crazy, yet she was trapped in this small venue, not knowing when she would be rescued. In fact, when Jiang Qin left, she was quite curious as to why he didn't wait to see the final auction item before leaving. Upon reflection, Jiang Qin's expression at that time was not quite right. Perhaps he knew something in advance. The strangest thing was that when all the unexpected events occurred, the little blue fish on the display stand, which had a starting auction price of 50 million, had inexplicably vanished. She had witnessed the scene with her own eyes. It was simply too bizarre. Su Qing took a deep breath. So much had happened today, she needed to digest it all. But before she could catch her breath, the barrage of comments in the live stream began to flood the screen. Little Rainbow, it's over. I just saw the news that a beast tide has appeared outside Spring City, and it will reach the city walls in no more than 5 minutes. What's going on in Spring City today? A few earth dragons came out of the outer city. And before that settled down, now a beast tide is coming. What bad luck is this? Experts say this beast tide is a once-in-decades occurrence, and nearby cities have already started mobilizing support, otherwise Spring City definitely won't hold up. Looks like the streamer is going to be trapped for a while. After reading the comments, Su Qing felt completely unwell. A beast tide? She had just come to attend an auction, and now she was facing a once-in-decades beast tide? It wasn't over yet. The comments in the live stream had more new discoveries. Just now, a geological expert detected large cavities underground in Spring City. It might be the nesting ground of earth dragons. If a large number of earth dragons emerge, it could trigger at least a magnitude 9 earthquake. Damn, earth dragons are 7th-tier monsters. How come no one discovered the earth dragon nest under Spring City before? What have these experts been doing? They didn't say a word before the disaster, and now that there's an earth dragon crisis, all sorts of new discoveries pop up. It's ridiculous. Latest news, there are reportedly many flying monsters in this beast tide. Relying solely on the city walls might not be enough to stop them. After reading the comments, Su Qing nearly blacked out. Were all these bad news clustered together? Let her go, she would never dare to join in the fun again. Jiang Chen rushed in at the last batch and finally entered the inner city. The situation in the outer city was severe. This time, the inner city was only open for half an hour before closing all entry points. At the same time, he received replies from Wang Xiaoming and others. Su Li lived close to the inner city and had successfully entered for refuge. Wang Xiaoming and Gao Yang didn't make it in time. But the defenses around the inner city were strict, so they barely made it into a safe zone. As for Su Mengran, she lived in the inner city, so there was no need to worry about her. After getting out of the car, Jiang Chen first went to a nearby tech city to buy a new model smartphone. With such a big incident happening in the outer city, he definitely needed to keep up with the news. After inserting the SIM card and turning on the phone, he received several news app notifications. Spring City is facing a once-in-decades beast tide. Support from all sides will arrive within 2 hours. Experts have discovered a massive group of earth dragons underground in Spring City. It is speculated that they may have come from deep underground or wandered over from other places. Frequent earthquakes are expected, and citizens are advised to take protective measures. Dr. Chen, a formation expert, stated that the defensive formations in the inner city can withstand all natural disasters, and earthquakes will not affect the inner city. Jiang Chen didn't expect that in just half an hour, so many changes would occur in the outer city. Others might think it was just a coincidence, but he knew it had to be related to the cursed sea demon. This thing shouldn't be running around outside the Forbidden Sea. Just thinking about it sent chills down his spine. Forget it, the inner city should be temporarily safe. I should find a place to stay first. Jiang Chen looked for several hotels nearby, but they were all fully booked. During the time he spent buying the phone, those with experience in seeking refuge had already found places to settle down. People from the outer city could not stay outside after 12 o'clock. Otherwise, if caught, they would not only be fined but also driven out of the city. Normally, that would be fine. But being driven out at this critical moment was no different from seeking death. In the end, with no other choice, Jiang Chen had to check into a couple's hotel. Is it just one person? The front desk attendant asked Jiang Chen. Well, just one person. Jiang Chen rubbed his nose, and there was no rule saying that single people couldn't stay in couple hotels. Please show your ID. The attendant didn't ask further and continued speaking. Jiang Chen handed over his ID, and the front desk attendant immediately recognized it as an ID from outside the city, saying, "Sir, since you are from outside the city, you need to pay a room fee of 1,000, plus a tax of 10,000. We will help you pay the tax part. If there are no issues, please make the payment first. We accept card payments in cash. I'll pay by card." Jiang Chen handed over his bank card. At that moment, a couple nearby was also checking in. They glanced at Jiang Chen and began whispering to each other. This person must be from outside the city. Definitely, he looks like a beggar. These country bumpkins from outside the city are really annoying. You can smell their poverty just walking down the street, and they've even caused our hotel prices to rise. Exactly, when we came yesterday, it was only 500. Since becoming a martial artist, Jiang Chen's vision and hearing had greatly improved. He naturally heard the couple's conversation. They thought 1,000 for a hotel was expensive. He really didn't understand where they got the confidence to look down on others' poverty. Anyone who could enter the inner city for refuge during such times had some economic strength, right? As for the inner city, not everyone was from wealthy families. Many had wealthy ancestors who secured them a household registration in the inner city but didn't give them the ability to make money. Yet they had grown accustomed to looking down from their high positions, believing that having an inner city household registration made them superior to those from outside. That's why they could speak such words without any psychological burden. They even thought it was normal. However, it was often these mediocre people who treated the inner city household registration as a bragging right. Those truly capable wouldn't care about a piece of paper. No matter where they went, they could live splendidly. As for the couple's comments about him, Jiang Chen merely smiled it off. After completing the check-in process, he took the elevator to the 8th floor. Finding his room, Jiang Chen walked in. It was indeed a couple's hotel. The small room was filled with an ambiguous atmosphere. The bed was heart-shaped, covered in rose petals. There was even a pink fish tank on the bedside, housing colorful ornamental fish. Suddenly, Jiang Chen's expression froze. He even felt a bit like cursing. How could this thing appear here? He had escaped from the outer city to the inner city. He had thought it was just bad luck to encounter this at the auction. But now it seemed more like it was aimed at him? Jiang Chen stood in place and observed for a few seconds, realizing that the sea monster in the pink fish tank had no intention of attacking him. Instead, it swam back and forth with a group of small fish, seemingly trying to blend in. It was quite convincing. But what should he do now? Running would definitely be useless. He had entered the inner city by car, and this thing was faster than him. It even seemed to know in advance which room he would be staying in. But if he stayed, he felt like he would die on the spot. Was there any way to resolve this trouble? He definitely couldn't confront it head-on. Although he had obtained quite a few good things in the past few days, it was nothing compared to the boss of the Forbidden Sea in the world of the heavens. Was he really going to fall here today? The key was that he didn't even know how he would fall. He had only crossed over for less than a week. There was no reason he would have provoked an enemy from the world of the heavens. After all, he had only played games before, but this was a real world. Jiang Chen's mind raced and he suddenly thought of a possibility. The universal synthesis platform could even synthesize living beings. Could he take advantage of the sea monster's inattention and directly collect it into the synthesis platform? This guy seemed quite addicted to pretending to be an ornamental fish. It probably wouldn't expect him to suddenly take action. Maybe it would really work. Jiang Chen opened the synthesis platform and saw that the sea monster still showed no reaction, so he swaggered over. He pretended to examine the room's furnishings and walked to the bedside. This $1,000 is really worth it. Jiang Chen relaxed and sat on the bed, casually resting his arm on the bedside table, naturally touching the fish tank. At that moment, the sea monster in the fish tank paused for a moment. Jiang Chen wouldn't let this opportunity slip by. He immediately used the universal synthesis platform, intending to collect the sea monster directly. However, the development of events deviated slightly from his imagination. Inside the universal synthesis platform was a complete fish tank. Damn, how did I even collect the fish tank? Jiang Chen's heart nearly jumped into his throat. After careful observation, he found that the sea monster was still perfectly fine in the fish tank, and he let out a sigh of relief. The fish tank that had been collected into the synthesis platform seemed to have time frozen. Even the movement of the aquatic plants inside maintained the same state as before. Although the sea monster only appeared to be a fish, Jiang Chen could still see a hint of confusion in its eyes. This guy probably didn't expect that he had this trump card. Jiang Chen was in a great mood. After the synthesis, he had successively discovered the identification function of the synthesis platform, and now he found that it could also be used to trap powerful enemies. It was simply too strong. But soon, his mood soured. The fish tank was sitting in the synthesis platform, so what would he do about synthesizing things in the future? He had made a miscalculation. His rapid improvement in strength relied entirely on the elixirs synthesized by the synthesis platform. He had promised to give Su Li and the others the Qingyu Dan tomorrow. Now that he couldn't take out his elixirs, he couldn't get any money out either. Wouldn't he be seen as a fraud? Let's check the attributes of the fish tank first. What if this guy just looks like a sea monster? Jiang Chen still held a glimmer of hope. He opened the item's attributes. Strange ornamental fish tank. Although it is just an ordinary ornamental fish tank, it carries a hint of ominous aura. Sure enough, just based on this ominous aura, it was definitely the cursed sea monster. What if I just synthesize it together with the fish tank? Jiang Chen felt completely uncertain. A monster of the cursed sea. Monster's level, with his current spiritual power limit, he definitely couldn't synthesize it. But the synthesis platform didn't say it was a sea monster. He could just synthesize a fish tank. Could there really be a limit on spiritual power? Whether it would work or not, he would know by trying something out. Jiang Chen turned the hotel room upside down. Then he found a desk lamp, a box of tissues, a box of condoms, a crystal ball ornament, 2 bottles of mineral water, 2 pairs of disposable slippers, and 2 sets of toiletries. Jiang Chen eliminated some strange items and finally kept the crystal ball ornament and the mineral water. He had tried synthesizing different items before. Although the characteristics of both would be preserved, one item would inevitably dominate. For example, when synthesizing a black iron fruit knife with a blood-sucking vine, the fruit knife retained its original form but gained some characteristics of the blood-sucking vine. So he had to ensure that the fish tank was the one being synthesized away. That way, he would be safe. After thinking it over, Jiang Chen chose the crystal ball. The mineral water had a single attribute and was less likely to go wrong, but it was also hard to preserve. An ornamental fish tank and an ornamental crystal ball, both were decorative items. In the end, which one could be preserved would depend on luck. With that thought, Jiang Chen directly added the crystal ball to the synthesis table. Would you like to synthesize the bizarre ornamental fish tank plus the ordinary ornamental crystal ball? Hearing the system prompt, Jiang Chen knew he had made the right bet. The synthesis table only regarded the fish tank as an ordinary item. Synthesize. Jiang Chen decisively chose. Bizarre ornamental fish tank plus ordinary ornamental crystal ball has been synthesized. Congratulations on obtaining the bizarre divination crystal ball. It worked. Jiang Chen clenched his fist and couldn't help but jump up. He quickly glanced at the attributes. Bizarre divination crystal ball can be used to divine for someone once a day. Cooldown time is a full 24 hours. The target of the divination will definitely encounter great misfortune. After reading the attribute description, Jiang Chen was almost laughing out loud. He didn't expect that his random operations would actually synthesize a usable special item. Attack power equal to 0, but the lethality was extremely strong. This was an item synthesized from the cursed sea monster. Just thinking about it made one realize how terrifying its power was. In the future, anyone who dared to provoke him would directly face a divination. Any trouble could be resolved. Jiang Chen took out the divination crystal ball. Originally, it only showed a snowy scene with snow-covered pines, a small house, and a deer cart, but now it was shrouded in a layer of black mist, with occasional flashes of lightning visible through the fog. This looked very much like the scenery of the Forbidden Sea. The sky over the Forbidden Sea was shrouded in dark clouds year-round, with thunder and lightning. It was practically a concentration camp for monsters, with thousands of different bosses, and the sea monster was just one of the more famous big bosses among them. But no matter what the crystal ball showed inside, it was now Jiang Chen's possession. He couldn't wait to find someone to test the effects of the divination crystal ball. He also wondered if the target of the divination was limited to humans. In the world of the heavens, under a colorful crystal floating in mid-air, many strange creatures gathered. Among them, a monster with a human head and a snake body twisted its body and approached. "My lord, the sea monster's aura has disappeared," the human-headed snake-bodied monster said respectfully. The prophecy stone does not make mistakes. It seems the sea monster has found the whereabouts of the divine-level treasure. A woman in a purple long dress faced the direction of the colorful crystal. Her figure was illusory and ethereal, clearly close at hand, yet it seemed like just a phantom, making it hard to grasp. The information the prophecy stone provided her indicated that a divine-level treasure was about to emerge. Moreover, it pointed to a small planet outside the world of the heavens. Initially, there was little hope. But now that the sea monster's aura had disappeared, it made the matter more interesting. Send someone to investigate the last position where the sea monster disappeared. The divine-level treasure must not fall into human hands, the woman in purple commanded. "Yes, my lord," the human-headed snake-bodied monster immediately replied. When it looked up again, the woman in purple had already vanished from the spot. Looking at the divination crystal ball in his hand, Jiang Chen felt nothing but satisfaction. As expected of something from a god-level treasure chest, the universal synthesis platform is just too overpowered. This was not the first time he had marveled at the power of the universal synthesis platform. The key this time was that it had helped him resolve a major threat. He had been at his wits' end, ready to wait for death. Unexpectedly, the situation took a turn. Not only was the trouble resolved, but he also synthesized a new piece of equipment. However, today he was also lucky that the sea monster did not Reveal its true form. If the sea monster had been even a little vigilant, it wouldn't have let him get away so easily. Fearing further mishaps, Jiang Chen quickly restored his internal spiritual energy and prepared to synthesize the 20 bottles of elixirs in his hand. This way, he wouldn't lack for elixirs for a long time to come. The surplus could also be sold for money. He also planned to find time to deal with a few advanced second-grade blood elixirs. There were many wealthy people in the inner city, and such special function elixirs would definitely sell well. Just then, a sudden knock on the door interrupted him. Jiang Chen had no choice but to put his things away and walk over to open the door. Outside stood a front desk attendant and a flamboyantly dressed man who was hugging two girls and provocatively glanced at Jiang Chen. "Hurry up and make it clear to him," the man kicked the attendant's heel, his tone filled with impatience. "Sir, it's like this. Due to my oversight, I forgot that this room has already been booked. We can only ask you to vacate the room, and we will refund the tax and room fee in full," the attendant said apologetically. "Can't you give me another room?" Jiang Chen didn't want to waste time on such trivial matters. He was busy. Moreover, it was almost midnight. Finding another hotel at this time would definitely be too late. "I'm really sorry, this is already the last room." The attendant said sorry, but his tone was dry, lacking any sincerity. "Why are you babbling with him? Hurry up and get someone to throw him out. What are you afraid of, a country bumpkin from the outer city?" Lu Junhai was eager to get things done. If Jiang Chen hadn't been blocking the door, he would have already rushed straight to the point with the girls. The attendant was about to speak when he saw Jiang Chen pull out a black crystal ball from somewhere, staring at Lu Junhai with a strange expression. "Hey there, handsome, I see your fortune is dark, you might be in for some bad luck soon." Lu Junhai looked confused. "What the hell? To be honest, my ancestors have been doing divination for generations. I usually don't help people with fortune telling easily, but today, your fortune is just too ominous. I really couldn't bear not to remind you," Jiang Chen rambled on. Since fortune telling was all nonsense anyway, he could just make things up. "Damn, are you cursing me?" Lu Junhai glared. If it weren't for the fact that he couldn't make a move in the city, he would have already beaten this brat to the ground. The attendant was also taken aback. How did divination come into this? And can divination and fortune-telling even be the same thing? This was completely off the mark. "Handsome, I have no reason to lie to you, I just wanted to kindly remind you before I leave," Jiang Chen said earnestly. "Don't worry, I don't charge for divination. Our line of work values accumulating virtue and doing good. Money is just a worldly matter to us. The more you talk, the more addicted you get, huh? Just wait until I deal with you today." Lu Junhai rolled up his sleeves, clearly ready to make a move. Seeing this, the two girls beside him and the attendant quickly held him back. "Young Master Lu, calm down. I'll just call security to throw him out. The city has been strict lately, if you make a move, you'll definitely be held accountable," the attendant said with a face full of worry. If Lu Junhai made a move here and ended up getting sent in, he would definitely lose his job too. At that moment, a ringtone sounded. "Everyone let go, I'm answering the phone." Lu Junhai broke free from his restraints, shot a warning glare at Jiang Chen, then took out his phone and pressed the answer button. "Mom, what's the matter?" "I'm busy." "Busy with what?" "Hurry back, your dad had a car accident. I heard he broke 3 ribs and has already been sent to the hospital." A woman's voice came from the phone. "Ha?" Lu Junhai doubted he had heard wrong. His dad was a martial artist, what kind of accident could break 3 ribs? Oh my god. Before Lu Junhai could react, a scream suddenly came from the phone. "Mom, what happened?" Lu Junhai quickly asked. "Just now, on my way to the garage, a beam suddenly fell from the ceiling. Luckily, the bodyguard pulled me away in time, otherwise it would have crushed me." "It's good that you're fine, it's good that you're fine." Lu Junhai breathed a sigh of relief. "Wait, it's a call from the hospital. I need to take this." While Lu Junhai was on the phone, Jiang Chen was also keeping an eye on the time. The effect is quite fast, results in 3 minutes. But isn't the crystal ball's divination supposed to be for the person themselves? That would be pointless. Just as Jiang Chen thought of this, Lu Junhai's face suddenly turned pale. "Young Master Lu, what's wrong?" his female companion asked with concern. Lu Junhai had just opened his mouth when he felt his stomach churn, and then uncontrollably let out a loud fart. The smell instantly spread. The 3 people beside him immediately took a few steps back. "Where's the bathroom? Where's the bathroom?" Lu Junhai gritted his teeth and glared at the waiter. "Just walk a few steps forward and turn left," the waiter said, trying to suppress the urged to cover his nose, pointing to the opposite side. Lu Junhai didn't care about anything else and rushed straight to the bathroom. Finding a stall, he pulled down his pants and started. Lu Junhai let out a long breath, finally feeling comfortable. What the hell, I booked a high-end restaurant, and I can still get a bad stomach. Thinking of the embarrassing moment just now, his face turned as dark as a pot bottom. If those guys dared to spread this incident, they could just wait to face his wrath. But soon, he discovered something even more terrifying. There was no toilet paper in the bathroom. Lu Junhai felt a wave of darkness wash over him. How could he have encountered such a situation? This was just too unlucky. Wait. Lu Junhai suddenly recalled Jiang Chen's words and thought about everything that had happened in just a few minutes. Could it be that kid wasn't just talking nonsense? First, his dad had a car accident and broke 3 ribs, then his mom almost got hit by a beam, and right after that, he inexplicably started having stomach issues, only to find out halfway through that there was no toilet paper. No one could be this unlucky. Just then, Lu Junhai received another call from home. Son, your dad had another accident. The ambulance carrying him crashed into the guardrail. Thankfully, everyone inside is fine, but your dad's rib has broken again. Because Lu Junhai hadn't returned, the room was left in silence, with everyone just staring at each other. After about 10 minutes, Lu Junhai burst out of the bathroom, still carrying an unpleasant odor. The 2 girls suddenly shifted back a bit. However, Lu Junhai's attention was not on them. He quickly walked up to Jiang Chen, his face full of remorse, and said, Master, I spoke recklessly just now. I hope you can overlook my rudeness. You must help me. Lu Junhai was on the verge of tears. When he came out of the bathroom, he had checked every stall. There was no toilet paper anywhere. The events of the last few minutes had completely shattered his mental defenses. If he didn't seek Jiang Chen's help, he felt that the moment he stepped out of the hotel, his life would be in danger. Jiang Chen hadn't expected Lu Junhai's attitude to change so drastically. It seemed he must have encountered something else in the bathroom. The cursed items created by the sea demon were indeed terrifying. Sigh. Jiang Chen sighed softly, I can't help you with what happened to you. After all, I'm just an ordinary fortune teller. But if you want to get through this tough time, it's best to stay home and not go out. Just endure for a few days, and it will be fine. Endure for a few days, and it will be fine? Hope returned to Lu Junhai's eyes. Yes, for these few days, don't run around. It's best not to have anything in your room, and avoid contact with anyone. Ideally, don't even eat, just drink some water. After 3 days, you should be able to lift this. Bad luck. Jiang Chen appeared serious, but he was struggling to hold back laughter. He had been worried about finding a place to test the effects of the divination crystal ball, and now someone had come right to his door. And he was so arrogant about it. How could he pass up this opportunity to mess with him? Thank you, Master, for your guidance. I'll go home and stay put. Lu Junhai nearly bowed in gratitude. As he was about to leave, the 2 girls hurried to follow him. Lu Junhai, however, recoiled like he had seen a snake. Stay away from me. He hadn't forgotten Jiang Chen's warning about avoiding contact with anyone. The 2 girls looked exasperated. Did they think they wanted to follow him? Lu Junhai smelled like he had just rolled in a dung pit. And he hadn't even paid them yet. Even though he hadn't accomplished anything, he couldn't shortchange them. Young Master Lu, you haven't settled the bill yet, one of the girls reminded him. Am I going to owe you money? Just wait, I'll transfer it to you. Lu Junhai replied irritably. Handsome, it's best not to linger outside too long. Every extra minute out there is another risk. Jiang Chen said in a low voice, his tone strange. Right. Lu Junhai realized and hurriedly made his escape. We don't need to check out of the room, right? Jiang Chen looked at the stunned waiter beside him. No need, the waiter quickly waved his hands. Even Lu Junhai was chasing after someone he called master, he didn't dare offend him. Jiang Chen was just about to close the door when 2 girls brought by Lu Junhai suddenly surrounded him. Master, do you need to place an order? Tonight, we sisters can give you a 50% discount. The older girl threw a flirtatious glance at Jiang Chen. Compared to greasy men like Lu Junhai, Jiang Chen was a true handsome guy. Not to mention a 50% discount. Even if they offered it for free, they would be willing. After all, it was so late, and there was no time to find other customers. No need. Jiang Chen expressionlessly closed the door. Even though being a single dog in a couple's hotel was quite miserable, not every woman could catch his eye. From their conversation with Lu Junhai, he could tell what kind of girls they were. A 50% discount? Even if they paid him, he wouldn't want them. Back in his room, Jiang Chen finally felt the quietness around him. He cautiously stored the divination crystal ball in his inventory. This thing was too powerful, he felt unsafe even holding it unless it was absolutely necessary. But it was indeed very useful. The key was that when others fell into misfortune, they still had to be grateful to you. That was quite interesting. If he could avoid using force, he would. Resolving troubles in a civilized manner was the highest realm of a gentleman. Who speaks but does not act? Let's get to work first. Jiang Chen took out 4 low-grade spirit stones, along with the 10 bottles of yellow jade pills and 10 bottles of green jade pills he had bought earlier. After combining all of these, he would get 25 third-grade yellow jade pills and 25 green jade pills. However, after thinking it over, Jiang Chen decided to only synthesize 20 of each, leaving the rest to synthesize 10 second-grade yellow jade pills and 10 second-grade green jade pills. He would keep the third-grade ones for himself and sell the second-grade ones. That was settled. The next day, the first thing Jiang Chen did upon waking was to check the situation in the outer city. Last night, reinforcements had gradually arrived in Spring City and successfully repelled the beast tide before dawn. Since everyone was experienced in seeking refuge, and apart from the earth dragon flying ants, not many monsters had invaded the outer city, the casualties were still within a controllable range. In addition, the earth dragon had caused a magnitude 9 earthquake in Spring City, resulting in the destruction of most buildings. Restarting after the disaster was not something that could be completed in a short time. Many civilians who originally lived in the outer city had now become refugees, and naturally, schools were no longer accessible. But the college entrance examination was a major event in life and could not be delayed. Therefore, the school granted everyone a month-long holiday, allowing them to go directly to schools in the inner city to take the exam when the time came. This was also permitted and mandated by the state. Inner city students, no matter how unwilling, could only grumble about it. Jiang Chen quickly calculated his expenses before the college entrance examination. With just over 3 weeks until the exam, rounding it off, it was about a month. Excluding the daily 4-digit room fee, he also needed to pay a tax of 10,000. That amounted to 300,000. Of course, there were no longer restrictions on movement. He could also choose to leave the inner city and sleep in a shack in the outer city. Just thinking about the environment, there was enough to know how it would be. He couldn't afford to get hurt, he couldn't afford it. He still needed to make money. During the day, Jiang Chen strolled around the inner city and found a normal hotel again. He then asked Wang Xiaoming for the address of the 3 of them and had the delivery company send the elixirs over. He was too lazy to make the trip himself. Anyway, as long as he bought insurance, if something got lost, the insurance company would compensate tenfold. For a while, Jiang Chen lived a laid-back life. Every day he took 1 third-grade yellow jade pill and 1 third-grade green jade pill. When he had nothing to do, he wandered around the inner city. Eventually, the effects of these 2 types of pills on him became negligible. So after finishing the ones he had, he stopped synthesizing more. In the blink of an eye, there were only 3 days left until the college entrance examination. Afraid of delaying the exam, many students moved into the inner city early. Due to special circumstances, the inner city waived taxes for a few days before and after the exam, so students from the outer city wouldn't face such a heavy financial burden. That day, as soon as Jiang Chen got up, he received a call from Wang Xiaoming. He said that the school teacher wanted them to gather at the first high school in the inner city to familiarize themselves with the exam venue in advance. Jiang Chen had only bought a smartphone after entering the inner city, so he hadn't joined the class group chat and naturally hadn't received any notifications. After receiving the call, he took a taxi to the north gate of the first high school according to the address Wang Xiaoming provided. When Jiang Chen arrived, many students from the 9th high school had already gathered at the north gate. He immediately spotted the dazzling Su Mengran in the crowd. Her slightly curled long hair was much lighter than the last time he saw her, indicating that her ice-type spiritual power had improved significantly. Her perfect figure, even in a school uniform, couldn't hide her flawless curves. And then there were her stunning features, making it hard not to steal a few glances. Yet, she was only standing with 1 or 2 people around her. This woman seemed to naturally exude an aura that shielded her from all the surrounding noise. Only a very few could get within 2 meters of her. Just as Jiang Chen was about to approach, he suddenly heard 2 students from the first high school whispering nearby. So many people, all of them are from the outer city? They look like they're from a different world. My mom told me to take a day off today and not go to school. I heard the outer city is very dirty and chaotic. They wouldn't have any viruses on them, right? Very likely. We should suggest To the school that they should be disinfected before entering, in case they really bring something dirty in, it would be us who suffer. That makes sense. But that girl with blue hair is really beautiful. This should be a manifestation of ice-type spiritual veins, right? Such a good talent. It's a pity she was born in the outer city. If she had an inner-city household registration, she would definitely receive better education. My dad said that no matter how beautiful a girl from the outer city is, she's not worth it. These people are born lowly and don't deserve us. That's true, but she's really so beautiful. She's way more stunning than our school's flower. As the two students were chatting excitedly, they suddenly saw a man walking towards them holding a black crystal ball. Hey there! Would you like a free divination? Jiang Chen said with a mysterious expression. Free divination? One of the bespectacled boys pushed up his glasses, looking at Jiang Chen with skepticism. You look like a student too. Can you really do divination? Don't believe him. If you look closely at what he's wearing underneath that coat, it's the 9th high school uniform. He's clearly just a poor guy trying to scam us, the other boy in a checkered shirt quickly added. Classmate, I've already said it's a free divination. If you don't pay, am I going to rob you? People in our line of work do this just to accumulate virtue and do good, never for worldly fame or profit. So my divinations have always been free. Jiang Chen said with righteous indignation. Then he added in his heart, but those who have been divined by him never ended up well. Then tell me, what did you divine for me? The bespectacled man seemed quite interested in divination and felt that Jiang Chen made some sense. After all, it was free, listening wouldn't hurt. You too, let me clarify, I'm really just kindly reminding you that your luck today seems quite poor, you look like you're about to have a major misfortune. Jiang Chen said exaggeratedly. Major misfortune? The bespectacled man was immediately frightened. However, the plaid-shirted boy was not easily fooled. I told you not to listen to him. Now he says we're going to have bad luck, the next moment he'll definitely start digging a pit for us to jump into. I've seen this kind of trick online plenty of times. The plaid-shirted boy snorted lightly, looking at Jiang Chen with disdain. A poor wretch like you should stay. Honestly, in the outer city, coming to the inner city to scam money, be careful or I'll call the police to arrest you. After saying that, the plaid-shirted boy turned to leave but stepped on his untied shoelaces and fell flat on his face. Crack! Ah! A crisp sound of bones breaking echoed, followed by a piercing scream. The plaid-shirted boy ended up with a fracture. Are you okay? Seeing this, the bespectacled man hurriedly went to help the plaid-shirted boy. However, the plaid-shirted boy was overweight, and just as the bespectacled man managed to lift him halfway, he suddenly felt something was off and let go, causing the plaid-shirted boy to fall heavily again. Ouch! This fall only added to his injuries. The plaid-shirt boy complained with a face full of grievances. What's wrong with you? I swear my other leg is going to break too. The bespectacled man held his lower back, not daring to move. I think I pulled my back. The plaid-shirted boy was completely at a loss for words. The bespectacled man also felt increasingly uneasy, a look of terror gradually appearing on his face. They all turned to look at Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen was holding a crystal ball, looking at them with a helpless expression. I told you, your luck today is poor, you're definitely going to have major misfortune. That's all I have to say, you should take care of yourselves. Just as Jiang Chen was about to leave, the bespectacled man panicked. Master, don't go. You have to save us. The plaid-shirted boy, however, gritted his teeth and refused to soften his stance. He would rather let his leg remain broken than plead for help from a country bumpkin from the outer city. I'm powerless to help. Jiang Chen shrugged. Maybe calling an ambulance would be more appropriate. The bespectacled man, filled with despair, took out his phone to call for emergency help, only to find that it was out of battery. You should call instead, my phone is dead, the bespectacled man said dejectedly. When someone is down on their luck, even drinking cold water can get stuck in their teeth. He had never known what that felt like until today. The plaid-shirted boy took out his phone and fell silent as well. Why aren't you calling? The bespectacled man asked in confusion. The screen is cracked. In the end, the glasses-wearing man still sought help from a passerby, who called for an ambulance. Jiang Chen arrived alone at the north gate of the first high school. Upon seeing Jiang Chen, Wang Xiaoming immediately waved at him. We're over here. Besides Su Mengran, Gao Yang, and Su Li were also present. Jiang Chen walked over, and Wang Xiaoming's mouth started running again. Jiang Chen, you have no idea, we came early today and ran into a few students from the first high school. They were so disgusting, speaking with their nostrils pointed up, cursing us as commoners. If Gao Yang hadn't pulled me back, I would have gone straight at them. Wang Xiaoming said excitedly. People from the inner city are quite annoying. Although I've been living at Mangran's house lately, I've encountered many unfriendly people from the inner city, Suli sighed. There's no way around it, that's the reality. People from the inner city have lived in a comfortable environment for a long time, never experiencing hardship. Many of them have never even left the city in their lives. To them, the situation in the outer city is imagined based on photos and videos online. In their minds, the outer city is dirty and chaotic, and the people living there are no different from beggars, Gao Yang said, shrugging his shoulders with a helpless expression. In big cities, this phenomenon is somewhat better. Strength is what everyone values, Su Mengran suddenly spoke up. See, what Su, the school beauty, said makes a lot of sense. We're not in the old world from 300 years ago, we should speak based on strength. Wang Xiaoming leaned against the elixir he bought from Jiang Chen, now confident with a single-hand strength exceeding 2,000 kilograms. In the past, he would never have thought of fighting in such a situation. Now, he constantly wanted to showcase his strength. By the way, Jiang Chen, what did you say to those two students from the first high school just now? Why do they look like they're about to die? You didn't beat them up, did you? Wang Xiaoming suddenly lowered his voice to ask. He had just noticed the situation. Just as he was about to join in the fun, Jiang Chen had already come over. What nonsense are you talking about? I just had a friendly exchange with them, Jiang Chen said seriously. We're all civilized people, why talk about fighting? It's not appropriate in front of their school. He only wanted to teach those two students a small lesson for their disrespectful words. Moreover, he had already figured out the rules of the divination crystal ball. If his divination result was just bad luck, it wouldn't lead to any fatalities. But injuries were definitely unavoidable. These brainless youths, who had never faced the harsh realities of life, should experience some physical torment to understand the hardships of life. Friendly exchange? Wang Xiaoming widened his eyes. Those two guys were lying on the ground, can that still be called a friendly exchange? If just a few words could have such power, he also wanted to interact more with those students from the first high school. Not long after, an ambulance stopped by the roadside at the north gate. Several medical staff got out and moved the glasses-wearing man and the plaid shirt guy onto stretchers. However, as they were getting into the ambulance, one of the stretchers broke in the middle. The plaid shirt guy unfortunately fell to the ground again. A scream echoed. My leg, my leg. The plaid shirt guy cried out in despair. Why? Did he have to get hurt again and again? Why was it always him? As the plaid shirt guy had an accident, the medical staff attending to the glasses-wearing man hurried to help, but unfortunately, one of them kicked a stone, and as the stretcher tilted, the glasses-wearing man fell directly onto the plaid shirt guy. Ah! Now, the plaid shirt guy's other leg was truly broken. Sigh, these two guys are really unlucky. Jiang Chen shook his head. Damn, this is possible? Wang Xiaoming couldn't help but laugh. Ha, this is too funny. Suli patted her thigh and laughed heartily, completely disregarding her ladylike image. Su Mengran also had a barely perceptible smile at the corner of her mouth. Just then, the homeroom teacher of class 6 from the third year of high school walked over. We have already negotiated with the teachers from number 1 high school, and now everyone can go in to familiarize themselves with the exam room, but remember not to run around. We have to come out in half an hour, the homeroom teacher said, her expression not exactly pleasant, clearly indicating that the negotiation process was not smooth. The orders from above were not to be disobeyed. However, the tradition of looking down on others in the inner city had already begun to skew from the top. Otherwise, they wouldn't have produced such a group of poorly behaved students. Once they were on someone else's turf, even the students from class 1 of the third year at number 9 high school did not dare to speak with their heads held high. This shows how much this place can undermine a person's confidence. The students followed the teacher into number 1 high school through the north gate. To be honest, the scale of number 1 high school in the inner city was not as large as that of number 9 high school in the outer city. But after all, the land there is valuable, and it is a city protected by defensive barriers. Saying that every inch is worth its weight in gold is not an exaggeration. They first went to see the written exam room, then turned to the gymnasium of number 1 high school. However, at the entrance of the gym, they were stopped by the security guard. There are students in class inside, no entry for outsiders, the security guard said lazily. Brother security, we discussed this with Director Lee, we just want to take the students in to see the exam room and we'll leave right after, we won't disturb the other students' studies. The teacher from number 9 high school immediately stepped forward to negotiate. No means no. Today is our school's pretest for Class A of the third year. Wait until they finish, then you can come back, the security guard said impatiently. Hearing this, many students from number 9 high school became angry. Just a mere security guard dares to give us a hard time, it's ridiculous. Is Director Lee more powerful, or is this security guard more powerful? Doesn't number 1 high school know their place? Is the security guard getting the same salary as the director? I find that most people in the inner city have issues. They know we come from the outer city and can't stand it if we don't cause trouble. This security guard clearly doesn't understand human language. We said Director Lee sent us, and we agreed to leave within half an hour. If the security guard won't let us into the gym, who are we supposed to listen to? Oh, of course, we listen to the brother security. Number 1 high school is just so unique, a prestigious school, all decided by a security guard. Then let's wait. Who's afraid of whom? Anyway, I've already recorded a video, I'll post it online later and let everyone judge. I have to say, many students are quite eloquent. Hearing these discussions, the security guard felt uneasy. He just wanted to make things difficult for these outsiders. But who knew they would bring up Director Lee? And someone was recording a video. If this really got out, wouldn't he lose his job? Forget it. The security guard still didn't dare to go too far. He waved his hand and said, if you want to go in, then go ahead. Whatever happens later, I won't be responsible. The group of prodigies from Class A of the third year was not as easy to talk to as he was. Although it was stipulated that no fighting was allowed in the city, those little brats had plenty of tricks up their sleeves. Even the teachers couldn't control them, let alone these lowly folks from the outer city. Once they went in, it would definitely be enough for them to drink a pot of trouble. The students from number 9 high school, however, were unconcerned. What kind of trouble could happen in the inner city? Could those students in the gym really beat them up? They could call the police in a minute. Anyone who dared to act would have to obediently go to jail. Surely, no one would be foolish enough to jump into the fire pit themselves. As they walked through the entrance of the gym, the students from number 9 high school hadn't even had a chance to see the full layout of the examination room when they noticed pairs of eyes staring at them. The atmosphere was eerily quiet. At that moment, a well-built female teacher walked over to them with a smile. You must be friends from number 9 high school. The female teacher tucked her hair behind her ear and said with a smile, I've heard that you were coming to familiarize yourselves with the exam room today, but my students happen to have a small test, so we've occupied the gym in advance. I hope you don't mind. Of course not, this is your school's venue. We feel quite embarrassed to interrupt you, and we certainly wouldn't want to delay your students' testing, the lead teacher from number 9 high school politely responded. Then feel free to look around. After saying that, the female teacher suddenly added a few more words. By the way, the testing equipment we use might be a bit different from what you have in the outer city. It would be best for your students to familiarize themselves with it, so they won't struggle during the exam and affect their performance. That's very kind of you, the lead teacher from number 9 high school quickly said, and we've already spoken with Director Lee. We'll leave your school in half an hour to avoid disturbing your students' classes. There's nothing wrong with that, I can just give Director Lee a call. The female teacher immediately took out her phone and called Director Lee. 2 minutes later, she hung up the phone. All set. The female teacher pointed to a few testing machines outside. You can use these strength testing machines, we only need the 2 inside. Thank you very much. The lead teacher from number 9 high school could only thank her helplessly. Was this the friendliness shown by number 1 high school? It didn't seem so. Testing alongside the students from Class A would only lead to their students being ruthlessly slapped in the face. Being hit hard at such a crucial time before the college entrance examination was not a good thing. But the key was that what she said was not unreasonable. Facing brand new equipment, if they didn't familiarize themselves, it could easily affect their performance. Unfortunately, they were right next to the students from Class A. It was hard to tell if this was a coincidence or just bad luck. However, most of the students from number 9 high school didn't think about this layer. They were even praising how beautiful and kind this female teacher was. Moreover, some students had already lined up voluntarily to try the new equipment. At first, everyone was excited. But soon, they couldn't smile anymore. Tian Tao, single hand strength 5,342 kilograms, a great result for a newly advanced martial artist. Chao Huidong, single hand strength 11,659 kilograms, amazing. No wonder he was in the top 5 in the last monthly exam. He will definitely achieve even better results in this college entrance examination. Lu Wen, single hand strength 8,720 kilograms, a significant improvement from the last test. It seems Lu has been working hard in private. Run. Hongkai, single hand strength 9,540 kilograms. The students from class attested 10 people in a row, and 8 of them had the strength of a first-tier martial artist, with 3 of them exceeding 10,000 kilograms of single-hand strength. What does this mean? In Class 1 of the 3rd year at 9th High School, there were only a few first-tier warriors, and their single-handed strength didn't exceed 6,000 kilograms. Anyone from outside could easily take one of them out in an instant. Not to mention the other classes, where over 95% of the students had single-handed strength of only a few hundred kilograms. They didn't even reach 1/10 of that. It was beyond tragic. The most unfortunate part was that the students from Class A of First High School, being fewer in number, came over to watch after their tests. Unfortunately, most of the top students from Class 1 of 9th High had already completed their tests. The remaining students all had results in the 3-digit range. This is too exaggerated, so this is the level of 9th High? You think too highly of the students from the outer city, this is their average level. I heard that when they produce a warrior, they celebrate with firecrackers for 3 days and nights. A school like this. To come to our school for exams, they must have accumulated 8 lifetimes of good karma. They even said they wanted to spar with their students, but now it seems better to forget it. I'm afraid that with one punch, I'd send them straight to meet the King of Hell, and that would be a huge loss for me. The students from Class A of First High spoke without any reservations. They even commented on each student's performance during the tests. The students from 9th High were furious. But it was different. From when they faced the security guard at the entrance, they didn't dare to retort, nor could they. They were simply weaker. Any student they brought out was a warrior. From an extreme perspective, what they said wasn't entirely wrong. They were weak, so they could only accept it. Faced with this situation, the teachers from 9th High were also helpless. If it were their own students, they would have long since intervened. But since the other teachers didn't say anything, they had no right to intervene. At this moment, it was Class 6 of the 3rd year's turn at 9th High. Wang Xiaoming could hardly wait. Let me go first. Watching the other classes casually achieving 3-digit test scores, Wang Xiaoming was anxious to death. Their school also had quite a few students with single-handed strength in the thousands, okay? It was just not as exaggerated as First High. He had to correct these people's perceptions. Wang Xiaoming strode confidently to the strength testing machine, his internal spiritual energy surging wildly, and then he suddenly threw a powerful punch. Bang! Unlike the old version of the strength testing machine at 9th High, the one at First High could instantly display the results. Wang Xiaoming's test result was 2,349 kilograms. Seeing this scene, the students from Class 6 were stunned. How come our class keeps producing strong people lately? Last time it was Jiang Chen, this time it's Wang Xiaoming. Is it now fashionable for single-handed strength to multiply by 10? Fatty is awesome. Bringing glory to our Class 6. This is the first time I've found Wang Xiaoming so handsome. Looking at his round pancake face, I even find him a bit cute. Perhaps it had been too long since they had seen a 4-digit score. Wang Xiaoming's performance immediately earned him praise from everyone. Moreover, it was the first time Wang Xiaoming heard someone compliment him on his looks, and he felt like he was about to float into the sky. That 200,000 was worth it. But just then, Wang Xiaoming's expression suddenly changed, as if he had been struck by something, and he was sent flying backward, crashing heavily to the ground. When they saw Wang Xiaoming clutching his chest and spitting blood, everyone finally reacted. How dare someone make a move here? Wang Xiaoming, are you okay? The class teacher hurried over to help Wang Xiaoming up. Jiang Chen and Gao Yang also came over to lend a hand. I'm fine, I shouldn't die. Wang Xiaoming swayed as he stood up, then suddenly shouted angrily, who the hell dares to play dirty tricks? If you have the guts, come out. As soon as Wang Xiaoming said this, many students from Class A of the First High School burst into laughter. In their eyes, Wang Xiaoming was just a fool in a fit of rage. Since someone dared to act, they naturally had the confidence not to get caught. Instead, Wang Xiaoming's shouting made him look like a complete idiot. The teachers and students from the 9th High School looked extremely grim. The test results had been trampled underfoot, and they accepted it. After all, they were simply not as strong. But to ambush their students in front of so many people was a blatant slap in the face to the 9th High School. The key was that these guys were laughing so arrogantly. It was simply too much. Jiang Chen scanned the surroundings, unable to identify who had acted among so many people. However, the residual fluctuations of spiritual energy in the air were clearly coming from Class A of the first high school. The teachers from the ninth high school had obviously noticed this as well. Who acted? Please step forward. The lead teacher from the ninth high school said darkly, looking at the students from Class A who were watching. What do you mean by saying that to my students? A beautiful female teacher from Class A stepped out of the crowd, her expression slightly displeased. The fluctuations of spiritual energy just now spread from your Class A crowd, the lead teacher from the ninth high school said in a deep voice. Ha! The beautiful female teacher widened her eyes in surprise. Fluctuations of spiritual energy? I didn't feel any fluctuations from Class A. I mean just now. The lead teacher from the ninth high school's tone was already gritted. This woman was simply talking nonsense with her eyes wide open. Although only martial artists could sense such subtle fluctuations of spiritual energy, all the teachers from the ninth high school were martial artists. Did they really think they were just decorations? Did you notice any fluctuations of spiritual energy around? The beautiful female teacher asked her students. No, the students from Class A shook their heads in unison. See? The beautiful female teacher spread her hands helplessly. 80% of my students are martial artists, and they didn't notice any fluctuations. It seems to be just a misunderstanding. The students from Class A all echoed in agreement. Exactly, that fat guy should think about whether he has offended anyone instead of randomly blaming us. With a record of 2,000 kilograms in one hand, he acts so proud, it's normal for someone to dislike him. The way he flew out was really funny. Without evidence, you dare to come out and falsely accuse people. Be careful, we might sue you for defamation. The inner city is a society governed by law, not like your dirty and chaotic slums in the outer city. Hearing this, the teachers and students from the ninth high school were about to explode with anger. It was one thing for the students to say this, but even the teachers couldn't tell right from wrong. What kind of world was this? They even said their living place was dirty and chaotic. Clearly, this place was rotten to the core. Forget it, we won't test anymore. The lead teacher walked up to Wang Xiaoming and patted his shoulder. Wait, I will apply for a blood transformation pill from the school to ensure your body recovers to its best state and won't affect your college entrance examination. You're leaving just like that? I haven't settled the score with this group of bastards yet. Wang Xiaoming was already so angry that his eyes were red. If the class teacher hadn't held him back, he probably wouldn't have been able to resist rushing over to hit someone. Although he knew he couldn't win, they were shitting and pissing on him. If he didn't vent this anger, he was afraid he wouldn't be able to sleep soundly. According to your logic, without evidence, it's okay to act? At that moment, a gentle yet cold voice rang out. Everyone turned to look, and they saw a stunning figure walking out from the crowd of Class 36 in the third year. Is this person a student from number 9 high school? Damn, number 9 actually has someone like this. How did I not notice earlier? This is the school beauty of number 9, Su Mengran. I've seen her photos online before. She's quite talented, but it's a pity she went to a school in the outer city. Her background is probably quite ordinary. If only she were our school's school beauty, I'd definitely be the first to pursue her. It shouldn't be hard to chase her. Female students from the outer city can be easily won over with a little money. Wait, who wants to give it a try? Seeing Su Mengran, many boys from Class A in number 1 high school started to chatter excitedly. Su Mengran's expression turned cold, but she didn't explode immediately. Instead, she looked at the beautiful female teacher from Class A and asked, "Teacher, was I right just now?" "Without evidence, we certainly can't wrongfully accuse anyone," the female teacher replied with a smile. But as soon as she finished speaking, a loud slap echoed. The beautiful female teacher's head twisted oddly to the side, and a huge red handprint gradually appeared on her face, half of it swelling up. There was a moment of silence at the scene. Everyone turned to look at Su Mengran, who stood there with her arms crossed, showing no signs of having moved, not even a ripple of spiritual energy around her. "You actually dared to hit me?" The beautiful female teacher took a few seconds to regain her composure, looking at Su Mengran with disbelief. "Teacher, how can you wrongfully accuse me? I'm just standing here. Who saw me make a move? I was just curious and asked a question. Surely saying a few words isn't a crime, right?" Su Mengran said with an innocent expression. "You..." The beautiful female teacher choked, nearly unable to catch her breath. "Instead of doubting me, teacher, why not think about whether you've offended someone? You're so beautiful, there must be many people who envy you, right?" Su Mengran blinked her big eyes and continued, "But it definitely wouldn't be me. After all, I look better than you." Looking at Su Mengran's little expression, Zhang Chen felt for the first time that this girl was somewhat cute. Moreover, she had done what he wanted to do. If he guessed correctly, Su Mengran must have used the soul command. Just a slap wouldn't cause much damage to the souls sealed within the soul command. But the effect was quite good. The female teacher across from her looked so angry her face turned green. Su Mengran had merely returned the words the beautiful female teacher had said to her. According to the teacher's own words, as long as there was no evidence, even if she was slapped, she could only endure it. Su Mengran's words left the entire class speechless. Because Su Mengran was standing right in front of them. But no matter how hard they stared, they couldn't figure out how Su Mengran had made her move. Of course, it was also possible that Su Mengran was providing cover while someone else was secretly making a move behind her. But with so many people present, even if they wanted to find out who had acted, they had no way to start. In an instant, the confidence of Class 9 returned. They had only beaten one student, but Class A had been humiliated in front of everyone. And it was a slap in the face. A direct slap in front of everyone. What could be more satisfying than this? At that moment, the team leader teacher brought over a blood transformation pill and fed it to Wang Xiaoming. Wang Xiaoming, who had originally been pale, immediately became lively. "Ha, I'm alive again." Wang Xiaoming moved his arms and legs, feeling better than ever. Although the blood transformation pill was meant for internal injuries, its ingredients overlapped somewhat with the qi and blood pill. After recovering from his injuries, he felt that his physique had improved a bit. This beating was not in vain. "Teacher, are we still going to test?" someone suddenly asked. "Don't leave." Chao Huidong, who had a single hand strength of 11,659 kilograms, stepped forward with a provocative expression and said, "Aren't you here to familiarize yourselves with the testing grounds? You want to leave just because of a little friction? Could it be that you know your school doesn't have any impressive students, so you're looking for an excuse to slip away?" The team leader teacher from Class 9's expression darkened and he gritted his teeth, saying, "Test, continue testing." They had already tested Class 6 of the third year. Class 6 had Su Mengran, who should be able to salvage some face for the school. The ice elemental root was incredibly precious, especially since Su Mengran had a cultivation talent of level 6. No one present could match her. Not even Class A. "Director, should we let our class's students retest?" A teacher from Class 9 stepped forward and whispered. Their class at least had a few first-level warriors, and more than a dozen had single-hand strength exceeding Wang Xiaoming's. It wouldn't be too embarrassing to bring them out. Not going to work. The team leader teacher shook his head. "Do you think they don't know which classes we've tested? They are just waiting for our better results to finish before coming over to watch the fun. In this situation, if Class 1 retests, it will only give them an excuse to laugh at us." "That's true." The teacher from Class 9 sighed. The top students in his class were usually so proud. But today, they were all like quails, unable to utter a word in the face of this setback. And even if they were allowed to retest, they wouldn't be able to surpass the other results. "Let's just take it one step at a time. Su Mengran, you go," the team leader teacher called out directly. "Yes." Su Mengran nodded slightly and turned to walk towards the strength testing device. Standing in front of the strength testing device, she thought for a moment, gathered her ice elemental spiritual power in her palm, and then slapped the target hard. In an instant, a wave of cold air spread out. A layer of frost formed on the surface of the strength testing device. And on the screen of the strength testing device was a number that left everyone in disbelief. 28,960 kilograms? What? Am I seeing things? Or am I hallucinating? Su School Beauty is a spiritual master. She is a spiritual master. The physical strength of a spiritual master is far inferior to that of a warrior. After all this time, Su School Beauty has been hiding her strength. What is her true cultivation level? Could she already be a second-level spiritual master? I don't know, there are too few statistics on spiritual masters. Anyway, a warrior's single-hand strength reaching 50,000 is the standard for a second-level warrior. The physical strength of a spiritual master is slightly weaker, so close to 30,000 in single-hand strength should be near the second-level spiritual master, right? In an instant, the scene was filled with discussions. Jiang Chen knew that Su Mengran definitely hadn't used her full strength. A second-tier spirit master? Doubling that number might be about right. However, with this result, it was more than enough for Su Mengran to get into a key university. At this moment, the entire Class A of the first high school was dumbfounded. 30,000? A frost-type spirit master produced nearly 30,000 in one-handed strength, stronger than their class's top student? What kind of freak is this? Just think, if Su Mengran had actually taken action herself. That slap on their teacher's face would probably send his head flying. Originally, she Intended to humiliate these guys, but instead, she ended up slapping her own face. One can imagine how the students of Class A felt about that. But there were still some who were unconvinced. It's just an exception. The 9th high school just got lucky to recruit such a top genius. A single case doesn't represent the overall level of the school. If they can produce another one-handed strength of 30,000, I'll run naked on the playground. Chao Huidong declared earnestly. Upon hearing this, Su Mengran walked up to Jiang Chen and whispered, "Did you hear that? That guy said he would run naked. Aren't you going to help him out?" Jiang Chen was filled with question marks. Su Mengran suddenly came to tell him this. Could it be that she wanted to drag him into this? He still wanted to wait until the college entrance examination to showcase his strength and make a stunning impression in the exam room. If he acted tough now, what would be left to look forward to? In the exam? I've already had Suli record it, he can't deny it, Su Mengran added. Alright. Jiang Chen immediately agreed, he must run naked today. Soon, it was Jiang Chen's turn. The atmosphere in Class 6 of the 3rd year became lively. Again. Finally, it's Jiang Chen's turn. His one-handed strength should be over 3,000 kilograms, right? It's been more than a month, he might have already reached 4,000 kilograms. Don't forget, last time he tested, Jiang Chen's one-handed strength increased by more than 10 times. He's handsome and strong, I wonder if he's still single. Why do you care if he's single? Come on, don't tell me a gay guy is beside me. What are you thinking? I'm planning to introduce my sister to him. Hearing the discussions from the 9th high school, Class A of the 1st high school naturally seized the opportunity to mock. You can brag about having 3,000 kilograms of one-handed strength? If he were in our class, he'd be at the bottom. Chao Huidong is right, the 9th high school only has Su Mengran to show for it. In decades, they've only produced one like her. Getting excited over 3,000 kilograms of one-handed strength, how embarrassing. Jiang Chen ignored the various voices around him. He approached the strength testing device, warmed up his wrist, and slowly circulated his internal spirit power. In fact, he wasn't sure how many kilograms his one-handed strength had reached. However, he had consumed 23rd grade yellow jade pills and 23rd grade green jade pills this month. Although the effects had diminished over time, the improvement was still evident. Based on his estimation, it wouldn't be less than 30,000. The result would be known soon. Jiang Chen focused his gaze and suddenly punched the target of the strength testing device. Bang! With a loud sound, a series of numbers appeared on the instrument screen. 39,465 kilograms. It shocked the entire venue. Warriors, every step up has a huge chasm in between. Increasing one-handed strength from 5,000 to 10,000 may not be difficult, it just requires a lot of elixirs to achieve that result. But going from 10,000 to 50,000 is no longer just a matter of elixirs. If a person's cultivation talent doesn't keep up, taking more elixirs is futile. Unless one can fundamentally improve their physique. Take Jiang Chen for example, his initial cultivation talent was only 2nd tier. However, with the enhancement of the advanced Huan Yudan and a large number of 3rd tier elixirs, his one-handed strength could soar in a short time. Yet, even so, when approaching 40,000 kilograms, a bottleneck appeared. At such times, one can only improve their talent or take higher quality elixirs to solve the problem. Therefore, when many people saw Jiang Chen's results, they were skeptical. Isn't the 9th middle school just messing with us? A month ago, someone with a one-handed strength of 3,000 kilograms now has it multiplied tenfold? Even if he treats elixirs like food, it can't be that outrageous. Impossible, impossible, absolutely impossible. I've at least heard of Su Mengran's name, but where did this brat Jiang Chen come from? He hasn't even graduated from high school, and his strength is almost at the 2nd tier. Is this reasonable? The 9th middle school is truly a hidden dragon and crouching tiger. I was already shocked by Su Mengran's results, and now there's another with one-handed strength close to 40,000 kilograms. With just these two, they can completely uphold the reputation of the 9th middle school. As for the students of the 9th middle school, they were completely stunned by Jiang Chen's results, unable to speak. Even several teachers from different classes wore expressions of being choked, their faces flushed. But they were not truly choked. They were just too excited. Their school had produced such an outstanding student, with one-handed strength close to 40,000 kilograms, breaking the highest historical record of the 9th middle school. 20 years ago, the 9th middle school also had a genius. That genius, like Jiang Chen, was born ordinary. But with astonishing talent and opportunity, his one-handed strength had already exceeded 30,000 kilograms before the college entrance examination. But That was decades ago. Now, for the ninth middle school to produce another genius like Jiang Chen was something no one had anticipated. This was definitely a cause for celebration. Of course, some were happy while others were worried. For example, Wang Peng and Zhao Siyu both looked rather grim. Wang Peng had earlier made a bold statement about teaching Jiang Chen a lesson. But now that Jiang Chen's test results were out, it was hard to say who would teach whom a lesson. Zhao Siyu regretted it deeply. She finally understood what it meant to make one wrong step and then stumble at every turn. If she had known to lower her attitude when she approached Jiang Chen last time, now looking at Jiang Chen's test results, she didn't even have the courage to talk to him. Initially, she thought that Jiang Chen was just angry, and once he calmed down, he would definitely come back to find her. Just as the college entrance examination was approaching, she had focused her thoughts on the exam. Who would have thought that in just a month, Jiang Chen had become someone she could no longer aspire to reach? His one-handed strength was close to 40,000. At this rate, he would be a second-tier warrior by his first year of college. By then, what woman wouldn't be interested in him? Even with Su Mengran, there might not be a complete lack of opportunity. Wasn't someone just saying they would run naked? Suddenly, a shout rang out from the crowd of the ninth middle school. Right, we all heard it. Some people can't be dishonest, can they? Wang Xiaoming immediately echoed loudly. Most of the students from the ninth middle school joined in the commotion. Run naked! Run naked! Run naked! They hadn't forgotten how these guys had humiliated them earlier. And running naked wasn't something they suggested. You reap what you sow. Did you really think that the schools in the outer city are easy to fool? But no matter how much noise the ninth middle school made, Class A over there remained silent. Why do I look down on these cowards? Wang Xiaoming snatched the drink that Gao Yang had just opened and accurately threw it at Chao Huidong's feet. Where is he? Is he dead? Can't he speak? Gao Yang? Cursing is one thing, but why throw his drink? Wang Xiaoming patted Gao Yang's chest with his backhand. Bro, I'll buy you 10 bottles later, I guarantee you'll drink enough. Gao Yang. Chao Huidong looked at the splashes on his pants, his face darkening ominously. He had just said it casually, how could he really go streaking? And he dared to openly provoke him. Did that fat guy see him make a move just now? That doesn't make sense. That was the special equipment he had just obtained, never used publicly before. If it weren't for someone with extremely strong mental power, it would be impossible to detect that he was the one making a move just by relying on spiritual fluctuations. Chao Huidong, don't just sulk, say a few words, don't let those lowly people over there laugh at us. Seeing Chao Huidong silent, a student nearby immediately reminded him. This kind of thing was also embarrassing for them. But the trouble was caused by Chao Huidong, so he had to solve it himself. Just as Chao Huidong was about to speak, a female teacher from Class A stepped forward. It's just children's play, how can we take it seriously? Let's consider this matter as our fault, and I apologize to everyone, how about that? Children? Wang Xiaoming laughed heartily. You call this nearly 2-meter tall guy a child? Then should we call him grandson? If we're talking about generations here, I can understand. Upon hearing this, the ninth middle school burst into laughter. I didn't expect Wang Xiaoming's mouth to be so sharp. Jiang Chen couldn't help but laugh and cry at the same time. This insult included both of them. Look at how their faces turned deformed with anger. Just then, a figure suddenly appeared at the entrance of the gymnasium. Why is the gymnasium so lively today? A boy in a floral shirt, looking a bit carefree, walked over. Seeing the newcomer, Jiang Chen couldn't help but raise his eyebrows. Can we meet acquaintances here? The students from Class A of the first middle school also became excited. Damn, Lu Junhai is here. He has been on leave for a month, finally willing to come to school. This is great. With Lu Junhai backing Chao Huidong, even the entire ninth middle school can't do anything to him. When Lu Junhai gets angry, even the principal doesn't dare to do anything, let alone these small characters. If they really provoke Lu Junhai, who knows, their exam venue might have to be moved from the gymnasium to the outdoor playground. Just wait and see, the good show is just beginning. Chao Huidong breathed a sigh of relief and hurriedly went to greet him. Brother Jun, you're here. Chao Huidong approached Lu Junhai with a beaming smile. What's going on here? Lu Junhai pointed at the ninth middle school students nearby. Who are these guys? They don't look like our school's people. Chao Huidong immediately embellished the story. Are you kidding me? Lu Junhai looked at Chao Huidong with suspicion. Their Class A, a gathering of geniuses, was actually outdone by 2 students from the outer ninth middle school. Now Chow Huidong was even being threatened to go streaking? Did they really think there was no one in the first middle school? Who is that person over there? He looks like he has a pretty high status, Wang Xiaoming asked, crossing his arms and tilting his chin. I just checked, Su Li said, looking at the information on her phone. Lu Junhai, his uncle is the richest man in Chuncheon, and his family controls 80% of the medicinal herb business in the inner city. They are always very wealthy. I heard that the gym at number 1 high school was funded by his family. The richest man's nephew? Wang Xiaoming scoffed, that's quite a connection. Although he was reluctant to admit it, being associated with the richest man meant immense power. How could ordinary folks like them from the outer city compete? If Chow Huidong really had Lu Junhai backing him, they would most likely be helpless. Even if they sent out the recorded video, the other party could easily have it deleted. Jiang Chen also didn't expect Lu Junhai to be so wealthy. Having a rich uncle at home and still going to those couple hotels that cost a few $100. He didn't seem that frugal. Huidong, we've known each other for 2 or 3 years. If you're being bullied, I definitely won't stand by and do nothing. Don't worry, I'll make sure you're fine today. Lu Junhai patted Chow Huidong on the shoulder and then turned to the students from number 9 high school, who was the one who measured over 30,000 kilograms of strength with one hand just now. Step forward, I want to meet you. He was very clear about the key point of this matter. Such things were beyond the teacher's control and not easy to manage. So he still needed to talk to the main person involved. As Lu Junhai's words fell, a tall figure stepped out from the crowd of No. 9 high school. That person is done for. He probably doesn't even know what he's about to face. So what if he's a genius? In the face of absolute power, even a genius can only lie down. The students from Class A of number 1 high school began to excitedly discuss. A cold smile appeared on Chow Huidong's face as well. However, Lu Junhai stood there in a daze. Just as everyone was puzzled about why Lu Junhai hadn't moved for so long, he suddenly rushed in front of Jiang Chen, excitedly grabbing Jiang Chen's hand and saying, "Master, this is great. I didn't expect to see you again. You really saved my life." Everyone looked confused. What was going on? Lu Junhai wasn't here to support Chow Huidong. Why did he act like he had seen a savior when he saw Jiang Chen? And he even rushed up to call him master? Chow Huidong's mind went blank. He had never seen Lu Junhai treat anyone like this. Could it be that this guy had some hidden identity? If even Lu Junhai couldn't provoke him, then he was definitely done for. Handsome, let's talk nicely. Don't get physical, Jiang Chen said, exerting a lot of effort to pull his hand away. This showed that Lu Junhai's strength wasn't low, he must have been a martial artist. Master, you don't know how dangerous it was for me recently, especially on the way back. I almost lost my life several times. Luckily, I listened to you and locked myself in my room, not seeing anyone. I got through the first 3 days, and then it got better. But I still wasn't at ease, so I played games at home for a whole month before coming back to school. Lu Junhai found a legitimate reason for playing games. Of course, he was genuinely scared. What happened that day was simply beyond scientific explanation. He really couldn't relax without staying at home for a while longer. It's good that you're fine, Jiang Chen chuckled dryly and quickly changed the subject. By the way, regarding your friend, it's better for others not to get involved. Everything has its cause and effect. If he doesn't keep his promises, it's equivalent to deceiving everyone present. The backlash later could be quite troublesome, so don't get yourself into this mess. Hearing this, Lu Junhai shivered. Had he been so unlucky recently because he had done too many guilty things? No, he had to do more good deeds in the future. He still has billions in assets to inherit, how could he die young? No wonder his uncle is always doing charity work, donating here and there. He must take this as a warning from now on. With this thought, Lu Junhai turned to Chow Huidong and said, "Since you made a bet and lost, you have to fulfill your promise. A real man stands by his word. Take off your clothes and run 2 laps outside before coming back, otherwise, I might have to consider giving the job I introduced to your dad last month to someone else." Upon hearing this, Chow Huidong's face turned pale. The worst thing he feared had happened. This Jiang Chen must be some hidden big shot. Otherwise, with his relationship with Lu Junhai, he definitely wouldn't be so careless, let alone threaten him with his dad's job. The onlookers were even more confused. How could it be that in just a few words, Chow Huidong's boss was now obedient to Jiang Chen? This was too surreal. Aren't you going yet? Lu Junhai frowned. Yes. Chow Huidong gritted his teeth and began to take off his clothes in front of everyone. The girls present quickly turned away or covered their eyes. They had never seen such a scene. It was too shocking. Su Mengran also covered her eyes, afraid of being blinded. Lu Junhai was left in just his underwear when Jiang Chen stopped him. That's enough, running naked is one thing, but we can't be indecent, Jiang Chen said understandingly. Chao Huidong breathed a sigh of relief, fearing Jiang Chen would go back on his word, and dashed out of the gym as fast as he could. Master, can we talk privately for a moment? Lu Junhai suddenly lowered his voice. Sure, Jiang Chen nodded and followed Lu Junhai out of the crowd to a corner of the gym. What is it? Just say it. Master, you should have heard that my uncle is the richest man in Spring City. He has recently encountered some trouble, and I find those matters quite strange. So I want to ask you to take a look. With your skills, you would definitely be much better than those con artists my uncle hired. Lu Junhai now had unconditional trust in Jiang Chen. Mainly because he had witnessed Jiang Chen's abilities. When he said he would be in big trouble, it really happened immediately. He had never submitted to many people in his life, but Jiang Chen was definitely one of them. Handsome, it's not that I don't want to help you, but I really don't know the specifics right now, so I can't promise you anything. Plus, the college entrance exam is in 3 days, and I can't afford to be distracted. Before Jiang Chen could finish, Lu Junhai continued, my uncle is offering a space treasure as a reward. Aren't you going to give it a try? Even if you don't succeed, you won't lose anything, many people try every day. Hearing the words spatial treasure, Jiang Chen admitted that his heart was stirred, and it was a crazy stir. The spatial treasure, also known as a small cave heaven, usually has a limited internal area. A few hundred square meters is already considered quite good. The biggest difference from storage bags or rings is that spatial treasures can hold living things. Isn't this just the perfect solution to his shortcomings? He wasn't a proper diviner, he was just pretending with a crystal ball. So when Lu Junhai asked him for help, he actually felt quite guilty. But if the reward was really a spatial treasure, he would rather play the role of a swindler. After all, Lu Junhai said that everyone who went to his uncle's place were swindlers. What difference would it make if he joined them? Then wait, I'll go with you to take a look? Jiang Chen asked tentatively. Sure. Lu Junhai immediately beamed with joy. Thanks to Lu Junhai's appearance in Chao Huidong's compromise, this farce finally came to an end. Yet Jiang Chen's identity became a mystery in everyone's mind. Originally, Jiang Chen was just an obscure little character. Recently, he had gained some notoriety due to gossip with Zhao Siyu, which made him known to many in the school. But when he appeared before everyone again, it was in such an astonishing manner. Not only was his single-handed strength close to 40,000 kilograms, but he also knew the big shots in the inner city, able to make the extremely arrogant Chao Huidong obediently strip and run naked on the playground with just a few words. Who else could achieve such a thing? Jiang Chen knew he was a bit too much in the spotlight today. However, the college entrance examination was just 3 days away. After the exam, he would just leave, so why care about others' opinions of him? He believed Su Mengran thought the same way. That's why she had slightly revealed her strength during the test. Jiang Chen said goodbye to Wang Xiaoming and the others, then left the first high school with Lu Junhai. This time, they exited through the south gate. A flashy red sports car was parked by the roadside, with a very conspicuous parking ticket on the hood. Lu Junhai walked over, skillfully tossed away the ticket, and patted the car body, saying, "This is a gift from my uncle for my coming of age, 8 million. Not bad, right? It's okay, the color suits you pretty well," Jiang Chen objectively commented. "Master, you have an eye for this. My parents think the color I chose is too tacky, they just don't understand what fashion is," Lu Junhai said while observing Jiang Chen's reaction. Seeing the 8 million sports car, Jiang Chen didn't even blink. Could it be that cars at this price didn't catch Jiang Chen's eye? He had been excited for several days when he first received this gift. It seemed Jiang Chen was indeed extraordinary. If he could successfully resolve his uncle's troubles, he would have made a great contribution to the family. "Master, let's set off," Lu Junhai urged eagerly. Half an hour later, Lu Junhai's sports car stopped in front of a villa. This villa was located in the most upscale villa area of the inner city, but its land area was larger than any other villa nearby. Just the small garden at the entrance was comparable to the area of the first high school's gymnasium. In front of the gate, there were 7 or 8 security guards patrolling back and forth, along with a servant who had been waiting by the roadside. "Young master Lu, the sir is already waiting for you in the living room," the servant said respectfully upon seeing Lu Junhai's sports car. "Park the car for me," Lu Junhai said as he got out, tossing the car keys to the servant, then turned to Jiang Chen and said, "Master, let's go in." After getting out of the car, Jiang Chen surveyed the surroundings. One could only say it was worthy of a tycoon's residence. From the decorations at the entrance to the flowers and plants in the garden inside, he only saw piles of silver. No wonder Lu Junhai, just a nephew, could navigate so smoothly in the first high school. This is probably what they mean by when one person attains the Tao, even the chickens and dogs rise to heaven. Jiang Chen followed Lu Junhai through the gate. Along the way, Lu Junhai was introducing him to various plants in the garden. Did you see those blue plants over there? I heard that each one from the heavenly realms is worth over 100,000, and they glow at night. And that fruit tree on the left, it consumes a spirit pearl every day to cultivate, and the fruits it bears are simply delicious. Our family can only get 1 or 2 each year. Oh. And over there is a small flower field, all planted with spirit-gathering grass. Cultivating nearby is incredibly efficient. Lu Junhai was excitedly talking to himself, but Jiang Chen didn't react much. He could name most of the plants in this small garden. If there were any he didn't recognize, it was definitely because he wasn't at the right level. In his past life, he had studied 8 different life professions, and he happened to specialize in herbs. With his knowledge of various plants, Lu Junhai was merely showing off in front of him. Finally, they passed through the small garden and arrived in front of the villa. Several servants stood respectfully at the door, bowing. "Hello, young master." Lu Junhai ignored them and quickly walked into the living room. "Uncle, do you remember the master I told you about last time? I brought him here today." Lu Junhai went around the partition at the entrance, but his expression froze the next second. In the living room, 5 people were already seated. Besides a well-dressed man in the middle, there was also a mother and daughter, along with an old man and a young man in gray robes. "Why are they here too?" Lu Junhai frowned. "Who?" Jiang Chen asked, following Lu Junhai. "Those 2 women on the sofa. They are relatives from my aunt's side, useless and only know how to make money from my uncle." Lu Junhai sneered. "Now that something's happened at my uncle's house, they hurriedly brought along 2 stinky Taoists, probably hoping to get their hands on that spatial artifact." "Oh." Jiang Chen nodded. He wasn't interested in the feuds of the wealthy. However, having a few more competitors wasn't a bad thing. If he encountered trouble he couldn't solve, he wouldn't be the only one embarrassed. At this moment, the people on the sofa also noticed Lu Junhai's presence. "Junhai, you're here to play at your uncle's house again? Hurry and take your classmate upstairs, we have some serious business to discuss with your uncle," said a middle-aged beauty sitting on the sofa with a smile. "I'm here to introduce a friend to my uncle, not to play." Lu Junhai looked at the mother and daughter with disdain, then stepped forward with Jiang Chen and said, "Uncle, this is the master I told you about. He's super amazing, his divination is incredibly accurate, and thanks to him, I narrowly escaped with my life." "Oh?" Zhou Yuan's gaze fell on Jiang Chen. "This master you found is so young?" He had heard about what happened to Lu Junhai recently. It was said that he had narrowly escaped a disaster thanks to a master's guidance. So when Lu Junhai said he was bringing the master over today, he had some expectations. Who would have thought that the other party was just a kid around Lu Junhai's age? No need to say. His nephew must have been deceived. The true master cannot be judged by appearance. "Uncle, I have never boasted in front of you, just believe me this once." Lu Junhai had long known that Jiang Chen's age was hard for people to accept. Fortunately, Zhou Yuan trusted him very much. As long as he dared to vouch for him, Jiang Chen would definitely have a chance to try. Who knows, it might just work out. He had high hopes for Jiang Chen. Hearing this, before Zhou Yuan could speak, the young woman beside the middle-aged beauty suddenly said, "Junhai, this young handsome guy looks just like your classmate. Don't joke about this kind of thing, your uncle is already upset." "I'm talking to my uncle, what are you butting in for? Are we that close?" Lu Junhai retorted without mercy. "You." Feng Shui glared, but was held back by the middle-aged beauty beside her. She was very clear about Lu Junhai's weight in Zhou Yuan's heart. Although Zhou Yuan had taken good care of them over the years, it was still far from the Lu family, which managed several herbal medicine subsidiaries. However, this was a good opportunity. As long as they could help Zhou Yuan solve his troubles, they would surely soar to the upper class of Spring City. Let Lu Junhai be proud for a moment. Just wait and see how arrogant he can still be. Alright, then let him stay and give it a try. Zhou Yuan thought for a moment and chose to go along with Lu Junhai's wishes. After all, having one more person wouldn't make much difference. "Thank you, uncle." Lu Junhai chuckled. He knew that with his involvement, there would definitely be no problem. "Let's go, I'll take you to have a look." Zhou Yuan stood up and said. Zhou Yuan led everyone to the innermost part of the villa, then took out a key and opened a door. Behind the door was a staircase leading down. "Everyone be careful. Below is the basement where that item is stored. Zhou Yuan reminded them and stepped down. The middle-aged beauty was afraid of being outpaced by Jiang Chen. So she hurriedly followed with the two Taoists. Lu Junhai, not to be outdone, pulled Jiang Chen and followed closely. As soon as they entered the basement, everyone immediately felt a chilling aura rush over them. The air was also tinged with a faint metallic sweetness. Feng Shui immediately leaned into the middle-aged beauty's embrace, her eyes filled with fear as she looked around. Although she had long known that there was something wrong with this villa, this feeling was just too terrifying. It turned out Zhou Yuan really hadn't exaggerated. The moment they stepped into the basement, it was as if they had come from the human world to hell. Zhou Yuan turned on the wall lights in the basement, the lights flickered a few times, and finally, only 2 bulbs lit up, and the light was extremely dim. As if it could go out at any moment. Since the problem started at home, the basement has become colder and damper day by day, many circuits have broken down. And we had someone come to fix it, but you all know the result. Zhou Yuan sighed helplessly. Lu Junhai had heard his parents mention this matter before and immediately whispered to Jiang Chen, the electricians who came to fix the circuits all died, and their deaths were extremely tragic. Since then, my uncle's house has always had problems, with someone dying every few days, all related to the basement. Oh, I see. Jiang Chen nodded. After all, he wasn't a professional, he could only listen to Lu Junhai's words as a horror story and couldn't analyze anything. In contrast, the two Taoists brought by Feng Shui had already taken out their compass and were checking around the basement as soon as they entered, looking quite serious about it. Actually, we need to go further inside. Zhou Yuan saw that the two Taoists were almost about to lie on the ground and couldn't help but cough lightly to remind them. It's fine, we're just investigating the surrounding environment. The old Taoist calmly got up from the ground and brushed the dust off his robe. The young Taoist mimicked the old Taoist's actions with a semblance of seriousness. Seeing this, Feng Shui quietly asked the middle-aged beautiful woman, "Mom, are these two people you found reliable?" "Don't worry. They are both truly capable and meticulous in their work. They will definitely help your Uncle Ma solve the trouble," the middle-aged beautiful woman comforted, patting Feng Shui's hand. The corridor in the basement was extremely long. Jiang Chen roughly estimated it to be at least 100 or 200 meters. As they went further, the corridor was completely devoid of light. Everyone had to take out their phones and turn on the flashlights to see the way. At the same time, the cold, eerie feeling became more pronounced. Jiang Chen felt goosebumps rising on his arms. He should have brought a jacket. Lu Junhai was not much better off, he had even blown his nose several times. Jiang Chen silently moved a few steps away, not wanting to be too close to Lu Junhai, who had a runny nose. It was easy to get caught in the crossfire. Suddenly, Zhou Yuan came to an abrupt stop. "We're here." Only then did everyone realize that a pitch-black double door had appeared in front of them at some point. It blended perfectly into the darkness. If they hadn't approached, it would have been hard to notice the existence of this door. Zhou Yuan gently pushed it, and the door opened automatically to the sides as if sensing someone was coming. At that moment, everyone saw what was behind the door. A flower pot, with a lotus flower. The lotus was black, emitting a dim light that made it extremely conspicuous in the darkness. The pot was not filled with soil but with a kind of red liquid. A faint sweet and fishy smell permeated the air, making it hard not to wonder what was inside. "Everyone, do you know what this is?" Zhou Yuan turned to Jiang Chen and the two Taoists. "I know, this must be an evil object," the old Taoist said, pointing at the flower pot with a wooden sword. Speaking with conviction. "Moreover, it is an evil object nurtured with blood, it is bloodthirsty and will consume blood every so often, which is why Mr. Zhou's family has been having frequent troubles." Hearing this, Lu Junhai couldn't help but roll his eyes. Wasn't it obvious to anyone with eyes? Did he really need to say it again? Feng Shui and her mother were quite frightened after hearing this, their legs trembling uncontrollably. Zhou Yuan did not express his opinion but looked at Jiang Chen. "Little brother, what do you think?" "Wait a minute." Jiang Chen used his backpack as a cover to take out the divination crystal ball. Seeing how well prepared the Taoists were, he certainly had to put on a show as well. Jiang Chen held the crystal ball in his hand and boldly walked into the room. Seeing that Jiang Chen had made no preparations and just walked into the room, a hint of mockery flashed in the old Taoist's eyes. In their line of work, experience and knowledge were extremely important. He didn't believe that a brat who hadn't even grown a full set of hair could discern anything. After all, even he had never seen such a strange plant. Jiang Chen was even less likely to have seen it. However, no one spoke up to stop him. They also wanted to see what would happen when they got close to that black lotus. After Jiang Chen entered the room, he clearly felt the temperature drop a few degrees. There was also a faint sense of oppression that made breathing feel heavy. The source of all this was the black lotus in the room. It seemed to have just bloomed, with its petals not fully opened. The flashlight's beam shone on the black lotus, and one could even see a faint black mist emanating from the flower's core. Jiang Chen did not rashly approach, he simply walked around the black lotus once before returning to Lu Junhai's side. Lu Junhai gave Jiang Chen a thumbs up, even standing. At the door, he could feel the oppressive aura coming from the black lotus, and even the old Taoist did not dare to approach easily. Yet Jiang Chen boldly strolled around. This was much more impressive than the old Taoist. Waving a broken sword around. Humph. The old Taoist snorted coldly, young people are reckless. If you provoke this evil thing because of your actions, it might disturb Mr. Zhou. Exactly, the middle-aged beauty beside him echoed, if you don't understand, don't run around carelessly. The masters we invited only dare to observe from the door, this is for everyone's safety. Young man, you should learn from this. Jiang Chen held the divination crystal ball in his hand and asked with a half-smile, so, did this master at the door see anything? Didn't I just say? This is an evil thing that must be dealt with using special methods. The old Taoist stroked his chin with a mysterious expression. Master, it seems you already have a way to deal with it? Feng Shui said with a pleased expression. It's worth a try, the old Taoist replied. Wait, we haven't even spoken yet. And you all are already moving on to the next step? Lu Junhai quickly interrupted, realizing the intentions of Feng Shui and her daughter. In this situation, it was clear that whoever acted first would have the advantage. If this old Taoist succeeded, then he would have made the trip for nothing. Just as Feng Shui was about to retort to Lu Junhai, Zhou Yuan suddenly spoke up, let this young brother share his thoughts first. Did you hear that? Lu Junhai provocatively glanced at Feng Shui and her daughter. Of course, the middle-aged beauty also realized they were too hasty and immediately forced a smile. After watching the drama for a long time, Jiang Chen finally had the chance to speak. This black lotus should, without a doubt, be planted by Mr. Zhou, right? Jiang Chen looked at Zhou Yuan. That's right, Zhou Yuan nodded. The old Taoist sneered inwardly. Wasn't this obvious? The thing was right in their own basement, if it wasn't planted by the owner, could it have just appeared out of thin air? Did the person who had Mr. Zhou plant the black lotus tell you that this thing only needs to be fed with fresh blood every day to absorb the filth from your body and also protect the house for safety? Jiang Chen continued. Exactly. Zhou Yuan's eyes lit up. Recently, he had invited many practitioners, Taoists, and sorcerers, and Jiang Chen was the first to hit the nail on the head. Seeing Zhou Yuan's reaction, Feng Shui and her daughter felt something was off. The old Taoist's expression also slightly changed. Could it be that this kid really guessed right? Zhou Yuan briefly explained the origin of the black lotus. 15 years ago, it was the most successful time in my career. I had merged several competing companies and developed several methods for cultivating rare medicinal materials, successfully winning several awards. During that time, I suddenly became dazed and confused, and I kept having bloody nightmares at night, as if I had been possessed. I went to several hospitals for examinations, but they couldn't find the cause. However, my condition kept worsening. In desperation, I spent a fortune to invite a highly respected master who immediately saw that I had been cursed. This is an extremely insidious method. The cursed person automatically absorbs all the resentment around them. Over time, I would only have two outcomes, suicide or madness. Then the master gave me a seed and told me to water it with a drop of blood every day. Over the years, the resentment in my body would transfer to this plant, and the curse would disappear. The master also told me that this plant has the effect of protecting the home and ensuring peace, and it should be kept in my house. Who would have thought it would turn out like this? Zhou Yuan sighed, his face full of distress and helplessness. Uncle, you must have been messed with by some rival company. After hearing Zhou Yuan's experience, Lu Junhai excitedly slapped his thigh. The methods of commercial competition these days are getting more and more despicable. The middle-aged woman quickly added. Uncle Zhou, you seem to be in good health now, the curse might have already disappeared. The key now is to find a way to deal with this black lotus, Feng Shui said, giving the old Taoist a knowing glance. The old Taoist understood and stepped forward, saying, Mr. Zhou, let me handle this evil thing. It has absorbed too much resentment and has completely turned into a demon. The longer it stays in your home, the more danger it poses. Well, I'll trouble the master then. Zhou Yuan hesitated for a moment but did not stop him. Lu Junhai immediately became anxious. Jiang Chen stood by, looking indifferent. To be Honest, he didn't want to get involved in this mess. Because Zhou Yuan was lying. And out of 10 sentences, at least 9 were false. This guy was far from the decent person he appeared to be. The moment he saw the black lotus, he recognized its identity. Black blood, a carrier of curses. It needed human blood to nourish it. And it had to be blood that had experienced immense pain, even death. Only such blood would be effective. Until the black blood bloomed, the curse would be considered complete. Jiang Qin didn't know if Zhou Yuan had been deceived, which was why he planted this black lotus in his home. However, judging by his behavior, he was most likely tricked. Otherwise, he wouldn't be looking for people everywhere to resolve this black lotus. But now that the black lotus had already bloomed, it meant that the number of people who had died at Zhou Yuan's hands was definitely not small. These people must have all died tragically and unjustly. And it had continued for 15 years. Just thinking about it, one could imagine how many wronged souls were buried in this dark basement. In this world, there are various open and hidden struggles every day, and many people die daily. But that doesn't mean that human life is worthless. No matter what Zhou Yuan's original intention was, he used extremely cruel methods to commit murder. For 15 years. Most likely, his victims were ordinary people with no grievances against him. Just this alone, he cannot be absolved. Jiang Chen doesn't think killing is a big deal. But someone like Zhou Yuan, he finds it unacceptable. The old Taoist priest had already brought the young Taoist priest, cautiously walking into the room where the Black Lotus was located. As they approached within 5 meters of the Black Lotus, they felt a severe sense of suffocation. The old Taoist quickly took out a bell and shook it rapidly above his head. The young Taoist was on the verge of collapsing, but when the old Taoist's bell appeared, his expression quickly eased. "Mom, the master you invited really has some skills." Seeing this scene, Feng Shui said cheerfully. "When have I ever made a mistake in my work?" The middle-aged beauty smiled proudly. Zhou Yuan also nodded in satisfaction. At least they weren't those fools who wet their pants the moment they entered the room. The reason he was willing to hear Jiang Chen's opinion alone was that Jiang Chen could maintain his composure even after entering this room. On the contrary, he initially thought these two Taoists were just con artists. But from their performance just now, they seemed to have some real ability. A few minutes later, the two Taoists finally completed the short distance and arrived in front of the pot where the Black Lotus was planted. The Black Lotus seemed to sense someone approaching, its branches gently swaying, almost as if it were a living creature with spirit. At the same time, the red liquid in the pot began to bubble. The old Taoist, experienced and knowledgeable, managed to stay calm. The young Taoist, however, was so frightened that he took a step back. "Don't panic." The old Taoist shot an unhappy glance at the young Taoist and then cautiously stepped forward. At that moment, the old Taoist realized that what was in the pot was not fresh blood, but a kind of red liquid secreted from the roots of the Black Lotus. It smelled very fishy and sweet, and without careful observation, it could easily be mistaken for blood. "Master, should we still use the thunder fire talisman?" The young Taoist nervously swallowed and looked up at the old Taoist for guidance. "As long as it is an evil thing, there is nothing that is not afraid of the thunder fire talisman." The old Taoist straightened up, reached into his bag, and pulled out a bright yellow talisman. He didn't want to investigate what this plant was, since it gathered resentment. He would naturally use conventional methods to deal with it. The young Taoist also took out a low-level thunder fire talisman. "Make your move." As soon as the old Taoist's voice fell, the thunder fire talismans in their hands transformed into a line of fire that shot towards the Black Lotus, moving so fast that the naked eye could only see a flash of firelight. With 2 loud bangs, the thunder fire talismans exploded above the Black Lotus. The intertwining light of the thunder and fire instantly enveloped the entire Black Lotus. The room was illuminated as if it were daytime. "Success!" Feng Shui exclaimed excitedly, clapping her hands. "It was that easy to resolve?" Lu Junhai looked displeased. Zhou Yuan seemed to breathe a sigh of relief. Only Jiang Chen frowned slightly, already considering whether he should run away. Although it wouldn't be difficult for him to save his life, exposing his trump card in such a place was too unwise. The smoke in the room gradually dissipated. In the next second, Feng Shui and her daughter could no longer smile. They discovered that the Black Lotus in the center of the room was not only intact. Inside the shattered pot, there was actually a fleshy mass resembling a heart. As it thumped, tentacles began to grow out of the mass. The old Taoist sensed danger and immediately shouted, "Run!" However, before he and the young Taoist could react, the tentacles shot out, turning them into a sieve. Fresh blood splattered out, instantly dyeing the ground red. "Ah!" Feng Shui and her daughter let out terrified screams and hurriedly ran back in a panic. Lu Junhai was also so scared that his legs trembled uncontrollably. Only Zhou Yuan seemed unfazed by this scene. He was not afraid of these tentacles, as they only harmed others. Originally, having such a weapon by his side was not a bad thing. But recently, the Black Lotus had increasingly slipped out of his control. Indiscriminate attacks were one thing, it even went out to harm people on its own when he wasn't around. He roughly estimated that the tentacles at the root of the Black Lotus could easily cover the entire villa. It was no exaggeration to say that people died in his home every day. That aside, he never cared about the lives of others. But as the richest man in Spring City, countless eyes were watching him. In just a few days, this matter had become common knowledge among the public. He could only claim that there was a problem at home. Then he began to invite numerous wandering sorcerers and mages to his house to exorcise the evil. Who knew that this thing couldn't be killed? At this moment, Zhou Yuan finally realized the seriousness of the problem. He also understood what it meant to invite a deity easily, but to send them away was difficult. After killing 2 Taoist priests, those tentacles quickly sensed that there were still living people at the door and immediately slithered towards them like venomous snakes along the ground. Little brother, do you have any way? Zhou Yuan looked at Jiang Chen. His expectations for Jiang Chen far exceeded those for the 2 Taoist priests. Now seeing that Jiang Chen had not run away, he was even more certain of his suspicions. Jiang Chen thought about the spatial magical treasure and glanced at the tentacles on the ground. He was weighing whether these things were worth him using the blood-sucking vine. The spatial magical treasure tempted him. But he did not want to expose his trump card. Moreover, Zhou Yuan was hiding so deeply that it was hard to say whether he would have a spatial magical treasure later. Forget it, better to run away. Just as he was about to remind them, he suddenly noticed that the few tentacles closest to him not only did not advance but instead retreated a short distance. Jiang Chen was slightly taken aback, his gaze falling on the crystal ball in his hand, and then his eyes gradually brightened. Right, how did he not think of that? When it came to dark magic, who could compare to the Doomsea Demon? This thing was the ancestor of the dark magic realm. Although what he held was not the main body, just the aura of the Doomsea Demon could make these little shrimp and fish retreat in fear. With this in mind, Jiang Chen raised the crystal ball in his hand. Sure enough, as the divination crystal ball approached, the tentacles all shrank back as if they had seen a ghost. Seeing this scene, Lu Junhai and Zhou Yuan both widened their eyes. Especially Zhou Yuan, who knew how troublesome these tentacles were. But they seemed to be very afraid of Jiang Chen. Confirming his suspicions, Jiang Chen no longer had any concerns and directly walked into the room holding the crystal ball. Those tentacles retreated frantically. In the end, they all shrank back into the fleshy ball at the root of the Black Lotus. Even the Black Lotus, which had been swaying its body, instantly became obedient. Jiang Chen stepped forward, and when he held the divination crystal ball above the Black Lotus, it completely fell silent. Lu Junhai, standing at the door, suddenly rubbed his arms. Hey, it doesn't seem that cold anymore. Zhou Yuan narrowed his eyes slightly, a glimmer of cold light flashing within. What exactly was this boy's background? He had imagined many possibilities, whether it was to kill with violence or to trap it with tools. But he had never considered that someone could simply approach and make the Black Lotus quiet down. This was clearly something he had always wanted to do but had failed to achieve. If he could completely control the Black Lotus, why would he need to give up such a useful weapon? It was powerful and something he had nurtured himself. Yet now, in front of an outsider, it was as docile as a quail. This made him feel somewhat displeased. After several tests, Jiang Chen confirmed that the crystal ball of the cursed sea demon indeed had a suppressive effect on the Black Lotus, so he brought the crystal ball closer. Just as the crystal ball was about to touch the Black Lotus, the originally blooming petals suddenly closed rapidly. Then, with a whoosh, it completely burrowed back into the flesh ball. Jiang Chen. How afraid of him was it? No, it should be said that it was afraid of the cursed sea demon. It was scared back into the womb. If it were to grow out again, it wouldn't be that easy. Damn, master, you're amazing, this monster doesn't even dare to come out. Lu Junhai exclaimed in shock. Just how terrifying this evil thing was, everyone had witnessed it just moments ago. The 2 Taoists had shown no resistance against the attacks of the flesh ball's tentacles. But now the situation had completely reversed. The Black Lotus, upon seeing Jiang Chen approach, was like a mouse seeing a cat, only able to shrink back into the flesh ball. The contrast between the two situations was simply unbelievable. Jiang Chen observed the flesh ball for a moment, then took a low-level Thunder Fire talisman from the old Taoist's bag and threw it onto the flesh ball. But no matter how much The flesh ball was bombarded and injured. The Black Lotus did not emerge again, nor did the tentacles launch an attack. A cursed vessel that had absorbed resentment for 15 years could clearly not be killed by just a few low-level thunder fire talismans. Yet under such attacks it showed no signs of resistance, indicating that it was already in a closed state. It no longer reacted to external stimuli. Moreover, this state would last for a while. In other words, this was the best time to deal with it. However, the finishing work should still be left to Zhou Yuan to handle. To completely eliminate the black blood that had accumulated for 15 years, one would need at least a 4th or 5th tier strength. Even if he wanted to take action, he didn't have the capability. Mr. Zhou, this thing should be safe for now. How to deal with it specifically is up to you, Jiang Chen said, looking up at Zhou Yuan. Of course, it must be completely exterminated. Zhou Yuan said without hesitation. There was no need to keep a weapon that was uncontrollable and even submissive to outsiders by his side. Then it's very simple. Mr. Zhou just needs to invite a few 4th or 5th tier warriors to directly eliminate it violently. It shouldn't resist in the short term, so speed is essential. Jiang Chen laid out the method, and whether Zhou Yuan would follow his advice was no longer his concern. Right now, his mind was on that spatial treasure. Alright, I'll arrange it shortly, Zhou Yuan nodded. Then should we talk about the reward now? Jiang Chen said with a smile. Zhou Yuan was slightly taken aback, then smiled and said, "Little brother helped me solve a problem, so the promised reward, I will naturally present it with both hands." After saying that, Zhou Yuan looked at Lu Junhai and said, "You take this little brother to rest for a while. Once I handle things here, I'll come find you." Jiang Chen and Lu Junhai left the basement and returned to the living room. Before they got close, they saw Feng Shui and her mother at the entrance, loudly arguing with Zhou Yuan's assistant. "Do you even understand what I'm saying? Mr. Zhou is in danger, and you won't let me call the police, so hurry up and find someone to check it out," the middle-aged beauty said anxiously. "You don't need to worry about this, madam. Mr. Zhou will handle it," the assistant said, standing straight at the door with a blank expression. "Are you sure you're not joking? I'll say it again, 2 people have already died down there, and Mr. Zhou is just an ordinary person. With such monsters in the basement, you tell me Mr. Zhou will handle it?" the middle-aged beauty glared. "You are completely disregarding Uncle Zhou's life. What are you really thinking? I warn you, if Uncle Zhou comes out alive, I will definitely tell him about this, and you can wait to be fired. So you better do as we say right now, either call the police or hurry to the basement to save people." Feng Shui looked at the assistant with anger. If anything happened to Zhou Yuan, they would be completely finished. Without Zhou Yuan as their support, how would they enjoy wealth and luxury? How would they continue their previous extravagant life? "I've already said, Mr. Zhou will be fine. You two go back to the living room." The assistant was unwilling to engage with Feng Shui and her mother any further. He had been with Zhou Yuan for 7 or 8 years, handling such matters frequently. He probably knew what was in the basement. If someone had an accident, it wouldn't be Zhou Yuan. But it was the first time he had seen Feng Shui and her mother being so unreasonable and persistent. He really didn't know how they managed to stay by Zhou Yuan's side without even understanding basic social cues. "Fine, you wait and see." Feng Shui, seeing the assistant unyielding and refusing to listen, could only leave a harsh remark and then took her mother's arm. "Mom, let's go back. You two, please hand over your phones." The assistant was still worried that Feng Shui and her mother might call the police and escalate the situation, so he said immediately, "You." Feng Shui was about to explode when she heard footsteps behind her. "Don't worry, Uncle is fine. Everything down there has been handled. Stop shouting about calling the police. This is a matter for Uncle's family. Don't mess around here," Lu Junhai said, with one hand in his pocket, walking out of the living room with Jiang Chen. Seeing Jiang Chen and Lu Junhai, Feng Shui and her mother were both incredulous. "You made it out alive? What about Mr. Zhou?" the middle-aged beauty quickly asked. "Uncle still has some matters to deal with. You can rest assured and go back." "This has nothing to do with you," Lu Junhai waved his hand impatiently. "Why do you sound just like this assistant?" Feng Shui frowned tightly at Lu Junhai, "And since you both came out, how could Uncle Zhou not come out?" She was very suspicious that these people had colluded in advance to create this situation, making Zhou Yuan die without a clear reason, in order to swallow Zhou Yuan's assets. "I find it really hard to communicate with women sometimes." Lu Junhai saw Feng Shui's reaction and sighed helplessly, then turned to Jiang Chen and said, "This is why I don't want to find a girlfriend. Many women really have issues." Jiang Chen nodded, somewhat understanding. No wonder Lu Junhai, as a wealthy heir, preferred to spend money on women. This was the fundamental reason. Lu Junhai, are you even listening to me? Feng Shui, seeing that Lu Junhai completely ignored her, was instantly furious. Forget what I just said. Lu Junhai turned his gaze to his assistant and said, get someone to take these two women to the side. Hall. Don't let them run around until my uncle comes out. After saying that, Lu Junhai added, oh, and remember to collect their phones. Hearing this, Feng Shui's pupils suddenly constricted. Lu Junhai, you really are all in this together. Oh, where did this crazy woman come from? Hurry up and take her away. Lu Junhai completely lost his patience. Now, just talking to this mother-daughter pair made him feel an urge to hit someone. He believed his uncle would understand him. The assistant breathed a sigh of relief. With Lu Junhai speaking, he felt reassured. Someone, take them away, the assistant immediately ordered. After Feng Shui and her mother were taken away, the surroundings finally quieted down. These two crazy women will definitely cause trouble if they stay here with my uncle. Lu Junhai returned to the living room, casually took a fragrant pear from the fruit basket, and said while eating, Lu, I want to ask, the space treasure you mentioned before, it really exists, right? Jiang Chen confirmed. Again with unease. After all, he had only heard Lu Junhai mention this matter, and it was still uncertain whether the reward Zhou Yuan mentioned was the same as what Lu Junhai said. Before coming, he hadn't worried about anything. But after witnessing this family's situation, he felt that the space treasure wouldn't be so easy to obtain. They say there's no business without deceit. Moreover, Zhou Yuan, who started from scratch and climbed to the position of the richest, inspired no trust in him. Is there any falsehood in what I said? My uncle has encountered too many swindlers, and this condition was set out of necessity, which attracted you, a true master. Lu Junhai chuckled. Jiang Chen was the person he had brought in. This time, he could be considered to have made a significant contribution. That's good. Jiang Chen nodded. A few hours later, as the sky gradually darkened, Zhou Yuan finally emerged from the basement. Little brother, sorry to keep you waiting. Zhou Yuan pushed up his glasses and sat down on the floor with Jiang Chen and Lu Junhai. Uncle, is that thing taken care of? Lu Junhai asked in a low voice. It's been handled as this little brother suggested. Zhou Yuan smiled with satisfaction. That's great. Lu Junhai immediately beamed with joy. By the way, I need to clarify the reward I promised to this little brother, Zhou Yuan suddenly said seriously. Jiang Chen raised an eyebrow, just as he had thought. Zhou Yuan had been in business for decades and was well informed. How could he not know the value of the space treasure? Even so, he still offered it as a reward. There was clearly a catch. However, Jiang Chen maintained a good mindset, having been mentally prepared, and raised his hand, saying, Mr. Zhou, please go on. This space treasure was something I stumbled upon a few years ago. When I got it, it was already damaged. It originally had 10 square meters of space, but now there's less than half a square meter left. Zhou Yuan paused and continued, of course, if you mind, I can exchange the reward for something else that will definitely satisfy you. Only half a square meter left? Jiang Chen was somewhat speechless. With such a small area, it's impossible to hide even a person, let alone a large beast. It can only accommodate ordinary small animals. No wonder Zhou Yuan is so generous. He's not foolish. But just because the item is damaged doesn't mean there's no way to remedy it. He has a universal synthesis platform. As long as he finds the right materials, repairing the spatial treasure shouldn't be difficult. As long as the spatial treasure is genuine. Then I still want the spatial treasure. After all, this is what we agreed upon from the start, and I can't take advantage of Mr. Zhou, Jiang Chen said humbly. Zhou Yuan was momentarily speechless. According to Jiang Chen, it seems he is being magnanimous by reluctantly accepting this reward? Although this spatial treasure is damaged, its value is still there, and many would be willing to pay a high price for it. If it weren't to attract some truly capable people, he wouldn't be willing to offer it as a reward. Yet Jiang Chen speaks as if he's at a disadvantage. It sounds quite off. And he can't refute it. After all, when he set the reward, he didn't clarify the specific condition of the spatial treasure. Forget it, why bother arguing with a child? Zhou Yuan flipped his hand and took out a leaf-shaped jade carving from his storage ring, placing it on the table. This is the spatial treasure, little brother can check it out. Jiang Chen's heart stirred as he reached out to pick up the jade carving. To his surprise, the space within this treasure was actually supported by high-quality spirit jade. Just looking at the quality of this spirit jade, it's already quite valuable. Jiang Chen covered the jade with his spiritual power, and suddenly a dilapidated place appeared in his mind. It seemed to be a collapsed wooden house, with only a Small corner space barely able to hold some items. The internal condition of this spatial treasure was indeed as Zhou Yuan said, with only about half a square meter of space still intact. Upon closer inspection, it was even less than half a square meter. Could he ask Zhou Yuan to compensate for the missing part? But Jiang Chen only thought about it in his heart. The spatial treasure isn't fake. This trip isn't a loss. I'll take the item, Jiang Chen said, using his backpack as a cover to store the spatial treasure in his inventory. Once it's in his pocket, there's no reason to take it out again. Even if Zhou Yuan regrets it now, it's too late. Little brother, it's getting late, would you like to stay for dinner? Zhou Yuan said very politely. However, Jiang Chen sensed the other party's intention to hurry him along, so he stood up and said, no need, I have other matters to attend to, so I'll take my leave. After leaving Zhou Yuan's villa, Jiang Chen felt the air outside was much fresher. Thinking about how many people had died in that villa, Zhou Yuan could still live there. He's quite a ruthless person. Jiang Chen took out his phone to check the map. Is it really a half-hour walk to get out? Those damn rich people, why build such a large community? Just as he was about to ask the security guard if taxis could come in, a striking figure suddenly blocked his path. Hey, handsome, name your price, I'll buy the spatial treasure you have. Feng Shui said, her chin slightly raised. Jiang Chen felt that he must have gone out without checking the almanac, which was why he got entangled with this troublesome woman. He just wanted to leave this place quickly and had no intention of wasting words with Feng Shui, so he directly refused. Not for sale, I'm in a hurry, please let me through. No way. Feng Shui stepped forward, almost pressing against Jiang Chen. What do you mean by that? Jiang Chen looked at Feng Shui's obvious suggestive actions and asked, leisurely. Little handsome guy, just sell me the space treasure. Uncle Zhou should have told you that this space treasure is already damaged to the point of being unusable. Keeping it is just for decoration, but if you sell it to me, not only can you get a large sum of money, but you can also get my contact information. Feng Shui winked at Jiang Chen, speaking in a soft tone. If you think that's not enough. Feng Shui pressed her finger against Jiang Chen's chest, her tone filled with temptation. I can also give you a chance to ask me out. Feng Shui leaned close to Jiang Chen's ear and added, tonight. Jiang Chen was filled with question marks. Was he being seduced? To be fair, Feng Shui was quite good-looking. She probably had been specially trained, exuding a kind of refined lady aura, and her attire was very appropriate. But this aura was merely superficial. Among the few women he had encountered after his transmigration, only Zhao Siren could compete with her. Although having a beautiful woman throwing herself at him wasn't a bad thing, he really wasn't interested in Feng Shui. Most importantly, he felt that Feng Shui was just trying to buy the space treasure while also wanting to sleep with him. After all, he was so handsome and strong. This must be the trouble of being too outstanding. So, what do you say, little handsome guy? Sister has already made such a concession, just sell me the space treasure, and tonight I will definitely make you comfortable. Feng Shui hinted variously, her entire upper body pressed against Jiang Chen. Not for sale. Jiang Chen still replied with those two words to Feng Shui. You're really not obedient. Feng Shui grabbed Jiang Chen's hand and placed it on her chest. Sister is begging you like this, are you really not going to reconsider? She had actually already found a buyer for the space artifact. The buyer recognized at a glance that the main material of the space treasure was a piece of high-quality spirit jade, which could fetch a lot of people wanting to buy it even at an auction in a first-tier city. Moreover, this was a space treasure, with a small part of the space still usable. Such a piece of high-quality spirit jade had extremely high collectible and practical value. But Jiang Chen might not know any of this. So Feng Shui felt she had a great opportunity. As soon as she got the news, she immediately came to intercept Jiang Chen. I'm really not selling. Jiang Chen sighed helplessly. If you insist on asking me why, then I'll say it, but you mustn't get angry. You say, I promise not to get angry. Feng Shui raised the corners of her mouth, knowing that this little handsome guy still cared about her feelings. She knew no man could escape her gentle attack. Because actually, I like big breasts. After saying that, Jiang Chen casually pinched the small bun under his hand, then quickly withdrew his hand before Feng Shui could react. Feng Shui's expression instantly froze on her face. She couldn't have heard wrong, could she? She was actually being rejected? Although she wasn't that big, she at least had an A+ close to a B, okay? So I'm very sorry, you should go find someone else, we are not suitable. Jiang Chen said, with a face full of regret, then turned and walked towards the community exit, leaving Feng Shui alone in the wind, feeling disheveled. Not suitable? They weren't suitable? Wasn't this the excuse she often used when she dumped someone before? Now it was her turn to be rejected. It turns out this feeling is so unbearable. Wait. Feng Shui suddenly came to her senses. She wasn't here to find Jiang Chen to buy spatial treasures. What does inappropriate even mean? She almost got wrapped up by Jiang Chen. But when she wanted to chase after him, there was no trace of Jiang Chen left. Jiang Chen's physique now was no longer what it used to be. Running at full speed, reaching the speed of a car, was completely not a problem. It was just that he couldn't maintain it for long. After running out of the villa area, Jiang Chen saw that Feng Shui hadn't caught up, and he couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. He wasn't afraid of this woman. It was just that Feng Shui was too clingy. He was afraid that if he didn't leave soon, he would eventually lose control. After all, he was a normal man. A woman of exceptional beauty was throwing herself at him. Even if he wasn't moved, it was hard to control his body. He didn't want to leave any leverage in that woman's hands. Jiang Chen called a taxi and returned to the hotel he had stayed at before. Washing off the scent of perfume and the bloody smell from the basement, he relaxed and lay on the bed. Let's see if there are any materials to remedy the spatial treasures. Jiang Chen took out his phone and opened the official website of the Spirit Martial Hall. Being in the inner city allowed him to enjoy many conveniences. For example, the Spirit Martial Hall could deliver directly to his door. As long as the website showed that there was stock, he could place an order and it would be delivered within the last 2 hours. Jiang Chen had tried it once before, and the experience was excellent. An order placed half an hour ago was delivered to the hotel half an hour later. It was simply a blessing for someone as lazy as him. Jiang Chen searched for keywords related to space on the Spirit Martial Hall's official website, and immediately hundreds of pieces of information appeared in the results. They were all various types of spatial crystals, monster bones, and special plants. The prices were not cheap, and the quantities were limited. Especially the spatial crystals. The total number of all types didn't exceed 100. The nanocrystals used to make storage rings were an extremely precious type of spatial gem. Other spatial crystals, while they couldn't be directly used to make storage equipment, could often be used as repair materials or auxiliary materials for storage equipment. Jiang Chen only had a little over $1 million left, so he definitely couldn't bear to buy such expensive materials for experimentation. Therefore, his target was set on the bones of spatial monsters. Spatial monsters were also a very rare breed. But there was one type called the snowlight worm that was an exception. Snowlight worms usually lived in groups. When they gathered together, they would create a special magnetic field around them. When the numbers were large enough, they could even form a separate spatial domain. So, discovering one snowlight worm meant discovering thousands and thousands of them. Jiang Chen glanced at the price of dried snowlight worms. 100,000 each. That was still acceptable. Then he would buy one to try the effect. With that thought, Jiang Chen immediately picked up his phone to place an order. Just after he finished paying, suddenly a ringtone rang. The screen displayed the caller, Jiang Yingxue. Seeing the caller ID, Jiang Chen took a sharp breath. It was his sister's call. Jiang Chen felt a twinge of anxiety and guilt. He had a good impression of Jiang Yingxue. However, the original owner's relationship with Jiang Yingxue was not that close. Jiang Yingxue had always been strict with the original owner since childhood, so the original owner mostly felt awe towards her. The emotions that had just appeared in Jiang Chen's mind were remnants of the original owner's memories. After thinking for a moment, he pressed the answer button. Sis. Jiang Chen cleared his throat and called out. Cheyenne, I was training in the wild before, and I just found out about the incident in Spring City today. Are you okay? A concerned voice came from the phone. I'm fine, I can eat and sleep. Jiang Chen replied with a smile. Now that I know you're okay, I can relax. Jiang Yingxue sighed. You guys are going to take the college entrance exam in 3 days, but I heard that the area around number 9 high school was severely affected. Does the school have any arrangements? The school arranged for us to take the exam in the inner city. I just went to familiarize myself with the exam venue today, Jiang Chen said. Taking the exam in the inner city? Jiang Yingxue was slightly taken aback, then her tone became a bit worried. The costs in the inner city must be very high. I remember the taxes are 10,000 a day. She had previously spent all her savings to buy Jiang Chen spirit pearls and elixirs, and now there was hardly anything left. But thinking about Jiang Chen facing the college entrance exam soon, she was determined to gather the funds for him. Did she have to borrow money from classmates again? She had just managed to pay off her debts. Sis, you don't need to worry about this. The government has preferential policies. During the college entrance exam period, all extra fees are waived. Even if we stay in the inner city, it won't cost much, Jiang Chen quickly said. Really? The stone that had just lifted from Jiang Yingshua's heart fell back down. Then wait, I'll transfer 5,000 to you. Use it for now. At such a critical time, you can't be stingy with money. Jiang Chen was about to tell Jiang Yingxue not to transfer money to him when he suddenly heard another woman's voice on the other end of the phone. Yingxue, you can barely afford to eat, and you're still sending money to your brother? How much can a high school student use? Don't wear yourself out. Keep your voice down. Jiang Yingxue moved the phone away and lowered her voice. My brother is about to take the exam. I definitely can't let him worry about these small matters. It's just 5,000 yuan. I can work as a sparring partner at the martial arts school for a few days. You're still going to that martial arts school? Last time you got your bones broken. Those rich people don't treat sparring partners like humans. Forget it, I'll talk to you later. Jiang Yingxue pushed the person beside her away and picked up the phone again. Xiaoyan, my sister hasn't had a break yet. So I can't come back to see you. You mustn't be nervous during the exam, do you understand? After Jiang Yingxue finished speaking, she realized it was unusually quiet on the other end. Xiaoyan? Jiang Yingxue called out again. Sis, you don't need to send me money, Jiang Chen said in a deep voice. In fact, he had heard everything Jiang Yingxue had just said. Thinking about how he was comfortably using those spirit pearls and elixirs, and now even staying in a hotel that cost 1,000 a day, while Jiang Yingxue was going to the martial arts school to be a sparring partner and getting beaten every day. Jiang Chen felt very uncomfortable. If he had known Jiang Yingxue earned money this way, he would never have accepted those things. With the universal synthesis platform, making money was easy for him. But for Jiang Yingxue, every penny was hard-earned. Jiang Chen now had only one thought. That was to treat Jiang Yingxue well in the future. And never let her live a hard life again. Just for the kindness of her sending him elixirs even after breaking her bones. Xiaoyan, you really don't need to worry about the money. After all, my sister is a martial artist. It's inevitable to get hurt a little. You can see those college students training in the wild, how many come back unscathed? When you go to university later, you'll find that this is all very normal. Jiang Yingxue knew that Jiang Chen had most likely heard her conversation with her roommate, so she immediately explained. How can this be the same as going to the martial arts school as a sparring partner? Jiang Chen retorted, forget it, don't go to the martial arts school anymore. And remember to check your bank account later. Bank account? Jiang Yingxue was puzzled. Just as she was about to ask Jiang Chen what he meant, she received a text message from the bank. Jiang Yingxue quickly checked and her pupils suddenly constricted. She saw that her account had unexpectedly received a deposit of 500,000. And the remitter was Jiang Chen. Xiaoyan, where did you get so much money? Jiang Yingxue hurriedly asked on her phone. Sister, you really don't need to worry about the money. During the last outdoor test at school, I had some good gains, and plus I ranked in the test, just the rewards alone are worth several million. I've spent some on elixirs during this time, but there's still quite a bit left, so you can use this first. Jiang Chen said. The rewards from the test are worth several million? Jiang Yingxue felt her mind was in a daze. Number 9 high school was just an ordinary high school in the outer city, how could they casually offer several million in rewards? And this was after splitting it among 5 people. Because this time the school unprecedentedly offered a secret realm quota as a reward, and just one quota is worth 7 to 8 million, Jiang Chen said earnestly, so sister, I really have money and don't have to worry about spending it. You definitely shouldn't go work at the martial arts school, with that time, you might as well practice more and improve your strength. Jiang Yingxue was at a loss for words. After a long while, she finally spoke, you're right, I should focus on improving my strength. However, I can't accept the money you gave me. I also have extra income from my outdoor training, which is enough for my daily expenses. Why are you being so polite with me? Do you not consider me your brother? When you sent me money and elixirs, I didn't see you refuse. Jiang Chen said irritably. Well, okay then. Jiang Yingxue hesitantly agreed. After the college entrance examination, I should be going to Magic City, and I'll contact you then. Jiang Chen informed Jiang Yingxue about his upcoming plans. Okay, I'll wait for you. Jiang Yingxue smiled. After the call ended, the goods from Linwu Hall also arrived. Jiang Chen opened the package and saw a wrinkled, somewhat ginseng-like bug lying quietly in the box. This bug had been dehydrated to ensure it wouldn't rot for a long time. Its original contents were preserved extremely well. Jiang Chen used a fruit knife to cut open the snowlight bug and took out a semi-transparent crystal core from inside. This was the core of the snowlight bug, and it was the key to forming a spatial domain when they gathered together. Jiang Chen took out the spatial treasure and added it to the synthesis platform along with the snowlight bug core. At this moment, a new option appeared on the Synthesis platform. Discover unknown space, upgrade available. Upgrading will consume Snowlight Bug Core X1. Upgrade? Jiang Chen was greatly shocked upon seeing the system prompt. His original intention was to use the Snowlight Bug Core to repair the spatial treasure. Who would have thought that? The Universal Synthesis platform could directly upgrade the space. This is too much of a bug. Space is also classified: mortal level, spirit level, saint level, divine level. This classification applies not only to spatial treasures but to all external spaces as well. For example, the current Earth is evolving from mortal level to spirit level. This is because the Earth is connected to higher level spaces, the myriad worlds. Which is why this transformation is slowly beginning to appear. The myriad worlds are not a single world but consist of numerous planes. Among them, spaces from mortal to divine levels exist. The one connected to Earth this time is a high-level spirit space. Mortal level space is like Earth 300 years ago. After connecting with the spirit level space, a large amount of spiritual energy began to flow into Earth, and gradually, some low-level monsters, spiritual flowers, exotic herbs, and heavenly materials started to appear. This marks the beginning of the transformation towards spirit-level space. At this rate, in just about 100 years, Earth will completely become a spirit-level space. These are all normal phenomena. However, upgrading spatial treasures is something Jiang Chen had never heard of before. This is because the materials for refining spatial treasures have been predetermined from the start. It's impossible to say that one starts with mortal level materials and then adds a bit of other materials later to see if it can be upgraded to spirit level. There is simply no possibility of that. The two are completely unbridgeable tiers. But the Universal Synthesis platform has broken this rule. As long as it's a space-related material, it seems that any spatial treasure can be upgraded. If he were still playing a game, this would be no different from a cracked version. Of course, in reality, this would be even more perverse. Let's see how far I can upgrade this spatial treasure. If it can only upgrade and not repair, then such a small area wouldn't be very useful to me. Jiang Chen was very clear about what he needed. For him, at the moment, he needed a space that could hold living things. If the spatial treasure couldn't be repaired, what's the use of upgrading it to spirit level? That tiny area would make it difficult to even fit a person inside. Jiang Chen looked back at the Synthesis platform. The system continued to prompt. Do you want to upgrade the unknown space? Yes. Upgrade successful. Unknown space upgrade progress 0.01%. Jiang Chen quickly took out the treasure to check, and he saw that the collapsed little house in the space had completely disappeared, leaving behind a space wrapped in white mist. This space was about 1 cubic meter, and he could faintly see a trace of spiritual energy flowing within. The area has increased. Jiang Chen's eyes lit up. Moreover, just with 0.01% progress, he could already see the presence of spiritual energy. Upgrading to spirit level space is just around the corner. But how much would this cost? Jiang Chen quickly did some multiplication and found that it required 1 billion. How many zeros is that? 1 billion. Damn. Where would he get so much money? But thinking carefully, 1 billion for a spirit level space is an incredible value. Anyone capable would probably be willing to go bankrupt for such an exchange. So the Universal Synthesis platform is not wrong. The wrong part is that he is poor. Forget it, I won't think about spirit level space for now. Jiang Chen categorized the spatial treasure and the divine pulse pill as one type of item. Both of these items had many difficulties in synthesis for various reasons. The spatial treasure was due to lack of money. The divine pulse pill was due to insufficient spiritual power limit. But this is only temporary. Money can be earned, and insufficient spiritual power limit can be improved through hard work. One day, these will no longer be problems. However, he still has around 700,000 to 800,000 on hand. Jiang Chen planned to use everything to buy snowlight worms, first expanding the space a bit so that he could at least store things and not just have it as a decoration. The next day, Jiang Chen took the initiative to call Lu Junhai. Last night, he used 8 snowlight worms to upgrade the space treasure to about 5 square meters. Now his wallet was completely empty. But Jiang Chen was not in a hurry. Although his wallet was empty, he still had 5 advanced second-grade Qi blood pills, 10 advanced second-grade yellow jade pills, and 10 advanced second-grade green jade pills. Selling them to the Spirit Marshal Hall would undoubtedly lead to a price cut. Without a trial, the Spirit Marshal Hall could not know the effects of the pills. So he had to find buyers himself. Lu Junhai was a ready-made customer. He had money, enough trust in him, a demand. For that aspect, and with the college entrance examination approaching, he urgently needed to improve his strength. If luck was on his side, he might be able to sell everything in one go. That way, after graduation, when he went to the Demon City, he would at least have an 8-digit cash amount. By then, upgrading the space treasure and buying a house in the Demon City would be completely sufficient. Jiang Chen didn't wait long before Lu Junhai found the hotel where he was staying. "Master, didn't you say you had good stuff? Show me quickly." As soon as he entered the room, Lu Junhai asked eagerly. After witnessing Jiang Chen's methods yesterday, he was completely in awe of him. Since Jiang Chen said it was good stuff, it must be quite valuable. Jiang Chen took out the 3 pills he had prepared in advance. "This is a formula passed down from my ancestors, never sold easily to outsiders. If young Master Lu is interested, you can give it a try." Pills? Lu Junhai felt a bit disappointed. His family was not short on money. He had been treating pills like candy since he was young, otherwise, he wouldn't have reached warrior strength in his second year of high school with a third-class cultivation talent. But since Jiang Chen had specially invited him over, he didn't want to disrespect him. "Master, name your price. If it's reasonable, I'll buy them." Lu Junhai even asked about the effects of the pills, speaking quite generously. This time, Jiang Chen helped his uncle solve a problem, and he gained a lot of benefits from it. Just a few pills. Buying them would be his way of thanking Jiang Chen. "Young Master Lu, don't rush. You can try these 3 pills first. If you're not satisfied with the effects, I won't charge you a penny," Jiang Chen said leisurely. "Master, you can't do business like this. If you encounter someone who likes to take advantage, eats your pills, and then defaults, wouldn't you end up with nothing?" Lu Junhai strongly disagreed. Even if Jiang Chen's pills were indeed very good, he could completely deny it. Eat and run, and Jiang Chen wouldn't be able to do anything to him. Others might, but young Master Lu definitely won't. Jiang Chen smiled calmly. He was very clear about the effects of these pills. By then, Lu Junhai would only wish Jiang Chen had more pills in hand. Especially the advanced Qi blood pills. After trying one, wanting to quit would be absolutely impossible. "Alright, based on what the master said, I'll definitely buy this elixir." Lu Junhai slapped the table and said. "So, young Master Lu, do you want to take it home to try, or would you like to try it here with me?" Jiang Chen asked. He mainly considered the effects of the Qi blood pill. It would be somewhat awkward for Lu Junhai if he experienced any issues here, so he could only gently remind him. "I think I'll take it home. You know how the effects of many elixirs can be. I don't want to embarrass myself in front of the master." Lu Junhai recalled how he cried the first time he took a 3rd-grade Qi blood pill because the effects were too intense. If there had been anyone else around at that time, he would have wanted to find a hole to hide in. "Alright, I'll be waiting for your news anytime." Jiang Chen pushed the 3 individually packaged pills in front of Lu Junhai. Lu Junhai took the pills and left. Jiang Chen rested for a while, then prepared to go out for a stroll and solve his lunch problem. Just as he walked into the hotel lobby, he saw a familiar figure. "It's you!" Su Qing also spotted Jiang Chen and said with wide eyes. "What a coincidence!" Jiang Chen raised his eyebrows and waved. Today, Su Qing was wearing a ladylike dress, her long hair casually draped over her shoulders, and her face was lightly made up, looking completely different from last time. "You little rascal, you slipped away pretty quickly last time." Su Qing leaned lazily against her luggage handle and said, "Last time." Jiang Chen thought for a moment and quickly realized Su Qing was talking about the auction that day. He didn't expect her to notice he left early. Had Su Qing been paying attention to him all along? Jiang Chen awkwardly touched his nose, surprised that he was somewhat popular with these beautiful sisters. Yesterday it was Feng Shui, today it was Su Qing. If he ever fell on hard times, maybe he could find a rich woman to support him. Of course, Jiang Chen was just thinking. A man's dignity absolutely wouldn't allow him to do such a thing. That day, a friend called me with an urgent matter, so I had to leave early. I didn't expect to dodge a bullet, so I guess I was lucky. Jiang Chen fabricated a reason. He couldn't possibly tell Su Qing that everything that happened that day was caused by that little blue fish. Such a thing was too absurd. He just needed to keep it to himself. "I thought you knew something was going to happen, so you slipped away early." Su Qing pouted. It seemed she had overthought. It was just a coincidence. If Jiang Chen really could foresee fortune and misfortune, he definitely wouldn't just be an obscure little character. "Forget it, let's not talk about that." Su Qing suddenly stepped forward and put her arm around Jiang Chen's shoulder. "Come on, sister will treat you to a meal." Cough cough. Jiang Chen almost choked on his saliva. Little brother, you're not shy, are you? Su Ching teased, looking at Jiang Chen. What are you talking about? Jiang Chen pointed down. You stepped on my foot. Ah. Su Ching quickly released Jiang Chen and stuck out her tongue. Sorry, I didn't notice. For lunch, I'm planning to go to the street to have some skewers. If you don't mind, I'll give you a chance to treat me. Jiang Chen pushed Su Ching off his shoulder. No problem. I love skewers too. Wait for me a few minutes, I'll go upstairs to drop off my luggage. After saying that, Su Ching ran to the elevator with her suitcase. Compared to Feng Shui, Su Ching was much better in every aspect. So Jiang Chen didn't mind interacting with someone like her. Plus, Su Ching was a streamer, maybe in the future, he could ask her to help promote some products. Finding buyers himself every time was just too troublesome. Su Ching was quick, a few minutes really meant a few minutes. After going upstairs to drop off her luggage, she even changed into a different outfit. Let's go. Su Ching tucked her hair behind her ear, slightly out of breath. It was clear she must have run over. Was it really necessary to run upstairs for just that? Jiang Chen glanced at the new dress Su Ching had changed into. Don't you think I look a bit like a schoolgirl in this dress? Su Ching twirled around while holding the hem of her dress with one hand, playfully blinking her eyes. The dress does, but you don't really look like one, Jiang Chen replied. Honestly, it wasn't that Su Ching looked old, rather, her figure was too sexy, and no matter what she wore, she wouldn't give off a schoolgirl vibe. You're being a bit excessive. Su Ching pouted, I just thought since you still look like a high school student, I might as well dress a bit younger. You're the youngest and the prettiest. Let's hurry up, if we wait any longer, there won't be any seats left. Jiang Chen said, not wanting to waste time on this meaningless topic, he just wanted to eat. At least you know what's good. Su Ching huffed lightly. Jiang Chen and Su Ching arrived at the street behind the hotel. This entire street was filled with various food options. Having lived in the inner city for a month, Jiang Chen had practically tried all the eateries on this street before finally choosing a very good skewer shop. This place was always packed. It was just past 11, and the downstairs was almost full. Are there any private rooms available? Jiang Chen asked at the counter. Yes, may I ask how many people? The cashier girl behind the counter looked up and suddenly widened her eyes in surprise. Why, you're Rainbow Rabbit, right? Shoo. Su Ching put her finger to her lips and lowered her voice. Don't be too loud, I'm just here to eat. After all, Su Ching was a nearly 10 million level big streamer, and she often got recognized on the street. She was already used to such situations. Okay, the cashier girl quickly nodded, then pulled out paper and a pen from the drawer. Rainbow Rabbit, I've always been your fan. Can you give me an autograph? Of course, no problem. Su Ching took the paper and pen and quickly signed her name. Also, your boyfriend is really handsome, the cashier girl suddenly said. Boyfriend? Su Ching was taken aback, and her face instantly flushed red. Don't say that, we're just ordinary friends. I'm still single. Don't worry, I understand, the cashier girl said with an expression that seemed to know more than the parties involved. Jiang Chen stood beside them, looking confused. It was just a meal together, how did it suddenly turn into a boyfriend situation? Are these young girls so good at jumping to conclusions? Quick, arrange a room for us. Su Ching, fearing that the conversation would get more complicated, quickly changed the subject. Once they reached the private room on the second floor, Su Ching let out a sigh of relief. It was hard enough to finally have a meal with a guy, and who knew it would lead to such a misunderstanding? Jiang Chen wouldn't think too much about it, would he? Su Ching quickly glanced at Jiang Chen, only to find him already looking at the menu and ordering. Do you eat spicy food? Jiang Chen asked, looking up. Su Ching looked deflated. After all that, it turned out she was the one overthinking. At that moment, Jiang Chen's phone suddenly rang. As he pressed the answer button, he heard Lu Junhai's voice on the other end. Master, where are you? I've been knocking on the hotel door for ages. You're not suddenly having second thoughts about selling, are you? Lu Junhai returned home to test the effects of the elixir and hurried to the hotel where Jiang Chen was staying without stopping. After knocking on the door for a long time, no one answered. This made him anxious. Lu Junhai regretted his initial thoughts, wondering how he could have thought that the elixirs Jiang Chen presented were not attractive enough. How foolish. After witnessing Jiang Chen's strength, how could he still have such a stupid idea? The master had said they were good things. He should have just bought them without asking anything. Now, Jiang Chen was nowhere to be seen. After sulking at the door for a while, Lu Junhai suddenly remembered he had Jiang Chen's phone number. He quickly called Jiang Chen. It was only after the call connected that he let out a heavy sigh of relief. Master, where are you? I've been knocking at the hotel door for ages. You're not suddenly having second thoughts about selling, are you? Lu Junhai asked anxiously. I'm having dinner with a friend. Find a place to sit for a bit, I should be back in about an hour, Zhang Chen replied, handing the menu to Su Qing, signaling her to order. Alright, I'll wait for you at the door. Lu Junhai felt relieved when he saw Zhang Chen wasn't planning to run away. He didn't know how many elixirs Zhang Chen had. Before leaving, he had transferred 20 million back home. That should be enough, right? Usually, his pocket money was only a few $100,000 a month. But that was just pocket money, not including his usual training expenses. His family had never been stingy when it came to matters related to improving strength. Moreover, he had only taken 2 elixirs this time, and his one-handed strength had increased by nearly 800 kilograms. What does that even mean? His training talent was evident. After becoming a first-tier martial artist, it was very difficult to increase one-handed strength by even 10 pounds. Most elixirs were of little use to him. Yet this time, he could increase by 800 kilograms in one go. It felt like a dream. Thus, Lu Junhai didn't leave at all. He waited at Zhang Chen's room door for over an hour until he finally saw 2 figures coming out of the elevator. My room is up ahead, call me if you need anything. Su Cheng waved at Zhang Chen and then turned to walk down another corridor. Lu Junhai glanced in the direction Su Qing left, wondering why he found this woman somewhat familiar. Never mind, that wasn't important. He was here for serious business. Master, you're finally back. I thought you found a new buyer and weren't planning to sell the elixirs to me anymore. Lu Junhai struggled to stand up, propping himself up with one hand. Oh man, his legs were almost numb from squatting. Usually, he was the one making others wait, but today he experienced what it was like to wait for someone. And it was a big guy at that. If he told anyone, they probably wouldn't believe it. But he was quite willing. Young Master Lu is overthinking. If I sold the elixirs to someone else, I wouldn't have made a penny from the 3 you tried this morning, Zhang Chen said as he walked over to open the door. That's true. Seeing Zhang Chen had entered the room, Lu Junhai hurriedly followed. Master, how many elixirs do you have left, and how do you plan to sell them? Including the 3 you tried, there are 10 yellow and blue elixirs and 5 red elixirs. The price for the blue and red elixirs is 500,000 each, and the yellow elixir is 1 million. How many do you need, young Master Lu? Zhang Chen reached the sofa and took out 3 bottles of elixirs from his backpack. 1 million? Lu Junhai gasped. He had taken the elixirs back to have them appraised by an expert. They were all second tier. In this day and age, second tier elixirs could sell for 1 million? They were almost on par with first tier cleansing elixirs. Depending on the rarity of the elixirs, even first tier elixirs could vary greatly in price. But there is no doubt that the pills that directly enhance strength are the cheapest among all pills. Because the effects of these pills are only noticeable at the beginning of use. Some pills can even cause damage to the body. This also leads to the prices of similar pills never rising, unless they are of a high grade. After all, what Zhang Chen is selling is just a second-grade pill. The 20 million he prepared was based on the assumption that Zhang Chen had at least a few hundred pills in stock, enough to last for several months. Who would have thought there were only 25 pills? The 20 million in his hands was barely enough. Young Master Lu, didn't you have any special feelings when you took this yellow pill? Zhang Chen asked patiently, not in a hurry. This yellow one? Lu Junhai thought for a moment. The increase in strength was quite obvious at the time, and I also sweated a lot of gray sweat. Just as he said this, Lu Junhai suddenly widened his eyes. Shit, could this be a marrow cleansing pill? Lu Junhai's breathing quickened, and the more he thought about it, the more he felt it was true. Otherwise, how could he explain that after taking the yellow pill, he felt much lighter all over? Isn't that exactly the effect of a marrow cleansing pill? Moreover, a marrow cleansing pill can only purely cleanse the tendons and marrow, with no significant enhancement in strength. The pill Zhang Chen gave him, however, had both effects. It was simply a plus version of the marrow cleansing pill. Just a moment ago, he thought Zhang Chen's price was high, but now he instantly felt that 1 million was incredibly worth it. Buy. Not buying would be foolish. The 3 pills I sold to young Master Lu are not any known varieties on the market, but the yellow pill indeed has the effect of cleansing the tendons and marrow, while the blue pill purely enhances strength. Therefore, the best order of consumption is to take the yellow pill first, followed by the blue pill. After a pause, Zhang Chen continued, as for the red pill, it triples your strength within an hour and has certain additional effects, which I believe young Master Lu has already experienced. Upon hearing this, Lu Junhai cleared his throat. This additional effect is more than just good. To be honest, he originally came for the red pill. The other two pills were just an excuse to ask his parents for more money. He knew his talent was limited and had already planned to focus on managing the family business for the rest of his life. He had no great aspirations for martial arts. But his parents still held hope in this regard, so when they heard there was a pill that could increase his one-handed strength by hundreds of kilograms, they immediately transferred money to him without a second thought. But now it seemed that his cultivation talents still had the potential for improvement. This made Lu Junhai, who had long since given up hope for martial arts, feel a stir of excitement within. After all, this is a world where strength is respected. If there is that possibility, who wouldn't want to become strong? Lu Junhai suddenly felt that Jiang Chen was simply his lucky star. Not only did he kindly remind him of the darkening of his brow during their first meeting, helping him avoid a calamity, but he also helped his uncle resolve the troubles in the basement. Now, he had sold him such an amazing elixir. It turned out that there were still many good people in this world. He had never understood what it meant to repay kindness with kindness, but now he saw this quality in Jiang Chen. From now on, he would never doubt what Jiang Chen said. That would be disrespectful to a master. Jiang Chen was unaware of Lu Junhai's thoughts. However, if Lu Junhai knew the truth, he would probably feel deep regret for his current realization. After all his misfortunes stemmed from Jiang Chen's divination that day. It was not a kind reminder, but a curse from the sea demon of misfortune. Of course, Lu Junhai would most likely never know this secret. Master, these 3 bottles of elixir, plus the one I tried before, total 17 million. I transferred the money to you, please check if the amount is correct, Lu Junhai said happily as he put away the elixirs, then looked up at Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen nodded in satisfaction after checking the balance in his bank card. If young Master Lu needs anything in the future, you can contact me again. I have new stock every month. With Master saying that, I can rest assured. Lu Junhai laughed heartily. I was worried that if I wanted to buy elixirs in the future, you might not have any. Young Master Lu is welcome to contact me anytime. Jiang Chen smiled, then opened his phone's contact list and added Lu Junhai to a newly created group for small goals. This would be his regular customer in the future. Once he went to the Magic City, the customer level in this group would definitely get higher and wealthier. Completing a small goal of 1 billion would be no problem. By the way, Lu Junhai suddenly realized, the girl you were with just now is quite a famous internet celebrity. I think so. Jiang Chen replied. Master is impressive, a celebrity worth millions can't be easily won over with money, and she's so beautiful. None of the women I've been with can compare to her. Lu Junhai said with envy on his face. Jiang Chen didn't know how to evaluate Lu Junhai anymore. Clearly, his family was so wealthy, yet he spent all his time in brothels. How could he expect to find a good woman in such places? It was no different from looking for food in a cesspool. Oh. Lu Junhai glanced at the time and quickly stood up. Master, I can't chat with you any longer. I bought 2 million worth of items. And my parents are waiting to check them. If I go back too late, they'll definitely urge me. Alright, I'll walk you out. I also want to go downstairs to buy something, Jiang Chen said as he stood up. The two of them arrived at the hotel corridor. Just as they were about to take the elevator, Jiang Chen suddenly saw a sneaky man loitering outside Su Qing's room. The man looked around, confirming that he was in a blind spot of the surveillance cameras, then pretended to be a hotel staff member and knocked on the door. Soon, the door opened. Who are you? Su Qing frowned at the unfamiliar man outside the door. Rabbit, don't you remember me? I'm the one who gave you 30,000 last month for the war soul unmatched. The man looked at Su Qing with a crazed expression and said, I happened to be nearby when you checked into the hotel today, so I followed you to see which room you were staying in. Su Qing's frown deepened. Was this guy out of his mind? She had never seen someone so brazenly admit to stalking someone. Plus, he pretended to be a staff member to knock on her door. What good intentions could he have? You really don't remember me, do you? Looking at Su Qing's expression, Zhanhan Wushuang immediately felt a bit dissatisfied. You even called my name back then, Zhanhan Wushuang, such an easy name to remember, how could you forget it? Thank you for your tip, is there anything else? Su Qing said coldly. There were so many people tipping her every day, she couldn't possibly remember every ID. Moreover, she had always urged her fans not to waste. After all, she made her money from business deals, and tips were never her main source of income. To put it another way, what normal fan would stalk her like a pervert and pretend to be a waiter knocking on her door? No one would have a good impression of such a person. Zhan Han Wushuang seemed to be provoked by Su Qing's attitude, and his tone suddenly became sharp. You female streamers are all the same. Putting on one face in the live stream and another behind the scenes. I tipped you 30,000, what's wrong with wanting to chat for a bit? If you want to chat, feel free to come to my livestream, this is not my working time. Su Qing had already lost her patience. How dare you speak to me like that? Do you believe I'll expose your true face tomorrow? Zhan Han Wushuang's eyes turned red, gritting his teeth as he spoke. Go ahead. And expose me. After saying that, Su Qing tried to close the door. However, Zhan Han Wushuang pulled out a steel pipe and wedged it in the door gap. You. Su Cheng almost got hurt and had to take a step back. Let's see. How you run. Zhan Han Wushuang grinned lewdly. Just as he was about to barge into the room, a hand patted his shoulder. Zhan Han Wushuang paused and turned around. He saw a young man, around 18 or 19, holding a crystal ball and looking at him. Hey, big brother, I see your aura is dark, you might be in for some bloodshed. Jiang Chen said with a serious face. Lu Junhai, who was following Jiang Chen, looked completely confused. What's going on? Weren't they here to save the beauty? Why did Jiang Chen suddenly start fortune-telling? And the fortune was about bloodshed. Was Jiang Chen planning to make a move here? That wouldn't be good. If they got found out, it would be troublesome. Su Qing was also full of questions. She had thought Jiang Chen was here to help. Instead, he was holding a crystal ball, playing the street fortune-teller. What was going on? I remember. You were the one who just went out to eat with Xiao Kai Hong. Zhan Han Wushuang looked Jiang Chen up and down, a hint of disdain flashing in his eyes. With a face like yours, you think you can be a hero saving the beauty? Hey, big brother, I'm really just kindly reminding you, not only is your aura dark, but you also have a red light on your head, which is very ominous. Jiang Chen shook his head. Crazy. Zhan Han Wushuang cursed. Seeing that there were two more people present, he couldn't make a move today, so he left a harsh remark. I won't hold this against you today, but if I see you again, just wait and see how I deal with you. After saying that, Zhan Han Wushuang picked up the steel pipe and prepared to leave. Just then, a loud bang suddenly came from a nearby room. The door was then slammed open by a powerful force, crashing right into Zhan Han Wushuang. The scene was dead silent. All that could be seen was the battle spirit, Wushuang, lying on the ground in a bizarre position, having been struck by the door. The steel pipe that was originally in his hand was now thrust into his chest. Blood flowed along the pipe, instantly staining a large area of the carpet in the corridor red. Su Qing's eyes widened. Could this be the blood disaster that Jiang Chen mentioned? Or was it just a coincidence? But this was too coincidental. Lu Junhai, after his initial shock, looked at Jiang Chen with admiration. The master's divination was as accurate as ever. At that moment, a little old man rushed out from a nearby room. He looked disheveled, his hair appeared singed, and his clothes were tattered. Oh no, what do we do now? The little old man exclaimed upon seeing the battle spirit Wushuang lying on the ground, panic overtaking him. He had only experienced a minor accident while refining a weapon. How could it have struck someone? This had never happened before. Is he your friend? The little old man asked Jiang Chen and the others. They all shook their heads simultaneously. Oh, the little old man nodded. That's good. Let's call an ambulance and get him to the hospital. I don't know if he still has a breath left. Fortunately, the area where Wushuang was struck had surveillance. The little old man wasn't worried about being blamed. This was purely an accident. Lu Junhai and Su Qing were left speechless by the sudden appearance of the little old man. What did he mean by that's good? In a hotel bustling with people performing such a dangerous act, with the door blown off, even if it hadn't hit a person, it wouldn't be appropriate to hit a cat or dog. But ultimately, it was Wushuang's bad luck. With so many people around, how could the door have hit Wushuang? How could he have been holding a steel pipe and ended up impaled? One could only say that fate had its own design. Jiang Chen had already warned him, yet he still didn't take it seriously. Who could he blame? Jiang Chen looked at Wushuang lying on the ground, deep in thought. Originally, he just wanted to test whether the divination crystal ball had any other more serious consequences besides bringing misfortune. Who knew the effect would be beyond imagination? It seemed that in the future he would have to be more cautious when using the divination crystal ball. Because clearly this thing could not only be used to harm others. It could also be used to kill. 10 minutes later, several medical staff arrived and carried Wushuang away. Before leaving, he still had a breath left. Whether he could survive would depend on his fate. The little old man watched as the battle spirit was taken away, a look of melancholy on his face. Had his newly researched weapon failed again? It had almost killed someone. But he had checked all the data, it clearly shouldn't have gone wrong. This was too strange. He would definitely be criticized by the association later. "Excuse me, are you Nye Lin, Master Nye?" Su Qing suddenly asked the little old man. Just a moment ago, the little old man had been covered in dirt, making it hard to recognize him. It was only when he wiped his face with his sleeve that Su Qing could barely identify who he was. Nye Lin, one of the 8 renowned chiefs of the Weapon Refiners Association. The weapons he crafted were usually bizarre and peculiar. Those unaccustomed to them might find them difficult to use. But those who were adept often achieved unexpected results in battle. Su Qing had once wanted to commission a weapon from Nye Lin but had never managed to get in line. She never expected to meet him in person today. "Little girl, you have quite the eye." Nye Lin glanced at Jiang Chen and the others, then waved his hand. Come, today I see you all have a good vibe, I'll give you a few weapons to try out." With that, Nye Lin turned and entered his room. Lu Junhai had a look on his face as if he had been hit by a pie from the sky. Wow, there's such a good thing? This guy is Nye Lin. The weapons he forges must be worth at least 7 or 8 figures. Jiang Chen had also heard of Nye Lin's great name. But he always felt that such good fortune shouldn't fall to them. Following Nye Lin into the room, Jiang Chen immediately saw the half-human tall forging furnace, along with the bed and furniture that had been blown to pieces. On the floor, there was even a large pit. If the explosion had been a bit more powerful, the tenants downstairs would have suffered. Nye Lin ran to the corner of the room and rummaged through a pile of scraps from the forging process, pulling out a few weapons before returning to Jiang Chen and the others. "Come on, each of you take one, don't be polite." Looking at what Nye Lin had brought out, the 3 of them fell silent. It was 3 bricks. That's right, bricks. Exactly like the kind found on a construction site. Ha ha. Seeing the reactions of Jiang Chen and the others, Nye Lin laughed proudly. "So, were you all deceived by its appearance? Master Nye? Is this really a weapon?" Su Qing asked uncertainly. No matter how you looked at it, it seemed like a few red bricks picked up randomly from a construction site. "Of course it's a weapon," Nye Lin said with pride. "It hurts to hit someone with it. Did you see that door that was blown away just now? The force of these bricks is about the same as that door." Lu Junhai, Su Qing. Jiang Chen stroked his chin and said, "This weapon is indeed quite deceptive." In a fight, while others wielded various knives, guns, and sticks, he pulled out a brick, and anyone's first reaction would definitely be confusion, not understanding its power. Just like their reactions earlier. Even though the forging master Nye Lin had explained that this was a weapon, Lu Junhai and Su Qing still found it hard to believe, let alone their enemies who had no idea of the truth. This was somewhat similar to the fruit knife he had synthesized. "Young man, you have a good eye." Hearing Jiang Chen's words, Nye Lin's eyes lit up. He had been studying this weapon for almost half a year. But to this day, no one had understood his design concept. Yet Jiang Chen had seen the essence of this weapon at a glance. This was definitely a talent worth nurturing. Thinking of this, Nye Lin immediately asked, "Young man, I see you have extraordinary potential. You would definitely be great material for forging. No, for learning forging. How about considering becoming my closed-door disciple?" Su Qing and Lu Junhai were so surprised they couldn't speak. This twist was too fast. First, Nye Lin said he would give them weapons, and then he handed them 3 bricks. Then with one sentence from Jiang Chen, Nye Lin suddenly wanted to take him as a disciple. Lu Junhai felt he couldn't keep up with the thought processes of these two. Was this the common language among masters? Jiang Chen shook his head after hearing Nye Lin's words. "Sorry, I have no intention of learning other secondary professions." If he didn't have the universal synthesis platform, he definitely wouldn't let such a good opportunity slip by. After all, alchemy and weapon forging are very lucrative professions. Moreover, he was the closed-door disciple of one of the 8 chief masters of the Weapon Forging Association. With that title, his worth would surely multiply several times. Unfortunately, he didn't need such abilities. Clearly, he could just toss things into the synthesis platform and immediately produce a better product. Why would he bother to do it himself? With that time, he could practice or enjoy life instead. Nye Lin was slightly taken aback. Was he being rejected? In the past, others had rushed to become his disciples, and he had never looked at them. Now, after finally having the whim to take a closed-door disciple, it turned out the other party was unwilling. Was being his disciple really that embarrassing? Jiang Chen, think it over. This is Nye Lin. Although his style is a bit eccentric, he is one of the 8 chiefs of the Weapon Forging Association. Becoming his closed-door disciple means you won't have to worry for the rest of your life. Su Qing quickly came to Jiang Chen's side, tugging at his sleeve and whispering, Everyone has their own aspirations. Jiang Chen didn't elaborate further. Besides, there seemed to be a big problem with this old man. Who asks to take on disciples right after meeting? Such a master seemed unreliable. No, that reason doesn't hold water. Nie Lin persisted. What's wrong with being my disciple? You probably haven't even gone to college yet, right? I can give you a recommendation letter to the best school, and after you graduate, I'll guarantee you a job. If you can't find a wife, I'll find one for you, and I'll take care of the car and house too. Nie Lin thought of the other old guys in the association who had taken on disciples, all of whom graduated from prestigious schools and had cars, houses, and women. His own disciple. Couldn't be any less. Can you really find a wife for me? Lu Junhai, who was nearby, suddenly became interested. Master Nie, do you think I would work? I think my bones are quite remarkable. You? Nie Lin looked Lu Junhai up and down, then shook his head. You can't, you don't have that kind of temperament. What temperament? Lu Junhai was confused. Of course, it's the kind that matches my temperament at first glance, Nie Lin said, raising his chin. Match? Yours? Lu Junhai glanced at Jiang Chen, then at the already balding Nie Lin. What kind of temperament could a handsome guy like Jiang Chen possibly have that would match Nie Lin? Seeing that Nie Lin was getting more and more absurd, Jiang Chen quickly interrupted their conversation. Old sir, I really don't plan to learn weapon forging. I appreciate your kindness. Hey, wait. Nie Lin's gaze suddenly fell on Jiang Chen's pants. Young man, let me see that weapon. In your pocket. Jiang Chen touched his pocket and realized that Nie Lin was referring to the alloy fruit knife. This fruit knife was small, and he had always kept it in his pants pocket. But only Nie Lin had noticed the clue. After thinking for a moment, Jiang Chen took out the fruit knife and placed it on the table. Lu Junhai and Su Qing looked over curiously, but their minds were a bit boggled. Nie Lin called this a weapon? Wasn't this just a fruit knife that could be found everywhere at street stalls? It seemed to cost 10 yuan each, or maybe just a few yuan. In any case, it definitely wasn't expensive. However, Nie Lin carefully picked up the fruit knife, his face filled with obsession. As he stroked the blade, as if admiring a piece of art, this design, too perfect, simply too perfect. Lu Junhai, Su Qing. Were they really in the same world, looking at the same thing? This weapon must be made entirely of F-grade alloy, right? Nie Lin looked at Jiang Chen, puzzled, but what alloy is the handle made of? I can't identify it at all. It's a problem I've never been able to crack. To make such a cheap texture with alloy. Lu Junhai and Su Qing both craned their necks. But no matter how they looked at it, they couldn't see any connection between this fruit knife and alloy. And these details, the handling techniques, the person who forged this weapon must be a master. Nie Lin held the fruit knife, examining it from every angle, growing more astonished with each glance. Such a perfect weapon, how could it possibly be made by a human? Every detail was handled to near perfection. It could be said that, although it was also an F-grade alloy weapon, Jiang Chen's fruit knife was definitely much more powerful. The saying that details determine success or failure is such a simple truth. Now it was Jiang Chen who was speechless. He had just thrown a 2-yuan fruit knife into the synthesis table and processed it a few times. He had originally thought to take it out to let Nie Lin verify that the fruit knife was an alloy weapon, and then he could turn around and promote his new product to Su Qing and Lu Junhai. Who would have thought Nie Lin's eyes were so sharp that he immediately noticed the weapon's anomaly? Young man, do you have this master's contact information? Or could you help me get in touch with him? Nie Lin suddenly grabbed Jiang Chen's arm. What do you want to do? Jiang Chen looked at Nie Lin with a guarded expression. Just help me ask if he would mind taking on a slightly older apprentice? Nie Lin said. Very seriously. A slightly older apprentice? Jiang Chen was momentarily taken aback. What do you think of me, am I suitable? Nie Lin pointed to himself. Jiang Chen was filled with question marks. Was this old man really joking? With him? Apprenticing? Apprenticing to the synthesis table? And Nie Lin considered himself slightly older? He looked to be in his 70s or 80s. Lu Junhai and Su Qing were also stunned. At first, it was Nie Lin wanting to take Jiang Chen as an apprentice, but now it had turned into Nie Lin wanting to apprentice himself. What was going on? Jiang Chen took a deep breath, trying to keep his composure as he said, Old sir, this weapon was made for me by a blacksmith I found, but there was a big disturbance in the outer city recently, and that shop has long since disappeared. If you want contact information, I can't help you. Ah? Nie Lin immediately deflated, saying, That's such a pity. Next time you see this master, you must get his contact information. Listening to their conversation, Lu Junhai suddenly realized. He finally understood why Nia Lin said Jiang Chen had a temperament like his. After all, which normal person would go looking for someone to specifically make a fruit knife out of alloy? This was even more absurd than when he saw the 3 bricks Nia Lin had taken out. Do you still want this weapon? If not, I'll just take it. To the recycling station. Nia Lin looked at his creation, his face full of disdain. Ever since he saw the master's craftsmanship, he felt his own skills were still lacking. These failed products shouldn't be brought out to embarrass him. Master Nia, may I ask what material these bricks are made of? Su Qing suddenly spoke up. E-grade alloy. Didn't I just say that? As soon as Nia Lin finished speaking, the 3 bricks on the table were immediately snatched away. Ah, Master Nia, how can you sell an E-grade alloy weapon to the scrapyard? Just look at how creative the design of this weapon is. If you took it to a competition, it could win a grand prize. Lu Junhai said, clutching the brick tightly to his chest. That was close, he almost let an E-grade alloy weapon slip by. If he had known it was an E-grade alloy weapon, would he have still thought of it as just a brick? He would have definitely treated it like a treasure. This brick feels quite solid, hitting someone with it would definitely hurt. Master Nia, how did you come up with such a weapon? It's so talented. After getting the brick, Su Qing couldn't put it down, showering it with praise. Jiang Chen silently despised the two of them. They had just been so dismissive, and upon hearing it was an E-grade alloy weapon, their attitude changed immediately. So lacking in principles. Unlike him, even though he took someone else's brick, he would never say anything insincere. This thing was both clumsy and heavy, and it was inconvenient to hold. Anyone who actually used this to hit someone would surely be considered insane. Ha, you two have quite the eye. Nia Lin said proudly, his mustache almost curling up to the sky. This is my proud creation. The ideal scenario is that one brick can crush a 3rd-tier monster. Ha? A brick can kill a 3rd-tier monster? Upon hearing this, Jiang Chen paused. Young man, what do you think? Nia Lin glanced at Jiang Chen. This is truly a work of art. Jiang Chen immediately gave a thumbs up. He felt quite sorry for his earlier childish thoughts. If a brick could kill a 3rd-tier monster, what more could one ask for? In the face of absolute strength, appearances are all illusions. Those flashy, exquisitely designed weapons can't compare to a simple brick. Just like him, he was still using a fruit knife as his main weapon. He had originally thought about learning from Nia Lin and selling the brick as scrap. Even if E-grade alloy was sold as scrap, it would still be worth quite a bit. Now it seemed this thing had great utility. Universities often had outdoor training. With this brick, wouldn't he be like a godsend? If it were an ordinary E-grade alloy weapon, who could guarantee a one-hit kill on a 3rd-tier monster? Unless the weapon's owner was already far beyond the 3rd tier in strength. That goes without saying. Without a weapon, one could still be very strong. One could only say that Nia Lin was indeed one of the 8 chief members of the Weapon Refiners Association. He still had some real skills. A weapon of the same level could produce greater effects. That was ability. Just then, a man in professional attire suddenly walked in from outside. Hello, I am the hotel manager. May I ask who is the guest of room 4133? We need to discuss the compensation for the room. The young man looked at everyone present. Jiang Chen and the others pointed at Nia Lin in unison. You bunch of fools, just took my weapon and now you turn your back on me. Nia Lin glared with wide eyes. Master Nia, we are all honest kids, Jiang Chen said seriously. Right. Su Cheng and Lu Junhai nodded along. Nia Lin. Honest kids, my ass. So, how much is the compensation? Nia Lin was already used to such matters. When researching new formulas, accidents were inevitable, but today the damage was indeed a bit extensive. This time, the damaged items include a set of tables and chairs, one bed, one chandelier, and several other items. The floor is severely damaged, and the hotel's internal defense array has also been damaged, which will need to be calculated separately with spirit pearls. The manager quickly pressed a few numbers on the calculator and then looked up, saying, Sir, you need to compensate a total of 1.7 million in cash, plus 5,000 spirit pearls. How many spirit pearls? Nia Lin doubted he had heard correctly. Sir, it's 5,000 spirit pearls. Our hotel uses a level 4 defense formation. Although it's slightly smaller in scale, it's still quite expensive. What kind of level 4 defense formation does your tiny hotel use? And this is the intercity setting up a defense formation here? Isn't that just a waste of time? It's precisely to prevent situations like today. What do you mean? What do you mean? Sir, please calm down. During their conversation, Jiang Chen quietly exited the room. This was none of his business. It was all the misdeeds of the cursed sea demon. However, he would remember Nia Lin's kindness in sending the brick. If Nia Lin encountered trouble in the future, he would definitely help. If he could. As for today, just let it go. In the blink of an eye, it was the day of the college entrance examination. Jiang Chen arrived at the first high school, participating in the speed test, agility test, reaction test, and strength test in succession. Then he went on to test his talent. The final result was level 5. This score had already reached the basic admission line for all prestigious schools. Of course, this was just the basic admission line. In other words, regardless of how well you did in the physical tests, as long as your talent reached level 5, it was considered qualified. However, most of the time, comprehensive scores were what mattered. After all, the number of people with cultivation talent exceeding level 5 was already very rare. Jiang Chen had also consumed a large number of second and third grade Huanyu pills to reach this level. In the afternoon, Jiang Chen participated in 2 cultural subject exams. After submitting his papers, he directly booked a flight to the Magic City for that night using his phone. After all, the college entrance examination results could be checked online later, his location didn't matter. As for what to fill in for his preferences, he would wait until the results came out to decide. At this moment, the entrance of the first high school was surrounded by reporters. They had heard that a person with a single hand strength close to 40,000 kilograms had emerged from the first high school. This was undoubtedly this year's martial arts champion of Spring City. If they could interview him, it would definitely be the headline for tomorrow. However, while interviewing the champion, they would also interview some other students. This would make the content richer. This year's situation in the inner city schools is quite complicated. Basically, they are mixed with students from the outer city, making it inconvenient for us to interview. If we catch an outer city student and find out their single hand strength is only 200 kilograms, wouldn't that just waste our time? A male reporter wearing a baseball cap complained. What can we do? The outer city has caused such a big mess, we can't just not let their students take the college entrance examination, another female reporter shrugged. It seems we can only distinguish them by their uniforms, the male reporter said. How about we interview a few outer city students as well? The female reporter suddenly pointed at a student who had just come out of the school gate, wearing the uniform of the 9th high school. This boy is so handsome, putting him in our report would definitely be eye-catching. Ugh. The male reporter scoffed, you go if you want, I won't interview students from the 9th high school. Who cares about the college entrance examination results of these commoners? The female reporter didn't listen to the male reporter and had already excitedly run up to the student. Excuse me, would you be convenient for a simple interview? The female reporter said with a very good attitude. What interview? Jiang Chen, seeing the crowd blocking the way, could only turn back and ask. Don't be nervous, classmate. Just casually talk about your performance in the college entrance examination, your insights, or your scores. All of that is fine. The female reporter said kindly, holding a microphone. A few reporters nearby couldn't help but mock. A student from number 9 middle school? I really don't understand what's so interesting to interview. I heard that most students from the outer city can only lift 200 or 300 kilograms with one hand, not even as strong as my 10-year-old nephew. Look at this boy's arms and legs, there's hardly any muscle. I guess his one-hand strength is at most 200 kilograms. Not necessarily. Not necessarily. After all, he's a senior, he must be able to lift at least 200 kilograms. Jiang Chen had one hand in his pocket, searching the crowd for an opportunity to break through. With so many people, he wondered if he could catch a ride. Classmate? Seeing Jiang Chen lost in thought, the female reporter shook the microphone in her hand, somewhat displeased. Oh. Noticing the microphone in front of him, Jiang Chen casually replied, I'm not nervous, but there's really not much to say. Come on, just say a few words. It won't take much of your time, the female reporter persisted. Jiang Chen thought seriously for a moment. If we're talking about performance, it should be okay. My one-hand strength is 39,472, which is a few hundred kilograms higher than usual. Ha! The female reporter's mind went blank for a moment. What on earth is this long string of numbers? Add a few more digits, and it could be a phone number. Sorry, I have something to do, I can't chat anymore. After saying that, Jiang Chen spotted a gap and slipped out of the crowd. The nearby reporters were stunned. Finally, the female reporter was the first to react. Did he say his one-hand strength is 39,472? A student from the outer city with nearly 40,000 kilograms of one-hand strength? The surrounding reporters were all dumbfounded. How is that possible? He must be bragging. Are you kidding me? How could this year's top scorer in the college entrance examination come from the outer city? Do I even need to think? If what that kid said is true, I'll twist my head off and let everyone kick it like a ball. Just then, a female teacher in a white shirt and black skirt walked out of the school. Seeing so many reporters outside the school gate, she looked troubled. Just as she was about to turn back, a few reporters had already spotted her. Isn't this teacher Joe from Class A of the senior year? Quick, she must know the news about the top scorer. Upon hearing this, the reporters all surrounded her. Teacher Joe, I've seen your interviews. I heard you have produced 2 top scorers in a row. This year's top scorer should also be from your class, right? I heard that a student from your class has nearly 40,000 kilograms of one-hand strength. Is that true? Can Teacher Joe reveal some information about the top scorer? We want to do a special interview with him. Once he gains fame, it will also benefit his choice of school. Listening to the reporters, the female teacher's face changed colors, and after a long time, she finally managed to say, "There is no student in our class with one hand strength of 40,000 kilograms? Teacher Joe, we didn't say 40,000 kilograms, just nearly 40,000 kilograms is already impressive. It has been years since Spring City has produced a student with such results. This is the pride of our entire Spring City," a reporter immediately said. "Our class doesn't have a student close to 40,000 either. I suggest you interview students from the outer city," the female teacher said tightly, knowing that such matters would eventually be exposed. It was better to be honest and avoid leaving any incriminating evidence. What? Students from the outer city? Teacher Joe, are you implying that this student with nearly 40,000 kilograms of one-hand strength is from the outer city? Wait, what about that student from number 9 middle school? He said his one-hand strength is 39,472. Could it be that he really is the top scorer? Damn, after all this talking, where is he? Jiang Chen returned to the hotel to pack his luggage and then took a car to the airport. Although he had stored the important items in the item compartment, he still needed to have some luggage. Otherwise, going anywhere empty-handed would easily raise suspicions. Seeing that there was still time, Jiang Chen took out his phone to call Jiang Yingxue. However, the call did not go through. This left Jiang Chen a bit puzzled. Logically, today was the day of the college entrance examination and Jiang Yingxue should have called him right away. But not only did he not receive a call, but when he tried to call her, it was also turned off. Could something have happened? Fortunately, Jiang Chen only worried for a few minutes before Jiang Yingxue called him back. "Xiao Yan, I had a little issue just now, so I didn't turn on my phone. You should have finished your exam by now, right?" Jiang Yingshua's concerned voice came through the phone. "It's over now. I'm at the airport and should arrive in Magic City in about 2 hours. Seeing that Jiang Yingxue was fine, Jiang Chen breathed a sigh of relief. "Good, call me when you arrive," Jiang Yingxue said with a smile. The two chatted casually for a few moments before ending the call. Magic City University. Jiang Yingxue was sitting in her dormitory, staring blankly at her phone screen. "Yingxue, don't worry. The teacher is willing to believe you. Right now. It's just Tianli accusing you, and she can't produce any evidence." A tall girl with short hair came over to Jiang Yingxue and patted her shoulder in comfort. "But her things were found in my bag, and there are no cameras in that area. Even if the teacher is willing to believe me, what will the other students think?" Jiang Yingxue hadn't expected such a thing to happen. She had only left the classroom for a few minutes, and when she returned, she was labeled a thief. The key point was that what Tianli lost was a cultivation method worth millions. Now she was demanding the school punish her. If her guilt was confirmed, compensation would be the least of her worries. There was a high possibility she would be expelled. This would become a stain on her life. Wherever she went, she would carry the label of a thief. During the last outdoor training, you took a prey from her. Could it be that she holds a grudge and is deliberately using this method to get back at you? The short-haired girl analyzed. "I don't know," Jiang Yingxue shook her head. "Competing for resources during outdoor training is completely normal. If she holds a grudge over such a trivial matter, then she's too petty." "She's not petty, her thoughts are inherently bad." Before the short-haired girl could finish her sentence, two girls walked into the dormitory together. "Jiang Yingxue, Tangya, we've already applied to change dorms with the dormitory manager. Remember to settle last month's water and electricity fees," one of the girls said. "What's wrong with our dorm? Why change?" Tangya frowned. "Ha, we wouldn't dare live with a thief," the other girl sneered. What are you talking about? This is a matter that hasn't even started. How can you randomly accuse someone? Besides, we've been roommates for over a year, seeing each other every day. Don't you know what kind of person Ing Shue is? Tanya said angrily. I don't know what kind of person Jiang Ing Shue is, but she always borrows money from people, and I'm quite clear about that. The girl who spoke first stepped forward, tugging at the corner of her mouth and said, Tanya, I advise you not to get too close to someone like her. Today it's Tianli who lost something, but who knows, maybe tomorrow it will be you. Exactly. I lost a phone last semester, didn't think much of it at the time, but now it seems the culprit is right beside us, another girl said sarcastically. Nonsense. Tanya's eyes turned red. With anger, your phone was clearly stolen while you were out shopping, and you can blame it on Ing Shue? Do you even have a brain? I don't want to argue with you. Let's pack our things quickly. Staying in the same dorm with scum like this feels like the air is polluted. The girl huffed lightly. You. Tanya wanted to say something, but was stopped by Jiang Ing Shue. Forget it, come with me for a walk. My brother is about to arrive, and I want to introduce you to him. Jiang Ing Shue forced a smile. Alright. Tanya noticed that Jiang Ing Shue was feeling down and could only go along with her. The two left the school and went to a nearby snack street. Tanya bought a bunch of food and stuffed it into Jiang Ing Shue's hands. These are all yours. If you don't finish them, you can't go back today. Jiang Ing Shue knew Tanya was trying to cheer her up and didn't want to bring the negative emotions from school outside, so she smiled and said, Are you trying to feed me like a pig? We still have to eat dinner later. We'll talk about dinner later. Tanya suddenly remembered to ask, by the way, your brother should be taking the college entrance exam today, right? How's he doing? Oh no. Jiang Ing Shue suddenly stopped in her tracks. What's wrong? Tanya asked, puzzled. I forgot to ask. Jiang Ing Shue said with a sad face, I actually forgot such an important thing. I don't know if Xiaoyan will think I don't care about him. What does it matter? You'll see him later anyway, you can ask then. Tanya said. I guess that's all we can do. Jiang Ing Shue sighed. 2 hours later, Jiang Chen got off the plane and then took a car to the location Jiang Ing Shue sent him. It was very close to Magic City University, with all kinds of facilities available. Of course, the foot traffic was also very high. Business districts, snack streets, entertainment venues, Lingwu Hall building, all gathered in this area. Jiang Chen carried his luggage and followed the map for a long time before finally spotting Jiang Ing Shue's figure next to a cafe. She was wearing a white t-shirt and jeans, her long hair tied in a ponytail, looking clean and fresh. Beside her was a girl with short hair. Both of them were very good looking. Just standing there was a beautiful sight. Xiaoyan. At that moment, Jiang Ing Shue also saw Jiang Chen and immediately walked over with Tanya. Sister. Jiang Chen smiled and called out. It's been almost half a year since we last met, and you've grown taller again. Jiang Ing Shue looked Jiang Chen up and down. Can you not mention my height every time we meet? Jiang Chen said somewhat helplessly. Although he developed later, he shot up during high school and is now over 1.8 meters tall. You little brat, still talking back. Jiang Ing Shue put her hands on her hips, looking angry. Haven't been beaten for a few months, and you're getting cheeky, huh? You can't just hit me on the street. Jiang Chen joked. Ing Shue, your family's genes are really good. You're beautiful, and your brother is so handsome too. Is there no justice in the world? Tanya leaned against Jiang Ing Shue, looking starry-eyed at Jiang Chen. Of course. Jiang Ing Shue felt a bit pleased when she heard someone praising her brother. By the way, Xiaoyan, let me introduce you. This is my classmate Tanya, also my good friend. Hello, Sister Tanya, Jiang Chen greeted politely. So well behaved. If you ever need anything and can't find your sister, just look for me. Ing Shue's brother is my brother. Tanya said with a caring expression. Though she was a bit of a fangirl, she couldn't bring herself to take advantage of her friend's brother. It's getting late, let's find a place to eat. Jiang Ing Shue said from the side. Sure. Jiang Chen rubbed his stomach. I really am hungry. There's a nice restaurant at the school gate, should we give it a try? Tanya suggested. This is your territory, so you decide, Jiang Chen replied. Go. Tanya said, raising her fist. Usually, the restaurants near the school are quite affordable. However, the one Tanya mentioned had higher prices, with an average cost of over 1,000 per person. This was actually Jiang Ing Shue's first time here. Normally, she tried to save money, rarely spending more than 20 at the school cafeteria, let alone spending high amounts outside. But considering she wanted to treat Jiang Chen today and wasn't too short on cash, she specifically Chose a nice place. The three of them found a window seat. Just as they were about to call the waiter to order, a few young men and women suddenly walked over to them. Upon seeing them, Jiang Yingshue's expression darkened. Tanya's brows also furrowed. Jiang Yingxue, you still have the mood to eat out? This place is quite expensive, can you afford it? The leading girl looked at Jiang Yingxue with disdain. If you don't have money, it's simple. There are plenty of rich people at our school, just steal from them. After all, Jiang Yingxue must have a lot of experience, another girl beside her sneered. Tian Li, stop biting people randomly. We all know what that skill is about. Tanya slammed the table and stood up. Right. Everyone saw it, my skill is in Jiang Yingshue's bag. Is there a problem? Tian Li crossed her arms, her arrogance evident as she said, if Jiang Yingxue doesn't drop out this time, I'll make sure she can never hold her head up in school. It's up to her whether she wants to roll away with her tail between her legs or stay and be despised. Hearing this, Jiang Chen's gaze turned cold. He had wondered why Jiang Yingshue's phone was off today. It turned out she had run into trouble. Tian Li, you're going too far. Jiang Yingxue took a deep breath, her internal spiritual power running out of control. Because Jiang Chen was here, she had been holding back. She didn't want Jiang Chen to worry about her problems. But Tian Li was being aggressive. Just because she usually kept a low profile at school and never got into conflicts didn't mean she didn't have a temper. Oh, are you planning to hit me? Tian Li clutched her chest, her face full of fear as she said, you better think it through, this isn't outside the city. If you dare to make a move, guess who will end up worse off, you or me? Yingxue, calm down. Tanya pressed Jiang Yingshue's hand, we can't make a move in the city, but there's outdoor training every month. We can deal with her then. Thinking of Jiang Yingxue and Tanya's strength, Tian Li's expression changed slightly. But soon, she returned to her previous arrogant demeanor. As if Jiang Yingxue will still be around next month, Tian Li said defiantly, looking at Jiang Yingxue, the school has said that if you can't provide evidence proving you didn't steal my martial arts technique, they will continue with the disciplinary action against you. Whether you can stay or not depends on my attitude. At this point, Tian Li laughed. Of course, if you're willing to kneel and beg me in front of the entire school, I might consider letting you stay. As the victim of this incident, the severity of Jiang Yingshue's punishment largely depended on Tian Li's wishes. Otherwise, with such a large sum of money involved, if it escalated outside the school, the consequences would only be worse. Tian Li certainly didn't want things to blow up. This incident was originally her scheme, and if it got bigger, it wouldn't benefit her at all. Martial arts technique? What martial arts technique? Jiang Chen, who had been silent, suddenly asked. Xiaoyan, I'll explain later, Jiang Yingxue said, feeling a bit irritated. She really didn't want to face this woman anymore, so she stood up and said, forget it, let's change places to eat. Don't go. Tian Li blocked the table, looking at Jiang Chen and said, who are you to Jiang Yingxue? Why are you so concerned about her? We're siblings, Jiang Chen replied in a relatively calm tone. Oh. Tian Li suddenly realized, then you probably don't know, right? Your sister stole my martial arts technique and was caught in the act. She might get expelled. That's right, Sister Li lost a second-level martial arts technique worth over 2 million. Sister Li is kind-hearted. If she calls the police, your sister will have to spend at least a few years in jail, a girl following Tian Li chimed in. Second-level martial arts technique, over 2 million. Jiang Chen couldn't help but laugh. What are you laughing at? Tian Li was taken aback. Jiang Yingxue and Tanya also looked puzzled. Jiang Chen didn't speak, he just bent down and rummaged through his luggage for a moment, then took out a palm-sized black crystal ball. Looking at the crystal ball in his hand, Jiang Chen was filled with emotion. He never expected that the misfortune he had once avoided like the plague would now become the most frequently used weapon. After all, this thing was just perfect for scheming. Not using it would be a waste of its attributes. Sister, I see you have a good eye. How about I give you a free fortune-telling? Jiang Chen held the crystal ball, smiling as he looked at Tian Li, little brother, you're really interesting. Tian Li laughed, her demeanor lively. Thinking about how Jiang Yingshue's brother was being so nice to her and even offering a free fortune-telling to cheer her up made her feel inexplicably proud. No matter how proud the older sister was, if her own family didn't support her, no matter how beautiful or talented she was destined to be a failure. Alright, since you sincerely want to cheer me up, I'll give you a chance. Tian Li leaned on the table with one hand, wanting to hear what Jiang Chen would say. Most likely, he would say nice things under the guise of fortune-telling. However, even so, she wouldn't let Jiang Yingxue off. Tanya tugged at Jiang Yingshue's sleeve and whispered, what's wrong with your brother? He can't be a spy sent by the enemy, can he? Why is he chatting with Tian Li? Jiang Yingxue shook her head in confusion. She couldn't understand what Jiang Chen was up to either. I'm a professional, not here to make you happy, Jiang Chen said seriously. Alright, Tianli's smile never faded. So what did the divination say? Jiang Chen's gaze swept over Tianli, and after a moment of contemplation, he said, I see dark clouds over your head, a shadow of evil surrounding you. Clearly, you've done too many guilty things. As I expected, within 10 minutes, you will face a calamity. What did you say? Tianli's eyes widened. I said you might face a calamity, big sister. Jiang Chen raised his voice in response. Put. Tanya couldn't help but laugh out loud. Jiang Yingxue also covered her mouth and laughed. Your brother is too much, I can't believe I didn't think of this trick. Tanya leaned on Jiang Yingxue's shoulder, laughing so hard she could barely breathe. Tianli's face turned from green to white. She was actually played by this brat? I'll give you a chance to apologize. Tianli glared at Jiang Chen, enunciating each word. Big sister, I already said you have a calamity coming, and you still have time to chat with us here. If something happens later, don't blame us, Jiang Chen said, casually crossing his legs. Seeing Jiang Chen call her sister just a moment ago and now big sister, Tianli was almost furious enough to spit blood. Good. Very good. You two siblings wait. For me, I will definitely make you kneel and confess. Tianli gritted her teeth. Now Jiang Yingxue's fate was in her hands. She wanted to see how long this pair of siblings could keep their mouths shut. Just then, a commotion suddenly erupted at the entrance of the restaurant. Everyone turned to look, and they saw a young man riding a snow-white lion entering. Wow, isn't that Renfeng from Class Tian? He must be riding that silver frost lion that was auctioned for 20,000 spirit stones. That's so cool. When will I have my own mount? Sigh, only the rich can afford such luxuries, we can only watch. Looking at the silver frost lion, Tianli was also mesmerized. Sisterly, the silver frost lion is coming this way, a girl beside Tianli said excitedly. Tianli's breath quickened. Could it be that Renfeng recognized her? They had a chance encounter during the last outdoor training and had hunted a monster together. She thought Renfeng wouldn't remember a small fry like her. But now, that silver frost lion was clearly heading towards her. At this moment, Renfeng felt a bit strange. Ever since he entered the restaurant, he sensed that the silver frost lion was out of control. He clearly said to go to the second floor, but now it was heading in the opposite direction. Ayin, we should go to the second floor. Renfeng thought that the silver frost lion hadn't received the earlier command, so he patted its head and quietly reminded it. However, despite Renfeng repeating himself, the silver frost lion continued to disregard him and walk towards Tianli and her group. As the silver frost lion approached, Tianli immediately raised her hand to greet Renfeng. Senior. Ren, I didn't expect you to remember me. You're also here to eat at this restaurant? Upon hearing this, several people nearby cast envious glances at Tianli. How lucky to get acquainted with someone as important as Renfeng. Tianli's family was doing alright, but compared to someone like Renfeng, who came from a true wealthy family, they were far behind. Even a little favor from the Ren family could elevate the Tian family to great heights. Renfeng was still troubled by the silver frost lion's disobedience when he suddenly heard someone speaking to him. He looked up but had no impression of the person in front of him. Who are you? Renfeng asked, puzzled. Tianli was slightly taken aback but quickly replied, It's me, Tianli. We hunted demon beasts together during the last outdoor training. Renfeng thought for a moment but shook his head. Sorry, I meet many people every day, but not everyone is memorable. Hearing this, Tianli was stunned. So it turned out that Renfeng didn't recognize her? Then why did the silver frost lion come to her? The few people beside Tianli were also speechless. Renfeng didn't even know Tianli, yet she went over to greet him. Wasn't that a bit too familiar? Did she really think that would help her get close to a top tycoon from Magic City? How naive. However, since they were classmates, they certainly couldn't voice their true thoughts. Jiang Chen observed the situation and checked the time on his phone. Several minutes had already passed. No, they needed to avoid this. Sister, you all come out with me for a moment. Jiang Chen felt it was better to keep a distance from Tianli for now. The place was too cramped, and there were too many people, increasing the chances of getting hurt. Jiang Yingxue and Tanya were puzzled but followed Jiang Chen away from their seats. However, just as they left, a sudden roar of a beast erupted behind them, followed by a scream. Ah! Jiang Yingxue and Tanya turned back to see that Tianli had been slapped to the ground by Renfeng's silver frost lion. She stared wide-eyed, blood pouring from her mouth, her limbs twitching uncontrollably. Someone nearby tried to help but was swatted away by the silver frost Lion's other paw. This scene clearly caught Renfeng completely off guard. Just as it seemed someone might die, he quickly used a control command to rein in the Silver Frost Lion. He then rushed to the ground and dragged Tianli out from under the lion's paw with one hand. However, Renfeng had no experience in saving people, and his actions caused Tianli to suffer a few more scratches from the paw, leaving her barely breathing. Renfeng, what did Sisterly do to provoke you? For you to use such deadly force? The girl next to Tianli was on the verge of tears. Exactly, Tianli just tried to strike up a conversation with you. Even if you were unhappy, it shouldn't come to taking someone's life. The others looked at Renfeng with anger on their faces. Renfeng looked innocent, he hadn't done anything. He had owned the Silver Frost Lion for several months without any incidents. Yet today, it inexplicably went berserk and specifically targeted one person to trample. This was too abnormal. Anyway, I've already called the police. You can save your words for them. The girl beside Tianli glared at Ren Feng with a face full of accusation. Go ahead and call the police, I really don't know her, and there's no need to harm her life, believe it or not. Ren Feng said irritably. Looking at Ren Feng's aggrieved expression, Zhang Chen could only mourn for him from the side. He didn't expect to drag this innocent guy into it. This time, Ren Feng's role in the incident was clearly the same as Nielin's last time. He could only consider himself unlucky. Moreover, Zhang Chen had also summarized a rule. Anyone who had a blood disaster predicted would encounter misfortune in a short period of time. Yet they would still be able to breathe, leaving room for maneuver. This actually made it easier to handle. Zhang Chen, you just said Tianli has a blood disaster, are you serious? Tang Ye suddenly remembered to ask after understanding the whole situation. Definitely not joking. Zhang Chen replied. So you let us leave that position because you guessed Tianli would have an accident? Tang Ye continued to ask. Not a guess, it's called divination, it has scientific basis, okay? Zhang Chen corrected her. Can this thing be called scientifically based? Are you kidding her? Xiaoyan, when did you learn divination? I didn't even know. Zhang Yingxue said with a puzzled expression. It's nothing, just messing around by myself, originally for fun, but sometimes it turns out to be quite accurate. Zhang Chen scratched his head and laughed. Then show me, when will I break through to a third-tier warrior? Tang Ye asked. With interest. That depends on the feeling, if there's no feeling, it doesn't matter how you calculate it. Zhang Chen said confidently. Boring. Tang Ye pouted. Just then, Zhang Chen suddenly felt the crystal ball in his hand vibrating slightly. He looked down and his heart sank. He saw that the black mist in the crystal ball had dispersed and a small blue fish was looking at him through the crystal ball. In that moment, Zhang Chen felt as if his breath had stopped. He stood still. The cursed sea demon in the crystal ball was equally motionless. But Zhang Chen could still see the demon's large tail slightly undulating. Clearly, this creature was still alive. The man and the fish locked eyes for a few seconds. Suddenly, Zhang Chen turned abruptly and stored the divination crystal ball in his inventory. Zhang Chen let out a sigh. As long as the divination crystal ball could still be stored in the inventory, it meant the cursed sea demon was still trapped in another space. Although the cursed sea demon was alive, to the inventory, it was just an inanimate object. He would have to study it carefully later when he got to his place. Such a useful piece of equipment, if it could only be kept in the inventory as a decoration, would be a terrible waste. Tianli's group was either calling the police or contacting teachers. Yet, no one called an ambulance for Tianli. They probably all thought she wouldn't survive. In the end, it was Renfeng who sighed helplessly, took out a healing potion and fed it to Tianli. Only then did she barely manage to save her life. But several of her bones were broken and her internal organs were damaged. The healing potion Renfeng gave her was not of high quality. It had stopped the bleeding, but the injuries remained. Tianli's face was pale from the pain, her hands and feet trembling. Unfortunately, after the medicine took effect, she couldn't even faint. This feeling was simply worse than death for Tianli. In a daze, she saw Zhang Chen standing not far away. She suddenly remembered what Zhang Chen had said earlier. Within 10 minutes, she would surely face a calamity. And indeed, something had happened to her within those 10 minutes. The Silver Frost Lion, which had been perfectly fine, suddenly went mad. The key was that among so many people present, only she had been so severely injured. Could it be that Zhang Chen's divination was actually true? Otherwise, how could one explain all of this? It couldn't be said that Renfeng and Zhang Chen had communicated beforehand. These two people couldn't possibly know each other. Thinking of this, a trace of fear rose in Tian Li's heart. If Zhang Yingshua's brother truly had the ability to foresee calamities and blessings, wouldn't it be easy for him to kill her? This ability was too terrifying. She had never regretted so much. She shouldn't have provoked Zhang Yingxue. She even felt an impulse to escape. After about 20 minutes, the school's teachers and police arrived one after another. Following closely were Tian Li's parents. Upon seeing Tian Li's tragic state, her parents began to wail. "Oh, my poor daughter, how could you be hurt like this? Which heartless person dared to harm my daughter?" Tian Li's mother rushed over and held her in her arms, tears streaming down her face. With only half a life left, Tian Li was in so much pain from her mother's embrace that she rolled her eyes back. The nearby teacher quickly intervened. "Please do not move. The injured casually, let our school's doctor take a look at her. We have also called the emergency center, and we guarantee that this student will be fine." Hearing this, Tian Li's mother immediately let go and explained, "I don't understand these things, how would I know if you didn't remind me?" As a result, Tian Li's upper body fell back to the ground, her head hitting the corner of the table. Seeing this, her mother panicked and picked Tian Li up again, rubbing her head while saying, "Daughter, are you okay? Mom didn't mean to." Everyone else. Is this really her biological mother? If they keep this up, she might not make it. What's the point of calling the emergency center? On the other side, two police officers were taking a statement from Renfeng. "How long have you had the Silver Frost Lion? Why did it suddenly go out of control?" "I bought the Silver Frost Lion over 2 months ago, had it trained by a specialized beast tamer, and of course, signed a master-servant contract. But why it went mad, I really don't know." "Do you know the injured person? Have you had any conflicts in the past?" "He's just a classmate from school, not someone I know well, let alone have any conflicts with." Just then, the school doctor from Magic City University walked over. "Officer, I think I know the reason why the Silver Frost Lion lost control." The doctor held a necklace in his hand, with a small perfume bottle pendant attached. "Upon my examination, I found that the accessories worn by the injured student contained prohibited substances, which stimulated Renfeng's contracted beast, leading to this incident." "So it seems it was just an accident?" The officer took the necklace from the doctor's hand. "We will take this back for investigation, but this student will also need to come with us. If it is confirmed that the accessory contains prohibited substances, this matter won't be considered your main responsibility." "Okay." Renfeng nodded. Nearby, Tian Li's father was not pleased to hear this. "Officer, what do you mean it's not his main responsibility? His mount injured my daughter, and you're just going to let it go?" Tian's father stepped forward quickly. "Sir, your daughter wore accessories containing prohibited substances, which are not allowed in the city. If verified, we will pursue responsibility according to the law," the officer said expressionlessly. "Pursue responsibility? Who are you going to pursue, my daughter?" Tian's father was incredulous. "Is there no justice left? My daughter is clearly the victim." "Sir, if the accessories your daughter wore truly contain prohibited substances, even if the Silver Frost Lion wasn't out of control today, it could have been another beast in the future. Fortunately, there were no major casualties. Of course, if your daughter was completely unaware, we will handle it lightly," the officer explained patiently. "Is there no justice left? Is there no justice left?" Tian's father continued to shout, not listening to the officer's explanation. Seeing this scene, Tanya shook her head in disbelief. "I've heard that Tian Li's family is newly wealthy, with parents who aren't well educated. They struck it rich after finding a green jade mine back in their hometown, and it seems that's true. Renfeng is really unlucky, just going out for a meal and encountering this kind of thing," Zhang Yingxue commented. Jiang Chen, on the other hand, had a newfound admiration for the misfortune sea demon. This was equivalent to turning a low-probability event into a high-probability one, and the arrangement was so clever that no one could suspect him. However, thinking of the way the misfortune sea demon looked at him, he felt a bit uneasy. After leaving the restaurant, it was already late. After finding another place to have dinner, Jiang Chen parted ways with Zhang Yingxue and Tanya, heading alone to the hotel he had booked in advance. In the inner city of Magic City, without proof of residence, staying overnight also required a hefty tax. However, Jiang Chen naturally didn't think much of this money. After completing the check-in procedures, he found his room. The first thing he did after closing the door was to move the crystal ball containing the misfortune sea demon from his inventory directly to the synthesis table. Regarding the changes in the crystal ball today, Jiang Chen felt it was definitely not a coincidence. So he had to use the synthesis platform to re-evaluate its attributes. As long as this thing doesn't come out, everything else is negotiable. Jiang Chen's gaze fell on the synthesis platform as he activated the identification function. The attributes of the crystal ball immediately appeared. Cage of the Doomsea Demon, a small world belonging to the Doomsea Demon. Within it, it can do anything, but can never leave. Perhaps communication can be attempted? After reading the introduction of the crystal ball, Jiang Chen felt completely unsettled. The attributes had indeed changed. The black mist inside the crystal ball had previously acted as a barrier between him and the Doomsea Demon. He could borrow the power of the Doomsea Demon but could not make direct contact with it. Now the barrier had disappeared. He could see the Doomsea Demon, and it could also sense his presence. The attribute even included a communication function. But even if they could communicate, he didn't have the courage. This thing was a harbinger of misfortune. He was afraid that just saying a few words would bring him bad luck. However, the introduction also stated that the Doomsea Demon could never leave. He didn't have to worry about it escaping. It was just a pity that he could no longer borrow its abilities. Such a useful item was destined to become a mere decoration. Jiang Chen's face was full of regret. Just as he was about to put the crystal ball away, he suddenly felt a current coming from it, and then a sharp, thin voice echoed in his mind. "You can see me, right?" Jiang Chen paused, his gaze fixed on the crystal ball. He saw that the previously small fish-shaped Doomsea Demon had somehow transformed into a wisp of ethereal blue smoke. As the waves rippled, he could faintly see her hands and feet, and her long hair floated like seaweed. From the general shape, it was clearly a little girl. "I know you can see me," the little girl said, pressing against the edge of the crystal ball, her tone pitiful. "Can you let me out? It's so cold and scary in here." Jiang Chen. So cold? So scary? Was this really something the Doomsea Demon would say? He would have to be out of his mind to believe this creature's nonsense. Did it think that by turning into a little girl he would soften his heart? It underestimated him. "Big brother, we can make a deal. You used my power quite smoothly before, didn't you?" Seeing that Jiang Chen still ignored her, the Doomsea Demon immediately changed her approach. Jiang Chen's mouth twitched. Big brother? Was this creature serious? He could swear that the Doomsea Demon's age was enough to be his great-great-grandmother. And still calling him big brother. It was making his skin crawl. However, after observing for a while and seeing that the Doomsea Demon talking to him didn't cause any adverse reactions, Jiang Chen also breathed a sigh of relief. "You don't have the right to negotiate with me, understand?" Jiang Chen sat in the chair, leisurely looking at the crystal ball in his hand. He had figured it out. As long as it was a product processed by the Universal Synthesis platform, it basically wouldn't stir up any trouble. Whether it was the blood-sucking vine or the Doomsea Demon, those that could recognize a master would do so. And those that couldn't would still be under his absolute control thanks to the synthesis platform. Just like this crystal ball. To him, the crystal ball was just a piece of glass easy to break. But to the Doomsea Demon, it was an eternal cage from which it could never escape. If he really got annoyed, he could randomly find some strange things and synthesize the crystal ball. At that time, the Doomsea Demon's living environment might not be as good as it was now. Living in the crystal ball, at least there was water, sky, and clouds. What if he synthesized a toilet? Wouldn't the Doomsea Demon have to live in a cesspool? It all depended on his mood. "Aren't you curious why I sought you out?" The cursed sea demon saw that this wouldn't work, nor that, and its tone suddenly became eerie and sinister. "What does it have to do with me?" Jiang Chen said nonchalantly, crossing his legs. "Right now. You're the one locked inside, you're the one begging me. If you behave and listen to me in the future, I might give you a chance to learn the truth. Otherwise, I'll just keep you locked up until the day I die, and see if you can suffocate." The cursed sea demon was filled with question marks. What did it mean by giving it a chance to learn the truth? Did it need Jiang Chen to give it a chance to speak the truth? Otherwise, it wouldn't even have the right to open its mouth? Also, I have plenty of treasures in my hands, I don't lack you. If I want to use you, it depends on your performance, understand? You need to be clear that you are just a prisoner under surveillance. Whether as a person or a fish, you need to understand your position. Jiang Chen said with righteous indignation. The cursed sea demon was left speechless by Jiang Chen's retort. It suddenly felt that what Jiang Chen said made a lot of sense. How could someone capable of trapping it lack other treasures? Although its ability was very useful, it wasn't indispensable. Moreover, it also realized that its ability couldn't be used directly on anyone. It could only be effective if spoken through Jiang Chen's mouth. Without Jiang Chen, it was just a useless fish. Coming to this realization, the cursed sea demon fell silent. Having spent a long time under that woman, it knew very well what would happen once it lost its value. Now, although it had changed places, the principle remained the same. If it couldn't prove its value, what necessity was there for its existence? Others could discard it at any time. Thinking back to just now in that dark space, everything around seemed to freeze. Even though it was only a few short hours, it felt like an extremely long time had passed. If it were to be trapped there forever, never seeing the outside world again, wouldn't that be worse than death? Seeing that the cursed sea demon was silent, Jiang Chen felt puzzled. What scheme was this guy brewing? Just as he was about to do some more persuasion, the cursed sea demon's voice suddenly echoed in his mind. I can continue to lend you my power, but you can't lock me back in that dark place. Upon hearing this, Jiang Chen raised an eyebrow. Was this a compromise? He had thought of a lot to say but hadn't had the chance to say it. However, the power was lent. His goal was achieved. Not bad, you have some awareness. Jiang Chen nodded in satisfaction. Now I'll give you a chance to clearly state your true purpose for coming to find me. Of course, you can choose not to say, but if I want to talk to you again next time, who knows when that will be. The cursed sea demon didn't beat around the bush and directly stated its intention. I came to find you for the divine level treasure chest. Divine level treasure chest? Jiang Chen doubted he was hearing things. Are you sure it's a divine level treasure chest? Not something else? This world may also have the existence of divine level treasure chests. But Jiang Chen is very clear. The divine level treasure chest he brought is completely a product of another time and space. Before he crossed over, that divine level treasure chest was just a pile of data, an item in a game. It was not something from reality at all. But now the Doom Sea Demon tells him it came to him, and it was actually for the divine level treasure chest? What a ridiculous international joke. Jiang Chen remembers very clearly that when he encountered the Doom Sea Demon, he had only crossed into this world for less than a week. If what the Doom Sea Demon said is true, doesn't that mean he was targeted right after he crossed over? The place where I used to live is called the Forbidden Sea, where basically only the demon race and the monster race exist. And deep in the Forbidden Sea, there is a prophecy stone that can predict all major events that are about to happen. So the moment the divine level treasure chest appeared, we already received the news. And we learned that the divine level treasure chest appeared on a small planet that is not even at the spirit level. So I was sent here to scout, and then I found you. The Doom Sea Demon did not know what Jiang Chen was thinking and continued to speak to itself. Predicting all major events that are about to happen? That's so impressive? Jiang Chen had never thought that such a thing existed, especially since even his divine level treasure chest was detected, which was a bit too much of a bug. However, now that the divine level treasure chest had already been opened by him, the universal synthesis platform and infinite inventory could only be seen by him, others could not steal it at all. What he needed to worry about was his own life. If another boss at the level of the Doom Sea Demon came, he might not be able to handle it smoothly. The prophecy stone can only predict the general location of events. I was able to find you entirely because the residual aura of the divine level treasure chest was too strong. Even if it was only for a moment, it would leave a trace in the world. However, now that so much time has passed, it won't be so easy for them to find you again. The Doom Sea Demon had already very wisely categorized itself into Jiang Chen's camp. Since it could only stay by Jiang Chen's side, it was better to elevate its own status first. It had lived in the Forbidden Sea for tens of thousands of years. Its superiors had changed countless times. The reason it could always sit in a high position was not just because it was perceptive. Of course, it was now trapped here with Jiang Chen. Whenever it gained freedom, it would definitely run away in an instant. It sounds like you still have an organization? Jiang Chen suddenly realized. Not really an organization, it's more like whoever has the bigger fist gets to decide. If you can't beat them, you naturally have to listen to them, the Doom Sea Demon said matter-of-factly. The strongest in the Forbidden Sea right now should be the Hydra, right? Jiang Chen pondered slightly. When he used to play the online game Heavens, he farmed for several months for a rare material dropped by the Hydra, having killed dozens if not hundreds of Hydras. He was very familiar with the various skills of the Hydra. If it dared to covet his things, he wouldn't mind hunting a real Hydra in the future to make snake soup. You know about our Forbidden Sea's Hydra even on this small planet that isn't even at the spirit level? The Doom Sea Demon was full of surprise. Don't be so narrow-minded, what I know might even be more than you, Jiang Chen said calmly. That's true. The Doom Sea Demon thought it was quite normal. Someone who could obtain a divine-level treasure chest couldn't possibly be as simple as he appeared. Perhaps he was a big shot from the Heavens world who came to experience life on a spirit-level planet? But the current boss of our Forbidden Sea Is not the Hydra, he is at most the second in command, the doomed sea demon said. Second in command? Jiang Chen was slightly taken aback. Then who sent you here? I don't even know the identity of that lady, I only know her name is Zun. The cursed sea demon felt its form wavering at the thought of that woman. In any case, just don't provoke her, you are definitely not her match right now. The cursed sea demon said seriously. Since it had been forced to switch sides, it certainly hoped Jiang Chen could survive for a while longer. If he fell into that woman's hands, it wouldn't have a good outcome either. Jiang Chen. This wasn't just nonsense, he had just become a martial artist. He was far from the standards of the myriad worlds. What could he use to fight against the leader of the Forbidden Sea? He never thought that just because he obtained a divine-level treasure chest, he could become invincible right away. Growth takes time. Alright, that's enough idle chatter for today. If you don't like the previous place, I can find another place for you to stay. If you're bored, I'll get some cats and dogs to keep you company later, so you won't feel so dull. After saying that, Jiang Chen didn't wait for the cursed sea demon to agree and directly put the crystal ball into his spatial treasure. To make it easier to take things out, he hung the piece of spirit jade that carried the spatial treasure around his neck. Now it had about 8 square meters of space inside, which shouldn't make the cursed sea demon feel too confined. If it really felt small, there was nothing he could do. If it was truly unsatisfied, it could just stay in the item bar. He didn't mind at all. After dealing with the cursed sea demon, it was time to get down to business. Jiang Chen took out a computer, a high-efficiency printer, a few boxes of A5 paper, and then retrieved the previously synthesized wandering technique. The wandering technique was a level 3 skill that could triple the speed of spiritual energy absorption. With his current limit on spiritual energy, synthesizing a level 4 skill shouldn't be a problem. However, this time he mainly wanted to test. He wanted to see if the copied or handwritten skills could be synthesized into a new skill. Let's try handwriting first. Jiang Chen took out paper and pen, opened the wandering technique, and prepared to copy it. To prevent any accidents during synthesis, he didn't plan to use the original wandering technique, but only the copied or printed skills for synthesis. That way, even if it failed, the original wouldn't be lost. Fortunately, the wandering technique didn't have many pages. Besides a small amount of text, there were also a lot of illustrations. Jiang Chen finished copying one book in just half an hour. His handwriting was quite ugly, and the drawings were unpresentable. But since it was just a test, there was no need to be too particular, it was enough to get the idea across. After finishing the second book, Jiang Chen's hands were already starting to feel sore. Let's leave it at that for now. Jiang Chen looked at the 2 skill books in his hands. This kind of work really couldn't be done by someone without patience. He placed one of the skill books into the synthesis platform, and the attributes immediately appeared. Strange skill. From the content, it seems to resemble the wandering technique. There is a risk of going into a frenzy while practicing, please use with caution. Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen discovered for the first time that there were actually 3 question marks in the synthesis table's introduction. Just by looking at the introduction, it almost declared his handwritten version a failure. However, after working hard for half a day, he had to see the final result. Jiang Chen placed the second handwritten martial art into the synthesis table. Would you like to synthesize a strange martial art? Synthesize. The strange martial art has been synthesized. Congratulations on obtaining Sunflower Technique. Sunflower Technique, Level 2 martial art. After cultivation, it can double the speed of spiritual energy absorption. If one undergoes castration before cultivation, it can increase the speed of spiritual energy absorption by 5 times. Damn, who wants to cultivate this thing? After reading the introduction, Jiang Chen directly threw the freshly synthesized Sunflower Technique away. What kind of ridiculous martial art is this? It's too frightening. Without castration, he could only increase his cultivation speed by 1 time. Isn't this messing with people's mindset? He had overestimated his own calligraphy skills. The synthesized items not only downgraded but also had strange effects. Forget it, relying on high technology is more reliable. Although this synthesis failed, it at least proved that similar methods were feasible. Jiang Chen studied the printer for a while and then copied 2 copies of Wandering Technique. This time, it absolutely cannot fail. He added the 2 copies of Wandering Technique into the synthesis table, and the system immediately popped up a prompt. Would you like to synthesize Wandering Technique? Synthesize. Wandering Technique has been synthesized. Congratulations on obtaining Return to Origin Technique. Return to Origin Technique, Level 3 martial art. After cultivation, it can triple the speed of spiritual energy absorption and has a chance to enter a state of enlightenment. Once in the state of enlightenment, one can easily break through cultivation bottlenecks. Rarity 2 stars. Seeing the synthesis result, Jiang Chen was stunned for 2 seconds. The level didn't change? Moreover, the introduction also added a rarity label. He had never encountered such a situation before. Although the martial art level did not increase, its effect was clearly much better than an ordinary level 3 martial art. Anything that could break through cultivation bottlenecks, whether it was a martial art or a pill, would have no trouble selling. There were plenty of people waiting in line to buy it. Since Return to Origin technique has a higher rarity, let's change the sample. Jiang Chen took out a spirit stone, replenished his internal spiritual energy, then copied Return to Origin technique twice, and added it into the synthesis table. Would you like to synthesize Return to Origin technique? Synthesize. Return to Origin technique has been synthesized. Congratulations on obtaining Golden Scales technique. Golden Scales technique, level 3 martial art. After cultivation, it can triple the speed of spiritual energy absorption and improve physical defense. Rarity 1 star. Seeing the synthesis result, Jiang Chen fell silent. Again, the rarity could also decrease. It seemed that what kind of martial art could be synthesized completely depended on luck. To verify his thoughts, Jiang Chen copied 2 more Return to Origin techniques for experimentation. Would you like to synthesize Return to Origin technique? Synthesize. Return to Origin technique has been synthesized. Congratulations on obtaining Purple-Green technique. Purple-Green technique, level 3 martial art. After cultivation, it can triple the speed of spiritual energy absorption. Very good. This time there was not even a rarity level. He couldn't believe his luck was this bad. Jiang Chen, not willing to give up, copied 10 Return to Origin techniques at once and added them into the synthesis table one by one. Would you like to synthesize Return to Origin technique? Synthesize. Return to Origin technique has been synthesized. Congratulations on obtaining 8 Directions technique. 8 Directions technique, level 3 martial art. After cultivation, it can triple the speed of spiritual energy absorption. Would you like to synthesize Return to Origin technique? Synthesize. Return to Origin technique has been synthesized. Congratulations on obtaining Cold Spring Spirit method. Cold Spring Spirit method, level 3 martial art, suitable for ice-type spiritual roots. After cultivation, it can triple the cultivation speed. Would you like to synthesize Return to Origin technique? Synthesize. Return to Origin technique has been synthesized. Congratulations on obtaining Heart Lock technique. Heart Locking technique, level 3 skill. After cultivation, can increase the speed of spiritual energy absorption by 5 times. During cultivation, one must not be distracted, or there is a risk of going astray. Rarity level 2 stars. Jiang Chen shook his head, continuing to add Return to Origin technique to the synthesis table. Would you like to synthesize Return to Origin technique? Synthesize. Return to Origin technique has been synthesized. Congratulations on obtaining Burning Moon technique. Burning Moon technique, level 3 skill, suitable for women to cultivate, can increase the speed of spiritual energy absorption by 5 times, and improve physical constitution, making the body lighter. Rarity level 3 stars. Finally produced a skill with a rarity level of 3 stars. Too bad it's only for women. Jiang Chen took the skill out of the synthesis table, preparing to bring it to Jiang Yingshui tomorrow. After continuously synthesizing so many skills, he had already used up 3 spirit stones. Thinking about synthesizing other things later, Jiang Chen decided to try once more. If he couldn't synthesize a better skill, he would have to cultivate Return to Origin technique. He added the last 2 Return to Origin techniques to the synthesis table. Would you like to synthesize Return to Origin technique? Synthesize. Return to Origin technique has been synthesized. Congratulations on obtaining Lone Star technique. Lone Star technique, level 3 skill. After cultivation, can increase the speed of spiritual energy absorption by 5 times, and can improve the purity of spiritual energy, allowing it to exert a more powerful effect. Rarity level 5 stars. It's you! A smile finally appeared on Jiang Chen's face. A 5-fold increase in spiritual energy absorption speed should already be the limit for a level 3 skill. As for the rarity level, it completely depends on the additional effects. The additional effect of Lone Star technique is a direct enhancement of combat power. It's already quite good. Anyway, with a better skill, he could always switch back at any time. It just needed some time to adapt. At this stage, cultivating Lone Star technique was more than enough. Jiang Chen put away all the skills and then took out the remaining blood-sucking vines. This was another item he wanted to synthesize today. Besides wanting to upgrade his own blood-sucking vine, he also wanted to synthesize a 4th-level blood-sucking vine for Jiang Yingxue for self-defense. Although Jiang Yingxue would definitely not use the blood-sucking vine as conveniently as he did, as long as there were plants around, the blood-sucking vine could hide well. In the wild, the blood-sucking vine could move underground, making it even more concealed. The key point was that the blood-sucking vine would never have a rebellious mindset. It didn't even have its own thoughts. This was much more useful than those expensive contract beasts. Jiang Chen currently had 13 blood-sucking vines in hand. He first synthesized 6 second-level blood-sucking vines from 12 of them, then synthesized 3 third-level blood-sucking vines. He then added the already recognized blood-sucking vine and a new third-level blood-sucking vine to the synthesis table. Would you like to synthesize a third-level blood-sucking vine? Synthesize. The third-level blood-sucking vine has been synthesized. Congratulations on obtaining a 4th-level blood-sucking vine. 4th-level blood-sucking vine recognized. A tamed blood-sucking vine that can be controlled by thought, can briefly enter a frenzied state. Attack methods: strangulation, blood-sucking, mild toxicity. The 4th-level blood-sucking vine did not exhibit any new attack methods. However, it entered a state of madness. Literally, it should be similar to the boss's berserk state. It was just unclear how the blood-sucking vine would manifest. Jiang Chen reached out and the blood-sucking vine coiled around his arm. Let me see what your mad state looks like. As his words fell, the tips of the vine suddenly shot out. It quickly grew and spread. In just 7 or 8 seconds, the entire hotel room was covered in vines. So fierce? Jiang Chen raised an eyebrow. This attack area could probably capture even 10 beasts of the same level. Moreover, it would create a relatively sealed environment. It would be good for trapping people as well. It seemed that the brick Nie Lin had given him was about to become obsolete before it even got to work. But at least it was an E-grade alloy, and the weapon had its own characteristics. He thought he might casually find something to synthesize later to see if he could create some new toy. The madness state of the 4th-level blood-sucking vine lasted less than a minute. By the time the vines retracted, the hotel room was already in tatters. Jiang Chen. He finally understood why everyone went to specialized training rooms to try new weapons, new skills, and new spiritual techniques. This was too damaging for a room. Last time when Nie Lin compensated, he had some sympathy for him. He didn't expect it would be his turn so soon. He hoped this hotel wouldn't set up any defensive formations. If they broke, he couldn't afford to pay. Jiang Chen contacted the front desk to explain the situation. Fortunately, they seemed to be used to such situations and casually arranged for someone to clean the room, giving Jiang Chen another room. Sir, after the room is assessed for damages, we will contact you. Here is your new room card. The front desk attendant handed a card to Jiang Chen. I want to ask, your hotel shouldn't have any defensive formations or anything, right? Jiang Chen still asked uneasily. The inner city of Magic City is absolutely safe, so we do not have any defensive formations, the attendant replied with a smile. Oh, that's good, that's good. Jiang Chen breathed a sigh of relief, took the room card, and turned to go upstairs. Meanwhile, the cleaning staff arrived at Jiang Chen's previous room. Looking at the state of the room, he clicked his tongue and said, "What on earth happened in here? The ceiling has so many cracks, it must cost at least $1 million to fix." However, he was just a cleaner, and the subsequent assessment was beyond his responsibilities. Just then, the cleaning staff suddenly noticed a book scattered under a chair. He initially thought it was just a magazine or novel. But when he walked over to pick it up, he found the cover had the words "Sunflower Skill" written on it. This is a skill? The cleaning staff's eyes widened. He quickly flipped open the pages and saw that the text and illustrations inside were complete. By some strange twist of fate, he practiced 2 sections according to the first page. The spiritual energy within him immediately began to circulate. It really is a skill. The cleaning staff's heart nearly jumped into his throat. He looked around and then stuffed the sunflower skill into his clothes. This was his opportunity. Moreover, the absorption effect was so good that it was likely a 2nd-level skill. He needed to go back and study it carefully. If it really was a 2nd-level skill, he would strike it rich. Although currently, all skills on the market required copyright to sell. After all, this kind of thing had an improper origin, and not many dared to practice it. But he could sell it on the black market. There were plenty of desperate people and those willing to take risks. If he made 10 or so copies and put them into the black market, it wouldn't be too obvious. By then, he could buy a house in the outer city. With the remaining savings, he could live comfortably for the rest of his life. With that thought, he had no mind left to clean. He directly threw the broom aside. This job, who needs it? Jiang Chen had no idea how many people would end up on an irreversible path because of a cultivation method he casually discarded. After arriving at his new room, he synthesized the remaining 4th-tier blood-sucking vine. Then he called Jiang Yingxue, asking her to come to the hotel to find him tomorrow. All the necessary tasks were completed. After thinking for a moment, Jiang Chen took out the Divine Pulse pill and the medicinal core and tried to synthesize them. Again. The result was obvious: his spiritual power limit was still insufficient. Such a good thing could only be looked at but not consumed, which was truly tormenting. Yet he clearly had the opportunity to make the Divine Pulse pill even more effective. Taking it like this was a form of waste. He could only endure a little longer. After all, the items were in his bag and wouldn't disappear. He could consider it a test of his temperament. The next day, Jiang Yingxue arrived at Jiang Chen's room early in the morning. She even brought him breakfast. Do you want to sleep a little longer? It's not easy to come to Magic City. Let me take you out to explore today. Jiang Yingxue placed the packed soy milk and soup dumplings on the table and turned back to say, "No more sleep." Jiang Chen finished washing his face and walked out of the bathroom. I asked you to come over to give you 2 things and to ask for a small favor. Why are you being so polite with me? Jiang Yingxue smiled. Jiang Chen walked to the bedside table, opened the drawer, and took out the blood-sucking vine and the cultivation method inside. Upon seeing the blood-sucking vine, Jiang Yingxue's expression changed immediately. Xiaoyan, why is there a blood-sucking vine in your room? This plant is very dangerous. Even if it has separated from its main body, it is still aggressive. Your brother is not stupid. Jiang Chen looked at Jiang Yingxue helplessly. This is a specially modified blood-sucking vine, with the strength of a 4th-tier monster. Once it tastes blood, it can recognize its master, better than many weapons. You can try it and see. Ha! Jiang Yingxue was a bit dumbfounded. Why could she understand every word, but when put together, it made no sense at all. Letting the blood-sucking vine recognize its master? Was this really the same thing as the blood-sucking vine she knew? It should be noted that even monsters with a certain level of intelligence find it very difficult to form a contract. Not to mention plants. There were no relevant records in any materials. As for having the strength of a 4th-tier monster, that was even more absurd. The most powerful blood-sucking vine known in the world only had a 2nd-tier strength. Moreover, this was just a blood-sucking vine that had separated from its main body. It could barely strangle a wild boar. Jiang Chen felt that saying more might not be as effective as seeing it with her own eyes. So he waved his hand to summon. His 4th-tier blood-sucking vine immediately sprang out from under the bed. Then, under Jiang Chen's control, it brought the soy milk from the table to him. It even inserted a straw. Seeing this scene, Jiang Yingxue's mouth formed an O shape. Holy crap! The blood-sucking vine has become sentient. Jiang Chen took the soy milk, had a sip, and looked back at Jiang Yingxue, saying, "Now you should believe me, right?" After a long pause, Jiang Yingxue nodded with difficulty. In fact, it wasn't a matter of belief, it had completely overturned her understanding. It was like suddenly being told that the cat she raised could talk, or that the flowers she planted could cook. Anyone would find it unbelievable. Jiang Chen handed the unclaimed blood-sucking vine to Jiang Yingxue. Just drop your blood on it, it's easy to control. If you have any questions, feel free to ask me. Jiang Yingxue hesitated for a moment before taking the blood-sucking vine. Seeing that it didn't attack her, she felt a little more relaxed. And, following Jiang Chen's instructions, used her spiritual power to prick her finger and let a drop of blood fall onto the vine. In the next second, she suddenly felt a connection between herself and the blood-sucking vine. It really works. Jiang Yingxue felt a surge of joy in her heart. Could I possibly be lying to you? As he spoke, Jiang Chen also handed over the burning moon technique, saying, "You can take your time experimenting with the blood-sucking vine, this is your second gift." Just by looking at the cover, Jiang Yingxue recognized that it was a cultivation technique. Xiaoyan, why don't you keep the technique for yourself? Am I lacking in techniques while studying at Magic City University? Jiang Yingxue immediately said. This technique can only be cultivated by women, and it's a level 3 technique. Are you sure Magic City University will give you a level 3 technique for free? Jiang Chen said leisurely. Level 3 technique? Jiang Yingxue's eyes widened. Didn't I mention before that I had some unexpected gains during the last outdoor test at school? Right now, I have plenty of money and techniques, so just take this one. Jiang Chen directly stuffed the burning moon technique into Jiang Yingxue's arms. Am I really not dreaming? Jiang Yingxue looked at the technique in her hands, feeling it was somewhat unreal. When she first entered Magic City University, she was lucky enough to choose a level 1 technique with additional effects, which was worth about 300,000 on the market. At that time, she had never seen such a valuable item and thought she could use that technique for a lifetime. Little did she know, in just over a year, she had obtained a level 3 technique. This was a level 3 technique. It wasn't even about money anymore. Many level 3 techniques were owned by powerful figures and whether they were sold or not depended entirely on their mood. After all, they weren't lacking in money. It was hard to even find one at an auction. But now Jiang Chen had directly given it to her as a gift. Don't worry, it's a genuine level 3 technique that not only increases your cultivation speed by 5 times but also has some other additional effects. It will be enough for you for a while, and when there's something better in the future, I'll get it for you, Jiang Chen said with a smile. Jiang Yingxue was completely speechless. She felt that Jiang Chen had no idea of the value of this technique. A 5-fold increase in cultivation speed was almost on par with a level 4 technique. Not to mention the additional effects. Such a high-level technique could rank in the top 10 even in a place like Magic City University, where wealthy geniuses were abundant. The key was that this technique was presented by Jiang Chen, who had just graduated from high school. He couldn't have possibly raided some ruins in the soul-severing forest. By the way, didn't you just say you needed my help? Jiang Yingxue suddenly remembered to ask. After receiving 2 such precious gifts from Jiang Chen, she felt uneasy if she didn't do something in return. Since you've been in Magic City for so long, do you know where I can exchange cash for spirit stones? Spirit pearls would work too. Jiang Chen currently had only 7 or 8 low-grade spirit stones left. He had synthesized a large number of pills before the college entrance examination, upgraded his spatial treasure, and used some over the past 2 days. Soon, he would need to go to the 37th secret realm with Su Mengran. If he didn't quickly replenish some stock, it would definitely not be enough. Exchanging cash for spirit stones? Jiang Yingxue frowned slightly and said, "What do you need so many spirit stones for?" Exchanging cash for spirit stones is a loss. Spirit stones are ultimately just currency from the world of the heavens. On Earth, many things that can be bought with spirit stones can also be purchased with cash. But if you want to exchange cash for spirit stones, you have to be prepared for a significant loss. Although there is an official exchange rate for cash to spirit stones are too rare in the market. The rarer something is, the more valuable it becomes. Naturally, the price goes up. I have my own uses, just take me there, Jiang Chen said. He certainly knew that exchanging cash for spirit stones would be a loss, but for him, spirit stones could be converted into more valuable things. This deal would definitely not be a loss. Alright then. Seeing Jiang Chen's insistence, Jiang Yingxue stopped trying to persuade him further. 2 hours later, Jiang Chen and Jiang Yingxue appeared on a chaotic street outside the Magic City. Various shops, stalls, and vendors were everywhere. The foot traffic was also quite large. At a glance, more than 90% of the people here were martial artists. Occasionally, a few spirit masters could be seen. This is the free trading area of the Magic City, with more than a dozen streets. Tanya, who studies refining as a secondary profession, often comes here to hunt for goods. I only found out about the shops that exchange spirit stones after coming here a few times with her, Jiang Yingxue said while looking around, then pulled Jiang Chen into a small shop at the street corner. Welcome. At the entrance, a mechanical puppet stood there, pointing to the LCD screen on its chest and said, "Please select the service you need." So high-tech? Jiang Chen leaned over to take a look. The LCD screen displayed several options: commission, sparring, hiring, and others. So this is also a talent trading market. However, the spirit stone exchange was not explicitly stated, so it must be under the other options. Jiang Chen clicked on others. A sound of metal scraping echoed, and a hidden door slowly opened on the far right. "Let's go," Jiang Chen said. Jiang. Yingxue nodded, her expression slightly tense. Although she knew spirit stones could be exchanged here, it was her first time entering. She felt that this place was somewhat different from what she had imagined. After entering the hidden door, they found a long corridor. On both sides of the corridor, there were many display racks showcasing various valuable items. Jiang Chen even saw a fist-sized inner core of a demon beast. From its color and aura, this demon beast's strength definitely exceeded the 9th rank. What exactly is this place? We didn't take a wrong turn, did we? Jiang Yingxue dared not even breathe as she looked at the things around her. Jiang Chen glanced at Jiang Yingxue. Speechlessly, if he remembered correctly, this place should be where Jiang Yingxue brought him, so shouldn't he be the one to say that? Finally, they reached the end of the corridor. When he saw the creature in the room, he fell into silence. If he wasn't mistaken, this should be a pig? Or rather, a very round little fat pig. It was sitting behind the counter, grunting as it stuffed things into its mouth. Hearing the noise, it turned its head to take a look. Then it turned back and continued to grunt while eating. Jiang Shui. Jiang Chen. Shayan, let's go out. I just feel something is off about this place. It's also my fault for not asking beforehand. I'll ask Tanya later, she must know. Jiang Shui said in a low voice. That's the only way, Jiang Chen nodded. Maybe they really went to the wrong place. It couldn't be that he was going to do business with a pig. Just as they were about to head back the way they came, a gentle female voice suddenly rang out, guests have arrived. Hearing this, Jiang Chen turned to look. He saw a woman in a qipao walking out from another hidden door. She looked to be around 25, her appearance could only be considered above average, but she had a faintly elegant aura. Jiang Chen let out a sigh, so the shopkeeper here isn't a pig. You're the pig. The qipao woman playfully glared at Jiang Chen, then walked over and picked up the little fat pig. So, what do you need? I sell qualifications to enter various secret realms, residency qualifications in the inner city, exchanges for spirit stones, and many other services, but customers need to spend a certain amount to unlock them. I want to exchange for some low-grade spirit stones. Spirit pearls are fine too. What's your exchange rate? Jiang Chen stepped forward to ask. For low-grade spirit stones, my rate is 20 to 1. Spirit stones are becoming increasingly scarce, and with the Shadow Realm about to open, this price is already quite favorable in the trading area, the qipao woman said with a smile. Hearing this, Jiang Shui's face was filled with shock. It's already double the official rate. Is that considered cheap? This is indeed something only the wealthy can afford. However, Jiang Chen caught another key point. What is the Shadow Realm? The Shadow Realm is a small projection of the myriad worlds, opening once every 2 years. Once you enter the Shadow Realm, you can participate in various activities to earn points for rewards, and you can also exchange items with merchants from the myriad worlds, so spirit stones naturally become essential, the qipao woman explained. Patiently. There's actually such a place? Jiang Chen was slightly taken aback. I also sell qualifications to enter the Shadow Realm, the qipao woman winked. No need to say, it must be a product that requires a certain spending amount to unlock. Jiang Chen was already familiar with these merchants' tactics, but he was indeed quite interested in the Shadow Realm and would definitely want to check it out if given the chance. Little brother is really smart. The qipao woman tapped the table with her finger. So, how many low-grade spirit stones do you need? Let's start with 50. Jiang Chen thought for a moment. Jiang Shui stumbled slightly. 50, how much was that? Please wait a moment. After saying that, the qipao woman picked up a little fat pig in her arms. The little fat pig was still grunting and munching on something, not stopping for a moment. However, Jiang Chen quickly noticed something was off. The little fat pig was holding a crystal stone in its paws. It was munching on it with great relish. The crystal stone in its mouth crunched and crackled like it was chewing on a carrot. Tuanzi, stop eating for a moment, I need 50 low-grade spirit stones, the qipao woman patted the little fat pig's bottom, and it finally stopped eating. Then it began to excrete stones. This scene left Jiang Chen stunned. He finally recognized what this little fat pig was. A gathering treasure pig. An extremely rare and precious spirit beast. It had no offensive capabilities but loved to eat various materials, ores, and herbs containing spiritual energy, excreting them in the form of spirit stones. Although it couldn't be said to be unclean, it had no odor whatsoever. But this way of producing really made Jiang Chen unable to accept it. Just give me the spirit pearls, 500 spirit pearls. Jiang Chen instantly changed his mind. Why didn't you say so earlier? I happen to have spirit pearls ready. The woman in the qipao touched the necklace around her neck, and suddenly a delicate carved wooden box appeared on the table. The necklace around her neck was clearly a storage item. Touching it before use is a typical feature of storage items. The woman in the qipao opened the wooden box, which was filled to the brim with crystal clear small pearls. She counted out 500 spirit pearls from inside, placed them in a separate packaging box, and handed it to Jiang Chen, saying, Here are the 500 spirit pearls you need, a total of 10 million. Will you be paying by card or cash? By card. Jiang Chen took out his wallet and handed over his bank card. After leaving the shop, Jiang Chen looked back at the store name. Mirror Moon Tower, a rather poetic name. It's just that the building was nowhere to be seen, and the shop door outside was pitifully small. But don't be fooled by the simple appearance. Inside it was a treasure trove. Just those few rows of display shelves were enough to open one's eyes. Not to mention the treasure pig raised in the shop. That thing is a spirit beast. Although it produces spirit stones, it needs to eat a large amount. of materials with spiritual energy first. But overall, it can still earn quite a bit. One can only say that the background of this shop is definitely not ordinary. Moreover, it mostly does business with regular customers. There shouldn't be many like them who stumbled in by accident. Just then, a commotion suddenly erupted in the crowd. I heard someone is selling E-grade alloy weapons up ahead, only 500,000 each, and people are going crazy. Damn, what kind of charity is this? An E-grade alloy weapon usually costs 7 figures. It seems to be some new technology from abroad. You'll know if you go take a look. If you go late, there won't be any left. Hearing the commotion around them, Zhang Chen and Zhang Yingxue also prepared to join the fun. After squeezing to the front row, they saw a young man with a bowl-cut hairstyle sitting at a stall, surrounded by a dense array of various weapons. Swords, guns, and clubs, everything was there. E-grade alloy weapons, the latest alloy technology from the Fusang country, all just 500,000. Line up nicely, one at a time, don't push. The bowl-cut young man was busy and cheerful, selling more than a dozen weapons in just a few minutes. Someone next to him who managed to grab a weapon immediately tried it with an F-grade alloy weapon, and it left no mark at all when he struck. It really is E-grade alloy. I made a profit, boss, give me 2 more. Seeing this, Zhang Chen also prepared to buy one to try. After all, at this price, it was like picking it up for free. After a long wait, it was finally his turn, but there weren't many weapons left at the stall. Zhang Chen picked a long sword and then looked at the bowl-cut young man. Can I test the strength of the weapon? Feel free to try. The bowl-cut young man waved his hand. As soon as he said that, everyone saw Zhang Chen pull out a brick from somewhere. Then he smashed it down onto the long sword with the brick. The result? Crack! The weapon shattered. Seeing this scene, everyone was dumbfounded. The bowl-cut young man was also frozen in place. The scene fell into a strange silence. Zhang Chen glanced at the shattered weapons on the ground and then at the bowl-cut youth. This shouldn't be my problem, right? The bowl-cut youth. Zhang Chen pushed the broken weapons forward with a look of indifference. I won't be buying any weapons, everything is right here. At this moment, the onlookers finally reacted. Is there a mistake? How could a brick break an E-grade alloy weapon? This person can't be selling fakes, right? But didn't someone just test it with an F-grade alloy weapon? If it were fake, it would definitely show in no time. I tried my own weapon too, and it seems fine. Seeing the crowd's reaction, the bowl-cut youth breathed a sigh of relief. Everyone, I absolutely cannot be selling fakes. The bowl-cut youth stood up and said emphatically, this new technology from our Fusang country has been patented, and I'm not the only one selling it. You can inquire about our reputation. E-grade alloy weapons can easily slay third-tier monsters. As for this person, the bowl-cut youth's gaze shifted to Zhang Chen, snorting coldly. Who knows if he's a competitor deliberately causing trouble? Our E-grade alloy weapons are cheap and accessible, and their effectiveness is not lacking at all. Now that everyone is coming to buy our E-grade alloy weapons, other merchants whose weapons aren't selling will definitely come looking for trouble. We've already anticipated this. But I still say, let the facts and products speak for themselves. Time will prove everything. The bowl-cut youth's impassioned speech stirred the crowd. Such cheap E-grade alloy weapons would undoubtedly disrupt the market and infringe on many people's interests. But for consumers, the cheaper, the better. If someone really came to cause trouble, they wouldn't be easily fooled. Zhang Chen, however, looked utterly speechless. He was genuinely attracted by the price and wanted to buy one to see if it worked well. Who knew that a brick, also an E-grade alloy weapon, could easily smash the weapon sold by the bowl-cut youth into pieces? Is this even worthy of being called E-grade alloy? Although the brick's destructive power was a bit excessive, there shouldn't be a situation where one alloy of the same grade could directly crush another. The material's foundation was right there. Now they were wrongfully accusing him of being a competitor sent to stir up trouble. Is this an attempt to divert blame and shift attention? Do they really think he can't speak up? Zhang Chen casually picked up a piece of the weapons fragment and identified it with a universal synthesis platform. Mixed metal fragment. E-grade alloy accounts for 2%, F-grade alloy accounts for 8%, black iron accounts for 20%, mysterious iron accounts for 30%, fine iron accounts for 40%. As soon as the identification result came out, this so-called E-grade alloy weapon was immediately exposed. After all this, the weapon only had a surface layer of E-grade alloy. The proportion was merely 2%. However, the person who made the weapon was clever. To make the weapon temporarily appear to have the strength of E-grade alloy, the internal material grade was gradually reduced. This created a buffer, preventing it from being exposed immediately. But to take such a counterfeit into battle, just thinking about it makes one realize how disastrous the outcome would be. After all, this thing isn't even on par with F-grade alloy weapons. Users of the weapon wouldn't. No, taking it to fight against weapons of the same grade or hunt third-tier monsters. Isn't that just handing it over for free? Moreover, just by observing with the naked eye, one could see the obvious boundary lines inside the weapon. Those unfamiliar with weapon forging might not understand what this situation represents. But anyone with a bit of basic knowledge in forging could see that there were major issues with the weapons materials. Seeing Jiang Chen not refute, the bull-cut youth thought he had guessed right, and his attitude became even more arrogant. Now you have nothing to say, right? Hurry up and compensate me for the weapon money, and get out of my way, don't delay me from doing business. My weapon was smashed to pieces by a brick in my hand, doesn't that indicate something? Jiang Chen raised his eyebrows and said, I don't know what method you used to smash my weapon, but since you came to trouble me on purpose, you must be prepared. I won't fall for your tricks so easily. Anyone who has bought my weapons should be able to see the quality of the weapons. Do you really need to put on a show here? The bull-cut youth sneered, pulling at the corner of his mouth. Are you really clueless or just pretending? Jiang Chen lifted the weapon fragments in his hand. Then how do you explain what these layers are at the break? The bull-cut youth glanced at it, somewhat confused. What's so strange about this? Since it's a new technology, the materials must be different from ordinary E-grade alloys. Besides, even ordinary E-grade alloys come in dozens of types, as long as the strength meets the standard, that's enough. Jiang Chen twitched the corner of his mouth. After all this, it turned out the bull-cut youth was just a novice. He probably didn't even know how this weapon was made. Moreover, from his tone earlier, there were quite a few other vendors selling this type of weapon. Most of these people were likely organized. Young man, what do you mean by that? Not all the buyers were fools. Immediately, a burly man stepped forward to ask. For those who lived on the edge, making a little money wasn't easy. If they really bought a counterfeit product, a loss of 500,000 wasn't something everyone could bear. This weapon does contain E-grade alloy components, but only a thin layer on the surface. Deeper inside, it's F-grade alloy, black iron, mysterious iron, and fine iron. After a pause, Jiang Chen continued, to put it simply, the part you see is real, but everything else is fake. Upon hearing this, a hint of panic flashed in the bull-cut youth's eyes. Many buyers also began to waver. Look closely at the two colors at the break, they do resemble fine iron and mysterious iron. Could it be that he's actually right? Oh my god, if what he says is true, then most of the materials in this weapon are fine iron and mysterious iron. Did I hit my head and spend 500,000 on a weapon made of fine iron and mysterious iron? I knew there would only be traps falling from the sky, so I've been watching and didn't take action. Now it seems my intuition was right. Refund me, I don't want the weapon. I want a refund too. A refund is impossible, anyway. I'm selling E-grade alloy weapons, believe it or not. The bull-cut youth put on a dead pig not afraid of boiling water expression, but inside he was actually panicking. It seemed today's business was impossible, he should quickly pack up and run. At that moment, several men in formal attire walked out from the crowd. We are from the Blacksmith Association. We received a report that someone here is selling counterfeit weapons in large quantities. Please come with us. The leading man took out his credentials and looked at the bull-cut youth expressionlessly. The bull-cut youth's face changed immediately. What do you want? I'm from Fusong, you don't have the right to detain me. Hearing the words of the man with the pot lid, the leader smiled. We never said we were asking you to do anything. You already know you're going to be detained, quite self-aware of you. You can't arrest me, I'm Mr. Oda's person, the pot lid head said anxiously. Mr. Oda? Oda Chishu? The smile on the man's face faded. If this matter is related to Oda Chishu, then we need to have a serious discussion with the Forging Masters Association of Fusong. The young man with the pot lid was slightly taken aback. What was going on? Why was Mr. Oda's name not working anymore? Oda Chishu was their diplomatic ambassador responsible for forging materials in Fusong. Didn't these guys fear they wouldn't sell materials to Longwa? Take him back first. The man waved his hand, and the two people behind him immediately dragged the pot lid head away. As the pot lid head was taken away, the deceived buyers immediately surrounded them. The scammer has been caught, what about our money? Exactly, that's my savings from 6 or 7 years. I should have known better than to be greedy. This is Mr. Luo Yunhan, right? I've seen your interview, you must help us get our money back. Now that they've caught the person, are we still worried about our money running away? Luo Yunhan poured cold water on everyone. These people are clearly organized, the money they collected may not even reach their accounts. However, we will do our best to recover your losses. Please keep your weapons, this is the only evidence proving your victim status? Hearing this, some people were immediately unhappy. So does this mean we might not be able to get it back? With such a big name as the Forging Masters Association, how can they not handle such a small matter? The Free Trade Zone is under the jurisdiction of the Forging Masters Association. We bought counterfeit goods. Shouldn't the Forging Masters Association compensate us? Exactly, this is the negligence of the Forging Masters Association. Why should we bear the consequences? Several victims protested relentlessly. Luo Yunhan had seen many such unreasonable people. He casually found a few official phrases and ignored them, continuing to arrange for people to handle the scene. By the way, who called to report this just now? Luo Yunhan suddenly remembered to ask. It was me. A boy with glasses and a face full of freckles stepped out from the crowd. How did you discover these weapons were fake? Luo Yunhan held a piece of weapon debris in his hand. I took a look, and the craftsmanship of these weapons is quite sophisticated. If one doesn't have knowledge of forging and see the internal structure, it's hard to tell just from the appearance that there's a problem. Just now, someone smashed the weapons sold here with a brick, and I thought there must be a problem. But at that time, many people still wanted to buy, so I called to report it, the boy said honestly. A brick? Luo Yunhan frowned. This style sounded a bit familiar. On the other side, Jiang Chen and Jiang Yingxue were already on their way back to the inner city. These Fusang people are so annoying. We have Fusang international students at our school, and even though they study here, they still look down on our school. I really don't know how to evaluate them, Jiang Yingxue said with a face full of exasperation. This incident should cause quite a stir, Jiang Chen said. Now that the Forging Masters Association is involved, these guys definitely won't get away. Just as Jiang Yingxue finished speaking, her phone suddenly rang. It's a call from Tanya. It's almost noon, I'll ask her to come out for lunch. Saying this, Jiang Yingxue pressed the answer button. As soon as she put the phone to her ear, she heard Tanya's roar. Yingxue, what kind of monster is your brother? His single-hand strength. Test result for the college entrance examination was 39,472 kilograms. What did you say? Jiang Yingxue was momentarily taken aback. I just saw the news and compared the photos carefully. It's definitely your brother. Tanya said excitedly. Wait, what did you just say his one-handed strength was? Jiang Yingxue doubted she had heard correctly. Forget it, I'll send you the link, you can see for yourself. Tanya knew that nothing she said would be as convincing as seeing it with her own eyes, so she hung up and sent the news link to Jiang Yingxue. Jiang Yingxue clicked on the link Tanya sent. After reading the content, she could hardly believe her eyes. It really was Jiang Chen. 39,472 kilograms. She clearly remembered that before she left Spring City last time, Jiang Chen's one-handed strength was still under 300 kilograms. Had it really increased by more than 100 times? Jiang Chen leaned over to Jiang Yingxue and glanced at her phone screen. I look pretty cool in that picture. Jiang Chen commented objectively. Be honest, what's going on with your one-handed strength? Jiang Yingxue asked seriously. Didn't I say? I had some opportunities in the soul-breaking forest. Besides the blood-sucking vine and the techniques I gave I also got some powerful pills, and my one-handed strength just shot up to over 30,000, Jiang Chen said casually. Jiang Yingxue. In such a short time, his one-handed strength went from a few hundred kilograms to nearly 40,000 kilograms. What kind of powerful pills could achieve such an effect? However, the end of the soul-breaking forest was the Sunset Mountain Range, which was adjacent to the entrance of the heavenly worlds. Such places indeed had many unknown variables. Anyway, from now on, you must be cautious with any pills of unknown origin. You weren't even a martial artist before, yet you dared to stuff any pills into your mouth without fear of problems. Jiang Yingxue was mainly worried about Jiang Chen's health. The higher the grade of the pills, the more serious the side effects could be. If his body couldn't withstand the side effects, it was possible for his meridians to be completely severed. I'm definitely not that foolish, Jiang Chen said. With a smile. That's good to know. Jiang Yingxue shot him a glare. Have you thought about what major you want to apply for? With your grades, you can choose any key university in the country. I'll just go to Magic City University. I don't feel like changing places, and you're there too, so I'll have someone to look out for me, Jiang Chen said, but suddenly stopped in his tracks. He turned to look at a stall he had just passed, where some old, worn items were displayed. Among them, a yellowed scroll caught his attention. This was already the edge of the free trading area. Most stalls sold items that weren't very valuable. The foot traffic was far less than that in the trading area. But the items at this stall seemed a bit interesting. Boss, how much are the things here? Jiang Chen walked up and asked. Which one are you asking about? Behind the stall was an old man wearing a tank top, holding a fan, who lazily looked up at Jiang Chen. Just this bottle. Jiang Chen pointed. Casually. 80. The old man quoted a price. $80? Jiang Chen asked uncertainly. Yes, 80 low-grade spirit stones, the old man added the unit for Jiang Chen. Hearing this price, Jiang Chen almost spat out a mouthful of old blood. He had originally wanted to test whether the old man knew his stuff. What if, like in the shows, he got lucky and found a treasure? The reality proved he was still too naive. What is this thing that can be worth 80 low-grade spirit stones? Jiang Yingxue was also shocked by this price, calling out randomly, but that's not how you call out a price. To be honest, she initially thought the stall owner was asking for 80 coins. A shabby old bottle like this couldn't possibly sell for a high price, right? Who knew there was a unit behind it? Not 1,000. But low-grade spirit stones. This price is simply terrifying. I don't know what it is, and you still want to buy it? The old man shook the fan in his hand. The things here are only sold to those with fate. If you can't see its value, it just means you don't know your goods. Isn't this just a soul bottle? What's so special about it? Jiang Chen picked up the bottle and examined it for a moment. The material is made from rough spirit jade scraps, and since the item is old, the engraved symbols are also damaged. 10 low-grade spirit stones would be fine for collection, but you asking for 80 low-grade spirit stones is just a scam. Jiang Chen's real goal was that yellowed scroll. Asking about the prices of other items was just to get a rough idea and divert the stall owner's attention. If he had asked about the scroll from the start, encountering a knowledgeable stall owner could mean he wouldn't be able to negotiate a good price. Oh? The old man didn't expect to meet someone so discerning today, who not only recognized this as a soul bottle but could also analyze the materials and the items. Completeness without missing a beat. Shayan, what is a soul bottle? Jiang Yingxue asked curiously. A soul bottle, as the name suggests, is used to collect souls. In ancient times, people also used soul bottles as burial items, but this is clearly a genuine item. If the symbols on it are not damaged, it should still be usable, Jiang Chen briefly explained. Collecting souls? Burial items? Jiang Yingxue's pupils contracted. Shayan, you should quickly put that down. What if there really are wandering souls inside? That's too inauspicious. How is that inauspicious? This thing can save your life at a critical moment. If the symbols on it are intact, let alone 80 low-grade spirit stones, even 800 wouldn't be enough, the old man said immediately. You also know this thing is broken. Jiang Chen put the soul bottle back in its place. I'm not really interested in collecting it. Do you have any other good items? Let me take a look. The old man rummaged through his stall and then pulled out a painting. After opening it, it depicted a landscape, looking quite old. This one is definitely still usable. It contains a trace of sword intent, very suitable for young people learning swordsmanship. If they can comprehend the sword intent within, their attack power can at least double. Wow, that's amazing. Jiang Yingxue's eyes sparkled, clearly excited by the old man's introduction. Not bad, just 50 low-grade spirit stones. The old man said with a smile. Will you sell it for 2 low-grade spirit stones? Jiang Chen suddenly spoke up. Young man, how can you bargain like this? I said 50 low-grade spirit stones, not 5. The old man was left speechless by Jiang Chen. Then make it 5. Jiang Chen immediately changed his tune. The old man knew Jiang Chen was someone who recognized goods and wouldn't be scammed out of money, so he could only relent. Alright, consider it a business opening. I'll sell it to you for 5 low-grade spirit stones. Is that really okay? Jiang Yingxue's eyes widened. Just like that, he cut off a zero and could buy it. This random shouting of prices and bargaining was just as reckless. Jiang Chen handed over 5 low-grade spirit stones, and after getting the painting, he casually handed it to Jiang Yingxue. I remember you're learning swordsmanship, so you can take this to use. For me? Jiang Yingxue was taken aback. Stop dawdling, I still want to see other things. Jiang Chen stuffed the painting into Jiang Yingxue's arms. Since Jiang Yingxue liked it and the price wasn't high, buying it for her was fine. The key was to let the old man make a sale. Wait for what he wants before continuing to bargain. Jiang Chen browsed through the stall and asked about several items before finally picking up the scroll. The moment he held it, he knew he hadn't made a mistake. This was indeed Luiying paper. The brand new Luiying paper was snow white with a bluish sheen, and its texture was extremely unique. Because The paper was expensive, it was specifically used to record some important things. Moreover, this item was likely from the celestial worlds. After all, only Feng Yinghao from the celestial world should possess the technology to manufacture Luiying paper. Although the Luiying paper in front of him had already yellowed, the occasional flash of blue light and the special texture of the Luiying paper left no room for doubt. What is this? Jiang Chen suppressed his excitement and asked the stall owner. A map. The old man seemed not very interested in this item. This thing has quite a background. I heard it was unearthed from an ancient relic, but no one can recognize the places drawn on it, so it has been unsold. Jiang Chen opened the scroll and took a look. It was indeed a hand-drawn map. The map was very rudimentary, with only some rough lines and 2 place names marked Phoenix Mountain and Wujin City. In between the two, there was a red dot marked. Jiang Chen had no clue about these 2 places for the time being. But he was very familiar with this style of map. Wasn't this a treasure map? Moreover, it was a treasure map drawn on Luiying paper. It was definitely a high-quality item. If the price was right, he would definitely buy it. Name your price. Jiang Chen said, looking up. I'm not trying to cheat you. 200 low-grade spirit stones. The old man thought for a moment. 20 low-grade spirit stones, I'll take it. Jiang Chen offered his psychological price. Young man, do you really bargain like this every time? I'm not just throwing out a random price for this map. Given its origin, it can't go any lower, the old man said earnestly. You also know that no one recognizes the places on it. It might have been drawn randomly. I'm mainly interested in the paper itself and want to buy it to study it. 20 low-grade spirit stones for a piece of paper is already quite generous of me. This. The old man felt a bit wavering. And I can guarantee that besides me, no one else would buy this broken map. At this point, Jiang Chen suddenly frowned. No, I think I'm losing out too much. 18 low-grade spirit stones, I can't go any higher. Why are you even lowering the price? It's 20 low-grade spirit stones, not a penny less. The old man glared at Jiang Chen. Alright, deal. Jiang Chen smiled. Jiang Chen finished paying and quickly pulled Jiang Yingshuet away. The old man sat behind the stall, thinking for a long time. The cost price of this scroll was 70. He shouted a price of 200, and in the end, sold it for 20. Damn it! Wasn't that a huge loss? Originally, he would never have accepted that price, but when Jiang Chen said that 20 low-grade spirit stones for a piece of paper was already quite generous, he actually found it reasonable. As a result, he got himself tangled up. But what he sold was clearly a map. Jiang Chen and Jiang Yingshuai got into a taxi. Seeing that the old man didn't chase after them, Jiang Chen finally breathed a sigh of relief. To buy a treasure map for 20 low-grade spirit stones was simply a windfall. He was just afraid that the old man would realize and come to settle the score with him. Jiang Chen opened the scroll and carefully studied the contents of the treasure map. But no matter how he recalled, he couldn't remember such a place in the world of the heavens. Could the treasure point be on Earth? That made even less sense. If it were on Earth, someone would have bought this treasure map long ago. Jiang Chen even hopelessly searched for these 2 place names on his phone. But there were no discoveries. Even if there were similar names, they didn't correspond to the map at all. Shouyan. The place drawn on this map feels a bit familiar to me. Jiang Yingshuai suddenly spoke up while sitting next to Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen's heart stirred, and he quickly asked, Are you sure? I just feel it's familiar, like I've seen it somewhere recently. Jiang Yingshuai frowned. Sister, think hard, even a little clue would be fine. Jiang Chen didn't expect the breakthrough to come from Jiang Yingshuai. If she had really seen this place, it would be a huge help. I haven't been to many places in the past month, except for going out once for outdoor training. I've mostly been at school. Jiang Yingshuai fell into deep thought. Jiang Chen didn't dare to urge her, afraid of accidentally interrupting her train of thought. Oh. Jiang Yingshuai's eyes suddenly lit up. I went to the library a while ago. At that time, I was looking up information and flipped through many ancient books. Maybe I saw it in some ancient book. Jiang Chen immediately perked up, adjusting his sitting posture. Sister, can you help me borrow the book, or take me to your school library? That definitely won't work. Jiang Yingshuai shook her head. Ordinary books can be borrowed freely, but ancient books can only be read on site, not taken out, and even taking photos is not allowed. Ah, what a pity. Jiang Chen looked regretful. It seemed he would have to wait until he filled out his application and received his admission notice before discussing it again. But I might be able to ask Tang. Yeah, for help. She has an excellent memory. I can have her memorize the contents of the book and then copy it for you. It shouldn't be a problem. Jiang Yingshuai changed her tone. Then what are we waiting for? Upon hearing this, Jiang Chen immediately looked at the taxi driver. Master, please take us to Magic City University. Upon arriving at Magic City University, Jiang Yingxue called Tanya out. Then Jiang Chen explained his purpose. I thought it was a big deal. Tanya patted her chest, confidently saying, Don't worry, I've got this. I study refining as a secondary profession and I have the basic skills in design and drawing. I will definitely help you copy the map completely. Then let's go find the book. We'll contact you when we have good news, Jiang Yingxue said to Jiang Chen. I'll wait for you in that cafe across the street. Jiang Chen said. Okay, Jiang Yingxue nodded. After Jiang Yingxue and Tanya entered Magic City University, Jiang Chen walked alone across the street. Entering the cafe, Jiang Chen ordered a cup of espresso at the front desk. Just as he was about to find a place to sit, he saw a few familiar figures. This isn't Jiang Yingshue's brother, the one who did the divination for Tianli yesterday, right? I heard Jiang Yingshue's family isn't doing well. How can this guy be wandering around Magic City every day, paying over 10,000 in taxes daily? I think he's not that simple. Yesterday's divination was too accurate. What real skill? It's definitely just a lucky guess. I think it was a coincidence too. Jiang Chen didn't pay attention to these people. After finding a spot, he took out his phone, preparing to watch a live stream to pass the time. A few minutes later, Tian Li's friend suddenly walked over to him. Do you need something? Jiang Chen put down his phone and looked up to ask. Pfft, he's actually watching Rainbow Rabbit's live stream. He really is just a little boy, liking this kind of female internet celebrity. A girl who was close to Tian Li covered her mouth and laughed. What's wrong with Rainbow Rabbit? I like her too, a boy next to her immediately said, dissatisfied. Can you just get to the point? Jiang Chen tapped the table. He had no good impression of these people and even less patience. If they were here to cause trouble, he wouldn't mind trying out his new skill with the blood-sucking vine on them. Kid, can you really do divination? Do one for me too. Yang Jieqiao came up to Jiang Chen. This was the first time Jiang Chen encountered someone eager for a divination. Refusing would make him seem like a con artist. Agreeing would mean someone would end up unlucky. He had no grudges against them, so he wouldn't go that far. See, he doesn't even dare to speak. I knew yesterday was just a coincidence, Li Xiaowei said with a mocking smile. That's so boring. I thought I really met someone like those experts in novels. Yang Jieqiao looked disappointed. I told you to read fewer novels. If you spent that time on cultivation, you'd have already become a second-tier warrior. Li Xiaowei looked at Yang Jieqiao speechlessly. Then how did you guess that Tian Li would have an accident yesterday? Yang Jieqiao asked Jiang Chen. Of course, it was the result of divination. Jiang Chen raised an eyebrow. It was possible yesterday, so why not today? Just do a divination for me. Yang Jieqiao persisted. My fees are quite high, Jiang Chen said earnestly. How high? Yang Jieqiao asked curiously. 1 low-grade spirit stone. Jiang Chen took a sip of his coffee. At this, Li Xiaowei and the others were dumbfounded. That fee isn't even high, right? Yang Jieqiao said, wide-eyed. Yang Jieqiao, why are you even talking to him? It's obvious he's a scammer. Anyone who believes his nonsense must have water in their brain. Li Xiaowei looked at Jiang Chen with disgust. With a family like Jiang Yingshue's, this kid probably hasn't even seen what a low-grade spirit stone looks like, yet he's trying to charge so much. Hearing this, Jiang Chen suddenly changed his mind. However, sometimes when I see someone fated, I will still help with divination for free. Jiang Chen casually took out the divination crystal ball, using his backpack as cover, and then looked at Li Xiaowei. Today, I think you're quite fated. Are you going to give me a free fortune-telling? Li Xiaowei was somewhat taken aback. Originally, she wasn't interested. But when Jiang Chen mentioned it was free, she couldn't help but feel tempted. It was like at first someone wanted to sell you something for 100,000. Even if you didn't like it at all, when they said they would give it to you for free, most people wouldn't refuse. If there's a bargain to be had, why not take it? Then I'll give you a chance to prove yourself. Li Xiaowei huffed lightly, but I must say, no matter how accurate your fortune-telling is, don't even think about making a penny off me. Don't worry, it will definitely be accurate beyond measure, Jiang Chen said meaningfully. Hey, I say, are you treating men and women differently? You help the young lady with a free fortune-telling, but when it comes to me, it's just a piece of low-grade spirit stone. You're not that old, but you're quite realistic, Yang Jieqiao said, fuming. All things in the world have their destined course, you're just not at the point where you need a fortune-telling, Jiang Chen said, holding the crystal ball and speaking mysteriously. Stop rambling and hurry up with the fortune-telling, Li Xiaowei urged. Let me take a look. Jiang Chen stared at the crystal ball, and he saw the sea. Monster of misfortune swimming from the interior to the edge, followed by its sharp voice echoing in his mind, "Who do you want to mess with today?" Jiang Chen ignored the voice in his head and looked up seriously at Li Xiaowei. "Sister, your luck isn't good today, you need to be extra careful when you're out." Li Xiaowei's face immediately darkened. "You little brat, I knew you were messing with me on purpose. Can't you speak properly?" "My fortune-telling never goes wrong," Jiang Chen said just as a passing waiter tripped over the table corner, sending a tray of coffee flying in a perfect arc, landing right on Li Xiaowei's head. "Ah!" she screamed, as hot coffee drenched her, and the coffee cup hit her as well. Seeing this, Yang Jieqiao and the others were wide-eyed. "Good heavens, this is too accurate." Jiang Chen nodded in satisfaction. Although the form of the fortune-telling crystal ball had changed, the effect was still as good as ever. "It's just a coincidence, it must be a coincidence." Li Xiaowei's face turned pale. Just thinking about Tian Li's tragic situation made her unable to believe Jiang Chen's words. If Jiang Chen's fortune-telling was all correct, didn't that mean she would also encounter something terrible today? "Xiaowei, don't worry too much. This little brother just said your luck is bad today." Last time, Tian Li's fortune-telling result indicated a bloody disaster. It's completely different. Yang Jieqiao, knowing what Li Xiaowei was thinking, comforted her. "Is that so?" Li Xiaowei quickly looked at Jiang Chen. "You indeed won't be in any life-threatening danger, but when someone is down on their luck, many things are unpredictable. I can't help you with anything else, I can only advise you to seek your own blessings." After saying that, Jiang Chen continued to pick up his phone to watch the live stream. At that moment, Li Xiaowei received a text message. When she opened it, her face turned even uglier. "Xiaowei, what's wrong?" someone nearby asked. "My roommate called and said a thief broke into our dorm building and just happened to steal my alchemy furnace." Li Xiaowei was on the verge of tears. "That cost me 80,000. Hiss. Hearing this, everyone present gasped. Jiang Chen's fortune-telling could no longer be called accurate. It was simply divine. "Master, can I have your contact information?" Yang Jieqiao was the first to react, quickly leaning over to Jiang Chen's table to ask. "Master, I also want your contact information so I can help take care of your business in the future." Another excited boy rushed forward. "Master, you must save me, I don't want to end up like Tian Li, who's still lying in the hospital." Li Xiaowei, with red eyes, sobbed. "I said before, I only do divination for those with fate, and besides, next semester, we'll all be alumni, so let's skip the contact information." Jiang Chen looked up briefly and said, "Oh, so the master is also coming to study at Magic City University. If you need anything in the future, feel free to find me, I'm in the same class as your sister." Yang Jieqiao immediately replied. "Just don't cause trouble for my sister," Jiang Chen said, his eyes carrying a hint of warning. "I wouldn't dare. The master's sister is my sister, I will definitely respect her well in the future." Yang Jieqiao eagerly expressed his attitude. "Shameless." The others shot a disdainful glance at Yang Jieqiao. "Master, what should I do?" Li Xiaowei felt that there was still something waiting for her. "Your luck hasn't been good these past 2 days, just stay in the dormitory honestly, don't run around, and you'll get through it," Jiang Chen said. Thank you, master," Li Xiaowei hurriedly expressed her gratitude. A nearby table, seeing the commotion over here, was filled with confusion. These people are really strange, they were just fierce, as if they were looking for trouble, and now they're all bowing and scraping with such a good attitude. They probably ran into a tough nut. The key is that this change happened too quickly, they didn't even fight or argue, and they surrendered so fast. Magic City is full of hidden talents. It's not just about numbers. After sending Yang Jieqiao and the others away, Jiang Chen finally found some peace. At this moment, he received a text from Jiang Yingxue. "We found the book, we'll be out in half an hour. At most." A smile appeared on Jiang Chen's face. It seems there really is hope. If the map Jiang Yingxue found in the ancient book matches the treasure map's content, then he can roughly deduce the treasure's location from the information in the ancient book. So, the things on this treasure map will eventually be his. After watching the live stream for a while, Jiang Yingxue and Tangya appeared at the entrance of the cafe. "I'm over here." Jiang Chen raised his hand. Jiang Yingxue and Tangya immediately walked over to him. "I didn't let you down." Tangya slapped a folded map on the table in front of Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen quickly picked up a map and opened it. After reading the contents, a smile spread across his face. It really is exactly the same. The only difference is that the Phoenix Forest and Wujin City on the treasure map have turned into the Endless Sea of Fire and Azura City. Although the place names are different, both the terrain and the locations of the two places correspond perfectly. "Does the ancient book say where this is?" Jiang Chen asked, looking up. Jiang Yingxue nodded. It's the Red Lotus Ruins, which appeared about 200 years ago, and is now controlled by the three major families of the imperial capital. Outsiders basically have no chance to enter. Jiang Chen searched his mind but found no information about the Red Lotus Ruins. It seemed that the confidentiality measures regarding the ruins were very effective. Ordinary people had no way to access them. That was why this treasure map ultimately ended up in his hands. Otherwise, how could he have the chance to pick up a bargain? By the way, who are the three major families in the imperial capital? Jiang Chen asked Jiang Yingxue. The Xia family, the Su family, and the Meng family. Jiang Yingxue listed the three surnames. These three major families existed before the arrival of the celestial world, and their foundations are very deep. There are branches of them in the celestial world, but ordinary people like us can't come into contact with such big figures. It's a pity. About the map you bought. The Su family? Jiang Chen stroked his chin. He remembered that Su Mengran was from the imperial capital. And her family was quite well off. Could she be related to the Su family of the three major families? Thinking of this, Jiang Chen picked up his phone. Wait a moment, I'll ask a friend. Jiang Yingxue and Tanya exchanged glances. What kind of friend could Jiang Chen have that could inquire about the three major families? The information about these families was extremely scarce. Besides what was passed down by word of mouth, one could only find some basic introductions online. Because of this, Jiang Yingxue had no hope at all. Jiang Chen pulled up Su Mengran's number and sent a text. Old classmate, I want to ask, are you from the Su family of the three major families in the imperial capital? 2 minutes later, Su Mengran replied with a string of ellipses followed by the question, why are you asking this? Jiang Chen immediately replied, just asking, is there anything we can't talk about? After all, I've already seen your true self. Su Mengran, what's wrong with my true self? Jiang Chen, well, actually, there's nothing wrong with being real. Su Mengran, are you saying I'm not real enough usually? Jiang Chen, no, I got sidetracked. I meant to say, if you are from the Su family, I want to ask you for a favor, and there will definitely be benefits for you. Su Mengran, I used to be, but now I've severed ties with the Su family. But what benefits can you offer me? Are you planning to bribe me with the other two items from the treasure chest? Jiang Chen's mouth twitched. He didn't expect the campus beauty Su to be so realistic. Hearing there were benefits, her replies became longer. Jiang Chen pulled his thoughts back and continued, I want to enter the Red Lotus Ruins. Do you have a way to get me in? Su Mengran, the Red Lotus Ruins? That might be a bit complicated. I'm not in Spring City right now, but I'll be going to Magic City in 2 weeks. You should come over early, and we can talk when we meet. Jiang Chen raised his eyebrows. Did that count as an agreement? He thought it would take a lot of effort just to ask about her identity. He didn't expect Su Mengran to be so straightforward. As for her wanting the other two items from the treasure chest as a reward, that was thinking too much. When the time came, he could just use the synthesis platform to create something for Su Mengran. There would surely be something she would like. Xiaoyan, how's it going? Did you find out anything? Jiang Yingxue asked with concern. I found out something, but whether I can go to the Red Lotus Ruins is still uncertain. By the way, Jiang Chen took out the purple-green skill he had prepared earlier from his backpack and handed it to Tanya. You've helped me so much today. So this skill is a gift for you. The purple-green skill was the most ordinary of all the third-level skills he had synthesized. With no additional effects and not worth much. Giving it to Tanya was just a way to repay her kindness. Of course, Jiang Chen also considered Tanya's good relationship with Jiang Yingxue. Otherwise, he wouldn't be so generous. You're giving me a skill? Tang. You doubted if she had heard correctly. I'm not joking, take it and see if it suits you. Jiang Chen pushed the skill forward. I have this feeling like I'm born to stumble upon good fortune. Tanya couldn't hide her joy on her face as she took the technique. Manual, flipping through a few pages, quickly realizing something was off. This isn't a first-level technique, is it? She was still thinking that if it were a first-level technique, she could take it back for her little sister to use. But the content inside was clearly much more profound than the technique she currently had. Although she couldn't determine the specific level, it definitely wasn't a first-level technique. Who told you it was a first-level technique? Jiang Chen looked at Tanya helplessly. This is a third-level technique. What did you say? Tanya's eyes widened suddenly. Third level? That's right. Jiang Chen nodded. Tanya slammed her hand on the table, and with a crack, the table shattered into pieces. Jiang Chen, who was just about to lift His coffee cup also dropped it on the floor, splashing it all over his pants. Jiang Chen suddenly felt that taking out a third-level technique in public was a wrong decision. Now he had to pay for the coffee shop's table. Tanya, keep it down, everyone is watching us. Jiang Yingxue whispered. Sorry, I got too excited. Tanya carefully tucked the technique into her bag, planning to study it slowly when she got back. At that moment, a waiter walked over. Excuse me, what happened here? The waiter looked at the shattered glass table, frowning as he asked. An accident, just a simple accident. Tanya quickly took out her wallet. How much for the table? I'll pay. Seeing that Tanya was willing to compensate, the waiter's expression improved significantly. It's a total of 800. No problem. Tanya stood up and said, put this table's bill on my tab, take me to the front desk to settle it. After Tanya left, Jiang Yingxue looked at Jiang Chen with a worried expression. Are you really going to the Red Lotus ruins? That's the territory of the three major families. Even if you have a way to get in, it doesn't mean you can come out unscathed. Don't worry, if I go, it won't be now. Jiang Chen smiled and said. Next month is the day he agreed to go to the 37th secret realm with Su Mengran. Soon, Magic City University will start classes again. In a short time, he wouldn't be able to find the opportunity to go to the imperial capital. After Tanya finished settling the bill at the front desk, the three of them left the coffee shop. They first found a place to have lunch and then strolled around near Magic City University. Oh no! It's almost 2 o'clock. Tanya suddenly glanced at the time on her phone. I need to go to the Alchemist Association. Master Qin has a free lecture today. Tanya looked up at Jiang Yingxue. Yingxue, are you going? Didn't you say last time that you were quite interested in alchemy and plan to take an elective course next semester? Jiang Yingxue hesitated a bit. What about Xiao Yan? In fact, it was only after she had some money that she thought about taking an elective in alchemy. In the past, she would have preferred to spend her extra time working. She wouldn't have dared to fantasize about such an expensive side profession as alchemy. What's the big deal? Let's go together, Tanya said immediately. I'm fine with it, Jiang Chen shrugged. Then what are we waiting for? Hurry up, we're going to be late. Tanya quickly hailed a taxi by the roadside. There are 8 alchemist associations in Magic City. The headquarters is located in the city center, in a giant building with over 50 floors. The 3 of them arrived at the headquarters of the Alchemist Association. They first asked for directions, then waited for the elevator, and took the elevator. When they found the place, there were only 5 minutes left until the lecture started. Tanya walked to the window to take a look, then turned back and waved to Jiang Chen and Jiang Yingxue. There are seats in the back, let's hurry in. But as they reached the door, a staff member stopped them. Master Qin's class is already full, you can come back another day. Tanya thought she had misread the situation and tilted her head to peek into the room. Where is it full? There are clearly seats available in the back. Those are reserved for others, you can wait for the next session, the staff member said expressionlessly. Reserved? Tanya looked at the staff member with a face full of doubt. This is clearly a free lecture. I've been here a few times before and have never heard of reservations. You must be mistaken. This is a new rule from our Artifact Refiners Association. Hurry up, Master Qin is about to arrive, don't cause trouble here. The staff member waved their hand impatiently. Just then, a few young people walked over from the direction of the elevator. They looked to be around 16 or 17. Even younger than Jiang Chen. Hello, we are friends of Su Liang. He said he reserved seats for us, the boy at the front said. Yes, your seats are reserved. The staff member smiled and pointed to the room, last row, although it's a bit far, the view is great. Thank you, the boy said to the staff member before leading the others inside. Seeing this scene, Tanya was so angry that she felt like her head was about to explode. Is this what you call a reservation? Just because these guys have connections? Tanya pointed at the young people who had just entered, her hands trembling slightly. She had been waiting for this class for almost 3 months. Although she arrived late, she was not actually late. If it was already full, she would accept it. But there were clearly seats inside, why couldn't she go in? Jiang Yingxue frowned in displeasure as well. It wasn't that they had to attend this class. It was just infuriating to encounter such a situation. You little brat, is this not enough? If you keep making a scene, I'll have to call security. At that point, you'll be blacklisted, and you can forget about entering the Artifact Refiners Association, the staff member warned loudly. The few young people who had just entered noticed the commotion at the door. What's their problem? How dare they cause trouble? At the Artifact Refiners Association? It seems they're saying we took their seats. That's ridiculous, we made arrangements in advance. Is it the same? Exactly, we're all friends of Su Liang. Isn't it normal to have a little privilege? Honestly, it feels pretty good to go through the back door, huh? These young people spoke without trying to hide their voices, and Jiang Chen and the others at the door heard everything. Tanya's face turned from green to white, and in the end, she could only grit her teeth. Forget it, we'll come back next time. It's just a few more months of waiting. She just wanted to leave this place as soon as possible. If she stayed any longer, she feared she would lose control of her temper. I've been meaning to ask, who is this Su Liang they mentioned? Jiang Chen suddenly asked. He's Master Qin's new apprentice. I've heard he has quite a good talent. He's just a sophomore in high school. Tanya snorted lightly. I was actually quite impressed with him, but I didn't expect him to rely on connections right after entering. And who is Master Qin? He can't be one of the 8 chief masters. Can he? Jiang Chen continued to ask. How could that be? What do you think the 8 chief masters are? They never show themselves easily. Master Qin is just an artifact refiner with the title of master. There are several hundred such masters in the entire Artifact Refiners Association. Tanya explained immediately. A master-level artifact refiner is already quite impressive. Second only to the chiefs, Zhang Yingxue added from the side. Oh, Jiang Chen nodded. Actually, I know a master from the Artifact Refiners Association who has a pretty high status. I saved his contact information last time. I can ask if there are any other masters giving lectures. Hearing this, before Tanya and Zhang Yingxue could say anything, the staff member scoffed. I say, you all should hurry up and leave. Acting like this in front of me is pointless. Jiang Chen ignored the staff and took out his phone, scrolling to Nia Lin's number. After dialing, it rang once before being answered. Kid, what made you suddenly think of calling me? Have you come to your senses and decided to become my disciple? Nia Lin's teasing voice came through the phone. I just wanted to ask if you know any masters from the Alchemist Association in Magic City. Can you introduce me to a couple? Jiang Chen leaned against the wall and said. Am I not a master enough for you? You want to meet other masters? Nia Lin replied irritably. No, I have 2 friends who want to attend your master's lecture, but their spots were taken by some connections, and they don't want to make a trip for nothing. That's why I thought of you. Jiang Chen spoke honestly. You little brat, you come to me for such trivial matters? I'm a busy person, I don't have time for this kind of small stuff unless you become my disciple or introduce me to that expert. Then I could find you 10 masters without a problem. No disciple, no expert, but I do have a piece of equipment. I wonder if you're interested. What equipment? Nia Lin asked lazily. A pair of shoes that can increase movement speed by 50%. If the external wind force exceeds level 3, the movement speed can stack with the wind. When Nia Lin heard the first part, he didn't react much. But as soon as he heard the second part, he perked up immediately. You wait for me, it's Magic City, right? I'm flying over to find you. Hey, what about the masters you were supposed to find for me? Jiang Chen hurriedly said. At the lecture entrance, right? I'll call them over right away. With that, Nia Lin hung up the phone. While Jiang Chen was on the call, the staff beside him had been stifling laughter. Jiang Yingxue and Tanya were also confused. Got it, Jiang Chen put away his phone. You acted pretty convincingly. The staff gave Jiang Chen a thumbs up, but their tone was full of sarcasm. Shayan, which master do you know? Zhang Yingxue asked with some concern. The masters of the Refining Association are all high and mighty, how could one casually get acquainted with them? And to specifically come looking for them, that sounds even more unreliable. She wasn't doubting Jiang Chen was lying. She was just afraid Jiang Chen had been deceived by some unscrupulous people. The ones who came today are others, I don't know who they are. As for the masters I know, I'll introduce them to you when there's a chance in the future. Jiang Chen thought for a moment and decided not to scare Zhang Yingxue and Tanya by revealing it. After all, Nia Lin's identity was not ordinary. If he said it, Zhang Yingxue and Tang, you might not believe him. The staff member shook his head. He had been at the Refining Association for 4 or 5 years and had never encountered such a peculiar situation. It was just a small loss, he should just leave quickly with his tail between his legs. Yet he insisted on saving face. Now he wanted to see how the other party planned to wrap things up. Not long after, a middle-aged man with glasses and slicked back hair approached, holding a notebook. A young boy accompanied him. Master Qin. Upon seeing the newcomer, the staff member immediately forced a smile and called out. What's going on with them? Master Qin glanced at Jiang Chen and the others. Oh, they arrived late. I told them clearly, but they were unwilling to leave. I've already contacted security, they'll be kicked out soon, the staff member said. That's not true. Tanya shot a glance at the young boy beside Master Sheen, her tone full of accusation. We clearly arrived first, but they said the seats were reserved for your apprentice's friends. I argued with this person a bit, and he actually threatened me, saying he would put me on the blacklist of the Refining Association. Is that so? Our Refining Association has no such rules. Master Sheen frowned and turned to the young boy beside him. How could that be? I invited a few friends over today, but they are definitely not the kind of unreasonable people, the boy said with a naive smile. Right. It was a few friends of young Master Su who arrived first. These three came a bit late, and I couldn't do anything about it, the staff member immediately chimed in. Damn, I really can't hold back my temper. Tanya rolled up her sleeves, they were still here, and they were just lying through their teeth, treating them like deaf mutes. Su Liang even said his friends weren't unreasonable. What did that mean if not that they were the unreasonable ones? Don't argue with them, let's wait a bit longer. Jiang Yingxue pulled Tang. Yeah, and whispered. Seeing Tanya's reaction, Master Qin's frown deepened, clearly displeased. Hurry up and get them out of here, don't disturb the teacher's class, the young boy said, glancing at the staff member. Don't worry, we absolutely won't disturb the master's class, the staff member replied, bowing and nodding, then quickly took out his walkie-talkie to contact security to come over. Just then, the elevator doors suddenly opened. An elderly man with gray hair walked out. Upon seeing him, Master Qin hurriedly approached. Teacher, why did you come? Master Qin asked respectfully as he reached the old man. Master Nye sent me to pick up the three little friends. The old man scanned the room and then walked up to Jiang Chen. You must be Jiang Chen, right? Yes, that's me, Jiang Chen nodded. According to Master Nye's instructions, I've already made arrangements, the three of you can come with me, the old man said with a smile. Hearing their conversation, everyone present was stunned. Especially the staff member, who felt utterly crushed inside. Master Nye? This person actually knows Master Nye. Oh heavens, what kind of person has he provoked? Nye Lin's temper is notorious throughout the refining world, strange and hard to approach. Jiang Chen not only knew Nye Lin, but could also call on him. The key was that Nye Lin was one of the 8 chief members of the Alchemist Association. With this connection, he still came to listen to a lecture by an ordinary master. Wasn't this just a joke? He was now filled with regret, immense regret, for offending the people in front of him just to cling to Su Liang's leg. Compared to Nye Lin, what was Su Liang? No matter how good his talent was, even if he had become a disciple of Master Qin. But Master Qin had a teacher above him and above that were the 8 chief members. The gap was already vast. At this moment, Su Liang was also sweating coldly. The little bit of pride he had at the beginning had completely vanished. Now, all that was left in his heart was fear. Although he didn't know the specifics of what had happened, he indeed had the staff reserve a seat for him. This was definitely against the association's regulations. If it were to be investigated, he would definitely be penalized. Moreover, these people knew Master Nye. He had been in the Alchemist Association for so long and had never met a single chief member. Yet they had a good relationship with Nye Lin. The disparity was instantly apparent. If they wanted to make trouble for him, it would just take a word. No wonder his parents had repeatedly advised him to be low-key before he joined the Alchemist Association. Now he deeply understood the meaning of that advice. Jiang Yingxue and Tanya were even more like they were dreaming. It wasn't until they followed Jiang Chen into the elevator that they regained their senses. Yingxue, honestly, is your family some super wealthy clan? Are you and your brother hiding your identities to train? Tanya had imagined a lot and finally couldn't help but ask Jiang Yingxue. Jiang Yingxue was speechless. What are you thinking? I'm even starting to suspect if my brother was swapped. Jiang Chen stood by, not daring to speak. He really couldn't respond to that. The original owner shared the same name and appearance as him. For him, this was like a doppelganger from another world. But if he had to say the difference, there definitely was one. However, he had already regarded Jiang Yingxue as his own sister. In his past life, he had no parents and grew up in an orphanage. If he really had a sister, she would probably look just like Jiang Yingxue. While Jiang Chen was lost in thought, the elevator stopped on the 48th floor. 3 of you, we have arrived, please follow me. The old man stepped out of the elevator and walked straight ahead. Jiang Chen and the others quickly followed. Before long, they arrived at a place resembling a laboratory. Various instruments and materials were visible everywhere. There were also a dozen people engaged in a heated debate about something. But when the old man entered the room, everyone immediately fell silent. Master! You, everyone shouted in unison. Come, let me introduce you all. Master Yu pointed to Jiang Chen and the others behind him and said. These three were introduced by Master Nia and will participate in our research together. Introduced by Master Nia? Then our research this time is definitely going to be fine. As long as we solve this problem, we won't need the sea crystal from the Fusang country. The Fusang country is really too much. Not only do they raise prices every year, but this year they even sold their domestic failed products to our country. Fortunately, we discovered it early, otherwise, the market would have been in chaos. But speaking of which, the three experts introduced by Master Nia look quite young and promising. They should let those who are not progressing come and learn. Everyone on site was very excited, while Jiang Chen and the others were left with a head full of questions. What research? Weren't they here to attend a lecture? Why was everyone here looking at them with such expectation? Surely, there wasn't a mistake in any of the arrangements? Under the watchful eyes of everyone in the laboratory, Zhang Yingxue pulled Jiang Chen and Tangya aside, her face filled with terror as she said, Xiaoyan, what do they mean? I don't quite understand. Tangya swallowed hard, also looking frightened. I've seen several renowned figures in this laboratory, and when they called me an expert, I really don't know if I'm going crazy or if they are. Jiang Chen. He always felt that something was off. Nia Lin wouldn't have dug a pit just to wait for him to jump in, would he? Wait a moment, I'll make a call to ask. Jiang Chen took out his phone and dialed Nia Lin. This time, it rang 7 or 8 times before connecting. What is it now? Nia Lin's familiar voice came through the phone. Why did you bring us to the Alchemist Association's laboratory? Jiang Chen cut straight to the point without any small talk. Oh, I thought you wanted to hear a master lecture. The place I found for you is the one with the most masters. In the entire Alchemist Association, the most professional place. Here, you can learn the most cutting-edge alchemy knowledge. How about that? I'm reliable, right? Nia Lin laughed heartily. Jiang Chen. He suspected that Nia Lin had some strange misunderstanding of the word reliable. Can we change the venue? Jiang Chen suggested. What did you say? The signal here isn't very good. Just stay in the laboratory with your friends, it's much more useful than listening to some nonsense. Lecture. Nia Lin shouted. Forget it, I'm at the airport now. Let's talk when we meet again. With that, Nia Lin abruptly hung up the phone. Jiang Chen looked at the phone screen, the veins on his forehead throbbing. He shouldn't have had any hopes for Nia Lin. It turned out this guy was just a pitfall. Experts, what are you doing standing at the door? Come in. A young man in his early 30s waved enthusiastically at Jiang Chen and the others. We're about to start a meeting to sort out our research results from this period. Since you're new, you might not be familiar with the progress, so it's a good opportunity to listen. Actually, we don't understand anything, and it's really inappropriate for us to attend your meeting like this. We'll come back another day. Jiang Chen immediately found an excuse to slip away. Why are you being so modest? Master Nia wouldn't make a mistake bringing you here. The young man didn't believe Jiang Chen's words and directly pulled him into the laboratory. Zhang Yingxue and Tangya exchanged glances, unsure of what to do now. Let's just follow along and see. We never claimed to be experts. If they mistook us, it can't be blamed on us, Tangya suggested after thinking for a moment. I guess that's the only way, Zhang Yingxue nodded. The laboratory was quite large. But it was filled with a lot of things, extremely messy. Even the so-called meeting room was just a table hastily set up in a corner. It was piled high with various materials and documents, not much better than a garbage heap. Everyone, sit down. The young man urged Jiang Chen and the others to take a seat, then pulled out a laptop from somewhere. Today is our 34th meeting, and I'll give everyone a summary. This time our plan is to research substitutes for the sea crystal from the Fusang country. The sea crystal is a necessary material for high-grade alloys, forcing us to spend a lot of money every year to purchase the required sea crystals from Fusang. But Fusang raises the price every year, and this year it increased by 20%, which is simply outrageous. The young man became more and more excited, but was suddenly interrupted by Yu Zhong. Rongzhou, everyone is already aware of this, you don't need to repeat it. Get to the point. I just thought with 3 newcomers here, I wanted them to understand the background. Rongzhou chuckled twice, then looked at the computer screen and said, let's first talk about our current progress. So far, we have tried 112 materials. No, with today's experiment, that's a total of 113, none of which can perfectly replace the function of sea crystal. Summary complete. Jiang Chen. Jiang Xue. Tang ya. This is a lonely research. What's the point of holding a meeting? Won't it just make us more reclusive? Does anyone have any good suggestions? Speak up quickly. The property should ideally be close to sea crystal, and the price can't be too high, Rongjo said, looking at everyone. We've tried everything we can, I really can't think of anything else. Should we look at fire attribute materials? Extreme. Opposites can counteract each other, right? Then I say, why not try materials from demon beasts? Demon beast materials can never be used in alloy production, that's basic knowledge. I see you're regressing. What about plants? Animals won't work. Let's use plants. As the discussion went on, everyone quickly began to let their imaginations run wild. All sorts of bizarre ideas emerged. It was clear that their search for alternatives was not going smoothly. However, Jiang Chen felt that these people's research was rather childish. Testing one material after another of the same attribute, can that really be called research? Doesn't anyone have a bit of innovative spirit in scientific research? Anyone can use the process of elimination. 3 experts, do you have any good ideas? Rongjo turned his gaze to Jiang Chen and the others. Jiang Xue and Tang Ya looked as honest as quails. Clearly, this question could only be answered by Jiang Chen. Under the gaze of more than a dozen eyes, Jiang Chen put down his phone, cleared his throat, and said, do you all know why, when refining medicine, as long as it's not the main material, it's very easy to find substitutes for auxiliary materials? That's because there are many types of medicinal materials. Rongjo replied without thinking. But I remember that many substitutes for elixir materials are not limited to just one herb. So why should we limit ourselves to a single material? If we can't find a substitute for sea crystal, let's try using several materials. Who knows, we might be able to refine an alloy that closely matches the properties of sea crystal in all aspects, and then add this new alloy to the original alloy formula. Wouldn't that perfectly solve the problem? Jiang Chen spread his hands and said. Hearing this, many people present felt as if they had been enlightened. Rongjo even slapped the table and suddenly stood up. Why didn't I think of that? This method, although somewhat time-consuming, was definitely on the right track. It was better than just sitting here, having tried all the materials without finding a solution. Other researchers nodded in agreement. No wonder Master Nya brought you here, your thinking is quite unique. To connect refining medicine with refining tools is definitely a talent. We've been too rigid in our thinking. Since it's an alloy, we should try using more materials instead of sticking to the original formula, always thinking about finding substitutes. Exactly, even if we completely change the formula, no one will come to us for compensation. Listening to the discussions around him, Jiang Chen let out a sigh of relief. This should count as having passed the test. Jiang Chen, I didn't realize you understood so much. Tang Ya looked at Jiang Chen with admiration. I just searched for it on the web a moment ago, Jiang Chen said in a low voice. Tang Ya's eyes widened. She originally thought it was ridiculous enough to be called an expert by a group of masters. She didn't expect it to get even more absurd. The content Jiang Chen casually searched for actually impressed this group of masters? It was simply absurd beyond absurdity. The reason Jiang Chen thought of searching for relevant content online was that he remembered many common elixirs had several, even dozens, of versions of their formulas. He went to get a general understanding. Then he discovered that many auxiliary medicinal materials had various substitutes. If one material couldn't be perfectly replaced, then use 2, 3, or 5. The formulas were optimized layer by layer. In the end, the effect was better and the cost was more affordable. He applied the same principle to weapon forging. The emergence of alloy weapons has only a history of a few decades. Moreover, due to the high cost of materials and experimental expenses, very few people would optimize alloy formulas. But now that the Weapon Forgers Association wanted to set this precedent, applying the method of optimizing elixir formulas was completely reasonable. To gain people's trust, one must certainly pay attention to methods. Plus, since he was introduced by Nya Lin, these talents would easily listen to him. Otherwise, if it were someone else, this theory might not be taken seriously. After the meeting, Rongjo arranged for someone to do material comparisons. Yu Zhong then took them to a separate room. As soon as they walked in, Jiang Chen saw a brilliantly shining long sword floating in a display case. Surrounding the display case was a visible barrier. Wow, what weapon is this? It's so beautiful. Tang Ya exclaimed, her eyes sparkling as she approached the display case. It looks crystal clear, not much like an alloy weapon. Jiang Xue also stepped forward and observed for a moment before speaking. That's right. This is not an alloy weapon. Even an SSS-grade alloy weapon wouldn't match even 1/10 of its power, Yu Zhong said mysteriously. So powerful? Tanya was astonished. Yu Zhong teased them, continuing, "This is the legendary spirit weapon, which can recognize its master by blood. The weapon and its owner share a connection, making it not only easier to use but also significantly enhancing its power." Spirit weapon? Tanya's pupils constricted. Today's excitement truly came in waves. She originally intended to attend Master Qin's lecture. Instead of hearing Master Qin, she encountered many more famous masters and even participated in a top-level meeting of the Weapon Forgers Association. Although the content of the meeting was somewhat lacking, it couldn't deny the prestige was absolutely in place. Now she had even seen a spirit weapon. This was a treatment that could not be exchanged for attending any number of lectures. Zhang Yingxue was even more bewildered. She had no real concept of spirit weapons, only knowing they were extremely rare and precious. Even in the myriad worlds, only the wealthy could afford them. Something so distant that she had only heard of was now right in front of her. Apart from surprise and admiration, she had little else to feel. Zhang Chen was even calmer. The moment he entered the room, he recognized this was a spirit weapon. He also recognized the high-level barrier surrounding the display case. He admitted the spirit weapon was excellent, but it absolutely could not belong to him unless it was given to him. If that were the case, he would surely be happy for 3 days and nights. "This weapon is actually a reward," Yu Zhong suddenly said. Zhang Chen was slightly taken aback. What reward? If it was a reward, didn't that mean he had a chance? Seeing Zhang Chen take the bait, Yu Zhong finally smiled. "This is a reward issued by the headquarters of the myriad worlds, with the requirement to forge a perfect level weapon." Yu Zhong looked at Zhang Chen. A perfect level weapon? Zhang Chen heard this term for the first time. It means from the very first forging process, all details must reach perfection. Yu Zhong sighed helplessly. Unfortunately, over the years, no one in the Weapon Forgers Association has been able to achieve this, and this spirit weapon can only be displayed here as a decoration. Zhang Chen. He was just talking about the location of the display case. How strange it was. After a long time, it turned out that the spiritual weapon was treated as a decorative item? It seemed that many people thought the same way as he did. As long as it was something they were sure they couldn't possess, even if it was thrown on the street as garbage, it didn't matter much to him. However, the perfect grade weapon that Yu Zhong mentioned sounded quite difficult. He even suspected that everyone who entered the Refining Master Association would be brought to admire the spiritual weapon. For some fresh newcomers, it would definitely provide a great motivation for learning. Just then, Yu Zhong changed his tone. "I heard from Master Nye that you have a perfect grade weapon in your hands. If you can prove that this weapon was refined by you, you can take the reward right now." After saying that, Yu Zhong looked at Zhang Chen eagerly. He had already learned from Nye Lin about the existence of the perfect grade weapon in Zhang Chen's hands. He couldn't bear not to see it today. Zhang Chen almost thought he heard wrong. He had a perfect grade weapon in his hands, and he didn't even know it? Wait. What Nye Lin said, could it be that F-grade alloy fruit knife of his? At that time, Nye Lin's reaction was a bit too excited. He even insisted on becoming a disciple. Could it be because the fruit knife belonged to the perfect grade weapon category? Such a weapon could be easily synthesized at the Universal Synthesis platform. But to let him refine it himself? Wasn't that just making things difficult for him? So, what do you think? Want to give it a try? Yu Zhong said with a smile. "Master Yu, you think too highly of me. I don't have that ability." Zhang Chen couldn't possibly expose the existence of the Universal Synthesis platform, so he had to choose to give up this opportunity. Moreover, if such a weapon really fell into his hands, it would definitely cause a stir. Better not to get himself into trouble. Just honestly improve his strength. As long as his spiritual power limit was sufficient, synthesizing a spiritual weapon was only a matter of time. Ah, that's too bad. Yu Zhong sighed. Although he was mentally prepared, he still couldn't help but feel a bit regretful. He heard that the Refining Master Association in the Lighthouse Country already had refining masters who could create perfect grade weapons. Just thinking about it made him realize how arrogant those guys would be. At the next Refining Master Exchange meeting, "Can I take a look at that weapon in your hands?" Yu Zhong put away his emotions and looked at Zhang Chen again. Zhang Yingxue and Tanya were also intrigued. Could it be that Zhang Chen really had a perfect grade weapon? "I can show it to you, but you have to let them join the Refining Master Association." Zhang Chen pointed to Zhang Yingxue and Tanya beside him. "No problem." Yu Zhong readily agreed. "Just let them be under my name. They can come anytime to attend the internal classes of the Refining Master Association. They will enjoy the same benefits as formal members." Seeing Yu Zhong so straightforward, Zhang Chen handed over the fruit knife. From his pocket, this should be the perfect weapon Master Nye mentioned, but I can't guarantee its authenticity. Looking at the fruit knife in Zhang Chen's hand, Yu Zhong hesitated and said, "This weapon looks quite special?" Jiang Yingxue and Tang Ye had not yet recovered from the sudden joy when they saw Zhang Chen pull out a fruit knife from his pocket. That's right, a fruit knife. Tang Ye couldn't help but doubt once again whether she was going crazy. Or if Zhang Chen was, or perhaps it was Yu Zhong who had lost his mind. If this was a weapon of perfect caliber, should she write its name backward? Jiang Yingxue, on the other hand, had long since become numb. She had always thought that Zhang Chen must have raided some small relic. But how could a relic produce a modern fruit knife? The more she looked at it, the more she felt that this fruit knife resembled the one sold in the 2 yuan store downstairs. No, it wasn't just similar, it was exactly that, wasn't it? Jiang Yingxue nervously swallowed. She had a feeling that in the next moment, they would be kicked out of the Weaponsmith Association by Yu Zhong. Jiang Yingxue and Tang Ye were filled with chaotic thoughts. However, Yu Zhong did not underestimate the fruit knife because of its appearance. After all, this was the weapon chosen by Nye Lin. Even if it looked like a lump of asterisk, it shouldn't be surprising. Yu Zhong carefully took the fruit knife from Zhang Chen's hand. Almost the moment he held it, he sensed that this weapon was different. In terms of appearance, this weapon looked just like a fruit knife, perfectly imitating it. Even the plastic feel of the handle was indistinguishable from the fruit knives sold outside. But as soon as one touched it, the difference could be immediately discerned. Indeed, I can't find a single flaw, Yu Zhong examined the fruit knife from every angle, his expression growing more excited. He looked up at Zhang Chen and said, "If I'm not mistaken, this weapon is made entirely of some new type of alloy, right? Among all known F-grade alloys, there was no alloy that could achieve such a seemingly cheap look while feeling flawless to the touch. This was the differentiation that Nye Lin had always emphasized. Low-key yet powerful. Such a weapon was often suitable for ambushing. No, it was rich in connotation. Or perhaps it was unexpected. The key point was that he had witnessed a truly perfect level weapon today. If this craftsmanship were used to forge high-grade alloy weapons, it would be even more perfect. I'm not sure if it's a new alloy, but it's definitely F-grade alloy, Zhang Chen replied. Then the one who forged this weapon is. Yu Zhong clearly wanted to ask the same question as Nye Lin. This weapon was made by a random blacksmith shop I found. There was an earthquake in Spring City a while ago, and I can't find that blacksmith shop anymore. I don't know the owner, and I don't have the owner's contact information. The owner doesn't take apprentices. Zhang Chen immediately interjected. The questions Yu Zhong wanted to ask were all answered by Zhang Chen. After a while, he finally uttered 3 words, "I see." Zhang Chen nodded. "Kid, can we discuss something?" Yu Zhong looked at the fruit knife in his hand. "I want to take this perfect piece to participate in the Weaponsmith Exchange Conference. I wonder if you would be willing." Although they couldn't find the person who forged the weapon, it was still made in their Dragon Country. Representing Dragon Country at the Weaponsmith Exchange Conference was completely reasonable. Recently, the Lighthouse Country had been too arrogant. Having such a perfect level weapon to support their presence could also dampen the arrogance of the Lighthouse Country. Participate in the Weaponsmith Exchange Conference? Zhang Chen hesitated. Isn't that a bit inappropriate? No matter how impressive this fruit knife was, it was still just a fruit knife. Taking it to such an international exhibition made him feel embarrassed just thinking about it. "Young man, you don't understand." Yu Zhong smiled. "I've seen that so-called perfect level weapon from the Lighthouse Country, and it definitely doesn't match the quality of yours. They're all perfect quality, how can there be good and bad?" Zhang Chen completely couldn't understand. What they forged was just black iron weapons. Yu Zhong glanced at Zhang Chen and said, "The more precious the materials, the higher the difficulty of refining. Although they are all perfect level weapons, black iron weapons are obviously not as good as F-grade alloys. Who will care if this is just a fruit knife? But I still think it's not quite right." Zhang Chen's face was full of conflict. "If we can get a ranking, there will be very generous rewards." After saying that, Yu Zhong added, "The organizers are very wealthy. I'll participate." Hearing the last sentence, Zhang Chen immediately changed his mind. Why not earn some money, right? Haha, that's the spirit. Yu Zhong patted Zhang Chen on the shoulder. "This year's Refiner Exchange Conference is set for 3 months later, in the Imperial Capital. I'll have someone contact you then." "Sure thing." Zhang Chen smiled. At that moment, Jiang Yingxue finally reacted and pulled Zhang Chen aside to ask in a low voice, "Xiaoyan, is this really a perfect level weapon?" But no matter how she looked at it, it was just a fruit knife sold at a 2 yuan Stored downstairs. Yu Zhong was even going to take it to the refiner exchange conference. Wouldn't that cause a problem? I don't know, but they say it is, so I guess it is. Jiang Chen couldn't explain and had to push all the questions onto Yu Zhong and Nie Lin. The masters have such unique tastes. Jiang Yingxue commented sincerely. It's getting late, let me take you to see the place where the Refiner Association trains newcomers. In the future, you can just come over whenever you have time, Yu Zhong said. Great, great, great. Tanya was full of excitement. I've heard that the Refiner Association has a special method for training newcomers. Today, I finally get to see it. Not only could she see it, but she could also attend classes in the future. It was smoother than she could have ever dreamed. Jiang Yingxue was also filled with anticipation. Influenced by Tanya, she was equally interested in refining. She never expected that just starting in this field would allow her to study at the Refiner Association. How many people would seek such an opportunity in vain? Yu Zhong took them to the 7th floor of the Refiner Association and introduced them to the venues for theoretical knowledge, physical training, technique training, and practical training. All the courses here are flexible. You can choose courses based on what you want to learn, but my suggestion is to study from left to right. Only by building a solid foundation will you be more adept during practical operations, Yu Zhong said as he walked toward the practical training venue. Just as they reached the entrance, they encountered Master Qin and Su Liang. Teacher! Qin Changde called out hurriedly. Master Yu, Su Liang also greeted respectfully. Is the lecture over? Yu Zhong glanced at Master Qin. Yes, it just ended. Qin Changde replied. Yu Zhong nodded. I brought these 2 junior sisters to familiarize themselves with the training grounds. Junior sisters? Qin Changde looked behind Yu Zhong and his expression suddenly froze. Yu Zhong was considered one of the more senior masters in the Alchemist Association. Although he did not hold the status of one of the 8 chief alchemists, he had many disciples within the association. Qin Changde was one of them. However, Yu Zhong had stopped taking in disciples 10 years ago. What Qin Changde did not expect was that today, Yu Zhong had exceptionally accepted 2 female disciples. They were the same ones who had tried to attend his lecture just a few hours ago but couldn't even get through the main door. The last time they met, these individuals were his students. Now, they had become his peers. Where would he put his face if this got out? Compared to Qin Changde, Su Liang's feelings were even more complicated. Because Jiang Yingxue and Tanya were even a generation above him. They were people he had previously looked down upon. Now they had become his elders. This had to be a nightmare. A nightmare he could never wake up from. Hello, senior brother. Hello, junior nephew. Tanya, enjoying the spectacle, immediately called out with a smile. Upon hearing the term junior nephew, Su Liang's face fell completely. It was over. The days ahead would be bleak and he would never see the light again. Qin Changde then said with a forced smile, You 2 junior sisters should work hard. Our Alchemist Association has quite a bit of competition. If you can't keep up with everyone, you'll be eliminated sooner or later. As a senior brother, how can you be so unfriendly? Is it right to scare the junior sisters like this? Yu Zhong said with an unhappy expression. Qin Changde. When he first joined the Alchemist Association, Yu Zhong had not spoken to him like this. The usual training was harsh and strict. Today, he had personally experienced what it meant to be treated differently. What Master Qin said makes sense. It is our honor to join the Alchemist Association, and we should work hard, Jiang Yingxue said, fully aware that face is earned, not given. Now, Yu Zhong merely wanted Jiang Chen to use the perfect grade weapon to participate in the Alchemist exchange meeting. That was why he was so protective of them. But if they did not strive for themselves, even if others did not say anything on the surface, they would still secretly gossip behind their backs. That's right, we should work hard, and in the future, we hope Master Qin will take care of us. Tang Ya had just been a bit cheeky, but she was well aware of her own capabilities. Hearing this, Qin Changde's expression improved a little. Yu Zhong also nodded in satisfaction. He had kept these 2 girls around for Jiang Chen's sake. But whether they could establish themselves in the Alchemist Association would ultimately depend on their own efforts. Let's go, I'll show you the practical training area. After saying that, Yu Zhong turned and entered the large door beside him. Jiang Chen and the others followed him inside. They saw a large room filled with over 100 people. Various alchemy furnaces were scattered everywhere. In the corners of the room were piles of metals resembling small mountains. There were even materials like dark iron and black iron. In the Alchemist Association, Materials below F grade alloy are free to use for practical training. Of course, you cannot take the finished products with you. In addition, you will need an alchemy furnace. Yu Zhong walked to the deepest part of the room and used a magnetic card to open another door. Upon entering, they were greeted by rows of storage racks. These are all the alchemy furnaces collected by the association. As my students, you are qualified to choose one that belongs to you, Yu Zhong said with great pride. Oh my gosh, so many. Tang Ye's eyes widened. Can we choose any of them? Jiang Yingxue asked Yu Zhong. Jiang Chen was also quite curious. He remembered that alchemy furnaces were very expensive. If all of Yu Zhong's students could come in and choose freely, couldn't he pretend to take in 1,000 or 800 disciples and empty this warehouse? Choose freely. You waved his hand. You can settle the bill later with cash, spirit stones, or spirit pearls, or use your usual wages to offset it. Steel weapons can offset 500, fine steel weapons can offset 1,000, fine iron weapons can offset 3,000, mysterious iron weapons can offset 8,000, black iron weapons can offset 30,000. Once you can forge black iron weapons, you'll be able to pay off the entire debt quickly. Jiang Chen, Jiang Yingxue, Tang Ye. The three of them fell silent. They were too naive. They thought the benefits of the equipment master association were really that good, that items worth millions could be given away just like that. After all that, it turned out they had to pay for it. However, upon careful thought, using wages to offset the cost wasn't really a loss. They needed to practice anyway, so it was just a way to pay off the debt. Yingxue, I took a look, and the refining furnaces here are really good. You can't find such quality on the market. Let's pick the expensive ones. Anyway, they didn't mention a repayment deadline, so we can just work slowly to pay it off. Tang Ye whispered to Jiang Yingxue. That makes sense. Jiang Yingxue nodded. Jiang Chen didn't interfere. He didn't want to give Jiang Yingxue any advice regarding work and study. At worst, if he didn't want to stay in the Equipment Master Association later, he could help Jiang Yingxue pay off the debt. It wasn't a huge amount. In the end, Jiang Yingxue and Tang Ye each chose a half-meter tall refining furnace, just the right size for girls. By the time they finished all the paperwork, it was already very late. After leaving the Equipment Master Association, Jiang Chen separated from Jiang Yingxue and Tang Ye and returned to the hotel alone. He casually resolved his dinner. Jiang Chen took out his phone and ordered a batch of items on the Lingwu Hall official website. 20 snowlight worms, 50 yellow jade pills, 50 green jade pills, and 10 she blood pills. In addition, he also ordered 5 spirit nourishing pills. This type of pill accelerates the absorption of spiritual energy and can stack on top of the cultivation methods. However, it is relatively expensive. A first-grade spirit nourishing pill is worth 20,000 each. But the money that needs to be spent must still be spent. After becoming a first-tier warrior, simply improving strength has become very difficult. Using spiritual power to nourish and refine the body is the correct cultivation method. These items cost Jiang Chen a total of 5 million. Jiang Chen wasn't in a hurry to synthesize everything at once. His spiritual power could fully recover every 2 days. This meant that every 2 days he could synthesize something for free. So he planned to save the yellow jade pills, green jade pills, and she blood pills for slow synthesis. Today, he would just upgrade the spatial treasure and synthesize the spirit nourishing pills. That should be enough. After the items were delivered, Jiang Chen prepared to test the synthesis effect of the spirit nourishing pills first. He poured 1 spirit nourishing pill into the synthesis platform and checked its attributes. Spirit nourishing pill can increase the speed of spiritual energy absorption within 10 minutes, with the limit determined by cultivation talent, up to a maximum of 10 times. Jiang Chen raised an eyebrow. 10 times. No wonder it was a pill worth 20,000, its effect could directly match the cultivation methods of levels 5 or 6. Moreover, it showed no side effects. This indicated it could be taken in large quantities. However, with the limitation of cultivation talent, he should only be able to increase the speed by 5 or 6 times at most. It all depended on how the synthesis turned out. Jiang Chen added another spirit nourishing pill into the universal synthesis platform. Would you like to synthesize a first-grade spirit nourishing pill? Synthesize. First-grade spirit nourishing pill has been synthesized. Congratulations on obtaining a second-grade spirit nourishing pill, advanced version. Second-grade spirit nourishing pill, advanced version can increase the speed of Spiritual energy absorption by 10 times within 1 hour, not limited by cultivation talent, rarity, 6 stars. Please note, due to the first synthesis of a 6-star item, the Universal Synthesis platform has reached the upgrade conditions. Would you like to upgrade? The preciousness of the second-grade spirit nourishing pill can reach 6 stars, which honestly surprised Jiang Chen. However, the system's next prompt made his pupils tremble. Upgrade? The Universal Synthesis platform can actually be upgraded? In Jiang Chen's view, the Universal Synthesis platform was already invincible. Aside from the requirement of a spiritual power limit, it was basically flawless in other aspects. But now it could continue to upgrade. Was it planning to remove all restrictions and ascend directly to the heavens? However, the specifics still needed to be seen with his own eyes. Confirm upgrade. As Jiang Chen's voice fell, the original Universal Synthesis platform instantly shattered, and then streams of light appeared before Jiang Chen's eyes. Moments later, a brand new synthesis platform was formed. Universal Synthesis platform upgraded, new decomposition function added, please use with caution. He saw that a new function bar had appeared in the corner of the original synthesis platform, separate from the 2 synthesis bars in the middle. Decompose? Jiang Chen stroked his chin. This function was indeed worth researching. Decomposition was completely the opposite of synthesis. But how exactly it worked was still unclear. Let's try and see. Jiang Chen directly placed the second-grade spirit nourishing pill he had just synthesized into the decomposition bar. Do you want to decompose the second-grade spirit nourishing pill, advanced version? Decompose. Second-grade spirit nourishing pill, advanced version, has been decomposed. Congratulations on obtaining. Second-grade gathering spirit grass, second-grade silver velvet, second-grade stone heather leaf, second-grade snow ginseng, and second-grade fiveite fruit. That's nothing special. Jiang Chen's face was full of disappointment. The materials obtained from the decomposition of the advanced version of the second-grade spirit nourishing pill seemed to be no different from those used to refine the ordinary second-grade spirit nourishing pill. In other words, the better effect of the advanced version of the second-grade spirit nourishing pill was entirely due to the synthesis platform's capabilities, with little relation to the refining materials. He had originally wanted to try if he could decompose a second-grade pill back into a first-grade one. But it turned out he was overthinking. Moreover, decomposing items also required the consumption of spiritual power. Wouldn't it be better to use spiritual power for synthesis? Decomposing into materials, could they even be turned back into pills? What a waste! Wait! Suddenly, a flash of inspiration struck Jiang Chen. Since the Universal Synthesis platform could synthesize ordinary items, various materials, weapons, armor, medicines, techniques, ultimate skills, living beings, etc., then decomposition should also include these items. Decomposing living beings? This had to be tried. Jiang Chen glanced at the time. It was almost 9 o'clock in the evening. There were only a few minutes left before the Spirit Martial Hall closed. Taking advantage of this last bit of time, he ordered 2 blue-striped rabbits from the Spirit Martial Hall. The blue-striped rabbit was a first-grade demon beast. Its peculiarity lay in its ability to perform only a slight mental attack. It could not cause harm to ordinary people, let alone spiritual masters and martial artists. Moreover, rabbits breed very well. Therefore, these blue-striped rabbits were raised specifically for experiments or consumption. They were not expensive, costing only a few thousand for one. They should be the cheapest first-grade demon beasts. When the 2 blue-striped rabbits were delivered, they were still lively. Each weighed over 10 pounds, showing they were quite meaty. However, Jiang Chen was not interested in rabbit meat tonight. He stuffed both blue-striped rabbits into the synthesis platform. Do you want to synthesize a first-grade blue-striped rabbit? Synthesize. First-grade blue-striped rabbit has been synthesized. Congratulations on obtaining a second-grade phantom rabbit. Second-grade phantom rabbit possesses the bloodline of the devil rabbit, extremely fast, creates visual illusions for enemies, making capture and attack very difficult. Seeing the synthesis result, Jiang Chen was slightly stunned. He had synthesized the blue-striped rabbit just to make it stronger for testing later. But he didn't expect that the first-grade blue-striped rabbit would actually synthesize into a second-grade phantom rabbit. The bloodline of the phantom rabbit was clearly superior to that of the blue-striped rabbit. And the devil rabbit was even more so. The person is already a spirit beast, and ordinary demon beasts can't compare at all. Could it be that the bloodline level would also improve if 2 types of demon beasts were combined? This is quite a pleasant surprise. Jiang Chen hasn't had the opportunity to conduct many tests on biological synthesis yet. He originally thought it would be similar to the blood-sucking vine. Now it seems that even the bloodlines can be directly added together. Doesn't this mean that as long as the synthesis is done enough times, synthesizing a divine beast wouldn't be a problem? Forget it, let's talk about this later. First, let's check the decomposition function. Jiang Chen closed the doors and windows of the hotel, then released the second tier Phantom Rabbit from the synthesis platform. As soon as it landed, the Phantom Rabbit dashed away like a wild horse, turning into a blur as it raced toward the corner. Jiang Chen didn't even catch a glimpse of its trajectory. However, he wasn't anxious. After all, this rabbit definitely wouldn't escape today. After taking out the blood-sucking vine, Jiang Chen walked step by step toward the corner. Although the Phantom Rabbit hadn't awakened its intelligence, it could still sense the strength of its enemy. Realizing that Jiang Chen was not as strong as itself, the Phantom Rabbit suddenly took the initiative to attack. Jiang Chen seized the moment to activate the Universal Synthesis Platform, and when the Phantom Rabbit got close enough, he immediately used the Synthesis Platform to capture the Phantom Rabbit into the decomposition slot. The blood-sucking vine, which was ready to attack at any moment, naturally missed its target. Success! Looking at the Phantom Rabbit captured in the decomposition slot, a smile appeared on Jiang Chen's face. At the same time, the system popped up a prompt. Do you want to decompose the second-tier Phantom Rabbit? Decompose. The second-tier Phantom Rabbit has been decomposed. Congratulations on obtaining 6 pounds of Phantom Rabbit meat, 1 piece of Phantom Rabbit skin, 1 Phantom Rabbit beast bone, 1 milliliter of Phantom Rabbit essence blood, and 1 second-tier demon crystal. It really can be decomposed. Jiang Chen's eyes burst with joy. He had just tested 2 things in total. One was to test whether a demon beast in an attacking state could be captured into the decomposition slot. The second was to test whether the decomposition slot could decompose living beings. The results proved that both were possible. This is much more useful than the synthesis slot. Although the synthesis slot can also capture living beings, it doesn't have the lethality of the decomposition slot. When he synthesized the Cursed Sea Demon, it was purely by chance and luck. If he had really captured the Cursed Sea Demon alone into the synthesis slot and had no proper way to deal with it, the synthesis platform would have been out of commission for a long time. With the decomposition slot, he no longer had to worry about this problem. The appearance of the decomposition panel completely changed the nature of the synthesis table. For Jiang Chen, it was no longer just a tool. At critical moments, it could even become a weapon. His current spiritual power limit allowed him to synthesize items of around the 4th rank. Naturally, he could also decompose creatures of about the same rank. If he encountered more powerful beings, he could temporarily store them in the decomposition panel. This would not affect the use of the synthesis panel. At first, Jiang Chen thought the decomposition panel was somewhat useless. After all, for items like pills and weapons, he pursued finished products more. Unless he encountered special circumstances that required raw materials, only then could the decomposition panel come in handy. But now, Jiang Chen wished he had a few more decomposition panels. If those bosses from the Forbidden Sea found him, he could assign one to each of them. It was simply perfect. However, this was his trump card for survival, and he definitely couldn't expose it easily in front of others. Usually, with the assistance of the Blood Sea Purgatory map, he could handle attacks from the blood-sucking Vine Master. Enemies around the 5th rank were completely manageable. If worse came to worst, he could summon the Doom Sea Demon. Not to mention the worlds beyond, he could definitely protect himself on Earth. Let's continue synthesizing the spirit-nourishing pills. Jiang Chen stored the decomposed rabbit meat and materials into his item panel, then synthesized all 5 bottles of spirit-nourishing pills into 2nd-grade ones, and continued to synthesize them into 3rd-grade ones. This process cost him nearly 5 low-grade spirit stones. 3rd-grade spirit-nourishing pill, advanced version can increase the speed of spiritual power absorption by 10 times within 2 hours, unrestricted by cultivation talent, rarity, 6 stars. Jiang Chen looked at the 12 3rd-grade spirit-nourishing pills in his hand. Next, he prepared to synthesize 4th-grade pills. This was also his first time synthesizing something of the 4th level. He wondered what changes would occur. He added 2 3rd-grade spirit-nourishing pills into the synthesis table. Would you like to synthesize the 3rd-grade spirit-nourishing pill, advanced version? Synthesize. 3rd-grade spirit-nourishing pill, advanced version, has been synthesized. Congratulations on obtaining the 4th-grade spirit-nourishing pill, advanced version. 4th-grade spirit-nourishing pill, advanced version can increase the speed of spiritual power absorption by 20 times within 10 minutes, and enter a state of enlightenment, unrestricted by cultivation talent, rarity, 7 stars. The time has been reduced so much? Jiang Chen was momentarily stunned, then quickly realized the issue. This pill could actually allow one to enter a state of enlightenment after consumption. With a 20-fold increase in spiritual power absorption speed, combined with entering the state of enlightenment, the benefits would exceed 100-fold. The key point was that after entering the state of enlightenment, one could ignore all cultivation bottlenecks. Of course, the 4th grade spirit nourishing pill could only correspond to 4th rank warriors or spiritual masters. Exceeding this level would greatly diminish the pill's effectiveness. But even so, the effect was still astonishing. It was equivalent to him practicing for 10 minutes a day, which would be comparable to others practicing for 3 to 4 hours without any cultivation bottlenecks. When used in conjunction with the Lonely Star technique, the effect would be doubled. And what was the key point? The key point was that the spirit nourishing pill had no usage restrictions. As long as he had enough money to buy enough pills for synthesis, reaching the 3rd rank warrior level would be a matter of minutes. Thinking of this, Jiang Chen took out his phone and pulled up Su Qing's contact information. Want to discuss a business deal? At this time, Su Qing had just finished her broadcast not long ago. She came out of the bathroom after taking a shower, drying her hair while picking up her phone. This little brat is actually taking the initiative to message me. Su Qing sat down by the bed and replied leisurely, in our line of work, who doesn't take business orders? But I need to see what kind of business it is first. For advertisements, I need to see the brand, and for product placements, I need to see the results before deciding whether to take it. Jiang Chen, where are you? I can send you the samples. Su Qing, unless there's a special situation that requires me to go out, I usually stay in the capital. Wait, I'll give you my address. Jiang Chen, okay. Looking at the last word Jiang Chen sent, Su Qing's face was full of gloom. Is that it? Shouldn't he communicate with her about the details of the collaboration, introduce the product, or at least chat a bit? As a result, she waited for a long time, but Jiang Chen still had no further news. Su Qing had no choice but to take the initiative to send a message asking, you have to tell me what you want to sell, right? I can't just take anything. If a product is sent over and I can't accept it, wouldn't that be a waste of both our time? 2 minutes later, Su Qing received Jiang Chen's reply. What I want to sell is a 2nd grade elixir, mainly to enhance physical fitness and strength. I'll prepare a few more for you, and you can find someone to demonstrate the effects, then just wait for the orders to come in. Jiang Chen had always been confident about the elixirs produced by the synthesis platform. What he lacked was just a promotional channel. Although his selling price was high, Su Qing's livestream had millions of viewers every day, including quite a few wealthy individuals. Su Qing, so confident? Jiang Chen, yes, that's how confident I am. In the following period, Jiang Chen hardly went out. After sending 5 2nd grade Qingyu elixirs to Su Qing, he locked himself in his hotel room every day, familiarizing himself with the new cultivation technique, solitary star technique. As for the 4th grade spirit nourishing elixir, he had not taken it yet. The spirit nourishing elixir required the aid of a technique to absorb spiritual power. Without thoroughly familiarizing himself with the solitary star technique, it would easily lead to a waste of the elixir's effects. One 4th grade spirit nourishing elixir cost 160,000. Losing too much would be painful for him. One day, Jiang Chen had just received a text message that the delivery had arrived in the morning, and in the afternoon, Su Qing replied to him, send me the specific information about the elixir, and I'll help you promote it tonight. Jiang Chen thought for a moment and replied, there's no information, you can figure it out yourself. Seeing this message, Su Qing immediately called him on a video call. Jiang Chen pressed the answer button. He saw Su Qing in a training room, wearing a fitted tank top and shorts, with a thin layer of sweat on her forehead, clearly just having tested the 2nd grade Qingyu elixir. After all this, is this a no-name product? Su Qing said, hands on her hips, slightly out of breath. As long as the elixir is fine, that's all that matters. Jiang Chen said leisurely. If this elixir came from a master, it could sell for at least several 100,000 more. Su Qing opened a bottle of mineral water, took a sip, and continued, why don't you find a master at the Alchemist Association to endorse it? Then provide a complete set of detailed information. Get it certified, and selling it for 7 or 800,000 wouldn't be a problem. I've looked into it. After going through that whole process and giving a cut to the endorser, I'd only get about 500,000. Jiang Chen had already understood all this beforehand. The most important thing was still the hassle. It would take months to get all the paperwork done. True, Su Qing nodded, but your elixir works so well. I just increased my one-handed strength by 200 kilograms. If it had Certification, it would definitely sell much better. It's still up to you to decide. Let's sell it like this: second grade elixirs, a price that's too high isn't suitable. Jiang Chen suddenly remembered to ask, haven't you tried the elixir on ordinary people? No, why? Su Qing was slightly taken aback. Remember what I said during the live stream, it's best to find someone with no cultivation to test the elixir. Whether it sells or not won't be something you need to worry about then, Jiang Chen said earnestly. Although Su Qing didn't quite understand Jiang Chen's intentions, she still nodded in agreement. Then I'll go prepare a bit, probably around 6 o'clock for the live broadcast. At this point, Su Qing added a few more words. Also, if I charge for this, it's a 10% cut after selling, which is basically the standard in the industry. I'm not trying to cheat you. No problem, Jiang Chen nodded. Let's set a price of the elixir at 550,000. Originally, he had planned to price it at 500,000. Since Su Qing wanted a commission, he decided to include that in the price. After all, he wouldn't be at a loss. Without being under a master's name, 550,000 feels a bit high, Su Qing pondered slightly, but we can try it first. If the price isn't suitable, we can adjust it later. Don't worry, it will definitely be suitable, Jiang Chen said. Su Qing didn't argue with Jiang Chen. She dealt with various goods every month, and she had a good sense of what prices sold well. A second grade elixir without certification could increase one's single hand strength by 200 kilograms. 30 to 40,000 was already the ceiling. However, considering her cultivation was already close to a second-tier warrior, the effect of the elixir would definitely be discounted. That's why she suggested trying it out first. After all, in terms of pricing, one still had to respect the wishes of the financial backer. By the way, remember to give me a name for the elixir. Other information can be omitted, but it must have a name. Su Qing felt that the elixir Jiang Chen sent over was quite similar in taste to the Qingyu Dan. But the effects were completely different, and she couldn't be sure. Let's call it Strength Pill. Jiang Chen thought for a moment. This name was simple, easy to understand, and memorable. It also fully reflected the effect of the elixir, although it was a bit plain. But in the restless world of live streaming, a name that people could remember sometimes meant half the success. This name sounds like it's worth $500. Su Qing said with a face full of disbelief, but since Jiang Chen was her financial backer, she certainly prioritized his opinion. Then let's call it Strength Pill. By the way, remember to watch my live broadcast. If there are any issues, we can adjust things anytime in between. Okay. Jiang Chen nodded. At 6 o'clock in the evening, Su Qing's live broadcast started on time. In just half a minute, 200 to 300,000 viewers flooded into the live room. And it kept climbing. Su Qing hadn't even said a word, and the popularity of the live room had already surpassed 1 million. Good evening, everyone. Today, I don't have any new and exciting things to show you, so I'm going to introduce a pill that I've used and found quite good. Su Qing waved at the camera. She was still in the same training room as before, but she had clearly taken a shower and changed into a relatively conservative training outfit. Upon hearing this opening line, the audience in the live room immediately understood that Su Qing was promoting something again. Has the Rainbow Rabbit been too busy with promotions lately? Didn't she just promote a new product from eHome Group last week? Another elixir, can we change it up a bit? Little Rainbow just bought the Qinglian Gong last month, at least let her recover some costs. What's wrong with promotions? Which streamer doesn't do promotions? Don't worry, Little Rainbow has very strict quality control. I've never had any issues with things I bought from her, they always match the effects shown in the live room. Su Qing was already used to the audience's reactions. However, compared to other live rooms, hers was much better. Because every time she did a promotion, it was out in the open. Some would do flashy promotions but not admit to them. That would only make the audience feel disgusted. Being straightforward was better for everyone. Let's first take a look at the appearance of the elixir. Su Qing said while putting on gloves, the elixir I'm introducing today is very high in appearance. After saying that, Su Qing took out a pill and held it in her hand. Then she held it up in front of the camera. In natural light, the second-grade green jade pill looked like blue jade, semi-transparent with a faint bluish tint. Just looking at its appearance, it exuded an air of luxury. Wow, it's really beautiful. If Little Rainbow hadn't said anything, I would have thought this was jade. This pill could be worn as jewelry if strung on a cord, right? The pill recommended by Little Rainbow today looks expensive. I guess it must be at least 5 figures. 5 figures? Forget it, pills aren't weapons. How many people can afford such high-priced consumables? In the live stream, most viewers were ordinary people. If it were to spend 5 figures on a weapon, many would be willing. But if a pill were priced in the five figures, it would exceed most people's expectations. Many families couldn't afford it. I just tried this pill today, and my one-handed strength increased by over 200 kilograms. Su Qing said to the camera, her expression playful. Everyone knows what over 200 kilograms means for me, and this is just a second-grade pill. The effect is already greatly reduced. Later, I will find someone with a lower cultivation level to personally test the pill's effect for you all. Upon hearing Su Qing's words, the live stream exploded with excitement. Over 200 kilograms? I remember Little Rainbow's one-handed strength is already over 40,000 kilograms. Soon, she should be able to challenge the second-tier warrior. I can't even imagine that a second-grade pill could achieve such a good effect. It seems we underestimated the price earlier. This pill must be over 6 figures. A 6-figure second-grade pill? Are you crazy? Could it be a new pill from some master? I haven't heard any news about this recently. 6 figures is too exaggerated. If it's being sold in the live stream, can't the price be a bit more affordable? I don't think the price can be too high. It's hard enough to sell for 5 figures, let alone 6. Exactly, and pills produced by masters that can fetch a high price have long been auctioned. Why promote them in a live stream? Su Qing did not directly respond to everyone's questions but waved to the cameraman beside her. I remember your one-handed strength is still under 500 kilograms, right? Su Qing handed the pill to the cameraman. Today I'll give you a break, you can test the pill for everyone. Thank you, boss. The photographer happily took the elixir. Don't rush to eat it yet, let the audience see your current one-handed strength, Su Qing reminded. Alright. The photographer adjusted the direction of the camera lens and then walked over to a strength testing machine not far away. He took a deep breath and slammed his fist onto the target of the strength tester. The display screen instantly showed a value. 497. Not bad, not bad. Last time you tested your one-handed strength it was only 492. You've increased by 5 kilograms. Su Qing clapped her hands and said, Boss, are you sure you're complimenting me? The photographer said with a sad face. The audience in the live stream also found it amusing. Little Rainbow is too harsh, gaining 5 kilograms and still calling it not bad? It's been several months since the photographer last tested his one-handed strength in the livestream, and he only increased by 5 kilograms slower than my progress. Once you enter society, it's not like in school. Where do you find the time to improve your skills? As long as you can get by, that's enough. The helplessness of being a working person. Everyone knows that the path of martial arts has no future. It's better to focus more on work and making money. But the employees under Little Rainbow are treated quite well, and if they're lucky, they can occasionally get free elixirs. Today's elixir is definitely not cheap. It makes me want to work for Little Rainbow. Su Qing looked at the audience's reactions in the livestream and was quite satisfied. The reason she asked the photographer to test the elixir instead of someone else with lower one-handed strength was that the photographer's one-handed strength was somewhat known to the audience who had watched her live streams for years. A few hundred kilograms is also the standard for most ordinary people. It was perfect for demonstration. Let's begin. Su Qing glanced back at the photographer. Okay, boss. After saying that, the photographer threw the elixir into his mouth. The taste of the elixir was very light, with a refreshing sensation. Before the photographer could savor it, the elixir had already dissolved and went down his throat into his stomach. The next second, he felt a warm current rising from his lower abdomen. Immediately, beads of sweat the size of beans appeared on his forehead, and all the muscles in his body began to tremble slightly. The photographer's face turned red, and he quickly sat cross-legged. Seeing the photographer's reaction, the audience knew the elixir was taking effect. The effect is quite fast. Just took it, and it's already effective, which means the quality of the elixir is good. The effect is fast, but I feel like the efficacy might not be as good as the host said? That's right, when I took the Qi blood pill, my reaction was much greater than this photographer's. He looks like he's not reacting much. The efficacy is probably just average. Is the Qi blood pill something an ordinary person can take? Anyone with a bit of knowledge knows that the side effects of the Qi blood pill are huge, and it can't be taken long-term. Good efficacy and strong reactions. While this is a common phenomenon, it's mostly due to the side effects of the elixir. The photographer's lack of a strong reaction might also mean the side effects are mild. The audience in the live stream derived a whole bunch of thoughts based on the photographer's reaction. They were getting more and more excited as they discussed. Suddenly, the photographer stood up from the ground. It seems I've absorbed it all. The photographer himself was a bit confused. It seemed he had only been meditating for less than 5 minutes, and now he felt completely nothing. Clearly, that elixir had been fully absorbed. How do you feel? Su Qing curiously examined the photographer. I feel. The photographer suddenly clenched his fist, unable to hide his excitement on his face. I feel great. The audience in the live stream was also extremely curious. You absorbed it so quickly? It seems this elixir not only takes effect fast but is also absorbed quickly. How much do you think the photographer's one-handed strength can increase? At most 300 to 400 kilograms, right? I think. This elixir is extraordinary. Plus, our photographer's cultivation level isn't high, so maybe he can increase his strength by 500 kilograms. 500 kilograms? That's too exaggerated. Come on, this is just a second grade elixir. What are you thinking, 500 kilograms? It would at least require a fourth grade blood chi pill to achieve around 500 kilograms. The blood chi pill isn't exactly a good thing, the side effects are so severe that you can only take it once every few months. I really don't know what's so great about it. Su Qing glanced at the live stream and smiled, saying, as for how much our photographer's one-handed strength can increase, we still need to rely on the data from the instruments. Wait a moment, I will give 3,000 yuan red envelopes to the first 10 viewers who guess correctly. As soon as this was said, the bullet comments in the live stream went crazy. Su Qing then handed the camera over to the photographer. Go ahead. Su Qing tilted her chin. The photographer nervously walked towards the strength testing device. He wasn't sure how much his one-handed strength had increased, but roughly estimating, it shouldn't be less than 500 kilograms. He was about to make a fortune today. In the past, products of this level were never available for him to test. He heard that today, the big boss above specifically requested to choose an ordinary person with low one-handed strength to test the medicine. Such good luck had fallen on him. He knew that his monthly salary was just over 10,000. The value of this elixir could probably equal his annual salary. With a complex and excited heart, the photographer stopped in front of the strength testing device. He adjusted his breathing while gathering his spiritual energy into his right fist. Reaching the critical point, he suddenly swung his fist out. With a loud bang, the target shook violently. At the same time, the data on the strength testing device was displayed. 1,523. Oh my god. Seeing this number, Su Qing couldn't believe her eyes. The audience in the live stream was even more stunned. Wait, did I miscount a digit or what? 1523 kilograms? A second-grade elixir made the photographer's one-handed strength increase by 1,000 kilograms in just a few minutes? Are you sure you're not joking with me? You didn't see, little Rainbow is dumbfounded. She probably didn't expect the elixir to be this effective. But when Little Rainbow tested the medicine herself, her one-handed strength only increased by 200 kilograms, right? That's too fake, right? I've never heard of a second-grade elixir having such an effect. A third-grade elixir would be more believable. At this moment, Su Qing finally came back to her senses. She looked at the live stream and said, everyone, I need to clarify that when I took this elixir, my one-handed strength indeed only increased by about 200 kilograms. I really didn't know it could be this effective. Su Qing finally understood why Jiang Chen repeatedly emphasized finding someone with little cultivation to test the medicine. This effect was just too good. So good that even if she had to spend 500,000 to buy a second-grade elixir, she would feel it was absolutely worth it. Not buying it would be ridiculous. Su Qing thought for a moment and continued, based on the results of the two tests, we can draw a conclusion. This elixir is completely super effective for those with low cultivation levels, but for someone like me, who is already close to a second-tier warrior, it's not as ideal. But even so, everyone needs to understand. This is just a second-tier elixir, everyone. My cultivation level is here, so a second-tier elixir doesn't mean much to me. Yet it can still enhance my single-handed strength by 200 kilograms, which is why I strongly recommend it to everyone. It seems that this type of elixir is most suitable for those who have not yet become warriors or have just become warriors, rather than someone like me with single-handed strength already at 40 to 50,000. Su Qing became more and more excited as she spoke. Such a good thing, why didn't Jiang Chen find her earlier? It was definitely a guaranteed profit. Why bother with experts or certifications? Just sell it in her live stream. If it doesn't sell, she would hold Jiang Chen accountable. Moreover, after the live stream, she had to ask Jiang Chen privately, were there any third-tier elixirs like this? She didn't have much demand for second-tier elixirs. But a third-tier elixir would be perfect for her. By then, she might even have a chance to break through to a second-tier warrior. The audience in the live stream was already impatient. Little Rainbow, don't just keep talking, hurry up and introduce the name of the elixir and the price. I'm ready to sell my belongings to. Buy one. With such good effects, 6 figures is definitely a sure thing, and I suspect that even starting with 2 is not enough. What are you thinking? Although this is just a second-tier elixir with a limited audience, with such good effects, you think you can buy it for 100,000 or so? I'll buy as many as I can. Exactly, if I can snag a deal, reselling it wouldn't be a loss. I'm very suspicious of the authenticity of the elixir. I just checked online, and there are no similar second-tier elixirs. If the host is selling fakes, just wait to go to jail. Damn, where did this idiot come from? Little Rainbow has never made a mistake with her products, and the cameraman even demonstrated it live. Can't you see? I just don't believe a second-tier elixir can have such effects. If you want to get a bargain, just wait to regret it. There are always haters in the livestream. Su Qing didn't care at all. Seeing that the audience was eager to know the price of the elixir, she spoke to the camera. This elixir is called the Strength Pill. It's a second-tier elixir. I've already mentioned that it has no side effects and it's most effective for ordinary people and first-tier warriors. It is also effective for second-tier warriors, but the cost-effectiveness isn't as high. As for the price, our sponsor has set it at 550,000, and there aren't many in stock, only 20 pieces. Interested friends can consult our management. As soon as she said this, the live stream exploded again. 500,000? Are you serious, host? For an elixir? At this price, wouldn't it be better to go to an auction? Selling such expensive things in a live stream, let alone 500,000, how many people here can even take out 50,000? Woo-woo, Little Rainbow, you've changed. Have you considered the feelings of us poor people? When did I have to look up to a second-tier elixir? I was hoping to scrape together some living expenses to see if I could buy one, but now it seems it's out of my reach. When selling goods in a live stream, the price should be friendly. What the hell is 500,000? I guarantee that not a single one of these 20 elixirs will sell. I have 500,000, and I would definitely buy a third-tier elixir, or even a fourth-tier blood elixir. Why would I buy a pill I've never even heard of? Is this name for real? It sounds like something sold at a street stall. Amidst a flurry of comments criticizing the price, someone finally noticed the name. Su Qing secretly liked this bullet screen. She thought so too. However, compared to the effects of the elixir, names and such are trivial matters. An elixir that is recognized by the public is a good elixir. The excellence of an elixir will never change because of its name. As for why the great strength pill isn't selling, she had never considered that possibility. One can only say that in this world, there are definitely more poor people than rich ones. Therefore, the opposing voices are in the majority. But that doesn't mean the rich don't exist. The record sent to her by the administrator showed that in just a minute or two, hundreds of people had inquired about the elixir. Moreover, more than half of them had the intention to buy. Once 20 great strength pills are sold, she would be able to pocket $1 million. This is still under the condition of limited elixir quantity. Otherwise, she could make a fortune just from the commissions. On the other side, another streamer promoting a new elixir from a master noticed that the popularity in their livestream was visibly decreasing. Upon closer inspection of the bullet screen, they realized that Rainbow Rabbit was also promoting an elixir. It was a second-grade elixir, worth 500,000 each. Guys, you're not joking with me, right? A second-grade elixir selling for 500,000 each? Isn't that just a scam? When did Rainbow Rabbit start making easy money like this? Suhao said while looking at the bullet screen in the livestream. His streaming style has always been straightforward, saying whatever comes to mind. The key is that what he says makes sense. So no matter how harsh his words are, the audience is willing to side with him. I heard the elixirs sold by Rainbow Rabbit don't even have certification. When the audience asks which company or master produced them, she doesn't answer directly, clearly indicating they are privately refined elixirs. Isn't that just a product with no quality assurance? There are so many fakes being sold now, if it's not produced by a master, I won't even look at it. Has Rainbow Rabbit gone crazy? Accepting such a business deal? The key is, how did she come up with 500,000? With such a ridiculous price, her livestream must be bombarded. No need to say it so harshly, it's precisely because various masters are monopolizing the market that private alchemists and craftsmen find it hard to get ahead. Yeah, and I just watched the livestream. The elixir is indeed worth that price. Damn, can the hired trolls next door stop polluting my eyes? What second-grade elixir is worth 500,000? It's not a marrow cleansing pill. I've already reported it to the Alchemist Association's official website. I reported it too. Report, this trash streamer Rainbow Rabbit should get out of the live streaming circle. Seeing the bullet screen filled with calls to report the neighbor, Suhao did not stop them. Since they were both promoting elixirs, if there was a problem on Rainbow Rabbit's side, it would only benefit him. Just a moment ago, the master had called to ask why he hadn't received more orders. Now it seems, the reason has been found. Jiang Chun ordered barbecue and beer, eating dinner while watching a live stream on his tablet. Seeing that everyone was responding well to the powerful pills produced by the synthesis platform, he was ready to collect money, but then he noticed a lot of discordant comments in Su Qing's live stream. Trash streamer selling unbranded products at such a high price of 500,000, are you planning to make a quick buck and run? Does anyone really believe that a second-grade pill can increase one-handed strength by 1,000 kilograms? Unless you have a cultivation talent of level 7 or above. It's impossible for any second-grade pill to achieve such an effect. We seriously suspect the streamer is selling fake goods and have reported her to the Alchemist Association. Just wait for her to get banned from the live stream. Such an obvious scam, anyone who buys it must be out of their mind. I advise everyone to buy the legitimate products produced by the Alchemist Association. I heard Master Shuiyan's new pill is also for improving physique and strength, reasonably priced and effective. Exactly, I've already placed an order, supplies are limited, everyone hurry up. Su Qing looked at the flood of comments in the live stream and immediately got angry. The cameraman, who knew Su Qing well, quickly stepped forward and whispered, "Boss, hold on, we're live streaming. Let them report. If they want, as long as our products are fine, that's all that matters." Su Qing took a deep breath and said to the live stream, "First of all, you say I'm selling fake goods and want to report me and ban my live stream, that's fine, but please provide evidence instead of just making baseless accusations here, it makes you look unprofessional. Banning my live stream isn't something that can be done just because someone shouts louder. Secondly, you come into my live stream causing trouble while flaunting your allegiance to a certain influencer and recommending other masters' products. Anyone with a brain knows what you're up to. Lastly, who says only the Alchemist Association's pills are genuine? Shouldn't private alchemists be allowed to live? Don't forget that Master Yi Heng, who refined the 9th grade Tian Padan, is also a private alchemist." After hearing this, many people resonated with her words. I said the Alchemist Association's monopoly has become too severe recently, and there were still people who refuted me. At least the Blacksmith Association gives private blacksmiths a way to survive, but the Alchemist Association keeps belittling the reputation of private alchemists, claiming that anything not certified by them is unbranded and inferior. Who made that rule? Exactly, if you want everyone to get certified, fine, but don't set the fees so high, it's always a cut of 20 or 30%, harming the interests of alchemists and buyers alike, while the Alchemist Association profits immensely. I've been watching Little Rainbow's livestream for almost 3 years and have never seen her sell fake goods. She has sold six-figure items before. Why are so many trolls popping up today with all sorts of nonsensical comments? Could it be that their own master's goods aren't selling, so they're out here biting everyone? I just checked Master Shuiyan's new product. It's priced at 80,000 for a third-grade pill, and for an ordinary person, it only provides about 100 kilograms of increase. Wasn't there a bunch of streamers promoting Master Shuiyan's new product today? I heard the side effects are quite serious, you can only take one a week at most. A third-grade pill priced at 80,000 is quite reasonable. I think I'll go buy Master Shuiyan's new product. After all, my financial situation doesn't allow me to take 2 pills at this price a week, and the side effects don't affect me. I agree with Little Rainbow, but the price of the powerful pill is just too high. I think I'll check out Master Shuiyan's new product instead, as it's produced by the Alchemist Association, so the quality is guaranteed. Many viewers in the live stream remained rational. However, just because they found Su Qing's arguments reasonable didn't stop them from thinking the price of the powerful pill was high. 500,000 could buy 4 of Master Shuiyan's new pills. The Qi family is still at the 3rd rank. Whether it's the materials used or the process of refining the medicine, they are incomparable to the 2nd-rank pills. Looking at it this way, the 3rd-rank pills definitely have a higher cost-performance ratio. Watching the barrage of comments in the livestream, Su Qing was already too lazy to explain. Do these people really think that pills have side effects and that they simply can't be taken continuously? As long as there are side effects, they will inevitably cause damage to the body. This should be basic common sense. But in recent years, the Alchemist Association has deliberately confused the concepts to facilitate sales, especially for pills priced in the 5-digit range. For many families, being able to take one every few months is considered good. In this case, there is no situation of continuous use. It seems that side effects have no impact at all. But many people overlook the real consequences of side effects, which is that taking too much can cause permanent damage to the body. This is clearly a serious issue. Yet it is downplayed and brushed aside. Just based on this, the Alchemist Association has no way to defend itself. This is also why the reputation of the Alchemist Association is far inferior to that of the Blacksmith Association. I still say the same old thing, everyone should act within their means when purchasing items in my livestream. The products I promote range from hundreds to hundreds of thousands, catering to the needs of all social classes. Su Qing said while putting the strength pill on her online store, then setting it to go on sale in 5 minutes. I've already listed the strength pill in the store, and I just demonstrated its effects to everyone. Interested friends can wait a moment to buy it in my store. Additionally, those who purchase the strength pill this time will have priority for the next order. Su Qing felt that if she delayed any longer, Su Hao would come over to cause trouble. It's better to sell the pills first. Other issues can be dealt with slowly later. In the adjacent livestream, Su Hao was closely monitoring the sales of Master Shuiyan's new products. At this moment, someone reminded him that the pills from Rainbow Rabbit had also been listed. He clicked in to take a look. 550,000? Su Hao couldn't help but laugh. She really dares to put that price out there? The second-ranked strength pill, is this really not a joke? The audience in Su Hao's live stream was also full of ridicule. This pill can increase one-handed strength by 1,000 kilograms, don't say 500,000, selling it for $1 million would be a steal. I want to see who buys it, probably just a few rich fans of Rainbow Rabbit supporting her, the rest of the pills definitely won't sell a single one. Isn't that obvious? Whoever buys it is an idiot. The Alchemist Association just replied to me, saying they will definitely investigate this matter thoroughly. Rainbow Rabbit is finished. Even if the Alchemist Association doesn't investigate her this time, her reputation is definitely ruined. Watching the pills he promoted, the sales were skyrocketing. Su Hao was in a great mood. This wave of momentum was just too perfect. Not only did it instantly bring back popularity. After such a commotion, many fans of Rainbow Rabbit must have gone to buy Master Shuiyan's pills. Seeing everyone in high spirits, Su Hao switched the interface to the sales page of the strength pill. Everyone, I believe you are very curious about the sales situation of the strength pill. There are only 30 seconds left, so let me show you how many of this so-called miraculous pill that can increase one-handed strength by 1,000 kilograms can actually be sold. Su Hao saw that the viewers in the livestream had all mocked the Rainbow Rabbit into such a foolish state, and not many of her fans came out to speak for her. He knew that victory was on his side. Since it had escalated to this point, he naturally had no reservations. He brought the audience along to enjoy the spectacle. Just for fun. Finally, it was down to the last 10 seconds. Everyone was watching the numbers bouncing on the screen. They teased and laughed recklessly. It was as if they had already foreseen that the power pill would be completely ignored. But when the countdown to purchase hit 0, the number representing the stock also instantly dropped to 0. It dropped to 0 in an instant. You couldn't even see the process. Su Hao was dumbfounded. The viewers in his live stream were also stunned. After a while, someone finally reacted. Damn, I didn't just see that, did I? It sold out instantly? That's 550,000, not 50,000. A second-tier pill selling for that much, and there are actually fools buying it? They must have hired shills. I don't believe it. What do you mean you don't believe it? Go check the neighboring livestream. A lot of big spenders are popping up, saying they didn't get the power pill and are urging the Rainbow Rabbit to restock. Is that for real? I'm going to check it out. I'm out of here. I'm going to see what's up with the Rainbow Rabbit. Watching the popularity of his live stream plummet in an instant, Su Hao's face turned pale. He understood better than the average viewer the purchasing power of these wealthy individuals on the live streaming platform. So he didn't think that not a single power pill would sell. But he expected at most 5. And it would take a while to sell them. Who knew that when the countdown ended it would sell out instantly? What does that mean? It means that if the stock was sufficient, the power pill could sell more than 200 pieces. The key was that this situation had drawn many viewers away. He had just started. Master Shuiyan's pills were just starting to see some sales. Now there was no movement at all. How could this go on? Thinking of this, Su Hao couldn't care about still being live. He picked up his phone and sent a message to Shuiyan. On Su Qing's side, she was patiently answering the audience's questions. The quality of the pills is absolutely fine. For those who are worried, you can come to the capital to pick them up in person. I will send someone to accompany you to an authoritative institution for safety testing. There are definitely more power pills available. I just need to check with the big sponsor about when the second batch will come out. What I said counts. Those who purchase the power pill in the first batch will have priority for future orders. I can't guarantee that. Everyone who takes the power pill will gain 1,000 kilograms of one-handed strength. It depends on everyone's cultivation level, training talent, and how many pills they've taken recently, but I can guarantee that the effect of the pills will not disappoint you. Just then, Su Qing's phone rang. Glancing at the caller ID, she looked up and said, "Hold on, it's the big sponsor's call. I'll take it." Su Cheng walked to the corner of the room and pressed the answer button. "So, how's the live stream going today? Are you satisfied?" Su Qing said with a smile. "For the second-tier power pill, I only plan to sell 200 pieces for now." Jiang Chen looked at the 20 bottles of green jade pills he had synthesized this morning after spending a dozen low-grade spirit stones and said lightly, "Why?" Su Qing was slightly taken aback. "Of course, it's because I have even better things. Here." Jiang Chen raised an eyebrow. "Really?" Su Qing's eyes lit up, instantly becoming energized. "Quick, tell me, it wouldn't be the third-tier power pill, would it? You have to save 2 for me. If you want the third-tier power pill, I can sell it to you privately, but what I want to sell in the livestream is another type of pill," Jiang Chen said. "There really is a third-tier power pill?" Su Qing was extremely excited, but she still patiently asked, "What kind of elixir do you want to sell?" "I actually think the strength pill is pretty good. We've already made a name for ourselves today, so we can just wait to collect the money in the future. I want to sell an elixir similar to the spirit nourishing pill, but with a longer effect and no talent restrictions." Jiang Chen briefly introduced the effects of the advanced version of the second-grade spirit nourishing pill. What he lacked was never cash, but spirit stones. The cash obtained from 200 second-grade green jade pills was already enough for him to spend for a long time. So next, he needed to find ways to earn more spirit stones. Since he wanted to earn spirit stones, the targeted customers would definitely be martial artists or spirit masters. After thinking it over, the advanced version of the second-grade spirit nourishing pill was the most suitable. Compared to the simple and crude strength-enhancing green jade pills, the spirit nourishing pill, which could comprehensively enhance cultivation, was obviously more favored by mid to high-level martial artists. "Wait, you said no talent restrictions?" Su Qing doubted whether she had heard wrong. If it was an elixir similar to the spirit nourishing pill and had no talent restrictions, wouldn't that mean anyone who took it could increase their spirit power absorption speed tenfold? And how much longer is the effect? Su Qing continued to ask uncertainly. Jiang Chen thought for a moment. "About an hour." Su Qing. If it weren't for having collaborated with Jiang Chen once, she would absolutely think he was bragging. It should be known that the effect of the first-grade spirit nourishing pill only lasts 10 minutes. And the second-grade spirit nourishing pill lasts only half an hour. Jiang Chen was directly claiming an hour. That would correspond to a third-grade spirit nourishing pill, right? Plus, there were no talent restrictions. This elixir would definitely be snatched up at an auction. "But I won't sell this elixir for cash, only for spirit pearls or spirit stones," Jiang Chen added. "I see." Su Qing pondered slightly. That could work, but it won't be as convenient for transactions. If cash wasn't accepted, then it could only be a face-to-face transaction. Fortunately, she was in the imperial capital. Plus, the elixir was good enough, so selling it wouldn't be a problem. Of course, only a very few could afford it. In this situation, she couldn't pursue high-volume sales. It would be more reliable to develop fixed customers. "Oh no! I'm still live streaming." Su Qing suddenly realized. "Let's talk about the details of the new product later. I need to tell the audience about the strength pill and give them a preview of the new elixir. They will definitely be very interested." Go ahead." Jiang Chen nodded. Su Qing hung up the phone and hurried back in front of the camera. She found that the live stream room was already in an uproar. "What's going on?" Su Qing glanced at a few staff members nearby. "I heard someone reported you, and the Alchemist Association has already accepted it. They are sending someone over here," the cameraman whispered. Su Qing was shocked. Which eye of the Alchemist Association saw her selling counterfeit goods? There was no evidence at all. They reported her, and it was accepted directly. Isn't this nonsense? Turn on all the cameras in the training room for me, Su Qing said after thinking for a moment. She was clearly being set up today. If something unexpected happened later and the livestream was shut down, at least she would have the recordings as proof. Also, those who want to return there Purchases should hurry up, Su Qing said to the livestream. I have already asked the financial backer, and there are only a little over 200 of the second-grade strength pills. Those who choose to return them today will permanently lose the right to purchase strength pills in the future. I can only guarantee through my livestream that the pills are fine. As for the rest, I don't want to explain much. Only selling a little over 200? Is it really that precious? I don't lack this little money. As long as the pills are fine, I will definitely buy more when restocked. The live stream is about to be shut down and you're still doing this hunger marketing? Selling counterfeit goods deserves a bad end. Over 200? Soon, the 20 you sold today will be gone, let alone over 200. I wouldn't even want this kind of product with no quality assurance for free. I'm afraid it would upset my dog's stomach, and you're selling it for 550,000. I really don't understand what these rich people are thinking. Clearly, the Alchemist Association has legitimate products, but they choose to buy from private alchemists. You can't spend money like this. The comments in the live stream were extremely polarized. Su Qing was too lazy to argue with the haters. Since they said the Alchemist Association was coming, she would wait patiently. She wanted to see how these people would deal with her. Without evidence. After waiting for almost an hour, Su Qing had even finished her dinner during the livestream when the people from the Alchemist Association finally arrived. They were all dressed in formal attire. There were 2 young men and a woman over 50. We received a report saying that you are selling counterfeit goods in your live stream, so we came to check if it's true. One of the young men presented his credentials and then explained their purpose. Feel free to check. I will definitely cooperate with your work, Su Qing shrugged. Seeing that the Alchemist Association had really sent people, the audience in the live stream immediately perked up. The host is amazing. The Alchemist Association is investigating her, and she still looks calm. If she doesn't have confidence, then her acting skills are off the charts. Witnessing a 10 million follower internet celebrity fall from grace, waiting this hour is worth it. Little Rainbows livestream is about to break 5 million in popularity, thanks to the opposing site for the traffic. I guarantee that our little rainbow will not have any issues and will take this opportunity to soar, driving you all crazy. It's trending. Now, come on everyone, let's make it even bigger. Now that the professionals are here, there's no need for everyone to argue. Let's see what the Alchemist Association has to say. The middle-aged woman in charge took out a tablet from her bag and then opened a video. Miss Su, may I ask if this video was broadcasted from your live stream? Su Qing tilted her head to take a look. It was indeed the segment where she had the cameraman test the medicine, so she nodded and said, that's right, there was no deception, no editing, it was live. Do you think it's reasonable for a second-grade pill to increase the strength of an ordinary person with a single hand strength of only 500 kilograms to over 1,500 kilograms in a few minutes? The middle-aged woman looked at Su Qing expressionlessly. Existence is reasonable, the facts are right in front of us. Anyway, I still stand by what I said, the pills I sold have no issues, Su Qing said calmly. Then it means the grade of the pills was mistaken. The middle-aged woman pushed up her glasses resting on her nose. If it's a 3rd or 4th grade elixir, and you falsely claim it's 2nd grade to spark a discussion, that also constitutes false advertising. Although it's not as serious as selling counterfeit medicine, it still violates the regulations of the Alchemist Association. We have the right to demand that you cease any sale of these products. Is that even allowed? Su Qing was so angry she almost laughed. She took out the elixir she had prepared early in the morning and placed it in front of the camera in the live stream. Everyone, take a good look. This is a 2nd-grade strength pill. Although the name isn't very appealing, its appearance is definitely distinctive. After saying that, Su Qing handed the elixir to the middle-aged woman. I voluntarily invite a few of you to conduct safety and efficacy tests on this elixir. If there's anything that contradicts the advertisement, I am willing to accept punishment. Pausing for a moment, Su Qing continued, additionally, there are over a dozen cameras in this room, which will definitely allow my 5 million viewers to witness your professionalism. Su Qing's words also served as a warning to the Alchemist Association not to pull any tricks. With over a dozen high-definition cameras, they would capture any of their actions. It seems Miss Su is quite confident, the middle-aged woman said as she took the elixir and casually handed it to a young man beside her. We brought the testing equipment, it should take about 10 minutes to get the results. Please bear with us for a moment. The young man respectfully took the elixir. Another person immediately opened a bag and pulled out a sophisticated device. They scraped a tiny bit of powder from the elixir and placed it into the device, turning on the testing switch. Listening to the sound of the machine operating, Su Qing felt a twinge of nervousness. She had only conducted tests on real people before, which only revealed superficial aspects. However, the Alchemist Association's equipment could test from multiple angles. Passing. This test would effectively mean obtaining the Alchemist Association's certification. That was why she had taken the initiative to present the elixir. As long as she passed this hurdle, anyone trying to trouble her afterward would be futile. Time ticked by. The viewers in the live stream were glued to the screen. Even many other streamers had come to watch the excitement. Su Hao was naturally among them. He was glad he had sent that text to Shui Yan. With Shui Yan's greeting, any casual report would mean Su Qing would have to accept an investigation. Everything was developing in the direction he had anticipated. However, Su Qing's attitude left him somewhat uncertain. This girl was way too calm, wasn't she? It didn't even look like she was pretending. Just then, the device emitted a sound indicating the test was complete. The two young men stepped forward to extract the data from the test. But when they saw the displayed results, they were instantly petrified. What's going on? Is there a problem with the test results? The middle-aged woman walked forward in confusion. Everyone knew there was an issue with the elixir, but the reactions of her two students were too strange. Teacher, you should take a look yourself. One of the young men handed the tablet to the middle-aged woman. She took it with confusion. After just one glance, her eyes widened in shock. This is impossible. The middle-aged woman exclaimed in surprise. The instrument they brought cannot detect the specific raw materials of the elixir. However, it can measure over a dozen indicators such as safety, stability, compatibility, and so on. But the data seen by the middle-aged woman shows that every single indicator is perfect. Is she crazy? In the Alchemist Association, if anyone produces an elixir with even one indicator reaching perfection, they can be singled out for praise. Moreover, only very few masters have such standards. The highest record for elixirs tested by the Alchemist Association was only 5 indicators being perfect, and that was an elixir unearthed from ancient ruins. No one can produce it anymore. Yet now, she sees an elixir where every indicator is perfect. What is this if not madness? Seeing the middle-aged woman's reaction, Su Qing's heart sank. Why such a big reaction? Could there really be a problem with the elixir? But that doesn't make sense. She still has basic judgment skills. After taking the second-grade strength pill given to her by Jiang Chen, she felt no discomfort at all. This indicates that the quality of the elixir is very good. Otherwise, as a martial artist, she would definitely feel any issues with her body immediately. The audience in the livestream was also speculating wildly. What's going on? Did it crash? Look at this reaction. They must have found something unusual. Could it be that banned substances were used? That would be serious. The host wouldn't have the guts to do that. She's not stupid. Why would she voluntarily take banned substances to the Alchemist Association for inspection? The elixir wasn't even made by her. The host is only responsible for collecting money. How would she know what ingredients are inside? Just as everyone was discussing, the middle-aged woman suddenly looked up and said, "Retest it, and use a comparison sample to see if there's a problem with the instrument." Yes, teacher. The two young people responded and quickly began preparing samples for retesting. Su Qing was about to ask what was going on when she received a text message. "Jiang Chen, sister, don't expose me." Seeing this message, Su Qing's expression changed. This kid, is he planning to run away? She has taken all the blame. No. She can't panic. At this moment, she must not lose her composure. Maybe Jiang Chen didn't mean it that way. Soon, the data from the comparison samples and the results of the second test came out. The middle-aged woman was silent for a long time after receiving the data. "Miss Su, may I ask who promoted this elixir to you?" the middle-aged woman asked Su Qing. "That's a trade secret, how can I casually disclose it?" Su Qing pointed to the data in the middle-aged woman's hand. You should first tell me the test results, so many people are waiting." "The test results show no problems. This is an excellent elixir, and I apologize for my earlier ignorance," the middle-aged woman said earnestly. "Apologize to me?" Su Qing widened her eyes. "What is this about?" "That's right." The middle-aged woman sighed. "The facts prove that my perspective was too narrow. Before coming here, I could not imagine that a second-grade elixir could achieve the effects you mentioned. But now the data is in front of me, and I have to admit that this elixir has such capabilities. It is not just an elixir, but a work of art." The two young people beside her nodded in agreement. This test data, when taken back, will definitely shock everyone in the Alchemist Association. Every single indicator, all perfect. This result is too shocking. Su Qing was completely bewildered. What is this work of art? Is that a term used to describe elixirs? But as long as the test results are fine, that's all that matters. Friends, these are the authoritative experts from the Alchemist Association. Now that even they say there's no problem with the elixir, you should feel reassured, right? Su Qing looked towards the live stream. I told you there's no problem. The things sold in the Little Rainbow live stream have always been guaranteed in quality, haven't they? You didn't believe what Little Rainbow said, but now that the experts from the Alchemist Association are speaking, you guys should believe it, right? Are these experts really from the Alchemist Association? They might be imposters hired by someone. Who knows, self-directed and self-acted is also a possibility. Host, can you let us see the test results? 2. Looking at the barrage on the screen, Suhao had the same question in his mind. Whose side are these guys really on? Aren't they people brought in by Shuiyan? Why are they speaking for Su Qing? Moreover, they are experts from the Alchemist Association. How could they not see that there's a problem with this elixir? No matter how impressive a second-grade elixir is, it shouldn't have such effects. He had never seen anything like it. Not to mention these experts who deal with a large number of elixirs every day. It was really incomprehensible. Just as Suhao was considering whether to call Shuiyan, a middle-aged woman handed the test data to Su Qing. Miss Su, I'm very sorry for the misunderstanding. Such an excellent elixir should not be questioned. Here are the test results, you can show them to the audience. Those who understand will know what this represents. Su Qing took the tablet, confused. When she saw the data on it, her pupils suddenly constricted. Perfect. 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 All the indicators on the report were perfect. Oh my god. Does such an elixir really exist? Even someone like her, who doesn't understand the field, knows how impressive such test results are. Watching the barrage in the live stream urging her on, Su Qing took a deep breath and said, Everyone, this data is a bit shocking, you need to be mentally prepared. What's so shocking? My secondary profession is alchemy, and no matter how impressive this test data is, it can't be more than 2 perfect indicators. The host doesn't need to make a fuss. Exactly, there are quite a few professionals in the live stream. Whether the elixir is good or not, we'll know once the test results are shown. Do you really think perfect indicators are that easy to achieve? If just one indicator reaches perfection, the efficacy is worlds apart, okay? This elixir's effects are already incredible, having a few perfect indicators isn't surprising, provided the elixir is indeed fine. Su Qing adjusted the camera and then raised the tablet in her hand. Everyone, look, this is the internal network of the Alchemist Association. Their test data will uniformly appear on this page after being exported. Su Qing scrolled through the data from top to bottom and asked the livestream. Do you still think this data isn't shocking? When the audience saw the content on the tablet, the barrage in the livestream collectively turned into exclamation marks. After a while, a big shot with a golden crown spoke up. Holy crap, this isn't photoshopped, is it? Others quickly reacted and went wild. Does this data really exist? I suspect I'm blind. It must be the equipment malfunctioning. If it's not the equipment, then it's my brain that's malfunctioning. Everyone, I want to remind you that this is a comparative test, and the chance of error is extremely low. Moreover, they tested it twice, the chance of error can be said to be non-existent. The data can't be fake, right? Or is there something wrong with the experts? This really is the internal network of the Alchemist Association. I also found the experts on the Alchemist Association's official website. I just want to ask, do I still have a chance to buy the strengthening pill? Looking at the craziness in the live stream and the excited expressions of the experts around her, Su Qing finally understood why Jiangchen said not to expose him. If his identity were revealed, how could there be any peaceful days ahead? During the time Su Qing was communicating with the audience in the live broadcast, the middle-aged woman reported the situation to the headquarters of the Alchemist Association. After repeatedly confirming the authenticity of the testing data, the headquarters of the Alchemist Association also took notice. Director Zhang, please make sure to get this alchemist's contact information, and it would be best to bring back the tested elixirs. This time even the higher-ups are alarmed. Don't worry, I will do my best. After Zhang Yuehua spoke on the phone with the headquarters of the Alchemist Association, she proactively approached Su Qing. Miss Su, can we talk after your live broadcast ends? About what? Su Qing turned around and asked, You don't want to ask for contact information again, do you? Then I'll give you the same answer as before. This is a business secret, and as long as my partner hasn't agreed, I can't give his contact information to anyone, understand? Even if you are an expert from the Alchemist Association. Zhang Yuehua. Who is Xiao Kaihong collaborating with? Even the experts from the Alchemist Association want the partner's contact information? Need I say more? The streamer must have latched onto a big shot this time. To be able to refine such amazing elixirs, just thinking about it shows their identity must be extraordinary. I don't care about that, I only care about when the second batch of strength pills will be available. Can I even get one? There are only 200 pieces, even buying them for collection is worth it. The live broadcast room was buzzing with discussion. Su Qing glanced at the time and then looked up to say, "Today, I'll stop the broadcast here for now. I still need to arrange the shipment for the buyers who got the strength pills, so I have to end the stream early. Also, let me give everyone a heads up about the new elixir that the sponsor is about to launch. I heard it has effects similar to the spirit nourishing pill, but there are no talent restrictions. However, this elixir will only be available for offline transactions. The sponsor only accepts spirit stones and spirit pearls. So you all understand. For those interested, hurry up and prepare your spirit stones." As soon as these words were spoken, there was about a 2-second vacuum period in the bullet comments. Then the live broadcast room erupted. An elixir similar to the spirit nourishing pill. But with no talent restrictions? Are you sure my ears aren't malfunctioning? Wow, this elixir is way more powerful than the strength pills. What kind of terrifying big shot is the streamer collaborating with? The things being sold are getting more and more outrageous. Only spirit stones and spirit pearls for transactions is a bit too much. We are on Earth, not in some otherworldly realm. When did buying things require spirit stones? The goods are in the hands of that big shot. Whatever they want to sell, it's up to them. The discussion in the live broadcast room was heated, while Su Qing decisively shut down the stream. Mainly because if this continued, she might not be able to hold back. It was better to retreat in time and let everyone calm down a bit. She also needed to calm down. "Miss Su, what you just said is true. An elixir similar to the spirit nourishing pill, but without talent restrictions, really exists?" Zhang Yuehua asked, suppressing her excitement. The raw materials for the spirit nourishing pill are actually not cheap. But because of the talent restrictions, the price of the elixir has never been able to rise. In response to this issue, the Alchemist Association even specially established a research group to try to improve the formula of the spirit nourishing pill. However, after several years, there has been little progress. Now she hears about the existence of such an elixir from the mouth of an internet celebrity in a live broadcast. How could she not be excited? The key was that after the testing data for the strength pills came out, the authenticity of Su Qing's words instantly increased several times. She was now even more eager to know the identity of the person behind Su Qing. Of course it's true. Su Qing took off her gloves and opened a bottle of mineral water. Before drinking, she glanced at Zhang Yuehua. "Do the experts have anything else to discuss? Since there are no issues with the second-grade powerful pill, can you all go back now? I really don't have much energy to entertain you. After all, it's my working hours, and I have quite a lot to do. I'm very sorry to disturb Miss Su. Since you are unwilling to give me your partner's contact information, may I leave my contact information for you, Miss Su? That should be acceptable, right?" Zhang Yuehua said patiently. If it weren't for considering the person behind Su Qing, she wouldn't have shown such a good attitude to an internet celebrity. Nor would she have voluntarily handed over the testing data of the second-grade powerful pill to Su Qing. These were merely means for her to get closer to Su Qing. "My contact information is of course fine, it's not a secret." Su Qing found a pen and paper, wrote down her phone number, and handed it to Zhang Yuehua. "You all take care, no need to see you off." Zhang Yuehua's expression stiffened for a moment, but she still accepted the phone number. "I will contact Miss Su later. Our Alchemist Association has countless business every month, and I look forward to the day we can collaborate." After saying that, Zhang Yuehua left with her people. Su Qing also breathed a sigh of relief. She quickly called Jiang Chen. "Jiang Handsome, honestly tell me, where did you get all these pills?" Su Qing asked straightforwardly. "The little handsome guy has turned into a big handsome guy, that's quite a leap," Jiang Chen said half-jokingly while lying on the bed. "Don't change the subject on me, I was almost scared to death today." Su Qing thought of the testing data from earlier and the experts' reaction from the Alchemist Association, and her heart was still racing. The pills are definitely not made by me. I just want to sell them simply and don't want to get into any trouble, understand? Jiang Chen raised an eyebrow. "I understand. Aren't I the one helping you bear the pressure? What trouble could you possibly get into?" "I don't want to lose you, my big financier," Su Qing said irritably. Just know that, Zhang Chen said with a slight smile. If you obediently do as I say, you will definitely benefit. Compared to Zhang Chen and Su Qing, Su Hao was not so fortunate. He knew he had definitely hit a brick wall. After hastily ending his livestream, he received a call from Shui Yan. What's going on with you? You ended the livestream so early. I only sold over 300 of my elixirs today, and I gave you millions. For promotion, and this is how you promoted for me? Listening to the roar coming from the phone, Su Hao could only smile bitterly. Master Shui Yan, today is a special situation. All my traffic was snatched away by Rainbow Rabbit. Their elixirs are of such high quality, I can't do anything about it. Second grade. Elixirs could increase one's single-handed strength by 1,000 kilograms. It sounded like a fairy tale. But the testing data they provided showed no flaws. At all. They slapped everyone in the face. Now he didn't even dare to face his own fans. And this old man still came to him to vent his anger. He really had bad luck to take on this order. Rainbow Rabbit? Didn't you say she was selling fake elixirs? I've already sent someone to handle it and her livestream. Room hasn't been shut down? Shui Yan was quite confused. Master Shui Yan, don't you know? Just now, your experts personally tested the second grade great strength pill promoted by Rainbow Rabbit, and all indicators reached perfection. This matter has even trended on social media, and several of your experts are trying to get in touch with Rainbow Rabbit for collaboration. Su Hao was speechless. Such a big deal should have been known by everyone in the Alchemist Association long ago. Why was Shui Yan still coming to ask him? What did you say? Shui Yan's eyes widened. He had just heard someone in the association spreading rumors. What elixirs had all indicators reached perfection? He thought someone was bragging. It turned out to be the fake elixirs sold in Rainbow Rabbit's livestream. The key was that he had unilaterally accepted the public's report. No wonder when he received a call from above a few minutes ago, the tone was very unpleasant. He thought it was because his new elixirs weren't selling well, and they were deliberately giving him a hard time. It turned out so much had happened in between. Oh no! If their testing results were fine and really reached perfection on several indicators, then he would be in big trouble. Although he had already obtained the title of master in the Alchemist Association 2 years ago, compared to someone who could refine such elixirs, he was nothing. This matter stirred up quite a bit for a while. The popularity of Su Qing's livestream room skyrocketed several times because of it. Every day, 6 to 7 million viewers were waiting in the livestream, either inquiring about the great strength pill and new elixirs or trying to find out about the refiner. The Alchemist Association was also calling her at least twice a day. Various business deals were being thrown her way, but she didn't dare to accept any, because she knew very well what these people were after. This kind of life made her feel both pained and happy. In contrast, Zhang Chen, with over 200 second-grade great strength pills sold, he now had over 100 million in funds. Life was quite carefree. Moreover, after becoming familiar with the Lone Star technique, he consumed the 6 fourth-grade spirit-nourishing pills he had previously synthesized. His cultivation immediately soared, and he smoothly became a second-tier martial artist. During this time, he encountered no bottlenecks at all. This was all thanks to the effects of the 4th-grade spirit-nourishing pills. However, synthesizing these things was quite costly in terms of spirit stones. After several rounds of effort, plus synthesizing a few bottles of second-grade spirit-nourishing pills to try selling in Su Qing's livestream, he had very few spirit stones left. But once the second-grade spirit-nourishing pills were sold, spirit stones would no longer be a problem. Finally, the day arrived for the college entrance examination results to be released. As expected, Zhang Chen's scores were all S or SS. Except for a few subjects where his cultural exam scores were a bit lacking. But it didn't matter. Many universities didn't look at cultural scores, as long as one could pass. After checking his college entrance examination results, Zhang Chen conveniently filled out his application. His grades were more than enough to get into Magic City University. Next, he just needed to wait for the admission notice. At that moment, he received a message from Su Mengran. Su Mengran, I've arrived in Magic City, want to go out for a meal? Zhang Chen, sure, send me the address. 10 minutes later, Zhang Chen took a taxi to a refined Chinese restaurant. He found the private room reserved by Su Mengran. As soon as he entered, Zhang Chen saw a stunning figure sitting by the window. She had ice blue, slightly curled long hair casually draped over her shoulders, wearing a ladylike dress, and even had light makeup on, adding a different charm to her already exquisite features. If there was any difference from before, it was probably that she exuded more femininity. You got here pretty fast. Su Mengran propped her chin on one hand, tilting her head to look at Jiang Chen. I live near Magic City University, it only took a few minutes to get here. Jiang Chen walked over and sat down opposite Su Mengran. The college entrance exam results came out today, have you decided which school to go to? Su Mengran knew that with Jiang Chen's grades, it was no longer the school's choosing him, but him choosing the schools. Magic City University, my sister is also at that school. Jiang Chen glanced at Su Mengran, what about you? Of course, I'm going to Imperial Capital University, Su Mengran said. Then, why did you come to Magic City so early? Jiang Chen was a bit puzzled. There was still more than a month until the 37th Secret Realm opened. Did Su Mengran come to Magic City this early just for tourism? Have you heard of the Sea Monster Festival? Su Mengran took a sip of her tea. Sea Monster Festival? Jiang Chen was slightly taken aback. What kind of bizarre festival was this? It sounded rather frivolous. The so-called Sea Monster Festival is an ancient relic near the waters of Magic City that opens for a short period every year. This relic is unique in that it poses no danger. Once you enter, it's all based on luck. Over time, it has evolved into a kind of festival, and those in the know will come to join the fun, Su Mengran explained. Oh. Jiang Chen nodded, clearly not very interested. Once you enter the secret realm, if you're lucky, you can gain the state of being possessed by an immortal. During this possession, you can use all the abilities of the immortal. Su Mengran smiled and said, in other words, you can try to learn these abilities, and how much you can learn depends on your own skills. Possessed by an immortal? Jiang Chen was stunned. Wasn't this just the inheritance dungeon from the online game Heavens? However, according to Su Mengran, this state of being possessed by an immortal had a time limit. So it should belong to a relatively low-level inheritance dungeon. The most important thing was that he could gain the abilities of an immortal in a short time. That would also raise his spiritual power limit. An increase in spiritual power limit meant he could synthesize higher-level items. All kinds of techniques, weapons, and blood-sucking mines. It would all get a major upgrade. Plus, he could also try to synthesize divine pulse pills and medicinal cores. He absolutely had to go. It seems you're quite interested? Su Mengran looked at Jiang Chen with a smile that was not quite a smile. I'm somewhat interested, I suppose. Jiang Chen snapped back to reality and said, after all, you mentioned that this state of being possessed by an immortal relies on luck, which is just like winning the lottery. Actually, luck can sometimes be created by oneself. Su Mengran smiled faintly and said, for example, if everyone entering the ruins violates the rules, but you stay within the rules, then the state of being possessed by an immortal is no longer luck, but a certainty. Hearing Su Mengran's words, Jiang Chen was greatly shocked. This woman is too cunning. How could she reveal his plans in advance? His idea was simple. Since it was a matter of luck, he would make everyone unlucky. If everyone was unlucky, how could anyone be possessed by an immortal? After all, even immortals fear bad luck. Who would have thought this woman had similar thoughts? It was simply outrageous. What do you plan to do? Jiang Chen asked tentatively. There is a rule that must be followed during the Sea Monster Festival, which is that you cannot touch the seawater, or you will be directly eliminated. Su Mengran leaned slightly forward, her tone a bit mischievous. So, are you willing to cooperate with me? I can give you the reward from the 37th Secret Realm in advance, and I guarantee it will be better than what you chose at Magic City University. Jiang Chen knew that Su Mengran was referring to the martial arts skills she had promised him before. He wasn't in a hurry for this anymore, especially after confirming that both copied and handwritten techniques could be synthesized. Su Mengran's offer held no appeal for him now. Moreover, the immortal inheritance that Su Mengran wanted, he also wanted. So there was no need to discuss cooperation. He could only go solo. I think one should be straightforward and aboveboard. In a place that relies purely on luck, we shouldn't engage in any underhanded tactics, Jiang Chen said earnestly. Straightforward and aboveboard? Su Mengran looked at him in astonishment. Are you sure it's appropriate to describe yourself with such words? What's inappropriate about it? I act with integrity and absolutely won't do anything against my conscience, Jiang Chen said seriously. Su Mengran was momentarily at a loss for words. So, how exactly do we get to the ruins of the sea monster festival? Jiang Chen continued to ask. That's not a secret, you can just look it up online, Su Mengran said, not angry at Jiang Chen's refusal to cooperate. You should have said so earlier. Jiang Chen thought it would take some effort to pry information from Su Mengran, but he was surprised by her directness, which made him feel a bit uncomfortable. Then let's talk about business. Su Mengran put away her smile and looked at Jiang Chen. asking, "What do you want to do in the Red Lotus ruins?" Although not much information about the Red Lotus ruins was publicly available, anyone who investigated with some effort would know that the ruins were controlled by three major families. Those who were not from the three families had no chance of entering. Why did Jiang Chen suddenly come up with this unrealistic idea? She didn't think it was just a whim. There must be another reason. "I can't say for now, just tell me if there's a way to get me in." Jiang Chen certainly couldn't reveal the existence of the treasure map. This girl seemed obsessed with finding ways to increase her strength. Who knows? She might have ulterior motives when she sees wealth. One must always be cautious. "Although I've severed ties with the Su family, I happen to have the key to the Red Lotus ruins." Su Mengran opened her palm and a lotus-shaped key appeared out of thin air in her hand. The key was entirely jade-like, and at the position of the lotus heart, a flame-like glow emanated. Jiang Chen couldn't quite fathom Su Mengran's identity anymore. She even had the key to the Red Lotus ruins. This isn't just the head of the family, it must be at the elder level. And yet, they severed ties with the Su family. Is it a rebellious girl running away from home, or is there some unknown backstory? "I'm not going to beat around the bush, you need to show me your sincerity." Su Mengran retracted the key and continued, "To be honest, I'm still interested in the other two items in the black treasure chest. If you're willing to give them to me, when the next Red Lotus ruins open, I'll take you in directly, and you can go in earlier than anyone else." "That's too bad," Jiang Chen sighed helplessly. "I've already consumed the elixir. And I sold the scroll for money. Otherwise, do you think I could have become a second-tier warrior so quickly?" "You're already a second-tier warrior?" Su Mengran's pupils constricted. She sensed that Jiang Chen's strength had improved. But until she made a move, she couldn't determine Jiang Chen's exact cultivation level. A little over a month ago, Jiang Chen's one-handed strength was just over 3,000 kilograms. During the college entrance exam, it inexplicably became nearly 40,000 kilograms. Now, upon meeting again, he was already a second-tier warrior. Doesn't this person encounter any bottlenecks in his training? "Yeah." Jiang Chen shrugged. "And casually fabricated, I'm preparing to enter Magic City University. If my strength is too low, I'm afraid my classmates will look down on me. Since you have nothing in hand, what do you have to negotiate with me?" Su Mengran crossed her arms and frowned slightly. Seeing Su Mengran turn hostile faster than flipping a book, Jiang Chen clicked his tongue and shook his head. He knew that Su Mengran's earlier attitude was all an act. "You tell me what you lack, and then I'll know if I have what you need," Jiang Chen said calmly. Negotiations could take time, especially since Su Mengran's goal was clear. She wanted various cultivation resources and items to enhance her strength. If the quality wasn't enough, couldn't they make up for it with quantity? Su Mengran thought for a moment and said, "I'm not very picky. Techniques or spiritual arts above level 6 will do. If it's a technique suitable for ice-type spiritualists, level 5 is fine, but spiritual arts must be level 6. I'm not in great need of elixirs, but if there are any with special effects, I might consider them. Of course, the grade must not be low. As for other things, similar to treasure chests or brand new ruined secret realms, I'm very willing to accept." Jiang Chen. Is that not being picky? He would need to raise his cultivation at least one more tier to synthesize what Su Mengran needed. "How about this? I heard the Shadow Realm is about to open. How about I invite you to spend some time there?" Jiang Chen said without much hope. "You know how to get to the Shadow Realm?" Su Mengran suddenly stood up. Seeing Su Mengran's reaction, Jiang Chen knew there was a chance. After all this time, Su Mengran didn't even know how to get to the Shadow Realm. Wasn't this a free opportunity? The existence of the Shadow Realm was something Jiang Chen learned about last time at the small shop where he exchanged spirit stones. From the various collectibles in that shop and the owner's treasure pig that could pull spirit stones, it was clear that this shop was extraordinary. Moreover, even a bit of gossip could pique Su Mengran's interest. She definitely needed to visit a few more times. "Why aren't you speaking?" Su Mengran noticed Jiang Chen's lack of response and her tone became anxious. Ever since she severed ties with the Su family, it wasn't so easy to go to the Shadow Realm. Just finding a channel to purchase the entry ticket was quite difficult. She had inquired at many places in the capital but found no relevant information. It's important to know that the Shadow Realm is connected to the myriad worlds. The resources available there are incomparable to those ordinary relics and secret realms on Earth. If she missed this recent opportunity, she would have to wait another 2 years. She might not be able to wait that long. "I know how to get to the Shadow Realm." Jiang Chen pulled his thoughts back and looked at Su Mengran. "So, do you agree? If you can really take me to the Shadow Realm, of course. I can agree." Su Mengran replied without a second thought. Is there any doubt about that? But when the time comes to purchase the entry qualification, you might need to spend a little money. I won't reimburse you for that. Jiang Chun preemptively warned Su Mengran. Although he said he was inviting Su Mengran to the Shadow Realm, he wouldn't spend a single cent that wasn't his responsibility. Once they were in the Shadow Realm, he would just buy her a few small things as a gesture. After all, this woman was definitely wealthier than him. He wouldn't show off unnecessarily. Opportunities to flaunt wealth should be reserved for the rich. He was poor, so that was that. You just need to introduce me to the channel, and once it's done, when the next Red Lotus ruins open, I'll take you in first thing. Su Mengran calmed herself and sat back down. Then it's settled. I'll go talk to the owner later to confirm the purchase, and then I'll contact you. Jiang Chun was also worried that the entry spots for the Shadow Realm were limited. If even Su Mengran couldn't find a place to buy, it meant it was quite scarce. If he was late and they were all sold out, then it would be hopeless. Don't wait, go now. I'm looking forward to your good news. Su Mengran looked at Jiang Chun eagerly. Jiang Chun was puzzled. I haven't even eaten yet. I'll treat you to something better later, Su Mengran said with a smile. Alright. Jiang Chun could see Su Mengran's urgency. This meal wasn't something he had to eat. After all, it was about whether he could enter the Red Lotus ruins. The sooner they settled things, the more at ease everyone would be. After leaving the restaurant, Jiang Chun took a taxi directly to the outer city. He found the small shop from last time. The 3 characters Mirror Moon Tower were especially eye-catching above the entrance. Good thing it's still open. Jiang Chun navigated around the densely packed stalls outside and squeezed through the crowd to enter the shop. Welcome. At the entrance stood the same mechanical puppet, pointing to the LCD screen on its chest, saying, "Please select the service you need." Based on his previous experience, Jiang Chun chose other services, and immediately a hidden door opened in the corner of the room. After entering the hidden door, he found himself in the familiar passage. However, the collectibles on both sides of the passage seemed to be different from the last batch. Compared to the hardcore collectibles from last time, this time the items were clearly more artistic. What caught his eye were various spirit jade sculptures. Indeed, they were all spirit jade. Just getting close made him feel the flow of spiritual energy within him accelerate. If he stayed in this passage for 10 days or half a month, he could probably save on spirit-nourishing pills, right? But to be fair, these display racks looked quite nice. When he eventually had his own house, he wanted to set up 2 rows of shelves at the entrance and display all the valuable items he could find. It's simply too impressive. Jiang Chun strolled through as if he were at an exhibition, admiring the collections on both sides. Before long, he arrived at the end of the corridor. In the room at the end of the corridor, Jiang Chun saw the woman in the qipao again. Hearing the noise, the woman in the qipao looked up. "It's you," she smiled and said. "Are you looking to exchange spirit stones again today? The boss remembers me?" Jiang Chun walked up to the counter and sat down. "I remember every one of my customers," the woman in the qipao said, her tone clearly serious. "Every one of them?" Jiang Chun was taken aback. That meant she had an extraordinary memory. He thought his memory was quite good, but compared to someone with a truly remarkable memory, he was still far behind. After thinking for a moment, Jiang Chun could only give a thumbs up to the woman in the qipao. "The boss is indeed a businesswoman. You deserve to make money. You really know how to flatter," the woman in the qipao laughed, covering her lips. "So, what do you want to buy today?" "I wanted to ask the boss how much I need to spend here to qualify for a ticket to the Shadow Realm." Jiang Chun stated his purpose directly. 100 million, the woman in the qipao replied. "Then what is the price of a ticket to the Shadow Realm?" Jiang Chun continued to ask. 100 low-grade spirit stones, the woman in the qipao answered. "Alright." Jiang Chun decisively took out his bank card and handed it to the woman in the qipao. "Then give me 500 low-grade spirit stones first, and then I'll use 200 low-grade spirit stones to buy 2 tickets to the Shadow Realm." For him, money was no big deal. As long as things went smoothly on Su Qing's side, he would have a steady stream of income. There was no need to save money at such a time. "Okay." The woman in the qipao smiled more genuinely, and after swiping the card, she handed Jiang Chun 300 low-grade spirit stones and 2 special red cloth strips. "Once the Shadow Realm opens, just tie the cloth strip to your hand, and you will be automatically transported to the Shadow Realm. To leave the Shadow Realm, just untie the strip." Jiang Chun picked up the cloth strip and examined it. He saw some special patterns on it. It should be some kind of formation or talisman. As for whether the items were real or fake, he would know once he showed them to Su Mengran. A store this big wouldn't sell him fakes. Little brother, do you know about the recent sea monster festival? The woman in the cheapao suddenly asked. I know. Jiang Chen looked up and replied. I just received a batch of new goods. The woman in the cheapao opened the drawer under the counter and took out a folding fishing rod. This is a lucky fishing rod, it can definitely catch good things. Thank you for your kindness, but I'm not very interested in such things. Jiang Chen thought he already had a complete plan in mind. As for the lucky fishing rod, he wasn't very convinced of such things. It's only one low-grade spirit stone. The woman in the cheapao blinked. You are the first customer I've served today, so it's a special price, 0.1% off. So cheap? Jiang Chen was slightly taken aback. Then give me two. Sometimes, it's good to believe in a bit of mysticism. After all, calamity sea monsters do exist. The lucky fishing rod might really bring some luck. Of course, the most important reason was that it was cheap enough. Not taking advantage of a good deal would be against human nature. He was just respecting his own humanity. Leaving the Mirror Moon Tower, Jiang Chen took a taxi back to the restaurant he had just visited. On the way, he examined the two fishing rods in his hands. The materials of these two rods looked quite ordinary. They were neither alloy nor any special mineral. Yet, he felt that the owner wouldn't deceive him. Given the collection in that shop, he was willing to trust the owner once. I should use the synthesis table to check it out. Jiang Chen specifically chose a corner seat in the back row, not having to worry about the driver in front noticing his little actions. After opening the synthesis table, he placed the lucky fishing rod inside. Ordinary fishing rod appears ordinary, made of ordinary materials, but may bring some special opportunities? Looking at the introduction on the synthesis table, Jiang Chen pondered. He didn't have high hopes for something bought with a low-grade spirit stone. Yet, it really could bring special opportunities. This should be what the owner meant by being able to catch good things, right? Jiang Chen placed the other fishing rod into the synthesis table. As well. Do you want to synthesize an ordinary fishing rod? Synthesize. The ordinary fishing rod has been synthesized. Congratulations on obtaining a special fishing rod. Special fishing rod, although it appears ordinary, it will definitely bring some special opportunities when fishing. Jiang Chen's face turned slightly pale. He didn't expect that synthesizing this rod would consume all his spiritual power. Not even a trace was left for him. It had been a long time since he encountered such a situation. It seemed this fishing rod was of a higher grade than he had imagined. At least, buying it with a low-grade spirit stone was definitely a profit. Returning to the restaurant, Su Mengran had already finished her lunch. You finished that already, and didn't leave me any? Jiang Chen walked over to take a look. Su Mengran had only ordered 3 dishes, but the portions weren't particularly large, just enough for one person. While he was running around on an empty stomach, Su Mengran was comfortably enjoying the air conditioning and delicious food. Why was that? I ordered you another portion. Su Mengran wiped her mouth with a tissue and added, a large portion. Now. That's more like it. Jiang Chen sat down contentedly, then took out the red cloth strip. Take a look at this, it cost me 200 low-grade spirit stones. 200 low-grade spirit stones? Su Mengran took the red cloth strip, first checking the patterns on it, then tying it around her wrist to sense it, and said, the item is fine, but the price is a bit high, you must have been ripped off. Sigh, there's nothing I can do, this item is hard to come by, and the source is in their hands, so of course, they set a price. Jiang Chen certainly wouldn't admit that he had inflated the price by double. He couldn't let his trip be in vain. Taxis cost money too. Su Mengran touched a ring on her finger, and a delicate wooden box appeared on the table out of thin air. When opened, it was filled to the brim with spirit stones and spirit pearls. Jiang Chen even noticed a few high-quality spirit stones that should be of a much higher grade than low-grade spirit stones. Su Mengran counted out 200 low-grade spirit stones from inside and handed them to Jiang Chen. I'll take the item, this is the money for the ticket. Today, consider it a favor I owe you. Even if you don't want to go to the Red Lotus ruins anymore, you can make another request, just don't go overboard. Helping each other out, why be so polite? Seeing that Su Mengran didn't hide her storage ring, Jiang Chen directly stored the spirit stones in his inventory. Acting poor in front of someone poorer than oneself is called being low-key. Acting poor in front of someone richer is called unnecessary. Seeing that Jiang Chen also had storage items, Su Mengran was not surprised at all. Given Jiang Chen's various performances during this time, if she still thought he was just an ordinary high school student, that would be too naive of her. The Sea Monster Festival is the day after tomorrow. If you want to go, you should hurry up and prepare. Since you don't want to cooperate with me this time, then we'll see who has the better skills then. After saying that, Su Mengran stood up and picked up her bag from behind. The food should be ready in 10 minutes. I have things to do, so I won't keep you company. Alright, remember to buy the tickets, Jiang Chen reminded her. Su Mengran paused for a moment, her tone sounding a bit gritted. When will you take the initiative to treat me to a meal? Maybe when the sun rises from the west? Well, there will be opportunities in the future, Jiang Chen chuckled. I can't count on that, Su Mengran said with a helpless pout, then quickly walked out of the private room. After a hearty meal, Jiang Chen took out his phone to check the news about the Sea Monster Festival. With the date approaching, there was quite a bit of discussion online. Some influencers even made guides specifically for the festival. Naturally, it included the festival's location, how to enter the ancient ruins, and what to do once inside, among other things. Jiang Chen saved a few guides and then waited patiently for the festival to arrive. In the blink of an eye, 2 days passed. Early that morning, Jiang Chen received a call from Jiang Yingshui. Although they hadn't seen each other often lately, they still kept in touch almost every few days. Sis, I just got up and was about to head out. Jiang Chen said while brushing his teeth. Do you have plans today? I was going to invite you to the Sea Monster Festival. Jiang Yingshui's tone was slightly disappointed. You're going to the Sea Monster Festival too? Jiang Chen was a bit taken aback. Of course. Jiang Yingshui said matter-of-factly, this is a unique festival in Magic City, with hundreds of thousands of participants every year. I don't expect to get anything good, but I heard the scenery there is quite nice, so I plan to go with Tanya for a couple of days. Do you want to join us? Although the Sea Monster Festival was famous, only a very small number of people actually got good things from it. The odds were similar to winning a lottery. So many people just went to join the fun. Jiang Yingshui and Tanya were no exception. During this time, Jiang Chen had been holed up in the hotel every day. Jiang Yingshui thought he was in seclusion and didn't want to disturb him for such trivial matters. Hundreds of thousands. Jiang Chen was genuinely shocked by that number. No matter how powerful the cursed sea monster was, could it really handle that many people? Xiao Yan? Seeing Jiang Chen suddenly go silent, Jiang Yingshui called out in confusion. Actually, I was planning to go to the Sea Monster Festival too, Jiang Chen said, pulling his thoughts back. That's great. Tanya and I will set off in about half an hour. We've already booked a car, so we'll come pick you up at the hotel. Jiang Yingshui said. Okay, Jiang Chen nodded. After hanging up the phone, Jiang Chen took out the crystal ball. That contained the cursed sea monster. What's wrong? Planning to mess with someone again, the cursed sea monster asked listlessly as it approached the edge of the crystal ball. The sea witch of misfortune felt tricked. Although Jiang Chen had not put it back into that black little box where time seemed to stand still, the small space it was in now was just as lacking in everything. It couldn't even see the scenery through the glass. Recently, Jiang Chen had been holed up in the hotel every day, and it couldn't find an opportunity to show off its skills. At least let it out for some fresh air occasionally. Right? Didn't anyone know that fish needed socializing too? This time, it absolutely had to have a serious talk with Jiang Chen. Since they were going to cooperate, both sides needed to show sincerity. They couldn't just go back on their word. Jiang Chen was unaware of the sea witch's inner thoughts and pondered for a moment before saying, can you make tens of thousands of people unlucky at the same time? It doesn't have to be too unlucky, just a little worse than me will do. That might be a bit difficult. The larger the range of my curse, the less precise it becomes. If there are too many people, I can't control it, and I don't know what the consequences will be, the sea witch of misfortune thought for a moment. And said, but if it's a natural disaster like an earthquake, tsunami, or hurricane, causing tens of thousands of people to be unlucky indirectly, is no problem. What if it's just causing a building or an ancient relic to have issues? Can you manage that level? Jiang Chen continued to ask. Piece of cake, the sea witch said confidently. That's good. Jiang Chen breathed a sigh of relief. Wait. Just as Jiang Chen was about to put it back into the space treasure, the sea witch quickly called to stop him. We agreed before that you would provide me with a good living environment, but now that space has nothing in it. Doesn't that count as you going back on your word? How can that be called going back on my word? You can't wrong an innocent person. Jiang Chen quickly defended himself. I was too poor recently to afford materials to upgrade the space. You can't expect me to rob someone on the street, can you? Robbing is fine too. Whoever is strong gets more resources, isn't that normal? The sea witch said matter-of-factly. That's how it was in their world. No one thought it was a problem. But I'm not strong. Jiang Chen sighed. The sea witch was speechless. It sounded as if he was serious. If Jiang Chen wasn't strong, how could he have locked it in this broken water ball? Don't worry, when I come back this time, I'll definitely get you a big garden and raise a few pets to keep you company. I guarantee you'll never be bored again. Jiang Chen promised, fearing the sea witch would slack off. Really? The sea witch looked at Jiang Chen skeptically. Really? Really? Jiang Chen nodded repeatedly. Then I'll trust you one more time. The sea witch huffed lightly. Half an hour later, Jiang Chen and Jiang Yingxue met up and headed to the coast of the Magic City together. By the time they arrived, the coast was already crowded with people. Let's not go over there. When the ruins open, everyone within a 5-kilometer radius will be teleported in. We can just wait here. Jiang Yingxue wiped the sweat from her forehead. The temperature was already high today, and being at the beach with so many people was suffocating just to think about. There's a place selling fishing rods over there. Should we go take a look? Tanya suddenly said. I already brought some, so we don't need to. Jiang Chen patted his backpack. Alright, I'll go buy two. How can we not fish during the Sea Monster Festival? What if we catch a treasure? Wouldn't that be a fortune? After saying that, Tanya ran off to the nearby shop. Jiang Chen went to a nearby stall to buy a few bottles of water. When he returned, he saw a few boys surrounding Jiang Yingxue. Jiang Yingxue, don't get too full of yourself. We invited you to join us out of kindness, and you should know how bad your reputation is now, right? The leader, a tall, muscular man, looked down at Jiang Yingxue arrogantly. I said, I'm here with friends today, so I can't join you. Jiang Yingxue said coldly. It's just Tanya, that girl looks pretty good too. If you two come together, I don't mind having one more. Gao Hong leered. The few boys following him burst into laughter. Jiang Yingxue frowned slightly. Just as she was considering whether to teach these guys a lesson with her blood-sucking binds, Jiang Chen walked over. Sister, who are these people? Jiang Chen asked, looking at Gao Hong and the others. They're from the next class, not familiar, Jiang Yingxue said, a hint of disgust flashing in her eyes. Not familiar? Gao Hong was instantly furious upon hearing this. I've been pursuing you for half a year, and you tell me we're not familiar? I don't even mind the sneaky things you've done, and you're here being pretentious with me. In Magic City University, who doesn't know you're a thief? Watch your mouth. Jiang Chen's expression turned cold. Who the hell are you? Get lost and mind your own business. Gao Hong didn't take Jiang Chen seriously at all, his face full of impatience. This shouldn't belong to Magic City, right? Jiang Chen asked, tilting his head. We're already outside the city, Jiang Yingxue replied. If it were inside the city, Gao Hong wouldn't dare to be so arrogant, he would at least show some restraint. That's good. As soon as he finished speaking, Jiang Chen lifted his leg and kicked Gao Hong. After practicing the solitary star technique, every move he made was filled with power. Gao Hong, also a second-tier martial artist, didn't have time to react and was directly kicked away, along with the two men behind him. This scene was just seen by a few passing students from Magic University. Damn, isn't that Master Jiang? Yang Jieqiao exclaimed, why is he fighting with someone? It looks like Gao Hong from the next class. I didn't expect Master to have such high combat power, kicking 3 students from Magic University away with one kick, another boy said. Li Xiaowei, standing nearby, looked terrified, recalling her last horrifying experience. If it weren't for Jiang Chen's reminder, she might have lost her life. Fortunately, she turned back in time. If she had reacted any slower, her fate might have been similar to Tian Li's. Gao Hong cursed as he got up from the ground, wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth. Kid, you have some skills, but since you dared to sneak attack me, don't blame me for using numbers against you. Gao Hong's eyes were filled with ferocity. Everyone, come at me. Today, I'm going to skin this little brat alive. Upon hearing this, the boys present all took out their weapons. But before they could make a move, a group of people suddenly rushed out. Gao Hong, you big men, bullying a girl, have some shame. Yang Jieqiao said, holding a 9-section whip, looking provocatively at Gao Hong. Yang Jieqiao? Gao Hong was slightly taken aback. Are you out of your mind? Not long ago, Jiang Yingxue stole your friend's technique, and you've forgotten so quickly? Jiang Yingxue was also confused. She had never had any dealings with Yang Jieqiao and his group. Plus, Tian Li had wronged her by accusing her of stealing the technique, and these guys had already caused her trouble. Now they were coming out to help? Just because they were in the same class? What a joke! Hearing Gao Hong bring up the past, Yang Jieqiao and the others changed their expressions. What nonsense are you talking? How could Sister Jiang steal anything? That's all a misunderstanding. Li Xiaowei quickly said, fearing Jiang Chen would get angry. Right, a misunderstanding. How could Sister Jiang possibly be interested in that broken technique of Tian Li's? Once she gets out of the hospital, I'll definitely bring her to apologize to Sister Jiang. Yang Jieqiu said seriously. Gao Hong and the people around him exchanged glances. These guys really had a problem with their brains. Just as Yang Jieqiu was speaking, the sky suddenly became overcast with dark clouds. In almost an instant, the originally bright sunny day turned gloomy. Tanya, holding 2 fishing rods, hurriedly ran out of the store. It looks like the ruins are about to open. These fishing rods are really expensive, I haggled for a long time. Tanya was halfway through her sentence when she noticed Yang Jieqiu and Gao Hong among others. Her expression stiffened for a moment, and she quickly pulled Zhang Yingxue aside to whisper, "What's going on with these guys? Why do they look like they're about to fight? They were so close. Can't they go a bit further if they want to fight?" Zhang Yingxue shrugged helplessly. Gao Hong is here to cause trouble for me, and Yang Jieqiu is here to cause trouble for Gao Hong. That's about it. Sister Jiang, you don't have to be afraid. With us here, this guy won't even be able to touch a hair on your head. Yang Jieqiu turned back to say. Tanya was full of questions. Sister Jiang? She couldn't have heard wrong. Aren't these guys with Tianli? Now they're here to help. Zhang Yingxue out. Is the sun rising in the west? Even Li Xiaowei is here. That disgusting woman is Tianli's top lackey. She also contributed a lot to slandering Zhang Yingxue for stealing techniques. Boom! Suddenly, a buzzing sound came from above the clouds, and countless golden rays of light poured down from the gaps in the clouds. This scene looked like an immortal descending to the mortal realm, illuminating the entire nearby sea area. In gold. The ruins have opened. Hurry, gather your things. Yang Jieqiu and the others hurriedly checked their luggage. Seeing this, Zhang Yingxue grabbed Jiang Chen with one hand and Tanya with the other. We're about to be teleported, be careful not to fall into the water once we get in. If you touch the seawater, you'll be automatically sent back. As soon as Zhang Yingxue finished speaking, everyone felt a flash of white light before their eyes. When their vision returned to normal, they found themselves on a square platform. Below the platform was the sea, and they could faintly see some fish swimming around. Moreover, there were many such square platforms. Each platform was 5 meters wide, with a similar distance between them. There were more or less people scattered on them. The platform where Jiang Chen and the others were located was crowded with a dozen people. What bad luck, how did we end up on the same platform as these people? If I had known, we should have run further away. Tanya muttered unhappily. Xiaoyan, when did you take out the crystal ball? Zhang Yingxue looked at Jiang Chen curiously. She had some impression of this crystal ball. It was the one Jiang Chen used to tell Tian Li's fortune last time. The key was that it clearly wasn't there just now. How did it suddenly appear? I wanted to see how today's fortune would be, Jiang Chen said with a smile. Seeing this scene, Yang Jieqiu and the others immediately surrounded him. Master Jiang, can you tell me my fortune? I want to know too, I want to. No. Zhang Yingxue was startled by the enthusiastic attitude of Yang Jieqiu and the others. She was sure she must have missed something. Otherwise, how could these guys be acting like they were on drugs? It's simply ridiculous. Holding the crystal ball, Jiang Chen pondered for a moment and said, this ancient ruin has been neglected for many years and has been soaked in seawater for a long time. Unless something unexpected happens, there will be a large-scale collapse within half an hour, but fortunately, this platform we are on is an exception. Really? Yang Jieqiu's eyes widened, then we are really lucky. It must be because Master Jiang is here that the platform is safe, otherwise, why would we be the only ones not in trouble? Li Xiaowei's words were as sweet as honey, using the same tactic she had used to curry favor with Tianli on Jiang Chen. Zhang Yingxue and Tanya couldn't take it anymore. No way? This guy just made up a couple of sentences, and you all took it seriously? Gao Hong saw Yang Jieqiu and Li Xiaowei's reactions beside him and burst into laughter. What does it have to do with you? Li Xiaowei shot a disdainful glance at Gao Hong. Dare to look down on Master Zhang's divination skills? Just wait and see, you'll regret it. Oh, getting played by a little brat and thinking you've struck gold? Gao Hong laughed so hard his stomach hurt. The serious expressions on these people were truly hilarious. Boss, there are too many people here. I see the third platform on the left has only 2 people, let's go there, someone immediately suggested. Let's go, we'll head over. Gao Hong twisted his neck. I still don't believe this platform can collapse completely. After saying that, Gao Hong slightly crouched down and then jumped up forcefully, easily landing on the adjacent platform. The others quickly followed. They really don't believe in evil. Yang Jieqiao shook his head, seemingly foreseeing the outcome for Gao Hong and the others. Jiang Chen didn't pay attention to the competition between Yang Jieqiao and Gao Hong. He took out his lucky fishing rod, skillfully put on the bait, and prepared to start fishing. This was what the Sea Monster Festival called a test of luck. Because no one knew what they would catch. Jiang Chen mainly wanted to test the effectiveness of the lucky fishing rod. He wasn't too concerned about whether he caught something good. After all, he came here primarily for the immortal inheritance. After putting on the bait, Jiang Chen tossed the hook into the water. At that moment, Jiang Yingxue and Tang Ye came to his side. Xiaoyan, was what you said just now true? Is this place really going to collapse? Jiang Yingxue asked softly. Of course it's true, Jiang Chen replied. He had checked the strategy beforehand and naturally knew what the ruins terrain was like. Among many options, he finally chose this method. It could ensure that others would be eliminated while keeping himself safe in the ruins. However, next year, if everyone wanted to participate in the Sea Monster Festival again, the competition might be a bit fierce. After all, the platform that could originally accommodate hundreds of thousands of people was now down to just one. Wouldn't that lead to a scramble? However, this had no impact on the outcome. Originally, only one person could obtain the immortal inheritance. He was just helping everyone turn the competition inside the venue into competition outside. Suddenly, Jiang Chen felt the fishing rod in his hand move. Did I catch something so soon? Jiang Chen was delighted. It seemed the lucky fishing rod's effect was quite good. Hurry, let us see what you caught, Tang Ye urged. Jiang Chen pulled up the fishing rod with all his might. But he couldn't move it. Just as he was in a daze, a huge bloody mouth burst out of the water. It bared its teeth and opened its mouth to bite Jiang Chen. It was Jiang Yingxue who reacted quickly. She stood up and kicked the caught creature back into the water. I can't believe it, this is the first time I've seen someone catch a monster during the Sea Monster Festival after all these years, Tang Ye said, her face full of astonishment. Xiaoyan, I really don't know whether to say you're lucky or unlucky. Jiang Yingxue also looked at Jiang Chen with sympathy. The ruins of the Sea Monster Festival are a rare pure welfare ruin. Although getting good things depends on luck, the good thing is that there is no danger here. Catching a monster from the ruins is something that has never happened before. Jiang Chen looked at the fishing rod in his hand, his mouth twitching slightly. This fishing rod definitely has a problem. I'll try again, Jiang Chen thought a bit unconvinced and lowered the hook again. This time he even forgot to put on bait. About 5 minutes later, Jiang Chen sensed movement again. He suddenly pulled the fishing rod up. A dark object flew out and landed on the platform with a plop. Noticing the commotion, Yang Jieqiao and the others curiously looked over. What is that? Oh, it seems to be moving, so disgusting. The dark lump of flesh wriggled on the platform for a moment before suddenly transforming into a small monster with hands and feet. It was about half a meter tall, with a flat head and a huge mouth. 2 whiskers grew on either side of its mouth, shaking with its movements. Monster, Master Jiang has caught another monster. Yang Jieqiao exclaimed excitedly. The master's physique is indeed different, he caught a monster twice in a row. This is something that hasn't happened in decades at the Sea Monster Festival, and Jiang Chen has done it twice in a row. Isn't that impressive? The little monster got up from the ground, touched its body with its little paws, and finally placed them on its round bottom. Ouch, my old back. Seeing this scene, Yang Jieqiao and the others were immediately petrified. It spoke. Tang Ye stammered. Did the catfish become a spirit? Jiang Yingxue's eyes were also filled with fear. Little girl, you lack manners. The catfish spirit glared at Jiang Yingxue. I am a spirit, do you understand what a spirit is? Jiang Chen almost wanted to throw the fishing rod away. So this is what they meant by special in the attributes? What the hell did he catch? Can he get something useful? How can a spirit look like you? You're clearly just a fish. Tang Ye said bluntly. And a fish with hands and feet at that. It looked quite disgusting. Lack of manners. The catfish spirit was so angry that its whiskers shook. I am the guardian of the ruins. If you make me unhappy, be careful, I might send all of you out. Guardian of the ruins? Tang Ye stuck out her tongue. I didn't say anything. Regardless of whether what the catfish spirit said was true or not, it was clearly not a wise choice to argue back at this moment. That's more like it. The catfish spirit snorted lightly and then limped over to Jiang Chen. Kid, what's going on? I was sleeping well at the bottom of the sea, and suddenly I was caught by you for no reason. The bottom of the sea? Jiang Chen looked at the fishing line he had dropped and turned back to say, is the bottom of the sea here only a few meters deep? He didn't really doubt The catfish spirit's words. Usually, ancient ruins have guardians or guardian beasts. Something like the catfish spirit, which clearly has little combat power, should just be a kind of mascot. How could it only be a few meters? I was sleeping in the underwater temple 2,000 meters away from here. If any of you were to be possessed by an immortal, you would be sent to the underwater temple. The catfish spirit stroked its little whiskers and said. Upon hearing this, Jiang Chen was sure that the fishing rod was the problem. Now that he thought about it carefully, what was said in the attribute description wasn't wrong. It would definitely catch special items, but it didn't mean it would catch good things. It seems he had made a mistake. Fortunately, the 2 low-grade spirit stones are not expensive. Catching a relic guardian might at least allow me to gather some information about the relic. You say you're a relic guardian, you must find a way to prove yourself, right? Just now, I even caught a demon beast. What if you're just a demon beast in disguise? Jiang Chen said, leaning on his knee with one hand. Prove myself? The catfish spirit suddenly laughed. My duty is to select the successor of the immortal at the last moment. But since you dare to doubt that I'm a demon beast, don't even think about the immortal inheritance. Jiang Chen wasn't angry, he said leisurely. Then you can just stay here. After all, the successor will definitely appear on our platform. Are you so sure? The catfish spirit's small eyes were filled with confusion, and then it suddenly realized, you guys, you don't want to kidnap me, do you? Jiang Chen. What kind of thought process is this? The catfish spirit jumped back with its flexible little legs, looking at Jiang Chen with a wary expression. Honestly, are you trying to have ill intentions towards me? Jiang Chen, not interested. Guardian, you misunderstood. In fact, besides our platform, all the other platforms will collapse, which is why the master said the last successor will only appear on this platform. Yang Jieqiao quickly explained for Jiang Chen. Li Xiaowei and the others also caught on. Right. If only their platform wouldn't collapse, then the last successor must appear on this platform. Such a windfall from the heavens, how could they encounter it? What a joke. The catfish spirit snorted coldly. All these platforms are reinforced with formations and won't be damaged for millions of years. You guys have been deceived by this kid. Yang Jieqiao and the others were instantly dumbfounded. Jiang Chen said the platform would collapse. The catfish spirit said the platform wouldn't be damaged for millions of years. Now, who should they believe? Not far away, on another platform, Su Mengran sat cross-legged at the edge. She seemed to be organizing her fishing tools, but in reality, she was communicating with her contracted beast. Xiaohei, find the formation quickly, we don't have much time. At the same time, a black snake about 70 to 80 meters long was swimming at the bottom of the sea. Upon hearing Su Mengran's message, it immediately sped up. As it got closer to the underwater temple, an unknown force suddenly locked onto it. A hint of panic flashed in the black snake's eyes. No matter how it struggled, it couldn't break free from this force's restraint. It could only watch helplessly as the underwater temple grew further away, eventually disappearing from sight. On the other side, Jiang Chen just glanced at the time on his phone. Half an hour had already turned into just 3 minutes left. It should be starting soon. He didn't actually know what would happen next. But he still needed to prepare. Jiang Chen took out the blood-sucking vine hidden beneath the platform in advance. Just in case something unexpected happened, he needed to ensure he wouldn't fall into the sea. Just then, he suddenly felt the fishing rod in his hand sink. Caught something again? Hearing the commotion, all the creatures on the platform looked over. The first time catching a demon beast. The second time catching a relic guardian beast. What would the third catch be? Jiang Chen pulled the fishing rod a few times, feeling that whatever he caught this time should be quite large. Glug glug. Just as he was thinking, the calm surface of the water suddenly began to bubble up with a large number of bubbles. The commotion grew louder. Suddenly, a large black shadow quickly approached, accompanied by a powerful sense of oppression. Jiang Chen hurriedly took 2 steps back, causing the fishing rod to be yanked backward. This tugging directly pulled out a massive snakehead. Its cold eyes looked down on everyone present. In that moment, the scene fell into a brief silence. Ah! Someone let out a sharp scream. Chaos erupted around. How can there be a monster here? Such powerful spiritual pressure, this monster must be of a high level, we're doomed. Hurry and jump into the sea, we can escape once we touch the water. Yes, jump into the sea. The people on the nearby platforms were all scared out of their wits. Those with slightly weaker mental fortitude jumped off the platform one after another. It was quite a spectacle, like dumplings falling into the water. Su Mengran heard the commotion not far away and turned to look. She almost spat out a mouthful of blood. How could her contracted beast appear here? And she also saw Jiang Chen. Xiaohei, what on earth is going on? Su Mengran quickly communicated. Master, I was caught by a human. The black serpent replied helplessly. Su Mengran looked at the fishing rod in Jiang Chen's hand. After all this time, her contracted beast was actually caught by Jiang Chen? Did this guy have a grudge against her? What was even more absurd was that her contracted beast was clearly a spiritual beast, yet it was caught by a fishing rod. Was this reasonable? Su Mengran took a deep breath and said, Stop standing. They're scaring people, continue with the plan. But as soon as she finished speaking, the platform suddenly shook violently. At the same time, waves surged in the sea. What's going on? Su Mengran was slightly taken aback. The formation at the bottom of the sea should not have been destroyed yet. Why did it look like this place was about to collapse? Crack! A gap suddenly opened up beneath Su Mengran's feet on the platform. Seeing this, she could only jump to the adjacent platform. But that wasn't the worst part. Above the platform was a giant semi-arch dome. With the shaking, this dome slowly began to crack. Stones of various sizes kept falling down. Many people, realizing the ruins were about to collapse, rushed to jump into the sea. Gao Hong and the others were also stunned. How could a perfectly fine ruin just collapse like that? Boss, it's exactly half an hour now, someone next to him said, with a face full of terror. That kid was telling the truth, he really has the ability to foresee the future. Gao Hong certainly knew this. He gritted his teeth and said, Let's jump into the sea first. If the ruins collapse and we can't get out, it will be disastrous. Now they could only pray that Jiang Chen wouldn't hold a grudge and come looking for trouble. The others nodded in agreement and all jumped off the platform. Watching everything happening around them, Yang Jieqiao and the others' admiration for Jiang Chen had reached its peak. Incredible! This must be a deity, right? Even the guardian of the ruins was completely unaware, yet Jiang Chen had spoken every word accurately. Choosing to follow Jiang Chen was indeed wise. But now the question arose. What to do about this black snake? Although according to Jiang Chen, their platform would be fine, that only meant the platform would be safe, not that the people would be safe. Looking at the size of this black snake, they were not even enough to fill its gaps. Sister, you all go back first, Jiang Chen said, turning his head. Xiaoyan, what will you do? Jiang Yingxuai asked with a worried face. Although this black snake didn't seem to attack people, no one could guarantee what would happen in the next second. I naturally have a solution, but if you are here, I might get distracted. Jiang Chen actually didn't dare to act rashly, fearing that he might accidentally provoke the black snake in front of him. He was already ready to put this guy into the disassembly column at any moment. However, there were too many people around, making it inconvenient for him to take action. Hearing this, Jiang Yingxuai immediately stopped asking further questions. Then you need to be careful. After saying that, Jiang Yingxuai pulled the confused Tang Yat and jumped directly off the platform. Yang Jieqiao and the others had already retreated to the edge of the platform. Seeing that Jiang Yingxuai had jumped into the sea, they finally couldn't hold back. Sister Jiang has jumped. So let's jump too. With several splashes, Jiang Chen's surroundings finally quieted down. Only the catfish spirit sat there in a daze. On the other side, Su Mengran was almost at her limit. More and more stones were falling. And she could hardly find a place to land. Xiaohei, why aren't you moving? Hurry up and come to get me. Su Mengran was about to break down, her plans had been so well laid out, who knew the ruins would collapse? What kind of luck was this? Master, this fishhook is stuck on me, I can't move. The black eel was also anxious, couldn't this guy just reel in the fishing rod? Wasn't it tiring to hold a position? Su Mengran was full of question marks, what did it mean to be unable to move? What kind of fishing rod was Jiang Chen holding? Damn it! Su Mengran jumped onto a broken platform. She looked around, the nearest landing point was at least 50 meters away. She could only take a gamble. Su Mengran drew her long sword and slashed at the water's surface. A sword energy flew out. As the sword energy touched the water, the surface immediately began to freeze. Just then, another giant rock fell. Su Mengran leaped up and landed steadily on the ice surface. Seeing that she wasn't teleported away, Su Mengran felt a surge of joy. This method really worked. But she hadn't been happy for long when she noticed that the ice surface was actually cracking. The surrounding waves surged, and seawater kept washing over the ice. Su Mengran could only advance while freezing the surrounding seawater. Just as she was about to reach the next landing platform, a beam from above the dome came crashing down. Su Mengran had no time to retreat and was engulfed by the splashing seawater. At the same time, the black snake in front of Jiang Chen also vanished into thin air. Jiang Chen let out a sigh of relief. Thank goodness. This black snake was a fool, only good at showing off but not moving. If he had put this guy into the disassembly column, it would probably take a while before he could move it. Occupying the disassembly column meant he would lose a life-saving trump card. This situation was quite good. After a moment, the tremors of the ruins finally stopped. In the entire ruins, only Jiang Chen remained. Now you can only choose me. Jiang Chen turned around and looked at the catfish spirit sprawled on the ground. The catfish spirit had a face full of despair. Why was this happening? It really didn't want to choose this guy who was fishing for it. Now is not the time yet, just wait. The catfish spirit sat on the ground, only thinking about stalling Jiang Chen for a while. The ruins had only been open for half an hour, and this kid had already obtained the immortal's inheritance. Wouldn't that make the inheritance seem too easy to obtain? It absolutely could not let Jiang Chen feel too pleased. Then should I continue fishing? Jiang Chen raised the fishing rod in his hand. No. The catfish spirit was frightened at the sight of Jiang Chen's fishing rod and hurriedly got up from the ground. You absolutely mustn't fish, let me take you to the underwater temple first. It was truly afraid that Jiang Chen would catch something else and collapse the last platform. If that happened, the ruins wouldn't even need to be opened next year. It would be unemployed from then on. Thinking about the long years ahead, when no one would ever come to the ruins again, was simply more terrifying than a nightmare. Then please lead the way. Jiang Chen put away the blood-sucking vine and placed the fishing rod into his item slot. You little brat, hiding things pretty deep. The catfish spirit glanced at the blood-sucking vine, then immediately started digging in its mouth, followed by continuous dry heaving. After a while, the catfish spirit spat out a bead covered in slime. It picked up the bead and wiped it on its body. However, it was of no use. Instead, the more it wiped, the more slime there was. Jiang Chen. Can it get any more disgusting? This thing could be a guardian of the ruins. I really don't know what the owner's preferences are. The catfish spirit wiped the bead for a long time, then came to the center of the platform. It used its hand to scrape a few times in the middle of the platform, eventually scraping out a small groove, and then placed the bead into the groove. Jiang Chen thought that would be the end of it. However, the catfish spirit walked around the bead twice and started digging in its mouth again. This time, the item was larger, a formation plate. The catfish spirit's mouth was almost bursting as it finally pulled it out. Not only was it covered in slime, but there were also some red and white things on it, which he couldn't tell if they were internal organs. Jiang Chen's face turned pale. So there really was something even more disgusting. The catfish spirit placed the formation plate on top of the bead, which perfectly fit into the small hole in the center of the formation plate. With a series of crack sounds, the formation plate finally began to operate. Countless patterns extended outward from the center of the formation plate, quickly forming a complete formation. Come over here. The catfish spirit beckoned Jiang Chen with its hand. Jiang Chen held back his nausea and walked over. Although there was still a little distance, he could already smell the fishy odor from the catfish spirit and the formation plate. He suddenly felt a bit anxious. Was the owner of these ruins really a proper immortal? Just as Jiang Chen was filled with doubt, he was already transported to the underwater temple by the formation. At last, the fishy smell was gone. But now there was a faint fishy odor. Jiang Chen observed the surrounding environment. This should be the garden outside the temple. There were pools on both sides. They were dark and murky, and he couldn't tell what was inside. Surrounding the temple was a layer of transparent barrier, keeping the seawater outside. In the seawater, no creatures were visible to the naked eye. But he could vaguely see some small round balls floating back and forth in the water. These should be the rewards that one could catch with good luck. Inside, there were probably some materials, elixirs, and items. However, all the unlucky ones on their platform had caught nothing. Only he had caught 3 things, each one more bizarre than the last. Let's not mention that. It's not yet time for the immortal to possess you. You can wander around the temple. You can also get rewards here, but usually, exploration is allowed only after the immortal possesses you. Since you came so early, and since you're just sitting around, I might as well let you enjoy it in advance. The catfish spirit really didn't want to see Jiang Chen's face. If it could save time, it would. It wanted to quickly complete the task and send Jiang Chen out so it could continue sleeping. Alright, then I'll just take a look around. Jiang Chen rolled up his sleeves and released the blood-sucking vine, then controlled it to head towards the nearest pool. There was nothing else here. But with the mindset of not wanting to miss anything, he had to check every corner thoroughly. The blood-sucking vine. swam around the pool and then returned to the shore with a large pile of items. When Jiang Chen took a closer look, he found that they were all skeletons. Seeing this, the catfish spirit immediately explained, in this ruin, although most places are safe, there can occasionally be small accidents, so you don't need to worry too much. Jiang Chen remained silent and continued to control the blood-sucking vine to another pool. The catfish spirit curled its lip. It didn't seem like this kid had such good mental fortitude. If it were an ordinary person, finding human bones in a pool would definitely feel ominous. The other pool was too lazy to check. But Jiang Chen wasn't willing to let even the slightest detail go. The blood-sucking vine swam around the pool twice. This time, it naturally dredged up another pile of skeletons. But what was different was that one of the skeletons still had something intact. It was an extremely understated ring, set with a blue crystal the size of a mung bean. Jiang Chen stepped forward to take the ring and casually identified it using the synthesis platform. Storage ring contains 3 cubic spaces. After reading the description, Jiang Chen raised his eyebrows. A storage item? Such things are rare. Although he had an item slot in spatial treasures, the storage ring was of no use to him. However, the main material for crafting storage rings was the purest spatial material, Nanjing. This thing was quite good for upgrading spatial treasures. Jiang Chen directly dripped blood to recognize the ring as his own. He originally wanted to take out the items inside first. But when he checked, it was completely empty, not even a hair. However, Jiang Chen didn't think much of it. After putting the storage ring into his item slot, he turned and walked into the temple. From the outside, this temple didn't seem very large. But it had 5 levels. The first level was a spacious hall. Apart from a few carved pillars, there was only a statue in the middle of the hall. This statue was carved so vividly. It had a flat head, a big mouth, and long whiskers. Even the scales on its body were distinct and shiny. The moment Jiang Chen saw the statue, he finally understood why this temple was filled with a fishy smell. It turned out that the owner of this temple was actually a fish. It looked about 70 to 80% like the catfish spirit. But its body was covered in scales. Without this layer of scales, it would just be an ancestor of catfish. But with an extra layer of scales, it became something completely different. It was simply extraordinarily ugly. Jiang Chen stepped forward, preparing to climb onto the statue to see if there was anything there. The catfish spirit became anxious. You little brat, hurry down. How can you desecrate the statue of the immortal? Aren't I just trying to take a closer look? Jiang Chen said as he continued to climb up, and when he reached the fish's head, he discovered that the middle of the statue was hollow, filled with various equipment and weapons. Moreover, these equipment and weapons were clearly used by someone. Jiang Chen suddenly understood. No wonder those skeletons outside were so clean. It turned out all the items were here. Are you sure this is a celestial inheritance and not a robbery? Jiang Chen leaned against the statue with one hand, looking down at the catfish spirit. He had felt something was off since earlier. Logically speaking, inheritance dungeons shouldn't pose any danger. Yet, many had died here. Although, compared to the age of the ruins, those corpses were insignificant. Occasionally, 1 or 2 people went missing, and the outside world wouldn't care. But this clearly violated the principles of an inheritance dungeon. Unless someone was up to no good inside. Strictly speaking, the other party wasn't even human. You little brat, what nonsense are you spouting? The catfish spirit placed its hands on its round waist, looking indignant. These people died in the temple, and leaving their things here would be a waste, so I collected them to offer to the statue of the celestial. Is there a problem with that? The statue's head has been hollowed out, and you tell me this is for the statue? Jiang Chen glanced at the opening on the statue's head, clearly showing signs of being artificially carved. If it were for the statue, one should treat it with utmost respect. How could such a disrespectful act be justified? Anyway, you are not allowed to touch anything here, or forget about the celestial inheritance. The catfish spirit was too lazy to explain further and urged impatiently, hurry up, the temple has 5 levels. At this slow pace, if you miss the celestial inheritance, don't blame me for not warning you. The catfish spirit's repeated threats about the celestial inheritance further indicated that something was wrong here. However, Jiang Chen didn't expose it. He controlled the blood-sucking vine to search every corner of the main hall. After confirming there was nothing to find, he set off for the second level. The temple was shaped like a spire, so the area became smaller as one ascended. By the second level, the space felt much more cramped. Yet, it was still empty. At a glance, there was only a dilapidated wooden box at the innermost part of the temple. There were also some small squares of various colors on the ground. On this level, you need to be careful. To get the things in the wooden box, you must step on these squares. If you step wrong, you might end up crippled, the catfish spirit said, stroking its beard with a mischievous grin. It initially just wanted to scare Jiang Chen, but to its surprise, Jiang Chen turned and walked towards the third level. Hey, you're going the wrong way, the catfish spirit quickly called out to Jiang Chen. Isn't it okay to go a different way? Jiang Chen shrugged. The temple had been ransacked countless times. What good things could possibly be left for him? He wouldn't touch anything that clearly posed a danger. Besides, wasn't he supposed to wait for the celestial possession? He would first check all the visible areas. As for things that were inconvenient to take, he would wait until the celestial possession to retrieve them. It wouldn't delay anything. You brat, why are you so afraid of death? This is a test from the celestial. The catfish spirit was quite displeased. It was the first time it encountered such a disobedient chosen one. In the past, anyone it had chosen was grateful and did whatever it asked. Yet, Jiang Chen entered the temple, rummaging around and discovering the secrets of the statue. And he was still picky about slightly dangerous tests? It was infuriating. Yet, it couldn't say anything to Jiang Chen. After all, according to the rules, this was completely permissible. While the catfish spirit was sulking, Jiang Chen had already arrived at the third level alone. To Jiang Chen's surprise, the reward on the third level was also a wooden box. The so-called test consisted of some iron balls falling from the air. These iron balls had a diameter of 2 to 3 meters. If one were to be hit by them, they wouldn't die but would likely end up permanently disabled. However, such a simple and crude test lacking any technical challenge appearing in an inheritance ruin seemed somewhat devalued and absurd. Could it be that the type of the temple's owner caused the content of the inheritance ruins to vary? Jiang Chen wasn't sure. He decided to first use the bloodsucking vine to retrieve the wooden box and see what rewards were inside. The trials on this layer are different from the second layer. Even if the iron ball falls, it will only hit the ground in the middle. The corners by the walls are almost all dead ends. The blood-sucking vines can easily pass through. Taking advantage of the catfish spirit not having come up yet, Jiang Chen controlled the blood-sucking vines to rush over at the fastest speed. The catfish spirit has short legs and slow movements. By the time it climbed to the third layer, the wooden box was already in Jiang Chen's hands. The reward for this layer is like a freebie. For you, the catfish spirit said irritably. Although it was very unconvinced. But Jiang Chen has the ability to control plants. This layer's challenge was no trouble for him at all. Jiang Chen held a short sword in his hand, his expression thoughtful. You silly boy, this is a D-grade alloy weapon, you hit the jackpot. The catfish spirit thought Jiang Chen didn't recognize the value and explained it specially. Let's go to the next layer. Jiang Chen put the weapon into his inventory and continued to the fourth layer. Hey, at least let me catch my breath. The catfish spirit felt that it had definitely exceeded its activity limit today, but fearing that Jiang Chen would act recklessly alone, it could only grit its teeth and follow. Upon reaching the fourth layer, there was indeed another wooden box and some rough traps. Jiang Chen couldn't be bothered to even look and directly rushed towards the fifth layer. This time, finally, something real had come. It was a token wrapped in flowing water, quietly floating above a platform. Jiang Chen wanted to get closer to observe. But when he was 2 meters away from the platform, he was stopped by an invisible force. However, he discovered some text on the platform. It was an introduction to this token. The Sea God token, said to be made from the scales of the sea god, can summon sea creatures to assist in battle, and the number of summoned sea creatures is related to one's own strength. To obtain the Sea God token, one needs a trace of the sea god's power. Sea god's power? Jiang Chen recalled the statue he saw on the first layer of the temple. After being possessed by that thing, could he have the sea god's power? No. It shouldn't be that simple. Otherwise, with people being teleported here every year, this token would have been taken long ago. How could it still be his turn? At this moment, the catfish spirit finally managed to roll and crawl to the fifth layer of the temple with great effort. It was covered in slime, almost blinding its eyes. You can't touch this thing, the catfish spirit gasped. Why not? Jiang Chen pretended not to understand. Isn't it said that with the sea god's power you can get this token? After being possessed by an immortal, you should be able to take the token down. You think too beautifully. The catfish spirit shot Jiang Chen a sideways glance. How can an immortal be compared to a god? The master is waiting for a genius who naturally possesses the sea god's power to inherit this token. After a pause, the catfish spirit continued, but those who naturally possess the sea God's power are mostly sea creatures like me. Even if a human is a water attribute spirit master, with their spirit vein level, reaching God level is harder than ascending to the heavens. God level? Jiang Chen stroked his chin. Why did it feel like this thing was tailor-made for him? He came to this ancient relic today to synthesize the divine vein pill. After obtaining the divine vein, he would possess spiritual power of 8 attributes, including the water attribute. But whether it was truly the sea god's power as the catfish spirit said, he would only know after trying it out. By the way, why didn't you take the box downstairs? The things inside are much better than those on the 3rd floor, the catfish spirit suddenly remembered to say. The traps on the 4th floor were the most lethal, yet nothing seemed off on the surface. It was still waiting for Jiang Chen to fall into a pit. Instead, he headed straight for the 5th floor. Seeing Jiang Chen still staring at the sea god's order, the catfish spirit couldn't help but roll its eyes. You can forget about the sea god's order, that thing doesn't belong to you. Those things in the wooden boxes were all put in later, right? Jiang Chen turned around and asked. What do you mean? The catfish spirit was slightly taken aback. If you don't understand, let me rephrase, what about the original rewards in the wooden boxes? Jiang Chen looked at the catfish spirit. What nonsense are you talking about now? This time, the catfish spirit's eyes finally showed a hint of guilt. The rewards in those wooden boxes refresh every round. How would I know? Then how do you know that the rewards on the 4th floor are better than those on the 3rd? Jiang Chen raised an eyebrow. Moreover, alloy weapons are a type of weapon that only appeared in recent decades, much later than the age of this relic. Yet, you tell me that the D-grade alloy weapons in the boxes were preset? Why do you care so much? Isn't it enough that the stuff is good? The catfish spirit knew it couldn't hide the truth anymore and decided to give up. If I'm not mistaken, those traps were all set by you. If some unfortunate soul dies here, you'll collect their inheritance as the next reward. But the temple is only so big, and you have no place to hide it, so you can only put the things in the statue. Most people come in to receive the immortal's inheritance and will definitely show respect to the statue, making it the safest place. As for why you do this, it's likely because the things in the boxes are still with you. You're unwilling to hand them over but must keep the relic functioning, so you can only use this method. After listening to Jiang Chen's analysis, the catfish spirit fell silent for a moment before speaking. You're very clever, but sometimes being too clever isn't a good thing. The catfish spirit looked up at the top of the temple. The inheritance is about to begin, get ready. As the catfish spirit's words fell, a golden light descended from the sky and struck Jiang Chen. He hadn't expected the immortal's inheritance to come so suddenly. He seemed to hear the sound of flowing water and the ethereal music of the heavens. In a daze, he saw countless schools of fish swimming past him. In the deep blue sea, everything was as beautiful as a painting. When Jiang Chen came to his senses, it was clear that the immortal possession had been completed. He was radiating golden light. Not only was his internal spiritual power abundant, but he also gained many memories in his mind. They were numerous martial arts techniques and spiritual arts, ranging from simple to complex, totaling over 100 kinds. The immortal possession lasts only 10 minutes, make the most of your time to comprehend it. How much you can grasp depends on your ability. The catfish spirit's eyes glinted with coldness. When the immortal possession ended, it would make this kid understand what it meant to have no return. Since he knew its secret, he would take that secret to the grave. 10 minutes? Jiang Chen's mouth twitched. He had originally thought that synthesizing the divine vein pill wouldn't take much time, and he might use the remaining time to comprehend some advanced techniques. Who knew the immortal possession only lasted 10 minutes? That wouldn't even be enough to comprehend a low-level martial arts technique. Forget it, there will be plenty of opportunities to synthesize martial arts techniques in the future. Let's first synthesize the divine vein pill. With the power of the immortal this time, it should succeed. Jiang Chen directly opened the universal synthesis platform and added the divine vein pill and the medicinal core from his inventory. Do you want to synthesize divine vein pill plus medicinal core? Seeing the prompt, Jiang Chen's eyes lit up. It really works. Synthesize. Jiang Chen immediately chose to confirm. Divine Vein Pill plus Medicinal Core has been synthesized. Congratulations on obtaining the Divine Vein Pill Advanced Version. Divine Vein Pill Advanced Version. Consuming it grants 10 types of divine power. In addition to gold, wood, water, fire, earth, wind, thunder, and ice, it also grants the additional powers of light and darkness. After reading the description, Jiang Chen felt his heart race. 10 types of divine power? Including both light and darkness. This is amazing. You should know that in the heavens online game, players couldn't obtain the powers of light and darkness at all. They could only be found on a few rare bosses. The power of those was something every player dreamed of. Now that he had crossed into the real world of the heavens, he had obtained both light and darkness powers. This was real divine power, not just a bunch of data from a game. It was a dream come true. However, divine power also comes in levels. He currently only had the strength of a second-tier warrior. The spiritual power within him converted into divine power might only be as small as a fingernail, and being able to use a complete move would be quite good. But Jiang Chen was already very satisfied. With 10 types of divine power in hand, what more could he want? The catfish spirit stood by, ready to act at any moment. It watched as Jiang Chen alternated between excitement and silly laughter. Half the time had already passed and he still hadn't started to comprehend the content of the inheritance. This guy can't be so overwhelmed by so many martial arts techniques that he's lost his mind. The catfish spirit shook its head in disbelief. It had thought Jiang Chen was quite impressive, but his mental fortitude was so weak. Such a person was destined to achieve little. Dying at its hands wouldn't be unjust. Just as the catfish spirit was lost in thought, Jiang Chen suddenly looked over at it. He had noticed that after synthesizing the divine vein pill, there was still some spiritual power left in his body. At this time, if he didn't synthesize something or break down something, wouldn't that be a waste? Why are you looking at me like that? The catfish spirit's nerves instantly tensed. It felt an indescribable fear in Jiang Chen's gaze. It was as if it had already become a dead fish. But shouldn't Jiang Chen be the one who was its prey? Jiang Chen didn't speak, just took a few steps closer. Seeing that the distance was almost right, he looked down at the catfish spirit and said, "Brother fish, take care." Before the third question mark could even form in the catfish spirit's mind, it was already pulled into the breakdown panel by Jiang Chen. Do you want to break down the ruins guardian? Break down. The relic guardian has been decomposed. Congratulations on obtaining the water avoidance pearl, water prison technique, spirit of water, and catfish monster. Jiang Chen quickly looked at the item descriptions. Water avoidance pearl, worn close to the body, allows free movement in water, breathing is no longer restricted. Water prison technique, a water attribute spirit master's exclusive technique. After learning, it can condense a water prison to trap enemies. Releasing. The water prison technique takes 10 seconds, and once successfully released, it can 100% trap the enemy. The duration of the water prison depends on the enemy's strength, rarity, 15 stars. Spirit of water, can recognize a master? Needs to be raised in water, has diverse development directions, and is a rare good helper. Catfish monster, just a dead fish. Jiang Chen directly ignored the last item. The water avoidance pearl, the 15-star rare water attribute technique, and the trainable water attribute spirit beast. These rewards are worthy of the identity of a relic inheritor. It's fortunate that the catfish spirit had its own motives. Otherwise, these items wouldn't have fallen into his hands. Jiang Chen tossed the catfish spirit's corpse aside, then stored the water avoidance pearl and water prison technique in his item pouch, while the spirit of water was stored separately in a spatial treasure. This decomposition could obviously continue. Because the catfish spirit had hidden many things in its body, the decomposition platform prioritized extracting valuable items instead of turning everything into raw materials. I must say, it's quite humane. As for the catfish spirit, Jiang Chen felt no psychological burden in killing a fish. Moreover, the number of people who died at its hands was definitely not small. Consider it a service to the people. Next, he focused on the sea god token. Jiang Chen's gaze fell on the platform in the center. Wrapped in flowing water, the sea god token emitted a faint blue light. To obtain the sea god token, one must possess a trace of sea god power. So before that, he needed to consume the divine vein pill. Now that the catfish spirit was dead, taking the divine vein pill here was undoubtedly the safest option. Once the state of the immortal possession ended, Jiang Chen directly tossed the divine vein pill into his mouth. The pill melted instantly. Immediately, he felt an unstoppable force surge into his mind. 10 beams of different colors of light gathered in his sea of consciousness. They slowly merged and finally transformed into a transparent crystal. In that moment, Jiang Chen's entire spiritual world seemed to be sublimated. In the air, he could easily sense the spiritual power of all attributes. He didn't even need to make any movements, the spiritual power would automatically converge towards him. Jiang Chen casually operated the Lone Star technique, and the speed of spiritual power absorption was already several times faster than before. This was still without any enhancement from pills. After obtaining 10 types of divine power, he could absorb spiritual power of any attribute. Naturally, his cultivation speed would also multiply by 10. However, this was just a minor detail. What he cared about was how much power he could unleash by converting all the spiritual power in his body into divine power. Jiang Chen decided to test it with the strongest attack power of dark attribute spiritual power. Although he had no experience, the process of spiritual power conversion was smoother than he had imagined. Contraction, condensation, transformation. In almost a breath's moment, all the spiritual power in his body had been completely converted. Jiang Chen opened his palm and saw a droplet-sized dark divine power floating in his hand. This thing was indeed precious. It was even smaller than he had imagined. What should he use to test its effect? Jiang Chen's gaze fell on the catfish spirit's corpse. This guy had to be at least a spirit beast. Level. Only spirit beasts could understand human nature and communicate with humans without barriers. Since it had just died and was still warm, it couldn't be wasted. With this thought, Jiang Chen immediately smashed the dark divine power he held. A loud boom echoed. Instantly, the ground shook, and the heavens and earth trembled. When he came back to his senses, the entire 5th level of the temple was directly reduced by half. Jiang Chen was hung in midair by the blood-sucking vine, his face full of confusion and bewilderment. Damn! This is indiscriminate attack. It almost blew him up too. The power was indeed great, even far beyond expectations. But this is too frightening. It seems that in the future, no matter what divine power is used, keeping a distance is the most basic requirement. This thing is just not suitable for close combat. Unless at some point, his physical strength can withstand the aftermath of divine power. Otherwise, close combat is simply not an option. When the dust settled, Jiang Chen controlled the blood-sucking vine to pull him back from mid-air. Although half of the 5th level of the temple was blown away, fortunately, the platform in the middle was unscathed. He took out a low-grade spirit stone to replenish his spiritual power. After fully recovering, he transformed the spiritual power in his body once again. However, this time the transformation was of water-type divine power. The water-type divine power felt much gentler to him. Its lethality was obviously not as strong as that of the dark divine power. Jiang Chen condensed the water-type divine power in his hand and then walked back towards the platform in the middle. This time, he encountered no obstacles. He smoothly arrived in front of the platform. Jiang Chen reached out his hand towards the sea god token. The water flow around the sea god token retreated to the sides, like subjects meeting their king. Finally, Jiang Chen successfully grasped the sea god token in his hand. The moment the water-type divine power was absorbed by the sea god token, he also gained control over the sea god token. The first thing Jiang Chen did after obtaining the sea god token was to place it in the synthesis table for identification. Sea god token, already recognized as the master, made from the scales of the sea god, can summon the sea tribe to assist. In battle, the number and strength of the summoned sea tribe are related to the user's cultivation level. At the highest level can summon the sea god's avatar. It really is made from the scales of the sea god. This thing could fetch quite a bit if sold purely for material value. Jiang Chen stroked his chin. According to the information in the Heavens online game, the sea god should be a dragon. In other words, the token in his hand is still a piece of dragon scale. He had never seen the true form of the sea god. But as long as it is a dragon, it must be a divine beast. However, to sit in the position of sea god, it should be doing quite well among the dragon clan. Let's try the effect. Jiang Chen continued to replenish his spiritual power and then activated the sea god token. Splash! A sound of water echoed. Two tall figures emerged from the water flow. Red armor, long tentacles, several long legs with barbs, and outwardly growing black eyes. Jiang Chen tilted his head and took a look. Aren't these shrimp soldiers and crab generals? They looked quite tall, at least 2 to 3 meters. But why is the crab also red? Has it been scalded by boiling water? The two shrimp soldiers and crab generals stood there like wooden figures, dazed and foolish, completely lacking their own consciousness. Follow me, Jiang Chen said as he took a few steps back. The shrimp soldiers and crab generals hurriedly followed. Stop! Jiang Chen suddenly called out. The shrimp soldiers and crab generals promptly halted. Attack! Each other, Jiang Chen thought for a moment and said. Upon receiving the command, the shrimp soldiers and crab generals immediately turned around, swinging their large pincers and claws, and began to beat each other up. Their methods of attack were primitive and brutal, but their speed and strength were quite impressive. Jiang Chen nodded in satisfaction. They may be a bit dull, but at least they were obedient. Not having their own thoughts could sometimes be a good thing. He liked having such absolutely loyal subordinates. However, it was normal for the shrimp soldiers and crab generals to lack thought. It was evident from their emergence that they were all composed of water elements. Aside from the abilities they possessed, their appearances were mostly just shells. It wouldn't be wrong to say they were like wooden figures. After playing with the sea god command for a while, Jiang Chen suddenly remembered that Jiang Yingxue was still waiting for him outside. Let's go out first. Jiang Chen checked his belongings, confirming that he had collected everything he needed. He took the shrimp soldiers and crab generals back to the lower floor, preparing to retrieve the equipment from the wooden boxes and the statue. In the wooden box on the fourth floor, he found a pair of sea-grade alloy gauntlets. In the wooden box on the second floor, he found a well-preserved blood ginseng. As for the items in the statue, they were rather disappointing. There were all kinds of weapons: fine steel, fine iron, mysterious iron, black iron, you name it. But there were only 3 alloy weapons, and they were all F-grade. As for the equipment, most of it was made of beast skin armor. Due to improper preservation and low quality, many had already rotted away. He even suspected that the few good items in this temple were all taken from that storage ring. Thinking about it, it made sense, although many people participated in the Sea Monster Festival each year. They were mostly young people who enjoyed such excitement. They could even fall victim to the low-level traps set by the catfish spirit. So, it could only be ordinary people and a few second-tier warriors. It would be strange to find anything good from them. Jiang Chen picked and chose, ultimately taking only a small portion of the items. He returned outside the temple. Jiang Chen first used the teleportation array to return to the platform. Then he jumped down from the platform, finally returning to the Demon City Sea area. At this moment, the outside was in an uproar. The Sea Monster Festival ruins ended early. Giant monsters appeared in the Sea Monster Festival ruins, and the Sea Monster Festival ruins collapsed. There would be no more Sea Monster Festival. Various terms related to the Sea Monster Festival occupied the trending searches on major websites. On Earth, there were numerous ruins and secret realms. However, ruins like the Sea Monster Festival, which posed no danger, held extraordinary significance for many people. Although only a few could obtain good items each time the Sea Monster Festival ruins opened, it was like buying a lottery ticket. At least it gave people hope. Now, it was gone just like that. It was hard not to feel a sense of regret. It's been over an hour, why hasn't Xiaoyan come out yet? Jiang Yingxue said anxiously, standing at the spot where they first teleported in. Sister Jiang, don't worry. Master Jiang might have been chosen by the immortals. The situation was so urgent at the time, the guardian of the ruins probably had no other choice. Yang Jieqiao comforted from the side. Yes. How could someone like Master Jiang, a celestial being, get into trouble? Li Xiaowei immediately chimed in. I've been wanting to ask, what exactly is going on with you all? Tanya suddenly looked at Yang Jieqiao and the others. Weren't you all with Tianli? Now you're calling her Sister Jiang and Master Jiang. Who are you trying to impress? Tanya, you don't understand, so don't talk nonsense. We truly admire Master Jiang from the bottom of our hearts. How could we be acting? That's a disrespect to Master Jiang, do you understand? Yang Jieqiao replied with great disapproval. Tianli doesn't understand, she clashed with Sister Jiang and Master Jiang. When she comes out, I will definitely have a good talk with her. If she doesn't listen to me, I will have no choice but to cut off all ties with her. Li Xiaowei said seriously. Looking at the attitudes of Yang Jieqiao and Li Xiaowei, Tanya was simply amazed. Yingxue, your brother is incredible. He actually managed to get Li Xiaowei to obey him completely. It's truly a miracle. Tanya whispered to Jiang Yingxue. Li Xiaowei and Tianli had such a good relationship. Now, for Jiang Chen, she even said something like cutting off ties. This was something she wouldn't have dared to imagine before. Maybe it's because of Xiaoyan's divination skills. Jiang Yingxue pondered slightly. In fact, she thought Jiang Chen's divination was quite eerie. Although it was terrifyingly accurate, every time a divination was made, something bad would happen. This was not a good phenomenon. Just as Jiang Yingxue was lost in thought, her phone suddenly rang. Looking at the caller ID, it was actually Jiang Chen. She quickly pressed the answer button. Xiaoyan, are you okay? Have you come out? Jiang Yingxue asked anxiously. I'm fine, just send me an address, I'll come find you, Jiang Chen said in a good mood. 10 minutes later, Jiang Chen found Jiang Yingxue and the others at a cold drink shop. Xiaoyan. Master Jiang. Everyone surrounded him. Sister, Jiang Chen called out with a smile, then his gaze fell on Yang Jieqiao and the others, frowning slightly. Why are you still here? Isn't it because we're worried about the master's safety? Yang Jieqiao said. Right. Li Xiaowei nodded eagerly. Master Jiang, if you don't come out, who will we go to for divination in the future? Jiang Chen. These guys are addicted to divination? Jiang Chen, you took so long to come out, you weren't really chosen by an immortal, were you? Tang Ye asked curiously. Sort of. Jiang Chen had no intention of hiding, but the immortal's possession only lasted 10 minutes, and I didn't comprehend a single technique before I was sent out. Only 10 minutes of immortal possession? That's too stingy. Tanya couldn't help but complain. There were many versions of the immortal possession story circulating online, but the vast majority exaggerated how powerful and miraculous it was, claiming you could choose from hundreds of advanced techniques and skills. In the end, after all that, the immortal possession only lasted 10 minutes. Remembering a low-level technique would be quite impressive. But I did get a D grade. Ally weapon. Jiang Chen took out the short sword he obtained from the third level of the temple from his backpack and handed it to Jiang Yingshue's sister. You can use this. Wow, a D grade alloy weapon? This thing must be worth a lot. As expected of Master Jiang, giving away a D grade alloy weapon just like that. Yang Jiecho and the others were all envious. The higher the level of alloy weapons, the scarcer they became. Often, it wasn't just a matter of having money. More importantly, you needed the right connections and channels to even have the opportunity to purchase them. For them, having an F-grade alloy weapon was already very satisfying. Now, who would dare to say Jiang Yingxue was a thief? Just flashing the weapon in their hands would definitely blind those people's eyes. Jiang Yingshue's weapon was still the black iron longsword she had just bought last week, which cost her over 100,000. She had thought she could use it until graduation. Who would have thought that Jiang Chen would now give her a D-grade alloy short sword? This was a D-grade alloy short sword. Even if she took it to Magic City, she could easily trade it for an apartment, right? Xiaoyan, I can't accept this, it's too valuable. You should keep it for yourself. Jiang Yingxue was excited, but she was still clear-headed. Although Jiang Chen always had various opportunities, they were all earned through his hard work. The fourth tier blood-sucking vine he had given her was already enough for her to establish herself at Magic City University. As for anything else, she didn't dare to wish for it. One shouldn't be too greedy. Just take it. Jiang Chen directly stuffed the item into Jiang Yingshue's arms. From now on, whatever I give you, just accept it. If you keep hesitating, I might get angry. His harvest from the underwater temple this time also included a pair of C-grade alloy gauntlets. This E-grade alloy short sword was completely a surplus. He wouldn't just give Jiang Yingxue those worthless F-grade alloy weapons. He wasn't that stingy. He certainly didn't lack this little bit. Jiang Yingxue. How many times had Jiang Chen stuffed things into her arms now? And he still complained that she was hesitating. This kid was really getting more and more domineering. Tanya beside them was so envious that she was almost drooling. Where could she find such a good younger brother? Should she go home and ask her parents to have another one? Would it still be too late? In the end, Jiang Yingxue still accepted the short sword. It should have been the older sister looking after the younger brother, but now it was completely reversed. She felt that if she didn't work harder, she would be left far behind by Jiang Chen. Once she got back, she had to practice diligently. At the very least, she couldn't hold Jiang Chen back. Back in Magic City, Jiang Chen made an excuse that he wanted to rest and returned to the hotel early. After washing off the fishy smell, he took out the water spirit from his spatial treasure. The juvenile form of the water spirit looked like a blue light ball, with water light faintly floating inside. If it hadn't been identified with a synthesis platform, it would be hard to imagine this was a small life. Jiang Chen was definitely planning to raise the water spirit. However, before that, he needed a contract formation. Jiang Chen searched on his phone on the Lingwu Hall official website and found that in big cities like the Imperial Capital and Magic City, Lingwu Hall basically had ready-made contract formations for sale. The price wasn't cheap, at 500,000. But for Jiang Chen, this amount of money was just a small matter. He immediately placed an order online. 20 minutes later, the item was delivered. Jiang Chen opened the package and saw a palm-sized formation plate inside, along with instructions for use. It stated that for untamed monsters, only those that reached the spirit beast level could successfully contract. Otherwise, there was a high probability of backlash. It was also best to use it under the guidance of experienced individuals. At the end of the instructions, several beast tamer contact numbers were even noted. As expected of Lingwu Hall, their business covered all aspects. Surely, the vast majority of people wouldn't mind spending a little more money to purchase this service. But for Jiang Chen, contracting a spirit beast meant he had to figure it out himself. Of course, besides spirit beasts, this formation could also be used to contract cats and dogs. But no one would waste it like that. Jiang Chen studied the instruction manual and then followed the steps outlined. First, he activated the formation plate with spiritual power. He saw the formation patterns spreading outward from the center of the plate. Soon, a complete formation was formed. Next, he needed to drop a drop of blood into the center of the formation plate. Once the formation turned red, he would place the water spirit on the plate. After completing this series of operations, the next second, the formation suddenly burst into brilliant light. The formation patterns that had spread out began to rapidly contract towards the center of the formation. Finally, it transformed into a blue ripple and merged into the body of the water. Spirit! Chirp! The water spirit let out a tender cry. Its body curled into a sphere, slowly unfurled, revealing a pair of translucent wings, a round little head, and a droplet-shaped tail. The moment the ripple merged with the water spirit, Jiang Chen also sensed a connection with it. So, this should count as a successful contract, right? Jiang Chen stroked his chin and said, "To the water spirit, show me your special skill." Chirp! The water spirit tilted its head, paused for a moment, and then opened its small mouth, releasing a few bubbles. Jiang Chen. Is this it? At least it's a spirit beast, its attack is just blowing a few bubbles. This is more suitable for teasing a cat. Could it be that its level is too low? Jiang Chen grabbed the water spirit and tossed it into the synthesis platform. The attributes of the water spirit immediately appeared. Water spirit, master recognized, just born baby, the master can try to nourish it with spiritual power or feed it with heavenly materials of the same attribute, both of which will greatly help the baby's growth. It really was because the level was too low. It seems that raising spirit pets is as money-consuming and labor-intensive as in the Heavens online game. He was already lacking in spiritual power, and now he had to use it to nourish. It was simply adding insult to injury. However, his spiritual power could be converted into divine power. Using divine power for cultivation might yield unexpected results. Jiang Chen fished the water spirit out of the synthesis platform and decided to try using ordinary spiritual power first. He gathered some spiritual power in the palm of his hand. The water spirit, which had been sitting in Jiang Chen's hand, looking confused, immediately rolled around happily in his palm. Chirp, chirp, chirp. At the same time, it was chirping joyfully. It was cute, but a bit noisy. That's enough. Jiang Chen lifted the water spirit with his other hand. After a careful observation, it seemed there were no obvious changes. Let's try divine power. Jiang Chen was too lazy to replenish the spiritual power in his body and directly condensed the remaining spiritual power into water-type divine power, then released it. This time, the divine power was only the size of a mung bean. If one didn't look closely, they wouldn't notice it. But the water spirit became exceptionally excited. It flailed its arms and struggled desperately, clearly attracted by the water-type divine power. Jiang Chen let go. The water spirit immediately flapped its wings and flew in front of the water-type divine power, swallowing that drop of divine power in one gulp. Jiang Chen felt as if something exploded in the water spirit's belly, and then its body began to rapidly expand, quickly growing to 2 or 3 times its previous size. It waved its wings and effortlessly flew into the air. Master, master. A soft, sticky voice echoed in Jiang Chen's mind. It sounded like a 4 or 5-year-old girl. Jiang Chen nodded in satisfaction. It seemed the effect was good, at least. They could communicate normally now. Show me your special skill, Jiang Chen said, sitting in a chair with his legs crossed. The water spirit thought for a moment, opened its mouth, and blew out another bubble. Why is it this again? Change it up. Jiang Chen waved his hand. He wouldn't raise something useless. If it couldn't show its value, it would just end up as a plaything for the sea witch of misfortune. Just then, the bubble in the air suddenly popped with a bang. Immediately after, there was a huge booming sound. Before Jiang Chen could react, he was blown away. In midair, Jiang Chen's only thought was, I'm going to lose money again. And it might be quite a bit. Bang! After blasting through 2 rooms in succession, Jiang Chen successfully landed on the ground. Not far from him, on a bed, 2 naked people were staring at Jiang Chen with faces full of terror. Jiang Chen coughed up blood and weakly raised his hand. Excuse me, could you please call an ambulance for me? I didn't bring my phone. Ah! At that moment, the naked woman finally reacted, screamed, and hid behind the man. The man hurriedly called the hotel customer service. Half an hour later, Jiang Chen was sent to a nearby hospital. It was discovered that he had serious internal injuries. Jiang Chen didn't hesitate and directly spent hundreds of thousands to buy a second-grade blood transformation pill. After taking it, his physical condition quickly returned to normal. Sitting up from the hospital bed, Jiang Chen's face was full of frustration and speechlessness. He never expected that after crossing over, his first serious injury would be caused by his own spirit beast's accidental attack. Normally, a contracted beast shouldn't be able to attack its master. However, the water spirit's attack method was special. It first spat out a water bubble, which then exploded. He was completely affected by the shockwave of the explosion. Next time, whether testing weapons, martial arts, or spirit beast skills, especially the blood-sucking vine skill, he must go to a specialized training room. Having already suffered once, he still hadn't learned his lesson. It was his own fault. After completing the discharge procedures, Jiang Chen returned to the hotel. As soon as he arrived in the lobby, the hotel manager approached him. "Sir, we have calculated the compensation amount for the damaged items. Would you like to settle it now, or take a 2-minute break before settling?" The manager wore a stiff smile. Jiang Chen had been staying there for more than half a month, and this was the second incident. The first time, he only damaged most of the furniture and some walls and ceilings. This time, several rooms were directly destroyed. Repairing it would take quite a bit of effort. "Just tell me how much, I'll pay the full amount." Jiang Chen wasn't about to dodge this bill. It was his mistake, and he would pay whatever it cost. Once the admission notice from Magic City University arrived, he would be able to stay there as a student, and then he wouldn't need to stay in a hotel every day. The structural damage is severe, plus the furnishings. In the rooms, the total is 8,370,000. The hotel manager handed Jiang Chen a thick booklet. "This is the detailed list of damaged items, sir can verify it himself." Jiang Chen took the list and glanced through it. Confirming there were no issues, he paid the compensation amount. As a result, he was left with just over 2 million in cash. Fortunately, he still had 500 low-grade spirit stones on him. If he really ran out of money, he could exchange the spirit stones for cash. However, such opportunities should be rare. Just over 2 million was more than enough for daily expenses. For other cultivation-related items, using spirit stones to purchase them would surely be hard for anyone to refuse. Jiang Chen opened another room. Then he took out the weapons and equipment he had brought from the shrine. With so much equipment, he definitely couldn't use it all. So, it was just right for synthesis testing, something he had wanted to try for a long time. For example, could completely different types of equipment be synthesized? Or, what would be the difference if items of completely different levels were synthesized? Previously, he didn't have enough samples. To conduct this test, he would have to invest quite a bit of money. If it failed, it would be painful. But now, all these things were free. His mindset was completely different. Synthesizing them naturally wouldn't come with any pressure. Jiang Chen picked and chose from a pile of items, selecting an F-grade alloy weapon and a chestplate made from monster skin. Add it to the synthesis table, and the system immediately pops up a prompt. This synthesis has a chance to generate new items. Do you want to synthesize F-grade alloy weapon plus second-tier beast skin armor? Generate new items? Jiang Chen's heart stirred. This was the first time he had seen such a prompt. It seemed he had been too limited in the past. Of course, he was also afraid of making mistakes, wasting spiritual power in materials. Without capital, he wouldn't dare to act recklessly. Synthesize. Jiang Chen chose to confirm. F-grade alloy weapon plus second-tier beast skin armor has been synthesized. Congratulations on obtaining an F-grade alloy weapon. F-grade alloy weapon. The blade is made of F-grade alloy, and the handle is made of second-tier beast skin, providing a better feel and an extremely comfortable experience. After reading the introduction, Jiang Chen knew this was just an ordinary synthesis. It was like combining a fruit knife with a blood-sucking vine, merely neutralizing the attributes of the two items. But no new item was generated. Jiang Chen continued to add the F-grade alloy weapon. After thinking for a moment, he took out a book titled Return to Origin Skill. This synthesis has a chance to generate new items. Do you want to synthesize F-grade alloy weapon plus Return to Origin Skill? Synthesize. F-grade alloy weapon plus Return to Origin Skill has been synthesized. Congratulations on obtaining 7-blade slash. 7-blade slash, level 3 martial skill, can release blade energy to attack enemies. If 7 consecutive slashes are made, the power of the blade energy will multiply. Rarity 2 stars. Weapon plus skill, synthesizing martial skills? This works too? Jiang Chen was stunned. He never expected that his first martial skill would come about this way. However, although the type had changed, the level of the synthesized item hadn't really changed much. Strictly speaking, a level 3 martial skill wasn't much better than a level 3 skill. The rarity was also 2 stars. He even lost an F-grade alloy weapon. It seemed this method wasn't suitable for daily use. It was only appropriate to use when lacking a certain item, to synthesize with 2 similar items and try one's luck. Jiang Chen took out the martial skill. A 2-star rarity martial skill clearly still had room for improvement. He planned to copy 100 books to see if he could synthesize a better martial skill. Just then, a small blue figure flew in from the balcony. "Master, I finally found you." The water spirit flew in front of Jiang Chen, crying. After Jiang Chen was injured, he was taken to the hospital. It flew slowly and had to avoid being discovered by humans. By the time it reached the hospital, Jiang Chen had already taken a car back to the hotel. There was no choice, it had to fly back slowly. After much effort, it finally found Jiang Chen's room. "Oh, sorry, I almost forgot about you." Jiang Chen suddenly realized. In the past, when playing games, spirit pets always followed him everywhere. So when the water spirit disappeared for half a day, he hadn't even noticed. If someone else had taken it, he would have suffered a huge loss. Although a second contract couldn't be made, selling it for materials would still be worth quite a bit. The water spirit did not know Jiang Chen's thoughts. It circled around Jiang Chen twice before finally settling on his shoulder and letting out a long sigh. For a contracted beast, there is a sense of security only when staying close to its master. Moreover, the water spirit was still in its juvenile state. Sometimes it was no different from a child. However, Jiang Chen was busy with synthesis and had no time to play with a child. After thinking for a moment, Jiang Chen took out the crystal ball containing the Doomsea Demon and then lifted the water spirit off his shoulder. "You two are at least of the same kind, so get to know each other." The water spirit stared at the crystal ball for a while, its big eyes filled with confusion. Until the figure of the Doomsea Demon appeared in its line of sight, the confusion in its eyes gradually turned into terror, and it immediately let out a chirp and dove into Jiang Chen's arms. "What kind of kind?" The Doomsea Demon pressed against the edge of the crystal ball, glancing at the trembling thing in Jiang Chen's arms, and disdainfully curled its lip. "Just a water spirit. Compared to me, it's several levels lower. How can it be considered my kind?" Hearing this, the water spirit felt even more wronged. Jiang Chen disapprovingly glanced at the Doomsea Demon. "In my place, everyone is equal. Don't create any hierarchy. You said you were bored alone in the space. This is my spirit beast, so you should take good care of it from now on." The Doomsea Demon muttered under its breath, "I'm not human. And if you can emphasize equality, then let it out of the cage." But it knew very well that Jiang Chen definitely didn't have the guts to do that. Everyone knew what the result would be if it were released. "Then just say whether you agree or not." Jiang Chen crossed his arms and looked at the Doomsea Demon. "Or should I send a cat in to keep you company?" The Doomsea Demon. "This guy is ruthless. If a cat is put into the space, wouldn't the crystal ball it resides in become a toy for the cat? Fine." The Doomsea Demon had no choice but to agree to Jiang Chen's request. "Just wait until you send it in. I will give it some guidance when I have time." Hearing this, the water spirit trembled even more. Did it not have the right to refuse? Jiang Chen nodded. Now that sounded right. The water spirit, still in its infant form, was just at the right time to learn things. It should follow the experienced Doomsea Demon to absorb some knowledge. It would surely progress rapidly. The stronger it became, the more useful it would be in the future. At this moment, 7 Blade Slash had also been copied a few times. Jiang Chen stuffed the water spirit and the Doomsea Demon back into the space and prepared to start synthesizing the first martial art he was going to learn. The target was tentatively set at a preciousness level of 5 stars. Jiang Chen casually bound the copied martial arts and then added 2 of them into the synthesis table. "Do you want to synthesize 7 Blade Slash?" Synthesize. 7 Blade Slash has been synthesized. Congratulations on obtaining 5 Elements Sword. Jiang Chen looked at the preciousness level, which was only 1 star. It was definitely inferior to 7 Blade Slash, so he could only continue synthesizing. For the next few hours, Jiang Chen was almost constantly synthesizing, and synthesizing. 7 Blade Slash has been synthesized. Congratulations on obtaining Earthshaking Whip. 7 Blade Slash has been synthesized. Congratulations on obtaining 4 Saint's Palm. 7 Blade Slash has been synthesized. Congratulations on obtaining Shadowless Blade. 7 Blade Slash has been synthesized. Congratulations on obtaining. He had already used up more than 20 low-grade spirit stones, yet not a single high-star martial art appeared. The fact proved that relying on luck was not always so favorable. Jiang Chen picked out the 2 martial arts with the highest preciousness levels. One last try. If it doesn't work, I'll have to wait until tomorrow to continue synthesizing. His spirit was already starting to wear thin. Continuously consuming and recovering spirit power had left his body extremely fatigued. Of course, it's also possible that today's luck has all been used up in the underwater temple. If it really doesn't work out, I'll just have to give up today. Combine Shadowless Sword plus Star Point Fist? Combine. Shadowless Sword plus Star Point Fist has been combined. Congratulations on obtaining Earth-Shattering Thunder Palm. Earth-Shattering Thunder Palm, level 4 martial skill. The higher the emotion, the greater the power of the palm technique. When executing the technique, one must shout the name of the move to complete the kill. Rarity 7 stars. After reading the introduction of the martial skill, Jiang Chen fell into silence. He didn't know whether to be happy or depressed. Logically speaking, combining to create a level 4 martial skill with a rarity of even 7 stars should make him very happy. But just looking at the name of this martial skill felt ominous. Reading the introduction made his skin crawl. Every martial skill has its own ultimate move. But the ultimate move of Earth-Shattering Thunder Palm requires shouting it out loud to be released. Damn it. If someone he knew was nearby, it would be a social death scene. No way. If he wanted to learn this martial skill, he had to be cautious. His lifetime reputation couldn't be ruined by a single martial skill. Better to save it for now and wait until there's no suitable option. Then he would decide. 3 days later, Jiang Chen received the admission notice from the Imperial Capital University. From the reactions online, it seemed he was among the first to receive the admission notice. With this, he could finally move out of the hotel. When Jiang Chen was checking out, even the manager came to personally see him off. He was very satisfied with the hotel's enthusiastic service. You have great service here, I will definitely come back next time, Jiang Chen praised sincerely. The hotel manager and the front desk staff froze for a moment. Sir, please don't say that, our service still has many shortcomings. The neighboring Yanding Hotel and Shangfeng Hotel have better service than us, you must try them next time. The manager said earnestly. Because of Jiang Chen, their hotel had 2 incidents in a month. His bonus was almost gone. If Jiang Chen stayed a few more times, he might end up losing money. See, still so humble, Jiang Chen patted the manager's shoulder. I like people like you. If I see your boss in the future, I'll definitely praise you to him and get you a raise. The manager was almost in tears. Please don't raise my salary. If he came back 2 more times, he might lose his job. Sir, take care. The manager really didn't want to continue the conversation with Jiang Chen and actively ended the topic. No send-off? Jiang Chen waved his hand, pulled up his suitcase, and left the hotel gracefully. He took a taxi to Magic City University and showed his admission notice to the gatekeeper. Ah, a new student. After checking the admission notice and confirming there were no issues, the gatekeeper said, You came quite early. Go report to the teaching office first, the new student reception hasn't been set up yet. You can just find Director Tan. Thank you, Jiang Chen nodded slightly and walked through the school gate with his suitcase. Magic City University. He had finally arrived. At this time, Modi University was already on break. However, many teachers and students remained on campus. Jiang Chen pulled his suitcase, walking through Modi University, attracting quite a few gazes. Is this a new student? He's so handsome. You women are so superficial. Look at that delicate skin, he clearly looks like a weakling. The admission score for our school has dropped again this year, right? It seems like a strength of 12,000 kilograms with passing scores in other areas is enough. There's no helping it, this year's college entrance exam results were generally not great, but there were still a few strong contenders. Yeah, I heard someone was already a 3rd tier warrior when they took the exam, that's just ridiculous. I wonder if anyone applied to our school. Listening to the conversations around him, Jiang Chen had a rough understanding of the level of this year's new students at Modi University. Although he had only recently become a 2nd-tier warrior, his cultivation speed had skyrocketed after taking the Divine Pulse pill. By the time school started, he would likely advance to the 3rd tier. So, hearing about these scores didn't affect Jiang Chen much. By the time he found the guidance office, it was already several dozen minutes later. Modi University was vast. Rather than a school, it felt more like a city within a city. On the way, Jiang Chen even saw quite a few students driving. It seemed he should consider that aspect as well. But first, he needed to resolve his accommodation issue. Jiang Chen walked into the guidance office. He saw a middle-aged man in his 50s talking to a student with green-dyed hair. Hearing the noise at the door, Director Tan turned his head to look over. New student? Director Tan asked. Jiang Chen. Hello, teacher. Jiang Chen stepped forward, opened his phone, and pulled up the admission notice from his email. This is my admission notice. Director Tan leaned closer to the phone to take a careful look, then pushed up his glasses and looked back at Jiang Chen, saying, You are the top scorer from Spring City? I'm not too sure about that. I left Spring City right after the exam and didn't pay much attention to that news, Jiang Chen replied honestly. As a student from the outer city, achieving such results is already quite rare. If nothing unexpected happens, you should be assigned to the D class, Director Tan praised sincerely. The difference between students from the outer city and the inner city was not in talent but rather in the resources available for cultivation. Students from the inner city generally had better conditions than those from the outer city. The smaller the place, the greater this disparity would be. For example, in Modu, there were still quite a few wealthy individuals in the outer city. But in smaller places, even the so-called wealthy might only have a net worth of a few tens of millions, which wouldn't even buy a house in a big city. It was precisely because of this stark difference that students from the outer city found it hard to stand out. That's why Director Tan made such a statement. TCH, pretty pretentious, a student standing nearby scoffed, not bothering to hide his disdain. Both Director Tan and Jiang Chen heard this. However, Director Tan just smiled and didn't say much. Competition among students drives motivation. As long as it doesn't lead to serious consequences, the school usually doesn't interfere in these rivalries. Since they chose to attend university, they should understand the harshness of this world. To rise above others, one must inevitably face some setbacks. Since you two arrived together, I'll arrange for you to share a dormitory. It's a 4-person room and 2 more students will move in later, Director Tan said after some thought. I don't want to share a dorm with some country bumpkin from the outer city. Teacher, please give me a different room, I can pay extra. Xia Zhenghao immediately expressed his dissatisfaction. Xia, you need to understand that at Magic City University, we have all kinds of students. Even if I change your dormitory now, with your family's background, you will definitely encounter those who are not as well off as you, and their cultivation level might not even be higher than that of this Jiang. Director Tan said earnestly. That seems to make some sense, Xia. Zhenghao seemed to be persuaded. Jiang, what do you think? Director Tan smiled as he looked at Jiang Chen. I'm fine with anything. Jiang Chen shrugged. He remembered that the dormitories at Magic City University were quite spacious, even a 4-person room had its own little space. It was just like renting a different place. What impact could it have? Moreover, the conflict between the outer city and the inner city was a historical issue left over from the overall structure of this world. Could he really change everyone's mind? Just managing himself was enough. I've already completed your enrollment procedures here. You just need to go to the dormitory area to pay, and the dormitory administrator will arrange your rooms for you, Director Tan said. Thank you, teacher. Jiang Chen took back his phone. After leaving the office, Jiang Chen immediately opened the map on his phone to see how to get to the dormitory area. Xia Zhenghao, however, took out a car key and pressed the remote. A luxury car not far away immediately drove over. Jiang Chen glanced and saw that there was no driver inside. This must be the so-called artificial intelligence car. Autonomous driving technology had actually been around for a long time, but it had never been widely promoted due to various hidden dangers. In other words, the probability of accidents was relatively high. Xia Zhenghao's car was a new model that had just come out. It was said that the artificial intelligence technology had greatly improved, specifically designed to handle various complex terrains. Even in the wild, as long as there were no obstacles, it could drive easily. Of course, that was how the advertisement portrayed it. Whether it was really that good, only the users would know. Xia Zhenghao tossed the key in his hand and looked at Jiang Chen proudly. So, what do you think? My car is pretty nice, right? Want me to give you a ride? Thanks. But could you open the trunk? Jiang Chen said, walking to the back of the luxury car and opening the trunk to put his luggage inside. Seeing this scene, Xia Zhenghao's mouth twitched. This guy really had no manners at all. He had only wanted to show off in front of Jiang Chen. Who knew this kid would be so familiar? Forget it. He had already said it, he couldn't back out now, right? If someone didn't know, they might think he was stingy. Xia Zhenghao stepped forward and sat in the driver's seat. Jiang Chen followed and sat inside the car. He looked around at the car's interior and found it quite in line with young people's aesthetics. Just right, as he was also planning to Buy a car. If the driving experience was good, he might consider it. Xia Zhenghao pressed the start button and the interior of the car immediately darkened. The front windshield suddenly turned into a display screen, showing the vehicle's status and the surrounding map. Beep. Beep, take the shortest route to the boys' dormitory at Magic City University, Xia Zhenghao said, crossing his legs. Okay, master, A mechanical electronic voice sounded in the car, and then the vehicle shot out like a shadow. Jiang Chen looked at the map in his hand and then at the map in the car. This doesn't seem to be the way to the boys' dormitory. Jiang Chen felt something was off. Although this direction was the shortest, the straight line distance didn't necessarily mean it was passable. He thought this should be common sense. Don't worry, my beep beep isn't that stupid, it will plan the route by itself. Xia Zhenghao confidently turned off the map and opened a video of a girl dancing. This is all my private collection, I'm showing it to you today, consider it a favor. Jiang Chen. So this was the true intention behind Xia Zhenghao buying this car. Forget it, he might as well keep an eye on the map. Just in case they took a wrong turn, at least he could remind them. But before he could remember to check his phone, the vehicle suddenly jolted violently. Then, with a loud bang, a strong sense of weightlessness hit him. Jiang Chen's first thought was, this is bad, the car has flipped. At the same time, a large red exclamation mark popped up on the windshield. Please note, the vehicle is under attack. After the alert, the windshield gradually returned to transparency. He saw a giant dog with two heads, drooling as it stared at Jiang Chen and the others in the car. At this moment, Jiang Chen also saw the scene outside clearly. It was a circular arena, about the size of a football field. The surroundings were tightly sealed. Their car must have come crashing down from above. In the middle, it had landed on the back of this giant dog, providing a bit of cushioning. From the two tire tracks on the giant dog's head, one could tell. What's going on? Where did we drive to? Xia Zhenghao finally reacted, looking completely bewildered. If I'm not mistaken, this should be the beast fighting arena near the teaching office, which is also the closest route to the boys' dormitory, but only if your car can fly, Jiang Chen said, looking at the map on his phone, not knowing where to start complaining. He had originally wanted to experience the latest in autonomous driving technology. Who would have thought that in less than half a minute, it would send him straight into a pit? The manufacturer advertised that it could be used in the wild. It seemed he would only get to experience this once in a lifetime. Beast fighting arena? Upon hearing these three words, Xia Zhenghao's eyes lit up. Is this the famous beast fighting arena of Magic City University? I heard that only students about to graduate come here to fight for their lives against demon beasts to earn the title of Advanced Warrior. I can't believe we just entered the school and ended up here directly. How thrilling! Thrilling? Jiang Chen was dumbfounded. Is this guy's brain normal? The thing outside is already gnawing on the car door, and he still thinks it's thrilling, really thinking he's playing a game. A few passing students also witnessed this scene. Damn, this car is too fierce, how did it drive straight into the beast fighting arena? Is it planning to use technology to defeat the Dog King? It seems the arena isn't open today. I just checked, the next opening is in 3 days, and the challengers are students from the top class. This is ridiculous, anyone with eyes can see there's no road ahead. Doesn't this car look like the latest model of T-Brand's autonomous vehicle? That explains it, T-Brand's autonomous vehicle has had quite a few accidents already. We should contact a teacher quickly, if we delay any longer, someone might get hurt. Jiang Chen listened to the sound of the giant dog gnawing on the car door, feeling his scalp tingle. He had already taken out the blood-sucking vine, ready to counterattack at any moment. Xia Zhenghao, however, was taking pictures of the giant dog with his phone. So cool, this Dog King is a 5th-tier demon beast. No wonder I spent over 10 million on this car, even after gnawing for so long, it hasn't chewed through the door. Xia Zhenghao nodded in satisfaction. That over 10 million seems to have been well spent. Classmate, it seems you are confident in dealing with this guy outside? Jiang Chen could only think of this possibility, otherwise, how could Xia Zhenghao remain so calm as if nothing was wrong? What are you joking about? Xia Zhenghao glanced at Jiang Chen. Do you know the reputation of the Dog King? Speed, defense, strength, recovery ability, all top-notch. Even a 6th-tier warrior might not be able to handle it. I'm just a recent high school graduate, a single slap from the Dog King could take me out. Then, why aren't you scared at all? Jiang Chen was slightly taken aback. Scared of what? The school's teachers will come to rescue us. Xia Zhenghao said matter-of-factly. Are you sure we can hold out until then? Jiang Chen pointed to the sharp teeth that had already penetrated the car door. Just as he finished speaking, there was a loud bang. The car door had already flown off. Damn, why didn't you say so earlier? Xia Zhanghao realized the seriousness of the situation and quickly unbuckled his seatbelt, crawling out of the car. Jiang Chen, on the other hand, nimbly flipped over to the back seat. The giant dog's paw tried to reach in to grab Jiang Chen. The blood-sucking vine instantly went into a frenzy, wrapping around Jiang Chen completely. As a result, the giant dog was pricked all over with thorns, and the toxins from the blood-sucking vine entered its body, causing its movements to slow down immediately. However, because the giant dog was of too high a level, the poison of the blood-sucking vine did not have much effect. In just a few seconds, the giant dog's body returned to normal. It glanced at the car full of vines, thought for a moment, and then gave up on Jiang Chen, turning to chase after Xia Zhanghao. Jiang Chen let out a sigh of relief. The school was crowded with people, and he absolutely did not want to use the trump cards in his hand. Revealing his strength too early would bring no benefits. But after all, this was a fifth-tier monster. Xia Zhanghao shouldn't be able to hold out for too long. He could only use methods that others wouldn't easily notice. Jiang Chen took out the Blood Sea Purgatory map that he had previously opened along with the Divine Pulse Pill from his item bar. He had never used this thing before. The Blood Ring Purgatory map was not lethal, but it could trap enemies in an illusion. In other words, aside from the person trapped in the illusion, others would not know what means he had used. Moreover, the giant dog was just an ordinary monster and couldn't speak. It was perfect to test the Blood Sea Purgatory map on it. Jiang Chen opened the back door and stepped out. He saw the giant dog charging towards Xia Zhanghao. Xia Zhanghao was crying out for help while fleeing. It looked like he was about to be caught. Jiang Chen seized the opportunity and directly opened the Blood Sea Purgatory map. In an instant, a blood-red domain spread out from him as the center. The giant dog was running forward when suddenly a sea of blood appeared ahead. A strong sense of danger forced it to stop. At that moment, Xia Zhanghao had already given up, pulling out the blessing talisman he had bought a few days ago at the trading market. Just then, the giant dog stopped in its tracks. It looked straight ahead, its eyes filled with obvious terror. Xia Zhanghao's mouth formed an O shape. The blessing talisman he casually bought for $10 was actually this effective? As the master of the Blood Sea, Jiang Chen could naturally see the scenery within the illusion. It was a world resembling hell. The sky was dark and gloomy. Apart from a few irregular reefs, the rest of the area was a sea of blood. The hot air made one feel restless, as if all emotions were magnified. Yet above the Blood Sea, it was calm and undisturbed. Even so, it still gave a sense that something could emerge at any moment. The closer one got to the Blood Sea, the more waves of dangerous aura swept in. This was a psychological and spiritual oppression. Clearly, nothing had happened. Just this environment alone was enough to shatter the mental defenses of any creature. Even a giant dog, a beast with little intelligence, was frightened to the point of its fur standing on end in such an environment. For a human, the effect would be even worse. But Jiang Chen was not feeling well either. Using such an illusion consumed a great deal of mental energy. If it were just to trap an enemy of the same level, it would be easy for Jiang Chen. But the giant dog was 3 ranks higher than him. Just maintaining the illusion was already quite taxing. However, Xia Zhanghao was completely out of touch with reality. He felt inflated, very pleased with himself, and had a sense of secret delight as if he had stumbled upon a windfall. He thought all of this was due to the blessing talisman in his hand. At the time, he had just thought it looked nice, so he bought one to hang on his car. Who would have thought it could control this big dog? Although he wasn't short on money, many good things couldn't be bought with money. It seemed that today's incident was not his disaster, but his opportunity. Without this event, he wouldn't have known that the decorative item he bought for $10 was such an impressive treasure. With this blessing talisman, during the family competition at the end of the year, he might even place. Thinking of the envious expressions of others, he had already started to feel secretly pleased. Jiang Chen had no idea that casually testing the effect of the Blood Sea Purgatory map would lead to so many misunderstandings and associations for Xia Zhanghao. Just as the illusion was about to collapse, 2 teachers arrived. Jiang Chen and Xia Zhanghao instinctively put away what they were holding. Without the constraints of the illusion, the giant dog lunged at Xia Zhanghao again. But before it could complete its leap, it was heavily stomped down by a pair of shallow-heeled, high-heeled shoes. Jiang Chen looked up along the high heels and saw a female teacher in a fitted shirt and skirt, standing on the dog's head, looking down at them. This female teacher was not very old, probably in her 20s, and even had a bit of baby fat. If she changed her outfit, one could easily mistake her for a student. Fu Qing glanced at the car in the arena, then turned her gaze to Jiang Chen and the other two, saying, "What's going on with you two? You drove the car into the arena? I thought I would only come to collect your bodies." "The car isn't mine," Jiang Chen pointed at Xia Zhanghao. "You should ask him." "I didn't drive the car, I don't know either." Xia Zhanghao spread his hands in confusion. "Teacher Fu, it should be a problem with the car," another slightly older teacher, after checking the vehicle, walked over. "This is an unmanned vehicle. It probably made a mistake in planning its route and drove straight into the arena." Fu Qing frowned slightly. "What a piece of junk. The school will prohibit unmanned vehicles from entering in the future. If a similar situation occurs again, we might not be able to arrive in time every time. I will notify them." The older teacher nodded. "By the way," Fu Qing looked back at Jiang Chen and the other two, "how did you two manage to hold on until now? I wasn't joking earlier, I really intended to come and collect your bodies. I was surprised to find you still alive. This is a 5th-tier demon beast, which is usually only open to students in their 4th year." Jiang Chen and Xia Zhanghao look quite young, at most. They are 1st or 2nd-year students. Facing the Dog King, just surviving would be a miracle. "Teacher Fu, please be a bit more tactful," a slightly older teacher reminded in a low voice. "I'm stating the facts." Fu Qing had no intention of correcting her words. Jiang Chen was thinking about how to find a reason to brush it off when Xia Zhanghao suddenly cleared his throat and said, "This giant dog can't possibly hurt me. As for why, that's my personal privacy, so I can't share it with you two teachers." "Jiang Chen? Is that so?" If it weren't for the Blood Sea Purgatory diagram he personally used, he might have almost believed Xia Zhanghao's nonsense. But this is fine. It saves him from having to find an excuse to explain. Xia Zhanghao wanted to take the trouble upon himself. He couldn't have asked for more. "You?" Fu Qing looked at Xia Zhanghao with a face full of doubt. She felt something was off. Compared to the more emotionally volatile Xia Zhanghao, Jiang Chen was clearly calmer. She couldn't even sense any tension from Jiang Chen. But she wasn't interested in probing into the students' privacy. As long as nothing happened, that was good. Otherwise, not only would the T-brand car be trending tomorrow, but Magic City University would also be in the spotlight. "By the way, have you encountered any other demon beasts here? Why do I see signs of other creatures damaging the carriage?" the slightly older teacher suddenly asked. The demon beasts in the arena were naturally not just the Dog King. However, usually, it was only the Dog King that was let out. Other demon beasts were kept in cages and only released when needed. "You need to ask him about that." Xia Zhanghao pointed at Jiang Chen and said, "He got off the carriage later than I did." "I only saw the Dog King," Jiang Chen replied. "But there are clearly signs of another kind of damage in the carriage." The slightly older teacher frowned. "Forget it, let's talk about these things later. First, let's get them out safely." Fu Qing took out a syringe from her bag and injected it into the Dog King's neck. The Dog King, which had been struggling desperately, instantly became quiet. Jiang Chen and Xia Zhanghao then moved the luggage out of the car. They followed the two teachers back to the surface through the normal passage. "It's safe here now. You can't just run around anymore, there won't always be teachers to save you." Fu Qing recorded the information of Jiang Chen and Xia Zhanghao and then left with the other teacher. Xia Zhanghao was still a bit shaken. What a pity for the car he just bought. Over 10 million, which was several months of his pocket money. Forget it, he would just pick another one tomorrow. "By the way," Xia Zhanghao suddenly looked at Jiang Chen, "you can't tell anyone about what happened in the arena just now. If you dare to expose my secret, I will make you pay." Jiang Chen was filled with questions. What kind of misunderstanding did this guy have? Are they living in the same world? When Jiang Chen and Xia Zhanghao arrived at the dormitory area, it was already over an hour later. The administrator saw them and the first thing he said was, "You two are the new students who just drove into the arena? How do you know?" Xia Zhanghao flicked his hair and struck a pose he thought was cool. "I just got to school, and I'm already this famous? Your photos are right on the homepage of the school forum." The dormitory administrator pulled out his phone and showed a post from the Magic City University forum. "See? It was the hottest topic of the day, with over 3,000 comments. Wow!" Xia Zhanghao exclaimed excitedly, "Does that mean a lot of people know me now?" Jiang Chen looked at Xia Zhanghao speechlessly. He couldn't understand what this guy was so excited about. Did he really think this was something to be proud of? "A lot of people want to get to know you, especially the one next to you," the administrator said, looking at Jiang Chen beside Xia Zhanghao, smiling. "Many girls are inquiring about your information." "Inquiring about him? Upon hearing this, Xia Zhenghao immediately curled his lip. Boring, just hurry up and process my check-in. After paying the accommodation fee, Jiang Chen and Xia Zhenghao each received a room card. The accommodation conditions at Magic City University were quite good. Although it was a 4-person room, it was more like a 4-bedroom, 2-living room apartment. The area wasn't large, but everyone had their own private space. There was also a living room, dining room, and leisure area. So many students simply stayed at school during the summer and winter breaks. After all, this was the inner city of Magic City. Their homes might not have such a good environment. Of course, the accommodation fee was not cheap. It cost 30,000 for a semester. Over 4 years, it would start at 2 to 300,000. However, it was fortunate that martial artists earned money more easily than ordinary people. Even someone from a family like Zhang Yingshue's had saved over 100,000 in just a year at Magic City. Otherwise, where would the money come from to buy Jiang Chen pills and spirit beads? Upon arriving at the dormitory, Jiang Chen set down the luggage he had been carrying on his shoulder. Xia Zhenghao wandered around the room and then shook his head in disappointment. They say the accommodation environment at Magic City University is good, but I think it's just average. If I had known, I would have applied to the Imperial Capital University. Are you from the Xia family? Jiang Chen suddenly remembered that one of the 3 major families in the Imperial Capital was indeed the Xia family. Xia Zhenghao was so wealthy and came from the Imperial Capital. Even if he wasn't a member of the Xia family, he was likely related. You have quite an eye. Xia Zhenghao proudly lifted his chin. If I weren't afraid of being controlled by my family, I would definitely have applied to the Imperial Capital University. You probably didn't get in, right? Jiang Chen sized up Xia Zhenghao. The Imperial Capital University only admitted a few hundred students each year. Xia Zhenghao looked like he was at most a first-tier martial artist, clearly not meeting this year's admission score for the Imperial Capital University. Just a little bit, just a little bit. Xia Zhenghao quickly corrected him. Jiang Chen didn't want to argue with Xia Zhenghao about this. He chose a room and began to unpack his suitcase. After arriving in Magic City, he had bought some new clothes for himself. They were all in the hundreds or thousands price range. Comfortable to wear, and the quality was guaranteed. But in Xia Zhenghao's eyes, they were all trash. Hey! What are you wearing? Don't you know that Magic City University has outdoor training every month? Your clothes can't even protect you from poisonous insects, snakes, or ants, let alone defend against demon beasts. Xia Zhenghao stood at the door of Jiang Chen's room, looking disgusted. Aren't you going to unpack? Jiang Chen looked up at Xia Zhenghao, wondering why this guy was loitering at his door instead of busying himself. Was he just bored? I won't unpack. Xia Zhenghao shrugged, saying it with conviction. Jiang Chen suddenly felt that Xia Zhenghao's suggestion to change dormitories was indeed correct. Who the hell wants to live in the same dorm as a giant baby? Can't even pack his own luggage. Does he need someone to feed him too? Luckily, everyone's rooms are separate. Otherwise, who could stand such a roommate? But it's not a big deal. Xia Zhenghao pulled out a blue pendant. From his clothes, I have a storage necklace. Things are safe inside and won't get dirty. You come from the outer city, you probably haven't seen storage items, right? This is a coming-of-age gift from my parents, something that's hard to buy even with money. Jiang Chen really didn't understand what Xia Zhenghao was showing off. Was his imagined college life just about flaunting his identity and wealth, then collecting a bunch of admirers? How boring. By the way, what weapon do you use? My weapon is a D-grade alloy longsword. Xia Zhenghao spread his hands, and a longsword appeared out of nowhere in his grip. This is a graduation gift from my parents, crafted by a master from the Imperial City Blacksmith Association. I heard the waitlist took half a year. Let me tell you, once you get to college, these kinds of gear are essential, or you'll quickly be left behind by other students. We see each other every day, can't afford to lose face. Plus, I've already learned some martial skills in advance. Although at Magic City University, you can choose your own martial skills, they're all common first-level skills. Anyone with a bit of ability will have bought their own beforehand. Free stuff is never as good as the paid ones. This principle applies at Magic City University too. Why are you telling me all this? Jiang Chen took a deep breath and asked Xia Zhenghao. We're going to be roommates, so let's get to know each other a bit. I won't look down on you. Xia Zhenghao said this, but his disdain for Jiang Chen was clearly written on his face. In fact, he was just a side branch of the Xia family. His talent could only be considered average. Before college, he had been studying in the family academy. Every day, he faced those prodigies. Not to mention that everyone had better conditions than him. But those who were better than him made up at least 70 to 80%. Now that he finally got into college and had the chance to interact with these ordinary students, how could he not show off his assets? He had been oppressed for so long. He had been waiting for this day. However, the next scene made Xia Zhenghao's eyes nearly pop out. Jiang Chen opened his backpack and took out a storage ring, a pair of C-grade alloy gauntlets, a pair of wind boots, several third-level martial arts manuals, and a dozen bottles of spirit essence pills meant for synthesis. Then he piled them on the table. I think I prepared about this much. Jiang Chen looked at Xia Zhenghao. Do you think it's acceptable? Xia Zhenghao swallowed hard. Dude, is the condition in your outer city this good now? Have I been out of touch for too long? Xia Zhenghao was quite knowledgeable. The nanocrystal embedded in the storage ring shimmered with a unique blue light, and it was larger than the one he had on him. The C-grade alloy boxing gloves had the texture of both metal and crystal, making them easy to identify. Although Xia Zhenghao didn't recognize the Windwalker boots, he could tell that the materials used to make them came from a high-tier beast, at least above the 4th rank. And then there were the cultivation techniques. He didn't recognize several of the books, but he did know one of them, the Cold Spring Spirit Technique, which was a cultivation method for Ice-type spirit masters and was at least at the 3rd level. The key point was that Jiang Chen had brought out so many. As for the dozen or so spirit-nourishing pills, that was another story. They must be worth several million. Xia Zhenghao suddenly felt like a clown. He had been bouncing around for a while. And yet just one item from Jiang Chen left him dumbfounded. He was from one of the 3 major families. Although he was just a side branch. But could he really not compare to a top student from the outer city? Back in the imperial capital, he was always overshadowed by others. Who would have thought that coming to Magic City University would be the same? His life was just too tragic. I guess I'm just average. There's a rich girl in our class who's much wealthier than I am. Jiang Chen didn't mean to show off. Xia Zhenghao was just too loud. He casually took out some inconsequential items, hoping to get Xia Zhenghao to shut up. Besides, he would need these things in his daily life anyway. There was no need to hide them. You have someone richer? Upon hearing this, Xia Zhenghao completely lost his composure. Who told him that the outer city was full of refugees and poor folks? This was called a refugee? Could he go out on the street and beg for food then? Just then, Jiang Chen's phone suddenly rang. After answering, he heard Jiang Yingshua's voice. Xiaoyan, you came to school, why didn't you let me know? I just saw your photo on the school forum. How did you end up at the beast fighting arena? Are you okay? Hearing Jiang Yingshua's concerned voice, Jiang Chen smiled and said, I'm fine, just a little accident. I just finished checking into the dormitory and am packing my things. That's good to hear. Jiang Yingxue sighed in relief. By the way, do you want to come out to eat together? The cafeteria at Magic City University is better than many restaurants, you have to try it. Sure. Jiang Chen glanced at the time. It should be quite far for me, it might take about half an hour. There are campus shuttles from the dorm area to many places, you can just take the shuttle over, Jiang Yingxue said. Jiang Chen. So there were campus shuttles? He had just carried his luggage for over an hour. After hanging up the phone, Jiang Chen packed his things and prepared to head to the cafeteria. However, after taking just a couple of steps, he noticed Xia Zhenghao following behind him. Why? Are you following me? Jiang Chen turned around and asked. I'm not following you, it's noon, and I need to go to the cafeteria to eat too, Xia Zhenghao said, puffing out his chest and speaking confidently. In reality, he was quite directionally challenged and hadn't had his driver's license for long. He usually had a driver when going out, so he never had to worry about finding his way. This was also why, after arriving in Magic City, he bought a T-brand self-driving car. Now that he didn't have a car, what else could he do but follow Jiang Chen? Oh. Jiang Chen didn't think much of it, nodded, and turned back to continue on his way. 10 minutes later, Jiang Chen and Xia Zhenghao arrived at the cafeteria. Jiang Yingxue and Tang Ye were already at the entrance. Upon seeing Jiang Chen, Jiang Yingxue immediately waved, Xiaoyan, we're over here. Jiang Chen smiled as he walked over. Sister. I thought you wouldn't come to school. For a while, you didn't let me know in advance. After saying that, Jiang Yingxue glanced at Xia Zhenghao, who was following Jiang Chen. Who is this? My roommate, he just happened to come to the cafeteria to eat, so we came together. Jiang Chen casually introduced. So it's your roommate? Jiang Yingxue looked at Xia Zhenghao and said, Hello, Junior, I'm Jiang Chen's sister. From now on, I'll trouble you to take care of my brother. Hello, Xia Zhenghao's expression was a bit stiff. He usually didn't have much contact with girls from other families. When Jiang Yingxue took the initiative to greet him, his mind went blank, and he didn't know how to respond. Sister, I'm almost starving to death. Let's hurry and eat. Jiang Chen worried that Jiang Yingxue talking too much with Xia Zhenghao would lower their IQ, so he quickly changed the subject. Okay. Jiang Yingxue nodded. Let's go to the second floor, it's quieter up there. Tang Ye suggested. I'm fine with anything, Jiang Chen said. The cafeteria at Moda University had a first floor with a common self-service dining area, a second floor for ordering, and a third floor that was no different from high-end restaurants outside, offering all kinds of rare delicacies, seafood, river delicacies, and monster dishes. However, due to limited seating, one had to make a reservation in advance to eat on the third floor. When Jiang Chen and the others arrived at the second floor of the cafeteria and had just found a spot to order, they heard a commotion at the entrance. A handsome young man with a cold demeanor rode in on a snow-white lion. Oh my god, it's Senior Rin Feng. The Silver Frost Lion is so handsome. With such a handsome mount, there's no need to buy a car. Senior Rin Feng's car isn't bad either, I saw it last time, it must be worth at least 8 figures. This scene was so familiar. Not long ago, Jiang Chen had seen an identical scenario. Damn, the Silver Frost Lion. Xia Zhenghao also recognized Rin Feng's mount, which had sold for 20,000 low-grade spirit stones, even causing a stir in the imperial capital. Who wouldn't want such a handsome mount? Walking anywhere, it would definitely be the center of attention. Xia Zhenghao even saved a few pictures of the Silver Frost Lion. Although he couldn't own one, it was fine to enjoy the view. Ren Feng rode the Silver Frost Lion, carefully maneuvering around the dining tables, heading towards the back of the cafeteria where his designated dining spot was. However, as he passed by Jiang Chen's table, Ren Feng suddenly had the Silver Frost Lion stop. I remember you. Ren Feng turned to look at Jiang Chen. Ha! Jiang Chen was slightly taken aback, pointing to himself, are you talking to me? That's right. I inquired about what happened that day. I heard you did a divination for Tianli, and the result showed she would definitely encounter a bloody disaster within 10 minutes, and then she really did scream, right? Ren Feng asked Jiang Chen. That is indeed the case, Jiang Chen did not deny it, but I need to correct you, it's not divination, it's fortune-telling. After being a charlatan so many times, he was now very particular. Even if he wasn't professional himself, he wanted others to think he was. Then can you do a fortune-telling for me as well? I can pay, Ren Feng said, pressing his lips together. Are you serious? Jiang Chen was encountering someone who sought him out for fortune-telling for the first time. Had his fame grown this large now? Jiang Yingxue and Tang Ye beside them didn't dare to breathe. Who is Ren Feng? Not only does he come from a good family background, but he is also a top genius with a cultivation talent rated at 9. It is said that he has already caught the eye of a major company in the world of the heavens. After graduation, he can go to the world of the heavens to develop. This is completely a world apart from them. Moreover, Ren Feng usually prefers to be alone. Occasionally, when training in the wild, he teams up with the group from the Tianzi class. Ordinary students find it hard to have any contact with him. Yet now, Ren Feng has taken the initiative to come and talk to Jiang Chen. He even wants Jiang Chen to do a divination for him? Who would have thought that Ren Feng actually believes in this? I am of course serious. Ren Feng dismounted from the back of the Silver Frost Lion and sat down right next to Jiang Chen. I have this feeling that I've been a bit unlucky lately. No, I should say very unlucky. For example? Jiang Chen asked. Recently, every time I drive, I get into an accident. Only riding the Silver Frost Lion is a bit better, Ren Feng said after thinking for a moment. Bro, are you sure it's not because your driving skills are bad? Every time I drive, I also get into an accident. Xia Zhenghao said cheerfully from the side. It wasn't like this before, Ren Feng replied. Then that means your driving skills have declined. Look, you ride the Silver Frost Lion every day, and you hardly ever drive. After years of this, wouldn't you become rusty? Xia Zhenghao took out his phone and snapped a few pictures of the Silver Frost Lion. A mount like the Silver Frost Lion is more suitable for someone like me who can't drive at all. Ren Feng? Jiang Chen. Don't listen to him, he's not quite right in the head. Jiang Chen pointed to his own head. Xia Zhenghao was still busy taking pictures of the Silver Frost Lion and naturally didn't notice Jiang Chen's gesture. I see. Ren Feng nodded in sudden realization. Besides getting into car accidents, is there any other manifestation? If it's just frequent accidents, there could be many influencing factors. And Jiang Chen didn't dare to jump to conclusions. Besides that, I've been unable to concentrate lately, everything I do feels off, and I often have nightmares at night, dreaming that someone is cutting my neck with a knife. I didn't pay much attention to it at first, but yesterday I noticed wounds starting to appear on my neck. Renfeng pulled down his collar, revealing a thin scar on his neck. Seeing the wound on Renfeng's neck, Jiang Yingxue and Tanya couldn't help but turn pale. Nightmares coming true? That's too terrifying. It's important to know that Renfeng is a 6th-tier martial artist. Even while sleeping, he can sense danger around him. At any time. But if the attack comes from a dream, how can one defend against that? I've already applied medicine. At first, the wound will be a bit deeper, but it hasn't hit the artery, Renfeng said, pulling his collar back up, showing no signs of fear on his face. Your situation is a bit tricky, Zhang Chen said, stroking his chin. Do you know how to solve it? Renfeng's spirits lifted. I don't know how to solve it, but I have a rough idea of what you're encountering, Zhang Chen replied. I hope the master can provide guidance. If you can resolve my troubles, consider it a favor owed by the Ren family, Renfeng said hurriedly. Upon hearing this, Jiang Yingxue and Tanya were both shocked. A favor from the Ren family? Wouldn't that be a windfall? Although the Ren family doesn't have the deep roots of the 3 great families in the imperial capital, they are still among the top super-rich families in Magic City. If Jiang Chen could gain the Ren family's favor, he would soar to great heights. A favor? Jiang Chen raised an eyebrow. Then it depends on whether this favor is a superficial one or a genuine act of gratitude. As long as it's within the Ren family's capabilities, I can promise you, Renfeng said. Wait. Jiang Chen took out his phone and started recording. Repeat what you just said. Renfeng, not angry at all, patiently repeated what he had just said. Jiang Chen satisfiedly put away his phone and then looked back at Renfeng, saying, the situation you're facing now can be attributed to 2 possibilities. Either someone is targeting you, or you've come into contact with something unclean. Something unclean? Xia Zhenghao, who was frantically taking pictures of the silver frost lion, turned around and said, what era is this? Still superstitious? Think carefully, have you encountered anything strange recently, or provoked any enemies? Jiang Chen ignored Xia Zhenghao, the fool, and continued. I don't have any enemies myself, but I'm not sure about my family. Just in terms of business rivals, there are more than a dozen. As for unclean things, Renfeng pondered for a moment and suddenly recalled, oh right, during the last outdoor training, I found a relic, a very small relic, only a few rooms big. If I had to say there was something unclean, it would be that there was a coffin inside the relic. You didn't lift the coffin lid, did you? Jiang Chen asked uncertainly. I naturally had to check if there was anything left inside, Renfeng said matter-of-factly. Jiang Chen was momentarily speechless. What's the problem? Renfeng looked at Jiang Chen. I suspect that this isn't a relic at all. You dug up someone's grave, Jiang Chen whispered. That's also possible, Renfeng nodded. Speaking of which, the body in the coffin was a headless corpse, and there were several copper nails nailed into it. Isn't that quite obvious? Jiang Chen slapped the table. It must be the problem with this corpse. Did you take anything out at that time? Show me. I did. Renfeng touched the storage ring on his hand and took out a small copper bell. This is what I brought out from the coffin. Jiang Chen didn't dare to touch it, he just leaned in to observe it with his naked eye. Classmate, this thing doesn't look valuable at all. What do you want it for? Jiang Chen couldn't understand. This copper bell was made of ordinary material and was even rusty. Who would want it even if it were given away for free? The key point was that it was taken from the coffin. Didn't he find it disgusting to carry it around? I don't know either. The first time I saw this copper bell, I inexplicably liked it, but after putting it in the storage ring, that feeling disappeared. At this point, Renfeng also realized where the problem lay. Why would he like a broken bell? Moreover, thinking back, it seemed that ever since he returned from that outdoor training, accidents had started to occur frequently. This could not be a coincidence. Ren classmate, before we deal with this bell, I want to ask a question. Can your Ren family obtain a pass to the worlds? Jiang Chen suddenly asked. Jiang Chen had only one goal from the very beginning. That was to go to the world of the heavens. To obtain a pass to the world of the heavens, there were several hard conditions that needed to be met. First, one's cultivation must reach the 6th level. Jiang Chen wasn't worried about this. It was just a matter of time. Secondly, a pass to the world of the heavens was required. This item could only be processed by a few specific companies. The group under the Ren family was one of them. Jiang Chen was never a soft-hearted person. If it weren't for the favor promised by Renfeng, why would he waste his breath here? It was merely for a pass. Upon hearing Jiang Chen's words, Jiang Yingxue, Tanya, Xia Zhenghao, and the others were all stunned. They all knew Jiang Chen's college entrance examination results. Although he had a single-handed strength of 40,000 kilograms, he was barely close to being a second-level warrior. He still had a long way to go to reach the 6th level. Even Renfeng, who had a 9th-level cultivation talent, had only just managed to reach the 6th level in his 4th year of college. Yet Jiang Chen was already thinking about the pass to the world of the heavens. Wasn't this gap a bit too large? We can indeed obtain a pass to the world of the heavens. Renfeng hesitated and glanced at Jiang Chen, but there are some hard conditions you must meet. The 6th level of cultivation, I know that, Jiang Chen said. In addition, you also need to have exceptional skills in a certain field, otherwise, even if we process the pass, the world of the heavens may not recognize it, Renfeng said with difficulty. What do you mean by exceptional skills? Jiang Chen was slightly taken aback. For example, you need to become a master in a certain field or achieve a certain level of fame. Renfeng sighed helplessly. They only want useful people over there. I think I understand, Jiang Chen realized. When he searched for information about going to the world of the heavens online, it only showed the 2 necessary conditions of cultivation and a pass. He didn't expect there to be additional conditions for processing the pass. From Renfeng's tone, it was clear that the world of the heavens was strictly controlling the population sent from Earth. Moreover, they only wanted elites, not ordinary people. If he guessed correctly, every company that could process passes had corresponding forces in the world of the heavens. The people sent over would definitely not have much freedom. But that wasn't a problem. First, he would get the pass, and once he got there, he could run away. So, are you not considering changing your request? Renfeng, worried that Jiang Chen might regret it, reminded him. Jiang Chen was just a freshman. To meet both conditions simultaneously might take 7 or 8 years. Rather than pursuing such a distant goal, it would be better to seek some immediate benefits. No need. Just this, Jiang Chen said without hesitation. Seeing Jiang Chen's insistence, Renfeng no longer tried to persuade him. As long as you can meet the 2 necessary conditions, just contact me directly when the time comes. Not in a hurry, I need to see if I can solve your problem. Jiang Chen used his backpack as a cover and took out the crystal ball containing the cursed sea demon from his spatial treasure. From Renfeng's reaction, it was clear that this bell, or rather the thing Renfeng encountered in the tomb, was related to the cursed sea demon, both being sinister items. As an ancestor in this regard, the cursed sea demon would surely be able to provide relevant suggestions. If that didn't work, he still had the disassembly column. If the bell really had a problem, he could just dismantle it. If that still didn't work, then he would be powerless. Who are we targeting today? The voice of the cursed sea demon echoed in Jiang Chen's mind. This phrase seemed to have become its catchphrase, always asked whenever it appeared. Not targeting anyone today, we're saving someone. Jiang Chen communicated, take a look at this bell on the table and this handsome guy in front of us, do they have any problems? Saving someone? Did the sun rise in the west today? The Doom Sea Witch said this, yet she still swam to the edge of the crystal ball, observing the bell on the table and glancing at Renfeng. Not bad looking, no wonder they call him the handsome guy. Renfeng was closest to Jiang Chen. However, in his eyes, the crystal ball did not show the presence of the Doom Sea Witch, he could only see a blue light streaking through it. Stop rambling, hurry up and look, Jiang Chen urged. Is there even a need to look? This is the soul bell. Once you get involved with this thing, there won't be any good outcomes. This handsome guy will definitely die a violent death within a month. The Doom Sea Witch concluded directly. Soul bell? Jiang Chen felt. This thing sounded somewhat familiar. The soul bell is an evil artifact made from the resentment of the dead, capable of controlling a person's mind. However, each time it is used, some of the resentment will be consumed. The Doom Sea Witch took a closer look at the bell on the table. This soul bell has very little resentment left on it, but this handsome guy is surrounded by resentment. The situation isn't looking good. Controlling a person's mind? Jiang Chen suddenly remembered that in the online game All Heavens, there was a piece of jewelry that could control an enemy's actions for a short time after use. It had once been all the rage and had caused several major battles. That thing was just the soul bell. Can this thing still be used? Jiang Chen immediately asked. The soul bell was a control-type divine artifact. It should be quite valuable. It's just a consumable, and since I already have it, why would you want this trash? The Doom Sea Witch said with some dissatisfaction. It can be sold for money. Jiang Chen said earnestly, is there anything that doesn't require money these days? Besides, I'm going to the All Heavens world, shouldn't I save up some capital in advance? The main issue is that this thing isn't very auspicious. You're not the owner of the soul bell, so carrying it around can easily lead to problems. The Doom Sea Witch expressed her concerns. Oh, then forget it. Jiang Chen was well aware of the value of this thing. But he Also didn't want to take unnecessary risks for money. Moreover, the material of the soul bell was clearly just ordinary brass. The only valuable part was the symbols on the bell. Even if he put it in the decomposition slot, he wouldn't get anything useful out of it. To him, it held no value at all. Master, did you see anything? Renfeng, seeing Jiang Chen remain silent, couldn't help but speak up. It'll be ready soon. Jiang Chen casually replied and continued to communicate telepathically. If someone is controlled by the soul bell, how can it be undone? Do you have a way? In the game, the control effect of the soul bell was time limited. Once the time was up, the effect would disappear. But this was not a game, it was reality. Run. Feng's situation didn't seem like it could be delayed for long. Like this, you just need to hold his hand, and the rest is up to me, the Doomsea Witch said. Okay. Jiang Chen looked up at Renfeng, classmate, can you give me your hand? Run. Feng, not understanding, extended his hand. Jiang Chen grabbed it. But soon, his expression froze. Because he felt a cold, sinister power emanating from Renfeng's hand, continuously surging into his body. This cold aura not only rampaged through his body but even tried to invade his sea of consciousness. Dead fish, what's going on? Jiang Chen's tone was somewhat gritted. The sea of consciousness was the most important place for a person, how could he let this resentment invade it? Don't be in such a hurry, I'm just temporarily storing your body for a bit, the sea witch said leisurely. What do you mean by temporarily storing? Jiang Chen was dumbfounded. Aren't you trying to save this handsome guy? Then you'll just have to sacrifice a bit of yourself, the sea witch replied. Do you think I'm such a selfless person? Jiang Chen wanted to curse, hurry up and get that deathly resentment out of me, or I'll turn you into grilled fish. The key was that his hand seemed stuck to Renfeng's body. He couldn't shake it off. He was really losing big on this deal. Grilled fish again? I have a name, you know, the sea witch huffed lightly. This deathly resentment in your body has no harm. With me around, you won't get into trouble, so don't worry. Are you sure there's no harm? Jiang Chen's tone was full of doubt. The aggressive part of this deathly resentment has already been consumed. What's left in your body will at most cause a bit of discomfort, but it won't cause any harm. Plus, once the deathly resentment is used up, your mental strength will greatly improve, the sea witch explained patiently. This thing can improve mental strength? Jiang Chen asked. I'm best at mental attacks, in the entire Forbidden Sea, aside from that woman, no one's mental strength can surpass mine. Naturally, no one understands how to improve mental strength better than I do. The sea witch's tone was quite proud. In fact, Jiang Chen had also noticed that every time the deathly resentment attacked his sea of consciousness, a part of it would dissipate. And his mental strength seemed to have indeed improved a bit with each attack of the deathly resentment. This discovery relieved Jiang Chen. To be honest, he had never heard of any method to improve mental strength. Usually, mental strength only increases with age or changes in cultivation. Who would dare to directly absorb dangerous deathly resentment into their body? After observing for a few more minutes, he found that the deathly resentment indeed hadn't caused him any substantial harm. Jiang Chen completely relaxed. Renfeng felt much lighter all over, and his mind was much clearer. It seemed he had found the right person. During this time, his family had hired many famous doctors for him and even sought help from the Alchemist Association. But no one could figure out his condition. They prescribed him some medicine, but there was no improvement after taking it. When he met Jiang Chen today, he had asked out of sheer hopelessness. Who would have thought that Jiang Chen not only identified the root of his mental abnormality but also had a way to solve his problem? It turned out that sometimes one could still believe in metaphysics. Master, I feel much better now. I don't know how much longer the treatment will last. Renfeng no longer felt any discomfort, but Jiang Chen didn't stop his actions. He didn't dare to act rashly and could only tentatively ask. Jiang Chen's eyelid twitched. Renfeng felt much better, but Jiang Chen himself felt quite bad. Although he knew the deathly resentment wouldn't pose any danger, the constant impact on his sea of consciousness was simply indescribable. Just give me a little more time, Jiang Chen said, taking a deep breath. To improve his mental strength, he could only endure. In the crystal ball, watching Jiang Chen's painful expression, the sea witch happily hummed a little tune. In fact, she had many other methods to improve mental strength, even some that involved no pain at all. But since she finally had the chance to mess with Jiang Chen, how could she let such a rare opportunity slip by? Just as the sea witch was feeling pleased, she suddenly heard Jiang Chen's voice. Isn't it pretty monotonous living in the crystal ball all the time? It is quite monotonous, there's nothing in here except for a sea. You can come in and experience it yourself to know, the sea witch replied without much thought. Actually, I can add things to the crystal ball. Jiang Chen said seriously. Do you want me to add some chili water? Or maybe put in some dye to give you a color? By the way, you usually need to train your mental strength. I can add a fully automatic roller outside, ensuring you're full of energy every day. The cursed sea demon froze. Chili water? Dye? Fully automatic roller? Is this guy a devil? Just thinking about what Jiang Chen said made it feel suffocated. If he really added those things, it would be no different from the apocalypse. What do you think of my suggestion? Jiang Chen asked leisurely. No. The cursed sea demon was scared out of its wits. Brother, I was wrong. I won't dare next time. After saying that, a blue light emanated from the cursed sea demon and then entered Jiang Chen's body. Through the crystal ball. Almost instantly, the discomfort in his body disappeared. Jiang Chen squinted slightly. Were you doing it on purpose? He actually didn't suspect the cursed sea demon. He was just annoyed by the happy look on its face. Who knew that with just a little scare, this guy would confess? The cursed sea demon also realized it had been tricked, but since it was the one who started the small trick, it could only say pitifully, I really didn't think of deceiving you. The dead resentment can indeed enhance mental strength, but there are gentler ways to absorb it. I just didn't think of it for a moment. Didn't think of it? I see, it's been premeditated. Jiang Chen snorted coldly. Anyway, I just didn't think of it, believe it or not. The cursed sea demon had already decided to give up. It didn't believe Jiang Chen would do anything to it. If he dared to mistreat it, it would go on strike. I'll deal with you when we get back. Jiang Chen noticed that the dead resentment in his body had completely dissipated, so he released Ren Feng's hand and said, it should be fine now. Thank you for your hard work, master. Ren Feng rubbed his sore wrist that Jiang Chen had pinched, then glanced at the soul-capturing bell on the table. So how should we deal with this bell? There's still a trace of ominous energy left on it, but it won't affect you anymore. Just find a place to throw it away, Jiang Chen said casually. Thank you for your guidance, master. After saying that, Ren Feng picked up the soul-capturing bell from the table and threw it out the window. A prodigy like Ren Feng naturally attracts attention wherever he goes. Photos of him with Jiang Chen and others quickly made their way to the school forum. And at an astonishing speed, they surpassed the posts from the morning's arena, successfully securing the top spot on the trending list. Am I seeing things? It's those two guys again? These new students are something else. They actually know Ren Feng. Look at that girl in the white dress next to him. Isn't she Jiang Yingxue, who stole someone else's martial arts manual worth millions a while back? Now she can sit and eat with Ren Feng? Come on, look at that short sword on her waist. What weapon is that? If I'm not mistaken, that's D-grade alloy. Wow, it really is a D-grade alloy weapon. You can only buy that with spirit stones, right? So rich, yet still a thief? Someone must be framing her, otherwise, after all this time, wouldn't the school have dealt with it? Isn't this an obvious fact? If it were you, could you afford a D-grade alloy weapon and still be eyeing a regular second-level manual? Jiang Yingshue's reputation had actually improved quite a bit during this time. Plus, with Yang Jieqiao and others helping to clarify things, at least the people in their class had changed their views on her. But many still didn't understand the truth. Unexpectedly, today, a single photo unraveled the misunderstandings that had persisted for so long. Ren Feng had indirectly helped Jiang Chen out. After lunch, Ren Feng took the initiative to pay the bill. Before leaving, he handed a room card to Jiang Chen. This is my dedicated training room at school. It has all the necessary equipment, and I hardly use it anymore, so I'll give it to you. Ren Feng could tell that Jiang Chen hadn't felt great when he drew out that sinister power from within him earlier. Compared to a distant promise, the immediate benefit was a better way to express his gratitude. Then I'll accept it, Jiang Chen said without being polite. He indeed needed the training room. Otherwise, if he blew up a few more rooms, he worried he wouldn't be able to afford it. After Ren Feng left, Xia Zhenghao suddenly leaned over to Jiang Chen and said, I didn't see it before, but you're quite the professional. Can you do a reading for me too? In just half a day, Xia Zhenghao's impression of Jiang Chen had changed dramatically. Whether it was Jiang Chen's wealth or his calm demeanor when solving problems for Ren Feng, Xia Zhenghao was thoroughly impressed. A student from the outer city could have such abilities. It was enough to earn respect. Sorry, I only do readings for those destined for it, and my readings are always free, Jiang Chen replied, patting Xia Zhenghao on the shoulder. You're just not ready yet. He still had to choose his subjects for divination. Although Xia Zhenghao was flamboyant and overbearing, he hadn't done anything to provoke him. The reading could wait for next time. What do you mean by not ready? Xia Zhenghao asked, puzzled. The secrets of heaven cannot be revealed. With that, Jiang Chen walked out of the cafeteria. In the afternoon, Jiang Yingshuet and Tangya were preparing to go to the Alchemist Association. Jiang Chen went to take a look at the training room Renfeng had given him. The training rooms at Magic City University were concentrated in several buildings next to the training ground. Each training room was equipped with training puppets and various intensity targets for students to test their attack power. However, there was a fee for using them. The prices weren't cheap. But Jiang Chen had no concerns in that regard. Renfeng had given him the entire training room. He could come whenever he wanted, completely free. Although he couldn't take the training room with him when he left Magic City University, the time he spent there would save him quite a bit of money. Jiang Chen found Renfeng's training room. He opened the door, and at first glance, he saw 3 training dummies in the training room, along with a row of targets at the back for testing strength levels. Jiang Chen counted carefully and found that there were actually 10 levels of intensity. This was 5 more than a regular training room. These targets were all made from materials corresponding to the strength levels. The further back, the more valuable the materials became. Renfeng had essentially given him several 100 million damn rich people. When the training room was no longer needed, he would dismantle all these things and sell them for money. In addition, Jiang Chen also saw a spiritual power testing platform. As long as he stood on it, it could instantly detect his current cultivation level. Jiang Chen was curious about his current strength, so he immediately stepped on it to give it a try. A data display appeared right away. Progress, second stage 60%. 60% so quickly? Seeing this number, Jiang Chen was quite surprised himself. Ever since he took the Divine Vein pill, his cultivation speed had skyrocketed. He could feel that. But reaching 60% in such a short time was something Jiang Chen had never expected. It seemed that the improvement the Divine Vein pill brought to his physique far exceeded his expectations. After thinking for a moment, Jiang Chen took out Water Prison Technique and Thunderclap Palm from his item bar. The Water Prison Technique belonged to the Water System spiritual techniques, which he could naturally learn. But the problem was that the spiritual power in his body could only be converted into Water System divine power, which was only as small as a sesame seed. The water prison formed would mostly only be able to trap a cat or dog. Although Thunderclap Palm was a bit cliché, it was still a level 4 martial skill, which he could use when no one was around later. With this in mind, Jiang Chen decided to learn the martial skill first. He could always switch to a higher level martial skill after synthesizing one later. The next few hours were spent in the training room. After learning the first move of Thunderclap Palm, he prepared to activate a training dummy to test the effect. But just as he approached the 3 training dummies, he suddenly stopped. He saw that one of the training dummies had a familiar and worn-out bell hanging from its hand. Even the rust on it looked so familiar. What the hell? Jiang Chen took a few steps back and quickly took out the crystal ball that contained the cursed sea demon. Brother, what's wrong? The cursed sea demon asked a bit nervously. It hadn't forgotten that Jiang Chen said he would settle the score with it. Since just now, it had been feeling anxious. It could only hope that Jiang Chen would show mercy. What's the deal with this broken bell? Jiang Chen stared intently at one of the training dummies. He had clearly seen Renfeng throw the soul-capturing bell out of the window. Now it had come back to him. What was going on? The key was that there had been so many people at that time. Why did it follow him? Could it be that after he saved Renfeng, this thing was now blaming him? Bell? The cursed sea demon was slightly taken aback, following Jiang Chen's gaze. When it saw the soul-capturing bell not far away, it almost immediately concluded, brother, that handsome guy lied today. This soul-capturing bell definitely isn't something he brought back from outside. Wasn't it brought back from outside? Jiang Chen frowned slightly, but why would he lie to me? And why would this bell appear here? He couldn't think of any reason for Renfeng to lie. They were complete strangers. Was there really a need to make up a story to deceive him? This bell is not just a soul-capturing bell, it has a possession spell cast on it. In other words, you are possessed by this thing, and wherever you go, it will follow you. The cursed sea demon pondered slightly. As for why I say he is lying, it's because casting a possession spell requires hatred. If you say the soul-capturing bell was brought back by him, where does this inexplicable hatred come from? So, are you saying I was set up? Jiang Chen was somewhat dumbfounded. He had always been the one to set others up, but he didn't expect to fall into a trap this time. He had thought Renfeng was quite generous. Such a luxurious training room, just given to him like that. Turns out he was just waiting here. I don't think that guy understands possession spells. He's probably just unlucky. Now you either go find him to clarify, or figure out a way to solve it yourself, the cursed sea demon said. Can't you break this curse? Jiang Chen asked. In this place, my abilities are restricted. If you let me out, I can break it. The cursed sea demon suddenly perked up. What do you think? This curse is quite troublesome. If you let me out, I'll help you break the curse, and we'll be even. The possession spell is on this soul capturing bell, right? Jiang Chen hesitated and asked. That's right, the cursed sea demon replied. Then that's fine. Jiang Chen directly stepped towards the soul capturing bell. As he approached, the bell emitted a crisp sound. Jiang Chen felt a wave of dizziness wash over him. Some illusions seemed to appear before his eyes. He forced himself to endure the discomfort and quickened his pace. He then grabbed the soul-capturing bell and threw it into the decomposition slot. Do you want to decompose the soul-capturing bell? Seeing the system prompt, a smile appeared on Jiang Chen's face. If it couldn't be decomposed, there wouldn't be a prompt at all. As long as the prompt appeared, it meant the soul-capturing bell could only turn into a piece of scrap. Copper. Decompose. The soul-capturing bell has been decomposed. Congratulations, you have obtained copper, a wisp of residual soul-capturing rune, and possession spell. Jiang Chen breathed a sigh of relief. As expected, the synthesis platform was reliable. As for the cursed sea demon's proposal, he wouldn't consider it at all. Not to mention the cursed sea demon's abilities, he was more worried that letting the cursed sea demon out would expose his location. If those monsters from the forbidden sea found him, what good would come of it? But how to deal with these things? The residual soul-capturing rune, and possession spell all had no physical form. To take them out, he could only synthesize them with other things. Jiang Chen first took out the copper piece and casually tossed it into the training room's trash can. Seeing this scene, the cursed sea demon couldn't help but widen its eyes. From its perspective, Jiang Chen had merely taken the soul-capturing bell in his hand, then opened his hand, and the soul-capturing bell had turned into a piece of scrap copper. Was this direct violent destruction? But Jiang Chen was under the possession spell. How could he possibly destroy the vessel of the curse with his own hands? Even without the curse, destroying such a cursed object was not something Jiang Chen's current strength could accomplish. Could it be that he used something from the divine-level treasure chest? Jiang Chen was unaware of the cursed sea demon's thoughts. He considered for a moment and took out the blood-sucking vine. Originally, he intended to choose one item between equipment and martial arts techniques for synthesis. However, both equipment and martial arts techniques were things he would use himself. They were not suitable for synthesizing these cursed items. The blood-sucking vine, on the other hand, was one of his main means of attack and was originally meant for ambushing. Adding a few more things to it wouldn't be a big deal. Jiang Chen directly added the soul-capturing rune from the decomposition panel into the synthesis panel, and then added the blood-sucking vine as well. Do you want to synthesize the soul-capturing rune plus 4th order blood-sucking vine? Synthesize. Soul-capturing rune plus 4th order blood-sucking vine has been synthesized. Congratulations on obtaining the 4th order blood-sucking vine. 4th order blood-sucking vine, recognized as the master, attained blood-sucking vine that can be controlled with thought, can briefly enter a frenzied state. Attack methods: strangulation, blood-sucking, slight toxicity, soul-capturing. To perform soul-capturing, sufficient necromantic energy is required. It worked. Jiang Chen's eyes lit up. The surface of the blood-sucking vine showed no changes, but the soul-capturing ability had directly entered the attack methods. Although it required necromantic energy to perform. But necromantic energy does not necessarily need to come from living people. During outdoor training, he would definitely have to hunt demon beasts and could conveniently collect necromantic energy then. If he had known that the rune of the soul-capturing bell could be separated out individually, he wouldn't have gone through such a big detour. He even created a possession spell. However, now the problem arises: how to deal with the possession spell and the remnant soul. The possession spell could be used for attack, but it would definitely be a one-time use. As for the remnant soul, there was no need to mention it. He had no interest in the ghost at all. Should he just casually create something to pretend? Jiang Chen scanned the area and finally his gaze landed on the training puppet. This one was quite suitable. With that thought, Jiang Chen immediately stuffed one of the training puppets into the synthesis platform. Then he moved the remnant soul from the decomposition panel to the synthesis panel. Do you want to synthesize a wisp of remnant soul plus training puppet? Synthesize. A wisp of remnant soul plus training puppet has been synthesized. Congratulations on obtaining a strange training puppet. Strange training puppet. Although it is a training puppet, it occasionally has its own thoughts, not very aggressive, but seems quite good for scaring people. How considerate. It even labeled its uses. After reading the introduction, Jiang Chen couldn't help but sigh. Jiang Chen took the puppet out of the synthesis platform, then drew a cross on its head to distinguish it from the other training puppets. Since it posed no danger, he might as well keep it for use. Moreover, he always felt that this wisp of remnant soul must be related to the Rin family. Keeping it nearby might come in handy in the future. Finally, there was the possession spell. Jiang Chen thought for a moment and took out an advanced version of the fourth order spirit nourishing pill. To trick someone into taking a pill with a possession spell, it definitely had to be attractive enough. The advanced version of the spirit nourishing pill had already gained fame through Cho Qing's livestream. So the fourth order spirit nourishing pill was the best choice at the moment. He believed that even a sixth order martial artist like Rin Feng would absolutely be unable to refuse the effects brought by the advanced version of the fourth order spirit nourishing pill. Jiang Chen directly added the possession spell and the spirit nourishing pill to the synthesis platform. Do you want to synthesize the possession spell plus fourth order spirit nourishing pill advanced version? Synthesize. Possession spell plus fourth order spirit nourishing pill advanced version has been synthesized. Congratulations on obtaining the curse pill. Curse pill possesses high-level disguise. After taking it, can randomly release a curse. Jiang Chen stared at the elixir in the synthesis platform, dazed for a moment. Curse elixir? Randomly release a curse? This thing looks quite impressive. As for the original effect of the spirit nourishing elixir, it should be the high-level disguise mentioned in the introduction. Just from the surface, one could not tell that there was anything wrong with this elixir. It even had a strong fluctuation of spiritual power. It could easily allow an outsider to judge that this was an elixir with excellent effects. However, with so many curses, what curse would be randomly triggered completely depended on luck. Jiang Chen put everything away and then returned to the Misfortune Sea Demon. He was just about to put the Misfortune Sea Demon into his space when suddenly he heard its voice in his mind. You were using something from the divine level treasure chest just now, right? Jiang Chen glanced at the crystal ball in his hand and asked expressionlessly, why, do you want to experience it? No. The Misfortune Sea Demon quickly shook its head. I was just asking casually. In fact, it was very suspicious that it would be sealed in this crystal ball, which was the masterpiece of that item from the divine level treasure chest. No matter what, it did not want to go through that again. Such things that could change the rules of the world were not something it could resist. It's best if it's like that. Jiang Chen had already figured out the nature of the Misfortune Sea Demon. This guy only responded to hard pressure and not soft approaches. If he didn't keep it in check, it would eventually cause trouble. For the next period of time, Jiang Chen almost ran to the training room every day. While practicing the earth-shattering thunder palm, he also learned the water prison technique. Although he had little divine power in the water element, he tested it and found that the water prison formed by the water prison technique could still trap something about half a meter in size. When his cultivation reached the third level, he should be able to trap an adult. With his current training speed plus the Lone Star technique and the 4th grade spirit nourishing elixir, he would definitely break through to the third level before school started. During this time, Su Mengran contacted him once. The main purpose was to inform him of the specific time and gathering place for going to the number 37 secret realm. After confirming, Jiang Chen made some preparations in advance. For example, equipment, medicines, tools, and so on. These definitely had to be purchased separately. Especially for healing elixirs, Jiang Chen prepared several hundred at once. When someone got injured in the secret realm, he could also do some business selling elixirs. He also prepared some other types of elixirs to varying degrees. As far as he knew, everyone going this time was wealthy. The secret realm would be open for a total of 7 days, and this year's theme was challenges and puzzles. These secret realms released by the myriad worlds were all artificially set up. The content inside also varied each year. The final reward was said to be the inheritance of a heavenly realm alchemist, including alchemy notes and the most valuable alchemy furnace. This was also Su Mengran's goal this time. According to Jiang Chen's experience from his previous life playing games, a heavenly realm alchemist corresponded to a heavenly profound realm warrior and spirit master. Below the heavenly profound realm, there were the earthly profound realm, the opening realm, and the initial mirror. The warriors and spirit masters on earth actually didn't even qualify as initial mirror. Only those who broke through to the 9th level of warrior could be considered to have officially entered the initial mirror. In other words, Earth was just a beginner village. Only after leaving the beginner village could one truly encounter the full picture of the myriad worlds. Therefore, the appearance of the inheritance of a heavenly realm alchemist In the number 37 secret realm, even if it was just the lowest level heavenly realm alchemist, was enough to attract countless people's attention. Unfortunately, when the news was released, there were only a few days left before the secret realm opened. By the time everyone reacted, the entry qualifications for the number 37 secret realm had already skyrocketed to an astronomical price. Jiang Chen even suspected that Su Mengran might have known what the reward in this year's number 37 secret realm would be from the very beginning. Otherwise, she wouldn't have agreed in advance that the final reward must belong to her. Of course, Jiang Chen was not interested in these things either. No matter how precious a refining furnace or weapon furnace is, it can't compare to the versatility of a universal synthesis platform. It also saves the trouble of learning. He is just an ordinary person. If he can be lazy, he will definitely not do it himself. Finally, the day of the secret realm opening has arrived. That is August 20th. Jiang Chen packed his things and prepared to head to the meeting point. Just then, Xia Zhanghao happened to come out of his room. Seeing Jiang Chen with eggs in hand, his eyes lit up as he approached and said, "Jiang Chen, are you going out?" "Yeah." Jiang Chen nodded, "I'm planning to be out for a few days. I heard that Rinfeng's training room is quite luxurious, with a total of 10 levels of targets for testing attack power, and 3 training dummies." "Is that true?" Xia Zhanghao asked. "Yes, why?" Jiang Chen replied, puzzled. "Since you're going to be out for a few days and won't be using the training room, can I borrow it?" Xia Zhanghao rubbed his hands together, his face full of anticipation. "You can borrow it, but it'll cost you." Jiang Chen wasn't a stingy person, they were in the same dormitory, so he could give Xia Zhanghao a discounted price. "No problem, name your price." Xia Zhanghao wasn't short on money, he could afford to rent a training room. 1 low-grade spirit stone per day. Jiang Chen thought for a moment and said, "What the hell?" Xia Zhanghao was already ready to pull out his phone to transfer money to Jiang Chen, but upon hearing this price, he was taken aback. "Are you robbing me? 1 low-grade spirit stone a day? That would be 100,000 a day." Moreover, spirit stones were becoming increasingly scarce. 100,000 wouldn't even buy 1 low-grade spirit stone now. Then how about 1 low-grade spirit stone for every 2 days? Jiang Chen quickly changed his offer. 1 low-grade spirit stone for every 2 days? Xia Zhanghao considered it for a moment. It seemed acceptable since Jiang Chen was giving him a 50% discount, which was quite generous. "All right." Xia Zhanghao took out 2 low-grade spirit stones from his storage pendant. "I'll rent it for 4 days to try it out." Jiang Chen took the low-grade spirit stones, checked them, and seeing that the spiritual energy was intact, handed the training room key card to Xia Zhanghao. "Don't break anything in the training room, or you'll have to compensate at full price." Over at the school, Rinfeng had already given a heads up. Now, everything in the training room belonged to his private property. Even though Xia Zhanghao had the key card, he only had temporary usage rights. Jiang Chen wasn't worried about Xia Zhanghao causing trouble. Unless he didn't want to stay at Magic City University anymore. "Don't worry." Xia Zhanghao happily took the key card. Jiang Chen left the dormitory and took a bus to the school gate. It wasn't until he got into a taxi that he remembered there was a rather special training dummy in the training room. Although he didn't think much of it, someone unaware might be scared. Should he give Xia Zhanghao a heads up? Just as Jiang Chen was pondering this, Su Mengran called him. "Forget it, it should be fine. Right now, the important thing was the task at hand." Jiang Chen immediately pressed the answer button. 2 hours later, Jiang Chen arrived at a tea house in the outer city of the Magic City. As soon as he walked through the door, he saw Su Mengran sitting in a corner. Today, she was not in her usual attire but wore a black bodysuit, with a matching coat draped over her shoulders, and her ice blue hair tied back in a ponytail, looking clean and sharp. Beside Su Mengran was a girl with a doll-like face. She was also dressed in leather armor, fully armed. Upon closer inspection, one would notice a faint blue hue occasionally flashing in the doll-faced girl's eyes. She was clearly also a spirit master. Most likely, she was a wind-type spirit master. At that moment, Su Mengran also spotted Jiang Chen. "The person we are waiting for has arrived," Su Mengran said to the girl beside her. Hearing this, Tao Xiling turned to look. She saw a tall, handsome man walking towards them. "Mengran." Tao Xiling quickly grabbed Su Mengran's arm, suppressing her excitement as she said, "Why didn't you tell me he was a guy? He's so handsome." Su Mengran couldn't help but roll her eyes at Tao Xiling. "Can being handsome fill your stomach? If it weren't for the lack of options, she wouldn't have sought out this guy." With just the 3 of them, their team was already at a disadvantage compared to others. Thinking back to the last time at the Sea Monster Festival ruins, when Jiang Chen had fished out his contracted beast. She felt a surge of frustration. The key was that she couldn't ask. Otherwise, wouldn't that expose that Little Black was her contracted beast? That was her biggest secret. Did I just hear someone praising me for being handsome? Jiang Chen naturally sat down opposite Su Mengran, casually grabbing a snack and tossing it into his mouth. You heard wrong, Su Mengran said, taking a sip from her teacup. Sounding annoyed. Handsome guy, what's your name? Tao Shilling propped her chin on her hands, gazing dreamily at Jiang Chen. I'm Mengran's cousin, just call me Shilling. I'm Jiang Chen. Sister, you look much younger than Su Mengran. Jiang Chen replied with a smile as he looked at Tao Shilling. You have a sweet tongue, Tao Shilling giggled at Jiang Chen's teasing. What, do you think I'm old? Su Mengran shot a glare at Jiang Chen. Not at all, you're not old. Jiang Chen immediately denied it. Su Mengran. Wasn't that still implying she was old? Did Jiang Chen prefer the cute type? As the tension grew thicker, Tao Shilling quickly tried to ease the situation. Mengran, since everyone is here, let's head over now. I heard many people from the imperial capital have also come. If we go late and run into them, it would be too unlucky. True. Su Mengran picked up the long sword on the table and stood up, saying, let's go, it's only a 10-minute walk from here. Hey, wait, I haven't had breakfast yet. Jiang Chen hurriedly stuffed 2 pieces of snacks into his mouth and rushed to catch up with Su Mengran and Tao Shilling. The entrance to the 37th secret realm was in the center of a square in the outer city. The square would only open to the public when the secret realm was activated. In fact, the vast majority of secret realm entrances were in the inner city. The 37th secret realm was an exception. By the time the 3 of them arrived at the entrance, there were already quite a few people gathered in the square. Roughly speaking, there were at least 1,000. The entrance to the secret realm was right above the square. From a distance, the entrance to the 37th secret realm looked like a giant mirror. Usually, this mirror was transparent. Today, however, it displayed some blurry images. Tao Shilling took out her phone and snapped several photos of the entrance. It seems the secret realm should be indoors, Tao Shilling said, flipping through the photo she had just taken, her brows slightly furrowed. The theme of the secret realm is challenges and puzzles, and since it's indoors, the randomness seems quite high. With so many people, they can't all be teleported to the same room. It's no big deal. Whoever gets the rewards from the secret realm, we can just snatch them away, Su Mengran said casually. I guess that's all we can do, Tao Shilling agreed. Hearing the conversation between the 2 women, Jiang Chen couldn't help but step back a few paces. 2 spirit masters were discussing how to rob others here. If they set their sights on him, who could withstand it? Fortunately, he was on the same team as them. Blood transformation pills and blood condensation powder for sale. The secret realm will open in 15 minutes. If you haven't prepared these 2 items, come take a look. These are essential medicines for the secret realm. At that moment, a shout came from not far away. A short and thin young man was walking through the crowd with a box. Seeing this scene, Jiang Chen felt a bit displeased. He didn't expect someone else to be competing with him for business. However, what he had prepared were all synthesized advanced pills. They definitely couldn't be compared to these ordinary goods. Come take a look. High-quality spirit power detectors. How can a puzzle-type secret realm be without a spirit power detector? Only 500,000 each. You won't lose out or be fooled. Suddenly, another shout rang out. Spirit power detector? Jiang Chen's heart stirred. How did he not think of that? In a puzzle-type secret realm, there would definitely be many mechanisms made of spirit power. With a spirit power detector, wouldn't that be like cheating? But spirit power detectors usually sold for only a few tens of thousands each. Now the price had skyrocketed tenfold. The key was that many people were asking about it. These guys really knew how to do business. Should we buy a spirit power detector too? Jiang Chen naturally didn't want to spend that money. He was working for Su Mengran, so he had to ask her opinion. Spirit power detectors are useless. Not just spirit power detectors, all electronic devices will lose their function in the secret realm. Su Mengran glanced at Jiang Chen. Do you think the people from the heavenly world wouldn't have considered such a low-level cheating method? Then why are so many people buying them? Jiang Chen looked at the crowd around the vendor, which was packed with people. In just a few minutes, he must have made at least several million. They're all scamming newcomers. Su Mengran took out a magnifying glass from her storage ring. Buying a spirit power detector is not as good as using this. It costs less than a few dozen bucks. Wow, Mengran really thinks ahead. Tao Shilling looked at Su Mengran with admiration. I know you're nearsighted, so take this and use it. Su Mengran handed the magnifying glass to Tao Shilling. Jiang Chen was about to complain about the relationship between these sisters, how it seemed reversed. The next second, a burst of fire suddenly fell from the sky. With a loud bang, it created a large pit right in front of them. Su Mengran's expression turned cold. Not far away, a group of young people with luxurious equipment walked over together. "Oh, look who I found," one of the slick-haired youths said mockingly as he looked at Su Mengran. "Isn't this a stray dog that ran away from the Su family?" On Earth, all the secret realms created by humans have age restrictions. The original intention was to cultivate young people. Therefore, those who enter are mostly students. This luxurious team consists of 3 men and 2 women. Among them, 4 appear to be slightly older, around 20 years old. There is also a boy about 15 or 16 years old. He stands silently at the back of the group, seemingly an outsider, but the purple lightning that occasionally flashes in his eyes makes it impossible to ignore his presence. He is clearly a rare lightning element spirit master. The key point is his age. At 15 or 16, he has been sent to such a place. This at least proves that he possesses considerable strength. For an ordinary person, 15 or 16 is just the beginning of their cultivation journey. "Su Yang, what do you think you are, daring to talk to Meng Ran like that?" Tao Xiling immediately stepped forward, blocking Su Mengran, and said, "What do I have to be afraid of? She has nothing to do with the Su family now. Is there a problem with calling her a stray dog?" Su Yang crossed his arms, his face full of arrogance. "Please understand, Meng Ran left the Su family voluntarily. Even your grandfather would treat Meng Ran with respect. You, trash, dare to speak so arrogantly? Who do you think you are?" Tao Xiling was like a little lion with its fur bristling, wind element spirit power swirling around her body, looking ready to attack at any moment. "Don't bother with him." Su Mengran stopped the furious Tao Xiling and then glanced at Su Yang indifferently. "He's just a guy I'd beaten up since childhood. It's normal for him to feel unbalanced." Su Yang's expression darkened, and just as he was about to speak, the boy behind him suddenly spoke. "The secret realm is about to open, don't waste time here." Hearing this, although Su Yang was unconvinced, he could only obediently step back. "Sister Mengran, let's meet in the secret realm." Su Jingyan looked at Su Mengran, smiled faintly, and then left with his group. Watching Su Jingyan and the others leave, Tao Xiling pouted, not very old, but quite good at pretending to be deep. If it weren't for his tacit approval, would Su Yang dare to come find you trouble? Once inside, beat those guys to death. Su Mengran said coldly. Upon hearing this, Jiang Chen shivered. Beat them to death? How deep is the grudge? Suddenly, a bell rang from the mirror above the square. Su Mengran took out 2 secret realm tickets and handed them to Jiang Chen and Tao Xiling. "The secret realm is about to open, hold on to your tickets. Once inside, you can fight, so be careful." "Can we kill?" Jiang Chen hesitated and asked. "Yes." Su Mengran nodded. "You can kill, but the secret realm has protective measures that will automatically send you out when you have only one breath left. As for whether you can survive after going out, that depends on whether the rescue is timely." As Su Mengran's voice fell, Jiang Chen felt the ticket in his hand transform into a golden light that enveloped him, and then a huge suction force came from the mirror. In the square, everyone holding tickets began to float in midair. Jiang Chen didn't expect to experience the feeling of flying in this way. Until he was sucked into the mirror, the golden light around his body disappeared. When Jiang Chen came to his senses, he found himself in a dimly lit room. At the same time, a mechanical voice devoid of any emotion sounded, "Welcome to Secret Realm number 37. This secret realm has a total of 5 levels. Reach the final level to qualify for the final battle and win the ultimate reward of the secret realm. First level, find the token hidden in the room. Having the token will allow you to enter the second level. You have 40 minutes. Good luck to everyone." After the mechanical voice ended, the sound of a stopwatch counting down began. In the silent, dim environment, such commotion undoubtedly added a few strands of tension to the atmosphere. Clang! The calm lasted only a few seconds. Suddenly, the sound of metal clashing echoed. Clearly, someone had already started fighting. "What should we do now? Split up to search, or stick together?" Jiang Chen asked. "I think it's pretty dark here, so let's not split up." Tao Xiling observed the surroundings. "No need to complicate things," Su Mengran said casually. "We just need to watch which teams find the tokens, and then snatch them." "Good idea." Tao Xiling clapped her hands. Jiang Chen could only think of 3 words. Too brutal. But this was quite convenient for him to sell his goods. So he definitely agreed wholeheartedly. Jiang Chen had prepared the advanced version of the second-grade blood transformation pill and the advanced version of the second-grade blood coagulation powder. After processing at the Universal Synthesis platform, the effects of both were far superior to ordinary second-grade blood transformation pills and blood coagulation powders. When Su Mengran and Tao Xiling made their move, he would sell a batch of medicine. Perfect cooperation. At worst, he could give Su Mengran and Tao Xiling a little bonus later. While Jiang Chen was thinking, Tao Xiling suddenly pointed ahead at a few figures. I saw them find something from the stone bricks on the ground. It must be the token. I'll go seal their movements, you follow behind. After saying that, Su Mengran dashed out. When she was about 10 meters away from the opponents, she suddenly drew her sword and released a sword chi straight ahead. Ice seal. These poor guys hadn't even reacted before a layer of frost formed on their bodies, instantly losing their ability to move. Tao Xiling quickly followed, raising her hand to send out several wind blades that accurately severed these people's tendons. By the time Jiang Chen arrived, there was nothing for him to do. You're too slow. Tao Xiling pouted. Jiang Chen felt helpless. It wasn't that he was too slow. It was that these two little freaks were too fast, okay? And how could it be said that men are slow? He wasn't slow at all. You go search for the token. Su Mengran glanced at Jiang Chen. All right. Jiang Chen naturally had no objections. The easiest job was left for him. What could he say? Jiang Chen stepped forward, rummaged through one of the guy's pockets, and found a diamond-shaped spirit jade. This should be the token. Jiang Chen tossed the spirit jade to Su Mengran. Whether it is or not, let's just keep it for now. Su Mengran stored the token in her storage ring and then said, let's go, continue looking for the next team. Wait for me 2 minutes. Jiang Chen noticed that the ice seal on these people was gradually lifting, so he took out the blood coagulation powder. Big brother, I see that if you don't treat your foot injuries in time, it might leave a lasting problem. How about buying my special healing medicine? This is for external injuries, 1 dose, and you'll see results immediately. Su Mengran? Tao Xiling? The 5 people lying on the floor? Su Mengran and Tao Xiling were completely baffled. What was Jiang Chen up to? The victims on the ground were equally confused. They accepted that they were weaker and had their tokens taken. But what was this nonsense about selling healing medicine? Was he deliberately humiliating them? Don't pretend to be kind-hearted here, I don't need your healing medicine. The man whose token was taken glared at Jiang Chen with indignation. Seeing that this person seemed a bit slow-witted and couldn't grasp the situation, Jiang Chen patiently explained, I'm not pretending to be kind-hearted, I'm selling medicine, understand? If you buy my healing medicine now, you can heal your foot injury and go rob others again. A few victims listened and seemed to find some logic in it. How much are you selling it for? The man asked hesitantly. Not expensive, 5 low-grade spirit stones, or 50 spirit beads. Jiang Chen said with a smile. Damn, are you robbing us? Upon hearing the price, the man immediately got angry. Not only had they been robbed once, but now they were being robbed a second time. Did he really think they had no temper? Even a rabbit would bite when cornered. How can this be called robbery? I'm discussing business with you all, we're all civilized people. If I wanted to rob you, wouldn't I have done it already? Jiang Chen said earnestly. Then I won't buy it, anyway, it's just a severed tendon. I can go out and buy healing medicine elsewhere, the man said immediately. The other victims nodded in agreement. Not buying? Hearing this, Jiang Chen became unhappy. Do you think that since your tendon is severed, your injury is too light? It wasn't a serious injury to begin with, why should I spend 5 low-grade spirit stones on your medicine? Do you think spirit stones are worthless? The man said, gritting his teeth against the pain. You're forcing my hand, you can't blame me, Jiang Chen sighed. Then mustered his strength and suddenly stomped on the man's calf. Ah! With a crack, the man's leg bone broke. Now you should be injured enough, Jiang Chen took out the blood coagulation powder again, but my medicine is very effective. Even if you break a few more bones, it can all be healed together. 5 low-grade spirit stones, you won't lose out, you won't be fooled. After a pause, Jiang Chen continued, of course, if you think that's not enough, I can throw in a few bone fracture packages for free. After all, whether you break 1 or 2 bones, it's all the same. Buy, I'll buy, the man hurriedly said. I'll buy too. Me too. Seeing this, the other victims also expressed their willingness to buy. 2 minutes later, Jiang Chen returned to Su Mengran and Tao Xiling. You made 25 low-grade spirit stones just like that? Looking at the pile of shiny spirit stones in Jiang Chen's hand, Tao Xiling was incredulous. Su Mengran was also dumbfounded. Clearly, they were shocked by Jiang Chen's astonishing business acumen. This is called professionalism. Jiang Chen took out 10 low-grade spirit stones and divided 5 for each of Su Mengran and Tao Xiling. This is yours. Next time, remember to be a bit harsher, so they don't think their injuries are too light and make me act again. It's a waste of time. Looking at the 5 low-grade spirit stones in her hand, Su Mengran initially didn't want to accept them. But thinking that the secret realm would open in 7 days, if she sold like this, wouldn't she make over 100 spirit stones? Recently, her expenses had been too high. Over 100 spirit stones was not a small amount. She couldn't bring herself to commit robbery. But Jiang Chen was genuinely selling healing medicine. In specific circumstances, selling things at a higher price wasn't a problem. Tao Xiling, on the other hand, didn't think too much about it. Looking at the spirit stones in her hand, she eagerly said, "This money is too easy to make. Let's go, let's hurry and find the next group of buyers." Soon, the second team of victims appeared. This time, Su Mengran and Tao Xiling wasted no words and charged in for a fierce beating. Once everyone was lying on the floor, Jiang Chen stepped forward to search for their tokens. He then took out blood-transforming pills and blood-coagulating powder. "Ladies and gentlemen, you seem to be quite injured. Do you need healing medicine? Whether it's internal or external injuries, I can meet your needs for just 5 low-grade spirit stones." Jiang Chen squatted in front of the first victim, smiling broadly as he spoke. "Bah, who wants your healing medicine? A soldier can be killed but cannot be humiliated," the first victim said, full of indignation. "Oh." Jiang Chen pulled out a fruit knife and directly sent him out of the secret realm with a single cut. Seeing the scene, the nearby victims gasped in shock. I'll buy, someone immediately shouted. In fact, they all had healing medicine on them, but they couldn't resist Jiang Chen's strong-arm tactics. Although they still had a breath left, they would be sent out of the secret realm. But they absolutely did not want to experience the feeling of brushing past death. In the following time, Jiang Chen and the others kept looking for various buyers. A perfectly good puzzle level was turned into a trading game by Jiang Chen and his companions. 40 minutes passed in the blink of an eye. The teams with tokens were all teleported to the next level. That familiar mechanical voice sounded again, "Welcome to the second level. This is a special desert where you all need to survive for 3 days. As long as you can hold on, you will pass the level." Jiang Chen looked around. In the room they were in, only 7 teams had passed the level. This was far lower than the number of teams in other rooms. This was certainly thanks to their booming business. However, there was something even more outrageous. That was Su Jingyan's team. They were the only team to pass the level. These guys had clearly wiped out all the other teams in the room. This way, they could reduce the competition in the subsequent levels. Looking at Su Jingyan and his team, who were covered in blood, everyone instinctively kept their distance from them. Even some weaker teams voluntarily gathered together. Because Su Jingyan's team clearly had the strength to massacre everyone. If they really went insane, they could completely clear out everyone in the second level. Then they would undoubtedly be the first place. But this was just the most extreme scenario. Everyone wasn't foolish. When encountering a strong team, other teams would definitely band together. Jiang Chen observed the surrounding environment. It was barren, with no water source or food. But everyone knew they would be in the secret realm for a week, so they had prepared some food and water to some extent. Therefore, there were definitely other dangers in this desert. "Let's not wander too far, it's convenient to sell medicine here," Jiang Chen suggested. "Okay," Su Mengran nodded in agreement. "I agree," Tao Xiling chimed in. At that moment, the 3 of them reached a consensus. The vast majority of people did not choose to go too far. Jiang Chen and the others took out their camping gear and quickly set up a camp. Su Mengran also took out a formation plate and placed it in the middle of the camp. If they encountered danger, they could activate the formation at any time. After the camp was set up, Jiang Chen took out a reclining chair and leisurely lay on it, counting the income from selling healing medicine in the first round, which totaled 90 low-grade spirit stones. Adding the portion given to Su Mengran and Tao Xiling, that made 150 low-grade spirit stones. It must be said that those who could come to the 37th secret realm were quite well off. He had originally worried that he had set the prices too high. Now it seemed he had been overthinking it. At that moment, a few figures approached them from a distance. Upon closer inspection, it turned out to be the second team they had done business with. This team had only 4 people. However, it was clear that after using Jiang Chen's healing medicine, they had found another token. So they smoothly arrived at the second round. Jiang Chen thought they were coming to settle scores with them. So he immediately got up and walked over to Su Mengran and Tao Xiling, saying, "Ladies, the after-sales service is up to you." He didn't think much of these guys. But whether it was divine power or other means of attack, it was inconvenient to use when there were too many people around. Moreover, Su Mengran and Tao Xiling had both received his spirit stones. He couldn't just wash his hands of it. Upon hearing this, Tao Xiling was particularly proactive, stretching her wrists and slowly walking over. "What brings you here?" Tao Xiling quickly condensed a strand of wind-type spiritual power in her hand. Seeing this, the other party immediately dared not advance any further. "Sister, don't misunderstand, we just want to find that little brother and buy some more healing medicine. I heard he has something that can treat internal injuries." "I want to buy both kinds," said the man with a square face, looking at Jiang Chen not far behind Tao Xiling. At first, they had been forced to buy Jiang Chen's healing medicine. But after using it, the effect was surprisingly good. After sustaining such serious injuries, they had recovered significantly in just over 10 minutes. If they were outside, to buy healing medicine with such good effects would cost at least over $1 million. Calculating it, 5 low-grade spirit stones meant they had made a profit. Healing medicine below the 3rd grade had mediocre effects. It could only stop bleeding and relieve pain, which could also be achieved with modern medical methods. Therefore, the price wouldn't be too high. But once it reached the 3rd grade, it could automatically heal wounds. At critical moments, it could even save lives. The healing medicine Jiang Chen sold them clearly had such effects. Considering the secret realm had just opened, the likelihood of injuries in the coming days was high. It was wise to stock up on more healing medicine. Hearing this, Tao Xiling was somewhat dumbfounded. They actually had repeat customers for this kind of business? How amazing! Looking at the sincere expressions of the few people in front of her, Tao Xiling could only turn back and shout, "Jiang Chen, we have guests. You come and talk to them." Coming. Jiang Chen jogged over, smiling at the man with the square face. "What would you like, everyone?" The man with the square face saw Jiang Chen and the scene of him sending their teammate out with a fruit knife automatically flashed in his mind, but thinking of their purpose for this trip, he could only swallow and say, 4 portions of the medicine for external injuries and 4 of the medicine for internal injuries. "No problem." Jiang Chen took out 4 portions of the advanced 2nd grade blood condensing powder and 4 advanced 2nd grade blood transformation pills from his bag. "The powder is for treating external injuries, which you have already tried. The pills are for treating internal injuries. As long as you still have a breath left, taking one can save your life, but if the injuries are too severe, one may not be enough." "Oh, then let's get 2 more, said the man with the square face. "Thank you for your patronage, that will be 50 low-grade spirit stones in total." Jiang Chen packed the blood condensing powder and blood transformation pill and handed them to the man with the square face. Having made a big deal, Jiang Chen was in a very good mood. "For this order, you didn't put in any effort, so I won't give you a single penny," Jiang Chen said as he stored the spirit stones in his inventory, then turned to Su Mengran and Tao Xiling. "Jiang Chen, is your healing medicine really that effective?" Tao Xiling asked, her face full of surprise. "It could save someone even with just a breath left. This would require a 3rd grade, or even a 4th grade blood transformation pill. Right? Of course, but it also depends on the cultivation level. Ordinary low-level martial artists can definitely be saved, but for those with higher cultivation, they would need higher grade pills," Jiang Chen replied. "I understand that any healing medicine is like this. I just didn't expect your pill to be this effective. I'm tempted even at 5 low-grade spirit stones," Tao Xiling said, looking quite conflicted. "So, how about I sell you a few? I'll give you an 20% discount, just for low-grade spirit stones." Jiang Chen's eyes lit up, not wanting to miss any sales opportunity. "Forget it, I was just saying. I have healing pills stocked up. I'll come to you when I run out," Tao Xiling replied. "Then it's settled. If you need anything, remember to contact me," Jiang Chen said with a smile. Su Mengran and Tao Xiling were clearly potential customers. In the future, if there are more expensive items, he could just find them. But if you have such good healing medicine, why not sell it outside directly? You shouldn't have trouble finding buyers. Tao Xiling asked, puzzled. You don't understand. Nowadays, everyone prefers to buy things made by masters. My pills are nameless and unknown, making it hard to sell at a high price. Even if I go through regular channels, with all the various fees and commissions added up, I might as well sell them myself. Jiang Chen shrugged helplessly. He had put the upgraded 2nd grade spirit nourishing pill for sale in Su Qing's livestream. Although the popularity was high, there weren't many who could actually afford it. But this secret realm was different. Those coming for the heavenly realm alchemists were almost all wealthy and powerful people or the children of big families. These were his target customers. In less than an hour, he had earned over 100 low-grade spirit stones. If it were Su Qing's livestream, it wouldn't achieve such results. Everyone be careful, there are monsters in the sand. Suddenly, someone shouted from not far away. Don't listen to him, I clearly saw a treasure chest buried under the sand. These guys just want to hoard the treasure for themselves. Another team member quickly said. Nonsense, where did the treasure chest come from? Are you crazy about getting rich? I'm not blind, you can fool others, but not us. Damn, it's really impossible to talk to people like you. If you can't talk, then stop wasting words, let's fight. There's no way you're getting the treasure chest all to yourself. Hearing the commotion not far away, Jiang Chen immediately perked up. It seemed like business was coming his way again. When Jiang Chen arrived, the two teams were already engaged in a fierce battle. There were quite a few spectators around. These two teams are evenly matched, both around the third rank of warriors. Now it just depends on whose equipment and weapons are better. Do you really think there are treasure chests? This level doesn't look like a reward level at all. The competition was so intense in the last level, it makes no sense not to give some rewards in this one. I believe the treasure chests are definitely real, but whoever dares to take them will just be waiting to get beaten. Whoever makes a move is a fool, the good stuff is at the back, there's no need to lose out over such small gains at the front. The crowd was buzzing with discussion. Meanwhile, the battle in the center had already determined a victor. The team that had seen the monster was at a disadvantage because they were down one member. One of the team members, caught off guard, was stabbed in the abdomen and fell to the ground. Seeing this, Jiang Chen rushed over in a few quick steps, then squatted down beside the injured man and said, Big brother, how about a healing potion? The effect will definitely not disappoint you. After using it, you can rejoin the battle immediately, and it's only 5 low-grade spirit stones, no loss, no deception. Jiang Chen's actions stunned everyone present. Even the two teams that were fiercely fighting couldn't help but pause. What does this guy mean? They're fighting so well, and he runs over to sell healing potions? Damn, is he crazy to want to make money? Selling for 5 low-grade spirit stones? Only a fool would buy. Listening to the various voices around him, Jiang Chen was not in a hurry. He had a feeling this would be a big business. Big brother, you only have 3 teammates left now, and the opponents don't look very strong. If you can get back to the battlefield, you might still win. But if you lose, you'll all be sent out, and those guys definitely won't let you off. Jiang Chen earnestly advised. Can your healing potion really let me recover immediately? The injured man hesitated and asked. I can't say it will recover you immediately, but it will definitely restore your mobility right away, and it also has pain relief effects, ensuring it won't affect your combat ability, Jiang Chen replied. At this moment, the few people had already started fighting again. Seeing that another teammate was about to give in, the injured man gritted his teeth and took out the spirit stones. I'll buy it. Jiang Chen received the spirit stones and immediately opened the potion, sprinkling it on the man's wound. Almost instantly, the bleeding from his abdomen stopped, and the wound began to heal at a visible rate. Most importantly, the pain relief effect was real. He could hardly feel any injury on him now. Captain, I'm here to help you. He sprang up from the ground and rushed forward to rejoin the battle. Witnessing this scene, the opposing team members and the surrounding spectators were collectively dumbfounded. This is possible? Too unfair. However, since they were outnumbered, one member of the 4-person team quickly fell again. This time, Jiang Chen didn't need to say anything. He quickly raised his hand and said, Little brother, give me a healing potion too. Sure thing. Jiang Chen wasn't afraid of being mistakenly harmed. He directly ran into the battle range. Then squatted down to check the other person's injury. Big brother, your injury is quite serious. You might need 2 doses of medicine. No problem. This person was clearly already in a frenzy. He didn't care about how many doses, as long as he could send the opponent out. 10 low-grade spirit stones were worth it. You little brat, I see you're looking for death. One of the opposing team members, seeing Jiang Chen daring to come in front of them to sell medicine, immediately swung his sword at him. As a result, Jiang Chen simply raised his hand to grip, and the opponent's weapon was firmly caught in his hand. You all keep fighting, don't disturb me while I do business, got it? Jiang Chen looked up at the opponent indifferently, then with a forceful grip, the opponent's weapon instantly deformed. At this moment, everyone noticed that Jiang Chen was wearing a pair of gloves as thin as cicada wings. They could deform a D-grade alloy weapon. Did this not mean that these gloves were at least of C-grade alloy? How many people present could afford weapons of this level? With so much money, why were they still selling healing medicine? The key was that Jiang Chen looked quite young. Are young people so competitive nowadays? Jiang Chen released his grip, and the other party, unable to regain their balance, stumbled back several steps. Looking at the weapon in his hand that was now ruined, he felt a pang of regret. This was a new weapon he had specially bought for entering the secret realm. Just as he was lost in thought, a sharp pain shot through his back. Damn, he was ambushed. By the time he reacted, he had already been kicked to the ground. Jiang Chen had just received some spirit stones and was applying the blood condensing powder to someone when he noticed new injured people appearing. He immediately rushed forward. Hey buddy, you almost got hurt in your heart and lungs. I have both external injury medicine and internal injury pills here, same price, want to get both? Everyone present was speechless. Can business be done like this? Little brother, you've already sold healing medicine to us, why do you want to sell to them too? Grumbled the man who had initially bought Jiang Chen's healing medicine. I'm just a businessman, how can I be picky about customers? Aren't customers the ones who choose me? Jiang Chen casually replied, then looked at the new customer lying on the ground. So, what do you think? You 5 lost to 4, and with so many people watching, how embarrassing is that? I'll buy, the man gritted his teeth and said. At this point, there was no reason to back down. Just like that, members of both teams fell one after another. The healing medicine in Jiang Chen's hands was selling like hotcakes. In just a short while, he sold over a dozen doses. Another 70 or 80 low-grade spirit stones were in hand. Originally, everyone was watching Jiang Chen's joke. But seeing him earn so much, many could no longer smile. Some even began to feel envious. Damn, this is too profitable. In such a short time, he earned 80 low-grade spirit stones. How did this guy come up with this? He has such a business mind. I also brought a lot of first-grade healing medicine this time, can I also do this kind of business? Come on, your healing medicine can't compare to his. Besides, do you have the strength to come and go freely in a chaotic battle? A moment's inattention, and a knife could stab you. Finally, as both teams looked at their gradually thinning wallets, they all woke up. I'm not fighting anymore, I damn well have no money, someone shouted. I don't have many spirit stones. Either, I can't afford this fight, let's call a truce, another team member echoed. Seeing this, Jiang Chen had no choice but to pack up his things. Thank you for your patronage. Welcome to buy my healing medicine next time. Hearing Jiang Chen's words, the onlookers were determined not to clash with other teams. If a fight broke out, it would be hard to avoid impulsive spending. After all, this was money. With the lessons learned from previous experiences, they certainly wouldn't follow in the footsteps of these two teams. Su Mengran and Tao Xiling were also amazed by Jiang Chen's clever maneuvers. Mengran, where did you meet this talented person? He's really good at finding loopholes. Tao Xiling exclaimed in astonishment. This was the first time she felt admiration for someone her age. Of course, she didn't admire Jiang Chen for how impressive he was, but rather for the surprising way his mind worked. Although they hadn't spent much time together, Jiang Chen had already shocked her several times. He was the first to achieve this. Actually, I'm also very curious about how his brain works. Su Mengran felt that every time she saw Jiang Chen, her understanding was refreshed. How many secrets did this guy still have that she didn't know? Everyone only saw how many spirit stones Jiang Chen had earned. But how could he have so many healing potions that people were willing to buy? Where did he source them from? She had also observed the 2 types of medicines Jiang Chen had produced. Although they were somewhat similar to the blood transformation pill and blood coagulation powder on the market, their appearance and smell were noticeably different. Moreover, the second-grade blood transformation pill and blood coagulation powder couldn't achieve such good effects. Additionally, Jiang Chen hadn't made a move before. Now that he had, she could clearly see that his cultivation had improved significantly since the last time they met. Jiang Chen even had a pair of C-grade alloy gauntlets. Alloys of this level were already quite rare. Even in the Su family, not everyone could afford them. Could Jiang Chen's rapid improvement really just be because he sold the items from the black treasure chest, giving him enough money to buy other cultivation resources? No, it couldn't be that simple. Jiang Chen returned with a full load, and his mood was naturally excellent. Glancing at the sky, he took out the grill, beast meat, fruits, and vegetables, and seasonings he had prepared in advance. Time in the item bar was frozen. Fresh ingredients stored in the item bar would never rot. So he had prepared quite a bit. Come on, sisters, it's time for you to show your skills. Jiang Chen arranged everything and made a gesture of invitation. He didn't dare to praise his own cooking skills. He could only boil instant noodles and order takeout. I can't cook. Tao Xiling looked confused. Su Mengran was silent for 2 seconds. I can't either. What the hell, no way. Jiang Chen was dumbfounded. He had thought that since there were girls with him this time, he would prepare fresh ingredients. If they couldn't cook, then what were they going to eat? Both Mengran and I have dedicated chefs at home, we definitely don't need to cook ourselves. Tao Xiling said matter-of-factly. I spend all my time cultivating, cooking is a waste of time, Su Mengran said calmly. Then did you bring food? Jiang Chen asked. Of course, Su Mengran took out a delicate wooden box from her storage ring. And when she opened it, there was a steaming, fragrant meal inside, along with some fruits for dessert. Tao Xiling also took out her lunch, equally exquisite and plentiful. Jiang Chen was stunned. Looking at the ingredients on the grill, he swallowed hard. Should he just do it himself and ensure a good meal? He decided to go for it. Jiang Chen rolled up his sleeves, took out a brand new fruit knife, and chopped all the ingredients into pieces. Then he arranged them neatly on the grill and added various seasonings. In just a moment, the aroma of the food wafted out. It's really simple. Jiang Chen felt like a genius. How was this any different from the barbecue stalls outside? It should be about done now. Jiang Chen rubbed his hands together, just about to grab a piece of roasted meat to taste. Suddenly, a fierce wind swept through the desert. The sand on the ground was all lifted up. Jiang Chen reached out his hand, only to touch a layer of sand. In that moment, Jiang Chen felt an urge to curse. He had finally made up his mind to cook a meal. And this was the result? Forget it, I'll just eat instant noodles. Jiang Chen packed up the grill and prepared to go into the tent to escape the wind and sand. But just then, he saw in the distance a huge figure slowly approaching in this direction. Due to the wind and sand obstructing his view, Jiang Chen could only vaguely make out that it was a plant several dozen stories high. It had a large flower crown and a stem that could be embraced by several people. Below the stem, there were numerous tentacles moving quickly like an octopus. Wherever it passed, the sand and dust filled the air. The howling wind roared. Realizing this scene, Jiang Chen hurriedly rushed into Su Mengran's tent. Hurry out, there's something outside. After saying that, Jiang Chen quickly went to notify Tao Xiling. At this time, many people had already noticed the giant plant. They all began to pack their things, preparing to flee. The size of a monster often represents its strength. Smaller monsters do not necessarily have lower power. But larger monsters are definitely not weak. This strange plant was already several dozen stories high. Who would dare to confront it head-on? There was no choice but to run away. Jiang Chen and the others packed up their camping gear, then braved the wind and sand, running in the opposite direction of the giant plant. Logically speaking, this direction had already deviated from the giant plant's path. But they hadn't run far when they discovered that many other teams were thinking the same way. The giant plant quickly reacted. It immediately adjusted its direction and chased after them. As the giant plant drew closer, Jiang Chen suddenly remembered something he had prepared. He took out 3 pairs of wind boots from his inventory, first putting a pair on himself, then handing the other 2 pairs to Su Mengran and Tao Xiling. Put these on, the faster the wind, the faster we can run. Jiang Chen briefly explained the function of the wind boots. Su Mengran and Tao Xiling didn't ask much and directly took the wind boots to put them on. At this time, many teams had already run ahead of them, including Su Jingyan's team. Ha, I just saw Su Mengran fall behind, this woman is so stupid. If she could die here, that would be great. Su Yang laughed maliciously. But as soon as he finished speaking, he suddenly felt several afterimages flash past him. By the time he came to his senses, he could only see the backs of Jiang Chen and the others disappearing into the distance, along with the sand that had been blown into his mouth. With the help of the windy weather, the wind boots truly allowed them to move with the wind. With each step, they could appear several meters away. Soon, Jiang Chen and the others escaped the range of the wind and sand. The giant plant also vanished from sight. After the wind and sand dispersed, what appeared before them was a deserted city. In the center of the city stood a giant tree that pierced the clouds. Countless visible points of spiritual energy gathered around the giant tree, while many other large plants also sprouted. The entire city seemed to be covered in a jungle. When Jiang Chen saw the city for the first time, he instinctively felt that there must be good things inside. Such rich spiritual energy. It could definitely nurture a large number of heavenly materials and earthly treasures. Jiang Chen, these shoes of yours are too good to be true. Aside from being a bit large, I can't find any other flaws. Tao Xiling looked at the wind boots on her feet, her eyes filled with admiration. These shoes adjusted their speed according to the wind force, they were simply tailor-made for her as a wind system spiritual master. If you like them, I can sell them to you for just 20 low-grade spirit stones. A short-term rental is also fine, 1 low-grade spirit stone a day, Jiang Chen said immediately upon seeing Tao Shiling's interest in the wind boots. 20 low-grade spirit stones? Tao Shiling's eyes lit up. This price was much cheaper than she had expected. Alright, I'll buy them. After receiving Tao Shiling's spirit stones, Jiang Chen turned to Su Mengran. So, what about you? Do you want a pair too? Even without the wind force boost, these shoes can increase your speed by 50% in everyday use. They can be used in any situation. If you buy a few pairs, I can even consider giving you a 9.9% discount. Su Mengran. What on earth is a 9.9% discount? She even started to doubt whether Jiang Chen was here to help her through the secret realm or if he had come specifically to sell goods. Not only did he have healing potions, but he also prepared so much equipment. He could easily open a shop. I don't need them, Su Mengran said as she took off the wind boots and put on her own shoes. Really not? Jiang Chen, undeterred, continued, you definitely won't find these shoes outside. Once you miss this opportunity, there won't be another. I'm not a wind system spiritual master, these shoes aren't very useful for me. No matter how much Jiang Chen boasted, Su Mengran remained clear-headed. Her spiritual techniques could basically seal the enemy's movements or reduce their mobility. A 50% speed increase wasn't significant for her. It was almost equivalent to no increase at all. Why would she waste 20 low-grade spirit stones? Alright then. Seeing that Su Mengran wouldn't be swayed, Jiang Chen stopped trying to persuade her and put away the wind boots. He looked towards the ruins of the city not far away. So, shall we go in and take a look? Of course we should go in. Those guys behind us will catch up soon. Let's see if there are any good things inside. Tao Shiling said eagerly. Let's go. Su Mengran took the lead towards the city gate. The city appeared to be tiered. It wasn't very large. From the lowest part of the city to the center at the top, it was only a few kilometers apart. Because there was so much vegetation, the three of them could only weave through some gaps in the buildings. Along the way, they encountered a few man-eating flowers and a few man-eating trees. However, they were all small. In just a few moves, Su Mengran and Tao Shiling dealt with them. Jiang Chen was content to be a bystander. He had actually kept the blood-sucking vines around to prevent any accidents. But since entering this city, the blood-sucking vines had been unusually excited. Through his control of the blood-sucking vines, Jiang Chen could feel that this excitement came from the giant tree in the center. Fortunately, Su Mengran and Tao Shiling didn't want to waste time and headed straight for the giant tree. Soon, they arrived at the center of the city. My goodness, this tree is enormous. Its branches almost cover the entire city above. Tao Shiling looked up and could only vaguely see the branches of the giant tree extending into the clouds, reaching outside the city. Compared to this giant tree, the plant monsters they had encountered earlier were nothing to mention. This giant tree seems to be similar to gathering spirit grass. It has a spirit gathering effect. Cultivating here will definitely yield twice the result with half the effort. Su Mengran observed the surrounding environment. Wait, where's Jiang Chen? Tao Shiling suddenly asked. They shouldn't have gone far, let's see if there are any clues around. Su Mengran said. On the other side of the giant tree, Jiang Chen was hanging on the tree like a monkey. He approached the nearest branch and used a small knife to cut off a leaf. Jiang Chen was filled with curiosity about this giant tree. So he planned to use the synthesis platform to identify it. It would definitely be difficult to identify the entire giant tree, but identifying a single leaf would be much easier. Jiang Chen placed the leaf from the giant tree into the synthesis platform, and the identification result was immediately displayed. A leaf from the world tree. The world tree can grow infinitely. The area covered by the world tree can form a natural barrier and give rise to various forms of life. To plant a world tree, one only needs the core of the world tree. This brief introduction contained a lot of information. First, the world tree can grow infinitely. Second, the natural barrier, which should be similar to a defensive barrier. As for why they didn't encounter a barrier when they entered, it should be because this city has already been abandoned, so the world tree has also lost its master. Finally, and most importantly, the world tree core. With the world tree core, one can plant the world tree. The first thought that popped into Jiang Chen's mind was that this thing might be able to be planted in the space. Wherever he goes, the world tree could follow. When he arrives in the myriad worlds, if he wants to establish his own territory, he could just release the world tree. He would have everything right away. Isn't that delightful? But now the question arises, where is the world tree core? Could it be inside the trunk? This world tree is so big, if the core is hidden inside the trunk, it would probably take at least 10 days or half a month to get it out. After thinking for a moment, Jiang Chen took the crystal ball out of the space. The Doomsea Demon sensed the change in the external environment and immediately swam to the edge of the crystal ball. When it saw the giant tree outside, the entire fish was stunned. I can't be mistaken, this is the World Tree? The Doomsea Demon said in astonishment. Do you recognize it? Jiang Chen was delighted. Of course, the World Tree is very rare. This thing can nourish a region. Spaces with the World Tree usually develop very well and can even enhance the space level. The Doomsea Demon said. Then do you know where the core of the World Tree is hidden? Jiang Chen hurriedly asked. Of course I know, but you definitely can't get it, the Doomsea Demon said mysteriously. Jiang Chen released the Cursed Sea Demon, considering that it had lived long enough and might know information about the World Tree. To his surprise, he was right. Stop beating around the bush and just say it, Jiang Chen adjusted. His position, hanging on the tree, was tiring. Besides, Su Mengran and Tao Xiling would find him soon. It wouldn't be convenient for him to act then. The core of the World Tree exists within its fruit, and the fruit of the World Tree is actually a mirrored space. As soon as you touch the fruit, you will be instantly transported to the mirrored space and will never be able to come out. So, to obtain the fruit of the World Tree, you must comprehend the laws of space. As for you, the Cursed Sea Demon chuckled lightly, you're still far from it. Even among those god-level powerhouses, very few can comprehend the laws of space, let alone you. After saying this, the Cursed Sea Demon wanted to enjoy Jiang Chen's disappointed expression. Who would have thought that Jiang Chen looked excited instead? So, as long as I don't touch the fruit of the World Tree, there won't be any problems, right? Jiang Chen confirmed. Again. That's right, the Cursed Sea Demon nodded, but if you don't touch the fruit, how are you going to take the core inside? Even if you use tools, it won't work. Strictly speaking, the fruit of the World Tree itself is a manifestation of a law. To take the core inside, you must understand the laws of space. Fair enough, fair enough. Where can I find the fruit of the World Tree? Jiang Chen asked patiently. The fruit of the World Tree is usually found at the highest point of the crown. If you want to climb up, it might take you some time. The Cursed Sea Demon looked at the towering crown. That's easy. Jiang Chen waved his hand, and a fourth-tier blood-sucking vine immediately emerged from the corner, then began to climb up the World Tree. After about 20 meters, the blood-sucking vine wrapped its tail around Jiang Chen and pulled him up directly. Is this even possible? Jiang Chen's bold move left the Cursed Sea Demon in awe. He had thought that climbing to the top of the crown would take at least half a day. Who knew he could use this method? Just like that, the blood-sucking vine climbed a bit higher and then pulled Jiang Chen up a bit more. Soon, they reached an altitude of over 1,000 meters. At this point, Jiang Chen had just passed halfway up the World Tree and officially entered the area where the branches and leaves were lush. Brother, be careful. At this position, many companion plants and even creatures of the World Tree may appear, the Cursed Sea Demon reminded him in time. I've already noticed. Jiang Chen flipped his hand to take out the sea god. Order and summon the shrimp soldiers and crab generals, you go ahead and clear the way. Deal with any dangers directly. The shrimp soldiers and crab generals were the lowest rank of the sea tribe. Nevertheless, their strength was close to that of high-level martial artists. They should have no problem dealing with some ordinary companion creatures. Upon receiving Jiang Chen's order, the shrimp soldiers and crab generals immediately waved their large pincers and quickly climbed up the trunk. They naturally had strong climbing abilities. With a few sharp claws, they could easily hook onto branches and forks. Leaving two large pincers free, they could also fend off enemies in front. They were simply perfect for this terrain. Sure enough, after the shrimp soldiers and crab generals charged out, in just a moment, a python as thick as a water bucket fell from above. Jiang Chen glanced down. Falling from such a height, he wondered if it would hit anyone. However, Su Mengran and Tao Xiling were so strong. If they couldn't dodge something like this, it would be too embarrassing. Under the giant tree, Su Mengran and Tao Xiling were originally searching for Jiang Chen's figure. Just as they were discussing whether to check the tree, they were blocked by a group. Su Mengran, we finally caught you. Su Yan wiped the sand off his face, staring at Su Mengran with a fierce expression. It seems you all want more than just the rewards of the secret realm. Su Mengran said with a cold smile. Do you think leaving the Su family means you're safe? Your identity, your bloodline, destined you to not belong in this world. Su Yang's eyes were filled with mockery. Su Jingyan remained silent, clearly tacitly agreeing with Su Yang's words. Then let's make a move. Su Mengran showed no fear on her face. As if I'm not here. Tao Xiling firmly stood beside Su Mengran. With you bunch of weaklings, aside from Su Jingyan, none of you can fight. If you want to trouble Mengran, you should take a good look at yourselves and ask if you're worthy. What a joke. I don't believe that the two of you can take on us 5. Su Yang snorted coldly. Just as he was about to draw his sword and charge forward, he saw Su Mengran suddenly open her left hand, and a small, delicate staff appeared out of thin air. You actually have a spirit staff. Su Jingyan's pupils contracted, his face filled with disbelief. The spirit staff is the coveted equipment of all spirit masters. With a spirit staff, one can unleash spirit techniques with 10 times the power, or even stronger. Moreover, depending on the staff's level, there is no upper limit to this effect. If the spirit staff in Su Mengran's hand is of a high enough level, they all might end up here. Do you think I would leave the Su family empty-handed? Su Mengran smiled, but her tone was exceptionally cold. I said, all of you will pay the price. After saying that, Su Mengran raised the spirit staff high and then softly spoke. Ice seal. In an instant, a surge of cold air erupted. Centered around Su Mengran, it spread wildly in all directions. Of course, it automatically avoided Tao Shiling. Su Jingyan reacted quickly, immediately taking out a jade token and crushing it. The next second, a transparent barrier appeared. All the frost was blocked outside. Su Yang looked at the surrounding desert, which had instantly transformed into a scene of ice and snow, his face filled with shock. Young master, luckily the head of the family gave you a life-saving jade token. This woman is too ruthless, she really dares to kill you, Su Yang said, still shaken. This barrier won't last long, but she won't last long either, Su Jingyan said, remaining relatively calm. Exactly, such a large-scale spirit technique must consume a tremendous amount of spirit power. Once we get through this, Su Mengran won't have the strength to fight back. Su Yang's face revealed a sinister smile. At that time, he would make this brat pay. Thinking back to how Su Mengran had targeted him at every turn, the worst time being when she even broke his leg. He couldn't swallow this anger. Just because she killed a maid in their house, did she have to be so ruthless towards him? Today, he would make this woman regret her past actions. However, just as Su Yang finished speaking, a shadow suddenly fell from above. Su Jingyan and the others looked up. They saw a python, dozens of meters long, crashing straight towards them. The key was that they were inside the barrier and had no way to dodge. At that moment, 2 words filled their minds. It's over. Bang! The python fell to the ground with a loud crash. Su Yang and the others, hiding inside the barrier, didn't even have time to scream before they were buried under the python's corpse. Su Mengran and Tao Shiling were also stunned by this scene. It had fallen from the sky. They didn't know whether to call it a surprise or a shock. But it did solve their problem, that was true. Su Mengran put away her magic staff. Once the frost dissipated, Tao Shiling stepped forward to take a look. But she found that there wasn't even half a figure under the python's body. They must have been left with a breath, so they were sent out of the secret realm, Tao Shiling said as she turned back. They were lucky. Su Mengran sat cross-legged on the ground, took out 2 low-grade spirit stones, and said, I'll recover my spiritual power first, you help guard me. Okay. Tao Shiling nodded. Not far away, behind the ruins of a building, Su Jingyan walked out from a corner, his face pale. He didn't expect to run into Su Mengran. He hadn't even had time to make a move before he lost 2 life-saving cards. He had wanted to deal with Su Mengran in the secret realm. As a result, he almost lost his life. It seemed that Su Mengran's strength was far beyond what he had imagined. The more it was like this, the more he couldn't let this girl go. If he allowed Su Mengran to develop like this, it would definitely be a threat to the Su family. On the other side, Zhang Chen continued to climb towards the treetop, but his speed was noticeably slower than before. Shrimp soldiers and crab generals occasionally took down a companion creature. Various plant and animal corpses kept falling down like rain. Zhang Chen could hardly imagine what the scene would be like under the tree. But all of this had nothing to do with him. He had already climbed this far. Now, in his eyes, there was only the core of the world tree. Finally, after Zhang Chen summoned the shrimp soldiers and crab generals for the 5th time, he finally reached the very top of the treetop. When he emerged from a cluster of lush leaves, the first thing he saw was a glowing orb, quietly hovering in the center of the treetop. The light emitted by this orb was slightly distorted, causing the surrounding space to become distorted as well. From a distance, it looked like a whirlpool. Zhang Chen took out the crystal ball containing the cursed sea demon again and raised it, saying, Take a look, could this glowing orb be the fruit of the world tree? Get a little closer and see, the cursed sea demon said, pressing against the edge of the crystal ball with its round eyes wide open. Zhang Chen took a few steps forward but didn't dare to get too close. If this orb really was the fruit of the world tree, according to what the cursed sea demon said, just touching it would send him to the mirrored space, trapping him there forever. If he got too close and accidentally tripped and touched the orb, where would he go to cry? Let's just look at it like this: it's almost dark, and I still have to go down after this, Jiang Chen urged. From its shape, light, and characteristics, it is indeed the fruit of the world tree, but I still advise you, before you comprehend the laws of space, it's best not to touch this thing, or you could let me out first before you make a move. The cursed sea demon was afraid that Jiang Chen would act impulsively and get itself trapped too. Now it regretted telling Jiang Chen. Young people are so stubborn. It seemed that it couldn't persuade him at all. Rest assured, I won't do anything. Reckless, Jiang Chen confirmed again, as long as I don't directly touch the fruit of the world tree, I won't be sent to the mirrored space, right? Yes, you've asked several times already, the cursed sea demon replied helplessly. Alright, then you can go back and stay. After saying that, Jiang Chen stuffed the cursed sea demon back into the space treasure, then opened the universal synthesis platform. At this distance, he could already put the fruit of the world tree into the decomposition or synthesis slots. He wanted to obtain the core inside. At the moment, using the decomposition panel was definitely more appropriate. Jiang Chen took a deep breath, his gaze locked onto the bead in front of him, and then he activated the decomposition panel. In the next second, the system popped up a prompt. Do you want to decompose the world tree fruit? Success! Jiang Chen suddenly clenched his fist. Not only did he succeed, but he could even decompose it. Perhaps it was because the world tree fruit did not have a clear level boundary. It still belonged to the products of nature. That was why he could decompose it now. Originally, Jiang Chen thought it would take a long time monopolizing the decomposition panel. But for such a precious item, he would rather not use the decomposition panel for a while than give it up. But since it could be decomposed, he naturally did it immediately. Decompose. The world tree fruit has been decomposed. Congratulations on obtaining the world tree core, spatial fragments, and law fragments. World tree core can be planted anywhere. Once planted, it will grow into a world tree, which can grow infinitely. The area covered by the world tree can form a natural barrier and give rise to various life forms. Spatial fragments, fragments of a space no longer useful. Law fragments, after absorption, one can comprehend a law with cultivation requirements. Looking at the three items that had been decomposed, Jiang Chen's mood could not calm down for a long time. The world tree core goes without saying. He had come for this. The other two items were completely unexpected surprises. First, the spatial fragments. Although they were no longer complete, they could be used to upgrade spatial treasures. Such high-level materials would definitely increase the area of the spatial treasures significantly. What surprised Jiang Chen the most was that he had actually decomposed law fragments from the world tree fruit. After absorption, one could automatically comprehend a law. Simply invincible. Unfortunately, there were cultivation requirements. Jiang Chen took out the law fragments and tried to absorb them. Sure enough, he couldn't absorb them. However, there was no need to rush about this. After all, the items were in his bag, and he could use them whenever he wanted. It was like obtaining a high-level piece of equipment before. He just needed to level up, and sooner or later, he would be able to wear it. It was definitely better than having nothing at all. His mood was completely different. In short, today was a great harvest. This trip was simply too profitable. Meanwhile, in the world of the heavens, in a magnificent hall, two old men were sitting there playing chess. The 37th secret realm should have been opened by now, one of the old men in a gray robe asked. I arranged for someone to set up the secret realm 3 months ago. By the time you remembered, the flowers would have wilted, the other old man with a goat beard replied. I wanted to ask, how is the world tree? Recently, my understanding of the spatial laws has deepened a bit more. Maybe after a while I can go retrieve the core, the gray-robed old man said. What can you do? The old man with the sheep beard glanced at the gray-robed elder. The world tree has been in the number 37 secret realm from the very beginning. If you have the ability, go and get it. Who in the sect can stop you? The entire number 37 secret realm is the property of the sect. This includes the scenes arranged inside, the props, the space constructed for the secret realm, and the rewards given each year. All of it is managed by them. As for the world tree, it has been inside from the start. Without understanding the laws of space, they have no way to take the world tree. It might as well be a decorative item sitting there. They are not worried that anyone can steal the core of the world tree. In the myriad worlds, the number of strong individuals who comprehend the laws of space is very few. Moreover, the secret realm also restricts the age of entry. Placing the world tree in the number 37 secret realm is much safer than putting it in the myriad worlds. Speaking of which, this is their first time opening the space around the world tree to the outside. They wonder what those young people who have never even left Earth will feel when they see such a magnificent sight. They will surely be so shocked that they can't speak. This time, using the alchemy furnace and alchemy notes of the heavenly realm alchemist as rewards is really a bit inappropriate. Although it's just something used by your disciple number 734 in his youth, bringing it to a planet that hasn't even reached the spiritual level will definitely cause a scramble among the major forces. Isn't that contrary to our original intention of creating the secret realm? The gray-robed elder said disapprovingly. I see that the quality of the young people participating in our secret realm is declining year by year, so I thought of this method to stimulate their fighting spirit. I believe that those who have the ability to obtain the final reward will overcome all crises. This is also part of the training. The old man with the sheep beard laughed heartily. Forget it. The gray-robed elder waved his hand. This matter is not up to me anyway. You should send someone to check on the situation of the world tree. After this secret realm closes, I will try to see if I can retrieve the core of the world tree. If our sect has the protection of the world tree, I believe we will rise to a new level. No problem. After saying that, the old man with the sheep beard cleared his throat. But I think you are still a bit lacking. Waiting another 10 or 8 years might give you more confidence. Do you look down on me? The gray-robed elder said unhappily as he looked at the old man with the sheep beard. Let's make a bet. If I succeed this time, you will give me the medicinal field of the northern 3 mirrors. If I fail, I will give you the 7-star furnace that you have always liked. How about that? Are you serious? The old man with the sheep beard's eyes lit up. Of course I'm serious. The gray-robed elder nodded. Then it's a deal. The old man with the sheep beard agreed immediately. However, these two elders did not know that the things they were betting on had already fallen into someone else's pocket. After Jiang Chen obtained the core of the world tree, he returned to the surface as quickly as possible. As a result, he saw nothing but animal corpses everywhere. Su Mengran and Tao Xiling had already disappeared without a trace. Jiang Chen was clear about the strength of these two girls, so he wasn't worried about their safety. As long as he smoothly reached the 3rd level, he would eventually encounter them. He also didn't plan to run around aimlessly. This abandoned city had various plants. Jiang Chen planned to look around nearby to see if he could find plants similar to the blood-sucking vine. Compared to the Blood Sea Helmap, various divine powers, the Sea God Order, and the Spirit of Water, the blood-sucking vine and the Doom Sea Demon were used more frequently. The Doom Sea Demon naturally didn't need any enhancement. But the blood-sucking vine still had a lot of room for improvement. Taking this opportunity, he needed to collect more synthesis materials. Jiang Chen first searched under the world tree for a moment. He did not find any plants similar to the blood-sucking vine. Although the city was not large, searching it completely by himself in 3 days was still a bit too much to ask. After thinking for a moment, Jiang Chen released the water spirit, the shrimp soldiers and crab generals, as well as the blood-sucking vine. His group of little brothers could finally be put to use. Fine for me, anything related to vines, bring it all. To me. Jiang Chen waved his hand. In the next 2 days, Jiang Chen found a relatively intact low building to stay in. Everything happening outside seemed unrelated to him. Only a few hours left. Jiang Chen lay on a chair, glancing at the time on his phone. In front of him, there was already a pile of vines filling half the room. Jiang Chen had checked them all, and almost none were usable. Although they contained a hint of spiritual power, they had no offensive capability. These ordinary plants, after synthesis, wouldn't provide much help to the blood-sucking vine. They might even waste his spiritual power. It seemed that even around the world tree, there were no plants similar to the blood-sucking vine being nurtured. He would have to find another opportunity to return to the soul-severing forest. Just then, a small blue figure flew in from outside. It was dragging a plant as thick as an arm, struggling to fly in front of Jiang Chen. Chirp, the water spirit landed in front of Jiang Chen, dropped the item, and then collapsed into Jiang Chen's arms, looking exhausted. What is this? Jiang Chen lifted the water spirit with one hand, looking at the thing on the floor that was still slightly wriggling. It looked a bit disgusting. Master, the water spirit stammered, I just saw someone fighting outside, and there was a really big flower, and it looked a lot like a blood-sucking vine, so I stole a seedling back. Looks like a blood-sucking vine? Jiang Chen was somewhat skeptical of his eyes. What was on the ground had nothing to do with the blood-sucking vine. If he wasn't mistaken, what the water spirit referred to should be the giant plant monster from before. He had no particular thoughts about that thing. It looked quite inhumane. However, since it was already brought back, it definitely needed to be identified. Jiang Chen opened the synthesis platform and collected the root from the ground. Mutated blood-sucking vine root, a blood-sucking vine influenced by the world tree. Its form begins to anthropomorphize, possessing strong corrosive abilities and regenerative capabilities. If not completely exterminated, even if only a root remains, it can regenerate infinitely. Jiang Chen looked at the sap flowing from the cut of the root in the pit that had been corroded into the ground in just a short while, and couldn't help but ponder. Blood-sucking vine. This was actually a blood-sucking vine? After a long time, it wasn't that the water spirit had made a mistake, but rather that he had a limited understanding. The mutated blood-sucking vine. Not only does it possess extremely strong corrosive abilities, but it also approaches a state of immortality. If this characteristic could be synthesized, wouldn't it be invincible? No way. Just one of these isn't enough. He needs to bring back more. Outside the abandoned city, hundreds of people had gathered around the mutated blood-sucking vine. They too had been forced into a corner, with no way out. This giant plant monster chased them wherever they went. They couldn't even stop to rest, let alone take a sip of water. In the end, everyone could only unite spontaneously. They just hoped to endure the last few hours, so they could move on to the third stage. But despite their caution, every minute someone was snatched away by the tentacles of the mutated blood-sucking vine. Some were lucky enough to only be seriously injured, but they weren't teleported away. But many others couldn't withstand even a single hit. At this moment, some began to reminisce about Jiang Chen. If that guy selling healing medicine were still here, we would definitely be able to. Hold on. You know, that young man's healing medicine really works well. If he didn't only accept spirit stones and spirit pearls, I would have wanted to buy more. It's definitely better than the third-grade healing medicine from the Alchemist Association. Sigh, it's already so brutal in the second stage, I have no hope for what's to come. Haven't you noticed that the Su family's team is missing? I saw Su Jingyan's team coming this way a couple of days ago, but now with all this commotion, they haven't come out. I suspect there are even more terrifying things inside this city. Stop talking. Right now, there's no other way but to tough it out. If you're seriously injured to the point of barely breathing, you don't even have the right to give up. Jiang Chen had just come out of the abandoned city when he saw a group of people surrounding and beating the mutated blood-sucking vine. Actually, describing it as a beating wasn't quite right. They were more like playing hide-and-seek with the mutated blood-sucking vine. The vine could only advance in one direction at a time. Those being chased by the mutated blood-sucking vine would sprint for their lives. Others would follow behind to attack. When the mutated blood-sucking vine changed direction, a new group would come in to attack. If this continued, they might just last until the end of the second stage. But it would be good if half of them remained by then. However, Jiang Chen's attention wasn't on this. When he came out, he immediately saw the mutated blood-sucking vine's roots scattered all over the ground. At a glance, there were at least dozens of them. But the battle situation was too chaotic, and there were too many people. If he rushed in to grab some, he might accidentally be sent away by the mutated blood-sucking vine. That would be a huge loss. Jiang Chen pondered for a moment and quickly came up with an idea. He cleared his throat and then used his spiritual power to shout loudly, "Limited time purchase of plant monster roots can be exchanged for spirit stones or healing medicine. Don't miss this opportunity." Hearing that familiar voice, everyone turned their heads in unison. In front of Jiang Chen, there was a pile of spirit stones and two types of healing medicine. The shiny spirit stones and the even more precious healing medicine stimulated everyone's nerves. Roots of the plant monster? There were plenty on the ground. It was like giving away money for free. The first person to react quickly grabbed two roots from the ground and sprinted towards Jiang Chen. "I want to exchange for healing medicine, I want both kinds." This person slapped the mutated blood-sucking vine's roots in front of Jiang Chen, his face full of anticipation. Jiang Chen took out an advanced version of the blood transformation pill and a packet of advanced blood coagulation powder, smiling as he handed them over. "Thank you for your patronage." After receiving the healing medicine, the person immediately opened the packet of blood coagulation powder and sprinkled it on his shoulder wound. The next second, everyone saw his shoulder wound healing at a visibly rapid pace. "Ah, it really works. This healing medicine is amazing." The man put away the blood transformation pill and immediately rushed back into the crowd, starting to look for the next plant monster's root. The others also reacted. Quick! Quick, one root is worth 5 low-grade spirit stones. Damn, we're going to get rich." These people were no longer afraid of the plant monsters. In their eyes, there were only spirit stones. The ground was covered with spirit stones. Under the attack of the plant monsters, many people displayed superb agility. Even if they entered the attack range of the plant monsters, they still wanted to grab a few more roots before retreating. Some even deliberately let the plant monster's tentacles strike them away. This way, they could escape the attack range of the plant monster. Then they would sell the roots to Jiang Chen in exchange for healing medicine. With the healing medicine, their injuries would recover immediately. 2 roots meant guaranteed profit. 3 roots meant 15 low-grade spirit stones. 4 roots meant 20 low-grade spirit stones. 10 roots meant 100 low-grade spirit stones. Converted to cash, that was 100 million. In the next 10 minutes, Jiang Chen suddenly had dozens of mutated blood-sucking vine roots in his hands. The harvest was abundant. Most people chose to exchange for healing medicine, because the healing medicine could still be used in the secret realm and could also be exchanged for money outside. It was a sure profit. Jiang Chen certainly welcomed this. However, there were already very few mutated blood-sucking vine roots left on the ground. 2 teams even almost fought over a few roots. Seeing this, Jiang Chen immediately shouted, "Everyone, don't start infighting. Our goal is to get through this difficult time together. There are no ready-made plant monster roots, but there are still some on it. As long as we work together, no matter how many tentacles the plant monster has, we can make it bald. Everyone must believe that the secret realm can be cleared, there will be spirit stones, and there will be healing medicine." Upon hearing this, everyone present became excited. That's right. There are so many roots on the plant monster, all of them are spirit stones. Everyone, grab the spirit stones, someone shouted, raising their weapon and leading the charge. The mutated blood-sucking vine had lived around the world tree for hundreds of years. Long-term nourishment by spiritual energy had already formed a trace of spiritual intelligence. It was still wondering why these guys couldn't be killed. The next second, it saw everyone rushing towards it. Each person's eyes were glowing red, as if they wanted to peel its skin off. In that moment, the mutated blood-sucking vine felt a bit flustered. Just a moment ago, it was happily chasing them. Why did these guys suddenly stop running? While the mutated blood-sucking vine was in a daze, many people had already swung their swords and cut at the tentacles on its body. By the time the mutated blood-sucking vine reacted, it had already taken quite a few hits. The most critical thing was that it discovered these guys had suddenly become stronger. Not only had their resistance increased, but their dodging ability had also improved significantly. Seeing its tentacles decreasing, the mutated blood-sucking vine became anxious. It had worked hard to grow its body to its current size. If all its tentacles were cut off, it would no longer be able to move. The plant monster seems to be moving slower. Everyone, put in more effort, we might really be able to kill it, someone shouted excitedly. Kill it! Charge! At this moment, someone took out a spirit talisman from their pocket, which emitted a strong wave of spiritual energy. This thing is afraid of fire. I have a fire rain talisman, but if I use it, half of the roots inside have to belong to me. After saying this, the person looked at Jiang Chen and said, "Is that okay?" The value of this spirit talisman was extremely high, and he hadn't planned to use it in such a place. But just now, he calculated the number of tentacles on this plant monster. No matter how he calculated, it was worth more than a fire rain talisman. This deal was definitely a sure profit. Now, the one giving money is Jiang Chen. This person is certainly also watching whether Jiang Chen will recognize the account. What opinion could I have? Jiang Chen shrugged, as long as they are willing, I have no problem. Jiang Chen pushed the question to others. He only needed to handle the acquisition. As for how the profits would be distributed, that was not within his concern. He certainly wouldn't be idle and create trouble for himself. Although rules are made by people, one must never underestimate human greed at any time. Sure enough, when this person took out the fire rain talisman, many people immediately became furious. Chen Shang, why didn't you take out the fire rain talisman earlier? Exactly, so many have been sent out now, and the difficulty of dealing with this plant monster has increased significantly. You're too selfish. If you had taken it out earlier, there wouldn't have been any issues, you just had to hide it. Hurry up and use it while the plant monster is still weak. I've seen its severed tentacles grow back. If we delay any longer, no one will make any money. Seeing that these people were blaming him instead, Chen Xing leisurely put the fire rain talisman away. Alright, so you're blaming me. Now, huh? Then you can just grind it out with the plant monster here. Chen Xing snorted coldly and then turned to sit beside Jiang Chen. These guys act as if they were the ones who put in all their effort from the start. Now they blame him for not taking out the fire rain talisman sooner. He could already foresee how these selfish individuals would react after he injured the plant monster with the fire rain talisman. Since that's the case, why bother? It would be better to just sit back and watch these people perform. After this little interlude, the mutated blood-sucking vine regained some vitality. The difficulty of cutting off its tentacles instantly skyrocketed. Gradually, more and more people were seriously injured and sent out of the secret realm. Chen Xing, you're really something. You clearly have the fire rain talisman, yet you just sit there and watch. Has your conscience been eaten by a dog? He just wants to reduce his competitors. Don't even think about him helping. This is too much, too much. Despite the complaints on site, no one stopped attacking the mutated blood-sucking vine. The blood-sucking vine couldn't attack everyone at once. As long as luck was on their side, being able to cut off a few tentacles of the mutated blood-sucking vine would mean dozens of low-grade spirit stones in hand. Thus, the tentacles of the mutated blood-sucking vine were decreasing. The number of people on site was also dwindling. Seeing this scene, Jiang Chen felt quite satisfied. The cut-off roots of the mutated blood-sucking vine would not disappear. The fewer the people, the less competition there would be. This round was a win-win. Time passed second by second. With less than 100 people left around the mutated blood-sucking vine, Jiang Chen felt it was time to pack up and leave. With this few people, they were no longer capable of causing harm to the mutated blood-sucking vine. The tentacles of the mutated blood-sucking vine, however, were recovering at an extremely fast speed. He believed that in about 10 minutes it would return to its peak state. By then, the people present would not be enough to handle it. Retreating early was the wise choice. Jiang Chen packed everything in front of him, preparing to return to the previous abandoned building and conveniently check his gains this time. But just as he stood up, a golden light suddenly shone above the world tree. A golden portal appeared directly above the clouds. Heavens, it's a divine descent. Only the creator of the secret realm can open such a portal. Could it be that a powerful being from the heavenly realms has come to observe our performance? Such a situation is rare to encounter in decades. I wonder if there will be a chance to see the true form of the creator. Want to see the true form of the creator? Dream on. What status does a divine-level powerhouse have? How could they appear on Earth? At most, they would send a little brother down to check the situation. Don't think about anything else. Seeing the golden light above the world tree, the crowd began to murmur. The mutated blood-sucking vine instantly retracted its flailing tendrils and, in a cowardly manner, turned to flee deep into the desert. Only Jiang Chen felt a twinge of guilt. Such a rare occurrence in decades. It just had to happen to him. Could it be related to the core of the world tree? But Jiang Chen wasn't too worried. So many people present had seen the world tree. If they really wanted to investigate, they would have to check each person one by one. He stored his items in his inventory. Even if they searched his spatial treasures and storage rings, it would be impossible to find the existence of the world tree's core. On the other side, a few masked men slowly descended from the portal, landing right on the crown of the world tree. I don't know why Elder Chiu asked us to check the world tree. It's the time when the secret realm is opening, and if we just appear like this, we will definitely be seen, said the first masked man, his tone full of confusion. I heard that Elder Xiang is preparing to take the core of the world tree, so we were asked to confirm the situation in advance, the second masked man explained, having received some relevant information. This is bad, said the third masked man, holding a compass that displayed many red and green dots. Most of the people still in the second stage are now gathered around the world tree. If we appear, they will all see us. There's nothing we can do about it. As long as we don't come into contact with them, it will be fine, said the second masked man. Let's check the core of the world tree first. After saying this, the first masked man flew towards the center of the world tree. The other two masked men followed closely behind. This should be the center of the world tree, right? Why don't I see the fruit of the world tree? The first masked man flew for a while and suddenly stopped to say, who said the fruit of the world tree must grow at its center? Logically, the fruit of the world tree would grow on the highest branch. It's just that the middle position of the world tree is relatively high, which gives everyone the illusion that the fruit is at the center. Clearly, this world tree is an exception. The third masked man looked very knowledgeable. But I just came to check last time, and it was clearly nearby. The first masked man frowned, a sense of foreboding rising in his heart. You must have remembered wrong, the fruit of the world tree doesn't have legs to run away, the third masked man said, not even considering the possibility that the fruit of the world tree could be missing, so he was sure the first masked man had made a mistake. Stop the nonsense and hurry up and search. The second masked man looked around the environment, feeling that something was off but unable to pinpoint what was wrong. Hey! Look at this place, it seems like something has broken it, the third masked man said, looking at a branch in front of him. How could this branch still be growing upwards? The second masked man stepped forward to take a look, and his face darkened. You just said the fruit of the world tree would grow on the highest branch, right? Yeah. The third masked man nodded. Isn't this the highest branch? The second masked man pointed at the broken branch. Upon hearing this, the third masked man paused. Damn! Could it be that the fruit of the world tree really grew legs and ran away? The other two also realized this. They fell silent for a while, and finally the first masked man broke the silence. This is bad, we're in big trouble now. The first masked man's eyes were filled with terror. If the elder finds out that the world tree's fruit is missing, he might just kill us all. This world tree was a precious asset of their sect. It could only be temporarily stored here because they lacked the core of the world tree, which made it impossible to transplant it smoothly. After all, without comprehending the laws of space, they couldn't take the core of the world tree away. It was placed on Earth, with age restrictions for entry. In fact, it was safer than being in the realms of the heavens. But now, the fruit of the world tree had disappeared in the secret realm. It had clearly been there a few days ago. Suddenly, it was just gone. Could it be that someone from the realms of the heavens sneaked in and stole the core of the world tree? But that didn't make sense. Unless they used the sect's teleportation array or were Earth humans who met the age requirements. It was impossible for outsiders to enter the secret realm. Or could it be that there was a traitor in the sect? That would be even more absurd. In their sect, besides Elder Xiang, who else had comprehended the laws of space? The laws of space and time were the two most advanced laws. A powerful person who could comprehend the laws of space wouldn't stoop to such a degrading act, right? Everyone, calm down, let's not panic. The second masked man took a deep breath and said, let's search the area first. If we confirm that the fruit of the world tree is indeed missing, I will report back to Elder Chiu. You all stay here and check for anyone else left in the secret realm. That's the only way. The first masked man swallowed hard. If the fruit of the world tree was really gone, he could already foresee his fate. He could only hope that the fruit of the world tree had its own thoughts and had run away, but could still be found. In the next few minutes, the three masked men quickly searched the top of the canopy. Not finding the fruit of the world tree, they moved to beneath the canopy. As a result, they immediately saw a large number of animal and plant remains scattered under the world tree. Sure enough, someone has been up there. The second masked man's pupils contracted. From the beginning, he felt something was off around them. It was too quiet. The world tree was rich in spiritual energy, and various accompanying creatures were everywhere. It was absolutely impossible for there to be no sound at all. He should have noticed it earlier. The core of the world tree has indeed been stolen. The first masked man was already despondent, speaking with difficulty. I will report back to Elder Chiu, and you all stay here to investigate as I just said the second masked man. Senior brother, thank you. The first masked man looked gratefully at the second masked man. Whoever went back to report this news would definitely get a scolding. Plus, he was the one responsible for setting up this secret realm. If he went back, his fate would only be worse. Let's hurry. The second masked man glanced at the time. There are still more than 2 hours until the second round ends. We need to resolve this before the next round starts. Okay. The first masked man nodded. In fact, he didn't hold much hope. How could someone capable of stealing the core of the world tree still be foolish enough to stay in the secret realm? They must have already slipped away. But even without hope, they had to find someone to ask about the situation here. Perhaps there were witnesses. After careful consideration, Jiang Chen did not choose to slip away. Instead, he stayed with the others, fully embodying the eager curiosity of a bystander watching the gossip. I heard that secret realm number 37 belongs to the Zuantian Gate. I wonder if the Zuantian Gate's temporary dispatch of people down here means they are going to adjust the rewards for the secret realm. Chen Chang stood beside Jiang Chen, looking in the direction of the world tree and said, Can the rewards be adjusted temporarily? Jiang Chen asked curiously, there has been a precedent for this. I heard that in the lighthouse country, there was once a mistake in the rewards of a secret realm, and they accidentally put in a top grade spiritual weapon. At that time, the quota for the secret realm skyrocketed to several thousand low-grade spiritual stones. It was only after the secret realm opened that they said it was a mistake and temporarily replaced the top grade spiritual weapon with a common weapon. Although it was also very precious, equivalent to the power of an S-grade alloy weapon, compared to a top-grade spiritual weapon, it was like heaven and earth, there was simply no comparison. Top grade spiritual weapon turned into a common weapon? Jiang Chen curled his lips. That's really lacking in grace. If there was a mistake, just hold the person who made the mistake accountable. Why adjust the rewards at the last minute? Our dragon country has never had such a thing happen. The ancestors of the lighthouse country are more profit-driven, and the secret realms they produce don't have many good things. Chen Qing explained. These secret realms on Earth were created by the earliest group of people from various countries who ventured into the worlds beyond. There are subtle differences between each country. The dragon country offers the richest rewards every year and has the most secret realms. Being in the dragon country can sometimes be a stroke of luck. At that moment, suddenly two beams of golden light flew out from the direction of the world tree. In an instant, they appeared before everyone. They were two masked men, dressed in identical long robes. Although they did not wear extravagant clothing or possess top-notch equipment, they exuded a powerful aura from head to toe. My goodness, flying in the air, they must be strong practitioners at least at the celestial profound realm. Chen Cheng exclaimed excitedly in a low voice. The levels of martial artists and spiritual masters in the worlds beyond are divided into initial realm, opening realm, earth profound realm, and celestial profound realm. They came to the secret realm, risking their lives to challenge it. Wasn't it just for the alchemy furnace and notes of a celestial profound realm alchemist? Now, the strong practitioners of the celestial profound realm were right in front of them. What a precious opportunity this was. The vast majority of people might never see a practitioner of the initial realm in their lifetime, let alone a celestial profound realm one. Just to catch a glimpse, this trip would definitely be worth it. Facing such strong practitioners, Jiang Chen felt a hint of nervousness. He had already transferred all the spatial treasures and their contents to his item bar, and also packed some spiritual stones and medicinal materials into his storage ring. With that, he should be completely safe. Seeing everyone present looking at him with faces full of reverence and fear, the masked man number one regained his confidence. He cleared his throat and said, "This situation is sudden, and I can't explain too much, but I kindly ask each of you to step forward one by one so I can check your luggage, including storage items. If there are no issues, you can go directly to the third level." Hearing this, Jiang Chen finally felt a weight lift from his heart. Checking the storage items meant that his analysis was correct. Those wearing masks were clearly just their subordinates. No matter how impressive they were, it was impossible for them to perceive the existence of virtual data like the item bar. Unless they were willing to kill indiscriminately, not letting a single person escape. In that case, no one present would be able to get away. Moreover, there were still many people who had just left the secret realm. If they really started to investigate, the scope would be vast. For the people of Xintian sect, descending into the secret realm should not be difficult. But getting to Earth would likely require some effort. Besides, he still had a universal synthesis platform as a trump card for survival. To summarize simply, there was no way he would hand over the core of the world tree. Apart from Jiang Chen, no one else dared to have any ulterior motives. Upon hearing the words of the masked man number one, everyone obediently took out their luggage and storage items. It was true that most of those who could come to the secret realm had backgrounds. Surprisingly, more than half of them possessed storage items. These things could not be bought with money. Many were lent to these young juniors by their families, considering the special circumstances of this secret realm. After all, even in a place like Magic City University, where geniuses gathered, those who owned storage items were less than 1%. Yet in this secret realm, over half of the people had storage items. This ratio was already quite exaggerated. Masked man number one first used his mental power to check everyone, confirming that they had nothing else hidden on them, before he and masked man number 3 began to inspect the luggage and storage items. With their cultivation and financial power, they naturally looked down on the items in these storage tools. Until they checked Jiang Chen's storage ring, masked man number 1 was momentarily stunned. "How come you have so many mutated blood-sucking vines in your storage ring?" masked man number 1 asked in confusion. "Respected masked lord, it's like this. I found that the mutated blood-sucking vines have strong corrosive abilities, so I wanted to study them to see if they could be used as weapons, and Just casually collected some, Jiang Chen replied with a very good attitude. I see. Masked man number 1 nodded. But the quantity was a bit excessive. Roughly speaking, there were several hundred. He must have stripped the mutated blood-sucking vines bare. However, this kid's attitude was quite good. His status was evident. Yet almost everyone present remained silent upon seeing him. Only this kid would respectfully call him Lord. All right. Masked man number 1 returned the storage ring to Jiang Chen and waved his hand, saying, no problem, stand to the right. Thank you, Lord, you're really handsome. Before leaving, Jiang Chen did not forget to flatter him. Upon hearing this, masked man number 1 cleared his throat somewhat awkwardly. What a ridiculous compliment. It was enough for him to know he was handsome, why say it in front of so many people? He was very humble, after all. But soon he realized he was wearing a mask. How could this kid see that he was handsome? Was he attracted by his charisma? After checking nearly 100 people present, unsurprisingly, nothing was found. There are still a few people deep in the desert, let's check them too. Masked man number 3 said, looking at the compass in his hand. Upon hearing this, many people were somewhat astonished. There were still people deep in the desert? On their way out, they had noticed many large shadows appearing in the depths of the desert. That place was undoubtedly fraught with danger. Going there was like seeking death. Who knew there were still people specifically running into the depths of the desert? The key was that they were still safe and sound, which was enough to demonstrate their strength. Jiang Chen thought to himself. Among these people, it was very likely that Su Mengran and Tao Shiling were included. He wondered what was in the depths of the desert. Since they are all running deep into the desert, there must be some discoveries. Once we finish checking the last few people, we will send you all to the 3rd level together, said the man in the number 1 mask, looking at the crowd. Additionally, if you find anyone who has approached that giant tree and climbed it, providing useful clues will earn you a low-grade spiritual weapon as a reward. During the opening of the secret realm, we will stay here, so if you think of any useful clues, just shout my name. After saying this, the man in the number 1 mask and the man in the number 3 mask transformed into a streak of light and flew away. After a while, everyone finally reacted. What the hell, did I hear that right? A low-grade spiritual weapon as a reward? From the tone, it seems like there's something wrong with that giant tree ahead? I feel like something was lost. But the big shot didn't even say his name. Jiang Chen recalled carefully. Besides Su Mengran and Tao Shiling, no one else knew he had approached the world tree. As for those 2 girls, he himself was a suspect. They probably wouldn't expose him. So he was still safe for now. Half an hour later, a golden light shone on everyone. Jiang Chen knew they were about to head to the 3rd level. However, the people from Xiantian Gate were still in the secret realm and he felt a bit uneasy. Should he go and die or something? As long as he was severely injured and had only 1 breath left, the secret realm would teleport him out. But there was also a risk, he might die before he could be rescued. Many people present had support outside. He had no support. Forget it. Life is more important. Since there was no risk of exposure for now, he would just continue to survive. In an instant, many thoughts flashed through Jiang Chen's mind. When he came to his senses, he found himself at an altitude of 10,000 meters. Below him was a floating island. On the island, there was nothing but a wooden box. Looking at everything in front of him, Jiang Chen twitched his mouth. What the hell? Is this a game of MC? He had played the Sky Island mode of MC for a long time in his previous life. It was incredibly similar to the scene before him. He really didn't know which genius came up with this kind of level. Not to mention anything else. This person was definitely suited for game development. The key point was that his backpack was gone and his storage ring couldn't be used. This was clearly a restriction set by the secret realm. Of course, while the storage ring was restricted, it didn't limit Jiang Chen's item bar. If others were the same, then in the 3rd level he would be equivalent to directly cheating. Let's see what's in the wooden box first. Jiang Chen opened the box. Inside, he found several bottles of elixirs and a note. The note contained the details for the 3rd challenge. Jiang Chen glanced over it and realized that this challenge was very different from what he had imagined. He had thought the 3rd challenge would be similar to the 2nd, another survival test where they would have to live for a few days on a deserted island without food or water. If they could endure, they would pass. But in reality, the 3rd challenge required them to consume different elixirs in various environments. If they took the wrong one, they would be sent out of the secret realm. Only by taking the right one could they successfully pass. Upon reflection, it made sense. The secret realm was only open for a total of 7 days, and half of that time had already passed. Even if the remaining 3 days were spent on the deserted island, it would only mean going hungry for a few days. After all, those entering the secret realm were all second and third tier martial artists, even spiritual masters. Everyone had decent physiques. A few days without food or water wouldn't be a problem at all. It was reasonable to test their ability to identify elixirs. However, for him, who possessed a universal synthesis platform, this challenge posed no difficulty at all. Looking at the bottles of elixirs in the box, Jiang Chen decided to identify all of them. He needed to understand their effects so he could take them as needed. Jiang Chen added the 5 types of elixirs to the synthesis platform one by one. Golden Sun Elixir. After consumption, it can isolate all cold, suitable for use in polar environments. Silver Ring Elixir. Highly toxic. Ordinary people will surely die after consumption, while martial artists and spiritual masters will only suffer for 3 hours. Clear Heart Elixir. Can detoxify ordinary poisons. Insulation Elixir. After consumption, it can evade most lightning-type spiritual master attacks. Losing Heart Elixir. After consumption, one will fall into a state of madness. After reading the descriptions of these elixirs, Jiang Chen understood the upcoming challenge clearly. The Golden Sun Elixir could resist cold. The Clear Heart Elixir could detoxify. The Insulation Elixir could block lightning. As for the Silver Ring Elixir and the Losing Heart Elixir, consuming them would mean elimination. It truly required a certain understanding of these elixirs. Otherwise, each choice would only have a 1 in 5 chance. Relying on luck to pass was akin to winning a lottery. Jiang Chen had initially only wanted to come in and mess around. Why not just eat a Silver Ring Elixir and get eliminated? After all, it would only be 3 hours of suffering. Just as Jiang Chen was hesitating, he suddenly noticed that the height of the wooden box seemed off. He measured it with his hand and indeed found that there was at least 3 fingers width of space at the bottom of the box. Jiang Chen quickly turned the box upside down. He intended to break it open violently but discovered a small pull ring at the bottom. A gentle tug opened it. At the bottom of the box was another note. After reading its contents, Jiang Chen's eyes lit up. Find a way to eliminate the others. Hidden reward, low-grade spiritual weapon? Jiang Chen folded the note with satisfaction. Now that was a bit of a challenge. However, since there was this hidden task, it meant he could communicate with others or even teleport to their deserted islands. But there was nothing else on this deserted island. Jiang Chen looked at the stones on the ground. It seemed he would have to start digging. Jiang Chen looked around. Good, there was no one else. That made it simple. Jiang Chen's expression turned serious, and he shouted, heaven-shaking thunderpalm. Boom! A loud explosion echoed. In an instant, dust filled the air and debris flew everywhere. After a while, when the dust settled, Jiang Chen saw a special array plate beneath the rubble. This array plate was marked with squares. Rather than an array plate, it looked more like a chessboard. Jiang Chen stepped forward and dug the array plate out from the rubble. He studied it for a moment. He discovered that this thing could actually control the weather and environment here. It was very simple to use. He just needed to place the pieces in the designated squares, and the corresponding weather and environment would appear. He had a total of 10 pieces. In other words, he could change the environment 10 times. Conversely, if others obtained the array plate, they could also change the environment 10 times. However, each type of elixir only had 10 pieces. What was he supposed to do to ensure he could stay while sending everyone else out? As for Su Mengran, she had long been cast aside by Jiang Chen. In the face of such a challenge, everyone was a competitor. He only promised to give the final reward to Su Mengran. But he never said he would give up the rewards in between. After all, it was a low-grade spiritual weapon. Only a fool would refuse it. Boom! At that moment, Jiang Chen suddenly noticed dark clouds gathering in the sky, with lightning as thick as arms weaving through the clouds, looking as if it could strike down at any moment. Jiang Chen dared not delay and quickly took out an insulation elixir to prepare to swallow it. However, just as the elixir was about to go into his mouth, he suddenly stopped. I got it. Jiang Chen's eyes lit up, and he quickly took out the insulation elixir and placed it in the synthesis platform. Do you want to synthesize a first-grade insulation elixir? Synthesize. First-grade insulation elixir has been synthesized. Congratulations on obtaining a second-grade insulation elixir, advanced version. Second-grade insulation elixir, advanced version. Can isolate all natural lightning damage for the next 2 hours, with a 50% chance to evade attacks from lightning-type spiritual masters. Sure enough, it increases the duration. Jiang Chen was delighted and directly swallowed the second grade. Insulation elixir. He had already thought of how to send the others out. On this array plate, a total of 3 types of weather could be controlled: lightning weather, poisonous fog weather, and cold weather. They corresponded to the insulation elixir, calming heart elixir, and golden sun elixir, respectively. He just needed to continuously activate the lightning weather 10 times in the next 2 hours to exhaust all the insulation elixirs in the hands of others. And in the following time, as long as lightning weather appeared once more, those without insulation elixirs would be eliminated. But he still had 8 insulation elixirs in hand. No matter what weather appeared later, he would be the one to last until the end. No! Jiang Chen suddenly remembered that the kid from the Su family was a lightning-type spiritual master. Lightning striking him would likely cause no damage. As for Su Mengran, she was an ice-type spiritual master. So both lightning weather and cold weather had to be excluded. Only poisonous fog weather was the most suitable choice. However, he still needed to see what effect the calming heart elixir would have when synthesized. If it didn't increase the resistance to poison, then his plan would be in jeopardy. Thinking of this, Jiang Chen took out 2 calming heart elixirs and placed them in the synthesis platform. Do you want to synthesize a first-grade calming heart elixir? Synthesize. First-grade calming heart elixir has been synthesized. Congratulations on obtaining a second-grade calming heart elixir, advanced version. Second-grade calming heart elixir, advanced version. After consumption, can be immune to all poisons, only targeting common poisons. Meanwhile, on another empty island, Su Jingyan held the array plate in his hand, a smile on his face that was not fitting for his age. 10 consecutive lightning weathers, let's see how you all endure it. This thought was shared by others, including Su Mengran. She held a piece and placed it on the array plate, a confident smile appearing on her lips. The low-grade spiritual weapon is mine. At the same time, it wasn't just Jiang Chen, Su Mengran, and Su Jingyan who obtained the array disc. But thinking about how they had consecutively opened the same type of environment 10 times, it was only them. As a result, this led to everyone clustering together to activate the array disc at the beginning. Su Jingyan was a bit faster with his hands. So the first environment they opened was the thunderstorm environment. Above the floating island, dark clouds rolled in, and lightning flashed with thunder rumbling. After about half a minute of brewing, lightning as thick as an arm began to strike down erratically. Jiang Chen took an advanced version of the insulation pill, and when the lightning struck him, it felt no different than a tickle. It was just a pity for the clothes on his body, which turned into rags after just a couple of strikes. Thinking about how there were many female companions in this secret realm, the image became a bit inappropriate. 4 children. The thunderstorm came quickly and left just as fast. After a few strikes of heavenly thunder, the dark clouds above the floating island dispersed. Jiang Chen seized the opportunity to synthesize the golden sun pill as well. Would you like to synthesize a first-grade golden sun pill? Synthesize. First-grade golden sun pill synthesized. Congratulations on obtaining a second-grade golden sun pill, advanced version. Second-grade golden sun pill, advanced version. After taking, it can isolate all cold for the next 2 hours, suitable for use in polar environments. Jiang Chen took out the pill. Then he looked at the second-grade tranquil heart pill and the second-grade golden sun pill in his hand. Taking all 3 types of pills at the same time should activate them all. He just didn't know if the effects would be affected. Watching the sky as heavy snow began to fall again, Jiang Chen knew that someone must have activated the cold environment. At this speed, it might only take half a day to send out a large portion of the people. To be safe, he decided to take 1 pill every hour. No matter what, he could hold on until clearing the level. Jiang Chen took the advanced version of the tranquil heart pill and the golden sun pill, deciding to watch others perform first. He would save the 10 pieces he had for last. The previous few environments had almost been a switch between thunder and cold, as if someone was dueling. After one environment ended, the second environment seamlessly connected, leaving no time for people to react. Those who were unfamiliar with these pills had probably already been eliminated. Jiang Chen was also secretly calculating the frequency of the various environments appearing. While waiting, he whimsically decided to put the array disk into the synthesis platform for identification. Composite array disk, functional array, can control a preset mechanism. After refining the array disk and injecting spiritual power, complete control can be achieved. Complete control? Jiang Chen was taken aback. Since it could be completely controlled after refining, why was he still struggling with how to use these 10 pieces? He could directly declare the game over. In fact, he was misled by the usage instructions behind the array disk. Logically Speaking, any array disk needed to be refined before use, otherwise, it couldn't be activated at all. But the instructions told him that only 10 pieces could control the weather and environment. He really believed it. In reality, this was completely erroneous information. Just like the instructions in the first layer of the wooden box and those in the interlayer, which were entirely different. This level was entirely a test of independent thinking ability and attention to detail. The more one followed the rules without their own thoughts, the easier it was to be eliminated. It didn't even require any understanding of the pills. As long as the array disk was refined, one could almost declare themselves the first. Jiang Chen sighed helplessly. It seemed that the low-grade spiritual tool was meant for him. This array disk wasn't complicated. Jiang Chen successfully refined the array disk in just a few minutes. He then injected spiritual power. The next second, he felt the array disk connect to 5 or 6 places simultaneously. Images appeared in his mind. Cough cough. Seeing these images, Jiang Chen almost choked on his saliva. He never expected that, in addition to the main control console, he could also sense several other activated array plates. The previous few thunderstorm environments had left almost everyone in the secret realm in a state of vulnerability. This was a bit too thrilling. Jiang Chen wanted to take another look, but thinking of the low-grade spirit weapon, he immediately focused his attention on the main control console. Then, through the array plate in his hand, he forcibly changed the environment for the next few hours to toxic fog weather. Su Jingyan looked at the last piece in his hand. The game was about to declare an end. Just now, he didn't know who had taken the array plate, but they had actually helped him activate a thunderstorm environment. His piece falling would mark the 11th thunderstorm. As a thunder system spirit master, he was not afraid of ordinary lightning. And there were only 10 insulation pills. With the activation of the 11th thunderstorm, the first place would definitely be his. Su Jingyan placed the last piece into the square of the array plate. Then he quietly waited for the completion prompt. But what appeared next was not a thunderstorm environment, but the toxic fog environment. He had encountered this situation before. It was just that someone had activated a new environment ahead of him. He would just wait for the next round. The toxic fog environment had only appeared 3 times, and the cold weather had only appeared 9 times. As long as he seized the next thunderstorm, he would definitely win. Su Jingyan took out a calming pill and swallowed it. Then he quietly waited. But as time passed, the toxic fog in the air still did not dissipate. Su Jingyan began to feel uncomfortable and had to take out another calming pill. What's going on? Su Jingyan's expression became a bit irritable. Could it be that there was a problem with the secret realm? Each environment was supposed to appear for an average of 5 minutes. It had already exceeded the time by almost 2 minutes, and the toxic fog still hadn't disappeared. He had wasted a pill for nothing. However, things were worse than he had anticipated. Half an hour passed, and the toxic fog still did not dissipate. When Su Jingyan swallowed the 6th calming pill, he finally felt a bit anxious. There was only 1 calming pill left. If this continued, he would be sent out of the secret realm in less than 10 minutes. His low-grade spirit weapon and the final reward of the secret realm would he have to hand them over? On the other side, Su Mengran also sensed that something was wrong. Her first reaction was not to complain, but to doubt. Was there some secret she had not discovered? But she checked every corner of the array plate, wooden box, and floating island, yet still found nothing new. Wait. Su Mengran looked at the array plate in her hand, feeling a bit hesitant. Could this array plate be refined? Normally, array plates had to be refined before they could be controlled. But the instructions had her use pieces to control it. She hadn't thought of the refining part. Perhaps she had been misled? Just as this thought emerged in Su Mengran's mind, she noticed some golden light suddenly appearing around her body. Did I clear the level? Su Mengran was slightly taken aback. Then she quickly reacted, using her spiritual power to create a layer of ice armor to cover her body. She was currently wearing nothing. If she really cleared the level and was teleported to the next stage, wouldn't she be exposed? Luckily, she reacted quickly. At the same time, several people who had obtained the array plate received the completion prompt. Only Jiang Chen had a golden treasure chest appear before him. Congratulations on clearing the level. Since you successfully sent away 37 players, you firmly occupy the first place on the leaderboard. Special reward, low-grade spirit weapon. Jiang Chen looked at the treasure chest in front of him, rubbing his hands with anticipation. Having come to this world, he could finally have his first low-grade spirit weapon. Jiang Chen calmed his emotions and then cautiously opened the treasure chest. When he saw what was inside, his smile instantly froze on his face. Ganny Niang. What the hell is this toothpick? In the treasure chest, which was 30 centimeters long and 20 centimeters wide, there was something as thin as a toothpick. In such a large chest, there was only a single toothpick. Then he was told that this was the reward for his low-grade spiritual weapon? Was this something to use for picking teeth or sewing clothes? Jiang Chen almost wanted to curse. He had worked so hard to clear the level, just for that line about the reward of a low-grade spiritual weapon. If he had known that the low-grade spiritual weapon was a toothpick, he might as well have taken poison and exited. At that moment, a golden light shone around Jiang Chen. He knew this meant he was being sent to the 4th level. Forget it. Considering that this secret realm had given him such a good item as the core of the world tree, he didn't want to dwell on the fact that the reward for the 3rd level was just a toothpick. He put the toothpick away. Once the golden light around him dissipated, he smoothly arrived at the 4th level. This was a large storeroom. Various medicinal materials, alchemy furnaces, and jade slips were everywhere. In addition, there were a few guys changing clothes over there. You're the last one to arrive. Suddenly, a familiar voice came from behind Jiang Chen. He turned around to see Su Mengran standing next to a shelf, wearing a brand new robe. Recalling the scene he had just seen, Jiang Chen cleared his throat and awkwardly shifted his gaze away. The number of people who cleared this level is more than I expected. From the earlier clearing prompt, he had sent out a total of 37 people. He had originally thought that only 1 or 2 would remain. Unexpectedly, 6 people had cleared the level. Those who cleared the level all found the formation plate. This should be a necessary condition for clearing, Su Mengran continued. And if I'm not mistaken, the last few people were all sent away by the poisonous mist. Isn't that obvious? But I calculated that the poisonous mist weather shouldn't have accumulated to more than 10 times, Jiang Chen said, which was something he had been puzzled about. If the time hadn't exceeded, it meant everyone still had clear heart pills. Yet the secret realm had directly announced him as the 1st place. How had those 37 people been sent away? Don't forget, among the 5 types of pills in the wooden box this time, 2 bottles are poisons. These poisons are common grade, and like the Golden Sun pill and Insulation pill, they are relatively obscure, but the Clear Heart pill is quite common, Su Mengran said. I understand now, Jiang Chen suddenly realized. According to Su Mengran, when the thunder and cold environments appeared, many who didn't recognize the Golden Sun pill and Insulation pill could only gamble on luck. As a result, quite a few people ended up taking the poison. And common grade poison takes a bit of time to take effect. If someone could recognize the Clear Heart pill and take it in time, they wouldn't be sent out of the secret realm temporarily. But this meant that the number of people with Clear Heart pills decreased. So when the poisonous mist weather continued to appear, these people had no chance to last until the end. Jiang Chen also successfully took 1st place. He didn't even need to advance to the 2nd grade Clear Heart pill. He just needed to refine the formation and choose the poisonous mist environment. 1st place was destined to be his. Because only the Clear Heart pill could resolve the other 2 types of common grade poison. It was the one with the highest consumption. The poisonous mist environment was absolutely advantageous for those with the formation plate. Barring any surprises, you're the 1st place, right? What spiritual weapon did the secret realm give you? Su Mengran asked curiously. Just a toothpick. Jiang Chen said, feeling a bit embarrassed. What? A toothpick? Su Mengran looked at him as if he were joking. It really is a toothpick. Jiang Chen pulled out the low-grade spiritual weapon he had just received from his pocket. Su Mengran leaned in to take a closer look and was instantly speechless. The item was indeed correct. It was low-grade, and it was a spiritual weapon. But wasn't this a bit too small? She said, how can they start rewarding low-grade spiritual weapons in the 3rd round? The Xiantian sect is being a bit too generous. It seems they have misunderstood. At this moment, a few others who had changed their clothes also walked over. You must be the one who got the low-grade spiritual weapon in the 3rd round. One young man looked Jiang Chen up and down. With your strength, do you really deserve a treasure like a low-grade spiritual weapon? I'm willing to offer 10,000 low-grade spiritual stones to buy the low-grade spiritual weapon you just obtained. This way, you can avoid a lot of trouble, Su Jingyan said expressionlessly from the side. 10,000 low-grade spiritual stones? Jiang Chen's eyes lit up, and he quickly handed over the toothpick in his hand. Here, this low-grade spiritual weapon is yours. Su Jingyan frowned. Are you kidding me? Where's the low-grade spiritual weapon? Isn't it right here in my hand? Jiang Chen raised the toothpick in front of Su Jingyan, shaking it to make sure he saw it. See? This is the low-grade spiritual weapon rewarded in the third round, absolutely genuine. If you don't believe me, we can go out and have it appraised by the Artifact Refiners Association. Su Jingyan stared at the toothpick in Jiang Chen's hand for a while, then gasped and quickly changed his tune. Sorry, I take back what I just said. Hey, that's not fair. What about the promised 10,000 low-grade spiritual stones? So many people heard it. Jiang Chen was not pleased. Su Jingyan, as a young master of the Su family, can't you even come up with 10,000 low-grade spiritual stones? Su Mengran said with a smirk, joining in the teasing. I just remembered that I spent several thousand low-grade spiritual stones at an auction before coming out this time, so I don't have the money to buy this low-grade spiritual weapon now. Su Jingyan could only grit his teeth and say, a low-grade spiritual weapon is certainly not something that can be obtained for just 10,000 low-grade spiritual stones. But if it's a toothpick, that's a different story. If his family found out he used 10,000 low-grade spiritual stones and ended up bringing back a toothpick, he would definitely get a beating. A mixed-gender double-team beating at that. Just a few thousand low-grade spirit stones will do. I can offer credit here. With your Su family status, I'm not afraid you'll default. Just give me a few thousand as a deposit, and this low-grade spirit tool will be yours. Jiang Chen said cheerfully. No, I don't have any spirit stones on me. Su Jingyan's face turned a deep shade of liver color. He really didn't expect a spirit tool as thin as a toothpick. After this experience, he would never be so impulsive again. He had to see the goods before discussing the price. Watching Su Jingyan desperately making excuses, Su Mengran could hardly contain her laughter. It seems your low-grade spirit tool won't be sold after all. You might as well keep it as a memento, at least. Someone offered 10,000 low-grade spirit stones to buy it. Su Mengran chuckled lightly. Alas, what a pity. Jiang Chen had no choice but to put the toothpick back in his pocket. Just then, a voice devoid of emotion echoed again in the secret realm. Welcome to the 4th level. This level mainly tests your talent in alchemy. You may freely choose a jade slip, and then use the materials and alchemy furnace in the room to refine the medicine recorded in the jade slip. The first 3 to successfully refine the medicine will advance to the final level. You have 5 minutes to choose your jade slips. Upon hearing this, Jiang Chen looked at Su Mengran. Alas, I should be able to get eliminated directly in this round. I won't bother with martial skills anymore. Just reaching the 4th level is already my best effort. From here on, it's all up to you. He wouldn't be able to refine pills anyway. He believed that in this round, no one would be Su Mengran's opponent. Speaking of which, he hadn't been much help in this trip to the 37th secret realm. He wouldn't take any rewards. After all, low-level martial skills didn't enhance him. He would just practice the earth-shattering thunder palm honestly. Although it was a bit over the top, the effect was still quite good. As soon as Jiang Chen finished speaking, Su Mengran suddenly took out a scroll from her storage ring. Level 6 martial skill, star-shattering sword. Although it only has one move, are you sure you don't want it? Su Mengran held the scroll in one hand, looking at Jiang Chen leisurely. Level 6 martial skill? Jiang Chen's eyes widened suddenly. Damn! Su Mengran had such good stuff in her hands. This is just unfair. Forget it, I can't force you. Su Mengran was just about to put the scroll away when Jiang Chen suddenly stepped forward and grabbed her hand. Su Mengran's face flushed, but she found Jiang Chen's grip was very strong. She couldn't break free. It's okay, even though I can't refine medicine, I can learn it on the spot. Trust me, I can definitely make it into the top 3. After saying that, Jiang Chen rushed towards the shelf where the jade slips were placed, ready to pick a simple medicine to try first. He didn't know how to refine medicine, but he understood the principles. For beginners, it was definitely better to choose recipes with fewer materials. So when Jiang Chen chose the jade slip, he didn't look at anything else, just focused on which jade slip had the least materials. Because Jiang Chen's voice wasn't low just now, many people knew he couldn't refine medicine. Did I hear wrong? This guy is planning to learn alchemy on the spot? Haha, he even claims he'll make it into the top 3. Even the heads of the Alchemist Association wouldn't dare to boast like that. Not knowing how to refine medicine and coming to this secret realm is just wasting a spot. It would be better to exchange it for money. From the rewards of the secret realm, it was clear that the content of this secret realm was definitely related to alchemy. One could tell just by thinking about it. Not knowing how to refine medicine meant he was just a delivery boy. Before the secret realm opened, the entry quota for the 37th secret realm had already been inflated to several million. Exchanging it for money would at least yield some income. Jiang Chen ignored the discussions around him. When the 5 minutes were up, he successfully found a recipe that only required 3 types of materials. The recipe actually recorded the refining method. The steps were simply to purify the materials and then combine them in order to form the pill. It looked quite simple. The content is understandable even for elementary school students. Next, it's just practical operation. With more practice, one will surely become familiar with it. Jiang Chen rolled up his sleeves, then let's get started. For the 6th level martial arts, he was all in. Jiang Chen found 3 types of medicinal materials in the room according to the content in the jade slip. Moreover, he prepared 10 portions of each. Once everyone had their materials ready, that emotionless voice continued to sound. Next is the refining stage. You all have 2 hours for refining. Although the shorter the refining time, the more bonus points you will receive, the final score will still be based on the quality of the elixir. Hearing this, Jiang Chen breathed a sigh of relief. At least there were 2 hours. Refining 3 types of medicinal materials should only take about 10 minutes. Jiang Chen, what elixir are you planning to refine? Su Mengran, who had chosen a refining furnace right next to Jiang Chen, turned to ask while organizing her materials. Let me take a look. Jiang Chen picked up the jade slip and glanced at it. It seems to be called the jade armor pill, which should increase defense, and it only requires 3 types of medicinal materials to refine. Su Mengran suddenly fell silent. What's wrong? Jiang Chen said proudly, am I not smart for choosing the simplest one? Su Mengran didn't know what to say for a moment. The jade armor pill indeed only required 3 types of materials for refining. But the difficulty of refining was surprisingly high. This was a higher grade elixir than the spirit nourishing pill. How could the difficulty be reduced just because it only required 3 types of materials? Forget it. She decided not to tell Jiang Chen. She didn't expect him to help her pass the level anyway. She just wanted to test whether there was anything he was hiding from himself. It seemed that this guy was really a novice in alchemy. Let him play by himself. As long as he was happy. Jiang Chen was unaware of Su Mengran's thoughts. Looking at the medicinal materials in front of him, he was very serious. The first step should be to purify the materials. That would require 3 steps. First, ignite the fire, then put the medicinal materials into the refining furnace, and finally take out the purified liquid. Simple. Jiang Chen studied the refining furnace for a bit, then activated the formation inside. A spark of fire immediately lit up. First, purify the jade leafgrass. Jiang Chen selected from the 3 types of herbs, jade leafgrass, this one. Jiang Chen took out a semi-transparent herb from a pile of medicinal materials. Seeing the fire in the refining furnace was strong, he directly threw the jade leafgrass inside. As soon as the jade leafgrass hit the bottom of the furnace, it turned into a pool of liquid in just a few seconds. So fast? Jiang Chen hurriedly added the 2nd type of herb. Suddenly, there was a loud explosion. The refining furnace instantly blew up. What the hell? It exploded? The young man on Jiang Chen's left was startled. Just an accident. Jiang Chen chuckled awkwardly. Damn it, my purification has failed because of you. The young man snorted coldly and had to clean out the refining furnace and start over. But not 2 minutes later, another loud bang echoed in his ears. This time, it nearly deafened him. What are you doing? The young man stared at the black residue in his alchemy furnace, nearly going mad. The 2 herbs he had just refined were perfect. But then, with that explosion, everything was ruined. Brother, you can't blame me for this. Since the 4th round requires us to refine medicine in the same room, it means this is part of the test. Jiang Chen pointed at the others. Look around, who besides you was affected by this little commotion? It shows you still need to train your temperament. Little commotion? Are you sure this is a little commotion? The young man widened his eyes. After all this, was it really his fault? Brother, calm down. We're in an exam, can you respect the rules of the testing ground? Jiang Chen thought this guy's mental endurance was really lacking. It's normal for alchemy and forging to have explosions. Everyone was in the same room. Being affected by each other was something that should have been anticipated. But to be honest, this big brother didn't take it well. I'll warn you one last time. If you can't refine medicine, just stay quietly on the side. If you disturb me again, I won't be polite. The young man cracked his fingers and glared at Jiang Chen with a threatening look before going to prepare another herb. Jiang Chen didn't take the threat to heart. Looking at the already charred alchemy furnace, he sighed helplessly. He didn't expect alchemy to be harder than he imagined. He had been very careful in controlling the heat. Yet, failure came again and again. It seemed he could only try the universal synthesis platform. Everyone was competing based on individual ability. Su Jingyan and Su Mengran, with their conditions, even used various flame aids. What was wrong with him using a synthesis platform? It was just a normal auxiliary method. As long as the elixir could be refined, the process wasn't that important. Jiang Chen opened the synthesis platform inside the alchemy furnace and added the jade leaf grass and golden thread grass. Do you want to synthesize jade leaf grass plus golden thread grass? Looking at the system's synthesis prompt, Jiang Chen thought for a moment and moved the jade leaf grass to the decomposition column. Do you want to decompose jade leaf grass? Decompose. Jade leaf grass has been decomposed. Congratulations on obtaining jade leaf grass essence. Jade leaf grass essence, 100% pure jade leaf grass, can be further processed into various medicines. Seeing the decomposition result, Jiang Chen's eyes lit up. It really had to rely on decomposition. If two different herbs were synthesized, it was unlikely to produce an elixir but rather a new herb containing the properties of both. But he didn't need a new herb right now, he just needed the purified liquid. In that case, he just needed to decompose all three herbs. Then, he could add the liquid into the alchemy furnace in order to condense the elixir. Wouldn't the jade armor pill be refined? With that thought, Jiang Chen immediately decomposed the golden thread grass and horn fruit as well. After obtaining 3 types of liquid, he reignited the alchemy furnace. Finally, following the fusion order in the jade slip, he added the liquids one by one. After a few minutes, a fresh jade armor pill was produced. Jiang Chen took the elixir out to check. He found the pill quite round, but the color was a bit dark, and it had a slightly burnt smell. However, it wasn't a big problem. At least it was a successful pill. Noticing the commotion from Jiang Chen's side, Su Mengran looked over in surprise. Is this really your first time refining medicine? Although it seemed he didn't quite master the heat, since he could successfully condense the pill, it meant the elixir was consumable, though the effects might have slight deviations. But from Jiang Chen's earlier actions, he seemed like a complete novice. Could it be that she had discovered a genius in alchemy? Jiang Chen placed the elixir aside and thought seriously. To be precise, it's not my first time. Not your first time? Su Mengran was slightly taken aback. Hearing Jiang Chen's meaning, had he been in contact with alchemy before? That would explain it. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to refine the jade armor pill on his first try. Then, wouldn't the years she spent learning be equivalent to a waste? Adding the 2 previous failures, this should be the 3rd time, right? At this moment, Jiang Chen completed the sentence. Su Mengran instantly fell silent. Jiang Chen knew that relying solely on this failed pill, it was definitely impossible to make it into the top 3. But at least there was hope now. With more practice, he would surely become more skilled. Jiang Chen cleaned the alchemy furnace a bit and restarted the formation at the bottom of the furnace. After that, flames appeared. He opened the synthesis platform again and continued to decompose the medicinal materials. To outsiders, it looked like he was just adding herbs to the alchemy furnace, but in reality, he was placing items into the decomposition section. The alchemy furnace and flames became the perfect disguise. He had even thought of how to fulfill the second condition of the universal pass. Isn't it just about becoming a master in a certain field? Easy peasy. As time passed, Jiang Chen refined a total of 10 jade armor pills. The color of the jade armor pills gradually changed from pitch black to light black, dark gray, grayish white, beige, light white, pure white, and jade white. The progress was visibly obvious. Jiang Chen placed the last refined jade armor pill into the synthesis platform for identification. First grade jade armor pill. After consumption, a layer of jade armor will form on the surface of the body for 20 minutes. Looking at the identification result, Jiang Chen nodded in satisfaction. The first jade armor pill he refined could only last for less than half a minute. Now it could last for 20 minutes. The improvement in efficacy was evident. The key point was that the medicinal liquid processed through the decomposition section was 100% purified. Just this alone gave him enough advantage to refine a decent pill, even as a novice. Just then, the alchemy furnace in front of everyone suddenly sank into the floor's interlayer along with its base. What appeared instead was a formation with a groove. Time for refining is up. Please place your pills in the center of the formation, and we will determine the top 3 of this assessment. That familiar voice rang out. Jiang Chen took out the jade white pill and placed it in the groove at the center of the formation. The formation immediately began to rotate. Moments later, everyone's test results came out. This time, the first place is the Jade Armor pill, the second place is the Extreme Intent pill, and the third place is the Purple Thunder pill. Congratulations to the three for successfully entering the fifth round. Listening to the voice echoing in the secret realm, everyone present, except for Jiang Chen, was dumbfounded. Jade Armor pill? The first place is actually this kid's Jade Armor pill? The young man next to Jiang Chen had a face full of disbelief. Aren't you supposed to be unable to refine pills at all? Sigh. Jiang Chen sighed and said, what can I do? Who told me I'm a genius? Jiang Chen's face was calm and his heart steady. These guys were using all sorts of auxiliary agents and enhancement talismans. Was it against the rules for him to use the synthesis platform? That didn't make sense. In the end, he had at least personally crafted the elixir. In just over an hour, he could learn to condense the elixir. This showed he had potential, right? But to be honest, he didn't really want to take first place. He simply didn't understand the level of the others. He could only do his best. Otherwise, if he didn't make it into the top 3, what would happen to his 6th level martial skills? Right now, nothing was more important than the 6th level martial skills. The second place Extreme Intent pill was refined by Su Mengran. The Extreme Intent pill is a type of elixir that can temporarily enhance comprehension and observation. The difficulty of refining it is not much lower than that of the Jade Armor pill. Originally, Su Mengran was quite satisfied with her performance today. But looking at the elixir in the center of the formation, she couldn't help but fall into self-doubt. The elixir she practiced was actually outdone by the one refined by Jiang Chen? Was it that Jiang Chen's talent was too high, or was she just too inexperienced? Su Mengran had high talent in all aspects and a strong learning ability. Today was the first time she felt a sense of defeat. She even lost some interest in the final reward. She always felt she had chosen the wrong profession. After returning, should she try switching to weapon refining and talisman crafting? At that moment, Jiang Chen, Su Mengran, and Su Jingyan were all enveloped in a familiar golden light. The eliminated few were surrounded by white light. As the teleportation activated, the next second, the three of them appeared on a circular platform. This platform floated in mid-air, surrounded by countless stars. In the center of the platform was a box half the height of a person, with a small hole on top. Just as Jiang Chen was about to lean in to see what was inside the box, a voice devoid of any emotion rang out. Again. Congratulations to the three of you for reaching the 5th challenge. The content of this challenge is very simple. You need to select a pill from this wooden box in front of you, and then determine what kind of pill it is, and its specific effects based on its appearance and smell. Once you have your answer, just state it. The more detailed your answer, the higher your score. In case of a tie, there will be a tiebreaker. The assessment starts now. Beginning with the first place from the previous round. After hearing the introduction to the challenge, Su Mengran breathed a sigh of relief. It was just a theoretical knowledge test. That was definitely a sure win. Su Jingyan was also full of confidence. Before coming to this secret realm, he had crammed a lot of knowledge about pills. It was no exaggeration to say that all the pill data in the Alchemist Association's inventory was now stored in his brain. He was sure to win this round. At most, he would tie with Su Mengran. And there would still be a tiebreaker. He didn't have to worry at all. If I'm going first, then I won't hold back. Jiang Chen rubbed his nose, then stepped forward and reached into the wooden box, rummaging for a while before pulling out a jade box. Next was Su Mengran. Finally, it was Su Jingyan. However, when they saw the pills in their hands, their expressions instantly changed. What kind of pill is this? I've never seen it before. Su Jingyan looked at the semi-transparent pill in his hand, which even emitted a faint red mist, his tone filled with panic. Have you read so much that your brain has gone dull? Su Mengran glanced at Su Jingyan lightly. This is clearly a pill from the myriad worlds. It's normal for us not to understand it. A pill from the myriad worlds? Su Jingyan's face turned even worse. Are you kidding me? How could I possibly know about pills from the myriad worlds, let alone name the pill and its effects? Isn't that asking too much? Su Mengran didn't answer but carefully observed the pill in her hand. Although she also didn't understand the pills from the myriad worlds. They were all starting from the same line. She needed to quickly identify if there were any familiar components in the pill to deduce its effects. That was the only way forward. Even if I can't guess it exactly, being able to name one or two medicinal ingredients should still count for something. During the conversation between Su Mengran and Su Jingyan, Jiang Chen had already identified the elixir in the jade box using the synthesis platform. Now, as long as he provides the answer, the game can be declared over immediately. However, if he takes first place, there will definitely be trouble once he goes out. After thinking for a moment, Jiang Chen took out paper and pen, wrote down the information about the elixir, and then stuffed it back into the jade box. Let's switch. Jiang Chen handed the jade box to Su Mengran. After all, he wasn't here for the final reward. Getting the martial skill he wanted as soon as possible was the biggest improvement for him. What do you mean? Su Mengran frowned. Just switch with me, why so much nonsense? Jiang Chen directly snatched the elixir from Su Mengran's hand and stuffed the jade box into her arms. Su Mengran was about to say something, but she found a note inside the jade box. Confused, she opened the box, took out the note, and her pupils immediately constricted. How did you? Su Mengran quickly looked up at Jiang Chen, but considering that Su Jingyan was not far away, she didn't finish her sentence, though the shock in her eyes didn't diminish at all. Stop with the nonsense, where's the 6th level martial skill I wanted? Jiang Chen reached out. Wait a moment. Su Mengran put the note into her storage ring and then took out the scroll. Before I give you the martial skill, I need to remind you that this sword technique has extremely strong destructive power, so it's best to practice it in an open area. Don't worry. Jiang Chen eagerly took the scroll. The first thing he did was, of course, to verify the authenticity of the scroll using the synthesis platform. First style of the Shattering Star Sword. 6th level martial skill condenses spiritual power into a point, causing immense destructive power. After cultivating sword intent, its power doubles, often capable of killing enemies of a higher level, rarity, 18 stars. After reading the identification result, Jiang Chen was very satisfied. Su Mengran hadn't tricked him. This sword technique was not only high in level but also high in rarity. This indicated that among martial skills of the same level, the Shattering Star Sword's power was also top-notch. However, with his current limit of spiritual power, he was still unable to synthesize a 6th level martial skill. Otherwise, he could have tried to see if he could synthesize the complete Shattering Star Sword. I've won for sure. At that moment, Su Jingyan, not far away, suddenly burst into laughter. He didn't expect to be so lucky as to identify 2 types of medicinal ingredients. The key was that the effects of these 2 ingredients were quite similar. Thus, he could directly guess the effect of this elixir. I'm sorry, the final reward is mine. Su Jingyan looked proudly at Su Mengran and then said, I want to answer the question. After waiting for about 2 seconds, the emotionless voice sounded, alright, please state your answer. I'm not sure about the name of the pill, but it contains blood ginseng and white grass, so I guess this is a pill for replenishing chi and blood, or perhaps a healing medicine. After another 2 seconds, the voice said, congratulations, you have scored 30 points. Hearing this score, Su Jingyan clenched his fists tightly. He succeeded. Under the premise that everyone else was unfamiliar with these pills. 30 points was already equivalent to a full score. Su Mengran, don't waste everyone's time, this is just a game of luck, seeing who recognizes more herbs. Recognizing is recognizing, not. Recognizing is not recognizing. It won't help if you study a bit longer, you won't recognize 2 more herbs, just admit defeat quickly. Su Jingyan provocatively glanced at Su Mengran. I also want to answer. Su Mengran completely ignored Su Jingyan and said, looking up. Alright, please state your answer. The voice from above the secret realm sounded again. What I have in my hand is a 7-sun pill, which can only be used by spirit masters of the initial mirror. After taking it, it can directly elevate 2 small realms. Su Mengran stated the name of the pill and its specific effects. Su Jingyan's face stiffened. How is that possible? Su Mengran actually recognized this pill? She couldn't just be guessing. The next second, the voice resolved Su Jingyan's doubts. Congratulations, you have scored 100 points. Next, I will teleport you to the finish line to receive your deserved reward. Upon hearing this, a smile appeared on Su Mengran's face. She finally won. It seems bringing Jiang Chen in this time was the best choice she had made. No, I want to report. Su Jingyan's expression changed, suddenly shouting, these 2 have both into that giant tree, they stole things from the Xiantian gate, they should all be disqualified. Su Jingyan, what are you talking about? Su Mengran frowned. During the 3rd round, 2 masked men had indeed found her. They first searched her luggage and storage ring. They also told her that if she saw anyone who had been to the giant tree, she could report them at any time, and would be rewarded with a low-grade spirit tool. At that moment, her first reaction was that Jiang Chen must have been to the world tree. But she didn't know exactly what had happened. So she chose to remain silent. Who would have thought that now Su Jingyan wanted to drag her down with him? Jiang Chen was also in a bad mood. The secret realm. was about to end, and this guy was shouting to report him. If he had known, he should have sent him out in the earlier rounds. Humph. Su Jingyan snorted coldly. You know very well what I'm talking about. You were among the first to reach the base of the giant tree. If anyone has been to the giant tree, who else could it be but you? As soon as Su Jingyan finished speaking, a golden teleportation array appeared above the round platform. Then, 2 streams of light landed on the round platform. Who just said they wanted to report? The first masked man looked at Zhang Chen and the others. Su Jingyan quickly raised his hand, then ran to the 2 masked men, pointing at Su Mengran and Zhang Chen. They were the first to enter that abandoned city. If anyone has been to the giant tree, their suspicion is definitely the greatest. Su Mengran bit her lip, hesitating on how to speak. At this moment, Zhang Chen suddenly stepped forward and said, Kid, you're just trying to shift the blame. Clearly, it was you who wanted to go to that giant tree, and we desperately tried to stop you. How did it become that we wanted to go? Since they couldn't produce substantial evidence anyway. If he wanted to report, then let's report together. You're talking nonsense. Su Jingyan didn't expect Zhang Chen to have this trick. His mind went blank, and he didn't know how to respond. See, he's stuttering. He must be guilty. Zhang Chen looked at the 2 masked men. I'm not. Su Jingyan's face turned red. What's going on? The number 1 masked man furrowed his brows. Mask Master, what I say is absolutely true. In fact, I wanted to report him earlier, but due to this person's powerful background, I didn't dare to offend him, so I held back. Zhang Chen had a face full of enduring humiliation, and his tone was sincere. Powerful background? Upon hearing this, the number 3 masked man lowered his voice and said, if it's those few prominent families, they might have connections to the celestial realm. We could investigate them closely. That makes sense. The number 1 masked man nodded. It was almost certain that the one who could stealthily steal the core of the world tree was someone from the celestial realm. This way, the scope could be narrowed down. Because on Earth, only a few prominent families could have connections to the celestial realm. Although neither of these 2 men had presented substantial evidence, at least they provided a direction for their investigation. Seeing the 2 masked men whispering to each other, it seemed they had begun to believe Zhang Chen's words. Su Jingyan's face turned pale. They wouldn't really believe Zhang Chen's nonsense, would they? The people from the Shintian sect had personally come. The lost item must be of great importance. If they suspected the Su family, it would be a huge problem. Gentlemen, don't be fooled by him. If I had really been to the giant tree, why would I have called you over? Su Jingyan explained anxiously. You need not say more, we have our own judgment, the number 1 masked man said coldly. Zhang Chen didn't expect that with just a few casual words, these 2 masked men would believe him. He was only thinking that at most, everyone would be suspected together. After all, the core of the world tree was absolutely safe in his inventory. If he could drag a few more people down with him, it would help confuse the situation. Who knew that these 2 masked men had concocted a whole story in their minds? A few prominent families had directly become key suspects. All the words he had prepared afterward could be spared. Gentlemen, can I now go and collect my reward? Su Mengran reminded. You may. The number 3 masked man waved his hand, and Su Mengran instantly disappeared from the spot. You may also leave. The number 1 masked man's gaze fell on Zhang Chen and Su Jingyan. Zhang Chen felt a blur before his eyes. The next second, he found himself in the square outside the secret realm. Seeing Su Jingyan, Su Yang, and others, they immediately surrounded him. Jingyan, are you okay? Young master, did you get the reward? I heard the people from the Shintian sect have arrived. Didn't you talk to them? The family is taking this matter very seriously. Su Jingyan's face looked exceptionally grim. Listening to the chattering voices around him, he said with a stern face, Don't ask anything, I don't know anything. Back to the hotel. After saying that, Su Jingyan strode away from the square. Before leaving, Su Yang glanced at Zhang Chen. Why hadn't he noticed Su Mengran? Zhang Chen had come out with Su Jingyan, but there was no sign of Su Mengran. Could it be that a final reward was taken by Su Mengran? He thought to himself that was why Su Jingyan's face looked so bad. He had used several priceless treasures and ended up bringing nothing out. Now, even being scolded would be a light punishment. After Zhang Chen came out, he automatically shielded the surrounding environment. The first thing he did was check the items in his inventory. This time, he had quite a harvest. In addition to the world tree core, spatial fragments, law fragments, and materials for synthesizing blood-sucking vines, he also obtained a low-grade spiritual tool toothpick and a scroll of 6th-level martial skill, the star-shattering sword. Before entering, he had only thought about being a bystander. He didn't expect to have so many unexpected gains. Now, he certainly had a lot to do. Once he returned, he would organize the items in his hands. He would synthesize what needed to be synthesized and upgrade what needed to be upgraded. He would also prepare for the start of school. Additionally, he had developed a new use for the synthesis platform. He was seriously considering a secondary profession. The synthesis platform was definitely an essential tool. Initially, he hadn't considered a secondary profession. However, to obtain a pass to the myriad worlds, in addition to reaching the 6th tier of cultivation, he also needed to become a master or a celebrity in a certain field. Whether it was alchemy, weapon forging, or talisman making, he had to choose one to specialize in. There was certainly no sentiment involved. All of this was just for a certificate. Jiang Qin did not wait for Su Mengran to come out, nor did he look for Tao Shiling. After leaving the square, he directly took a taxi back to school. When he entered the dormitory, Jiang Chen found two strangers sitting in the living room. Hearing the noise, they looked towards the door. "Who are you?" one of the boys with glasses asked, stunned. "I know. This must be Jiang Chen that Brother Xia mentioned," the other slightly chubby boy said enthusiastically. "Hello, we just arrived at the dormitory. These past few days, we are all freshmen." Hello." Jiang Chen simply greeted them, then changed his shoes at the door and took his luggage back to his room. "Pretty aloof." The glasses boy pouted. "Brother Xia said Jiang Chen is amazing, relying on divination, he earned a training room worth over 100 million from the Ren family's young master, and he even has a chance to get a pass to the myriad worlds." Fong Tao said enviously. "Is that called earning?" "That's called cheating." Du Shixin's eyes flashed with sarcasm. "In this world, there is no such thing as foreknowledge. It's all a scam. If Ren Fong could be deceived, it just shows how high Jiang Chen's cheating skills are." Anyway, he didn't believe in any divination. Jiang Chen returned to his room and locked the doors and windows. Then he took out the items he wanted to synthesize this time. At the same time, he prepared a small pile of spirit stones. Now he was completely not lacking in spirit stones. This time he earned several hundred spirit stones from the 37th secret realm, and after buying the mutated blood-sucking vine roots, he still had over 100 low-grade spirit stones left. Adding the original 500, that made over 600 low-grade spirit stones. Enough for him to synthesize items over 1,000 times. Let's upgrade the spatial treasure first. Jiang Chen originally planned to use the storage ring obtained from the Sea Monster Festival ruins to upgrade the spatial treasure. But he found that the storage ring was quite convenient to use. Whether it was for disguising the inventory or the spatial treasure, it was a very good choice. Now that he had obtained higher-level synthesis materials, he could save the storage ring. Jiang Chen added the spatial treasure in spatial fragments to the synthesis platform, and the system immediately popped up a prompt. "Do you want to upgrade the spatial treasure?" "Yes." "Spatial treasure upgrade successful, congratulations on obtaining a spirit-level spatial treasure." Spirit-level spatial treasure, after refining, it can be integrated into the Sea of Consciousness. Once the spirit-level space merges with the Sea of Consciousness, one can become the master of the spirit-level space, able to grasp the situation of the space at any time and teleport to any place within the space. Spirit-level space? Master? Seeing these two words, Jiang Chen's eyes lit up. Awesome! A piece of spatial fragment actually upgraded the spatial treasure to spirit level. The key is that after refining, it can also be integrated into the Sea of Consciousness. In this way, the spatial treasure could also become something similar to an item slot, without worrying about being discovered by anyone. Jiang Chen took out the spatial treasure, eager to check the internal situation. However, upon looking, his expression froze on his face. The space, which was originally dozens of square meters, had turned into about 10,000 square meters. The increase was not small. But ultimately, 10,000 square meters is only slightly larger than a football field. A spirit-level space the size of a football field. What a joke! Could it be that the level of the spatial fragments was too high, but the quantity was too low? So it only increased. The level of the space and the area didn't increase much? Jiang Chen couldn't figure out the reason and could only temporarily bury his doubts in his heart. Let's refine the spatial treasure first. Jiang Chen picked up the spatial treasure and began to infuse it with spiritual power. For refinement. This process didn't take long. As the refinement progressed, his sense of control over the space grew stronger. The moment the refinement was successful, the spatial treasure automatically merged into his body and entered his sea of consciousness. After completely Refining the spatial treasure, the feeling was completely different from before. He could sense everything happening in the space at any time and could instantly move to any place within the space. If before he only had the right to use the spatial treasure, now he had completely gained control over it. Next, let's synthesize the blood-sucking vine. Jiang Chen took out the 4th-tier blood-sucking vine and separately retrieved a mutated blood-sucking vine stem. Just from the appearance, one would never guess they were the same species. Fortunately, he had brought enough healing medicine this time. He exchanged for several hundred mutated blood-sucking vine stems. That should be enough for a long time. Jiang Chen added the 4th-tier blood-sucking vine and the mutated blood-sucking vine stem into the universal synthesis platform at the same time. Do you want to synthesize the 4th-tier blood-sucking vine plus mutated blood-sucking vine stem? Synthesize. 4th-tier blood-sucking vine plus mutated blood-sucking vine stem synthesized. Congratulations on obtaining the mutated 4th-tier blood-sucking vine. Mutated 4th-tier blood-sucking vine. Recognized master. A mutated blood-sucking vine that has been tamed, can control its actions with thought, can temporarily enter a frenzied state. Attack methods: strangulation, blood-sucking, slight toxicity, soul capture. To use soul capture, sufficient necromantic energy is required. Mutated characteristics: corrosion LV1, regeneration LV1. The level hasn't changed? Jiang Chen was taken aback for a moment, then quickly figured out the reason. Even for ordinary blood-sucking vines, the vines and the main body are completely different divisions of strength. This method of strength division should also apply to the mutated blood-sucking vine. A strong main body does not mean that other parts are also strong. The solution is simple. Just resynthesize the mutated blood-sucking vine stem separately, just like when he synthesized the vines back then. With this in mind, Jiang Chen took out 2 mutated blood-sucking vine stems and added them to the synthesis platform. Do you want to synthesize the mutated blood-sucking vine stem? Synthesize. Mutated blood-sucking vine stem synthesized. Congratulations on obtaining a 1st-tier mutated blood-sucking vine stem. 1st-tier mutated blood-sucking vine stem can recognize a master. A mutated blood-sucking vine stem that has been tamed can control its actions with thought. Mutated characteristics: corrosion LV1, regeneration LV1. This can also recognize a master? Jiang Chen raised an eyebrow and immediately took out the mutated blood-sucking vine stem. He dripped a drop of blood on it, wanting to test the power of the mutated blood-sucking vine stem. After the blood was absorbed, he immediately gained control. With a thought, Jiang Chen directed the mutated blood-sucking vine stem to crawl towards the window. But the next scene almost made him sick. The mutated blood-sucking vine stem wriggled its plump body. Not only did it crawl slowly, but every movement resembled a long, fat worm. The mucus, continuously oozing from the severed end, further corroded the floor, creating several large holes. Jiang Chen quickly put the 1st-level mutated blood-sucking vine root back into the synthesis platform. This thing looks too inhumane. It's better to just use it as a synthesis material. Jiang Chen used a spirit stone to restore his spiritual power and continued to place the mutated blood-sucking vine stem into the synthesis platform, step by step synthesizing it to the 4th tier. 4th tier. Mutated blood-sucking vine stem has recognized its master, can be controlled by thought after being tamed. Mutated characteristics: corrosion LV4, regeneration LV4. At this point, the 4th tier mutated blood-sucking vine stem could be further synthesized with the 4th tier blood-sucking vine. Although both types of blood-sucking vines carried the word mutated, there were subtle differences between them. The root stem of the mutated blood-sucking vine had very singular characteristics, only corrosion and regeneration. Fortunately, these 2 mutated characteristics could be upgraded as the level increased. The power later on should not be underestimated. Otherwise, with the size and speed of the mutated blood-sucking vine stem, if it wanted to attack an enemy, by the time it crawled into position, the enemy would have long since fled. In comparison, the vine was much more useful. It was fast, had many skills, and had decent concealment. Moreover, it could synthesize with anything. Its inclusiveness was excellent. Next, it was time to see if these 2 blood-sucking vines could be upgraded after synthesis. Synthesize mutated 4th tier blood-sucking vine plus 4th tier mutated blood-sucking vine stem. Synthesize. Mutated 4th tier blood-sucking vine plus 4th tier mutated blood-sucking vine stem has been synthesized. Congratulations on obtaining a mutated 5th tier blood-sucking vine. Mutated 5th tier blood-sucking vine has recognized its master. A mutated blood-sucking vine after being tamed can be controlled by thought, can briefly enter a frenzied state. Attack methods: strangulation, Bloodsucking, slight toxicity, soul capture. To use soul capture, sufficient necromantic energy is required. Mutated characteristics, corrosion LV5, regeneration LV5. Looking at the synthesis result, Jiang Chen was very satisfied. The blood-sucking bind could continue to upgrade and had gained 2 more mutated characteristics. After spending so many spirit stones and healing potions, it was finally not a waste. Just then, Jiang Chen heard Xia Zhenghao's voice outside. Did you say Jiang Chen is back? Damn, I just happened to have something urgent to find him. As soon as Xia Zhenghao's words fell, a series of knocks sounded on Jiang Chen's door. Jiang Chen, hurry up and open the door. I have something very important to discuss with you, Xia Zhenghao shouted at the door. Jiang Chen put everything away, walked over and opened the door, finding the other 3 people from the dormitory outside. What's the matter? Jiang Chen asked Xia Zhenghao. Jiang Chen, you finally came back. Xia Zhenghao breathed a sigh of relief and then excitedly said, you have no idea, the training puppets in Rin Feng's training room are so advanced, so intelligent. I stayed in the training room for a week, and I felt mentally and physically refreshed, and my motivation for cultivation has increased. So? Jiang Chen didn't quite understand what Xia Zhenghao meant. The training room in Rin Feng was filled with high-quality items, and even the training puppets were made of excellent materials. But whether they were as intelligent as Xia Zhenghao said, he wasn't very sure. What I mean is, can you sell me one of the puppets? I know you like spirit stones, and I'm willing to buy it with spirit stones. Xia Zhenghao said earnestly. Sure. Jiang Chen nodded. I don't need 3 training puppets, so I'll sell you one for 100. Low-grade spirit stones. 100 low-grade spirit stones? Hearing Jiang Chen's offer, Du Shixin, who was watching the excitement from behind, exclaimed in shock. 100 low-grade spirit stones was 10 million dragon coins. Moreover, it was said that spirit stones were scarce in the market now, and a low-grade spirit stone could often be worth 2 to 300,000. What kind of training puppet could be worth tens of millions? That's too exaggerated. Xia Zhenghao hesitated for a moment upon hearing the price. However, after thinking it over, he gritted his teeth and agreed, deal. Upon hearing this, Du Shixin and Feng Tao exchanged glances. Xia Zhenghao really agreed? This was simply a case of one daring to sell and the other daring to buy. The world of the rich was beyond their understanding. Alright, Jiang Chen glanced at his phone. It's still early, I'm just about to go to the training room, why don't you come with me? Sure. Xia Zhenghao returned the room card to Jiang Chen and then the 2 left the dormitory together. Should we go and take a look? Feng Tao suggested. What a coincidence, I was thinking the same thing. Du Shixin said in a low voice. Didn't Xiaoge say that Jiang Chen's training room is available for rent? We could rent it for 2 days to see if it's really that useful. Then what are we waiting for? Let's go. Feng Tao said eagerly. Jiang Chen and Xia Zhenghao arrived at the training room. As soon as they opened the door, a training puppet rushed towards them. Jiang Chen frowned. Could it be that the puppet infused with a remnant soul had gone out of control? Just as he was about to take action, Xia Zhenghao suddenly opened his arms. Immediately, the puppet pounced into Xia Zhenghao's embrace. Seeing this scene, several question marks appeared in Jiang Chen's mind. He didn't quite understand. How could Xia Zhenghao be hugging a training puppet? Isn't the puppet meant to be beaten up? What kind of situation is this, with such affection? Sigh. Xia Zhenghao sighed helplessly, then looked at Jiang Chen and said, you see, it can't leave me, it sticks to me every day, and I think it's quite cute, so I plan to take it back to the dormitory to raise it. Another row of question marks popped up in Jiang Chen's mind. Cute? Xia Zhenghao calls this iron lump cute? And wants to raise it in the dormitory. Oh heavens, can he take back what he just said? Suddenly, he didn't want to sell it anymore. I gave you the spirit stone on the way here, and I'm taking the little cutie with me. Xia Zhenghao affectionately took the training puppet's hand, not caring about its appearance, looking quite like a couple. But Jiang Chen wished he could poke his own eyes out. Little cutie? Damn! What is wrong with his roommate's brain? Does he have no bottom line at all? If it can be said that Jiang Chen had just a bit of regret for selling the training puppet to Xia Zhenghao, now he was regretting so deeply that his insides felt twisted. What kind of stimulation had Xia Zhenghao received to develop feelings for a gender-ambiguous iron lump? He looked decent and came from a wealthy family. It wasn't like he couldn't find a girlfriend. Was it really necessary? Originally, such matters were someone else's freedom. But the key point was that it was he who sold it. Xia Zhenghao still had to keep it in the dormitory. What would that mean for him? Wouldn't he have to watch these two show off their affection every day? Oh heavens! Spare him! The last time he left school, he was still worried that Xia Zhanghao might be scared by this puppet. Who would have thought that not only was Xia Zhanghao not scared, but he also took a liking to it? It was simply absurd. Du Shixin and Feng Tao, who had just arrived, were also shocked by the scene before them. Weren't they here to buy a training puppet? How did it end up with hugs and hand-holding? And Xia Zhanghao's way of addressing the puppet, was it really not a mistake on their part? Jiang Chen calmed himself and said with a serious face, "You can take the training puppet, but it absolutely cannot stay in the dormitory." "Why?" Xia Zhanghao asked, puzzled. "Little cutie is very obedient, its intelligence is high, it can understand cultivation matters and communicate. Normally, it would be so lively in the dormitory." Jiang Chen didn't know whether to tell Xia Zhanghao that, given the age of the soul-capturing bell, the remnant soul sealed inside might be older than his grandmother's grandmother. Of course, it could also be his grandfather. But saying such things would be hard to explain. There were too many complications involved. With Xia Zhanghao's carefree personality, it was better that he knew nothing. After thinking for a moment, Jiang Chen turned to Du Shixin and Feng Tao. "What do you think, is this training puppet suitable for keeping in the dormitory?" Feng Tao hesitated and said, "Not really, the training puppet is better kept in the training room. Keeping it in the dormitory wouldn't be useful, and it would lose its original purpose." Exactly. Du Shixin nodded in agreement. If the dormitory gets damaged, it would cost a lot to repair. Hearing this, Jiang Chen felt a sense of relief. It seemed that there were still many people with normal values. Du Shixin and Feng Tao clearly understood that this kind of inappropriate relationship was wrong. Whatever Xia Zhanghao did privately was fine, but at least he shouldn't flaunt it in front of them. It was truly an eyesore. But just then, Xia Zhanghao suddenly patted his chest. "Don't worry about the damages, I'll cover it all. Also, I can give each of you 5 million, just consider it as my little cuties. Accommodation fee. 5 million? Du Shixin and Feng Tao's eyes lit up. "Xia Ge, you're too generous. Between brothers, why talk about money?" Feng Tao immediately changed his attitude. Yeah, 5 million is too much. Just a casual 3 to 5 million would be enough, Du Shixin chimed in. Jiang Chen. These two shameless guys were bought off for 5 million? Where were their principles? Where was their integrity? Jiang Chen, I see you've realized the special nature of this training puppet, so I'll add another 100 low-grade spirit stones for you. We can't let you be at a loss, can we? Xia Zhanghao said generously. Oh, that's fine. Jiang Chen nodded. It seems Xia Zhanghao was determined to take this training puppet away. He couldn't just snatch away someone's happiness. Items processed through the universal synthesis platform would be subject to certain restrictions. Keeping it in the dormitory would allow him to monitor it a bit. Those 100 low-grade spirit stones could be considered a reward for his efforts. After receiving Jiang Chen's permission, Xia Zhanghao happily paid the money and then took his little cutie away. Du Shixin and Feng Tao, having received their money, happily agreed to go spend it on a certain street in the Magic City. It was a happy ending for everyone. When everyone had left, Jiang Chen walked alone into the training room. He took out the scroll recording the Shattered Star Sword. In fact, he had already looked at the contents of the scroll on the way back. The essence of the Shattered Star Sword could be summed up in 2 words: concentrate. Gather the spiritual power into a single point to unleash greater strength. He had even figured out how to use the toothpick spiritual tool. Now, he just wanted to experiment and see if his idea was feasible. Jiang Chen casually took out an F-grade alloy longsword he had found in the Sea Monster Festival ruins from his inventory and began to concentrate his internal spiritual power onto the longsword according to the martial technique. The process went relatively smoothly. However, the trouble was that once the spiritual power was gathered, it was difficult to maintain stability. Before Jiang Chen could swing the longsword, the spiritual power began to dissipate. At this rate, by the time his long sword struck the enemy, it would be quite good if it could exert even 1/10 of its initial power. But this was not a game after all. Learning a 6th-level martial technique naturally required some time. In the following days, Jiang Chen spent almost all his time in the training room trying to successfully condense a Shattered Star Sword chi. It wasn't until the 5th day that he finally made some progress. This time, I will definitely succeed. Jiang Chen took a deep breath and infused his spiritual power into the long sword. Then, he swung the sword. The sword chi, condensed into a point, fell vertically onto the target in the training room. With a loud bang, a half-centimeter deep sword mark was left on the target. Not bad. Jiang Chen nodded in satisfaction. This time, he attacked the fifth target equivalent to the defense of a fifth-tier spiritual master or warrior. In other words, his half-baked sword technique could already injure a fifth-tier spiritual master or warrior. Jiang Chen was well aware that this was far from the shattered Star Sword's maximum power. The sword chi he had condensed could only retain about 60% of the spiritual power. But it was already quite effective. Of course, this was also related to his practice of the Lone Star technique, which had a purifying effect on spiritual power. Additionally, it was related to having taken the Divine Vein Pill. Otherwise, for an ordinary second-tier warrior, it would be impossible to injure a fifth-tier warrior or spiritual master with just a sword chi. By the way, let's try this. Jiang Chen's mind stirred as he took out a low-grade spiritual tool from his inventory. The reason he thought of this somewhat useless spiritual tool was that the more concentrated the spiritual power was when using the shattered star sword, the better the effect. And the toothpick spiritual tool just happened to be able to carry the sword chi of the shattered star sword. After all, it was a low-grade spiritual tool. Combined with the shattered star sword, it should be able to unleash powerful power. Jiang Chen focused intently on the toothpick in his hand, infusing it with spiritual power. Considering the small size of the toothpick spiritual tool, he had to infuse and condense at the same time. After failing more than 10 times, he finally managed to condense a bit of spiritual power successfully. Jiang Chen controlled his trembling hand and struggled to swing the sword chi from the toothpick. Boom! This time, the sword chi still struck the fifth target. The spiritual power had only condensed to 30%. But the target was directly cut in half. Looking at the scene before him, Jiang Chen felt both joy and heartache. The joy came from the fact that the toothpick spirit tool had found its job position and could finally be of some use. When he first received this toothpick, he couldn't express how disappointed he was. To put it bluntly, even if Su Jingyan had only offered a few thousand spirit stones, he would have been willing to sell it. Now, it seemed fortunate that the other party didn't fancy it. Paired with the shattered star sword, the spirit tool could definitely unleash unexpected effects. Good things should be kept for oneself. The heartache came from the fact that this training room had barely been used a few times before the target was damaged. Although the remaining half could still be used, it was naturally not as good as before, with a piece missing. Moreover, there was now a problem. The fifth target clearly couldn't withstand the attack from the spirit tool. Combined with the shattered star sword, he needed to continue testing to know the specific power of the spirit tool in conjunction with the shattered star sword. With this in mind, Jiang Chen decided to start testing with the strongest target. This way, he wouldn't risk breaking another target. He still needed to use this training room until he got the pass to the world of the heavens. Jiang Chen held the toothpick. Just by looking at his movements, one might think he was about to pick his teeth. It didn't matter, he could forego the flare. As long as he could win, that was enough. He liked this kind of weapon that could catch others off guard. Anyone who saw him holding a toothpick would never guess it was a low-grade spirit tool. That was the advantage. Jiang Chen rain-fused spiritual energy into the toothpick, condensing it to the limit before immediately unleashing the sword energy. The sword energy, sharp as a needle tip, transformed into a streak of light that struck the target. The target shook violently, leaving a faint mark on its surface. Seeing this mark, Jiang Chen gasped. If it could leave a mark on the 10th target, didn't that mean that combined with the spirit tool, the shattered star sword could even injure a 9th-tier powerhouse? Of course, the insight and observation skills of a 9th-tier powerhouse were far beyond what a low-tier martial artist could compare to, unless it was a group fight or a sneak attack. Otherwise, in a one-on-one situation or when there were few people around, the opponent would have the ability to evade such an attack. Being able to injure someone and being able to win were two different concepts. It was like a child fighting an adult. Even if the child had a weapon that could cause harm, it didn't mean they could injure the adult. This was the gap in strength, an insurmountable one. Nevertheless, Jiang Chen was very satisfied. His means of attack were not limited to just one. When he encountered a strong enemy, he could first unleash the Blood Sea Purgatory to invade the enemy's mind, then let the blood-sucking Vine, Shrimp Soldiers, Crab Generals, and Water Spirits interfere from the side. Finally, he would deliver a fatal blow. Perfect. Moreover, he had 10 types of divine powers, which were his strongest trump cards. Unfortunately, divine powers were all attribute spiritual powers and couldn't be used for martial techniques. Once his overall strength increased and his spiritual energy limit was sufficient, he could consider collecting some Spiritual techniques to synthesize. Currently, he had learned 2 martial techniques and 1 spiritual technique, the earth-shattering Thunder Palm, the Shattered Star Sword, and the Water Prison technique. With his spiritual energy limit, he couldn't continue to synthesize these martial techniques and spiritual techniques. So, to obtain better martial techniques and spiritual techniques, he still needed to continue improving his cultivation. Jiang Chen wiped the sweat off his face with a towel and then glanced at the phone beside him. September 1st, isn't today the start of school? Jiang Chen suddenly realized. He had been in the training room for the past few days and almost forgot about this matter. It seemed he was assigned to the Earth class? He hoped he could make it in time. Jiang Chen, wearing only a tank top, hurriedly rushed to the first grade Earth class. As soon as he entered the classroom, he saw a cute girl performing a spiritual technique on stage. This spiritual technique is called transformation. I can turn into many little animals. The cute girl had a little rabbit in her left hand and a little turtle in her right hand. Both little animals were lively, showing that she had already mastered her spiritual power very skillfully. The classroom was filled with praises. Xiaoya is amazing. She just graduated from high school and has already learned spiritual techniques. In wealthy families, it's not surprising to buy martial arts and spiritual techniques if they have the right channels, but being able to use them so skillfully shows she has practiced for quite some time. Magic City University is truly a hidden gem. I heard there are already people who are 6th tier warriors. I also heard that someone's mount is worth 20,000 low-grade spirit stones. Aren't you all talking about the same person? Senior Rin Feng, I saw him at school a couple of days ago, riding a silver frost lion. I wanted to take a picture with him, but unfortunately, I couldn't keep up with the speed of the silver frost lion. Taking a picture with Senior Rin Feng? What are you joking about? Even those in the Tian class might not have the qualifications to approach Senior Rin Feng. The classroom was bustling with excitement and joy. At that moment, Mi Xiaoya suddenly saw Jiang Chen standing at the door. She immediately put away her spiritual technique and walked over to Jiang Chen. You must be Jiang Chen, right? You didn't come this morning, and the teacher asked me to tell you that today is free activity. Starting tomorrow. We have outdoor training for a total of 7 days, so get your luggage ready and gather at the North Gate tomorrow morning. Mi Xiaoya said while curiously sizing up Jiang Chen. She had come to school relatively early but had heard many rumors about Jiang Chen. Whether it was driving a car into the beast fighting arena or sitting together with Rin Feng for a meal, it was enough to make everyone pay attention to him. Thank you, can I go back? Now? Jiang Chen asked. Don't be in such a hurry. Mi Xiaoya pulled Jiang Chen into the classroom. We've all introduced ourselves, and you're the only one left. Okay. Jiang Chen nodded helplessly, then walked up to the podium and briefly introduced himself. Hello, everyone, my name is Jiang Chen, I'm 18 years and 7 months old, from Spring City, my hobbies are. Before Jiang Chen could finish, he was interrupted by me. Xiaoya. That's not how you introduce yourself, no one wants to know your age, household registration, or hobbies. Everyone wants to know about your strength, the more detailed, the better. This is a great opportunity to showcase yourself, Mi Xiaoya whispered to Jiang Chen. Oh. Jiang Chen nodded. As for strength, I just became a 2nd-tier warrior, and there's nothing much else to say. He certainly wouldn't be foolish enough to reveal all his cards. In fact, he could break through to the 3rd tier at any time. He just hadn't had the time because he was busy practicing the star-shattering sword. However, even as a 2nd-tier warrior, he was already quite good in the Earth class. Ranking in the top 10 was definitely not a problem. After all, the school had recorded his results based on his strength during the college entrance examination. Now, it had more than doubled. Wow, you are already a 2nd-tier spirit master? After hearing Jiang Chen's self-introduction, Mi Xiaoya was surprised and covered her mouth. There were not many 2nd-tier spirit masters in their class, many 2nd and 3rd tier spirit masters were assigned to the Tian class. Those assigned to the D class mostly had poor talent. To put it bluntly, they relied on drugs to get there. Such people have limited potential, even if they can still rely on money later on. As their strength increases, low-grade pills become practically useless. High-grade pills require both money and channels to purchase. Pills above the 5th tier can't even be bought with dragon coins, most channels only accept spirit stones. This also leads to the fact that wanting to continuously rely on money to increase strength requires not only connections but also an extremely solid financial background. Only those deeply rooted noble families can achieve this. This should be enough, right? Jiang Chen looked at Mi Xiaoya and said, what about weapons? Have you learned any martial arts? What cultivation method are you practicing now? Mi Xiaoya asked curiously with her bright, lively eyes. Perhaps it was because the previous students in the D class all introduced themselves like this. Mi Xiaoya didn't think there was anything wrong with her words. The other students in the D class also looked at Jiang Chen with curiosity. I heard this person is the top scorer in the college entrance examination from Spring City. How could the top scorer be assigned to the D class? That doesn't make sense. He is a student from the outer city, you heard it right. A student from the outer city has only above average talent, and since he didn't become a second-tier warrior during the college entrance exam, it's too late for him to break through now. It's really strange, a student from the outer city can become the top scorer in the college entrance exam. The quality of students in Spring City isn't that great. Such people are rare, it takes decades to find one. This kid is just lucky. Xiaoya doesn't know how to give him some face. What good weapon can a poor student from the outer city have? Let alone martial arts and cultivation methods, most of us haven't learned them either. Where would he, an outer city student, go to learn? Although there were a dozen or 20 outer city students who got into Magic City University this year, most were assigned to the Xian class and Huang class. The Tian class and D class were mostly made up of students from well-off inner city families. It's hard to find a second person like Jiang Chen, who, as an outer city student, became the top scorer in the college entrance exam. Looking at Jiang Chen, who came to class wearing a tattered vest, many students began to imagine that Jiang Chen lived in poverty, with only a few $100s for living expenses. How miserable! In fact, many residents of the inner city had never seen what the outer city was like. They had been indoctrinated since childhood with the idea that the outer city was no different from a refugee camp. Now, seeing that even the top scorer in the college entrance exam was like this, one could only imagine how the others were. Weapons? Jiang Chen was unaware of the student's thoughts. He looked at himself, then raised his hands. This is the weapon I use. The pair of gauntlets on his hands was nearly transparent. If one didn't observe closely, they wouldn't even realize it was C-grade alloy. From a distance, one might not even notice he was wearing anything on his hands. No way, does he mean that his fists are his weapons? At least buy a steel weapon, can't he afford a few thousand? I've never seen someone this poor. You guys are really ignorant. I heard that students from the outer city who can afford steel weapons already come from decent families. Many outer city students just buy a fruit knife to get by, after all, not everyone can get into college, so there's no need to invest too much in cultivation. Sigh, the residents of the outer city are so pitiful. What a pity, they are all a bunch of uncultured lowlifes. Haven't you heard? The crime rate in the outer city is more than 10 times that of the inner city. These social parasites shouldn't be allowed to live and waste food. Mi Xiaoya glanced at Jiang Chen with some concern as she heard the discussions in the classroom. She had only wanted Jiang Chen to integrate into the class quickly. She didn't expect that once everyone learned Jiang Chen was a student from the outer city, it would spark such a big debate. It turned out that many people still held prejudices against residents of the outer city. Mi Xiaoya herself was a local from Magic City, so she didn't have much of that prejudice. After all, even in the outer city of Magic City, there were many wealthy big shots. In fact, many important places were located in the outer city. It wasn't like other cities where the outer and inner cities were completely isolated. Frequent interactions meant that there wouldn't be any prejudices. Jiang Chen noticed that no one recognized the boxing gloves he was wearing. He could only sigh inwardly that these guys didn't know any better. But that was fine. Being too high profile right after arriving might scare these newly adult kids. Jiang Chen, why don't you find a seat? It's free activity time now, and everyone can decide on the groups for tomorrow's outdoor training. I heard that the results of the first outdoor training are very important and will be recorded in the academic file, Mi Xiaoya explained to Jiang Chen deliberately. Oh, okay. Jiang Chen nodded and then walked to an empty seat in the last row. Now that everyone is here, the teacher has made it very clear that the results of this outdoor training are extremely important. We will form groups of 3, and both team and individual scores will be calculated. Since we need to gather early tomorrow morning, it's best for everyone to find their teams now, Mi Xiaoya said from the podium. Mi Xiaoya was a spirit master and a second-tier one at that. Most people were willing to trust her words. So the teacher entrusted all these trivial matters to her, also as a way to train her. When it came to forming teams, the classroom returned to its previous liveliness. Everyone moved around, starting to look for their teammates. Jiang Chen, on the other hand, yawned out of boredom. Grouping and teaming up again. Could he just be on his own? Otherwise, hiding and keeping a low profile wouldn't achieve any training effect. He had just looked around. There were a total of 58 people in the class. With 3 in a team, that left 1 extra. He could be that lone wolf. Wait, if someone invited him, he would decisively refuse. However, Jiang Chen soon realized he was overthinking. After a full 20 minutes, no one had invited him to be a teammate. Around him, there was even a vacuum zone. It was as if everyone treated him as if he didn't exist. What? Was he that bad? Jiang Chen looked at a boy not far away who hadn't found a team yet. When the boy noticed Jiang Chen looking at him, he quickly waved his hand and said, "I'm not teaming up with you, find someone else." Jiang Chen? Damn. This is too much. Do they look down on him? He had originally wanted to keep a low profile. But now it seemed that for this outdoor training, he had to show off his skills. In the end, the result of the team formation was no surprise. Jiang Chen was left alone. The reason? It was simply because he was from the outer city. Even with second-tier strength, it couldn't change the prejudice others had against him. Moreover, most of the people present had single-handed strength of 30 to 40,000 kilograms. The gap with second-tier was not significant. With sufficiently good equipment, many times this gap could be compensated. Therefore, there was no need for them to team up with someone who was clearly being excluded. Often, getting close to such a person would only result in being excluded oneself. No one dared to take that risk. In the blink of an eye, the next day arrived. Jiang Chen decided to wear his best equipment, determined to regain the face he lost yesterday. After getting ready and standing in front of the mirror, he saw himself in a slightly worn leather armor, which he had dug out from a pile of junk. Brought back from the Sea Monster Festival ruins, looking like an old style from decades ago. On his feet were a pair of Windwalker boots, and on his hands were a pair of not-so-obvious gauntlets, while he fiddled with a toothpick that was nearly invisible unless looked at closely. Jiang Chen looked at the person in the mirror. After pondering for a moment, he ultimately changed back into his original t-shirt and long pants. Whether he could regain his face with that outfit was hard to say, but the rate of turning heads would definitely be 100%. He was still more suited to being low-key. As Jiang Chen walked out of his room, he happened to see Xia Zhanghao also preparing to go out. "Jiang Chen, you're going to participate in the outdoor training too, right? I just bought a new car, come on, I'll give you a ride." Xia Zhanghao waved the keys in his hand. "All right." Jiang Chen nodded. He had originally wanted to buy a car too. But during this time, he had been busy with one thing or another every day. As a result, he never had time to look. The key point was that he hadn't even gotten his driver's license yet. After this training, he would have to resolve everything at once. The new car Xia Zhanghao bought was still self-driving. According to him anyway, no one would die in a car accident. Compared to occasional accidents, enjoying life regularly was more important. Perhaps it was because he had someone in his heart. The programs playing in Xia Zhanghao's car were no longer those young ladies, but very hardcore current affairs news. Just last night, a shocking 9th-grade elixir appeared in the Spirit Martial Hall of the Imperial Capital, fetching a sky-high price of over 10,000 low-grade spirit stones. The market is short on spirit stones, and the unit price of low-grade spirit stones has risen to an astonishing 300,000, with experts suggesting that this increase will continue. Recently, a large-scale melee broke out in the Myriad Worlds, with multiple regions participating, but the reasons have not been disclosed. Jiang Chen didn't pay much attention to the first 2 pieces of news. However, the large-scale melee in the Myriad Worlds clearly indicated that some extraordinary treasure had emerged. Otherwise, just fighting for territory and cultivation resources would absolutely not trigger large-scale wars across multiple regions. TCH? Boring. Every time there's news about the Myriad Worlds, it's always ambiguous, as if they're afraid we know too much detail, Xia Zhanghao scoffed. Just then, another piece of news appeared on the screen. It is said that the Xiantian sect has lost a core of the World Tree, and this matter has attracted the attention of the upper echelons of the Xiantian sect, sending a powerful figure from the heavenly profound realm to Long Country for a detailed investigation. Heavenly profound realm, huh? Jiang Chen raised an eyebrow. The current targets of the Xiantian sect were focused on several major families that had entered the secret realm. But if they couldn't find anything from them, they would inevitably start investigating others who had entered the secret realm. This investigation process might take a long time. By the time they found out about him, he might have already gone to the Myriad Worlds. At that time, the sky would be high and the birds would fly freely. It wouldn't be so easy for the Xiantian sect to find him again. Jiang Chen, isn't the Xiantian sect the creator of the 37th secret realm? I heard from someone in the family that it seems people from the Xiantian sect had already descended while the secret realm was still opening. Is that true? Xia Zhenghao asked with a face full of gossip. I've seen them twice, Zhang Chen nodded. Wow, why didn't you ask them for an autograph or a photo? How rare is this opportunity? Xia Zhenghao exclaimed. The strong ones from the Tianqian realm should go to the Xia family to investigate. You can have someone help you get an autograph, Zhang Chen said. I wouldn't dare, Xia Zhenghao replied immediately. Yeah, so I wouldn't dare either, Zhang Chen said expressionlessly. Xia Zhenghao was momentarily speechless. This seemed to make a lot of sense. After reading a few news articles, Xia Zhenghao's self-driving car smoothly stopped at the north gate of Magic City University. Wow, another luxury car. This must be a student from the Tian class. It feels like everyone in the Tian class is a millionaire. Just get used to it, there are no poor people in the Tian class. Hearing the flattery around him, Xia Zhenghao was extremely pleased. The fact proved that not everyone was as impressive as Zhang Chen. He just had bad luck and encountered a tough opponent. Someone like Zhang Chen, with a net worth that might exceed 10 figures, could easily dominate in the Tian class. He didn't lose out. Xia Zhenghao found a place nearby to park the car and then walked with Zhang Chen towards the meeting point. As they passed by the D class, a cute girl suddenly walked over to them. Zhang Chen, the teacher said that in your situation, you can team up with someone from another class who is alone, otherwise, you'll be at a disadvantage by yourself. Since we haven't set off yet, you should hurry and ask around in other classes. Miss Xiaoya said as she approached Zhang Chen. Upon hearing this, a few students from the D class immediately began to mock him. Xiaoya, it's useless to tell him that, students from the outer city just don't want to team up with him. He can't even find a team in his own class, let alone in another class. Exactly, the students from the Xin class and Huang class can just barely gather 7 for a team. Where is he supposed to find students? From the outer city? He should have come earlier. It's fine, I can manage on my own. Zhang Chen had originally planned to act alone, so having or not having teammates didn't matter. What? No one wants to team up with you? Xia Zhenghao's eyes widened. With Zhang Chen's strength and status, who would team up with him? That would be like holding onto a big leg. These guys actually look down on him. Right. Zhang Chen sighed helplessly, maybe I look too handsome and they're afraid of feeling inferior teaming up with me. Wait a minute, it seems our class just happens to have a team short on members, I'll go ask for you. After saying that, Xia Zhenghao ran towards the Tian class. Watching Xia Zhenghao's departing figure, the few students who had mocked Zhang Chen just realized. Was that person from the Tian class? I think he's Zhang Chen's roommate. A guy that no one from the D class wants can join a team from the Tian class? What a joke. Many people believe that Zhang Chen is just someone who has latched onto a wealthy roommate. Just because the roommate is willing to take care of him doesn't mean others are willing to be the fools. Besides, being with the poor folks from the outer city, wouldn't that feel like a loss of status? Even if he is a second-tier martial artist, the gap in strength can easily be compensated for with weapons and equipment. Miss Xiaoya also looked a bit troubled. Originally, she wanted to invite Zhang Chen to join her team, but all her teammates disagreed. Moreover, with someone stirring up conflict between the outer and inner city, everyone naturally distanced themselves from Zhang Chen. She didn't dare to get too close to him. If nothing unexpected happens, she would be the class leader of the D class. In the future, she definitely had to consider her own relationships. She could manage to give Zhang Chen some simple care, but beyond that, she was powerless. She had to be responsible for her own future. Not long after Xia Zhenghao left, he returned with 2 girls. Come, let me introduce you. This is my good brother Zhang Chen. He's amazing, can calculate and predict, and he's handsome. 2. If you stick with him, you'll definitely get a good ranking, Xia Zhenghao guaranteed. Zhang Chen, I've heard of you. I didn't expect you to be even more handsome than in the photos. Zhao Lu, wearing a cropped tank top and leather shorts, playfully looked at Zhang Chen. Hello, Zhang Chen. Please take care of us this coming week, said Ning Qinxue, dressed in a light-colored long dress, with a gentle demeanor. The 2 girls Xia Zhenghao brought, one a spicy girl and the other a refined lady, were both of high quality. The nearby boys from the D class looked on, feeling both envious and confused. What's going on? There are actually students from the T class willing to team up with Zhang Chen? In this day and age, can being handsome really get you by? I suspect these 2 girls have definitely been fooled by Zhang Chen's roommate. He's just a poor student from the outer city, how could he qualify to have T class? Students cling to him? Isn't that ridiculous? Thinking of this, one of the boys stepped forward and said, ladies, you must not be fooled by this guy. He's just a poor student from the outer city who got in, he doesn't even have a decent weapon. If you team up with him, don't say you'll improve your grades, being dragged down would be the least of your worries. That's right, that's right. The first outdoor training will be recorded in the student registry, so you must choose your teammates carefully, another boy chimed in. Hearing this, Zhao Lu and Ning Qinxue hadn't said anything yet, but Xia Zhenghao was immediately displeased. What, do you have doubts? About what I said? Xia Zhenghao said, crossing his arms. TCH. The man who spoke first scoffed, who can't see that you have a good relationship with Jiang Chun? Of course, you're defending him. Do you really think having a bit of money makes you impressive? My family's car is worth several million more than yours. Oh, I've been at Magic Capital University for so long, and this is the first time I've met someone who wants to compare whose family has more money. Xia Zhenghao seemed to find it amusing, his eyes lighting up as he rolled up his sleeves. So you want to compare wealth, huh? Come on, give me your name, let's see what your family is about. Humph. My family has 10 mines, producing all the main materials for low-grade alloys, ranking in the top 500 of the national rich list. Gao Jun proudly lifted his chin. 10 mines, top 500 on the rich list? Xia Zhenghao didn't even know how to respond to this guy. So do you know my last name? Ha, who cares? Gao Jun sneered. My last name is Xia. Xia Zhenghao straightened up, looking even more smug than Gao Jun. No need to doubt, I'm the Xia you know, the Xia from summer, got it? What the hell? There are so many people with the last name Xia in Long Country, why would anyone care who you are? Gao Jun looked completely speechless. At that moment, someone tugged at his sleeve. Gao Jun, the last name Xia, could it be that Xia family? Someone nearby whispered. Which Xia family? Gao Jun was momentarily taken aback. The Xia family from the capital, the person emphasized. You're overthinking it. What status do the three great families hold? They rarely leave the capital. If they were to choose, it would definitely be capital University. Gao Jun said dismissively. Hey! Xia Zhenghao laughed arrogantly. Well, that's unfortunate, because it really is the Xia family you're thinking of, and who says that the children of the three great families must go to Capital University? I just like Magic City University. Upon hearing this, Gao Jun and the few boys beside him turned pale instantly. The Xia family? It really is the Xia family of the three great families? It was clear that the two girls from Class Tian did not refute Xia Zhenghao's words. That meant what Xia Zhenghao said was mostly true. This is bad. They've hit a brick wall now. If it really is the Xia family of the three great families, then even if Gao Jun's family had 100 mines, it wouldn't compare. Seeing Gao Jun's defeated expression, Xia Zhenghao felt great. When he first came to school, he was the one who tried to show off and hit a wall. Unexpectedly, now he finally got to be the wall himself. The fact proved that the name of the Xia family is still very useful. Even if he is just a side branch, it is enough to make most people look up to him. Zhang Chen, don't mind the opinions of outsiders, these two female classmates of mine, I'll leave them to you, Xia Zhenghao said, not deliberately making things difficult for Gao Jun and the others, patting Zhang Chen on the shoulder before leaving with a smile. Zhang Chen sighed helplessly. He had said he wanted to be on his own team. But Xia Zhenghao was so enthusiastic. With people brought right in front of him, he couldn't refuse, could he? He had also said he wanted to show off in the practical training. Now it seemed he could only continue to keep a low profile. Zhang Chen, I see your side's bus is almost full, why don't you just take my car over? Ning Qinxue suddenly suggested. Sure. Zhang Chen nodded. Let's go. We'll head to the outdoor training site first, maybe we can see the scenery in advance. Zhao Lu urged eagerly, watching Zhang Chen leave with the two beauties. Mi Xiaoya and Gao Jun and the others all had complex expressions. Mi Xiaoya was hesitating whether her decision was correct. As for Gao Jun and the others, they were filled with envy, jealousy, and hatred. It was a mix of emotions. Gao Jun, you don't have to worry. This Zhang Chen will definitely not make any waves. After this practical training, everyone will know Zhang Chen's level. We won't even have to say anything, the students from Class Tian will keep their distance from him. Exactly, what good is it to just talk big? He has no weapons and hasn't learned any martial arts. When he sees a monster, is he planning to go in barehanded? That's just seeking death. Beautiful women like strong men. Look at the girls in our class, who would look at a loser like Zhang Chen with no future? Cultivation relies on money, not just talk. Humph. Gao Jun snorted coldly, let him be arrogant for a few more days. After this practical training, I will make him unable to hold his head up in front of the whole school. Gao Jun had always looked down on. The residents of the outer city. In his eyes, the residents of the outer city were just parasites of society, wasting the country's resources and wealth. If it weren't for the existence of the outer city, perhaps every resident of the inner city could enjoy a higher quality education and receive richer cultivation resource subsidies. Rather than waste money on these lowly people, it would be better to concentrate on cultivating social elites. By then, more people could go to the worlds beyond. Isn't that a better situation than now? But today, he was actually outdone by a lowly person from the outer city. Whether it was connections or teammates, he was actually inferior to a lowly person from the outer city. Why? He wanted to prove with facts that the lowly people from the outer city are rotten to the core. Even if Zhang Chen was the top scorer in the college entrance examination, it wouldn't change his lowly essence. The outdoor training locations for Magic City University usually consist of 3 places: Moonlight Canyon, the Abyss of 10,000 Demons, and the Dragonbone Mountain Range. All are near Magic City, no more than a 4-hour drive away. Among them, the Abyss of 10,000 Demons is the most dangerous, followed by the Dragonbone Mountain Range. Moonlight Canyon is relatively safe. This time, however, their outdoor training site is the Abyss of 10,000 Demons, which has always been a tradition at Magic City University. Although the Abyss of 10,000 Demons has a high danger level, as long as one does not enter the inner area, they will generally not encounter demon beasts above the 3rd rank. Whether to challenge higher-ranked demon beasts is entirely up to the student's own will. Ning Qinshui drove around the city for a while, buying some outdoor supplies and various delicacies. Qinshui's cooking skills are excellent, but unfortunately, I don't have any storage tools, and Qinshui's storage ring is too small to hold much. Otherwise, we could buy some cooking utensils and experience outdoor cooking. It would definitely be great. Zhao Lu said with anticipation. Sisters, we are going to the Abyss of 10,000 Demons, not Moonlight Canyon. Let's forget about outdoor cooking. Jiang Chen reminded. You don't understand, the interior of the Abyss of 10,000 Demons is vast, with scenery formed by various luminous stones, not inferior to Moonlight Canyon at all. You'll know once you go, Zhao Lu replied. Oh, that's good then. Jiang Chen thought of the cooking utensils in his storage ring, which had almost been discarded, and said, actually, I have a complete set of cooking utensils and ingredients. Do you want to give it a try? Last time in the 37th Secret Realm, he had originally wanted Su Mengran to show off her skills. Who knew those 2 girls couldn't cook at all? In the end, he had to step in himself. Unfortunately, after grilling for a long time, everything was buried by the wind and sand. His chance to prove his cooking skills slipped away like the wind, which was quite a regret. To avoid wasting the cooking utensils he had, he was willing to offer them up this time. The complete set of high-end cooking utensils had cost him quite a bit. Alright, then the food will be up to me, Ning Qinshui smiled. A few hours later, the 3 of them arrived at the entrance of the Abyss of 10,000 Demons. The Abyss of 10,000 Demons is located within a continuous mountain range. The entrance looks ordinary, just like a regular cave. However, it is said that there are even demon beasts beyond the 9th rank inside. But legends are just legends, no one has ever witnessed it firsthand. Nevertheless, this adds a layer of mystery to the Abyss of 10,000 Demons. The reason why Magic City University has long regarded this place as a base for outdoor training is that it is stable enough. On the outskirts, there are 1st to 3rd rank demon beasts. In the middle, there are 4th to 6th rank demon beasts. Inside, there are 7th to 9th rank demon beasts. This regional strength classification method has never been wrong in nearly 100 years. Students can also decide whether to train in the outskirts or venture into the inner areas based on their own strength. Ning Qinshui found a corner and parked the car. The 3 of them then got out. At this time, the main group from Magic City University had not yet arrived. They could only see a few scattered vehicles parked near the entrance of the Abyss of 10,000 Demons, clearly having driven there like them. Wow, what a huge skeleton! It looks like it could be several hundred meters long. Zhao Lu exclaimed, staring at the large animal skeleton above the entrance. Jiang Chen felt an inexplicable sense of familiarity upon seeing the skeleton. Did you notice what kind of demon beast this is? Zhao Lu asked Jiang Chen and Ning Qinshui. From its shape, it should contain a trace of dragon bloodline, Ning Qinshui assessed. There seems to be a similar beast bone outside the soul-severing forest, Jiang Chen suddenly recalled. Soul-severing forest? Zhao Lu thought for a long time before realizing which place Jiang Chen was talking about. You mean the beast bones at the entrance of the soul-fragmenting forest, right? I've seen pictures before, but this skeleton is far from it. That's true, Jiang Chen nodded. The other beast bone in the soul-fragmenting forest, although very similar to this one, was several times smaller. It should just be a coincidence. Let's go in first. Anyway, we already registered with the teacher before leaving, so there's no need to wait for the main group to arrive, Zhao Lu suggested. Yeah, let's go, Jiang Chen said, retracting his gaze. The three of them grabbed their luggage and walked towards the entrance of the demon cave. As they approached the entrance, Jiang Chen suddenly jumped and reached out to touch the beast bone above the entrance. Zhao Lu and Ning Qinxue looked at him with puzzled expressions. Jiang Chen, what are you doing? Zhao Lu asked, looking confused. I just wanted to feel the texture of this skeleton, Jiang Chen chuckled awkwardly, but his heart was pounding. He initially just wanted to try without any hope, but when he touched that beast bone, the item bar displayed the same prompt as before. The item bar cannot collect living things or items with an owner. Exactly the same. This was definitely not a coincidence. But was it a living thing or an item with an owner? After he came out, he would definitely need to get a bone for identification. There were too many people now, so it wasn't convenient to act. As they entered the demon cave, the surrounding environment suddenly darkened. The entire cave resembled a vast karst cave. Various colored luminous stones were visible everywhere. At a glance, the scenery was breathtaking. I told you we should come earlier. If we wait until more people arrive, it definitely won't have this kind of atmosphere. Zhao Lu took out her phone and snapped several photos of the depths of the cave, then edited them a bit, preparing to post on her social media. But at that moment, she noticed something strange in the photos. What are these red stripes? Zhao Lu handed her phone to Jiang Chen and Ning Qinxue, then looked up at the top of the cave, but even like this, I can't tell what it is. Jiang Chen glanced at Zhao Lu's phone and then at the top of the cave. With the naked eye, he couldn't detect anything unusual. But Zhao Lu's phone was able to capture those red stripes, resembling interwoven blood vessels, distributed among the rock layers, appearing exceptionally eerie. At that moment, Ning Qinxue also took out her phone and pointed the camera at the cave ceiling. I can see it too. Ning Qinxue frowned slightly and said, it feels like these things are alive. Could they be some kind of monster, parasitizing in the rock layers? No way. Zhao Lu exclaimed in shock. I just took a quick glance, but the area covered by these red stripes is huge, and there's no end in sight. If there really is a monster parasitizing in the rock layers, how big would it have to be? Don't overthink it. These things probably didn't just appear suddenly. They've been fine for so many years, it can't be that we show up and things go wrong. Ning Qinxue reassured her. Upon hearing this, Jiang Chen seemed to ponder. He felt that these red stripes were likely a recent occurrence. The scenery of the 10,000 Demon Cave was quite nice. Many people who came in, like Zhao Lu, would surely take photos or post them online. With the internet being so developed now, it was impossible that such anomalies in the 10,000 Demon Cave had gone unnoticed until now. That left only one possibility. These red stripes had emerged recently. But whether there was any danger, he wasn't quite sure. While Jiang Chen was deep in thought, Zhao Lu and Ning Qinxue had already walked a distance away. He snapped back to reality and hurried to catch up. Let's just wander around the outskirts, we shouldn't stray too far from the exit, Jiang Chen said, walking alongside Zhao Lu and Ning Qinxue. We're all second-tier warriors, so we definitely can't go too deep. If we encounter a third-tier monster, we can just turn back, Zhao Lu said. Yeah, we only hunt first-tier and second-tier monsters. As long as we have enough, we can still score high, Ning Qinxue agreed. Seeing that his teammates were all cautious, Jiang Chen felt relieved. He had always valued his own life highly. The dragon bones at the entrance and the red stripes in the cave gave him an inexplicable sense of crisis. Wandering around the outskirts would allow for an early retreat in case of danger. He would rather forego the practical training score than joke with his own life. At that moment, they encountered their first monster. A slimy, dark creature slowly crawled out from a corner. Although it was black, it had a pair of round, bright blue eyes. It looked inexplicably cute. Hey, isn't this the most common mud monster in the 10,000 Demon Cave? It's just as cute as the pictures online. Zhao Lu took out her phone and snapped a few photos of the mud monster, then rushed forward and chopped it into a pile of mush. Jiang Chen. Women are truly terrifying, they can turn on you faster than flipping a page. 1 second praising its cuteness, the next second turning it back into a pile of goo. No way to provoke them. Zhao Lu put on disposable gloves and found a demon crystal from the mud monster's corpse. Ning Qinxue stepped forward to help, opening a bottle of mineral water to rinse the muddy demon crystal. You guys look very skilled. Jiang Chen said. Come on, this is the 10,000 demon cave. The monsters living in this environment for a long time have dark attributes. If you don't take proper precautions, you'll come out looking like a beggar. Zhao Lu explained. Is that so? Jiang Chen was still confused. How did dark attributes relate to turning into a beggar? But soon Jiang Chen understood what Zhao Lu meant. The second monster they encountered was a multi-legged soft worm. Sensing the presence of an enemy, it immediately opened its mouthparts and began to spray venom continuously. Suddenly, a rain of green slime began to fall from the sky. Jiang Chen had just wanted to dodge when Ning Qinxue suddenly pulled him over. At the same time, a shadow loomed over his head. It was then that Jiang Chen noticed that Ning Qinxue and Zhao Lu had somehow opened an umbrella. It was a large, specially made umbrella. The venom sprayed by the centipede-like creature was blocked by the special coating on the umbrella's surface, then dripped down the edges onto the ground. Zhao Lu held the umbrella with one hand while retrieving a small, one-handed crossbow from her backpack with the other, aiming it at the centipede-like creature and pulling the trigger. A soft sound was heard as a sharp arrow transformed into a streak of light and pierced the creature's body. Struck in a vital spot, the centipede-like creature fell to the ground, writhing wildly. Its body alternated between contracting and expanding, as if something was about to burst out. After about half a minute, there was a loud bang, and the centipede-like creature's body exploded. Countless green slime and small, palm-sized worms splattered everywhere. Zhao Lu and Ning Qinxue quickly adjusted the umbrella's direction to shield themselves from the mess. Looking at the wriggling worms all over the ground, Jiang Chen felt a wave of nausea. This thing was too disgusting. It almost made him throw up. If he had encountered someone unfamiliar with this, like himself, wouldn't they end up covered in slime and fat worms from such a creature that could be dealt with in one slice? Too gross. Here, it's your turn to collect the demon crystal, Zhao Lu said, handing Jiang Chen a pair of gloves. Jiang Chen swallowed hard, hesitantly taking the gloves and putting them on. As he stepped forward, he saw that the corpse of the demon beast was left with only a layer of skin and a mass of wriggling fat worms inside, a sight that made his scalp tingle. Holding back his urge to vomit, Jiang Chen took out an F-grade alloy longsword from his storage ring. He first used the longsword to pry the worms out of the corpse, then bent down to pick up the demon crystal wrapped in slime. Seeing this, Ning Qinxue quickly stepped forward and rinsed the demon crystal in water. Next time, can we pick a more normal demon beast to deal with? Jiang Chen said, his face pale. The low-level demon beasts in the demon cave all look like this, the inner areas are slightly better, Zhao Lu replied as she stepped forward. Jiang Chen suddenly felt that the reason Magic City University sent them to the demon cave for practical training was not to assess their strength, but to test their psychological endurance. Just then, a sound of footsteps suddenly came from deep within the demon cave. Before long, several white-skinned people appeared in Jiang Chen's line of sight. From their appearance, they were not from the Dragon Kingdom. They looked somewhat panicked. But upon noticing Jiang Chen and the others, they quickly concealed themselves. You three, are you also students from Magic City University? Asked a long-haired man with a smile. As he approached. They seemed to be international students from Lighthouse Country, Zhao Lu whispered. Oh, Jiang Chen nodded. We are all freshmen. Did you encounter any danger, seniors? Ning Qinxue politely inquired. No danger, we just went deep into the demon cave and almost got lost, but now we've found the exit and are a bit excited, the long-haired man replied, still smiling. Captain, let's hurry out, we've been trapped for over 10 days, and we've run out of food and water. I'm starving, urged the long-haired man's teammate. Well then, we won't keep you, please be careful, said the long-haired man, leading his teammates away. After they had walked a distance, the long-haired man's teammate said, there should be quite a few freshmen coming for practical training during this time, should we notify the school? No need. The long-haired man stopped, his eyes filled with a cold glint. Let those foolish Dragon Kingdom people go to their deaths, the more that die, the better. Zhao Lu watched the three students from the Lighthouse Country leave, slightly furrowing her brows. Strange, these students from the Lighthouse Country usually like to go against our local students, but today they were all smiles. Did they take the wrong medicine? Ning Qinxue thought for a moment and said, I saw injuries on them just now, and their strengths range from the 3rd to 4th tier. The beasts that could injure them only exist in the middle and inner regions. As long as we stay outside, we should be fine. True, Zhao Lu sighed in relief. Maybe I was overthinking it. While Zhao Lu and Ning Qinxue were talking, Jiang Chen had quietly released the mutated 5th-tier blood-sucking vine. At the same time, he tucked the Sea God Order into his pocket. In case of danger, he would first release the blood-sucking vine. If that didn't work, he would unleash the shrimp soldiers and crab generals. Both the blood-sucking vine and the shrimp soldiers and crab generals could serve as the perfect disguise. Ordinary people seeing these things would never suspect they were being controlled by someone. It was a bit odd for shrimp soldiers and crab generals to appear in such a place, but in an emergency, no one would pay attention to those details. During the next stretch of the journey, Jiang Chen and the others did not encounter any beasts. Perhaps they had been dealt with by the few students from the lighthouse country who had just come out. Or maybe they were just unlucky. Half an hour later, they arrived at the first fork in the road of the 10,000 Demon Cave. 3 paths, which one should we take? Jiang Chen asked. I checked the guide, the right path is the safest, mostly low tier beasts inside, but they look, well, quite disgusting. The middle path is the most dangerous, a shortcut directly to the inner part of the 10,000 Demon Cave, so we definitely can't choose that. That leaves us with the left path. Zhao Lu paused and continued, but the left path has a problem. 2. What problem? Ning Qinxue asked curiously. Legend has it, just a legend, that the left path sometimes leads to another space. If you accidentally enter, you might never come back, Zhao Lu said mysteriously. But if no one has ever come back, how do you know there's another space? Wouldn't those who went in just disappear from the world? Jiang Chen questioned. This was the 10,000 Demon Cave. It was quite normal for a few people to disappear every day. How could they be sure they went to another space? That's because someone has come back. Zhao Lu blinked. Do you know who that person is? Before Jiang Chen and Ning Qinxue could answer, Zhao Lu revealed the answer. That person is Rin Feng. I heard that when he was a 5th-tier warrior, he was stuck for half a year, and after coming out of that space, not only did he successfully break through to the 6th tier, but his strength shot straight to the peak of the 6th tier. Breaking through to the 7th tier was just a matter of opportunity. Is that true? Jiang Chen was taken aback. He had spent some time at Magic City University and even met Rin Feng in person, yet he had never heard of this. That's the rumor, Zhao Lu looked at Jiang Chen with exasperation. Oh, so it's fake then. Jiang Chen finally understood Zhao Lu's meaning. I don't know if it's true or false, but we definitely have to take the left path. Even if there is really some space, it could be our opportunity. After saying that, Zhao Lu pulled Ning Qinxue and rushed into the left passage first. Jiang Chen could only follow helplessly. As it turned out, the other space didn't exist at all. After passing through a passage several hundred meters long, they quickly arrived at the second cave. This cave was even larger than the first one. In addition to a large number of luminous stones, there were also some glowing nocturnal plants. Zhao Lu couldn't help but take out her phone to take a few pictures. Hey! You guys, look, Zhao Lu flipped through a few photos she had just taken. The red stripes are gone, but why does this rock wall look a bit strange? Jiang Chen leaned in for a closer look and noticed that the red stripes had indeed disappeared. The originally bluish-gray rock wall had turned dark red, appearing somewhat uneven, resembling the bumps on a toad's skin, which was quite unsettling. However, when viewed with the naked eye, the rock wall seemed to return to normal. This was similar to the previous red stripes. Have you ever thought that we might be inside some kind of animal's belly? Jiang Chen casually remarked. Upon hearing this, Zhao Lu and Ning Qinxue widened their eyes in shock. Why, you're scaring me, Zhao Lu said, her face pale and her words stuttering. If you look closely, it really does resemble some kind of organism, Ning Qinxue observed, taking a few glances before pulling out her phone and activating the video function. Through the camera, the changes in the rock wall were clearly visible. It wasn't just turning dark red. The uneven bumps were even slowly wriggling. It was clearly alive. Seeing this scene, Jiang Chen gasped. God knows he was just joking earlier. Could it be that he had hit the nail on the head? They had walked at least a few kilometers from the cave entrance. Were they really inside some kind of creature's belly? What if we hurry and get out? The main group should be arriving soon. We should tell the teacher about this and terminate the training for now. Zhao Lu was momentarily at a loss, her face filled with panic. The premise is, we can actually get out. Ning Qinxue glanced back. The passage they had come through had mysteriously disappeared. Looking at the bluish-gray rock wall, Ning Qinxue moved her phone over. The screen clearly showed that the original passage had been completely filled with that red fleshy tissue. It was evident that they were being targeted. Just then, Jiang Chen suddenly heard a panicked and anxious voice from the spiritual space. Jiang Chen, you mustn't let me out during this time. I just sensed a hint of that great one's aura. That adult? Jiang Chen was slightly taken aback. It's the one I mentioned to you before, the leader of our Forbidden Sea. While I was in the space, she definitely couldn't detect me. Just now, perhaps you used your mental power, and I instantly felt that adult's presence. I can guarantee 100% that she is not far from you. The cursed sea demon said seriously. This was a matter of life and death for it and Jiang Chen. If that adult knew it had defected, it would definitely need a fate of being reduced to ashes. Now that Jiang Chen had not yet used the power of the divine-level treasure chest, that adult might not have locked onto a target. Otherwise, she would have acted long ago. This meant they were temporarily safe. This was probably the only good news. I just used my mental power to check the situation of the passage. At such a close distance, you actually detected that woman's presence? Jiang Chen recalled the previous red stripes and the flesh-like entities that appeared in the cave. Could it be that these things in the cave were sent by that woman to block him? What a grand scheme. Stay calm. If it is that adult, she might just be locking onto a target. The more anxious you are, the easier it is to reveal your flaws. In any case, you must not expose me. The cursed sea demon advised. Ha! Jiang Chen sneered a couple of times. If you're afraid of dying, just say so. Sigh, who isn't afraid of death? The cursed sea demon sighed. Jiang Chen was too lazy to bicker with the cursed sea demon. The most important thing now was how to leave this place. The few students from the Lighthouse Nation who had just escaped from the depths of the demon abyss had clearly discovered the abnormalities inside, otherwise, they wouldn't be so panicked. But since they managed to escape, it meant there must be a way out. What should we do now? Zhao Lu said, her face devoid of color. Let's see if there are any other exits. Jiang Chen said. Should we wait here for a bit? The main force should be arriving soon. Having more people around will definitely be safer than just the three of us, Ning Qinxue suggested. That's true. Zhao Lu observed the cave's environment through her phone. For now, it seems we are not in danger, but if we can't get out, we will eventually be trapped here. It might be better to wait for more people to come up with a plan. The main force might not necessarily come in. The few Lighthouse Nation people who just went out might inform the teachers about the situation inside the cave. Jiang Chen thought for a moment and said. He still felt it was better to find an exit quickly. If everything here was set up by that woman, she must have intended to catch everyone in one net. Once everyone was inside, she might start to close the net. That would be the real danger. You're overthinking it. Those few students from the Lighthouse Nation didn't warn us about any danger, and they certainly won't alert others. Zhao Lu hesitated for a moment and said, but I also think it's better for us to find an exit first. If there are other openings that haven't been sealed, we can get out early and notify everyone. Alright, we'll do as you say. Ning Qinxue nodded. Do you remember that there were 3 passages when we came in? Actually, all the paths inside the demon abyss are interconnected. As long as we find the other 2 passages, we might be able to get out. Zhao Lu took out a map from her backpack, which was filled with dense routes. This is a simplified map of the demon abyss. I originally wanted to buy it to prevent getting lost, but I didn't expect to use it so soon. Not bad, you managed to get something like this. Throughout the journey, Jiang Chen had admired Zhao Lu more than once. Her thorough preparations had saved them a lot of trouble. This map could even save their lives if they had to find it themselves. The paths inside the abyss of 10,000 demons were dense and tangled, like a spider's web. For those unfamiliar with this place, it might take them until next month to find their way. That's because I'm directionally challenged. Without a map, I feel insecure going anywhere, which is why I paid a high price to buy a map from a senior at school. After saying this, Zhao Lu took out a pen and traced the nearest route on the map. Looking at this route, Zhao Lu frowned slightly. It doesn't look very optimistic. To reach the other 2 exits, we have to make a big detour inside the abyss of 10,000 demons, and we will definitely encounter 4th or 5th tier, or even 6th tier demon beasts. It's not a big deal, let's hurry up and set off. Jiang Chen urged. Just the thought that the woman might be nearby made him eager to leave this place. He didn't care about the lives of others. He was a victim too, okay? If the later arrivals got trapped here, it would just be their bad luck. Wait for me for a minute. Zhao Lu tore off a corner of the map and wrote a few sentences. If you find the road blocked, remember to take out your phone and take a few pictures, you will know the truth. After finishing, Zhao Lu stuck the note on the most obvious rock. At the same time, she made an X mark nearby. Clearly, she wanted to guide those who came after. Let's go, Zhao Lu said as she packed her things. Zhao Lu, you're really great, thinking of others at a time like this, Ning Qinxue said with admiration on her face. Just a small thing, Zhao Lu smiled, then held an umbrella in one hand and a long sword in the other. Let's run over. Suddenly, there was a loud bang. Jiang Chen took out an electric bicycle from his storage ring. "Sisters, do you want to hitch a ride on my bike?" Jiang Chen said, striking a pose while holding the bicycle with one hand. This electric bicycle was something he bought for short distance travel at school. It was also suitable for some complex terrains. Riding the electric bicycle, they could reach their destination in 4 to 5 hours, provided there were no demon beasts interfering along the way. "This electric bicycle is quite fast, but there are 3 of us, how do we sit?" Zhao Lu looked at the back seat, completely unsure how to fit 2 people. "That's easy, one sits in front of me, and one sits behind. I'm very good at riding, carrying 2 people is totally fine," Jiang Chen said confidently. "You pervert, your thoughts are quite beautiful," Zhao Lu scolded with a flushed face. "This isn't good." Ning Qinxue also blushed, unable to imagine what that scene would look like. "So what do you think we should do?" Jiang Chen said, sounding quite dissatisfied. He was a gentleman, what were they thinking of him? Calling him a pervert was an insult to his character. "Alright, Qinxue can sit in front and Jiang Chen, you sit in the back," Zhao Lu thought for a moment and said. "I'm fine with anything." Jiang Chen shrugged and gave up his seat to Zhao Lu. Zhao Lu stepped forward and straddled the bike. She patted the front beam. "Qinxue, come here." Ning Qinxue hesitated for a moment, then stepped forward and tried sitting sideways, just managing to fit. Jiang Chen also took the initiative to sit in the back. The small electric bicycle was suddenly packed with people. "It's okay, as long as we can fit," Zhao Lu tested the feeling was just about to set off with Jiang Chen and Ning Qinxue when suddenly a burst of laughter came from the direction of the passage. Immediately after, several students from the Earth class walked out from the rock wall. Mi Xiaoya was among them. Seeing the tightly packed trio of Jiang Chen, Zhao Lu, and Ning Qinxue, Mi Xiaoya couldn't help but widen her eyes. The other 2 students also gasped in surprise. What kind of game were they playing? Was it really that thrilling? Oh, Jiang Chen's expression at that moment was like this, and he quickly reacted and said, "Classmates, don't misunderstand, we are just riding a bike." Mi Xiaoya and the others. Riding a bike? In the abyss of demons? Or 3 people on a small electric bicycle? They weren't blind, okay? They were all pressed together. These 3 definitely had a problem. Sigh, it's a long story. Since you arrived early, let me remind you, this cave has issues. If you don't believe me, just shine your phone light and you'll see. Jiang Chen said helplessly. "We haven't seen a single monster, what could be the problem?" Mi Xiaoya said, puzzled. "Xiaoya, why do I feel something is off?" Suddenly, a girl tugged at Mi Xiaoya's sleeve. "Why can't we see the passage we came from?" Mi Xiaoya turned around and immediately her pupils constricted. How could this happen? Mi Xiaoya hurriedly reached out to feel, but what her eyes saw was rock, while the sensation was a lump of soft flesh still writhing. "What the hell is this?" Mi Xiaoya quickly stepped back, her eyes filled with shock. Another girl, having heard Jiang Chen's words, took a few photos of the cave with her phone. When she saw what was in the photos, she gasped. "What did you see?" Mi Xiaoya snapped back to reality and asked. "A monster." "A huge monster," the girl said, her voice trembling. Mi Xiaoya and another teammate quickly took out their phones to check. Without exception, they were all terrified by the scene before them. These flesh-like structures seemed to be shrinking. "If we're looking for an exit, let's not waste time, let's hurry." Ning Qinxue was observing the changes in the cave with her phone, and she could clearly see that those dark red flesh-like structures were slowly growing as they writhed. At this rate, it was only a matter of time before they filled the entire cave. "Wait." Mi Xiaoya reacted and said anxiously, "If you're looking for an exit, can you take us with you?" After saying that, she took out an item from her storage ring. "I also have an electric bicycle," Mi Xiaoya said, holding onto the handlebars. And so it was. 2 teams, 5 girls and 1 boy. Riding 2 electric bicycles, they rushed desperately into the depths of the abyss of demons. Mi Xiaoya's team was responsible for monitoring the changes in the cave with their phones. Jiang Chen's side was in charge of the route ahead. Strangely, as they traveled, they hadn't seen even a shadow of a monster. During this time, Jiang Chen communicated with the Doom Sea demon about the current situation. After thinking for a long time, the Doom Sea demon told him this was a type of monster called Nightmare. It could parasitize any object and could only be observed from a third-party perspective. The strength of this monster was related to the environment it parasitized. They would absorb the surrounding creatures to enhance their own strength. If they gave up parasitism, they would have to start over. Although the abyss of demons had 9th-tier monsters, the area was vast. A few high-tier monsters definitely couldn't fill the Nightmare's belly. In other words, even if the nightmare devoured all the monsters here, it would only reach a maximum strength of 7th or 8th tier. For Jiang Chen, it posed no threat at all. What Jiang Chen needed to worry about now was not being absorbed by the nightmare himself, and to find the exit as soon as possible. As for the exit, it was either the mouth or the rear. If the entrance of the abyss of demons, which was the mouth, was blocked, then they would have to go through the rear. Hearing this last sentence, Jiang Chen suddenly had a bad premonition. Sure enough, when they made a circle and found the other 2 passage exits, they discovered they were all blocked. Zhao Lu and the others looked desperate. Jiang Chen had a face like he had eaten shit. Damn, it wouldn't really make him go through the back door, would it? Thinking of this, Jiang Chen quickly transmitted a message to the Doomsea Demon. The front door is blocked, is there any other choice besides going through the back door? Cough, cough, nightmares have never had a habit of defending their rear. Logically speaking, the chances of getting out through the back door are greater, the Doomsea Demon said with a light cough. Jiang Chen even heard the sound of it trying hard to stifle a laugh. This guy actually dared to mock him. Then tell me, how do I find the back door? Jiang Chen said through gritted teeth. The back door is just opposite the front door. Following this line of thought, you can't go wrong, the Doomsea Demon replied. Jiang Chen. Alright, that was essentially a useless question. Jiang Chen opened the map and took a look. He found that directly opposite the entrance to the demon abyss was the core area known as the Death Cave. Legend has it that beasts surpassing the 9th rank were discovered in this place. However, even those beasts should have already become food for the nightmares by now. Thinking of this, Jiang Chen looked at Zhao Lu and the others and said, let's try another route. Where else can we go? Zhao Lu said with a mournful face. There are only 3 exits, and they're all blocked. We're doomed. Through the phone's video, they could clearly see those red fleshy organisms growing larger and larger. It was obvious that their time was running out. Although I can't guarantee that we can definitely get out, it's better to go take a look then. To wait here to die, Jiang Chen didn't dare to mention going to the Death Cave, first tricking them into going. Even if they went through the back door, he couldn't go alone. He had to bring everyone along. Hearing Jiang Chen's words, Zhao Lu and the others felt a glimmer of hope. They quickly returned to the electric bicycle. What are you waiting for? Hurry up and lead the way, several girls urged. Not far away. Several teams were wandering in a cave. What's going on? We've been in here for several hours, and we haven't seen a single beast. This is really strange. The key is that we can't find the way back. What do we do now? Going further is the central area. We definitely can't go there. Let's see if there are any other routes. Suddenly, they heard a strange noise coming from the rock wall. Everyone immediately became alert. But the next second, they all stared blankly. They saw an electric bicycle carrying 3 people burst out from the rock wall. Following closely behind, another one came. On those 2 small bicycles, there were actually 6 people sitting. Were these people here to make jokes? Hey, classmates, what are you doing? This is the abyss of 10,000 demons. Are you here for a picnic on your electric bikes? One of the boys curiously stepped forward to ask. Although the scenery in the abyss of 10,000 demons was indeed nice, danger lurked everywhere. Riding electric bikes and wandering around aimlessly. Was this confidence in their own abilities? It's not that. We want a picnic, we just want to get to our destination a bit faster, Zhao Lu said honestly, with one foot on the ground. The horizontal distance of the abyss of 10,000 demons is only a little over 100 kilometers. If you ride electric bikes, won't you finish exploring the entire abyss in just one day? Moreover, deeper inside, it's the territory of 4th and 5th tier demon beasts. We, as freshmen, are no match for them. The boy still couldn't understand. But the key point is, there are no demon beasts here. We've almost explored the entire perimeter of the abyss and we've even been to the middle area without seeing a single demon beast, Zhao Lu said seriously. Exactly, it's so strange. We've been in here for so long and haven't seen a single demon beast. Did we enter the wrong place? The boy pondered, stroking his chin. I know. Could it be that there's another space inside the abyss of 10,000 demons? Is this legend real? We accidentally came to this space, which is why the cave has turned into a monster. Zhao Lu suddenly realized. Monster? What monster? The boy was slightly taken aback. Zhao Lu looked at him strangely. Haven't you taken any photos with your phone since you came in? We're here to hunt demon beasts, why would we take photos? The boy looked confused. A girl nearby caught the key point in Zhao Lu's words and immediately stepped forward to ask, "Are you saying that there are monsters in this cave, but you can only see them with a phone?" "Let me explain." Ning Qinxue saw that Zhao Lu was speaking in fragments and hadn't clarified anything for a long time, so she took the initiative to speak. "Since we entered the abyss, there has been a strange change. It's hard to describe what the change is in words, but you can observe it by opening the camera on your phone." Upon hearing this, many people present took out their phones. "What the hell is this? Oh my god, this must be an illusion. We seem to be inside something's belly? No wonder there are no demon beasts in the abyss. It turns out they have all been eaten by this monster. And there's no way out. Now, are we going to be trapped here?" Initially, they thought they had just temporarily lost their way when they discovered the path back was gone. After all, the internal paths of the abyss were like a spider web, crisscrossing in all directions. Even if they got lost here, they could find another way out. But now it was clear. The passage had disappeared, and it was evident that this monster in the cave was at work. The boy who had stepped forward earlier suddenly reacted and said, "Didn't you just come out from the rock wall? Could it be that there's an exit there, and we were just deceived by an illusion?" Yes, it must be like that. Some people thought the same and turned to rush toward the place where Jiang Chen and the others had just come out. However, before they could even touch the rock wall, their bodies suddenly stopped. Fear filled the boy's face, and then his body began to twist and dissolve. In just a few seconds, he completely disappeared from everyone's sight. "What's happening?" the boy stammered. "I saw it," a girl nearby said, trembling with her phone in hand. He was eaten. Eaten by the monster. Damn, I saw it too. What the hell is this? What do we do? We can't get out. Do we have to go deeper into the abyss? Let's ask them, they clearly know what's going on. As soon as this was said, in the cave, more than a dozen people had their eyes fixed on Jiang Chen and the others. "We just checked the several passages at the front, and without exception, they are all blocked. Moreover, it seems that the blocked passages are increasing. We can only go deeper and take our chances," Zhao Lu said. Jiang Chen had not mentioned where he would take them. But Zhao Lu guessed that Jiang Chen was probably afraid everyone would worry, which is why he temporarily told them there were other methods to try. However, facing monsters of this level, everyone was at a loss, so what could Jiang Chen do? They all understood this well and didn't need to tell outsiders. The 6 of them had come this far together and could trust each other. But if these people knew that it was Jiang Chen who said there was a way to try to lead everyone out, and then they ultimately failed, they might turn around and blame Jiang Chen. She couldn't let that happen. "What do you mean by taking chances? This is clearly looking for death," someone exclaimed. "Yeah, going deeper is right into the heart of the demon cave. Even if the monsters in front have been eaten by this creature, the high-level monsters behind might not be so easy to deal with," another person echoed. "Well, do as you wish. I can only kindly remind you that these physical entities are continuously growing, and the situation gets worse the further out you go. But I still wish you luck in finding an exit." After saying that, Zhao Lu glanced back at Shoya's team. "Let's set off. We've already delayed for a few minutes." She didn't think having too many people in this situation was a good thing. At first, they didn't realize how dire the situation was. They thought that with more people, there would be more solutions. Now, however, it was a complete deadlock. In despair, people could do anything. No one could say for sure. Anyway, she had already given the necessary warnings. How to choose specifically was entirely up to their own decisions. From beginning to end, Jiang Chen had not said a word, remaining transparent throughout, leading so many people to walk through the back door of a nightmare. To be honest, he felt a bit of pressure. After all, what if the back door didn't work? Fortunately, his teammates were quite capable and didn't actively cause him trouble. That was good. 2 electric bicycles quickly disappeared at the end of the passage. The remaining people in the cave wore expressions of entangled fear and hesitation. What should we do now? That girl was right, we have no choice but to go deeper. Look around carefully. Besides the passage to the central area, is there any other way? Let's go, don't waste time. This cave monster eats people. Even if we need to stop and think of a way, we should find a bigger cave, at least we won't die so quickly. Hearing this, the scene fell into silence. By the way, did you notice? There was actually a guy on those 2 electric bicycles just now. Damn, that guy is quite lucky. People are about to die, and you still have the mood to look at girls? Dying next to 5 decent-looking girls is definitely better than dying next to a bunch of old men. I don't envy that at all. For the next few hours, Jiang Chen and the others traveled smoothly without any obstacles. In the central area of the 10,000 demon cave, they still hadn't encountered a single demon beast. Jiang Chen knew the origin of the nightmare. Zhao Lu and the others who were unaware had already deeply realized the terror of this monster. The demon beasts in the central area of the 10,000 demon cave had reached an astonishing level of 4, 5, or 6. Yet, not a single one had escaped the clutches of this monster. At first, everyone was chatting and laughing. But upon realizing this, the atmosphere instantly turned serious. A girl in Mi Xiaoya's vehicle even broke down in tears. "Woo-woo, I miss my mom," she cried, sobbing as she spoke. "I miss my parents too," another girl said, her face full of worry. "Don't say such depressing things. At least we're still alive. If you give up on yourselves, no one can help you," Mi Xiaoya said in a deep voice. That's right, don't be so pessimistic. I'll sing a little song for everyone." Jiang Chen cleared his throat and began to howl. "On the vast horizon, my love, beneath the endless green mountains, the flowers are blooming." For a moment, everyone was left speechless. Zhao Lu was the first to react and quickly interrupted Jiang Chen. "Bro, please don't sing anymore. When you started, we almost had a car accident." "Is it that powerful?" "I'll take that as a compliment." Jiang Chen laughed heartily. Zhao Lu's mouth twitched. How did this guy not hear her sarcasm? But at least it stopped. This was really life-threatening. "Attention, we're about to enter the core area ahead," Ning Qingxue suddenly reminded. Zhao Lu raised her eyes to look at the passage ahead. She could clearly feel the powerful spiritual pressure coming from this passage. It indicated that there must have been extremely strong demon beasts present inside, which could affect such a large area. But just because they existed before, doesn't mean they still do now. Anyway, going further would lead to death. Jiang Chen didn't call for a stop, so she charged ahead. The electric bicycle quickly approached the core area of the 10,000 demon cave along the passage. The further they went, the heavier the spiritual pressure became. Jiang Chen recalled the demon beast core he had discovered earlier at the Mirror Moon Tower, the place where they exchanged spirit stones. The feeling that core gave him was very similar to what he was experiencing now. Therefore, Jiang Chen could confirm that the demon beasts living here indeed surpassed the 9th level. However, compared to the nightmare, what did it matter to exceed the 9th level? That woman, as the leader of the Forbidden Sea, would not produce something that even the demon beasts on Earth couldn't handle. Such a situation simply didn't exist. At that moment, Zhao Lu suddenly stopped the bike. "Jiang Chen, do we really have to go further?" Zhao Lu panted slightly, her eyes filled with a hint of fear. She smelled a strong scent of blood. A very, very strong scent of blood. She had a premonition that what they would see after exiting this passage would be something she couldn't bear. Smelling the blood in the air, Jiang Chen furrowed his brows. "Fateful sea demon, are you sure the back door is directly opposite the front door?" Jiang Chen asked telepathically. "Of course, do I have any reason to lie to you?" the faithful sea demon replied. "You know what the consequences of lying to me would be." After saying that, Jiang Chen glanced at the map in his hand, then raised his head with a determined tone and said, "Let's keep going." He didn't believe the faithful sea demon would deceive him. Right now, they were all in the same boat. If he couldn't survive, the faithful sea demon wouldn't have it easy either. Besides helping him escape, the faithful sea demon had no other choice. The two electric bicycles slowly drove out of the passage. But the outside environment remained dark. The scent of blood came in waves, hitting them hard. Why are there no nightglow stones here? Mi Xiaoya swallowed hard. The heavy smell of blood and an inexplicable sense of oppression made her hands tremble slightly. "I brought a flare." Zhao Lu rummaged through her bag, then took out a flare, lit it, and threw it forcefully ahead. The flare traced an arc in the air. At the same time, Jiang Chen and the others also saw the situation inside the cave. A mountain of corpses, blood, red and black liquid everywhere. Rather than saying this was the core area of the demon cave, it was more accurate to call it a corpse pit. Countless decayed bodies were piled together, the vast majority being demon beasts, with a small number of humans, the sheer number nearly filling the entire cave. Jiang Chen had never seen such a scene and immediately rushed back into the passage to vomit. The few girls, including Zhao Lu, were no better. They started to retch. Right there. The girl behind me, Xiaoya, after throwing up, rolled and crawled back into the passage. "Get out of the way, I want to go back, I want to go back," the girl screamed hysterically at Jiang Chen, who was blocking the way, her face a mess of tears and snot. Although she knew that anywhere she went would be a dead end, at least she wouldn't have to face such a terrifying scene. She would rather die outside than here. Don't panic, let me take a look first." Jiang Chen took out his phone, opened the video function and tilted his body to observe the cave in front of him. This cave was larger than any they had seen before. And the bodies piled here were clearly those demon beasts that had disappeared in the demon cave. Along with some unfortunate souls who had come in for training this time. Through his phone, he could clearly see the layer of red flesh attached to the rock wall, constantly writhing, spitting out a skeleton approximately every half-minute. These skeletons should have already been digested. They were essentially food remnants, all discharged here. It seemed the cursed sea demon was right. The back door of the nightmare was likely nearby. After these skeletons decomposed, they would definitely be expelled again, returning to nature. Thinking of this, Jiang Chen bypassed the girl in front of him and walked towards Zhao Lu and the others. Everyone take out your phones and help look for anything that looks strange. What do you mean by strange? Ning Qinxue said with a pale face. Something that has a clear difference from these flesh tissues, with more wrinkles. I can't really explain it, but there will definitely be a difference. Jiang Chen truly didn't know how to describe it. After all, he didn't know if the back door of the nightmare looked like a human. If he described it too specifically, what if they got it wrong? Anyway, this was a suspicious place, and they had to try everything. Better to miss something than to let it go. Actually, I wanted to say that just now. Mi Xiaoya suddenly pointed to a large pit next to the mountain of corpses. Have you noticed that all the black blood on the ground is gathering towards this pit, and the liquid inside seems to be flowing? Looking at the black water pit that Mi Xiaoya mentioned, Jiang Chen immediately moved his phone over. He saw that the surface of the original black water pit was covered with layers of dark red flesh tissue. These flesh tissues were constantly expanding and contracting, with a steady stream of blood flowing out through the central pipe. Seeing this scene, Jiang Chen's eyes lit up. But then he hesitated. This was just too similar. If it were just a resemblance, it would be fine. But the key was that he knew very well that this was the location of the nightmare's backside. What was this pipe that expelled black blood? It was obvious. Hey, could this blood pool lead to other places? I can see a passage through my phone. Zhao Lu also reacted at this moment. It should be. Jiang Chen thought for a moment and took out a sleeping bag from his storage ring. Who wants to give it a try? If we use the sleeping bag, it should be a bit better. Upon hearing this, the few girls present changed their expressions. Especially Ning Qinxue, who suddenly lost all color in her face, perhaps due to some cleanliness obsession. Are we really going to swim out from such a dirty place? Mi Xiaoya asked incredulously. This was all the blood of demon beasts. There was even human blood mixed in, along with various internal organs and severed limbs. Even if they had a sleeping bag to block these dirty things, no one knew what was on the other side of the passage. What if it was a dead end? What if it was an even more dangerous place? In such a situation, the sleeping bag would actually hinder their ability to respond. Ahem. Jiang Chen cleared his throat twice, thinking that he hadn't revealed the truth yet. If these delicate girls knew that the pipe led to a certain flower, they would probably be haunted by psychological trauma for the rest of their lives. Well, it is a bit dirty, but this is already the deepest part of the demon cave. This passage might be the only way out. Right now, we have no other choice, we can only treat a dead horse as a live one. Jiang Chen spread his hands helplessly. That's true. Zhao Lu nodded in agreement, then looked at Ning Qinxue. Qinxue, why don't you try first? I know you love cleanliness the most, and there's only one sleeping bag, so you have to seize the opportunity. Upon hearing this, Ning Qinxue's face turned even paler and she shook her head. You all go first, I can go last. Zhao Lu immediately interrupted her, knowing what Ning Qinxue was thinking. At a time like this, don't be so particular. I really can't. Ning Qinxue's face even turned a bit green. Zhao Lu took the sleeping bag from Jiang Chen's hands and pulled Ning Qinxue towards the black water pit. What are you afraid of? I'll personally send you in. Just close your eyes, and maybe when you open them again, you'll be outside. Wait. Ning Qinxue suddenly looked at the screen of her phone and said, You all look quickly, these flesh tissues seem to have disappeared. Maybe we are safe now? Really? Zhao Lu raised her phone, half in disbelief. Originally, she thought Ning Qinxue was just making excuses, but who knew that the scene seen through the phone was completely normal? It really seems to be gone. Zhao Lu looked at Jiang Chen in confusion. Jiang Chen naturally noticed this scene as well. Not only that, but even the corpses piled up in the cave were rapidly drying and aging. In just a dozen seconds, only a layer of wrinkled skin remained, clinging to the skeletons. The demon cave had returned to normal. It was as if everything that had happened before was just their illusion. But the corpses piled up in the cave were still shocking, proving that the strange monster had indeed existed. Safe? Are we really safe? Mi Xiaoya and the others were excitedly stomping their feet. This feeling of surviving a desperate situation made them experience the preciousness of life for the first time. The key was that they had spent an entire day in the mood of waiting for death. Now that they discovered the monster was gone, how could they not be excited? Jiang Chen was suspicious, wondering if it was that woman's trick to test him again. He immediately transmitted a message to the Doomsea Demon, asking, "Why did the nightmare disappear just as I found the back door and was about to enter?" After a moment, the Doomsea Demon's voice replied, "You said the nightmare disappeared? Yeah, I just found the way out, and this thing vanished? I ran such a long distance for nothing." Jiang Chen said, somewhat speechless. "Did you not consider why, just as you found the exit, that Lord stopped?" the Doomsea Demon suddenly asked. "Why?" Jiang Chen was momentarily taken aback. "There are two possibilities: either you were discovered, or that Lord is among your team." The Doomsea Demon paused before continuing, "But since you are fine now, it means that Lord has not confirmed a target, which means there is only one other possibility: she is in your team." Jiang Chen suddenly understood the meaning of the Doomsea Demon. It should be noted that the exit he found was right at the nightmare's rear. That woman must be very aware of this. Forcing her to go into someone else's rear would be unbearable for any normal person. Moreover, her status is not low. If such a thing happened, it would be a lifelong stain. How could the ultimate boss of the Forbidden Sea go into the rear of her subordinates? It would be a loss of dignity. But without finding the holder of the divine treasure, she couldn't conveniently reveal her identity for the time being. She also didn't want to go into anyone's rear. So she could only helplessly abandon this plan. Of course, this was just a guess. There might be other possibilities. But just thinking that there was a high probability that woman was in his team made Jiang Chen's scalp tighten. Moreover, he still didn't know who the other party was. No wonder when he used his mental power earlier, the Doomsea Demon said that woman was nearby. At that time, besides Zhao Lu and Ning Qinshui, Mi Xiaoya should also be not far away. This meant they all had suspicions. With this in mind, Jiang Chen's gaze fell on Ning Qinshui. Just now, she was the first to notice the nightmare's disappearance, and it happened to be just before it was her turn to enter the black water pool. Could there be such a coincidence? Besides that, Mi Xiaoya also felt a bit off. Clearly, she had been so lively before, but after entering the 10,000 Demons Cave, she spoke less than Zhao Lu. It was hard to guarantee she wasn't possessed by that woman. Of course, the girl who cried to go back also had her suspicions. Why did she want to go back? Was it because she couldn't find her target here and planned to mix into another team to investigate again? But that was the boss of the Forbidden Sea. She shouldn't be acting so obviously, right? Looking at it this way, Zhao Lu and the other girl were more suspicious. After all, they disguised themselves the best. At this moment, Jiang Chen finally realized. It seemed that everyone in the team had become his suspects. This was a disaster. Why did he feel like he was in a den of wolves? Meanwhile, outside the abyss of 10,000 demons, chaos had erupted. Over 100 students had initiated a joint protest. "Teacher, on what grounds are you not letting us in? It's already been half a day, and if our practical training scores end up failing, who will take responsibility for that?" "Exactly, we know the abyss of 10,000 demons is dangerous, but we won't go into the central area. You won't even say what's going on inside. Just let me wait a bit longer. It's been half a day already, and those teams that went in first have already snatched up all the easy-to-kill demon beasts." The teacher in charge of the new students' practical training was not very old. He had been at Demon City University for less than a year, and his strength was only at the 4th level. This was why many students spoke so recklessly, showing no respect. Otherwise, if a more qualified teacher were to come, they wouldn't dare to be so arrogant. "Students, please remain calm. There have indeed been some changes inside the abyss of 10,000 demons, but we are not very clear on the specifics. To ensure your safety, we can only ask you to wait a little longer," the young teacher said, his face full of helplessness. The team for this practical training had barely entered when someone used their phone to capture strange scenes. He personally went in to confirm and found the situation to be quite alarming, so he promptly reported it to the school. At the same time, he instructed the students who had not yet entered to wait outside for news. However, as time passed, these students gradually lost their patience. More importantly, his words held little credibility. Many students firmly believed that as long as they stayed on the outskirts of the abyss, there would be no life-threatening danger. The time wasted now was just points lost. How could they not be anxious? Moreover, there were over 100 of them. Even if they encountered a powerful demon beast, each could easily take a swing and kill it. They really didn't understand what there was to worry about. Surely they weren't going to be told that those who went in before had all disappeared. That would be ridiculous. In outdoor training, isn't it normal to have casualties? They had been through it before. So in the eyes of many students, this young teacher was completely overreacting. He must have underestimated their courage. Just then, a staff member accompanying them suddenly ran out of the cave. Teacher Chi, those things have disappeared. We observed for a while, and they did not reappear. The staff member opened a video he had just recorded on his phone. The video clearly documented the process of those red flesh-like entities disappearing. Teacher, you heard that, right? Doesn't that mean it's safe now? Can we go in? Someone immediately said. Let's wait a bit longer, Shibin said, slightly furrowing his brows. He had to take responsibility for the students' lives. From the content presented in the video, the events occurring in the abyss of 10,000 demons could definitely not be resolved by mere numbers. In fact, no students had come out yet. He wasn't sure if those students had encountered trouble or if the anomalies posed no real danger. But based on his intuition, he leaned more towards the former. Now that the red flesh-like entities in the abyss had disappeared, they should be confirming the safety of those students ahead, rather than continuing with the practical training assessment. But just as he was pondering, a cold voice suddenly rang out. What are you waiting for? Shibin, who gave you the authority to stop students from entering the training area? Shibin turned to see a few older teachers walking over with serious expressions. Teacher Lu, didn't you receive the video I sent you earlier? Shibin was confused as to why, having seen the video, they still insisted on allowing the students to continue training. Although casualties in outdoor training were quite normal, sending students into the abyss knowing there were uncontrollable dangers was no different from murder. I've seen it, it's nothing more than an illusion caused by some special reasons. If it were you, would you believe there are such huge monsters in the world? If they really existed, they would have been detected long ago. Lu Feng pointed to a beast bone above the cave entrance. Do you see that? The size of this thing is already unbelievable, and in the video you sent, if that thing really exists, its size would be hundreds of times larger than this skeleton. Do you know what that means? Shibin's pupils contracted, stunned in place. Hundreds of times larger than the beast bone above the 10,000 demon cave? Does such a creature really exist? Teacher Lu, we checked with our phones, and there were no anomalies, said the other two teachers. So do you understand now? It's all just illusions. Lu Feng patted Shibin's shoulder. Young man, you have a lot to learn. Teacher, can we go in now? One of the teams at the front asked eagerly. Go ahead, I'll give you half a day more, Lu Feng replied. Great. Upon hearing this, the crowd erupted in cheers. All the teams rushed into the 10,000 demon cave, and Gao Jun's team happened to be among them. They sped deep into the cave, finally separating from the other teams, only to find that they hadn't seen a single demon beast along the way. Those guys up ahead are ruthless, they actually cleaned it out so thoroughly? Gao Jun's face was filled with frustration. The 10,000 demon cave gathered a large amount of Yin energy, and every so often new demon beasts would emerge. So it was impossible for all the demon beasts here to be wiped out. Yet they had been inside for over half an hour and hadn't even seen a shadow of a demon beast. This was too strange. Gao Jun, look here, it seems someone carved something. A member of the team squatted down, looking at the words carved on a stone. The entire 10,000 demon cave is filled with man-eating monsters. They are all dead, and the next one will be me. Hiss. After reading the content, the person gasped, could there really be man-eating monsters? Could Teacher Chi's judgment be correct? But they had just checked with their phones. They found nothing. Gao Jun stretched his neck to take a look, then smirked sarcastically. You guys take this prank seriously? The cave is filled with man-eating monsters, yet we haven't been eaten? But it is really strange, we've already found 3 caves, and not to mention demon beasts, we haven't even seen a demon beast's corpse or any fresh signs of a fight. It's as if all life has vanished into thin air. Another teammate was clearly more rational. Look, there's a phone here. At that moment, the boy squatting by the stone suddenly picked up a phone from the ground, which had a recorded video on it. Let's open it and see, Gao Jun suggested. The boy nodded and pressed the play button. The next second, the content of the video completely overturned their understanding. The video begins with a series of continuous screams. A girl with a ponytail, her face streaked with tears, stares at the screen. If anyone sees this video, it means I am already dead. I don't know how to describe everything that has happened here, you'll understand with just one look. The ponytail girl shifts the camera. The scene in the video instantly transforms into a hellish nightmare. The once empty cave is now covered in a mass of red flesh. which continues to grow. Anyone who gets too close to the red mass is pulled in by a tentacle. Some people have their upper bodies still exposed, desperately crying for help. Those still alive can only watch helplessly as their bodies are slowly corroded, ultimately being completely engulfed by the red flesh. After briefly showing the situation in the cave, the ponytail girl switches the camera back. Did you see that? The cave eats people. Not only people, but all the monsters in the demon abyss have been devoured. The ponytail girl's expression is filled with fear and madness. Clearly, her mental state is deteriorating. Oh no, someone else has been eaten. Am I next? The ponytail girl suddenly widens her eyes. The camera even captures a splash of blood falling at her feet. But the ponytail girl seems oblivious. She retracts her gaze and continues, remember, the only chance of survival is to run deeper into the demon abyss. The further out you go, the more dangerous it becomes, but we definitely can't escape, all the entrances and exits are blocked. Is there anyone who can come to save us now? There is. No glimmer of hope in the ponytail girl's eyes. There won't be. Even if the president of Demon City University came, he wouldn't be able to do anything. We shouldn't have come in the first place. Stop watching. Gao. Jun suddenly reaches out and knocks the phone out of his teammate's hand, his voice trembling. What are we waiting for? Let's run. Yes, run deeper into the demon abyss, we can make it. The other two instantly react. That's right. We discovered it early, that monster might have eaten too much and is resting now. If we run inside, we can definitely reach a safe place. Yes, we can't delay any longer. Reaching a consensus, Gao Jun and the others muster all their strength and dash toward another passage. What they see next further confirms the authenticity of the earlier video. Following a straight line, Gao Jun and the others quickly arrive at the central area of the demon abyss. Yet, there isn't a single monster in sight. If there were no monsters in the outer areas, it could be barely explained as the work of the previous teams. But in the central area of the demon abyss, the monsters start from level 4 or 5. Who has such power to achieve this? This can only mean that the video was indeed real. I wonder if those guys who came in later have all been eaten, Gao Jun says, sweat pouring down his forehead. They had sprinted the entire way. With no monsters to block them, they quickly covered dozens of kilometers. Thinking about how they narrowly escaped death, Gao Jun feels a mix of relief and a hint of schadenfreude. Among those teams behind them, there are even quite a few students from the elite class. If they all die here, he might just qualify for the elite class himself. This is a chance bestowed upon him by fate. Another boy takes out his phone, checks the surrounding environment, and sees nothing unusual, letting out a sigh of relief. I don't know how those guys behind are doing, but we are definitely safe. Do you have enough food? We might be able to wait here for rescue. Gao Jun asks his two teammates. I only brought 7 days worth of rations and drinking water. I am too. Let's save some food. If it really comes to it, when we reach the core area of the demon cave, we can just dig a tunnel out. Gao Jun said with a sudden idea. Dig a tunnel out? Upon hearing this, the other two were stunned. Behind the demon cave is a continuous mountain range. How many lifetimes would it take to dig out? Just then, they suddenly heard a strange noise coming from deep within the demon cave. It seemed that someone was talking. Before long, they saw 2 electric bicycles appear in their line of sight. 6 people were neatly seated on them. Mi Xiaoya? Jiang Chen? Seeing the people on the electric bicycles, Gao Jun's face was filled with surprise. These people were actually still alive? Gao Jun, you guys are still alive? Mi Xiaoya's eyes lit up when she saw Gao Jun, and she immediately asked what he was about to say. This was the first time they had seen living people on their journey. It seemed that quite a few people had survived. Of course we are alive. Gao Jun frowned. These guys were heading in the opposite direction. Did they not know that it was safer inside the demon cave? However, at this moment, he wouldn't remind Jiang Chen and the others. The other side clearly had more people. If they acted together, his team would be at a disadvantage. Moreover, there were the outer city lowlifes he hated the most. Let them go to their deaths. Thinking this, Gao Jun said, we have urgent matters. So we won't chat. After saying that, he gave his teammates a look. Let's go. Watching Gao Jun and the others leave, Mi Xiaoya was puzzled. That monster just disappeared with great difficulty. Shouldn't we hurry out? Zhao Lu pouted, who cares about others? Let's just get out of here, I've had enough of this place. 2 hours later, Jiang Chen and the others successfully left the demon cave. As soon as they got off the bikes, Zhao Lu and Ning Qinxue ran towards a nearby rest area with their phones. Qi Bin and Lu Feng were in a heated argument about whether students should be allowed into the demon cave. Teacher Lu, I know you are my senior, but something clearly happened inside the demon cave. Haven't you noticed that several teams have already retreated? They are almost in the middle area, and they haven't encountered a single beast. Is this normal? Chi-bin said loudly, agitated. We don't have many people right now, and we don't know what happened in the demon cave. Acting rashly might cause panic and affect the students' training results, Lu Feng said, a cigarette in his mouth, his expression no longer as confident as before. He wasn't sure if his earlier decision was wrong. Could it be that some uncontrollable change had occurred in the demon cave? Otherwise, there was no reason for so many students to come out and report that they couldn't find a single beast. Even if they sent the graduating seniors to clear all the beasts in the demon cave, it wouldn't be possible to handle it so cleanly. Just as Lu Feng was feeling conflicted, he suddenly noticed two girls running towards him. He recognized Zhao Lu as a student from this year's top class and immediately adjusted his mood to ask, "How did you two come out so quickly? Did you not find any beasts in the outer area? You really don't need to worry too much, this situation is normal." Before Lu Feng could finish his sentence, Zhao Lu handed over her phone. "Teacher, you should take a look at these photos and videos." In Zhao Lu's phone, there are records of the red patterns captured upon entering the demon cave, followed by the transformation of the rock walls into flesh and the passage being sealed off. Then, there was the first instance of the red flesh consuming a person. Throughout, the growth process of the red flesh was intermittently recorded. Finally, there was the cave piled high with corpses. The bodies of the demon beasts from the entire demon cave were mostly gathered here, along with a small number of human corpses. At a glance, it was shocking. The few teachers present wore expressions of terror and panic. "Did you see? These are not illusions, the demon cave will eat people." Chi-bin looked at Lu Feng, his tone filled with anger. "What about the students who went in later? Didn't you say it was safe?" "I know, this is all my fault, and I will take responsibility. To bring the students who went in later out," Lu Feng said, his face full of regret. "Relying on you alone, it will take ages to rescue the surviving students. If we're going, we should go together." Although Chi-bin had many objections to Lu Feng, this was not the time to assign blame. "Exactly, if we're going, we should go together. Also, we need to notify the school to send more people over," another teacher chimed in. "Teachers, you don't need to worry too much about going in now. We escaped from the core area of the demon cave. As long as you don't capture any abnormal phenomena with your phones, there won't be any danger." Zhao Lu retrieved her phone and pulled up the first two photos she took. "Also, did you see these red stripes that look like blood vessels?" Zhao Lu pondered for a moment and said, "I guess these red stripes will appear before the flesh that devours life shows up. As long as you detect something abnormal, retreat quickly, there is still a chance to survive." Upon hearing this, the expressions of the teachers relaxed a bit. "Thank you very much for providing this valuable clue, student. Please help guard the entrance. If any students want to enter the demon cave, use force to stop them," Lu Feng instructed Zhao Lu. "Okay," Zhao Lu nodded. "We're going in now." Lu Feng glanced at Chi-bin. "You stay outside and contact the school. Tell them that a disaster-level incident has occurred in the demon cave, and remember to send those photos and videos to the school, they will understand." After saying this, Lu Feng led the other teachers quickly toward the entrance of the demon cave. Although Chi-bin wanted to follow, he realized that with such a big incident, relying on just a few teachers would definitely not solve the problem. After thinking it over, he could only turn around and call the school. Since Jiang Chen suspected there was a spy in the team, he became unusually silent. After leaving the demon cave, he found an excuse to distance himself from the group of women. Once he reached a deserted area, Jiang Chen let out a sigh of relief. "Fish, quickly check if that woman is still around." "I just probed again with my mental power," Jiang Chen asked while cautiously looking around. "What nickname did you give me?" The sea witch complained, then said, "That lady's aura has already faded significantly, and it's emanating from you. It seems my guess was correct, that lady is indeed in your team, otherwise, you wouldn't have been able to pick up her aura." "From me?" Jiang Chen sniffed himself, but there was no scent. However, the one closest to him at the time seemed to be Zhao Lu. Forget it, who cares who she is? After all, the chrysanthemum technique saved his life. After returning this time, he must stay away from all women. He would absolutely not give that woman a second chance to approach him. Just then, Jiang Chen suddenly saw a white bone protruding from the ground not far away. He looked in the direction the bone was connected to. Wasn't it the skeleton above the entrance of the demon cave? It had extended all the way here. That must be 200 or 300 meters. Jiang Chen stepped forward and began to clear the dirt around the bones. He had originally intended to study what this thing was. Now, it just so happened that he stumbled upon it. This bone looked like a sharp cone, possibly the last piece of the tailbone. It shouldn't be difficult to remove. Jiang Chen took out an F-grade alloy long sword and tried to cut at the joint of the bone with the sword tip. However, he didn't leave even a mark. But this was all within Jiang Chen's expectations. After all, such a large beast bone clearly belonged to a beast that was far stronger than a 9th tier during its lifetime. It was normal that an F-grade alloy weapon couldn't cut through. With this in mind, Jiang Chen took out a small toothpick from his inventory. He infused the toothpick with spiritual power and then suddenly swung it to unleash a sword. Chi! Star-shattering sword. The fine sword chi fell vertically on the bone joint, directly blasting open a gap. Jiang Chen leaned in to observe. The star-shattering sword had enough damage. But he was still far from being able to remove the bone. Should I try that? Jiang Chen looked around again, confirming that no one was nearby, before taking out a low-grade spirit stone to begin restoring his internal spiritual power. Because he possessed a divine vein, his absorption of spiritual power was also extremely fast. In just half a minute, he had fully restored his internal spiritual power. When Jiang Chen opened his palm again, a drop of black divine power was already floating in his hand. Meanwhile, in a small border town of the Lighthouse Kingdom, a man holding a scepter was standing in front of a map, deep in thought. Suddenly, the scepter in his hand shook violently a few times. With a crack, a fissure appeared on the crystal. At the top of the scepter, the man's expression changed. How could this happen? This scepter was a gift from the deities of the myriad worlds, specifically given to them to deal with the Dragon Kingdom. It hadn't had any issues for over 100 years, why would it suddenly crack? Come here. The man quickly turned and looked at his subordinate. Hurry and send someone to the Dragon Kingdom to check on the situation of the 3 dragon bones. I suspect something has happened to them. Dragon bones? The subordinate was somewhat confused. My lord, are you overthinking it? The dragon bones are a blessing from the deities, how could anything go wrong? Forget it, I need to go personally. The man suddenly changed his mind. Decades before the revival of spiritual energy, various countries had sent some pioneers to the worlds beyond. These pioneers undoubtedly gained immense opportunities during this upheaval. After settling down in those worlds, they would gradually establish contact with their original countries. However, the pioneers from each country had different attitudes towards the indigenous people of Earth. The Dragon Kingdom aimed to cultivate more talents to send to the worlds beyond, strengthening its foundation. In contrast, the Lighthouse Nation viewed the Earth's natives as inferior beings. Some powerful individuals even referred to themselves as deities. This has become a tradition in many Western countries. Jiang Chen was unaware that this beast bone would also involve people from the Lighthouse Nation. He looked at the tailbone struck down by dark divine power on the ground and directly added it to the synthesis bar. Ironback. Dragon tailbone. Ironback dragon, a beast containing a small amount of dragon bloodline, is inherently violent and retains great malice after death, making it a favorite among many death summoners. Death summoner? Seeing these words, Jiang Chen raised an eyebrow slightly. He had certainly heard of this profession. In the Worlds Beyond online game, summoners were a rare profession. And death summoners were fundamentally different from ordinary summoners. Ordinary summoners could summon things based on the skills and weapons they learned. However, death summoners targeted corpses. For instance, the corpses of powerful beasts or strong humans. So, could it be that the reason this dragon bone couldn't be stored in the item bar was that it had already been controlled by a death summoner? But since it was a summoned item, why was it left in the wilderness instead of being kept close? What did that mean? Jiang Chen found it hard to understand. The key was that there were clearly more than one of these beast bones. Forget it, why think so much? After all, it was related to dragons, and this skeleton was definitely a good thing. He had to take more. Although he couldn't do anything with the torso, taking a few more tailbones shouldn't be a problem. Each piece weighed several tons. Even if he brought them to the worlds beyond, he could sell them for a good amount of money. Thinking of this, Jiang Chen continued to take out spirit stones to restore his spiritual power. 2 hours later, Jiang Chen looked at the item bar, which held 6 tailbones of varying sizes, and felt quite pleased. He could almost see a pile of shiny spirit stones waving at him. This was a great harvest. Although he couldn't cash it in immediately, it was like a fixed deposit in a bank. One day he would be able to withdraw and spend it. Moreover, such things only had value in the worlds beyond. Otherwise, with Earth's technology, it was insufficient to process dragon bones. Of course, not many people could afford them either. Jiang Chen looked at the remaining torso part with some regret. What a pity. It already had an owner. Otherwise, he could have stored it in the item bar and taken it all away. He hoped the owner of this creature wouldn't be too sad to see their pet without a tail. He was giving this guy a lesson through his actions. Carelessly throwing things around was truly a bad habit. Next time, this guy would definitely think twice. Jiang Chen returned to the entrance of the demon cave. By this time, many teams had already retreated. Numerous students gathered in groups of 3 or 5, discussing the events that had occurred in the demon cave. I heard that a conservative estimate of the students who participated in this training has lost a third, and it's a disaster level event. It's terrifying. Luckily, we went in late, otherwise, we would have been doomed. I remember disaster level events only occurred in the years right after the revival of spiritual energy when humanity had no resistance and was helpless against those mutated beasts. I saw those videos circulating in the group, they were terrifying. Who would have thought the demon cave would turn into a monster? It seems that Teacher Chibin has saved our lives. At first, so many people resented him, completely misunderstanding him. Let's go apologize to Teacher Chibin. These students, no longer arrogant, were left with faces full of fear. The key is that no one would believe such things if they were spoken. Since Magic City University listed the Demon Cave as one of the 3 major outdoor training sites, there had never been any accidents. The strict division of strength allowed students to decide whether to venture into more dangerous areas based on their own abilities. It was precisely this assurance that made everyone dismiss Teacher Chibin's words. Moreover, the teachers who arrived later did not stop them. One could only say, thankfully, that monster had not appeared again, otherwise even more people would have been lost. At that moment, Jiang Chen suddenly saw a familiar figure running towards him. Jiang Chen, are you okay? That's great. I saw you were among the first to go in. And I thought you guys had already. Xia Zhenghao came to Jiang Chen, his words trailing off. I'm tough, it's not that easy to die. Jiang Chen naturally understood the implication in Xia Zhenghao's words. This time was indeed thrilling, especially with so many people dead. It showed just how ruthless that woman was. Now, both the Xiantian sect and the Forbidden Sea were looking for him. For the next while, he had no plans to stay at school. He intended to push himself to become a 6th-tier warrior and, by the way, earn a master title at the Alchemist Association. Then he would pack up and prepare to head to the world of all heavens. As for the Forbidden Sea and the Xiantian sect, they could do whatever they wanted. By then, he would no longer be on Earth. Let those people worry about it themselves. As long as you're fine, that's good. It seems our class lost quite a few people this time. I heard the teachers say they would select some from the Earth class to fill in. You definitely have a chance, Xia Zhenghao said in a low voice. What's the difference? I think the Earth class is just fine. Jiang Chen had no ambition at all. He had entered university with the hope of getting a pass to the world of all heavens upon graduation. But now that there were other channels available, and he didn't have to wait 4 years, he saw no need to strive for grades or performance. Given the current situation, it was better to keep a low profile. Staying low-key would allow him to survive longer. On the other side, the long-haired student from the Lighthouse Nation had just finished a call from his family. Grays, did your family headquarters have something important to discuss with you? Asked a 2-meter-tall, overweight student from the Lighthouse Nation. They want me to check the dragon bones in the demon cave, Grace said, looking up at the skeleton above the demon cave, his tone somewhat helpless. Isn't it just sitting there? What is there to check? Isn't there a monster in the demon cave? I heard even high-level demon beasts were devoured. Could the dragon bones be affected too? The overweight student analyzed seriously. Impossible. Grace said firmly, the dragon bones are a gift from the gods, they can dominate in the world of all heavens. How could they fear the monsters of the demon cave? The fat man opened his mouth, unsure how to refute. But he always felt that the monsters appearing in the demon cave this time were definitely not that simple. Let's go. Since it's a family order, I'll check if the dragon bones are intact. Grace just complained verbally, he dared not have the slightest thought of defiance against the family headquarters' orders. They climbed from the slightly gentler hillside to the top of the demon cave. Looking at the imposing dragon bones before him, Grace smiled and said, do you know why we put all 3 dragon bones in someone else's country? Not really, the fat man pretended to be confused. Because only in this way can we solidify our position as number 1 in Lighthouse Country. A cold glint flashed in Gray's eyes. In recent decades, Dragon Country has been developing stronger and stronger, and the people of Dragon Country have become increasingly arrogant. However, they won't be proud for long. If we want to sanction These foolish dragon country people, we can act at any time, it's just not the best timing yet. The fat man was momentarily at a loss for words. As far as he knew, Lighthouse Country secretly placed the dragon bones in Dragon Country not because they were being suppressed by Dragon Country in both the celestial world and Earth, but to keep a trump card for themselves. As for the number one position in Lighthouse Country, it had changed hands hundreds of years ago. It was just that the families in the country didn't want to admit it. However, the fat man didn't want to argue with Grays. His family still needed to rely on Grays. No matter what Grays said, he just needed to nod. To report back to his family, Grays turned on his phone to record and started filming from right to left. Head intact. Neck intact. Torso intact. Limbs intact. Tail, where's the tail? Grays realized at the end that the tail of the dragon bones was actually missing. This scared him. He immediately ran to the tailbone position with a panicked face, only to find signs of an attack nearby. Who the hell is it? Grays' eyes were bloodshot. The dragon bones were precious property of Lighthouse Country. Who the hell was so shameless as to steal the tail? How much would this cost? That number, Grays didn't even dare to think about. He looked at the video on his phone, hesitating to send it to the family headquarters. If the priest found out, not to mention him, even their family would be implicated. This tail must have been cut off by someone. Apart from spiritual artifacts, there shouldn't be anything else that could do it. The fat man was much calmer. After carefully observing that at the connection, he looked up at Grays and said, "Spiritual artifact." Gray's eyes suddenly lit up. "I know where there are spiritual artifacts in Dragon Country." "Where?" the fat man asked in confusion. "The Artifact Refiners Association." Grays felt his deduction was spot on. They must have had their eyes on the dragon bones for a long time, so they didn't hesitate to use a spiritual artifact to sever the tail of the dragon bones, those despicable thieves. The fat man was again at a loss for words. Perhaps due to overconfidence in the strength of the dragon bones, or wanting to show their power to Dragon Country, the 3 dragon bones placed by Lighthouse Country were all in very conspicuous positions. This way, if war were to break out one day, the 3 dragon bones would definitely drop the jaws of the Dragon Country people. Indeed, over the years, the 3 dragon bones had never had any issues. But since they were placed in a remote area, and the original intention was to ambush Dragon Country, now that the tail was severed, how could they have the face to accuse others of being thieves? Anything found on the roadside belongs to whoever picks it up, right? However, Grays didn't think much about it. He directly sent the video to the family and proposed his guess. As long as he could find someone to take the blame, he had nothing to fear. Sure enough, the Grace family received the news and was not angry. Instead, they praised him for his keen observation in finding the murderer so quickly. As long as they could shift the blame, their family would not have to bear the wrath from above. For them, it was the best outcome. A few minutes later, Grace happily put away his phone. "It's all resolved," Grace said in a great mood. Resolved? The chubby man was full of questions. Such a big matter was resolved in just a few minutes. It couldn't be that simple. "That's right," Grace nodded. "The family has already sent someone over to negotiate with the Alchemist Association. If they don't hand over the dragon bone and compensate us with 100,000 low-grade spirit stones, we will sue the Alchemist Association of the Dragon Kingdom for theft in the International Court." "All right." The chubby man wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. Grace and his family's way of thinking was indeed unusual. No wonder they could become one of the top families in the eastern region. It seemed that this uniqueness was what allowed them to stand out among many families. The Alchemist Association had no idea that they had been unjustly accused. They were also inexplicably in debt for 100,000 low-grade spirit stones. At this moment, Nia Lin and others were discussing strategies for next month's Alchemist Exchange Conference. Just then, Luo Yunhan, the first disciple, suddenly received a phone call. "It's from the International Court," Luo Yunhan said to those present. He was responsible for the diplomatic part of the Alchemist Association and was used to receiving various calls. "What? Which batch of materials has gotten into trouble this time?" Nia Lin said leisurely. "No need to think, it must be either the Fusang Kingdom or the Lighthouse Kingdom, right? They are always causing trouble," said a middle-aged woman in professional attire with glasses. "Yunhan, what do you think?" Nia Lin crossed his legs and raised his hand. "It's the Bernier family from the Lighthouse Kingdom." Luo Yunhan paused, pondering how to describe it. "Ha, I knew it was the Lighthouse Kingdom. Who else has nothing better to do than to think about lawsuits every day?" the middle-aged woman sneered. "What is the Bernier family?" Our supply channels didn't go through this family's company, right? Nya Lin frowned. The Bernier family is suing us, claiming we stole their precious property, the dragon bone. Luo. Yinhan's expression was somewhat strange. It's the beast bone displayed in the demon cave. Now they want us to hand it over and compensate them with 100,000 low-grade spirit stones. Upon hearing this, Nya Lin and others were full of questions. What are you talking about? Nya Lin thought he had misheard. What the hell is a dragon bone? And they want them to compensate 100,000 low-grade spirit stones? What nonsense! As a long-time association dealing with the international market, being taken to court is a common occurrence for the Blacksmiths Guild. However, most cases are price disputes regarding material procurement and finished product sales. This time, they were inexplicably accused of stealing someone else's belongings. It was the first time this had happened. According to the Bernier family, the skeletons they temporarily stored near the Abyss of Demons could only be damaged by spiritual weapons, and only our Blacksmiths Guild in the Dragon Kingdom has spiritual weapons, so we became the prime suspects, Luo Yunhan said, shrugging his shoulders with a helpless tone. What the hell kind of logic is that? A broken bone lying in the wilderness, and they say it belongs to the Bernier family? I could just as easily claim it belongs to our Blacksmiths Guild. Nya Lin scoffed. The current stance from the international court is that we should resolve this privately. First, the Bernier family has already sent someone to negotiate with us, Luo Yunhan said. Fine, let them come. I've been bored lately. Nya Lin, known for his bad temper, didn't care about the Bernier family. If they dared to provoke him, he would definitely give them a taste of their own medicine. The others in the conference room exchanged glances. It seemed Nya Lin was about to go off the rails again. They could only silently mourn for the Bernier family in advance. The news about the Abyss of Demons quickly spread within the Magic City University. During this time, Zhang Chen received a call from Zhang Yingxue. After confirming he was safe, he glanced at the time. It was already past midnight. The school had also sent over more than 10 teachers and dozens of staff members to participate in the search and rescue, of course, to account for the surviving students. They all had to stay there and could not leave without permission. Zhang Chen, Yingxue. Made some barbecue, come over and eat with us. Zhao Lu jogged over from a distance. Just as Zhang Chen was about to refuse, Xiao Zhanghao, sitting next to him, immediately stood up and said, "How can you not call me? Let's go, let you all experience what high-end ingredients are. If young Master Xia is willing to join, that would be the best," Zhao Lu said with a smile. I already ate something earlier, so I think I'll pass. Zhang Chen finally found an opportunity to interject. What does that matter? Xia Zhanghao quickly pulled Zhang Chen along. You're not hungry. But you can still help out. Zhang Chen felt bitter inside. He wanted to avoid this group of women but couldn't make it too obvious. He should have ignored Xia Zhanghao from the start. That trickster. Xia Zhanghao quickly blended in with the group of girls. He took out several pieces of monster meat, seafood infused with spiritual energy, vegetables, and fruits from his storage ring. Mu Xiaoya and the others were in charge of processing, while Ning Qinxue was responsible for grilling. Soon, the aroma wafted out, making Zhang Chen feel hungry. That grilled meat, give me 2 skewers. In the end, Zhang Chen couldn't resist the temptation of food and succumbed to reality. After all, everyone was a suspect in that woman's eyes. Hiding in the crowd and not standing out was the safest option. After a hearty meal, Zhang Chen's tense nerves relaxed a bit. He took out a lounge chair, sat down in a corner, and then pulled out a chilled cola from his inventory and took a couple of sips. Finally feeling alive. So much had happened today. Ever since he learned that woman might be among these girls, Zhang Chen had been thinking about how to respond in case of an unexpected situation. He originally thought having a universal synthesis platform would ease his worries. If he encountered an enemy, he could store one in the decomposition slot, and if that didn't work, he could store 2 in the synthesis slot. That meant 3 was the limit. Although he wouldn't be able to use the synthesis platform for a long time. Afterward, as long as he could survive, it wasn't a big deal. If he were to truly encounter a monster of nightmare level, even if he wanted to take it in, he wouldn't know how to go about it. Its physical form might not even be in the demon abyss. Where would he take it? He would end up exposing himself. This is the gap in strength. If one's own power isn't strong enough, sometimes the synthesis platform is also unreliable. In a moment, Zhang Chen's mind was filled with countless thoughts. He reached down to pick up the cola bottle on the ground, preparing to finish the rest. At that moment, a commotion came from the direction of the entrance to the demon abyss. Someone has been rescued again. This should be the last team, right? I heard they have already reached the core area of the demon abyss. How cool is that? Is it really that cool? Upon hearing this, Jiang Chen turned to look. He saw Gao Jun and a few others, led by 2 teachers, walking out of the demon abyss in a daze. Their faces were pale, and their legs trembled. They looked as if they could barely walk. Among them, Gao Jun even had suspicious stains on his pants. You guys? It's safe now, you don't have to worry, Lu Feng stepped forward to reassure them. Safe? Gao Jun sluggishly raised his head, and after a while, he realized he was already outside the demon abyss. I made it out? Ha, I survived. Gao Jun laughed maniacally. He was a man who had seen hell and lived to tell the tale. This was a bragging right he could hold on to for a lifetime. Just then, Gao Jun suddenly spotted a few familiar figures in the crowd. He quickly walked over. Jiang Chen, you guys know what the core area is like, right? Why didn't you warn us when you saw us back then? Gao Jun said with a face full of resentment. Are you sure you don't want to change your pants before talking to me? Jiang Chen pointed at Gao Jun's pants. At this distance, he could almost smell it. Upon hearing this, Gao Jun looked down and his face immediately darkened. Damn, when did he wet his pants? No wonder he felt a chill in his crotch all the way here. Lu Feng noticed that Gao Jun had completely ignored him from start to finish and instead ran off to talk to others. He felt a surge of dissatisfaction. This student was really too rude. He could even ignore the teacher speaking. It was clear how poorly he was raised. Just looking at him, one could tell he had been spoiled at home since childhood. As Lu Feng was thinking this, he suddenly saw Gao Jun walking back towards him. His expression improved slightly. Respecting teachers and valuing education was the most basic principle. If this guy could realize it belatedly, he wasn't completely hopeless. However, Lu Feng was immediately slapped in the face the next second. Teacher, I want to report that Jiang Chen and his team knew what had happened in the core area of the demon cave but never reminded me at all. They clearly wanted to watch us die. Gao Jun didn't think too much, he just knew he was very angry. He swore he never wanted to remember that scene for the rest of his life. Such a huge cave, filled to the brim with the corpses of various monsters and humans. Anyone who saw it would have psychological trauma. He was scared to the point of wetting himself. If Jiang Chen had reminded him back then, he might have escaped long ago. Why suffer this torment? As far as I know, apart from a large number of corpses, there are no other dangers in the core area of the demon cave. Lu Feng said expressionlessly. No other dangers? Gao Jun was slightly taken aback. How could that be? That place was clearly the lair of monsters. They were under immense pressure, waiting for the school's rescue, and yet they were told there was no danger? Was he just peeing his pants for nothing? Go find a place to rest. Lu Feng was too lazy to talk to Gao Jun anymore, snorting coldly before turning to walk towards a registration point not far away. After the attendance was counted, the final data left all the teachers in silence. A full third of the students who came to the demon cave for training had gone missing. Moreover, a significant portion of them were from the top class. They had the best equipment, and many had their own vehicles. So they didn't move with the main group. The result was this tragic outcome. Send another rescue team into the demon cave to search again and take the remaining students back first. Lu Feng said wearily. I'll arrange it right away, said a teacher beside him. On the way back, Jiang Chen didn't dare to take Ning Qingshua's car again and got on the school's bus early. As soon as he found a seat, he heard several students in the front row discussing heatedly. Have you heard? The top class has suffered serious casualties and the missing numbers will be taken from our class. Is that true? In previous years, wanting to enter the top class required at least being a second-tier warrior or having 5th-level cultivation talent. Can we really benefit from this? What else can we do? The top class gathers the best mentors from Magic City University to teach the remaining 10 or so students. Isn't that a waste of teaching resources? Let those top class students show off, thinking they could run fast just because they have cars. Now they're dumbfounded. Have some decency, people are dead, and you're still talking like that. Exactly, if you benefit, don't act all high and mighty. Show some respect for the deceased. You all act like great benefactors here. At that moment, Gao Jun's group walked in from the door, and he sneered at the two people. Speaking for the deceased from the top class, with your strength, wanting to enter the top class, you might as well wait for the next life. You can only moralize others. Here. Gao Jun, how can you talk like that? One student immediately stood up and said, respecting the dead should be the right thing to do. Oh, you have quite the temper. Gao Jun scoffed, in my opinion, those people from the top class deserve to die. If they hadn't died, how would we have our chance? Such a good thing has fallen upon us, shouldn't we celebrate? Let's find a place to have some fun after we return to the city, it's on me. Yes, we should celebrate. In this day and age, luck is also a part of strength. It's others who are dying, not us, so why worry? I heard that students from the Tianzi class have a chance to get a pass to the myriad worlds after graduation. Just thinking about such a free opportunity is exhilarating. Once we merge over, our numbers will definitely be greater. By then, those guys from the Tianzi class, no matter how talented they are, will have to give way to us, right? Makes sense. Most people agreed with Gao Jun's words, even fantasizing about suppressing those prodigies from the Tianzi class. They were all delighted. A few students who were rebutted were too lazy to argue with them and returned to their seats. One boy happened to sit next to Jiang Chen. You guys are so arrogant, huh? He opened the school forum and directly posted a video he had just recorded. Don't you want to enter the Tianzi class? After this video goes public, let's see how these guys will establish themselves in the Tianzi class. After all, a fake is still a fake. Even if there are only about 10 people left in the Tianzi class, they can still beat these guys to the ground. The boy's emotions calmed down a bit, only to realize that he was sitting next to Jiang Chen. His expression became somewhat complicated, thinking back to how Gao Jun had actively stirred up opinions against the students from the outer city, causing many to avoid Jiang Chen like the plague, isolating him from the class. Looking back now, it was really childish. What kind of normal worldview could a scum like Gao Jun have? Listening to him would only lead to being misled sooner or later. Compared to the Dizzy class, the atmosphere in the Tianzi class was noticeably more subdued. Xia Zhenghao was glad that his self-driving car couldn't go out into the wild, otherwise it would probably have been eaten by the monsters in the demon cave by now. Damn, these little bastards actually dare to say such things? Where's the Dizzy class's car? Just watch me go beat them up. At that moment, a man crackling with lightning stood up from his seat. Jichao, what's going on? Why are you so angry? Xia Zhenghao looked at his teammate. Dong Jichao, one of the top students in the Tianzi class, ranked in the top 3 in strength this time. Not only did he have a lightning spirit vein, but his cultivation talent was also at level 6. His future was limitless. Look at this video. Dong Jichao threw his phone to Xia Zhenghao, which was looping a video. In the video, several students from the Dizzy class were gloating. They were not only boasting but also claiming that the students from the Tianzi class deserved to die, and that they would hold a celebration banquet after returning to the city. The tone of their speech and their arrogant attitude were infuriating. So this is what happens when the Tianzi class is gone, right? Xia Zhenghao rolled up his sleeves and stood up from his seat. Let's go, we're going to pay a visit to the Dizzy class's bus. Yao Jun and the others were discussing where to celebrate after returning to the city. Suddenly, a purple lightning bolt struck the front of the bus. A series of crisp sounds rang out. In an instant, all the windows shattered into pieces. What's going on? Did the bus get struck by lightning? Could it be that the beasts from the demon cave have come out? Damn, my feet are all tingly from the shock. What the hell, we just got on the bus, and it's not safe? The inside of the bus was in an uproar. Jiang Chen lifted his foot to take a look at the sole of his shoe. Good grief, it was actually charred. Luckily, he had put away his wind boots, otherwise, he would have lost several $1,000. Just as everyone was puzzled about where the attack had come from, several figures appeared at the bus door. Xia Zhenghao was among them. Seeing this scene, Jiang Chen roughly guessed what had happened. He had been watching the muscular guy next to him record a video the whole time. He knew something was bound to happen, it just came faster than he had imagined. Jiang Chen took out another pair of wind boots and put them on, then donned a set of leather armor, and finally pulled out a bag of snacks and a bottle of cola, preparing to enjoy the show. This was the wild. If a fight broke out, even the teachers might not be able to stop it. At this moment, Gao Jun and the others also noticed the students from the Tianzi class. They exchanged glances and then approached. You must be Dong Jichao, right? I've long admired your name. From now on, we'll be classmates, so I hope Dongzi will take care of us. Gao Jun directly ignored Xia Zhenghao and smiled at Dong Jichao beside him. It wasn't that he didn't want to cling to Xia Zhenghao, it was just that he knew Xia Zhenghao was close to Jiang Chen, and that connection wouldn't be of much use. It was better to build a good relationship with Dong Jichao. If they could be in the same team during outdoor training, wouldn't that mean they could score full marks every time? Watching Gao Jun, who had just been cursing the Tianzi class students, now shamelessly approaching to curry favor, many students silently despised him. Who said we're classmates? Dong Jichao's cold gaze fell on Gao Jun's face, instantly recognizing him as the student from the video who had shouted that the Tianzi class students deserved to die, and had suggested celebrating. Dong Gongzi might not know yet, but the school has decided to merge some students from the Dizzy class into the Tianzi class, so we'll all be classmates in the future. Gao Jun knew these geniuses were very aloof, so he didn't mind Dong Jichao's attitude too much. It wasn't just him who was treated this way, he would get used to it. Then you probably don't know. Yet, your video was posted on the school forum. Dong Jichao cracked his fingers, sparks of lightning crackling around him, his eyes burning with fury. Video? What video? Gao Jun momentarily didn't react. A girl next to him trembled as she handed her phone to him, just as it played the moment Gao Jun arrogantly shouted that the Tianzi class students deserved to die. Realizing what had happened, Gao Jun's face turned pale. Xia Zhenghao smirked, crossing his arms. Brothers, beat him up. If we don't beat the crap out of him today, I'll write my name backward. For the next 10 minutes, Zhang Chen only heard Gao Jun and the others' screams echoing in the bus. By the time the teachers arrived to inquire, Gao Jun and the others were left with only half their lives. Meanwhile, Jiang Chen had just finished his snacks. What happened? Lu Feng frowned and asked. Teacher, save me. They want to kill me, they've gone crazy. Gao Jun saw Lu Feng as a savior and quickly clung to his pant leg. To complain. If I were to make a move, do you think you'd still have a chance to talk? I'd love to kill you, but I don't need to dirty my hands for trash like you. After saying that, Dong Jichao handed his phone to Lu Feng. Teacher, you'll understand once you watch this video. Lu Feng didn't just listen to one side of the story. He took the phone and carefully looked at the video content. The more he watched, the darker his expression became. Did they deserve to die? Lu Feng glanced down at the few people on the ground and felt that they deserved to be beaten. He even wanted to kick them a few times himself. Everyone was mourning the incident. Yet these guys were here gloating and planning to celebrate when they returned to the city? Was there no humanity left? Teacher, I just spoke without thinking, it wasn't intentional. I will still be your student in the future, you have to stand up for me. I only said a few words, but these guys actually laid hands on me. The nature of the situation is completely different. Gao Jun clung to Lu Feng's pants, unwilling to let go. He wouldn't be satisfied until he saw these guys punished. My student? Lu Feng shook off Gao Jun's hand with a flick of his wrist, his face stern as he said, Lu Feng, do not have a student like you. There is no place for you in Class T, so you might as well give up on that thought. What? Gao Jun's eyes widened in shock. There's no place for me in Class T? How is that possible? There are only a few second-tier warriors in Class D, and I'm one of them. If I can't enter Class T, then who else in Class D is qualified? Anyone can, but you can't. Lu Feng looked down at Gao Jun, and whether or not you are qualified is decided by us teachers, not by you. Do you understand? Upon hearing this, Gao Jun's face turned pale. He couldn't enter Class T? These teachers actually wouldn't let him in? Was it just because he said a few wrong things? How unfair. Was there no justice? The few students who had been boasting regretted missing their chance to enter Class T and wished they could punch the wall. As for you guys beating up a classmate, that's also wrong. You'll be punished to clean the classroom for 3 days, Lu Feng said, looking at Xia Zhenghao and the others. No problem. Xia Zhenghao and the others immediately replied. After clarifying the situation, Lu Feng and the others left. Xia Zhenghao then kicked Gao Jun a couple more times before feeling satisfied and returning to the bus with the others. This farce could be considered over. When they returned to the capital, the sky was already dimly lit. Seeing the familiar city, many people breathed a sigh of relief. They had survived. The events that took place in the Demon Cave today would definitely be something they remembered for a lifetime. In the future, when they talked about it, they could at least say they were survivors of a disaster-level event. Although the vast majority of them had never seen the true form of the monsters. In the following days, everyone rested in their respective dormitories. Due to the cancellation of the outdoor training, all the freshmen had an extra 6 days of vacation. The school also took this opportunity to reassign classes. Naturally, Jiang Chen was assigned to Class T without any surprise. Upon hearing this news, Jiang Yingxue and Tangya insisted on taking him out to celebrate. Halfway through the meal, Tangya suddenly said, Jiang Chen, did you see the beast bones above the demon cave during your outdoor training? Jiang Chen. Such a large skeleton, unless you were blind, how could you not see it? Why did you suddenly think to ask this? Jiang Chen asked in confusion. Recently, there's been a huge uproar over those beast bones. The Artifact Refiners Association was sued by the Bernier family from Lighthouse Country in international court, claiming That the association stole their dragon bones and not only demanded their return but also compensation of 100,000 low-grade spirit stones. Tang Yi said. Dramatically. Jiang Chen? What the heck? Wasn't the dragon bone stolen by him? How did the Artifact Refiners Association get sued? This was too big of a leap. Jiang Chen knew that the dragon bone had an owner and that taking the tail of the dragon bone would definitely cause some commotion. But he never expected it would involve the Lighthouse Nation and the Alchemist Association. Since that dragon bone belonged to the Lighthouse Nation, why was it placed on the territory of the Dragon Nation? Not to mention just taking a tail. If luck were slightly worse, he could have been directly absorbed by a nightmare, and the Lighthouse Nation would have no place to argue. The key point was that it also implicated the Alchemist Association. This was completely putting the blame on himself. So what's the situation now? Jiang Chen asked. The Bernier family came to the Alchemist Association yesterday, but no one paid them any attention. They were left hanging for a day. As a result, today the Bernier family brought people to block the main entrance of the Alchemist Association headquarters, Tang Yi said. Otherwise, do you think we have time to sit here and chat? Zhang Yingxue said with a tone full of helplessness. Ever since they joined the Alchemist Association, they had been running back and forth between school and the association, hardly having any time to spare. The benefit was that she and Tang Yi had made great progress. They could now forge fine iron weapons. After all, they had a master like Yu Zhong guiding them, which was certainly not comparable to those alchemists who could only learn systematically. How about we go take a look after dinner? Jiang Chen said somewhat sheepishly. After all, the Alchemist Association was taking the blame for him. To be honest, he felt quite guilty about it. Whether it was Nie Lin or Yu Zhong, he had connections with both. Given the situation, it was only right to go and see. Sure, Master Nie has been mentioning you every day, saying he wants to show you the new weapon he's researching. Zhang Yingxue was naturally very happy to see Jiang Chen willing to take the initiative to go to the Alchemist Association. After Nie Lin returned to the magic capital, Jiang Chen casually sent him a pair of Windwalker boots to send the old man on his way. During that time, Nie Lin bombarded him with calls, but he couldn't be bothered to respond. However, thinking that Nie Lin had helped him before, it wasn't a good idea to keep avoiding him. After lunch, the three of them arrived at the Alchemist Association together. As soon as they got out of the car, they saw a crowd gathered at the entrance. Today you must hand over the stolen items, or the Alchemist Association can forget about opening its doors. A blonde youth in combat gear stood on the highest step, speaking in somewhat halting Mandarin. Beside him stood 10 men in black, all standing in unison at the entrance. Judging by their appearance, these men in black all had the strength of 7th-tier warriors. Placed in any country, they would be considered a top-tier force. Below the steps was a very conspicuous chair. Nie Lin was sitting in the chair, casually crossing his legs and picking his teeth. What's wrong? Aren't you hungry if you don't eat? Nie Lin leisurely looked at the people on the steps, his crossed legs shaking as if he were an old rogue. Please do not change the subject, the blonde youth said, one hand resting on the curved blade at his waist. The grip on his weapon revealed just how much anger he was currently holding back. It's not us changing the subject, it's how many times we've told you, and you still don't listen. Nie Lin shifted his sitting position and spoke slowly. First of all, the beast bone you mentioned is at the top of the Wanmaku mountain. What kind of place is Wanmaku? It's a remote wilderness where anyone can step in. Even if that beast bone truly belongs to your family, it's your negligence in keeping it safe, understand? Similarly, since it's a remote wilderness that anyone can access, why do you specifically suspect our Alchemist Association? Is it written on our faces that we are easy to bully? Nie Lin was never known for his good temper, but today he was unusually calm. The reason was simple. The people causing trouble for them looked even angrier than they did. Watching others get angry was quite relieving. The key was that he could sit and talk while these guys had been standing all morning. The Dragon Kingdom is the only one with spiritual artifacts, and you can't deny that, the blonde youth said coldly. Saying that makes you seem unprofessional. Nie Lin disagreed, saying, our Artifact Refiners Association has spiritual artifacts, that's common knowledge, and they're displayed in the association every day. If they were to disappear one day, the outside world would definitely know immediately. At this point, Nie Lin suddenly smirked, but the families in the imperial capital are different, they have close ties with the worlds beyond, so getting a couple of spiritual artifacts to use wouldn't be difficult for them, right? Upon hearing this, the blonde youth frowned slightly. This statement seemed to have some merit. In the crowd, Jiang Chen almost couldn't help but give Nie Lin a thumbs up. He had just used this tactic before. Although he didn't want to admit it, Nie Lin's way of doing things was quite to his taste. However, after hearing Nia Lin's next sentence, Jiang Chen regretted it. By the way, the 37th Secret Realm also produced spiritual artifacts before you. Probably don't know that, right? Nia Lin raised an eyebrow. The 37th Secret Realm produced spiritual artifacts? The blonde youth's eyes widened. How could that be? The secret realms of the Dragon Kingdom could actually produce spiritual artifacts. This was too absurd. In the Lighthouse Nation, this was unimaginable. Could it be that the Dragon Kingdom had already far surpassed the Lighthouse Nation in the worlds beyond? No. He couldn't accept this outcome. He believed that other Lighthouse Nation people couldn't accept it either. If it's true, you can find out for yourselves. It's not a secret. Nia Lin stroked his chin and chuckled. So it's clear that your information gathering is not comprehensive. Enough. The Dragon Kingdom has more than just this one spiritual artifact. Our artifacts are displayed in the exhibition hall for everyone to see, which means we are the least suspicious. You've looked in the wrong place. Hearing this, Jiang Chen was so angry his teeth itched. This old schemer actually sold him out. Even if Nia Lin didn't know that he was the one who obtained the spiritual artifact in the 37th Secret Realm, as long as the Bernier family wanted to investigate, they would definitely find out. Now, great. He had come to watch the excitement, but ended up in the spotlight himself. The blonde youth's expression changed unpredictably. After thinking for a moment, he looked at Nia Lin and said, "How many spiritual artifacts the Dragon Kingdom has, we will investigate thoroughly, but that doesn't mean you can clear your suspicion." "Oh dear, I'm really scared," Nia Lin said with an exaggerated expression. We're leaving." The blonde youth, having witnessed Nia Lin's shamelessness, was too lazy to waste more time here. If the Dragon Kingdom really had other spiritual artifacts, they would need to expand their search range. Wait. Just as the blonde youth was about to lead his people away, Nia Lin suddenly stood up, crossing his arms and said, "We've been blocked here for most of the day, you should be satisfied with that, right? Now we should discuss the compensation matters." Compensation matters? The blonde youth furrowed his brow in confusion. Wasn't it they who came to the Alchemist Association seeking compensation? Now Nia Lin was asking him for compensation instead. What did this mean? "It's like this," Nia Lin said seriously, "our Alchemist Association has a big order today. I can't go into too much detail about the order, as it involves the association's secrets, but you blocked us for most of the day, causing a loss of 100,000 low-grade spirit stones. This is a fact, and you must compensate us before you leave, or you won't be able to leave." The blonde youth was full of questions. The members of the Alchemist Association, however, were all amused. "Master Nia really knows how to handle things," Zhang Yingshu said, stifling a laugh. "This is called using their own methods against them," Tang Ye chimed in, also delighted. Only Jiang Chen looked gloomy. This old man was indeed full of tricks. What order could possibly be worth 100,000 low-grade spirit stones? Do you know what that means? The blonde youth took a deep breath. You don't need to know what the order is, it's simply worth 100,000 low-grade spirit stones. If you don't pay, I'll take you to the International Court. If you refuse to compensate, our Alchemist Association will have to terminate the supply of finished alloy weapons to the Lighthouse Nation. Nia Lin's tone remained casual. But his words startled the blonde youth. Although the Lighthouse Nation exported a large amount of alloy raw materials to the Dragon Nation every year, due to insufficient productivity, a significant portion of their alloy weapons were imported from the Dragon Nation. The blonde youth didn't expect Nia Lin would use such a matter to threaten him. "Mr. Nia, please be cautious with your words. If you really dare to act so irrationally, then the Lighthouse Nation will also have to stop supplying raw materials to the Dragon Nation, and you will suffer heavy losses." The blonde youth quickly realized that Nia Lin was bluffing. This matter was too significant, it wasn't something Nia Lin could decide alone. "I'm very rational." Nia Lin sat back down in his chair, calmly saying, "Choose, either compensate 100,000 low-grade spirit stones, or give up our weapon supply to the Lighthouse Nation." In fact, they had already developed a replacement technology for alloy materials during this time. In the future, they would no longer need to import materials from the Fusang Nation. In other words, they could also do without the imported materials from the Lighthouse Nation. But both the Fusang Nation and the Lighthouse Nation needed weapons from the Dragon Nation. The initiative was clearly in their hands. "Mr. Nia, don't be unreasonable. I don't believe that your Alchemist Association could lose 100,000 low-grade spirit stones in just one morning, unless you provide evidence." The blonde youth still didn't realize the seriousness of the situation and was still entangled in the compensation issue Nia Lin mentioned. "When you came to trouble us, didn't you also provide any evidence?" You keep talking about 100,000 low-grade spirit stones. What's wrong with me asking for 100,000 low-grade spirit stones in compensation? Nya Lin said matter-of-factly. Mr. Nya, I'm not joking. With you. The blonde youth's face had turned very ugly. I'm not joking either. 100,000 low-grade spirit stones or weapon supply, choose one. Nya Lin's tone was casual, but his attitude was extremely strong. Did they really think the Alchemist Association was easy to bully? From the moment the Bernier family sent someone over, he had already thought about how to make these guys pay before they left. He could easily block the door of the Alchemist Association for them. Block it at will. But to leave? 100,000 low-grade spirit stones, no negotiation. Otherwise, the Alchemist Association would directly cut off the supply of alloy weapons to the Lighthouse Nation. Nya Lin was worried about how to find an excuse to terminate the cooperation with the Lighthouse Nation. Who knew the Bernier family would walk right into the trap? Shouldn't this be well utilized? If the Bernier family compromised and willingly became the scapegoat, that would be the best outcome. White earns 100,000 low-grade spirit stones. The matter of weapon supply can be discussed later when the opportunity arises. But if the Bernier family does not compromise, then the Lighthouse Nation will have no supply of alloy weapons, and a large portion of the blame will shift to the Bernier family. It's simply perfect. In fact, when the Dragon Nation sells weapons to the Lighthouse Nation, it doesn't make a profit after deducting various costs. The reason is simple: the price of materials is high. The raw materials sold by the Lighthouse Nation have always been exorbitantly priced, increasing year after year, even harsher than the Fusong Nation. The price hikes from Fusong Nation are learned from the Lighthouse Nation. But when they want to raise prices on weapon exports, the Lighthouse Nation threatens to stop supplying raw materials. In the end, they can only reluctantly agree to such unequal terms. After all, the Dragon Nation has a large population, and its annual demand for weapons is also the highest in the world. They can survive without making money from weapon exports, but they must import alloy raw materials. So when the technology for material replacement was developed, the Refining Masters Association officially declared its independence from this predicament. They originally planned to bring this up during the Refining Masters Exchange Conference. Who would have thought that the scapegoat hero would go online today? If someone wants the Refining Masters Association to take the blame, then they will turn it around and make the Bernier family take the blame. Isn't it just a matter of who is more shameless? He is quite skilled at such things, Nya Lin thought proudly. Are you serious? The blonde youth reacted belatedly. Yes, serious. Nya Lin nodded. Let me consult the family head. The blonde youth realized that things might be serious and immediately went to a corner to call the family headquarters. I have an urgent matter for the family head, please help me transfer. The blonde youth felt anxious. He couldn't believe Nya Lin would really cut off the weapon supply to the Lighthouse Nation. But he had asked repeatedly, and Nya Lin still gave the same answer. It had to be taken seriously. Nya Lin's identity was there. What he said largely represented the Refining Masters Association. After waiting for about half a minute, a hoarse voice came from the phone. Bailey, has the dragon bone been retrieved? Family head, it's like this. It seems that the Dragon Nation has more than one spirit weapon appearing. The blonde youth recounted the events and emphasized Nya Lin's demand for 100,000 low-grade spirit stones in compensation, as well as the termination of weapon supply to the Lighthouse Nation. After listening, the hoarse voice continued from the phone, terminate the weapon supply to the Lighthouse Nation? They better have the guts for that. But the one saying this is Nya Lin, and he repeated it 3 times. It doesn't seem like a joke. The blonde youth still felt some worry. Don't pay them any mind, continue investigating the whereabouts of the dragon bone. The high priest is very angry about the missing dragon bone, and we cannot afford the wrath of the high priest. Hearing this, the blonde youth could only sigh helplessly. Yes, family head. Listening to the conversation of the blonde young man, Nya Lin roughly guessed the direction of the matter. It seems you have chosen to give up the supply of weapons, Nya Lin said, crossing his legs and resting his hands on his knees, asking with a half smile. Yes, Bailey put away his phone. Very good, Nya Lin nodded in satisfaction, then looked at Luo Yunhan beside him. Did you record everything? It's all recorded, Luo Yunhan said, directly uploading the video to the Alchemist Association's database. These videos were important evidence and naturally needed to be properly preserved. Alright, you can leave now, Nya Lin waved his hand impatiently. With the goal achieved, these tools were no longer useful. The Alchemist Association had been closed for most of the day, but it still needed to open in the afternoon for appearances. There were thousands of employees at headquarters. The association had to pay their salaries. They couldn't let these guys get a free ride. The work that needed to be done still had to continue. If it couldn't be finished, they would work overtime. Just then, Nia Lin suddenly saw Jiang Chen in the crowd. He immediately jumped up from his chair and rushed over to pull Jiang Chen out. "You little brat, how many calls have you hung up on me? If it's not 50, it's at least 30, right?" Nia Lin said, gripping Jiang Chen's arm, his tone somewhat gritted. Upon hearing this, everyone's gaze inevitably fell on Jiang Chen. Who was this kid? He could make Nia Lin persistently call him dozens of times. And he hung up every time. That was too impressive. "My phone is broken, really, I'm not lying to you, I was planning to buy a new one today," Jiang Chen said with a sincere expression. "Do you think I would believe that?" Nia Lin, furious, puffed his cheeks and glared, then changed his tone. "Come with me, there are too many people outside, it's not convenient to talk." After the Alchemist Association reopened, everyone began to orderly engage in their work. Nia Lin brought Jiang Chen and the other two to his studio. Also following them were Yu Zhong and Luo Yunhan. The three of them were currently the only ones in the Alchemist Association who knew that Jiang Chen had a perfect weapon. Who knew later that Nia Lin would tell them that Jiang Chen had also sent him a pair of even more outrageous equipment than the perfect level weapon. That was the Windwalker boots. Today, they finally had a chance to see it. For the past month or two, whenever Nia Lin had time, he would lock himself in the studio to study the Windwalker boots. However, he could only come up with some superficial findings. Unfortunately, he couldn't contact Jiang Chen, which made him anxious all day long. Now that he had finally caught this little brat, how could he let him go easily? So, who forged these boots? Nia Lin cut straight to the chase, taking out the Windwalker boots from his storage pouch and placing them on the table. "I don't know, I just bought them by the roadside," Jiang Chen said, sitting properly in the chair, lying without a hint of guilt. "You say you forged a perfect level weapon and perfect level equipment, sometimes you say you made it at a blacksmith shop, sometimes you say you bought it by the roadside. Which one do you think I would believe?" Nia Lin said with a forced smile. "That depends on how you think," Jiang Chen shrugged. "All right." Nia Lin waved his hand. "I'm not going to listen to your nonsense here. The main reason I contacted you is to take these Windwalker boots to participate in the Alchemist Exchange Conference. If we win a prize, besides the rewards from the organizers, I can agree to one additional request from you." "An additional request?" Jiang Chen's eyes lit up. "Then if I join the Alchemist Association, can you directly give me a master title?" Nia Lin's status in the Alchemist Association was unquestionable. Getting him a master title should be quite simple, right? Why hadn't he thought of this sooner? After all, he didn't have a good impression of the Pharmacist Association. But the synthesis platform was indeed more suitable for alchemy. If he could solve the issue of the master title, he wouldn't have to waste time with the Alchemist Association. In that case, perhaps he would only need half a year to obtain the pass. Master title? Hearing this, Nia Lin suddenly perked up. "What, are you interested in weapon forging?" Clearly, Nia Lin had not given up on his plan to take Jiang Chen as his disciple. "Not really, I just want the title of master in the literal sense," Jiang Chen replied. Fearing that Nia Lin still wouldn't understand, he added, "I mean the kind that lets me pass without an exam." "Damn, you think too highly of yourself. You don't know anything and still want the master title? That would be embarrassing for our Alchemist Association," Nia Lin said, glaring. He thought Jiang Chen had finally come to his senses and was willing to devote himself to weapon forging. Little did he know, Jiang Chen just wanted to get the master title for free. To become a master forger, one must pass multiple assessments and accumulate reputation. Only after meeting various conditions can the 8 chiefs vote to grant the master title. But Jiang Chen wanted to get the title without any effort. "Dream on. Master Nia, I'm not a member of the Alchemist Association, but I'm willing to lend you perfect grade weapons and perfect grade equipment for you to take to the forger exchange meeting. I have to get something I need in return, right? Besides the master title, I'm not interested in anything else," Jiang Chen said. No. Obtaining the master title is serious and rigorous. How can we give it to someone who knows nothing? You either become my closed-door disciple, and I guarantee to train you into a master within 10 years, or it's off the table. Nia Lin firmly refused. This was a matter of principle. He would rather not have Jiang Chen's equipment than agree to such an unreasonable request. What if I said I could produce a perfect grade weapon made of D-grade alloy and am willing to give it to the Alchemist Association for free? Jiang Chen continued, not giving up. A perfect grade weapon made of D-grade alloy? Nia Lin's pupils constricted. Yu Zhong and Luo Yunhan were also filled with shock. It was already a huge stroke of luck to produce even one perfect grade weapon. Moreover, the higher the grade, the greater the difficulty in forging. They were already treating the perfect grade alloy weapon of F grade in Jiang Chen's hands as a treasure. Now he was telling them he could produce a perfect grade weapon made of D grade alloy. This could directly sweep him through the next several decades of forger exchange meetings. And rest assured, I'm not seeking the master title for fame or profit, so there's no question of tarnishing the reputation of the Alchemist Association, Jiang Chen said, seizing the opportunity as Nia Lin's attitude softened. Then what do you want it for? Nia Lin frowned. Not wanting to learn forging but still wanting the master title. What use could it have besides showing off? I want to apply for a pass to the celestial worlds, Jiang Chen said. As soon as Jiang Chen said this, the entire room fell into an eerie silence. After a long pause, Nia Lin slowly spoke, do you know the 2 necessary conditions for the Heavenly World Pass? Of course I do, Jiang Chen nodded. Then why are you in such a hurry to obtain a master title? Nia Lin was left speechless by Jiang Chen. I remember you were still a first-tier warrior when you graduated high school, right? Do you know how far a first-tier warrior is from a 6th-tier warrior? I'll get there sooner or later. Jiang Chen smiled. Then you might as well become my disciple. By the time you become a 6th-tier warrior, you might have the master title as well, and the perfect grade D-level alloy weapon can be your apprenticeship fee. How about that? Nia Lin rubbed his hands together. Not happening. This is my only request. If you agree, I will definitely ensure you win first place at the weapon crafting exchange, and I will gladly present you with the perfect grade D-level alloy weapon. If you don't agree, I'll have to find another way, Jiang Chen said calmly, as this request was a spur-of-the-moment idea. Nia Lin was truly in a bind, he wouldn't force it. What other way could you have? Nia Lin looked at Jiang Chen curiously. I could go to the Alchemist Association, Jiang Chen said. It was a bit troublesome, but with the Universal Synthesis platform, obtaining a master title wasn't too difficult. As for the Alchemist Association, why couldn't the same method be used? The main reason was that the processes for crafting weapons in alchemy were different. Many steps in weapon crafting were visible. There was no way to use the synthesis platform for underhanded tricks. Even for a perfect grade weapon, it was a finished product processed directly, not raw materials. If he had to start from scratch, he couldn't afford to waste that time. So he had to give up. You little brat, instead of being my disciple, you want to run to the Alchemist Association? Are you trying to drive me crazy? Nia Lin suddenly stood up, hands on his hips, glaring at Jiang Chen. Everyone has their own aspirations. Jiang Chen sighed helplessly. Fine, I can agree to your request, but you still have to be my disciple. If you become my disciple, I'll give you the master title, Nia Lin said, gritting his teeth in frustration. He had a good eye for talent. And Jiang Chen was definitely a rare find. How could he let the Alchemist Association take advantage of him? At worst, he could give Jiang Chen the master title first and then slowly teach him. He could also get a perfect grade D-level alloy weapon for free. Why not? After all, who knows how long it would take Jiang Chen to become a 6th-tier warrior? Such a good seedling, he had plenty of time to nurture him. That works for me, as long as you don't mind, Jiang Chen nodded eagerly. As long as he got the master title, he wouldn't mind being Nia Lin's disciple. He wouldn't even have a problem taking on several masters. Then it's settled, Nia Lin said with a pleased expression. Yu Zhong and Luo Yunhan exchanged glances. One of the 8 chief members of the prestigious Weapon Crafting Association was actually begging someone to be his disciple? And he was even willing to grant the master title as an exception? This was unprecedented. However, Nia Lin always had his own considerations when doing things. They couldn't really offer any opinions. As for the master title, it would probably require some work with the other chiefs. Otherwise, it might not be so easy to get approved. Zhang Yingxua and Tangya were even more excited. They had been watching the whole time, almost like 2 invisible people. Who would have thought Jiang Chen would be so bold? He even dared to negotiate with Nia Lin, and he kept asking for the master title. At first, they were terrified, fearing Nia Lin would take it out on Jiang Chen. After all, Nia Lin's temper was well known in the industry. Who would have thought that in the end, Nia Lin actually compromised? Jiang Chen became a master just like that? He hadn't even started in the field and already had the master title. Who would believe that if it were said out loud? Come on, call me master and let me hear it. Having fulfilled a wish, Nia Lin looked at Jiang Chen with great satisfaction. Back then, this kid had rejected him in various ways, but now he had been taken under his wing. Let's see how he would deal with this little rascal in the future. Master Jiang Chen obediently called out, knowing that before he earned the title of master, he still had to play his part. Nia Lin nodded in satisfaction. When will you give me the promised D-grade perfect weapon? It might take a few days. Jiang Chen replied. He had calculated his spiritual power limit, and once he found the time to break through to become a third-tier warrior, he would be able to synthesize a fourth-level martial arts technique and a fifth-grade advancement. So a D-grade alloy weapon would naturally not be a problem. Alright, as for the master title, I'll help you apply for it after the weapon master exchange meeting is over, Nielin said. Thank you, master, Jiang Chen responded. After leaving the Weapon Master Association, Jiang Chen felt refreshed. He had come to watch the excitement today, and although there was a minor unpleasant incident in between, he ultimately received Nialin's promise to grant him the master title after the exchange meeting. This was something he had never even dreamed of. The issue that had troubled him the most had been resolved so easily. It seemed that the time for him to obtain the pass to the myriad worlds was getting closer. Thinking about how the people from the Shen sect were looking for him, and now the Bernier family was also searching for him, it felt like a celestial battle. If he didn't make a move soon, he would constantly worry for his life. Especially with the Bernier family, they would soon find out that the one who obtained the spiritual weapon in the 37th secret realm was him. At that time, it would definitely cause some trouble. But these were minor issues. Just a 7th-tier warrior. They couldn't do much to him. However, the Bernier family arrived faster than he had imagined. The next day, Jiang Chen planned to go to the Spirit Martial Hall to order 100 or 80 bottles of Spirit Nourishing Pills. Since the master title was settled, the next step was to push himself to become a third-tier warrior. Once he became a third-tier warrior, he could synthesize higher-level pills. With infinite nesting, becoming a 6th-tier warrior within a few months was not a dream. Just as he was about to head out, Jiang Chen saw the long-haired boy from the Lighthouse Kingdom, whom he had encountered in the Demon Cave last time, blocking the entrance to his dorm with a few others. You are Jiang Chen? Gress asked, hands in his pockets, sizing Jiang Chen up. Clearly, he had forgotten their previous encounter in the Demon Cave. To Gress, many people from the Dragon Kingdom looked similar. Moreover, they had only met once. He had no impression of Jiang Chen in his mind. That's me, Jiang Chen raised an eyebrow. What can I do for you? You went to the 37th secret realm last month and obtained a spiritual weapon, right? Gress continued to ask. At that moment, Du Shixin and Feng Tao were also preparing to go out. Hearing Gress's words, they almost doubted whether their ears were malfunctioning. A spiritual weapon? Jiang Chen had a spiritual weapon? Du Shixin and Feng Tao are both students of the Xian class, born into ordinary families. For them, an F-grade alloy weapon is already quite impressive. As for spiritual artifacts, they are completely items that exist only in legends. They wouldn't even dare to think about them on a regular basis. Yet now someone says that their roommate actually has a spiritual artifact? Are these guys serious? I did obtain a spiritual artifact, Jiang Chen nodded. Many people witnessed him getting the spiritual artifact back then. Hiding it would only raise suspicion, so it was better to admit it openly. Compared to the Shen sect and the Forbidden Sea, he didn't take the Bernier family seriously at all. Moreover, the person who came today wasn't the young man from the Alchemist Association that day. He had even less reason to worry. Gress didn't expect Jiang Chen to admit it so quickly. He was taken aback for a moment, then burst into laughter. So you're the one who stole the dragon bone? You're a freshman, and you were definitely near the demon cave when the dragon bone went missing, so you had plenty of time to commit the crime. Classmate, what are you talking about? Jiang Chen looked completely confused. Stop pretending. You have a spiritual artifact, and only a spiritual artifact can destroy the dragon bone, Gress said decisively. Classmate, although I don't know what you mean by dragon bone, the spiritual artifact in my hand is definitely not what you think it is. Saying this, Jiang Chen took a toothpick out of his inventory. Everyone, this is the spiritual artifact I obtained in the 37th secret realm. A spiritual artifact? Gress frowned. Where's the spiritual artifact? Could it be that Jiang Chen's spiritual artifact is one that can turn invisible? He had heard that some spiritual artifacts are elusive. Other than the owner of the spiritual artifact, no one else can detect its existence. Thinking of this, a glimmer of greed flashed in Gress's eyes. What right does an ordinary college student have to possess a spiritual artifact? He had to find a way to get it. Classmate, are your eyes not very good? Jiang Chen picked his teeth with the toothpick and then held it up in front of Gress again. This toothpick is my spiritual artifact. I use it to pick my teeth, and it works great. It was only then that Gress noticed that what Jiang Chen was holding was not some invisible spiritual artifact, but a crystal the size of a toothpick. Because it was semi-transparent, it was indeed quite hard to spot unless you got close. Are you trying to fool me? Gress gritted his teeth. It's a genuine spiritual artifact, Jiang Chen said leisurely. Since you can find out that I have a spiritual artifact, why not inquire about the specifics of the spiritual artifact? Wait for me a moment. Gress quickly called someone to send him the data on the spiritual artifacts produced in the 37th secret realm. Soon, he received a reply. There have been 2 spiritual artifacts in the 37th secret realm. One was a reward for the 3rd level, resembling a toothpick, taken by a student named Jiang Chen. The other was a bounty reward issued by the Xiantian sect, which should still be in the hands of the Xiantian sect, and no one has obtained it. And I heard that the Xiantian sect has already sent people to the Dragon Country. If you just want to know who has a spiritual artifact, besides the Alchemist Association and this Jiang Chen student, you can also investigate the 3 major families and the Xiantian sect. After reading the message, Gress was filled with astonishment. 2 spiritual artifacts had actually appeared in the 37th secret realm? And how did the Xiantian sect get involved? They even personally sent people to the Dragon Country. Things seemed to be getting more complicated. However, from the information, it seemed that Jiang Chen hadn't lied to him. He had said that spiritual artifacts would not appear in the secret realms of the Dragon Country. After all this, it turned out to be a piece of junk. A spiritual artifact. The size of a toothpick would be impossible to chop off such a large piece of dragon bone without at least 10 days or half a month. It seemed he had indeed found the wrong person. Do you know why the people from the Xiantian sect appeared in the 37th secret realm? And they even offered a reward of a spirit tool. Has anyone received this spirit tool? Gress looked at Jiang Chen and asked. It seems like something was lost, but I'm not very clear on the specifics. Jiang Chen pondered slightly. May I try using your spirit tool? Gress looked at the toothpick in Jiang Chen's hand. Since he was sent by his family to investigate Jiang Chen's suspicions, he naturally had to do everything properly. The foundation of Magic City University was not something the Bernier family could shake. So he could only come to test the waters. Of course, Jiang Chen smiled as he handed over the toothpick. Gress thought about how Jiang Chen had just used the toothpick to clean his teeth, feeling a bit disgusted, but he still endured the nausea and took the toothpick. He took out his A-grade alloy weapon and then scratched it a few times with all his strength. As a result, only a few shallow marks were left. Then he wanted to try injecting spiritual energy. However, because the spirit tool was too small, the spiritual energy dissipated quickly after being injected. In that moment, Gress felt pity for Jiang Chen. This toothpick was definitely a spirit tool, otherwise it wouldn't have left a mark on his weapon. But if even spiritual energy couldn't be injected, what use was this toothpick? No matter how sharp it was, it could pierce an enemy's heart. But such a tiny wound was not enough to kill. As long as one protected the heart with spiritual energy and took a healing pill, wouldn't the injury recover immediately? Completely useless. He had originally thought about whether to seize the other party's spirit tool, but now he had no thoughts of that at all. He even felt deep sympathy for Jiang Chen. It seems we misunderstood. Gress returned the toothpick to Jiang Chen. No problem, we're all from the same school, it's good to clear up misunderstandings, Jiang Chen chuckled. He had once looked down on this toothpick in various ways. Now it was different. This was his treasure. He would have to study how to upgrade this toothpick. Paired with the star-shattering sword, it would definitely unleash even greater power. When Gress left with his people, Du Shixing and Feng Tao immediately surrounded him. Jiang Chen, is this toothpick really a spirit tool? Du Shixing asked with curiosity all over his face. Yeah. Jiang Chen put the toothpick back into his inventory. Although it's only the size of a toothpick, today has really opened my eyes, Feng Tao sighed. The number 37 secret realm had been quite famous recently. They had discussed it several times. Who would have thought that their roommate not only entered but also brought out a spirit tool? Even if it was subpar, it could still scratch an A-grade alloy weapon. That was already impressive. Just as Jiang Chen was about to speak, he noticed that the training puppet from Xia Zhenghao's room had somehow made its way to the living room. It sensed Jiang Chen looking at it and immediately turned around and slipped back into the room. Du Shixing also saw this scene and immediately said, "This training puppet is quite strange, it runs around without receiving any commands. If it didn't speak, one would think it was a living person." Jiang Chen thought to himself, beneath this training puppet shell, there was originally a living person inside. He just didn't know what kind of crooked idea it had in mind to leave the training room. Xia Zhenghao truly loved this training puppet, that was for sure. But this ghostly thing was another matter. However, if he could merge that remnant soul into the training puppet, he could also separate it out again. If it really wanted to pull any tricks, it shouldn't blame him for being rude. After leaving Magic City University, Jiangchen personally went to Lingwu Hall. During this time, he had been purchasing many items from Lingwu Hall online. He could already be considered a high-level customer. So as soon as he entered Lingwu Hall, a receptionist led him to a private room. "Mr. Jiang, what can I help you with?" the receptionist politely inquired. "I would like 50 bottles of yellow jade pills and 100 bottles of spirit-nourishing pills," Jiangchen quickly added. "Oh, and they all need to be first grade." "Okay, please wait a moment, I will go to the warehouse to get the items for you," the receptionist said, placing a few plates of snacks on the table and brewing a pot of tea before exiting the room. While waiting for the items, Jiangchen opened his phone to search for nearby car dealerships. He hadn't done much research on luxury car brands in this world. Besides the well-known Empire brand, he only had a vague understanding of other brands. The most important thing was that Empire luxury cars needed to be reserved in advance. From ordering to picking up a car, it would take at least 3 months. Jiangchen wanted to get a car immediately, so he definitely wouldn't consider Empire cars. Of course, self-driving cars were also not on his list. He still vividly remembered the lessons from the Beast Arena. The price didn't need to be too high. After all, he wouldn't be using it for long. A few million should be about right. After about 10 minutes, the receptionist returned to the room. "Mr. Jiang, the items you requested are here, and the total price is 20.5 million. The receptionist placed the items on the table and then stood up with a smile. "Swipe the card." Jiangchen happened to have just over 20 million in cash on him, and since this money would be useless once he got to the other world, it was a good opportunity to spend it. After making the payment, Jiangchen suddenly asked, "By the way, do you know if there are any car dealerships nearby? Mr. Zhang wants to buy a car?" The receptionist's face lit up at the question. "If Mr. Jiang doesn't mind, I can give you my cousin's contact information. She happens to sell cars at G dealership, and it's just 2 intersections to the left after leaving Lingwu Hall." "Sure." Jiangchen nodded. He didn't want to run too far. After leaving Lingwu Hall, Jiangchen quickly found the dealership the receptionist mentioned. It looked quite large. He contacted the receptionist's cousin through his phone, and soon he saw a woman in a fitted shirt and skirt walking out. She initially had a warm smile, but when she noticed Jiangchen's young age and that he didn't have any designer brands on him, her smile faded a bit. "Little brother, it seems you're still in school? Are you of age?" Ma Jiao looked Jiangchen up and down. "I'm of age." Jiangchen didn't think too much about it. It was normal for salespeople to judge people by appearances. After all, they needed to see if customers had money and could afford to spend. "Come on. I'll take you to see the cars." Ma Jiao turned back into the store. "Take a look and see if there's a model you like. If you don't know much, I can help introduce you." "Anything is fine, just don't want something too dull," Jiangchen said. "Not too dull? That must mean you want a sports car, but what's your budget?" Ma Jiao looked at Jiangchen with some skepticism. Those who could afford G-brand sedans usually had some assets at home. But if he wanted to look at sports cars, that was a different concept altogether. It's not even in the same price range. "Alright, you can show me what you have, and if I like it, I'll let you know." Jiangchen had no specific goal, but since he was already there, he definitely wanted to drive a car away. Otherwise, who knows how long it would take to think about it again. However, to a salesperson like Ma Jiao, Jiangchen's words meant something entirely different. "Another one who wants to show off without money," Ma Jiao thought to herself. But she certainly wouldn't dare say such things in front of a customer. Just then, a middle-aged man in a suit, sporting a beer belly, walked in. Ma Jiao's eyes lit up, and she quickly waved to an intern not far away. "Xiaoya, take this customer to look around. My regular customer has arrived, and I need to attend to him." Without waiting for Jiangchen's opinion, she slipped away. Jiangchen. That was a bit too quick. A salesperson nearby, who was cleaning a car, straightened his clothes and approached Jiangchen somewhat awkwardly. "Sir, what do you need?" "I can show you around," Zhangya asked tentatively. "A car suitable for driving around campus?" "Nothing sporty." Jiangchen actually had no interest in sports cars, he preferred something with a larger interior space. "Then, sir, you can take a look at these 3 models. Zhangya took a few steps forward and pointed to 3 SUVs, saying, "I see you must be a martial artist. Right? These 3 models are not only suitable for driving on campus but also for some off-road terrains, and they have a large interior space. If you order the lifestyle version, you can even eat and sleep inside. Sounds pretty good, Jiang Chen nodded in satisfaction. Being able to determine a customer's needs when they haven't specified them is the most basic quality of a salesperson. Considering you prefer a younger style, you might want to look at the sporty model on the far left. You can also change the front and rear bumpers to black iron material, greatly increasing the car's defensive capabilities, but that's just an optional feature. Zhang Ye quickly added, worried that Jiang Chen's budget might not be enough. Who would have thought Jiang Chen would ask, can everything be changed to black iron? Ha! Zhang Ye was taken aback and then said blankly, of course. But if everything was changed to black iron, that would cost 8 figures, right? Then I'll take this model. Jiang Chen, not wanting to waste time, made his decision right away. Zhang Ye swallowed hard. That was too fast. She had only been with him for less than 5 minutes, and he had already decided to buy. And he wanted the all-black iron version. Just her commission could amount to hundreds of thousands. Sir, wait a moment, I'll go find our manager. Zhang Ye hurriedly ran to the front desk. Ma Jiao also saw this scene. No way? He decided to buy so quickly? Each of those SUVs was worth over $1 million. Although they could only be considered mid-range in G-brand, she could still earn a decent commission. Did she misjudge him? However, Ma Jiao only lost her focus for a moment. After all, the man in front of her was her big client. To secure this deal, she had been caring and keeping in touch for more than half a month. Mr. Wang, how have you considered the car you looked at last time? Ma Jiao turned to the big boss beside her, her face full of flattery. I thought about it, and I still prefer sedans. Show me some in the same price range, I want to compare a bit more. As long as I like it, the price is not an issue, Mr. Wang said, patting his beer belly. Hearing this, Ma Jiao's expression brightened. This was exactly what she loved to hear. If price wasn't an issue, what else could be a problem? Mr. Wang, let me tell you, there's a sedan that's been selling particularly well lately, specially designed for successful people like you. Ma Jiao began to introduce it enthusiastically. But no matter how grandly she praised it, Mr. Wang's expression remained indifferent. As if he couldn't muster any interest. Ma Jiao felt a bit disheartened. Why were these rich people so hard to please? How about this, after you finish work, accompany me to dinner, and we can discuss it in detail, Mr. Wang suddenly said. This? Ma Jiao instantly understood what he meant and awkwardly replied, I finish work quite late, how can I make Mr. Wang wait? It's fine, I'll go back to the company first and pick you up after you finish, Mr. Wang said with a lewd smile. Ma Jiao wanted to refuse, but Mr. Wang's smile immediately faded. My time is very valuable. Treating you to dinner is your honor, understand? Alright then. Ma Jiao could only agree helplessly. If she let this client go, all her efforts over the past half-month would be in vain. Just thinking about it made her unwilling. At that moment, she saw Zhang Ye already taking the payment slip to find the manager. After sending Mr. Wang off, Ma Jiao hurriedly approached Zhang Ye and whispered, Shaya, the client I just introduced to you, has he decided so quickly? What configuration does he want? Zhang Ye swallowed and said 4 words, the highest configuration. The highest configuration? Ma Jiao's eyes widened, that handsome guy is so rich? Is it full payment or financing? The car Jiang Chen looked at, the highest configuration cost over 2 million. If she had known, she might as well have done it herself. Now, not only did she fail to secure Mr. Wang's business, but she also handed over the juicy deal to a newcomer. Of course it's full payment. Zhang Ye hesitated for a moment and continued, and what I mean by the highest configuration is not the traditional highest configuration. What does that mean? Ma Jiao asked, confused. He wants to replace all the body materials with black iron, and if it can be delivered within 3 weeks, he's willing to add another 500,000. Zhang Ye had never seen such a lavish customer. Many people couldn't even afford black iron weapons. To replace the front and rear bumpers of a car with black iron was already top-tier configuration. But Jiang Chen wanted the entire car made of black iron. When she first heard this request, she almost thought her ears were malfunctioning. Wait, you're not joking with me, right? The entire body material replaced with black iron? Ma Jiao was in shock. Not only that. Zhang Ye flipped the document. This customer is paying entirely with spirit stones, 150 low-grade spirit stones, which is close to 50 million at market price. Ma Jiao staggered slightly. What had she missed? A deal close to 50 million. And it took less than 20 minutes. She had actually let it slip away? The key was that Mr. Wang hadn't spent a penny and was still expecting her company that evening. The disparity made her want to vomit blood. Just then, Ma Jiao's phone rang. It was a text from her cousin. Cousin, did you get the client I introduced to you earlier? This is a VIP of the Spirit Martial Hall, spending tens of millions each time. If the business goes well, remember to treat me to a meal. After reading the message, Ma Jiao was almost in tears. Why didn't anyone tell her earlier that this person was a VIP of the Spirit Martial Hall? After booking the car, Jiang Chen returned to school. For the next 2 days, he locked himself in his room and began to synthesize a large number of 4th grade yellow jade pills and 4th grade spirit nourishing pills. The advanced yellow jade pill is used to enhance cultivation talent. With a high cultivation talent, the upper limit of cultivation will be higher, and the effect of taking spirit nourishing pills will be better. Therefore, if he wanted to break through his cultivation, the advanced yellow jade pill was definitely essential. In the end, Jiang Chen synthesized a total of 125 advanced 4th grade spirit nourishing pills and 62 advanced 4th grade yellow jade pills. Looking at the 2 types of pills in front of him, Jiang Chen decided to break through to the 3rd stage first. Once his spiritual power limit increased, he would continue to synthesize the remaining pills, striving to break through to the 4th stage in one go. The first 3 stages for a martial artist should be relatively easy. But starting from the 4th stage, the difficulty would increase significantly. It is said that there would be a major bottleneck. Many people would get stuck here for several years. But for Jiang Chen, bottlenecks simply did not exist, he just needed to smash them with pills. The advanced yellow jade pill improves cultivation talent, the advanced spirit nourishing pill increases the speed of spiritual power absorption, and the Lone Star technique increases the speed of spiritual power absorption, while also purifying it. In addition, he had his biggest trump card, the Divine Vein. This is also why his plan to travel to the worlds would go from graduating from university to 2 years, 1 year, then to half a year, and 3 months. This was related to his overall strength. With different circumstances, the plan naturally had to be adjusted. On the 3rd day, Jiang Chen took the time to pick up the car. He also stopped by the cafeteria to pack lunch. As he returned to the dormitory and passed through the living room, he saw the training puppet wandering outside again. Upon noticing Jiang Chen, it immediately stopped in place and pretended to be dumb. "Don't pretend in front of me," Jiang Chen said as he sat down on the sofa and placed the packed lunch on the coffee table. The training puppet initially remained still, but when Jiang Chen started eating, it hesitantly came over and plopped down on the floor in front of him. Looking at the puppet's casual sitting posture, Jiang Chen couldn't help but wonder about its gender. "Can you write?" Jiang Chen asked. The training puppet nodded. Jiang Chen took out paper and a pen from the drawer of the coffee table and placed them in front of the training puppet. "I'll ask, and you answer. It's best not to play tricks on me, you know I have ways to deal with you." In fact, Jiang Chen wasn't particularly interested in this guy, otherwise he wouldn't have waited until today to ask. He just wanted to obtain a pass to the worlds and needed to deal with the Rin family. The more he understood, the better. The training puppet hesitated for a moment, then picked up the pen and wrote a few words. Jiang Chen ate 2 steamed dumplings and took a moment to look up. He was immediately choked. Cough cough. Jiang Chen quickly opened a bottle of mineral water and gulped down a couple of mouthfuls, then looked at the training puppet. "Are you serious?" In front of the training puppet, a piece of paper was written with several crooked big characters. "I am Rin Feng's father." Jiang Chen's mind buzzed. To be honest, he had thought of many possibilities. But he never expected this answer. But if this shell contains Rin Feng's father, then who is the head of the Rin family now? The training puppet turned to the next page and continued to write. "This is a conspiracy, and the victims are not just me. Almost all the major families in Long Country have been controlled." "Who did it?" Jiang Chen asked, half in disbelief. He certainly couldn't trust everything this guy said. However, one thing should be certain. This shell definitely contained a man. He could only mourn for Xia Zhanghao. But he couldn't blame him, it was Xia Zhanghao who insisted on paying more to buy it. Who would turn down money? I don't know, but anyone who can do this seamlessly must be related to the worlds beyond. The training puppet pondered for a moment and then wrote down his thoughts. Upon reading this, for some reason, Jiang Chen's mind conjured up the image of those 2 dragon bones. The deathly power of such beings on Long Country's territory must be part of some conspiracy. At the same time, all the major families in Long Country were unknowingly controlled. Could there be a connection between these events? Since you say you are Rin Feng's father, why are you hiding in the soul-capturing bell to harm him? Jiang Chen narrowed his eyes. This was also the reason he had always doubted the other party. What kind of biological father would harm his own son? That's not my problem, it's the soul-capturing bell's problem. The training puppet seemed a bit agitated, and his writing speed quickened. I died too suddenly, but at that time, I had a treasure that could protect my primordial spirit, so I hid in my son's room and secretly recuperated for 10 years until he brought back the soul-capturing bell. That thing absorbs any dead spirit, and by the time I realized it, I had already attached myself to the soul-capturing bell. If it weren't for that treasure protecting me, I would have long become nourishment for the soul-capturing bell. Hearing this, Jiang Chen's heart stirred. So, he had missed an opportunity to pick up a bargain back then? If the remnant soul still had a treasure, it was clear that it could still be further decomposed. However, he hadn't thought of that layer at the time. Then why did you deceive Xia Zhanghao? Jiang Chen asked the last question that concerned him. The training puppet paused for a moment and then wrote word by word, I was quite afraid of you at first, so I wanted to stay in a place with more people for a sense of security. And then, I didn't really intend to deceive him. In my current state, I can't do anything. Having someone to talk to is quite nice. Hearing this, Jiang Chen almost choked again. Not intending to deceive him? Quite nice. Come on. Such a statement could easily lead to misunderstandings. So do you have any plans now? Jiang Chen fell silent for a while. Now that I have a body and can move freely, I am already very satisfied. My only wish is for my son to be safe and not to be deceived by that imposter. Although the training puppet couldn't speak or make expressions, Jiang Chen felt a hint of sadness and worry from him. This was probably the helplessness of a father. Clearly knowing the truth but being unable to do anything. From initially being half in doubt, Jiang Chen had now come to believe about 70 to 80% of what the training puppet said. Just stay here honestly, I'll remind Renfeng appropriately. Jiang Chen tidied up the takeout and then stood up. Thank you. The training puppet seriously wrote down 2 words. In fact, Jiang Chen's words were also half true and half false. He just considered that his pass to the worlds beyond would most likely go through the hands of the head of the Ren family. If that guy really was an imposter, it's hard to guarantee that nothing unexpected will happen. It's still necessary to have some precautions. For the next period of time, Jiang Chen didn't go anywhere. He locked himself in his room every day, taking drugs. By the time he finished all the pills, his cultivation successfully broke through to the 4th level. Especially after taking the 5th grade Huan Yu Dan. His training talent made a leap forward, resulting in a better effect from taking the Yunsling Dan. With the 2 complementing each other, the final outcome was even better than he had imagined. Jiang Chen opened his eyes and picked up his phone to check the date. It had been more than half a month since he entered seclusion. During this time, a lot had happened at school. First was the class division. After being placed in Class T, he was enthusiastically pulled into the class group by Zhao Lu. Lu Feng, one of the teachers in Class T, also came out to express his welcome. He even praised him individually. He merely said that he had performed excellently during the Wanma Cave incident, successfully saving several classmates' lives. He also brought out valuable video materials with Zhao Lu and others, helping the teachers understand the development of the Wanma Cave incident more quickly. The students in Class T were also quite friendly towards Jiang Chen. However, this friendly attitude quickly changed. Because whether it was Lu Feng's praise or the students' active attempts to chat, Jiang Chen had not responded at all from beginning to end. In fact, in the following half-month, he completely disappeared. If it weren't for Xia Zhanghao saying he was still in the dormitory, Lu Feng would have suspected he was missing. At the same time, every time Jiang Chen was mentioned, the tone went from initial admiration to increasingly irritable. Just now, as Jiang Chen picked up his phone, he saw Lu Feng tagging Xia Zhanghao in the group. You hurry and let Jiang Chen report to me tomorrow, even if I have to carry him over. Xia Zhanghao sent a crying emoji. Teacher, aren't you making it difficult for me? Lu Feng, what difficulty? As a student of Class T, he hasn't shown his face at all. Does he think he can get away with it? Xia Zhanghao, teacher, what I mean is, Jiang Chen locks himself in his room every day. If I want to carry him over, who will pay for the door if I break it down? Lu Feng, I'll pay. Xia Zhanghao, alright then, I'll go right now. After reading the chat log, Jiang Chen felt helpless. Why is that? He just went into seclusion for half a month. Isn't that normal for a cultivator? However, Lu Feng's concerns weren't unfounded. As a low-level martial artist, it's still rare to be in seclusion. Moreover, someone like him, who didn't even step out the door, would make anyone think too much. It seems that next time he goes into seclusion, he should ask for leave in advance. Just as Jiang Chen thought of this, he suddenly heard a series of noises outside the door. With a loud bang, his door fell to the ground. Jiang Chen, don't blame me, this was all the teacher's orders. Xia Zhanghao jumped in from outside, then hurriedly began to clarify his relationship. It's fine, just remember to fix the door for me. Jiang Chen wasn't angry at all. He got up and tidied the empty medicine bottles on the table, as well as the piles of food packaging in the corner. If he didn't go out soon, this place would almost turn into a garbage dump. Jiang Chen, you can't be telling me that you ate all of this, right? Xia Zhenghao looked at the table full of empty bottles, his eyes wide with disbelief. Judging by the lingering medicinal scent in the air, these pills were definitely all above the 3rd grade. In just half a month, he had consumed so many pills. Didn't he fear any side effects? And how much would all these 3rd grade pills cost? Many 3rd grade pills on the market are of auction quality. About that, Jiang Chen also felt that he had been taking too many pills lately, and their effects had diminished significantly. It was time to take a break and let his body adjust. I feel like your aura has become much stronger. Have you reached the mid-stage of the 2nd level? Xia Zhenghao leaned closer to Jiang Chen, clearly impressed that gorging on pills had been quite effective. Maybe he should also go into seclusion for half a month and see if he could break through his current bottleneck. Mid-stage of the 2nd level? Jiang Chen chuckled about that. It was just a little higher than Xia Zhenghao's guess. You're really ruthless. I wouldn't dare to spend money to boost my cultivation. Pills always have some side effects, and taking too many in a short time could very well harm your foundation, which would be counterproductive. Xia Zhenghao sighed. However, looking at the fluctuations of spiritual energy around Jiang Chen, he didn't seem to have any issues. Perhaps the pills Jiang Chen had weren't that harmful after all. The price would at least multiply several times. By the way, there are only 10 days until the monthly exam. You better not lock yourself in your room again. Because of the unexpected incident during the outdoor training at the start of the semester, this monthly exam is especially important. Otherwise, do you think the teacher sent me to bang on your door for no reason? Xia Zhenghao suddenly remembered to say. Alright, tell the teacher that I will definitely attend the monthly exam, Jiang Chen agreed. That's good. Xia Zhenghao breathed a sigh of relief. As long as Jiang Chen didn't disappear again, it would be fine. But why did he have to be the one to inform the teacher? The next day, Xia Zhenghao arrived at Jiang Chen's room early, ready to call him for breakfast. However, when he reached the door, he found Jiang Chen's room empty. What the hell, where is he? Xia Zhenghao was dumbfounded. Didn't they just agree yesterday? Wait, Jiang Chen didn't actually tell him that he would definitely go to the classroom today. He only said he would attend the monthly exam. Damn, he got played. Xia Ge, are you looking for Jiang Chen? He seems to have left early this morning, saying he was going to the capital. Fang Tao, who happened to be passing by the living room on his way to the bathroom, reminded him. Xia Zhenghao looked utterly defeated. What was going on with Jiang Chen? He had worked so hard to get into such a good university, and aside from showing up on the first day of school, he had completely vanished afterward. Now he was off to the capital. Was he even going to continue with his studies? Meanwhile, Jiang Chen was already on his way to the airport. In 2 days, there would be a weaponsmith exchange meeting. He set off early because he wanted to visit Su Qing. During this time, he had sent over 300 upgraded 2nd grade spirit gathering pills. The cost was 12 million. But according to the pricing, these spirit gathering pills could earn him back 1,500 low-grade spirit stones. When calculated, that was quite a sum. He heard that the upgraded 2nd grade spirit gathering pills had been selling quite fast at first. However, the market had recently become saturated, and there were only so many fixed customers. So by the time he sent the 3rd batch of pills, the sales speed had significantly decreased. It should be noted that spirit gathering pills are consumable. This means that even if they aren't taken daily, one needs to consume one every 10 days or half a month for noticeable improvement in cultivation. Otherwise, a single pill wouldn't bring about any revolutionary effects. This has also led to the fact that only a very small number of people can afford to consume and are willing to spend. Nevertheless, in just over a month, he was able to bring in a profit of more than 1,000 low-grade spirit stones, which is quite considerable. Jiang Chen had nothing to complain about. 3 hours later, Jiang Chen met Su Qing at the airport in the imperial capital. The weather had turned cooler recently. Su Qing was wearing a solid-colored little dress, with a loose knit sweater over it, her slightly curled long hair cascading down her back, looking a bit more gentle than usual. You finally made it. You have no idea how I almost didn't dare to step out because of those people from the Alchemist Association. Su Qing pouted slightly, complaining. Are they still bothering you? Jiang Chen asked, surprised. They're not trying to bother me, they're trying to bother you. Su Qing pouted again and said, "Forget it, let's talk about it at my place." Su Chang went to the roadside and got into a car. Jiang Chen followed and sat inside. After they left, a man wearing a cap emerged from the corner. He took out his phone, dialed a number, and said in a low voice, "Su Ching picked someone up at the airport, looks quite young, not sure if it's the target." A woman's voice came from the phone. "It's been over a month, I don't believe Su Ching hasn't met with her partner. Follow her, I will find an opportunity to visit in person and confirm." The man in the cap nodded, understood. Jiang Chen followed Su Ching to her residence. It was a 2-story small villa. The interior was arranged more like a studio than a home. Except for when she needed to go out, Su Ching often did live broadcasts in this villa. "Li Jia, go pour a glass of water for the guest." Su Ching took off her coat and handed it to her assistant, then sat on the sofa and took out a password box from her storage ring. "The last batch of pills you gave me has almost sold out, plus the previously sold Tiandi. Dan, there are a total of 1,228 low-grade spirit stones here, along with 2,580 spirit pearls." Su Qing opened the password box, revealing it was filled to the brim with spirit stones and spirit pearls. The rich spiritual energy even gathered visible mist above the password box. "So, there are still 3 Tiandi Dan unsold, right?" Jiang Chen calculated. Tiandi Dan was the name he gave to the upgraded version of the second-grade spirit concealing pill. Unlike the down-to-earth name De Li Wan, Tiandi Dan sounded very high-end. After all, it was positioned as a premium product. Of course, it needed to be distinguished. "Yes, there are still 3, but there are already customers who have reserved them. However, since it requires face-to-face transactions, it might take 5 days to complete the deal," Su Qing explained. Jiang Chen picked out 600 spirit pearls from the password box and placed them in a separate box. "These are the commission I promised you. You can keep the money from the last 3 pills, it adds up to exactly 75 low-grade spirit stones," Jiang Chen said. "Thank you, Daddy Gold Master." Finally receiving her payment, Su Qing excitedly called him Daddy, but she quickly realized, "From what you said, does that mean you don't plan to sell Tiandi Dan anymore? You also said that the Heaven and Earth Dan is selling slowly now. After all, it's a consumable pill, and not many people can afford to buy it long-term." Jiang Chen put the password box into his inventory. Another 1,400 low-grade spirit stones had been credited. Adding the previous amount, he should have close to 2,000 low-grade spirit stones now. This must be the joy of saving money. Su Qing sensed the implication in Jiang Chen's words and couldn't help but feel a stir in her heart. "So, you have new products in hand? And they are even better than the Heaven and Earth Dan?" "I haven't decided what to sell specifically yet, I'll let you know when I get back." Jiang Chen thought for a moment and said. Hearing this, Su Qing's breath quickened. "Not decided yet? Oh my! How many good things does Jiang Chen have that he can still take his time to consider? If this continues as a long-term partnership, she could become a super rich woman. She never expected that her long-held dream could be realized so quickly. "Wait, what do you want to eat? It's on me." With this thought, Su Qing said very generously. In the past, Jiang Chen was just a relatively appealing young man in her eyes. Occasionally, she would tease him. But now it was different. Jiang Chen was her biggest benefactor. Once they completed these business deals, even if they didn't cooperate in the future, the money she earned would be enough for her to live worry-free for the rest of her life. At that point, she wouldn't have to take too many business orders and could focus on creating content she loved. Since he was her benefactor, she naturally had to treat him well. "Let's find a place with a 2-yuan store," Jiang Chen said. Previously, he had only promised Yu Zhong to take the fruit knife processed by the synthesis table to participate in the alchemist exchange meeting. As long as he could place, it didn't matter if the items were of lower grade. But now it was related to his master title. The items for the competition had to be of higher quality. Now that he was already a 4th-tier warrior, synthesizing C-grade alloy weapons was a piece of cake. What he lacked was a fruit knife from a 2-yuan store. That thing had a low cost, he could process an alloy weapon for just $100 or so. Was there any cheaper synthetic material than this? Before going to the myriad worlds, he planned to stock up on some. When he ran out of money, he might even be able to synthesize spirit tools to sell. After all, it was almost like a no-cost business. No matter how you looked at it, he wouldn't lose. "Ha? A 2-yuan store?" Su Qing looked confused at Jiang Chen's request. "It's the kind of store where everything is 2-yuan, don't you have that around here?" Jiang Chen frowned slightly. "We do have it, but you can only find it in the outer city." Su Qing didn't understand Jiang Chen's intention but answered honestly. Alright, then let's go to the outer city. Jiang Chen found that he still had a connection with the outer city. Every time he arrived at a place, he would definitely take a trip to the outer city, as if it had become a habit. Moreover, he heard that the outer city of the imperial capital was quite different from other places. Today, he could take a look. Just then, the doorbell suddenly rang. Su Qing's assistant went to take a look and then turned back to say, "Boss, it's that woman again." No way. Su Qing looked devastated. How are these people still haunting us? Are you talking about the Alchemist Association people? Jiang Chen asked. Who else could it be? Su Qing looked at Jiang Chen and said, "What should we do? They came at such a perfect time, they might be targeting you. I should have known better than to personally pick you up at the airport." It's fine, let them in. Jiang Chen wasn't worried at all. After all, his age was there. No matter how much they suspected, they would only think he had some powerful figure behind him who could refine pills with perfect indicators, and wouldn't think that person was him. Rather than hiding every day, it was better to solve the problem all at once. Are you sure you want to let them in? Su Qing looked at Jiang Chen with some concern. She was mainly afraid of causing trouble for Jiang Chen. Being targeted by an organization like the Alchemist Association was definitely not a good thing. Don't worry, I have it under control, Jiang Chen said calmly. After receiving Jiang Chen's affirmative response, Su Qing turned to her assistant and said, "Let them in." Moments later, a woman in professional attire entered with two young men. As soon as she stepped into the living room, Zhang Yuehua's gaze fell on Jiang Chen. She had received the news and rushed over without stopping. Who would have thought the other party would be so young? He looked to be only 18 or 19. The information from her spies had led her to believe he would be at least in his 20s or 30s. This discovery left Zhang Yuehua somewhat disappointed. The person before her, even if related to the pills Su Qing was selling, could not possibly be the one who refined them. "Miss Su," Zhang Yuehua said, pulling her thoughts back and smiling at Su Qing. "Expert Zhang, it's good to see you again," Su Qing replied perfunctorily. "Miss Su, it seems you have a guest here. Are we interrupting?" Zhang Yuehua said this, yet she had already led her people to sit on another sofa. Not at all, Su Qing forced a smile. "We are here again regarding that matter. Could you provide us with the contact information of the person who refines the TND pill and the Dolly pill? We would be extremely grateful," Zhang Yuehua stated directly, while also observing Jiang Chen's reaction. "I've said it before, this is a commercial secret. You can't expect me to tell you just because you come asking every few days. You can't make me breach my contract," Su Qing said irritably. Every time this matter came up, she inexplicably got angry. Did these people not understand human language? She had already refused 7 or 8 times. Yet every time, it was the same opening line. Could they not change it up a bit? The penalty for breach of contract and all losses, the Alchemist Association can take full responsibility for, and we can establish a long-term cooperation with Miss Su. We have come with sincerity this time, Zhang Yuehua said with a faint smile. Upon hearing this, Su Qing gasped. No way. Suddenly throwing out so many benefits? Previously, Zhang Yuehua had only promised long-term cooperation but had never mentioned anything about penalties. Miss Su, what do you think? Zhang Yuehua did not give Su Qing much time to think. Su Qing was about to refuse when Jiang Chen suddenly leaned closer to her and said in a voice only the two of them could hear, "Agree to her, we'll split the money." Su Qing's eyes widened. What the hell? It could be done like this? It was probably the peculiar thought process of Jiang Chen that left her stunned. After a long while, Su Qing finally reacted and looked back at Zhang Yuehua, saying, "I wonder how much your association can compensate me?" Naturally, it will be the full amount. Zhang Yuehua gave Su Qing a reassuring look. Since they wanted to obtain information about the alchemist from Su Qing, they had to ensure that she had no worries, otherwise, why would she choose to cooperate with them? Su Qing took out the paper version of the electronic contract she signed with Jiang Chen from her storage ring. According to the contract, if I breach it, I need to compensate 10 times the share of the earnings, plus an additional 50 million, and my commission is 5%. Su Qing paused for a moment and continued, that means, adding the 5 million I earned the first time, the 75 low-grade spirit stones from the subsequent live broadcasts, plus the 50 million penalty, the total comes to 100 million dragon coins and 750 low-grade spirit stones. So much? The young man following Zhang Yuehua exclaimed. Although the Alchemist Association wasn't short on money, over 100 million dragon coins and nearly 1,000 low-grade spirit stones was a staggering amount. Many masters might not earn that much in their entire lives. They just wanted a contact method. Did it really require such a high price? Zhang Yuehua took the contract, glanced at it, and calculated the approximate value of the items Su Qing had sold in her livestream recently, confirming that the amount was indeed reasonable. We can help you pay this amount in spirit stones, can you tell us now? Zhang Yuehua looked up at Su Qing. No problem. Su Qing smiled and said, then let's sign a contract. Sure, Zhang Yuehua nodded in agreement. Su Qing led everyone to her study, where they drafted the contract content on the spot and printed it out. Once both parties confirmed that the contract content was fine, they each signed their names. Expert Zhang is quite straightforward. Su Qing put away the contract and then took out the complete contract she signed with Jiang Chen, tearing off the information page and handing it to Zhang Yuehua. This is his information. Zhang Yuehua carefully took the information, folded it, and placed it in her bag before looking up and saying, we will first verify the accuracy of the information. Once confirmed, we will send you the 100 million dragon coins and 750 low-grade spirit stones. Don't take too long. Su Qing reminded. Rest assured, we will notify Miss Su immediately once we have results, Zhang Yuehua said, and then hurriedly left with her team. Su Qing went to the window and waited until she saw Zhang Yuehua get into the car before turning back and saying, Zhang Chen, is this arrangement feasible? If they find out that person is you in the end, will they back out? It's written in black and white, how can they back out? Just wait to collect your money. Zhang Chen was always open to making money. With spirit stones and money practically at their fingertips, why would they refuse? Anyway, the Alchemist Association would eventually investigate further and find out about him. It was better to sell his information in advance. It was like picking up money for free. You really are a business genius. Su Qing's eyes twitched slightly, and she was already in awe of Jiang Chen. Of course. Jiang Chen accepted Su Qing's praise without any modesty. It was all for the sake of making money. Nothing to be ashamed of. After leaving Su Qing's villa, Zhang Yuehua immediately sent the information to the association's intelligence department and personally called the head of the intelligence department to give instructions. Find out who this person is immediately. I want to know all his information. The Alchemist Association's network was naturally extensive. As long as it wasn't information about an important figure, they could easily find all the details. So, while Zhang Yuehua was on her way back to the association, she received a response from the intelligence department. So quickly the information has been found, it seems that Su Qing's partner is not a heavyweight after all. The man in the back seat stretched his neck to look at Zhang Yuehua's phone. Zhang Yuehua remained silent, quietly waiting for the data to finish downloading. The moment the download was confirmed successful, she immediately clicked into the information. Name, Jiang Chen. Age, 18. Residence, Spring City, Outer City. Education, currently studying at Magic City University. Activity track, from birth to elementary school, middle school, high school, never left Spring City, until he was admitted to Magic City University. Cultivation, average talent, ordinary person level, significant improvement in senior year. Suddenly his cultivation talent became 5th rank during the college entrance examination, now at least 2nd rank. Family, has an older sister with 5th rank cultivation talent, also studying at Magic City University. After reading the information, Zhang Yuehua's brows furrowed tightly. 18? A student at Magic City University? How could someone who can refine strength pills and heaven and earth pills just be an 18-year-old student? But this is also normal. A pharmacist with such refining skills wouldn't need to personally sell pills. So, Jiang Chen is just an intermediary? This Jiang Chen should just be helping someone sell pills, right? Look at him, a resident of the outer city, an ordinary person before senior year, suddenly his cultivation level rises. I guess he met a master in pill refining at that time, and after they got familiar, this master asked him to help sell pills. Since Jiang Chen has no channels, he thought of the currently hottest live streaming sales. My deduction makes sense, doesn't it? The young man in the back analyzed. That's right, I was thinking the same, Zhang Yuehua nodded. Teacher, it seems there are photos below, the young man in the back reminded. Upon hearing this, Zhang Yuehua scrolled to the bottom of the information. When they saw the person in the photo, all three were stunned. Damn, isn't that the person who just sat next to Su Qing? The young man in the back excitedly stood up, only to hit his head on the car roof, crying out in pain while holding his head. Teacher, we won't be played, will we? The young man driving said, turning his head. We only temporarily offered to help pay the breach of contract fee. Su Qing probably didn't have time to forge the contract, but that man next to Su Qing must be in the know. Zhang Yuehua's expression was also very grim. Selling His own information, this kid is quite cunning, the young man in the back said, holding his head, pain making his eyes bloodshot. Let's go, turn around and go back, Zhang Yuehua said in a deep voice. When Zhang Yuehua and the others returned to Su Qing's residence, Zhang Chen and Su Qing had already left in high spirits. They casually found a place to have lunch and then headed to the outer city of the imperial capital together. At that moment, Zhang Chen realized why it was said that the outer city of the imperial capital was very different from other places. It might be hard to notice from the outside, but once inside the imperial capital, just looking up, one could see a giant dragon coiling in the sky above the outer city. From time to time, one could even hear a dragon's roar. The sense of oppression was simply overwhelming. This dragon isn't a real dragon, it's a certain big shot from the heavenly realms who preserved a trace of the dragon's breath using a special method. It has no lethal power, but it can intimidate all the beasts, making them dare not come close, Su Qing explained as she noticed Zhang Chen frequently looking up. Quite spectacular, Zhang Chen withdrew his gaze. The inner city had high-level defensive barriers, and the outer city had a giant dragon circling above. No wonder the imperial capital had remained peaceful for 100 years, not a single wild beast had ever intruded. The first time I saw this dragon, I was almost too scared to move. It was my dad who carried me back, Su Qing sighed. You're quite impressive, Zhang Chen said, half praising, half teasing. Don't think I can't tell you're mocking me in your heart. Su Qing shot Zhang Chen a speechless glance. Then you've wronged me, I'm an honest person, Zhang Chen said expressionlessly. Su Qing was momentarily at a loss for words. Half an hour later, Su Qing parked the car in an open-air parking lot and then took Zhang Chen to a nearby bustling street. This is the largest small goods wholesale market in the outer city of the imperial capital. You should be able to find the fruit knife you mentioned for 2 yuan, Su Qing said. She didn't know what Zhang Chen needed a fruit knife for. But after all, he was her current benefactor. Whether it was to buy a fruit knife or to wholesale bricks for a construction site, she would definitely accompany him to the end. Yeah, let's take a look. First, Zhang Chen glanced around. Only in this kind of environment could one feel that, in this world, ordinary people still made up the majority. Warriors and spiritual masters only accounted for a small portion. Otherwise, how could there be such a large market for things that only ordinary people would use? Zhang Chen wandered around the wholesale market and soon found a store that wholesaled various styles of fruit knives. He casually selected a few to check and found the quality was still as terrible as ever, no different from those sold in the 2 yuan store. He then brought the items to the counter and asked, "Is your boss here? What do you need our boss for?" The cashier glanced at the few fruit knives in Zhang Chen's hand. "We have standards for selling here, you must buy at least 100 pieces, which is a box. You're only buying this little bit, we won't sell. What I mean is, I want to buy all the fruit knives in your store. Whatever you have in stock, I want it all. Are you sure you won't tell the boss?" Zhang Chen played with the fruit knife in his hand, dazzling the onlookers. "You want to buy all the fruit knives?" The cashier swallowed hard, incredulously asking. They had hundreds of thousands of goods, no store needed to buy that much. "Hurry up, we're busy." Seeing the cashier rambling, Su Qing stepped forward and knocked on the counter. "Oh, I'll call the boss right away." The cashier quickly came to his senses and said. A few minutes later, a middle-aged man in shorts and flip-flops rushed back from a nearby mahjong parlor. After Zhang Chen explained his intentions, he directly paid a deposit of 100,000. He then gave the address of Su Qing's home, asking him to deliver all the goods there. After buying the fruit knives, Zhang Chen went to a nearby Spirit Martial Hall and bought dozens of pairs of Spirit Wind boots and dozens of sets of entry-level leather armor. Su Qing was completely baffled by Zhang Chen's shopping style. But adhering to the principle of not prying into her benefactor's secrets, she could only keep her doubts to herself. After the big procurement ended, Zhang Chen and the others returned to Su Qing's residence. However, they found that 5 or 6 cars had already stopped at the entrance, all bearing the emblem of the Alchemist Association. Zhang Yuehua was talking to a few people. Hearing the commotion, they all turned to look at Zhang Chen, especially Shui Yan. They had both sought help from the live broadcast area to promote their pills at the same time, and as a result, Shui Yan had suffered a crushing defeat. Naturally, he held a grudge against Zhang Chen now. "Miss Su," Zhang Yuehua took the initiative to step forward. "What's going on? Holding a meeting at my doorstep?" Su Qing said, her face full of astonishment. "Isn't Miss Su just pretending not to know?" Zhang Yuehua's gaze shifted to Zhang Chen. "This is the person who was collaborating with Miss Su, right?" "Ah." Su Qing was slightly taken aback, then awkwardly laughed twice. "You guys are really quick to investigate. I thought it would take at least a few days." It's not difficult for the Alchemist Association to investigate someone, Zhang Yuehua said in a neutral tone. Then what about my money? Su Qing extended her hand. You little brat, how dare you bring up money? This kid is clearly right beside you, and you still deliberately tricked us, talking about hundreds of millions of dragon coins as if money is so easy to earn. Upon hearing this, Shui Yan rushed over from a distance. So, you mean you want to back out? Su Qing sighed. It seems we can only see each other in court. After all, I violated the treaty for you. If you don't pay, I can only stick to you. Do as you wish. Shui Yan was too lazy to deal with Su Qing anymore and directly looked at Jiang Chen, saying, Kid, as long as you tell us who the creator of the Power Pill and the Heaven and Earth Pill is, we can allow you to join the Alchemist Association. In the future, you can not only come to the Alchemist Association to study anytime, but also get discounts on purchasing pills, and even make advance appointments with masters to help you refine pills, saving you the time of waiting in line. What do you think? Sorry, no comment. Jiang Chen shrugged with a cold expression. Joining the Alchemist Association? Free learning opportunities? Discounts on purchasing pills? Advance appointments with masters? Since they already knew he could produce the Power Pill and the Heaven and Earth Pill, they still threw these trivial benefits at him. Did they really think he had never seen the world? The Alchemist Association was indeed far behind the Equipment Refining Association. We will transfer the money to Miss Su's account immediately, and the spirit stones will be delivered in full. I wonder if Mr. Jiang can talk to us privately? Zhang Yuehua seized the key point and immediately changed her tone. Zhang Yuehua, are you stupid? These two guys have dug a pit for you to jump into. Can't you see that? Shui Yan was suddenly anxious. So much money was something he couldn't earn back in 10 years. Why should he give these two a bargain? This matter is now under my full responsibility, so I ask Master Shui not to interfere with my duties, Zhang Yuehua said, glancing at Shui Yan indifferently. After the news spread within the association, several alchemist masters who were concerned about the matter rushed over without delay. Shui Yan followed along, which Zhang Yuehua found unsurprising. After all, when he was promoting new products last month, he had just happened to encounter the Power Pill. In the end, he hadn't even recouped the research and development costs. But if Shui Yan's prejudice caused this matter to be messed up, then all the efforts during this time would be in vain. Zhang Yuehua knew very well that Jiang Chen and Su Chang were digging a pit for her to jump into. But knowing it was a pit, she could only choose to jump. Jiang Chen clearly wanted to team up with Su Qing to swallow this breach of contract compensation. If she didn't pay this amount, Jiang Chen would definitely not disclose any information to them. Moreover, regarding the contract, they were indeed in the wrong. After all, the conditions were proposed by them first. Even though Jiang Chen was right there at the time, it couldn't deny the terms of the contract. Since Su Qing caused them to breach the contract, they should provide compensation. It was just that Jiang Chen's presence made everyone a bit uncomfortable. Expert Zhang is still reasonable, Su Cheng smiled again. Everyone, don't just stand outside, come in and sit down to talk slowly. Otherwise, if the neighbors see, they'll think I've gotten into some big trouble. Zhang Yuehua nodded. Many of those present were celebrities from the Alchemist Association. If the media caught wind of it, it would indeed be hard to explain. Su Qing invited all the members of the Alchemist Association to her home. Outside, apart from Shui Yan, Zhang Yuehua and the others had little interaction with Jiang Chen. Until they handed the money and spirit stones to Su Qing. The next moment, Zhang Yuehua directly looked at Jiang Chen and asked straightforwardly, Mr. Jiang Chen, can you tell us who refined the Power Pill and the Heaven and Earth Pill? Of course, I refined them, Jiang Chen said nonchalantly, making it hard for people to discern the truth in his words. Ha! Shui Yan sneered, this is the first time I've seen someone so full of themselves. Did you start learning alchemy in the womb? Not to mention starting to learn alchemy in the womb, even if Jiang Chen had been born 30 years earlier, it would be hard to achieve such accomplishments. In the Alchemist Association, there were many alchemy masters over 50 years old. Yet, there had never been a case where an alchemist produced pills that met every single standard perfectly. To take a step back, even if Jiang Chen really was the one who refined the Power Pill and the Heaven and Earth Pill, would he still care about that 100 million dragon coins and over 700 spirit stones? Shouldn't he actively seek out the Alchemist Association? At that point, the position of chief alchemist could be offered to him. What kind of money couldn't he make, yet he was fixated on such a small amount? No matter how one thought about it, it didn't make sense. Sai, to tell you the truth, you won't believe me anyway, so what can I do? Jiang Chen said with a helpless expression. He knew these people wouldn't believe him, so he simply admitted it generously. Selling a contact and chatting with these guys could earn him a lot of spirit stones and cash. Only a fool would ignore such a good opportunity to make money. Moreover, he now had the backing of the Alchemist Association. With Miao Lin backing him, the Alchemist Association wouldn't dare to do anything to him. Mr. Jiang Chen, we are not joking with you. We hope you can tell us the truth. We really want to meet this master. Zhang Yuehua's attitude remained sincere, but her tone became more assertive. They had invested a lot of time and money and would definitely not let Jiang Chen get away with it. If Jiang Chen couldn't provide a satisfactory answer, they wouldn't mind asking him to personally visit the Alchemist Association. Actually, the master you want to meet doesn't exist. Even if he did, you could only contact him through me, or you could treat me as the master himself. I wouldn't mind, Jiang Chen said, casually crossing his legs. So, you admit you have someone backing you? Shui Yan looked at Jiang Chen with disdain and said, you dare to impersonate the master himself. You really don't know the heights of heaven and depths of earth. You can think whatever you want, or if you tell me your intentions, if I'm in a good mood, I might consider passing on your message, Jiang Chen said leisurely. In the eyes of Shui Yan and the others, Jiang Chen was completely relying on his backing, which was why he dared to be so fearless. At the same time, they were also very clear. The people behind Jiang Chen were indeed not to be trifled with. Those who could refine pills with perfect indicators in every aspect were figures whose level far surpassed even the alchemists within the three major families. The more mysterious they were, the more awe they inspired, because they felt uncertain in their hearts. Zhang Yuehua took a deep breath and patiently said, we sincerely want to meet this master to invite him to join our Alchemist Association. As long as he is willing to join, we can directly make him the chief of the association, and he can choose any talented disciples he wants. Oh. Jiang Chen caught the meaning behind Zhang Yuehua's words. So you want to apprentice under him, huh? You should have said so earlier. Zhang Yuehua's face flushed, and she said somewhat awkwardly, we do have that intention, but we also come with sincerity. Besides the chief position, the master can propose any other conditions he desires. Sorry, our master dislikes crowds, hates dealing with people, and has little interest in money. He only occasionally needs to develop new pills and will exchange the pills he has for a bit of money to purchase materials for research. So, I can only accept your goodwill on behalf of the master. Seeing that these people had already assumed he had someone backing him, Jiang Chen continued to play along. After all, the master didn't exist at all. No matter how he fabricated the story, it wouldn't be exposed. We want to talk to this master in person, is that possible? Zhang Yuehua asked persistently. Impossible. Jiang Chen glanced at Zhang Yuehua indifferently. The master absolutely hates interacting with outsiders. If he gets angry, he might not even see me anymore, and wouldn't that be a huge loss for me? Zhang Yuehua initially wanted to say that the losses would be covered by the Alchemist Association. But considering that they had already spent so much money in spirit stones to extract Zhou Qing's partner, making up for Jiang Chen's losses would be astronomical. She simply couldn't make that decision. The association also couldn't continue to pour hundreds or thousands of low-grade spirit stones into something uncertain. Recently, the price of spirit stones in the market had risen quite a bit. How about this? Jiang Chen suddenly said. You want to refine pills with perfect indicators, I can sell you the purified essence of the materials, and it's 100% pure. Coupled with the superb refining techniques of your associations. Masters, it shouldn't be difficult to refine pills with perfect indicators, right? Refining pills and condensing them requires more technical skill and experience. Purification, however, depends on various factors including the alchemist's control over the heat, the use of mental energy, and their understanding of the materials. Even the alchemy furnace and flames have extremely high requirements. He directly eliminated the most difficult step. Any experienced master could refine pills with perfect indicators. In the end, he would make money, and the Alchemist Association would achieve its goal of refining perfect pills. A win-win situation. Sure enough, upon hearing Jiang Chen's proposal, the several alchemists present were intrigued. Only Zhang Yuehua frowned slightly, feeling that something was off. They wanted to find the person who could refine the strength pill and the heaven and earth pill, hoping to invite him to join the Alchemist Association. Through mutual learning and exchange, they could elevate everyone's standards. However, Jiang Chen's proposal was equivalent to selling them a semi-finished product. They would become the final processors. Even if they could refine pills with perfect indicators in every aspect, that would not reflect their true level. Zhang Yuehua wanted to politely decline Jiang Chen, but he interrupted her directly. Sister, please don't refuse so quickly. This is your only opportunity. Even if you send someone to follow me 24 Hours a day, you won't be able to find the master's trace. I'm willing to give this business to the Alchemist Association, and I'm doing this based on your sincere attitude. I'm quite busy and don't have much time to haggle with you all, Zhang Chen said, his tone already a bit impatient. The several alchemy masters beside him were feeling anxious. The chance to refine perfect pills was incredibly rare. Just refining one would add a beautiful achievement to their resumes. Even if they promoted it as a coincidence, it would greatly enhance their value. Although they were all part of the Alchemist Association, the association wouldn't pay them a salary. To make money, they had to rely on themselves to earn, promote, and enhance their reputation, right? Hearing Zhang Chen's words, Zhang Yuehua began to hesitate. Shui Yan's eyes darted around as he looked at Zhang Chen and said, "Can you show us the quality of the purified medicinal liquid? If it really reaches 100%, we can discuss further cooperation." Yes, cooperation is easy to talk about. As long as the product is fine, we can slowly discuss the details of cooperation, the other masters echoed. At this moment, they all had the same thought in their minds. This was definitely a great opportunity to enhance their value. Even if the Alchemist Association couldn't reach a cooperation with Zhang Chen, they could privately purchase from him. In this day and age, marketing was incredibly important. Sometimes, sheer strength couldn't compete with those who knew how to promote themselves. When everyone produced pills of similar quality, those with higher status who could package and promote would often sell their pills better. Who would go against money? Zhang Yuehua certainly understood the thoughts of Shui Yan and the others and could only sigh helplessly. Then let us see the purified medicinal liquid first. Alright, I just happen to have a sample of blood ginseng's purified liquid, Zhang Chen said, looking at Su Qing. Can you find me a container? I'll pour out a sample for these masters to see the effect. Oh. Su Qing was a bit lost in the thoughts of these people and could only nod blankly. I'll go to the kitchen to get it for you. It's not convenient to operate here, I'll go with you. Zhang Chen stood up. In fact, he didn't need to prepare a sample separately, he just needed to find a place to decompose the blood ginseng, as it hadn't been broken down yet, before he could take out the purified liquid to show these people. As for the blood ginseng, it was something he found during the Sea Monster Festival ruins. It wasn't particularly rare but was highly valuable. It was useless to keep on him. Selling it separately was too much trouble. Today, however, it came in handy. Zhang Chen followed Su Qing to the kitchen and then had her wait at the kitchen door. He walked to the corner of the kitchen, secretly opened the universal synthesis platform, and placed the blood ginseng into the decomposition slot. Do you want to decompose the blood ginseng? Decompose. Blood ginseng has been successfully decomposed. Congratulations on obtaining blood ginseng liquid. Blood ginseng liquid, 100% purified blood ginseng, can be further processed into various medicines. Zhang Chen took out several leftover medicine bottles and divided the blood ginseng liquid into a few portions. He then returned to the living room with Su Qing. Zhang Yuehua and the others did not raise any suspicions. After all, no one could have imagined it. The so-called 100% purified raw material from Jiangchen would decompose on site. Mr. Zhang Chen, what you have in your hand is the purified raw liquid of blood ginseng, right? Zhang Yuehua had already prepared the testing tools in advance, with 3 complete instruments neatly arranged on the table. That's right. Zhang Chen placed a vial containing the blood ginseng raw liquid on the table. Everyone, feel free to check. Seeing the vial on the table, Zhang Yuehua and the others all gathered around. Inside the small crystal bottle were a few drops of viscous liquid. The texture of this liquid resembled that of mercury. As it flowed, it even shimmered like rubies. Is this the blood ginseng purified liquid? Shui Yan's eyes were filled with skepticism. The elixir he had recently developed happened to use blood ginseng. He had purified at least 7 or 8 stalks of blood ginseng daily. But he had never seen such a texture. After all, it's 100% purified raw liquid. It should be different from ordinary raw liquids, someone nearby analyzed. The quality will be known once we check it. Zhang Yuehua picked up the vial, opened the cork, and poured the purified raw liquid into the 3 instruments. Analyzing the data of the raw material didn't take long. In 10 minutes, the results from the 3 instruments were fully presented before everyone. The result from the first instrument, blood ginseng raw liquid, purity 100%. The result from the second instrument, blood ginseng raw liquid, efficacy perfectly preserved. The result from the third instrument, blood ginseng raw liquid, no component loss detected. This was a blood ginseng raw liquid that not only had a purity of 100% but also showed no loss in efficacy or components. It should be noted that many medicinal materials, once purified, often have unstable medicinal properties due to various reasons. This is quite common. Even with high purity, the efficacy and components can diminish over time. Yet, the blood ginseng raw liquid presented by Jiang Chen was impeccable in every aspect. It could only be described as perfect. Zhang Yuehua, who had originally been uninterested in purchasing the purified liquid, couldn't help but feel tempted at this moment. Such a perfect raw material liquid was a dream come true for many alchemists. As long as the price wasn't outrageous, buying it would definitely be worth it. The elixirs made from such raw material liquids could each become collectible grade items. If this deal went through, it would only bring benefits to the alchemist association. Mr. Jiang Chen, may I ask how you plan to charge for these raw liquids? Zhang Yuehua asked, looking up. Don't worry, it's very cheap. No matter what the material is, I only charge a processing fee here, one low grade. Spirit stone proportion, Jiang Chen replied with a chuckle. Zhang Yuehua and the others were left with question marks above their heads. Very cheap? Did Jiang Chen have some misunderstanding about those three words? Jiang Chen had never considered a low-profit, high-volume model when it came to making money. First, he didn't have much energy, he devoted all his time to the act of making money. Second, controlling the quantity better ensured that the products maintained their preciousness due to scarcity. Finally, and most importantly, if too much raw liquid was sold, wouldn't that imply that the master behind him was working all day long? That would be a loss of dignity. Since he was a master, he should be mysterious, have an air about him, and possess a temper. It was fundamental not to lower his status. Therefore, Jiang Chen felt that his pricing was completely justified. Well, are we going to do this business or not? Jiang Chen tapped the table with his hand. Zhang Yuehua and the others exchanged glances. With such a large amount involved, they certainly couldn't sign a long-term order. We definitely need the raw liquid, but how much exactly? We need to discuss that back home. Zhang Yuehua hesitated before speaking. No problem, Jiang Chen replied with a smile. I believe you all have my contact information. If you want to purchase the raw liquid, feel free to reach out to me anytime. Finally sending Zhang Yuehua and the others away, Su Qing let out a heavy sigh of relief. Ah, this money is really hard to earn. You have no idea, I was just afraid you wouldn't reach an agreement and would start arguing. If the Alchemist Association wanted to make things difficult for you, it wouldn't be so easy for you to sell pills in the future, Su Qing said. Still feeling uneasy. Argue? Jiang Chen chuckled, that's not going to happen. These guys are quite enthusiastic. Enthusiastic? Su Qing was a bit confused. She hadn't noticed Zhang Yuehua and the others being particularly enthusiastic. Don't believe me? Jiang Chen handed her his phone. These masters are all well-known figures in the industry, and they care about their reputation, so some things are just inconvenient to say face-to-face. Su Qing took the phone without and saw several messages with similar content. Little brother. I'm Shui Yan. Can I order some raw liquid separately? I can add an extra 20% on the original price, and I hope to cooperate with you long-term. Mr. Jiang Chen, I would like to order a batch of raw liquid. Is it convenient to discuss this separately? Hello, I'm the handsome guy in black from earlier. You should remember me. I wanted to ask if you have any intention of selling the raw liquid in smaller quantities? Of course, I know this is troublesome, so I will offer you extra compensation. I hope you can consider it. The series of messages came in shortly after Zhang Yuehua and the others left, with less than 2 minutes in between. Su Qing initially thought Jiang Chen's price was too high, so Zhang Yuehua and the others planned to go back and negotiate with him to settle on a price. Who would have thought that as soon as they turned around, these guys all actively raised their offers to buy Jiang Chen's raw liquid? This was too exaggerated. The processing fee for each piece of raw material was 1 low-grade spirit stone. If the pills produced were of too low a grade, they might not even recover the cost. It seems like you already knew they would come to buy the raw liquid from you? Su Qing looked at Jiang Chen, puzzled. Not hard to guess. Jiang Chen took back his phone and explained to Su Qing, I had roughly understood before that the commission fees for these masters from the Alchemist Association are linked to their fame and worth. The higher the quality of the pills they produce, the higher the commission fees will rise. If they purchase my raw liquid and can refine a pill with multiple perfect indicators, wouldn't their worth multiply several times? Is that even possible? Su Qing widened her eyes, but after all, that's not their true level. If they keep this up, they'll eventually be exposed. For a profession like an alchemist, instability is quite common. As long as the reputation is in place, the price is negotiable. They only need to stock up on a portion of the raw liquid and reveal it to the public. Once every 6 months to a year, which is enough for them to make a fortune in the coming years, Jiang Chen said leisurely. I see, Su Qing said, enlightened. Of course, this method is effective only when 1 or 2 people do it. But when everyone starts to imitate, the crowd isn't foolish, they will definitely notice the clues. Moreover, when alchemists of this level are seen everywhere, their scarcity will no longer exist. So, I am just doing a short-term business, Jiang Chen continued. You really are a business genius. Su Qing was in complete admiration of Jiang Chen. From the change in Shuiyan's attitude, one could see how attractive the things Jiang Chen offered were to them. And while the 100% pure medicinal liquid could greatly enhance their value, as Jiang Chen said, once everyone starts doing it, the advantage will disappear. In the end, the only beneficiary will be Jiang Chen. The key is that Jiang Chen's contact information was bought at a high price by Zhang Yuehua and others. If they didn't do something, it would always seem like the money was wasted. So besides these masters buying privately, the Alchemist Association would definitely order some medicinal liquids from Jiang Chen as well. This was taking advantage of all the alchemists in the association. Jiang Chen generously accepted every business that came to him. Shui Yan and several masters combined ordered over 200 types of medicinal liquids from him. That's over 200 low-grade spirit stones. And this was just the beginning. It seemed that before heading to the worlds beyond, he would be able to save up a considerable amount for travel expenses. The next day, Jiang Chen had Su Qing prepare a separate room for him. He then processed and synthesized everything he had on hand. He synthesized the blood-sucking bind to the 7th tier, the fruit knife to C-grade alloy, and he also prepared to synthesize the spirit wind boots and leather armor he bought from the Spirit Martial Hall, all to take to the Equipment Master Exchange Conference. Let's see what the armor can synthesize. Jiang Chen took out 2 sets of leather armor and added them to the Universal Synthesis platform. Do you want to synthesize basic leather armor? Synthesize. Basic leather armor has been synthesized. Congratulations on obtaining enhanced leather armor. First tier leather armor, enhanced version. After wearing, the armor can automatically adjust its fit, capable of resisting all attacks from first tier monsters or humans, only targeting level, not attack power. What the hell? After reading the introduction of the enhanced first tier armor, Jiang Chen was completely stunned. Only targeting level, not attack power? Does that mean that as long as he wears this enhanced leather armor, even if a divine beast stands in front of him under the same level, the opponent wouldn't be able to harm him at all? The revival of spiritual energy on Earth has not been long, so various extraordinary physiques or advanced species have not yet appeared. However, in the myriad worlds, these are not rare occurrences. Among the same level, it is quite common to see one person facing 100 or even 1,000. The disparity in strength can be so great that sometimes levels lose their meaning. However, armor processed through the synthesis platform can directly bypass attack intensity and determine whether it can defend based on level. This is simply a bug-like existence. The key point is that the items he synthesizes are all of a higher level than himself. This means that when he reaches the celestial profound realm in the future, the armor he synthesizes will already be able to withstand attacks from the divine sea realm. He could even directly challenge the strong from the divine sea realm. This thing is too abnormal. Forget it, I'll just use the alloy fruit knife and wind controlling boots to attend the Alchemist Exchange Conference. Jiang Chen originally thought of synthesizing armor to make the competition easier. After all, from those 2 dragon bones, it was clear that the strength of the Lighthouse Nation should not be underestimated. They are also closely connected with the myriad worlds. What if they borrowed some powerful weapons from the myriad worlds for the sake of national glory? The outcome would be hard to say. His intention was just to be a bit more secure. But when he synthesized the enhanced leather armor, he suddenly felt that using such things to participate in the competition was a bit too much bullying. He decided to wait and see. After finishing the preparations for the Alchemist Exchange Conference, Jiang Chen received a list of medicinal materials sent by Shuiyan and others. He had just sent the delivery address from Magic City University when Zhang Yuehua's call came in. She said that the Alchemist Association wanted to order 1,000 portions of medicinal materials from him first. So after lunch, Jiang Chen went to the Alchemist Association again. After signing the contract, it was already afternoon. As Jiang Chen came out of the Alchemist Association, he saw a familiar figure. He saw Su Mengran walking with a few young people. Today, she was wearing a white dress with a loose black robe over it, giving off a rather artistic vibe. At that moment, Su Mengran also noticed Jiang Chen. She greeted the people beside her and then jogged over to Jiang Chen. What are you doing here? Just wandering around. Jiang Chen glanced at Su Mangran's outfit. What about you? How come you're at the Alchemist Association? I'm studying alchemy as a secondary profession. Is it strange to come to the Alchemist Association? Su Mengran said with a smile, looking quite in a good mood. That's true, Jiang Chen nodded. Su Mengran was studying at the Imperial Capital University and was eager to learn alchemy. It was not surprising that she chose to join the Alchemist Association. Mengran, who is this? The three young people following Su Mengran came over. There were 2 boys and 1 girl, looking about the same age as Su Mengran. Su Mengran pondered for a moment and said, he is my high school classmate. High school classmate? Upon hearing this, the expressions of the 3 became somewhat strange. They all knew that Su Mengran attended a school in the outer city for high school. If he was a high school classmate, it would mean he was a resident of the outer city. Su Mengran's identity and talent were evident. No matter where she studied, it would not affect her status in future. But if he was her high school classmate, that would be different. According to recent data, apart from a few cities like the Imperial Capital and Magic City, the vast majority of students from the outer city could not break 500 kilograms in the college entrance examination. This number was simply unimaginable for them. Just like Su Mengran's height, they could not reach it. The appearance of someone like Jiang Chen beside Su Mengran could only be described in 2 words, incompatible. After introducing Jiang Chen, Su Mengran pointed to the 3 people behind her. They are my seniors and also members of the Alchemist Association. Today, I came to take the exam for the Alchemist Association with them. Exam? Jiang Chen suddenly realized, oh, you want to join the Alchemist Association? Yes. Su Mengran nodded. Mengran, with your level, getting into the Alchemist Association should be a piece of cake. Don't be too nervous, the girl standing next to her immediately said. It's fine, I'm not nervous. My senior has told me so many details about the exam. If I still can't pass, it would be too ungrateful to my senior's efforts. Su Mengran said with a faint smile. Jiang Chen curled his lips. In front of others, Su Mengran pretended to be gentle and generous, and she did it quite well. Su Mengran, let me tell you, the Alchemist Association is just like that. If you get in, you'll definitely regret it. It's better to learn on your own. Besides, I heard there are many mandatory clauses in the Alchemist Association. Once you join, you'll be under strict control everywhere, Jiang Chen sincerely advised, thinking of the people he had interacted with during this time. After all, they had cooperated multiple times. Although this girl had a dual personality in front of others, he didn't dare to compliment her too much. But he truly regarded Su Mengran as a friend. He couldn't just watch his friend jump into a fire pit. It seems you know a lot about the Alchemist Association? Su Mengran heard someone evaluate the Alchemist Association like this for the first time. If it were someone else, she would definitely just listen. But since it was Jiang Chen who said it, she had to consider it carefully. Meanwhile, the few young people beside Su Mengran exploded upon hearing this. Mengran, what's up with your high school classmate? Who talks bad about the Alchemist Association at its doorstep? The Alchemist Association is a nationally recognized organization. When did it become a place for an outsider to judge recklessly? I see it's just sour grapes. If you really look down on the Alchemist Association, why come here? You just want to meet the masters but can't, or you want to get in but can't pass. What are you trying to show off? Mengran, you must not listen to him. The masters of the Alchemist Association are all truly skilled. I am under Master Shui Yan, and in just half a year, I've learned a lot. That girl also stepped forward to refute. It's already quite late today. I just came to understand whether the Alchemist Association is suitable for me. I will judge for myself. Su Mengran's tone remained polite. But the content of her words clearly leaned towards Jiang Chen. She had clearly said she came for the exam. As soon as Jiang Chen said the Alchemist Association was not good, Su Mengran immediately changed her tune. The 3 young people beside her all looked displeased. They could argue with Jiang Chen, but they didn't dare to retort against Su Mengran. At that moment, 2 men in lab coats walked out from the Alchemist Association. Seeing Jiang Chen, they both looked delighted. Mr. Jiang, fortunately, you haven't left yet. Let me introduce you to another client. This is our Master Zhang, and he is willing to buy Mr. Zhang's raw medicinal materials at a price 30% higher, Shui Yan said enthusiastically as he approached Jiang Chen. Seeing this scene, the 3 young people beside Su Mengran were dumbfounded. Pan Yu, isn't that your teacher? Why is he talking to that guy as if he's quite friendly? A boy whispered, tilting his head. I don't know either. Pan. You said, her face full of confusion. This guy was just bad-mouthing the Alchemist Association a moment ago. How come now it looks like Shui Yan knows him and his attitude seems quite good? Just a poor student from the outer city. And he gets such preferential treatment from Shui Yan? The sun must be rising from the west. Panyu, I think your teacher seems to be planning to buy something. Don't tell me he's been tricked by that guy, you should go remind him. Exactly, your teacher might not know his background. We are clear about it, Su Mengran's high school classmate is just a refugee from the outer city. What can he possibly buy from a refugee? It's obvious it's unreliable. The two beside her urged. Hearing this, Panyu felt she should remind her teacher. Although Shui Yan had dozens of apprentices and didn't have much time to teach them, they still had a visible teacher-student relationship. She didn't want to see her teacher suffer a loss. With that thought, Panyu took a deep breath and stepped forward, gathering her courage to say, Teacher. Oh, it's Panyu. The teacher has something to handle, you can go ahead first. Your senior brothers are here today, so if you have any questions, you can ask them, Shui Yan replied briefly while discussing materials with Jiang Chen. Teacher, I want to tell you that this person is a complete fraud, you mustn't buy anything from him. Panyu pointed at him sternly. Shui Yan frowned, what makes you say that? Everyone had witnessed the quality of the medicinal materials Jiang Chen had. Moreover, they had only signed a contract. They couldn't pay in advance without seeing the goods. No matter how you think about it, Jiang Chen had no chance to deceive them. He's just a poor student from the outer city, who was just bad-mouthing the Alchemist Association behind their backs. A person like this, teacher, must not get involved with him. He puts on a front in person but acts differently behind your back. Even if he sells something, it must be counterfeit. Panyu said with certainty. Is that so? Shui Yan didn't respond directly but turned to Jiang Chen and asked, Mr. Jiang, do you have any issues with our Alchemist Association? Well, I do have some issues, but does that relate to the things I'm selling? Jiang Chen shrugged. Seeing Jiang Chen admit it so openly, it left Panyu and the others confused. He really was a fearless rookie. Everyone knew how protective the Alchemist Association was of its reputation. Jiang Chen actually dared to admit his dissatisfaction with the Alchemist Association. That was simply courting death. Su Mengran looked at Jiang Chen with curiosity. Jiang Chen's unconventional selling method from last time still lingered in her memory. Since Jiang Chen dared to be so fearless, it meant that what he was selling was definitely something Shui Yan and the others didn't want to miss. Once people had a common interest, many things could be broken. Mr. Jiang, please don't misunderstand. Shui Yan quickly explained, if you have any opinions, you can tell us directly. We're not unreasonable. If the Alchemist Association really has shortcomings, we will try to improve. We all progress together. Shui Yan was hoping to buy more medicinal materials from Jiang Chen. How could he afford to offend him? Compared to raising his own status, what was it to soften his tone and say a few good words? After all, he had nothing to lose. Watching Shui Yan's attitude, Panyu and the others were quite frustrated. How come the development of the situation was completely different from what they imagined? Or was it that Su Mengran had deceived them? Otherwise, a poor student from the outer city, no matter how hard he works for another 20 years, could never earn the respect of the masters in the Alchemist Association like this. And you? Shui Yan suddenly looked at Panyu, his expression serious. As he said, as a student who has received higher education, how can you engage in discrimination between the inner and outer cities? The wealth and connections that Mr. Jiang Chen possesses are something you will never catch up to in your lifetime. From now on, watch your words, or I will pretend I don't have you as a student. Originally, Panyu wanted to persuade Shui Yan further, but upon hearing this, her face instantly turned pale. The other two boys also looked incredulous. Who exactly had they offended? Shui Yan was actually willing to speak up for the other party like this. He even said that the wealth and connections Jiang Chen had were something they would never match in their lives. Was it really that exaggerated? However, judging by Shui Yan's tone, this guy named Jiang Chen was indeed a resident of the outer city. This made things even more puzzling. Mr. Jiang Chen, let's continue our previous discussion. Besides my friend's new order, I would like to double my own order, but I wonder if that esteemed person can manage it. Shui Yan inquired with a very good attitude. We've only been doing this business for the past few months, and the master will be going into seclusion again soon, so having a few more orders now is no problem. Jiang Chen had not paid any attention to Pan Yu and the others from the beginning to the end. As long as they could Secure an order, that would mean a substantial amount of spirit stones coming in. Who had the mood to deal with these clowns? The master is going into seclusion? Upon hearing this, Shui Yan became a bit anxious. Then I will order double, no, triple the raw materials. This is all the spirit stones I have. If they missed out on buying during these few months, they definitely needed to stock up. If the supply was cut off later, they might even be able to resell it for a profit. No matter how you looked at it, it was a win. Alright. Jiang Chen nodded. Then let's find a place to revise the contract. Don't worry, I've already had someone prepare everything, Shui Yan said with a beaming smile. Watching Jiang Chen and the others leave, Pan Yu felt a bit unsettled. Thinking about what she had just said, she now regretted it deeply. It's all your fault. You clearly weren't happy with that guy, yet you made me step up. Now I've angered the teacher, and he definitely won't look kindly on me in the future. Pan Yu complained to the other two. This can't be blamed on us, one of the boys immediately said. Isn't it Meng Ran who said that guy is her high school classmate, which caused this misunderstanding? Su Meng Ran, who had been standing by watching the commotion, suddenly spoke up. Do you think my high school classmate is worthless? Or do you think that just because he is my high school classmate, it means he has poor and fraud written all over his face? Meng Ran, we didn't mean it that way, the boy hurriedly explained. I'm not blind. Su Meng Ran's expression had clearly turned much colder. Thank you for accompanying me, but I won't trouble you any further. With that, Su Meng Ran walked into the Alchemist Association without looking back, leaving Pan Yu and the other two in a state of confusion. Before the exchange meeting for the refiners began, Jiang Chen was almost busy signing various contracts with different people. After a rough calculation, once all the orders were completed, he would have over 3,500 spirit stones coming in. Adding to the 2,000 he had before, that would be close to 6,000 low-grade spirit stones. He was definitely a wealthy man. Just after the exchange meeting for the refiners ended, the Shadow Realm would soon open. At that time, he could go in and spend a bit, perhaps he could find some good items. Jiang Chen organized all the contracts and then stored them in his item bar. At that moment, Nye Lin's call came in. Hello, you little brat, have you arrived in the capital? Tomorrow is the exchange meeting for the refiners. You better not be late. Nye Lin's familiar voice came through the phone. I'm staying at a hotel right next to the venue. I'll rush over first thing in the morning. I won't be late, Jiang Chen replied. That's good. I heard that this time the Lighthouse Nation has brought out a heavyweight piece of equipment, a ring discovered in an ancient relic and then reprocessed. They say its effects are quite miraculous, so you better be mentally prepared. What kind of mental preparation do I need? Jiang Chen raised an eyebrow. You haven't forgotten, have you? The condition we discussed was that you had to get first place at the exchange meeting for me to give you the title of master. Don't think you can slip by with second or third place. Since Nye Lin agreed to Jiang Chen's request, he had also faced a lot of pressure in the association. If Jiang Chen didn't get first place this time, then naturally, he couldn't be given the title of master. But as Nye Lin's disciple, that identity was certainly unavoidable. In life, Jiang Chen would be a member of the Refiner Association, and in death, he would be a ghost of the Refiner Association. Want to play tricks? No way. Don't worry, I remember. I'll hang up now, see you at the venue tomorrow. After saying that, Jiang Chen hung up the phone. Originally, he didn't want to be too high profile. A perfect C-grade alloy fruit knife would be enough to dominate the scene. But since Nye Lin said so, he had to bring out something real. With that thought, Jiang Chen took out the Spirit Wind boots and the Wind Control boots he had bought earlier. He first used 16 pairs of Spirit Wind boots to synthesize 4 pairs of Wind Control boots. Then he added 2 pairs of Wind Control boots into the Universal Synthesis platform. With his current spirit power limit, he could upgrade the Wind Control boots by 2 levels. The items brought out by the Lighthouse Nation this time were found in ancient relics. But since they could be repaired, it meant their levels wouldn't be too outrageous. After all, the exchange meeting for the refiners wasn't about who had the highest level, but rather about quality and the overall effect presented. In terms of quality and effect, what equipment could compare to the products processed by the Universal Synthesis platform? As long as it was processed by the Universal Synthesis platform, all the details would be perfect. Just this point was enough. Would you like to synthesize the Wind Control boots? Synthesize. Wind Control boots synthesized. Congratulations on obtaining low-level fulling boots. Low-level fulling boots, made from unknown materials, wearing them can increase movement speed by 100% and greatly enhance jumping ability, allowing jumps of up to 10 meters. Fulling boots? Jiang Chen's pupils contracted. After synthesizing so much equipment, he finally got something he was familiar with. This was an item he had used from the mid to late game in his previous life. However, his fulling boots had already reached the divine level, so their attributes were naturally not comparable to these low-level fulling boots. But even as low-level fulling boots, they were very practical in battle. Aside from needing some time to get used to and adapt, there were basically no other flaws. Taking these fulling boots to compete first place was already a certainty. But to be safe, Jiang Chen still planned to continue synthesizing. He repeated the previous steps, first synthesizing the wind spirit boots into low-level fulling boots, and then adding 2 pairs of fulling boots into the synthesis platform. Is the synthesis of low-level spirit boots complete? Synthesize. Low-level spirit boots have been synthesized. Congratulations on obtaining intermediate spirit boots. Intermediate spirit boots, made from unknown materials, wearing them can increase movement speed by 200% and greatly enhance jumping ability, capable of jumping up to 50 meters. Although Jiang Chen had long been aware of the power of these shoes, seeing the synthesized results still made him feel a bit giddy with joy. A 200% increase in movement speed and a jumping height of 50 meters. A normal person wearing these shoes could become a superhero. He would use these spirit boots to compete tomorrow. The next day, Jiang Chen hurried to the Alchemist Exchange Conference early in the morning. As such a grand event, it is held in different countries every year. This year, it just happened to be in the Dragon Country. The venue, capable of accommodating hundreds of thousands of people, was transformed into numerous exhibition booths. Industry insiders and visitors could enter to observe. The competing works were set apart in a separate area. Here, similar equipment would first be compared. There would even be practical exercises. The winners would advance to the next round. Until finally, they would compete against champions of other types to determine the ultimate victor. It was just like a fighting arena. However, the opponents had turned into various types of equipment and weapons. And the viewing effect was quite good. All major live streaming platforms had already arrived, ready to broadcast the competition live. Jiang Chen, you finally made it. Hurry, hand over the competition equipment to the organizers for registration. Once more people arrive, we'll have to line up. As soon as Jiang Chen joined Nie Lin and the others, he was pulled to the registration point for competition equipment. Because the Alchemist Exchange Conference is an event open to the whole world, the competitors included not only Nie Lin and others but also other chiefs from the Alchemist Association, renowned masters, and even freelance alchemists. The number from the Dragon Country might not be large, but combined with hundreds of countries, it was a massive number. Arriving at the registration point, Jiang Chen took out the C-grade alloy fruit knife he had prepared in advance, along with the intermediate spirit boots. Seeing the fruit knife on the table, the staff thought they were being pranked, but still patiently explained, "Everyone, we only accept alloy weapons here. Fruit knives do not meet the competition criteria. Take a good look, this is an F-grade alloy weapon. It's just a bit uniquely shaped." Yu Zhong immediately said from the side. "Nonsense, Jiang Chen said he would give the D-grade alloy weapon to our association, so this must be a D-grade alloy weapon." Nie Lin immediately retorted. "Well, actually, this is a C-grade alloy weapon," Jiang Chen added from the side. "What the hell, didn't you say it was a D-grade alloy weapon? How did it turn into a C-grade?" Hearing this, Nie Lin and Yu Zhong were both stunned. Especially Yu Zhong, who looked completely dumbfounded. The last time he saw this fruit knife, it was clearly just an F-grade alloy weapon. Now it had jumped 3 levels. The key was that there was no visible change in appearance. Only from the reflection of the blade could some abnormalities be faintly seen. The staff were confused. What on earth is this? One moment it's an F-grade alloy weapon, then a D-grade, and now a C-grade alloy weapon. That's quite a leap, isn't it? The key point is that this is clearly just a fruit knife. It doesn't seem to have anything to do with alloy weapons. Stop dawdling. You organizers are supposed to verify the competition weapons, not rely on your eyes. We have other equipment to compete with, so don't waste time. Nie Lin, feeling impatient with the staff's rambling, tapped the table. All right. The staff shrugged helplessly and placed the alloy fruit knife into the nearby testing device. A few minutes later, the test results came out. Material grade, C-grade alloy. Perfection level, 100%. The staff looked at the test results, almost thinking the device was malfunctioning. Wait a moment. The staff took the alloy fruit knife to a spare device and tested it again, but the results remained unchanged. My God. The staff's hands holding the alloy fruit knife began to tremble slightly. A perfect weapon of C-grade alloy? Are you kidding me? Is it really reasonable for something like this to appear on Earth?